Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A congratulatory notification appeared, and it was heard that he'd beaten it. Clenching his fist, the protagonist shouted that yes, finally, he'd beaten it. Raising his hands, he added that he'd finally finished that damn game, and comments from viewers began pouring in. The knight raised his sword, and it was announced that the game, famous for its near-impassable difficulty, was Empire Defense, and now, 10 years after its release, someone had finally beaten it, and yes, that person was him. The chair slid aside, and it was heard that he told them all. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that no matter how difficult the game, it exists to be beaten, suggesting he was a gaming streamer. A webcam appeared, and it was said that he only beats the most difficult games. His channel profile appeared, suggesting that even his nickname sounded like a typical nerd. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thanked him for the $300. No, it was all thanks to them, they really did a great job. It was said he was the first person to beat this absurdly difficult game in its 10 years of existence. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that, frankly, his techniques weren't much. No, they were just damn cool. Ash looked at him in surprise and thought that every gamer dreams of beating an impossible game. But if there's something they regret, a user comment appeared. The protagonist stared ahead silently. The game's final scene appeared. It was said that perhaps because the audience had grown attached to the characters, they were hoping everyone would survive the final battle. However, in the end, everyone except the main character, Lucas, died. Looking at the monitor, the protagonist reflected that, well, his goal was to finish the game anyway, not save everyone. Game notifications appeared, and the thought flashed through his mind that after the final boss, the Princess of the Lake, unable to sleep, the game had ended. However, Lucas didn't move an inch. Corpses lay on the floor, as if in front of the boss he'd killed, surrounded by the corpses of allies and enemies. Ash sat silently at the table, wondering why this was happening. A man from the game appeared, and it occurred to him that even if he was just a game character, his back looked so sad. He slowly began to fade. The game credits rolled. Looking at the monitor, the hero thought things were better now. Suddenly, he winced, seeing a message asking if the developer shouldn't reward him somehow. Grinning, the protagonist asked why, and the viewer replied that their studio had literally been destroyed because of an unbeatable game, but he'd proven otherwise. At the very least, they should thank him. The computer was on the table, and a voice said, "Oh, come on, he was just playing for fun." Holding his hand out, Ash said he didn't need any reward. As long as he could have fun with them, everything would be fine. Comments from users appeared. Waving his hand, the hero said no, and then thought that Mr. A had disappeared years ago. The disc lay on the table, and the protagonist thought that in those 10 years, he hadn't created anything. Closing his eyes, Ash thought he didn't care if someone had beaten his game. Suddenly, a notification from the game director appeared. Ash winced, looking at the monitor. His eyes widened and he exclaimed. The hero froze in bewilderment as a ton of comments poured in. The protagonist's gaze froze when he read that. First, he wanted to thank him. He had already given up hope that anyone would beat his game, and he wondered if it was all real. Ash smiled, hearing that, but seeing how he handled it made him feel relieved. Again, thank him very much, to which he replied, no, there was no need to thank him. Sitting at the computer, the hero heard someone say he was glad they still had hope, to which he thought he was making something like a second Empire Defense. Looking at the monitor, the protagonist heard someone say he had proven his abilities and worth, and should come to him and help him, to which he asked again. Ash's eyes widened, thinking he was trying to get attention. The game developer would never sit on his stream. He should just kick him. Smiling, the hero asked about Mr. A, or rather, the self-proclaimed Mr. A. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his monitor. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that's what he was saying now. Suddenly, his head spun, wondering what was going on. Ash began to fall to the side, wondering if he'd been playing too much. The image in his eyes blurred. He said he thought his viewers would call an ambulance if they saw him faint. A notification appeared thanking him. Spheres were falling along the ground. The hero suddenly came to. He sat up abruptly and screamed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered what that sound was. Debris was flying in his direction. Ash looked up in fear and asked what the hell was going on. The hero covered his head with his hands. He braced his hand on the ground. The protagonist gritted his teeth and cried out. Smoke was pouring out of the cannon. Putting his hand to his face, Ash thought it was the smell of gunpowder. The fuse began to ignite. A loud shot thundered. The hero looked away in fear. He froze in bewilderment. A shell landed right next to him. Frowning, the protagonist shouted, "What the hell? Let them finish this already." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The flags went up in the air. The knights stood at attention. Sitting on the battlefield, Ash heard a voice shout, "Hurry, don't let them get there." He froze in bewilderment. Sitting on the ground, the hero wondered what the hell was going on. The soldiers were firing their weapons. The knight clenched his teeth. Looking at them, the protagonist thought it was war. The man looked to the side and exclaimed. Rushing forward, he turned. Ash looked at him questioningly. The knight frowned and shouted that he was fine. His eyes widened, the hero thought it was an enemy soldier. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted for him to back off. The knight took a step forward. Ash looked at him in bewilderment. The sword fell to the ground. Bowing, the soldier asked for forgiveness. He began to cry, asking for mercy for his insignificant servant. Looking at him, the hero wondered what was wrong with this old man. The protagonist rose slightly. Stretching his hand forward, he addressed the knight. The sphere rushed toward them, and Ash added that he should calm down first. Suddenly, his eyes widened in fear. An explosion thundered in front of him. The hero landed on the ground. He clenched his teeth in pain. The protagonist cleared his throat and widened his eyes. Frowning, he wondered what the heck it was, a bomb. Suddenly, a glow appeared near his hand. A green flame burst in front of him. Ash looked in confusion and asked, "What the hell?" The man stepped forward and shouted, "What's that?" Stretching his hand forward, the soldier added that the enemy was attacking. The hero looked away in amazement. Looking at him, the infantryman shouted to stop them from climbing the wall. The man rushed forward with a cry. There was a sharp swing of the weapon. The man's eyes widened. The blow landed directly on the soldier. The protagonist looked in surprise. The soldier was pierced by a claw. The hand began to bounce off the ground. Blood splattered in front of the hero. He lowered his head. The hand lay right in front of him. The claws attacked the soldiers. Ash watched. Frowning, he wondered what the hell was hiding behind that wall. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. Its legs appeared. A huge spider stood before him. A bright light emanated from its eyes. Suddenly, the creature screamed furiously. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought it was the spider. The soldier rushed forward and shouted that the army was here. Opening his mouth wide, he added that he should immobilize him. The spider began to strike at the knights. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought it was his body. Sitting on the ground, he added that he was trembling with fear. The spider took a step forward. With wide eyes, Ash asked if he was dreaming or hallucinating. Looking at the monster, he muttered that this was simply impossible. His paw rose, and the thought occurred to him that he shouldn't dare touch it. Suddenly, the monster swung at him. The hero looked at him in fear and thought that it would be a shame to die like that. Looking at it, the boy transformed. Holding the weapon in his hands, he muttered that denying reality was impossible. A bright light appeared around the sword. The boy's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he struck the monster. The spider was cut in half. The knight looked at the hero. Grinning, he asked if that wasn't too cliché. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. The boy's eyes widened. Sitting in front of the hero, the knight asked why he looked like that. The boy looked at him in fear and asked if he was wounded, to which Ash thought his face looked very familiar. The game character appeared. Holding out his finger, the hero asked about Lucas. The young man looked at him in bewilderment and said he knew it. Closing his eyes, he added that he'd injured his head that way. Standing before him, the protagonist heard him say he was genuinely happy he'd started calling him by his name. Despite being his bodyguard all his life, he still couldn't remember it. Ash froze in surprise. The boy stared at him silently, and the hero wondered if it was really Lucas. No, what all this meant. Turning around, the hero thought it couldn't be true. Suddenly, he froze. They were standing on the wall. Monsters were running toward the fortress. Projectiles flew at the spiders, and he heard the sound of being transported to Empire defense. The protagonist trembled with fear and thought he was done for. The game's intro appeared, saying it was the game with the highest difficulty, which he had completed just before arriving here. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. The creatures moved forward, and the thought arose that this game consisted entirely of carnage. The creatures fired projectiles, and it was said that there were endless hordes of very strong monsters. Ash looked in fear and thought he had landed in pure hell. The creature spewed slime. Spheres flew through the air. Projectiles hit the towers. An explosion erupted in front of the hero. Frowning, he wondered why he was in the game. Standing next to him, Lucas turned to him. He took the hero by the shoulder. Looking at the protagonist, the young man said that the enemy currently encroaching on them was an army of black spiders. The monsters were approaching the gates. It was heard that the forward operating base was on the verge of collapse, but these spiders were weak at sunset. The sun was visible from behind the mountains, and the young man said that the sun would set in 30 minutes. The young man grabbed his sword and said that was why. Lucas stood in front of the monsters. Looking away, he said that he should do everything possible to hold out. Looking at him, the hero wondered why he was trying so desperately to protect him. They called him Emperor. Who even was he? Black smoke billowed in the air. Lucas sheathed his sword. It sounded like he was still breathing. He wanted a stretcher brought here. Closing his eyes, the young man said that sunset had finally arrived, and the army of black spiders had begun to retreat. Looking straight ahead, he turned to the hero. The protagonist silently looked down. Spider corpses appeared, pierced with arrows. Looking to the side, Ash turned and asked where he was. Standing next to him, Lucas replied that it was the last day of February, 649, according to the imperial calendar, and that this was the forward operating base of Crossrod, a fortress city. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that this meant tomorrow would be March 1st, 649, to which the young man replied that it was indeed so. Looking down, He mused that March 1st, 649, according to the imperial calendar, a forward operating base against monsters, a painfully familiar situation. Biting his lip, the protagonist added that it was in a painfully familiar place. Well, of course. The towers came into view, and the hero thought that in all those 6 months he'd spent on Empire defense, this had always been the time and place where he'd begun the training he'd been through 1,000 times. Frowning, the prince shouted. Looking at the boy, he added that his name was Ash. The hero clutched his head, hearing that it was so accurate, to which he asked why, and then thought, why this bastard? The man held a flag in his hands. It was said that he was the insane third prince of the Empire, the worst commander, responsible for the deaths of most of the soldiers in the fortress city. His corpse appeared, and the thought occurred to him that this was the character who would meet the worst end in the training. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought, why did this bastard have to be him? The special quarters for the commanders appeared. Looking at his reflection, Ash shouted that he was a stupid idiot. He couldn't have just sat quietly in the city. Why the hell even leave the damn castle? Putting his hand to his head, he muttered that he'd go crazy. The game's intro appeared, and the hero thought it was a typical Empire defense game, the reason it's known for its monstrous difficulty. Difficulty levels appeared, and it was stated that the highest difficulty level was Hell, along with the Man of Steel mode, which forcibly saved his progress. The final scene appeared, and the thought occurred to him that the reason was the Hell Man of Steel difficulty, a combination of both, and that he was the only person who had ever completed this mode. No matter where the game took him, he was confident he could find a way out, except for this damn tutorial. Frowning, the hero brought up the system window, and then thought that this level was impossible to complete. People were standing on a tower, and the thought occurred to him that the tutorial was designed so that he would lose no matter how hard he tried, because the story begins with Lucas escaping alone from invading monsters. The creatures appeared, and it was said that in this game, which lasts 3 years, the army of black spiders are monsters that can be hunted after reaching the middle of the 2nd year. And why the hell should he defeat them at the very beginning of the game? Closing his eyes, the hero thought, no, he needs to concentrate. Looking straight ahead, he added that he had already beaten this game. The protagonist raised his hands, thinking that if he combined his knowledge and experience, he could definitely find a way out. Smiling, he thought there was none. Looking at the notifications, Ash said, "This is the end, he's in total shit, right?" Frowning, he asked what was wrong with the levels of these spiders. Level 55, level 60, and there are almost 1,000 of them, what the hell? Looking at the artifact, the hero said that, besides, the castle wall's durability is rock bottom, and the only usable thing is this mana cannon, and then thought that with that, their chances of victory are too low. Sitting at the table, the protagonist added that they needed to find a way to win, to calm down. The difficulty level icon appeared, and the thought occurred to him that while playing in Man of Steel mode, saving and loading the game was no longer possible, so as soon as he screwed up, the game was over. This made it incredibly important to make rational decisions every second. Numerous notifications appeared, saying that since he'd spent the last 6 months playing this game, he knew for sure that in any situation, he could do something and survive it. More and more messages appeared, and the protagonist began to wonder, something with even a small chance of survival. Ash looked away, wondering if something with at least a little more confidence was possible. The hero extended his hand forward. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement, and he thought he needed to find him. Kicking the door, the protagonist turned to Lucas. Turning his head, he shouted where he was, to which the boy replied that he was here, what had happened. Turning around, Ash said to summon those directly under his control. Looking at him, the young man asked what he meant by his guards. Raising his eyebrows, he added that he never summoned them before, so why this? The protagonist replied, "Enough chatter and hurry up and call them." The protagonist extended a finger. Smiling, he said he knew how to get them out of this situation. The man pulled out a chair. Crossing his arms, Ash asked if everyone was there. The people were standing in the room. Looking at them, the protagonist thought they were so familiar. Lily smiled. Ken gritted his teeth. Damien stared ahead silently. The protagonist sat at the table, and the thought occurred to him that they were supposed to be familiar. Lucas stood still. It was said that he had seen them die countless times, but whatever. The girl looked away, hearing why he was curled up. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. Lily grinned and replied that he was like this because he'd lost a comrade today, asking for understanding. It occurred to her that he was right. After all, he'd been like this throughout the entire in-game tutorial. The player character appeared, and it was explained that, since he'd been in an abnormal state from the start, he was destined to die first. He remembered being the most useless, even though he had the most important role, that of healer. Looking ahead, the hero said, "Well, for starters." Sitting at the table, he added that he'd use this time to explain their roles tomorrow. The girl responded at the sound of her name. Flames flew around her, and it was explained that Lily was a mage specializing in fire-type attacks, the main damage dealer on this team, capable of casting one powerful spell after another. She looked surprised when he said she'd be their shield, blocking the spider's attacks like their main tank, to which Lily replied that she was a mage, after all. The man frowned at the address. The soldier held a sword. It was explained that Ken was a knight with a shield capable of aggroing at the forefront, using area of effect attacks to draw attention and endure all attacks. In other words, a tank. The knight winced when he heard that he was to stealthily infiltrate the center of their ranks and disrupt their formations, to which he asked again. The boy sat on the floor, and he heard Damien's voice. It occurred to him that, as he had said earlier, he was a healer, the most important class in the game. The young man looked up when he heard that from now on, he would be the team's sniper, tasked with killing the most important targets. Lucas frowned when he heard that he would command the rest of the soldiers to maintain the front line against the wall. Looking at them, the hero thought, what the heck, let them say something already. The man gritted his teeth in rage. He slammed his fist down, shouting, "Damn it, he's calling this crap a plan." Frowning, Ken added that he was serious. He'd put them in great danger with his erroneous orders, and now he was seriously saying such things. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment and thought, but it wasn't him, it was that bastard. The monsters approached the gate, and the thought occurred to him that yes, even though it sounded like the ravings of a madman, this level couldn't be passed by conventional means, meaning there was nothing left but madness. Ash opened his mouth and turned to Ken, then thought, so he can't back down here. The hero's eyes lit up, and he said, to the son of the Emperor and the highest commanding officer of this entire place. Looking straight at him, the protagonist asked why he was being disobedient. Lily lowered her head. Lucas froze in place. Damien's eyes widened. The knight flinched in fear. He extended his hand forward and mumbled something, to which the hero thought, well, that's it. The man across from him, that same crazy psychopath, would ultimately lose the initiative, and it would all be over. Ash rose from his chair. The girl looked at him in bewilderment, the thought dawning on her that since his PLA, this was a senseless and reckless act. The hero reached for his weapon. He swung his sword sharply, thinking he needed them to follow him unquestioningly. The protagonist struck the girl's shoulder. The people flinched in surprise. Damien looked on in fear. Lily froze, staring at the sword. The room was deathly silent. Ash smiled and asked if they all had the ability to carry out their tasks, didn't they? Then he wondered if, since he was in the body of a psychopath, he would act the same way. The people stared at him silently. Frowning, Ken thought the prince had definitely gone mad. Didn't he know how valuable a mage was? The hero looked down, and he added, how are they supposed to fight when that damned Christian is leading them? Flames appeared around the weapon. Lily looked at it in amazement. The people flinched in surprise. The protagonist grinned and said yes, that's it. The character stood still, and it occurred to him that perhaps the developer had added it just as a joke, but all the characters in the tutorial had a hidden ability, an ability that completely contradicted their role. Looking at the mage, Ash asked about how she'd been slashed by a blade when a horde of goblins invaded her village as a child. Lily's eyes widened as she heard that after that incident, she'd acquired the ability of fiery skin. A notification about the ability appeared, and it was said that until she ran out of mana, she could block any attack. Standing before the girl, the hero asked if he was right. An image of Lily appeared, and it was said that the main damage dealer's ability was a tank, and there was no way to use it properly in the game, but that was reality. The sword stabbed into her skin, and the thought occurred to him that he, too, planned to take full advantage of this ability. Smiling broadly, the protagonist considered the impossibility of completing the level, in which case his only option was to resort to cheats. Looking straight ahead, he added that, as he'd said, the bastard who threw him here would beat this damn game, and then he'd grab him by the scruff of the neck and beat him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Ash drew his weapon and said that he should forgive them for resorting to such brutal means to prove the correctness of his plan. Standing before him, Lily replied that no, everything was fine, but how did he know that? The hero replied that it wasn't so important now. Looking away, he added, now. Smiling, the protagonist turned to Ken. The man frowned, hearing that he'd done a little stealing as a child. He was from the slums, where that was common, and thinking about becoming a knight, quite a job. Stretching his hand forward, he asked how he knew all this. Holding the blade in his hands, Ash replied that, as he'd said, where he came from didn't matter now, what mattered was what he could do with it. A notification about the skill appeared. Looking at the hero, the knight heard that he could be as stealthy as he wanted, just like he could hide, avoiding unnecessary attention. Smiling, the hero said let him answer unless he wanted him to reveal everything himself. Bowing, Ken shouted that no, he was right, to which the protagonist replied that good, in that case he could handle his mission just fine. Placing his weapon on the table, Ash said, finally. Looking at the boy, he addressed the protagonist. The hero stepped forward and thought he was the most important person in this matter. Grinning, he asked, don't you think he has absolutely magnificent eyes? Kneeling, the protagonist explained that that was why he was able to clearly see his friend's death. The young man lowered his gaze and explained that he was his friend from his hometown. They were from the same orphanage. Damien looked at him with fear. The boy stood before the monster, and it seemed as if, in the midst of battle, he had decided to sacrifice himself to save it. Damien began to cry and asked why he had brought them here. Looking at him, the hero heard what his purpose had been. The knight looked at them, listening to how their pathetic lives were nothing more than mere entertainment to him. Lucas stood still, and he heard himself asking for his friend back. Lowering his head, the boy shouted for him to return it. Rays of sunlight fell on the flower. The protagonist grabbed the boy by the shoulder. Frowning, he said he could blame him, even despise him if necessary. Looking at him, Damien heard that although his friend had sacrificed his life to save him, he was simply going to sit and wait for death. Looking down, Ash said that, faced with death's door because of a shitty commander, he was truly ready to give up the life his friend had sacrificed for. He must resist with all his might. Squeezing the boy's shoulder, the hero added, "And avenge him." He slapped his chest and shouted for him to kill the spiders, get out of here alive, and teach him a lesson. Looking down, Damien heard himself say he wanted to kill those damn spiders, to which he responded approvingly. Frowning, the protagonist asked what was going to kill him. The boy froze in place and responded approvingly. The crowd flinched at this. Ash smiled broadly and said excellent. Raising a finger, the hero promised that if they got out of here alive, he wanted him to be the one to take his life, whenever that might be. Frowning, Lucas turned to him. Stretching his hand out to the side, the hero said that if the plan failed, they would all die here anyway, in which case he would allow him to take his life. Smiling, he added that he swears on the honor of the imperial family. One day is enough. The boy looked up, hearing that they should follow his orders, and the thought occurred to him that sometimes you have to use hatred as fuel. The young man lowered his head. Standing still, the protagonist thought that even if this revenge was aimed at him. Looking down, he said he wouldn't make excuses. His critical error in judgment had almost destroyed their army. A horde of monsters appeared, and it was heard that thanks to his plan, they could push back these creatures. It was thin ice, but there was still a chance to win, so just this once. Looking straight ahead, Ash said that just this once, let them trust him and follow his orders, and then thought that his hand was finally in place. Lily frowned. Ken stared angrily ahead. The boy's gaze froze. Lucas looked resolutely at the hero, wondering if she would turn a royal straight or a flush or not. The knight stood on the wall, and it was said that he had no choice but to go all in. A soldier struck a drum, and an army of black spiders could be heard advancing. The monsters were coming. Gritting his teeth, the knight asked if he would truly be okay, to which the hero replied that he shouldn't worry and do as he'd said. A horde of spiders rushed forward, and the plan was simple, as long as the team members were buying time. A huge monster appeared, and the thought occurred to them that they would find the queen giving orders to the spiders. The protagonist stood near the cannon, thinking about how they would then blow its skull apart with the mana cannon. The fragments lay on the ground. They were told that by removing the limiter, they had enhanced its magical power, so the cannon should be able to handle even the queen. The only problem was her position. The path to the fortress appeared, and the hero thought that they needed to find it from a fairly large distance. It would be impossible to do this with just their eyes, if that was even possible. Smiling broadly, the protagonist mentioned creating a map, then thought that of course, when he was here. A glow appeared around him. A blue wall appeared within the fortress. The barrier expanded further and further. The hare sat near a tree. Ash looked at the notification and realized that mapping was an ability that allowed its owner to see the surrounding area as a mini-map. His stats appeared, and the thought occurred to him that he'd been a bit shocked when he first saw those horrific stats. But the fact that he even had this skill was a relief. Holding his hand out in front of the map, the hero thought he'd see where she was hiding if he could find the boss mark. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he asked again. Looking at the notification, the protagonist realized there was no boss mark for the monsters here. The creatures rushed forward, and it occurred to him that the objective of this mission, the Queen of Enemies, wasn't even on the map. The knight stood before the gate. Looking at him, the protagonist said, "Let him take it. He'd collected all the stamina potions left in the fortress. He should go outside and attract their attention." Ken frowned. Hearing that, he thought he could handle it. A view of the room opened up. Lily trembled in fear, hearing that she, too, had been given a difficult but important role. Standing in the middle of the room, she heard him say that if the spiders managed to get even into the artillery section, he was counting on her to use her fiery skin to block the entrance, to which she replied that she could do that. Looking to the side, Lucas shouted for everyone to form up. The knights aimed their crossbows. Cannons protruded from behind the wall. Lucas held his weapon in his hands. Frowning, he shouted that they must endure this. They needed to buy themselves enough time to kill the queen. Turning his head, the boy said that this dignified expression undoubtedly meant that. Raising his sword, he added that His Highness had completed all preparations. His eyes widened. The hero thought, let them wait. He didn't. Suddenly, shots were heard from the towers. Shells flew at the monsters. Lucas gave a thumbs up. The protagonist looked at him and thought, okay, fine, he needs to stay calm. A marker appeared on the map, and the thought occurred to Ash that, firstly, the main goal of the training isn't to kill the boss monsters. The fact that he's not even on the map is no surprise. Looking at the battlefield, Ash considered that he'd most likely appear during a full-scale attack. They had a secure rear, the guards were prepared for emergencies. All they had to do was wait. This was the only place the queen could be. Suddenly, markers appeared on the map, and the hero turned to Damien. Stretching his hand out to the side, the protagonist shouted that he could see them. Ash pointed to the empty field. Looking straight ahead, Damien said that yes, he could see a group of spiders gathered in a circle. The thought occurred to him that he thought it was possible. But was it really possible? Turning his head, the hero said that the queen must be among them, that he'd be able to find her. The boy stared ahead. The creature's eyes lit up, and he heard it talking about a monster with a spider-like lower body and a human-like upper body. Grinning broadly, the protagonist thought he'd caught the snaggle-toothed monster. Standing near the cannon, he said, "What exactly?" To which Damien asked, "Doesn't that look suspicious?" Ash replied that there was no need to worry. She would soon be hit by a cannon blast and die in agony. The cannon swung to the side, and a command was heard to turn the artillery mount, facing southwest. He and Damien needed to aim accurately. The soldier, his eyes wide, announced that the mana charge was ready, firing on command, to which he was told. "Excellent." Turning his head, the hero said he should finish this. Damien's hands trembled, and he turned. Looking away, he said he wasn't sure. He'd never done anything like this before, so it was so sudden to force him. The protagonist opened his mouth and addressed him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Ash said he might miss, then thought he'd take full responsibility. Frowning, the hero said that even if he missed and ruined the entire plan, everything would be fine. He shouldn't be afraid, then thought that all consequences were the commander's responsibility. Soldiers only did what they were ordered. The young man looked surprised to hear that all he had to do was pull the trigger. That was it, his revenge for his friend. Frowning, Damien said it was revenge for his friend. He pulled the cannon's trigger. A glow appeared around it. The gears began to move. Lightning emanated from the charge. Smiling, the hero said, "That's it." Suddenly, a shot rang out, and it sounded like he was going to wipe them off the face of the earth. A huge beam shot through the air, hurtling forward. The sphere headed toward the queen. Clenching his fist, the protagonist shouted, "Let it hit!" A devastating explosion resounded in the distance. Ash glanced to the side and turned to the lookout. Raising his hand, the soldier shouted that the shot had hit its target, striking the monsters directly. Smiling, the lookout said, "Well done, I'm sure it was his first time shooting." To which Damien replied that he was simply doing what he was told. The hero looked away, hearing his body begin to move as soon as he pulled the trigger, and wondered what he was talking about. A skill notification appeared, and the thought occurred to him that it was all thanks to his ability, a completely broken ability that allowed him to never miss. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist reflected that in the game, he was a character incapable of holding a real weapon, but here he simply had to grab a cannon. They bore the full force of his attack. Suddenly, he looked up in amazement and realized that, as expected, it was him. Watching the explosions, Ash asked what was going on. The spiders stood still, suggesting they were still moving. The boy looked at them fearfully and said they were continuing their advance. Turning his head, the hero asked again. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that there was a swarm of spiders, advancing. The protagonist clenched his teeth. The queen stood amid the smoke. The spiders guarded her, suggesting they were forming a square. The spider queen glared furiously. Holding the telescope in his hands, Ash exclaimed. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. They rushed toward the fortress, and it was heard that they were suddenly heading somewhere, the spiders moving. The hero looked surprised to hear that they hadn't hit the queen, and how come nothing had happened to her. He replied that it was impossible. Frowning, the lookout shouted that there was trouble, all the spiders. A swarm of spiders rushed toward the fortress, and they could hear all the spiders running toward the artillery mount. Smiling, the protagonist said that she wasn't that stupid, for an insect. Shells were flying from the fortress. Ken was breathing heavily. Taking out the flask, he realized he only had one potion left. The knight sat down on the ground and added that he could just run away. A view of the blue sky opened up. Suddenly, the knight looked up in amazement and asked again. He took a step forward. Ken was standing near a tree. He froze in bewilderment. Leaves were flying in the air. The man fell to his knees. The boy's eyes suddenly widened. A devastating explosion thundered, and they heard the impact. They'd hit the queen. The hero clenched his teeth. The monsters were striking the wall, and the thought crossed his mind that the spiders were continuing their advance. The queen's eyes lit up, and the protagonist wondered if she was still alive. Frowning, Ash wondered if they weren't dealing enough damage. The monsters appeared, and he added that the spider army queen from the game died from 1 or 2 cannon shots. After all, compared to combat monsters, she wasn't that strong. But what about the queen from the tutorial? Eyes widening, the hero wondered how he knew nothing about her. What if she had different stats? What if she had a special ability? Blood spattered, and the thought occurred to him. If she couldn't be killed at all, then what about him? Lightning flashed through the air, and it sounded like the powerful explosion had nearly maxed out the mana core. Looking at the hero, the soldier shouted that the cannon was on the verge of destruction and that they wouldn't be able to fire as many shots as they planned, to which the protagonist responded that he was talking too much, asking how many shots they had left. Frowning, the man said that they could fire 5, but they'd already fired 2, so they had 3 left. Ash looked at him in surprise and thought 3 shots. Standing still, he considered the only remaining option, killing the Spider Queen in 3 shots. Damien was breathing heavily, and the hero thought, moreover, Damien's eyes, it seemed like using the 1,000-mile eye had its consequences. The young man grabbed the trigger, thinking 3 shots at most. Looking at him, the hero wondered if he could withstand it. Shells flew at the monsters, and the protagonist reflected on how fortunately the walls of the central castle were holding up well and withstanding the onslaught. He looked up in amazement, hearing the destroyer approaching, to which he asked again. The enormous monster stood still. Looking at it, Ash wondered if the destroyer was trying to break through. Nothing like that had ever happened in the game. He frowned angrily and shouted for the defense to concentrate all their firepower on the destroyer. Shots rang out from the cannons. Shells flew at the monster. The creature approached the fortress, and the thought crossed his mind that no, the fortress walls wouldn't hold. Suddenly, the monster broke through the wall. He stopped abruptly. A huge swarm of spiders swarmed into the fortress. The hero clenched his teeth and exclaimed. Frowning, the boy shouted that they should prepare their weapons and descend to the first floor. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted for them to pull themselves together. The soldiers below would protect them, and they needed to keep firing at the queen. He glared angrily and added that they must kill the queen before these abominations reached the artillery emplacement. The tower came into view, and preparations were heard to be complete. Looking at the boy, the hero turned. Damien clenched his teeth in anger. An explosion rang out in the distance, a sound like a hit, but she was still alive. Turning his head, the protagonist shouted for him to load the next shell immediately, quickly. Lucas swung his weapon sharply, striking the spiders. Frowning, the boy shouted for them to defend the artillery installation. They had to protect the prince. Ash looked down and exclaimed. The soldiers lined up in front of the monsters. A blow landed on the knight. The spiders were attacking the people. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought there were more and more victims he didn't know. The man was holding a mouse in his hands. The man was pierced by a claw, and the thought occurred to him that while he'd been playing this as a simple game, he hadn't realized that real people lived in this place. A notification about the number of forces appeared, and the protagonist reflected on how death isn't just a number, but a horrific sight, accompanied by screams and the smell of blood. Ash glared and wondered, at this rate. Frowning, a soldier shouted for everyone to hold on to the cannon. They needed to cool it down. The hero took a step forward and thought 5 shots, it would be destroyed before the 4th. Lucas glanced away furiously. Wide-eyed, the protagonist pondered what to do, a way out of this situation. The monsters were advancing on the soldiers, and a thought that hadn't occurred to him came to mind. The man opened his mouth wide and addressed the monsters. Standing in the middle of the horde, Ken shouted that he was here. Let them look at him. Ash looked at him in amazement. The knight drank a stamina potion. He glared ahead. Raising his head, the man shouted that he was a knight of the Empire. A crowd of monsters rushed towards him. Ken froze in place. He started to run away, shouting that it was like this here. Suddenly, the man noticed a rock. He grinned broadly. Running behind it, Ken shouted that they should try to find it. He smiled and activated the pickpocket's survival method. The hero looked at the notification in amazement. Frowning, he shouted that his remaining health was gone. The knight was surrounded by monsters, and a notification appeared that he was low on health and his ability had been cancelled. Gritting his teeth, the man muttered, "Damn it, he shouldn't have trusted that bastard." Blood spattered. The protagonist froze in fear. Frowning, he realized that even from a distance, he could clearly hear the horrific sound of tearing flesh. Spiders were eating a man's flesh. A photo of his family appeared, and the thought occurred to him that his orders had taken another man's precious life. The knights rushed forward, hearing Ken push them behind the defensive line and attack. Blows flew at the soldiers, and it was announced that not only Ken, but all those people outside were losing their lives because of his single command. His eyes widened. The hero thought he had killed them all. No, it was much worse. The protagonist, sitting at the computer, realized that throughout his playthrough, he had always used ordinary NPCs as bait. This damn game was built on dice. A notification appeared, asking if he would deploy a team of 2 to this point. Corpses of soldiers appeared, and it was explained that to save someone, to obtain an item, to complete a side quest, to earn an achievement, he happily sent people to their deaths every time. Ash yawned, and the thought flashed through his mind that he hadn't doubted it every single time. But now he understood everything. The hero's hand trembled, and he muttered, "Enough." Then considered the significance of his actions so far. The protagonist glared furiously and shouted, "Enough." Then considered the truth. Every death entails heartbreaking pain. Looking at the monster, Ash shouted, "Enough." The thought dawning that they would never stop. Gritting his teeth, he added that monsters couldn't be stopped by mere screams. Suddenly, a blow landed. Frowning, Lucas questioned why he dared target the prince. Raising his head, he shouted that he was fine. The hero stared at the creature in silence. Holding the weapon in his hands, he muttered that he was right, and then thought there was only one way to stop these monsters. Suddenly, the protagonist struck the spider. Frowning, Ash considered killing them before they died. The soldier's eyes widened and he shouted that the 4th projectile was loaded, but Damien couldn't. The hero glared and asked if he could fire it. Closing his eyes, the boy responded approvingly. Suddenly, a shot rang out from the cannon. The projectile rushed towards the queen. She screamed upon seeing it. The beam flew swiftly through the air. The queen screamed in fear. A devastating explosion thundered, and it seemed as if the projectile had hit the queen directly in the head. The spider's eyes lit up. The monster stood amidst the flames, and it was said that this damn queen was still alive. The hero froze in bewilderment. The soldiers fell to their knees. The knight, holding out his hand, declared their attacks would be useless. Standing next to the cannon, the man said it had reached its limit. If they tried to fire again, it would simply explode. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that either way, it was over, so they would simply surrender. Ash sighed and wondered if this really was the end. Smoke billowed from the cannon, suggesting it was on the verge of destruction. The soldiers were fighting the spiders. It was said their line of defense had been breached. Damien clutched his face, and the protagonist wondered if the sniper couldn't even open his own eyes. Could this really be the end? The hero lowered his hand and thought they truly had no hope left. Looking through the telescope, the boy shouted that no, their shots hadn't been in vain. The protagonist looked away in amazement. Shrapnel appeared on the skin. It sounded like the queen's skin had been damaged. Looking straight ahead, Ash turned to the lookout, the thought dawning that despite this entire situation, he had remained true to his role to the very end. Frowning, the soldiers shouted that if they fired one more shot, they would definitely be able to kill her. The hero froze in bewilderment upon hearing this. An explosion thundered on the tower. Looking to the side, Lucas turned. The protagonist began to fall. Debris fell to the ground, and the thought dawned on him that everything was destroyed, the entire world, the hope of passage, all of it. The boy appeared in front of him, and turned. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. The hero suddenly came to. Lucas was sitting in front of him. Frowning, the protagonist turned to him. Holding the debris with his body, the boy asked that he was uninjured. Extending his hand forward, Ash replied that he should ask. He was fine. Blood was pouring from the boy's body. Looking down, the young man asked what he remembered, that same case that had happened 20 years ago. The hero froze, pondering his inability to remember, as a player who simply borrowed his body, unable to recall anything that connected them. Kneeling, Lucas recounted that when His Highness first chose him as his bodyguard, he told him right there. The protagonist asked what he had said, then thought that even if he couldn't become emperor, he would become the coolest man in the world. The young man bowed before the hero, the thought occurring that, as the one who would become his knight, he should strive to be the coolest knight in the world. Lucas looked at him in surprise, hearing something that even though this had happened when he was just a child. Smiling, the knight said that His Highness's words had touched him so deeply that he had carried them with him throughout his life, right up until this very day. Sitting before him, the protagonist heard him believe in him. Looking down, he asked, "What, even in such a situation?" Frowning, the young man replied that any time, anywhere. The rubble began to crush him. Suddenly, the boy collapsed to the ground. The ruins of the fortress became visible. Ash stood before the boy's corpse. Looking down, he thought, let him hang on. Lucas lay unconscious, and the protagonist added that he was the main hero, the savior of this world, he shouldn't die here. Turning his head, the hero thought that first, he needed to understand the situation. They were now under an artillery installation. How long had he been unconscious? The protagonist looked at the soldiers. People were lying on the ground, and the thought occurred to him that Damien and the other artillerymen, fortunately, seemed to have escaped fatal injuries, which could not be said about the cannon. Looking straight ahead, Ash thought, speaking of which, why are they still alive? What about the spiders? Standing amid the flames, the girl turned. The hero looked at her in surprise. Standing before him, Lily asked if this wasn't the end. She gritted her teeth in pain. Closing one eye, she asked if it was true. The protagonist's eyes widened. Stretching his hand forward, he addressed the mage. The girl's hand trembled, and she muttered that she couldn't hold out much longer. She could still hold back the passage for now, but the monsters were breaking through the wall. It sounded like they would soon break through. Stretching her arms out to the sides, Lily shouted that there was no time, hurry. Frowning, she added that they shouldn't make their deaths useless. Ash clenched his teeth. Looking at the soldiers, he shouted to get to their positions and load the last shell. The man looked at him in amazement, and said they had told him so. The weapon lay on the ground, and it sounded like the cannon had already reached its limit. As soon as they fired, it would explode. Looking away, the hero said that if they didn't do anything, they'd rot in the monsters' stomachs. Wouldn't it be better to risk it at least once? Frowning, he added that they had to. Standing next to him, a soldier asked how he'd aim, then said that they couldn't even see outside. There was no way they could hit the queen from here. Smoke was billowing from the cannon. It sounded like there wasn't even a stand for it anymore. He should hold it in his hands. The thought occurred to him that if he had lost his teeth, he should keep chewing with his gums. Looking at the boy, the protagonist said they would aim no matter what, as long as Damien fired. The man frowned, hearing that they should load the last shell. That was an order, to which he replied that he understood. Ash took a step forward, thinking that he couldn't say for sure how the 1,000-mile eye worked, but if Damien fired, the projectile would always hit its target. They just had to trust in him. Standing behind the boy, Ash addressed him. The boy looked away, hearing that this was the last time. He needed to fire one more time, just one more. Looking at the hero, Damien listened as he asked to do it again. Turning his head, the boy asked what the point of all this was. The hero looked down, hearing that no matter what he did, nothing would change. The Spider Queen appeared, and he heard a voice say that the creature would definitely die if he hit her one more time, to which Damien replied that no, that wasn't what he meant. Sitting on the ground, the boy said that if they pulled the trigger again, the Spider Queen would die. Lowering his head, he added, "What would change? Half his friends were already dead. Even if he avenged all his enemies, he couldn't bring them back, no matter how desperately he worked, no matter how hard he tried." Staring straight ahead, the hero heard the world always taking everything from him, which he addressed. The young man's gaze froze, and he said he wanted to stop this. He didn't want to continue living like this. Standing behind him, the protagonist shouted loudly that he believed this world was meaningless. Damien looked at him in amazement, hearing him think that even if he overcame serious difficulties, life would continue to be a living hell. Grabbing him by the clothes, Ash shouted at him to stop spouting such obvious nonsense. Difficulty levels appeared, and it was clear that if this world had difficulty, it was definitely hellish, plus a Man of Steel mode in which he couldn't even save. The thought arose that this hadn't been a game, that it had been a hellish world with a Man of Steel mode from the very beginning. The hero glared and shouted that he was pointless and ridiculous, that nothing was going according to his plan. This was life, who didn't know that? A bright light appeared, and it was said that they were living in this destructive environment, and he was going to stop fighting. The young man's eyes widened in surprise hearing this. He decided to simply leave, to be worthless. He froze, hearing that no, the thought occurred to him that they must continue fighting until death overtook them. Standing before the boy, the protagonist shouted that he would fight and strategize until his last breath. Taking up his weapon, he added that since he wanted to end it all so easily, the boy froze, hearing that he should cut off his own head with this sword right now. Swinging the weapon, Ash said, "What if he's a coward incapable of this?" Looking at the boy, he added that he should pull the damn trigger and stop looking for his dead friend. The weapon lay on the ground, and it seemed as if all he needed to do his job was obey his commander. He didn't need any trivial reason to live. Damien frowned, hearing that he was his tool, his key, his trigger. Nothing more was required of him. Looking straight at him, the hero said that was all he needed, and a notification about a new skill appeared. His eyes lit up, and he added that here were his orders. The protagonist grabbed the boy by the shoulder and told him to blow that thing's face off. A glow appeared around the young man. Looking at the hero, he replied that he would carry out his orders. The ruins of the fortress appeared, and the sound of the last shell being loaded was heard. The man looked at him fearfully, and said that there was no way to cool the barrel at this rate, to which Ash replied that they should get moving. Looking at the cannon, the hero said he would hold it. Stretching his hands forward, the soldier said it was too hot. Touching it would only cause more than a simple burn, to which the protagonist replied that it was better to burn alive than die and descend into hell. Looking at the boy, Ash asked if he was ready. Damien frowned and replied that he couldn't see, to which the hero replied that it didn't matter. Holding the trigger in his hands, he added that he couldn't feel his hands, to which the protagonist repeated the phrase. Smiling, Ash said it didn't matter. The young man glared ahead. The hero grabbed the cannon abruptly, gritting his teeth in pain. The protagonist began to lift it from the ground. Wide-eyed, the soldier shouted for help for his highness. The soldiers grabbed the red-hot cannon. Together, they began to lift it. The enormous monster stared at them. The hero's brow furrowed. His mouth wide open, he addressed Damien. The boy's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he pulled the trigger on command. Lightning began to appear around the cannon. The protagonist glared ahead. A projectile formed in the cannon's barrel. Suddenly, a shot thundered. The beam shot forward. The soldiers were surrounded by spiders. Frowning, Ash thought that this had seemed like an impossible task at first, shooting at an enemy they couldn't even see beneath the rubble of the fallen fortress. There was no chance of hitting its target. The projectile flew forward rapidly. A bright glow appeared in the air, suggesting that the projectile was flying directly at the Spider Queen, and that the difference in altitude was irrelevant. The beam flew forward swiftly, as if the distance didn't matter. Lightning flew through the air, suggesting that it didn't care about the hundreds of thousands of monsters in its path. The beam flew past the horde, as if it were simply reproducing the selected result. The projectile flew on, and the protagonist thought he was flying at the Spider Queen, screaming in anger or fear. The Queen's eyes lit up. A glow appeared in the distance, and the protagonist thought he had hit her head, the projectile having completely blown off her damn skull. The hero looked in amazement at the messages about how he'd done it, and thought he was speechless. This was the first message he'd received since he'd started streaming, and he didn't even know how to react to it. A message appeared asking him to subscribe to his channel, and he wondered if he really remembered what he'd written back then. The protagonist's eyes widened and he gasped, and then he thought he was alive. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Ash stood up abruptly, hearing the message advising him not to get up yet. The man wrote on a piece of paper and said that Damien had healed his wounds with magic. Sitting at the table, the girl mentioned that he had severe burns all over his body, so it would take some time for him to fully recover. Lily placed her pen on the table and added that he had slept for 3 days. Grinning, she said she was afraid he would never open his eyes again after that battle with the spider army. The hero looked at her in amazement. Lowering his head, he said that she had survived, to which the girl replied that it was thanks to His Highness's orders. The monsters were leaving. The spider army was heard to retreat immediately after he decapitated the Spider Queen. The protagonist looked away, hearing that they had won. Soldiers were carrying the wounded. They stood before a huge flame. Reinforcements were heard tending to the dead and disposing of the remnants of the enemy army. Ash looked out the window, hearing that the cleanup was almost complete, to which he replied that he understood. Sitting in a chair, Lily explained that he had suffered severe burns on his palms, arms, shoulders, and neck, and that when they returned to the crossroads, he would need to visit the temple. The hero looked at his hand, hearing that even after full recovery, he would still have scars, to which he replied that it was a small price to pay for his life. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked how she was. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Lily, clutching the blanket, said that when she ran out of mana, a spider had injured her back, and then the queen had died immediately, so she hadn't been attacked again. Grinning, she added that it seemed the wound had damaged a nerve, and she would no longer be able to move her lower body. Ash's mouth dropped open in amazement. Looking down, the girl said he had nothing to worry about. She was grateful to fate for being alive after all that. Sitting in front of the hero, she added that, with the exception of the 5 artillerymen, Lucas, Damien, she, and His Highness were the only ones left. Closing his eyes, the protagonist considered the thought that 9 people, there had been over 200 of them, were now only 9 left. The girl sat in her chair, wondering if there really was no other way. Ken looked away, and Ash pondered a better way, one he'd overlooked. An army of soldiers appeared, and the thought occurred to him that maybe there was a way to save more people. Taking his hand, Lily told him he wasn't omnipotent. Sitting next to him, she added that it was impossible to save everyone in that situation. He did the best he could. Looking down, the hero said he was solely responsible for that battle, then reflected that even though he hadn't started it, since he was now in this body, responsibility lay with him as well. The hero held the flag in his hands, and it seemed as if no one knew the monsters would rain down like a river for decades, which was why no one had stopped him when he started the war. Looking down, the protagonist heard himself begging him not to blame himself. Frowning, Lucas shouted. Entering the room, he said that, thank heavens, he had woken up. Looking at the hero, the boy asked if he was in pain and would call Damien right away. Ash replied, "No, let him calm down, he's fine." The knight winced, hearing that he was also injured. Shouldn't he be licking his wounds? Placing his hands on his hips, the boy replied that he knew him, that he was a tough cookie, and that was where his strength lay. The hero thought, well, that goes without saying, he's the strongest knight of this century. Holding the papers in his hands, the young man said that while he was unconscious, he would compile a list of those killed in that battle. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find all the bodies. The protagonist frowned, hearing that they had done everything they could. A bright light shone through the window, and he heard someone ask where the corpses were now. The boy replied, "In the northern plains, at the forward base." The hero added that he wanted to see them. The protagonist stood up, and the girl said he couldn't, he hadn't fully recovered yet. Ash frowned and said that they had lost lives under his command. He would go to them, and let Lucas help him. A view of the fortress walls opened up. The boy was carrying the hero on his back. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought he felt like a backpack. They walked near the wall, and he heard someone say he wanted to be his horse, to which the knight replied that if that was his wish, he would accept. The hero added that he was joking and shouldn't take it so seriously. Damien looked up. They froze, looking at him. The boy smiled at the address, to which he replied that he had woken up. Standing before him, Ash asked how his eyes were, to which Damien replied that they were fine. His vision was gradually returning. Holding his glasses in his hands, he added that he could now see everything as before. The hero looked down and pondered what he'd heard. He'd single-handedly tended to the wounded soldiers, traversing the entire field using healing magic despite being blind. The boy grinned, the thought dawning that his ordeal had been no less difficult than his own. Looking at the boy, the protagonist said that thanks to him, they were able to successfully achieve their goal. Mountains of gold appeared, and it seemed as if he so desired, he would reward him so that for the rest of his days he would never have to worry about his livelihood, and of course, he would never have to fight on the battlefield again. The young man froze, hearing that, first and foremost, he was a mercenary, free to do what he truly desired. The protagonist frowned, hearing him say that he was the trigger, that he wanted to find out. The spider's eyes lit up, and it seemed as if he wondered where all those monsters came from, who had created them, and for what purpose. The boy stood before the monster, and heard a voice say, "Why did he die?" Frowning, Damien said, "Let him continue following him." Lucas smiled at this. The hero raised an eyebrow and replied, "Fine, he'll allow it." They needed a priest to honor the memory of those they'd lost. The people stood before the blue flames. The protagonist stared ahead silently, thinking he knew perfectly well. The blue flames appeared, and the thought occurred to him that there was no better way, no better strategy, nothing more foolish than wondering about these what-ifs, after everything had already happened. The bodies of fallen soldiers lay on the ground. It was said that he had chosen a strategy, which he had executed, and this was its result. Standing still, Ash reflected on how he must therefore take responsibility. He would shoulder it and move on. Frowning, he said that as soon as the funeral was over, he should take all the bodies and transport them. The flag was raised, and the thought occurred to him that thousands of disasters befell the crossroads every year, and funerals cost more than the lives of people in this world. Numerous graves appeared, and a voice said that there was a vacant lot to the south of the crossroads, and he should honor their memory and bury them there. The thought occurred to him that he was going to make a cemetery in the southern vacant lot, where he had placed memorials in the game. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that once a year, every other month. Standing before the flame, the protagonist added that they would honor the memory of those who sacrificed their lives in the war, to which Lucas replied that he would obey. The thought occurred to him that this was done not only for those people. The hero held the mouse in his hands, and it was said that it was also for all those. The soldier stood still, and the protagonist pondered who he'd killed without remorse for so long in the game. Looking at the flames, Ash thought this was his atonement. The flames burned brightly, and a voice addressed Lucas. Frowning, the hero said he would never lose again. Looking at him, the boy heard him say he would never make another mistake. Standing still, the protagonist announced they were returning to their main base. A view of the fortress opened up, and a notification appeared, indicating the prologue had ended. The carriage sped forward. The squad moved across the field, and the thought crossed his mind that they had left their base of operations. 3 days had passed since they began heading north, back to the fortress. A pendant glowed around the hero's neck. Looking up, the protagonist thought he was going to die of boredom. Sitting in the carriage, he shouted that they'd be there soon, to which Lucas replied that they were almost there, and that he should just be patient a little longer. Ash closed his eyes, thinking it was like talking to a Yandex delivery courier. He always said the same thing, no matter what. He frowned, looking at the notification, and then thought he needed to decide as soon as possible. A glow appeared near his hand, and the thought occurred to him that after completing the tutorial, he had reached level 5. It was at level 5 that the game prompted him to choose a class. Looking at his stats, the protagonist asked, "Seriously, why did my stats rise so much? What character had he gotten?" Putting his hand to his face, he thought about something interesting. No matter which stats improved, he could choose absolutely any class in the game. The problem was at the bottom of the list. Tapping the notification, Ash added, "Here it is. This is the first time I've seen a class like this, a newbie commander." An unknown character appeared, and he wondered what kind of class this was. A special class unlocked by completing Iron Man Hell mode, a so-called hidden class. The hero looked down. He frowned, wondering if the last time he'd gotten a skill called Stubborn Commander, why the whole damn world was screaming at him to choose a commander class. A notification about the skill appeared, and the protagonist thought it was a great skill. Looking at the notification, the protagonist reflected that it was useless at the beginning of the game, because mental debuffs only appeared towards the end. It was risky to choose a class he knew nothing about. A bright light shone through the window, and he heard a voice say, "Oh shit!" Ash looked up in surprise, hearing that he could see an intersection. Looking out the window, he replied, "Finally!" Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened. The wagons were moving toward the fortress. A view of the base opened up, and the thought occurred to me that this was the Crossroads, the name of the fortress built in the southernmost part of the world. The gates abruptly opened, and it was said that this fortress was built to contain the monsters that endlessly advanced from the dark lake located to the south. The carriages entered the fortress, and the hero thought that in the past, it had been the largest fortress in the entire empire. A view of the map opened up, and the thought occurred to him that as the monster invasion subsided, the army was redirected elsewhere due to the lack of an army necessary to defend the fortress, and mercenaries began to be hired. The protagonist stood still and reflected on how aged pensioners, with death breathing down their necks and inexperienced newcomers being taken in their place, were hired regardless of their nationality or abilities. The fortress came into view, and it was said that the empire simply needed cannon fodder on the front lines. The carriage entered the gates, and the hero thought that when the fortress filled with cheap lives, restaurants, banks, and hotels began to appear. Looking straight ahead, he added that after decades, the fortress had become a huge city. Tall towers appeared, suggesting that at some point, people had stopped calling the Crossroads a fortress. A view of the city opened up, and it was said that this place was now called a fortress city on the front lines of monsters. An insect appeared, and the protagonist mused that it had another name, mocking the mercenaries who blindly flocked here for money in their own deaths, like moths, a city of suicides. Graves appeared, and it was said that it was a grave city. Ash glanced to the side and thought it was a human Maginot Line, a crossroads. Buildings appeared, and he added that during the game, he hadn't noticed that this city was much larger than he imagined. Torn fabric hung from the roof, and the hero mused that it was also more shabby than he imagined. Turning his head, he added that in any case, he would become lord of this city. Carts drove along the main street. Lucas looked at the townspeople. The protagonist stared silently out the window. The villagers frowned angrily, wondering why they were so sour. Ash stared ahead in confusion. The hero held a flag in his hands. It was explained that this was understandable, as the appointed commander and new lord had barely returned alive after his army was crushed. Smiling broadly, the hero reflected that he'd known something like this could happen, which is why he'd prepared. Looking at the carts, the people told him to look. They were all magic crystals. The stones glittered brightly, and the protagonist wondered if he'd deliberately placed them so carelessly. 400 magic crystals made from black spiders. The monster's eyes lit up, and it was explained that, since they were high-level monsters, these magic crystals were of a high degree of purity and worth a fortune, so much so that he wouldn't have to worry about wealth anytime soon. Ash crossed his arms and thought that after completing an impossible mission, he should have received at least something as a reward. For the game to run smoothly, interaction with the townspeople would be key. The people stared silently at the carriages, and the thought occurred to him that the townspeople currently lacked trust in him. The townspeople's characters appeared, and the protagonist began to think that he already knew how to win their hearts. Coins rained down. Looking away, the protagonist thought to himself that he should let them wait a little, using a simple and effective method. The townspeople looked at him in amazement, and he added that he would return and buy their damned souls. A view of the sky opened up. The carriage began to stop. A man grabbed the door handle. Closing his eyes, Lucas announced that they had arrived. Stepping forward, the protagonist replied that he thanked him for doing a great job. The lord's house opened up. His eyes widened and the protagonist exclaimed. Looking at the palace, he thought about living in a place like this. Ash frowned and added that he had nothing to compare it to. He never imagined his desire for his own home would be fulfilled in such a way. Stretching his arms forward, the boy exclaimed loudly. Looking at the hero, he shouted that, thank heavens, he was alive. The hero looked at him in bewilderment and said, "And he is." Standing before him, the young man told him to wait. He shouldn't have called him the Lord. Asking for his apology, the protagonist replied that he could call him whatever he wanted. The boy took his hands and said he'd been so worried. His eyes widened. He added that his highness would have scars on his body. The thought occurred to him that this emotional man with a hint of an ignorant servant's name was Ader. In the game, he was the city's manager. The player character appeared, and the protagonist thought to himself that this guy handled all the administrative work at the crossroads, from the placement of structures to platoon management and various system tasks, so he was here too. He would manage the city alongside this guy. The palace doors opened, and a welcome home was heard. Ader extended his hand and announced that he had already prepared a warm bath and a delicious dinner for him, telling him to rest well. The hero froze in amazement, at which point the boy addressed him. Looking at Lucas, the protagonist said he should make sure the soldiers got a good rest, to which the knight responded approvingly, adding that he was also resting today. The boy frowned and said that he had to protect him, to which Ash replied that nothing would happen overnight, let him rest, and would return to his duties tomorrow. Closing his eyes, he replied that he would obey. Looking at the knight, the hero heard someone calling. Grinning, he thought it looked like Lucas's room was on the ground floor. The bathtub was filling. Stretching his arm out to the side, Ada said that a cozy, warm bath would wash away all the fatigue from the journey and the smell of war. Smiling, the protagonist thought about how long it had been since he'd taken a bath. He was truly tired after the long drive, so he was going to get a good rest. Closing his eyes, he said thank you. He was free to go. Ash began unbuttoning his shirt. Smiling, the young man said that, by the way, that was simply incredible. Looking straight ahead, he added that Mr. is a typical nerd. The hero froze in amazement. The water was filling the bathtub. Closing the door, Ada said that he'd managed to complete the training. I'd never have believed it. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked what he was doing. Raising his hands, the boy shouted that he couldn't hide it any longer. It was true, he was the director of Empire Defense. Suddenly, Ash punched him. The boy fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth in rage, the hero thought the director, that bastard, had dragged him here. The young man looked at him with fear and told him to calm down. Kneeling, he screamed his forgiveness for bringing him to such a terrible place. Frowning, Ada added, "But this world." The protagonist swung at him, hearing that he needed him. Closing his eyes, the boy apologized. Sitting before him, Ash said, "Okay, so that's it." A message from the director appeared, and he heard it said that he was indeed the director. Frowning, the hero said that he really was the director of this game, no, of this world, to which Ada replied that he was. A thought occurred to him. Why the hell was he talking like that? Looking at the boy, the protagonist asked why he brought him here. Wiping a handkerchief over his face, the young man replied that this world had a true ending. Looking at him, Ash heard that this was the only ending no one had ever achieved. A planet appeared, and it was heard that he had restarted this world numerous times in an attempt to achieve this ending, but he had never achieved the ending he desired, not even once. Ader snapped his finger, hearing that this was why he had decided to ask someone else for help, to which he replied, "Well, basically, yes." Spheres appeared near them. Raising his hand, the young man declared that he had turned this world into a game, and showed it to players from other worlds. Server lists appeared, and it was heard that players had discovered many possibilities he had never considered. Raising his eyebrows, the young man added that, however, absolutely no one had ever achieved the true ending. Looking at him, the hero asked what was different about him, since he was hearing about this true ending for the first time. Turning his head, Ada replied that although he hadn't achieved the true ending, he had accomplished something no one else had. The difficulty levels appeared, and the protagonist thought he was the only one who had managed to complete them. Perhaps that was why. Sitting on the floor, the young man said he believed he had the highest chance of achieving the true meaning of this game, which was why he had decided to bring him. Clenching his fist, Ash shouted that bringing him here meant kidnapping him. The protagonist looked at him in fear, and it seemed as if he had thrown himself into this training in the body of this brat. Putting his hand to his head, the young man replied that it had been a mistake, some kind of bug. He hadn't expected something like that either. In any case, let him say something first. Extending his hand, Ader asked about the reward he would receive for helping them, to which the protagonist asked again. The boy smirked and said that if he brought this world to its true ending, he would grant him a wish. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked again, then thought it was like Dragon Ball. Raising his hand, the boy explained that technically he was a being close to the god of this world, to which Ash thought he looked like a complete liar. The box opened, and Ash heard him say that he wouldn't have any trouble bestowing gifts upon him when he sent him back to his world. Looking away, the hero asked if he wanted anything, to which the boy replied, anything, and he added, 10 billion won. Adjusting his glasses, the boy asked if it was only 10 billion. He could give hundreds of billions, or if he wanted more. The protagonist looked at him in confusion and thought, this is definitely a scam. He'll probably give him a bad check. Although frankly, he was interested. He was granting him a wish. Ash sat at the computer, and it was said that there were many things he wanted to do. Looking straight ahead, the hero considered that no, there was one thing he wanted at any cost. If he could truly give it to him, then. Smiling, Ader asked if there was something he really wanted to do, something far more valuable than money, a dream he'd long ago given up on, thinking he couldn't achieve. The protagonist froze silently. Standing before the boy, he reflected that it was then that he realized this self-proclaimed deity had summoned him, already knowing it. Ash entered the room, the thought dawning on him that he knew he had something to regret, that there was something tearing his heart apart. The hero lowered his gaze and said that he hadn't been able to fulfill his deepest desire, and had given up. Stretching his arms out to his sides, the boy replied that as long as he carried her in his heart, nothing was over yet. Frowning, the protagonist said that if he possessed such power, then why couldn't he save this world himself? Looking directly at him, Ader explained that his abilities were subject to many limitations. In this world, he was a mere human. Ash sighed, hearing that this was precisely why he needed an agent to act on his behalf. The view of the palace opened up, and a voice said, okay, one more question. What would happen if he died? Smiling, the boy replied that everything would end if he died, to which the hero exclaimed. Raising his finger, Ader remarked that life was a coin flip. There were no saves or loads. He thought he knew this well, having completed the game in Man of Steel mode, hadn't he? Frowning, the hero thought it was true. The game had always been like this. Perhaps sometimes it even made things more convenient. The spider's eyes lit up, and it was said that as soon as it came to death, it became incredibly merciless. Standing before the hero, the young man said that if he wanted to return to Earth right now, he could send him, to which the protagonist asked again. Adjusting his glasses, Ader said that, frankly, he'd been meaning to ask that right away, but something had happened, so. Looking at him, Ash heard him say, let him choose. Stretching his hand forward, the boy asked whether he would take the chance to achieve the true ending and fulfill his cherished wish. Looking straight ahead, he added, or. Stretching his other hand out to the side, the young man asked whether he would return to a peaceful life where he wouldn't have to put his life on the line. The hero froze, hearing that the choice was entirely his. He silently stared ahead, thinking that before, he would have returned without a second thought, but two things stopped him. A glow appeared, and the thought entered his mind. First, he wanted to fulfill that wish, and second, The hero's gaze froze, and he wondered if it was entirely possible, wasn't it? The protagonist raised his hands, and it was said he was confident. He'd beaten the game on the hardest difficulty, and knew absolutely everything about it. Smiling, Ash wondered what would stop him if he played it again. Water dripped from the faucet, sounding good. Standing before the boy, the hero said that no matter what, he'd try, to which Ader asked again. Frowning, the protagonist added that he'd do his best, so he better help him as best he could, and to remember his wish once he reached the true ending. Raising his hands, the young man shouted that of course he could use him like a yard dog, to which Ash replied that he insisted. The hero pointed a finger at him. Frowning, he said he should sell him all the magic crystals from the black spiders until morning, to which Ader asked again. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that these were items that could be exchanged for money, and he had a place to sell them, so the guy replied, well, yes, but it was late and the market was closed. Ash's eyes widened, and he told him to shut up and do as he said. He could sell them overnight or at dawn, he didn't care, just finished by morning. Frowning, Ada replied, fine. There were 388 magical black spider crystals. The crystals appeared in the cart, and it sounded like they would bring him a huge amount of money, even if sold at the average price, so he was going to do something with them all. Looking straight ahead, the hero mentioned there was an empty spot in the party. Then he smiled and thought he really did need an answer. The protagonist looked at the mercenary guild, and the thought occurred to him that, of course, it was time for a gotcha. Flipping a coin, he said, "Now I'll take a look." Ash clenched his fist tightly. Smiling, he asked how about 100 tries. The protagonist, looking ahead, cautiously noted that they were quite energetic, and his comrade, Lucas, added that he would go first, addressing the prince as Highness. The prince, rudely barging into the room, bellowed a vulgar greeting. Bonjour. The heroes entered the room. The mercenary, jumping up aggressively, furiously shouted who the hell he was and asked rudely if he had decided to die. Ash, looking around contemptuously, asked filthily what the stone piece of shit had just said, and they, the filthy dogs, stared. The protagonist, grabbing the mercenary's head imperiously, snarled arrogantly that he was their employer and asked if they really wanted a quick death. The mercenaries, looking at the heroes with fear, whispered worriedly that this was the third prince, Ash, the very same one. The girl added, alarmed, that she'd heard the prince had slaughtered his entire platoon on the front lines and asked if the spiders hadn't been dealt with. Ash, eyeing the assembled fighters curiously, wondered with interest if anyone was here worthwhile. An image of an old barn appeared, and the protagonist stated that new characters could be acquired in the mercenary guild, adding that, of course, their usefulness would depend on rank, and now it was time for action. Ash, casting a decisive glance forward, resolutely demanded that he needed the best of the best. The protagonist, turning toward the man, cursed in shock. The protagonist took a drag on his cigarette. Albert, exhaling politely from his cigar, greeted the protagonist politely. Albert turned gracefully toward the protagonist and solemnly announced that the prince was in the Crossroad Continental Mercenary Guild. The protagonist stared at him, mesmerized. The protagonist took one hesitant step forward. Ash, surprised, sat down on the chair next to the protagonist and curiously asked if he could learn his name, to which the man readily replied, "Of course." The man, proudly placing his hand on his chest, proudly declared his name to be Albert, and it was a true honor to meet him. The protagonist marveled at the idea of Albert being an SR-rank lightning mage. He couldn't believe this old woman was sitting in a mercenary guild. Ash, glancing curiously at his interlocutor, wondered with interest whether he had ever seen such a uniform before and what country it belonged to. Albert, nostalgically stroking his old uniform, proudly replied that it was the uniform of their ever-black empire, and the prince might not recognize the model, as it was already several decades old. Ash, looking up respectfully at his interlocutor, deferentially asked if he had served the empire. The veteran, turning his bandaged eye toward the protagonist, proudly recounted that he had served for 30 years, even serving as captain of the 2nd Squadron of Magic Casters, and after retiring, began earning money as a mercenary. Ash, smiling admiringly at his new mercenary, nobly commented that sacrificing oneself for the country even after retirement is an example of a true soldier, to which Albert honestly retorted that it wasn't that. He was simply desperately short of money. Albert, busily placing a glass of whiskey on the bar, practically asked what had brought him to such a humble abode. Ash, looking at his new interlocutor, answered directly that he was looking for mercenaries, and sarcastically asked what else could have brought him to the mercenary guild. The one-eyed veteran, looking away from the protagonist, brazenly asked, meaning he wasn't here to buy some cannon fodder willing to die for him. Lucas, glaring at the mercenary, angrily exclaimed that he was being very insolent. Ash, calmly stopping his comrade, calmly told Lucas to calm down. The man, calmly smoking a cigar, indifferently remarked that all was well, and rumors of the battle on the front lines had already spread. An image of a man in a red cloak appeared. Sunlight illuminated the bar, and the protagonist added that the protagonist had likely paid a heavy price for his incompetence, even though they were pathetic little people fighting for money. Albert, glaring angrily at the protagonist, dignifiedly declared that they shouldn't be considered idiots digging their own graves, despite the aforementioned facts. Ash, giving the onlookers an indifferent look, understandingly agreed that he understood everything. The protagonist, rising from his chair, slowly began to tell them they should listen to him. Standing before the astonished audience, Ash sagely asked the mercenaries if they weren't all selling their lives for a handful of coins. The mercenaries stared at the protagonist in confusion, and he dismissively concluded that selling their lives was the only thing they were capable of, and whether he was wrong. He then asked why they were suddenly afraid to name their own price. Ash, slamming his hand on the table, sarcastically asked that they were idiots digging their own graves. The protagonist, glancing provocatively at the one-eyed veteran, slyly remarked that this smacked of tyranny. The hero, stunned, held his cigar in his hand, and the protagonist added that while his career had certainly been illustrious, he'd been fired for secretly embezzling from military funds. Ash, glaring at his interlocutor, smugly added that it was a lot like digging his own grave, and thought he probably hadn't even thought he knew about his past. An image of two dark figures in a warehouse appeared, and the hero mercilessly continued, describing his experiences, from corruption to smuggling with the enemy, and when he was caught, he was kicked out and dishonorably discharged, yet he still proudly wore his military uniform. Ash, leaning contemptuously toward the Empire's general, disgustedly summarized how shamelessly he was behaving and epically declared that he was the embodiment of corruption. An image of a red imperial flag appeared, and the hero tragically added that the one-eyed veteran was a corrupt soldier, rotten to the core, a dishonorably discharged veteran. An image of the dark figure of the veteran hero appeared, and the protagonist frankly admitted that he was an unrivaled warrior, colorfully concluding that this hero looked more like a pirate than a soldier, and officially announced that he was the lightning summoner Albert. Albert, turning away from the protagonist with dignity, proudly declared that, although his end had not been the best, she still had the pride of an imperial soldier. The hero inclined his head toward the protagonist, and asked him to watch his words, and Ash vied with him in asking how much he wanted and asked him to name his price, the price of his pathetic pride. The veteran glared menacingly at the protagonist. The protagonist lowered his gaze to the veteran and told him to name a price for the veteran to become his hunting companion. Albert pulled a cigar from his mouth and declared that despite his plain appearance, he certainly wouldn't come cheap, declaring that he needed at least 100,000 a year. The cigar fell to the floor, and the protagonist, Ash, shouted that he would pay him a whopping 200,000 for a year of work. Albert stared ahead, puzzled, and the protagonist decisively announced that he would double the amount, 200,000. He analytically noted that this was a high price for a mercenary, proudly proclaiming himself the prince of the empire and the lord of this city. An image of a mesmerized boy appeared, and the protagonist smugly added that, what's more, he had sold all 400 magic stones. Ash, tilting his head dismissively at his interlocutor, indifferently remarked that 200,000 was mere trifles, since he could get an SR rank mercenary. Ash, cynically presenting a check for the hefty sum of 200,000 conventional units, mercilessly announced that he would buy their fear of death and double their annual salary. Ash, turning contemptuously to the mercenaries, haughtily declared that cowards unwilling to trade their lives could go home, but if they were truly mercenaries looking to make a killing, they would need to fulfill a different set of conditions. The protagonist showed the mercenaries the check and commandingly ordered them to report to the western wasteland of Crossroad that evening. A Catholic church stood under a sunny sky. After the guild meeting, he was to go to the chapel. An image of the snow-white altar of a divine temple appeared. Saint Margaret, removing her hands from the protagonist's neck, competently informed her that everything was ready, but a scar would remain, and the protagonist politely thanked her. Margaret, looking modestly down at Ash, simply replied that there was nothing to thank her for, and the hero prudently thought that later, once he fulfilled a special condition, he could recruit her. The protagonist tucked the collar of his jacket and thought he would do it later, but not today. Ash, busily placing a bag of gold coins on a pole, announced that, as he had said earlier, he had fulfilled all the terms of their joint agreement. The girl turned to the crowd of novices and said that she had brought everyone who was currently available here. The boy looked ahead with joyful eyes, and Ash noted with satisfaction that Damien had adapted well. Ash, decisively turning his head to the novices, announced matter-of-factly that they would begin then. The sun illuminated the top of the god's temple, and the protagonist added solemnly that they still had much to do today, and it would not be easy. That evening, they would head west of Crossroad. The heroes stood in a fenced-in cemetery. An image of a menacing soldier appeared next to a coffin, and the protagonist stated with pomp and circumstance that a parade of coffins had arrived from the front. A watch with a family photograph lay next to one of the graves. The protagonist silently gazed into the distance. Soldiers in black uniforms stood in front of the gravestones, and the protagonist impressively added that the soldiers were in formation, and imperial flags draped each coffin. Girls held books with choral lyrics, and the protagonist solemnly noted that a large choir was present, wisely stating that in a city where death is so common and cheap, proper burials are a rarity. A girl convulsed over one of the graves, and Ash added that the affected families had been compensated. The townspeople conversed secretly, and the protagonist logically explained that the townspeople, shocked by such a large sum, had spread rumors, and the news quickly spread from person to person. He concluded that rumors are like an avalanche, unstoppable. Ash looked into the distance and frankly stated that he wasn't going to sugarcoat anything, and of course, it was all for show, but it was necessary. A huge red banner flooded in the evening sun, and the protagonist strategically added that here, on the front lines, their battle should be known as a noble mission to save humanity. The character stepped forward. Ash, standing solemnly against the backdrop of the red banner, officially announced that he was the third prince and newly appointed lord. The townspeople, looking at each other in bewilderment, murmured skeptically that he was a mad prince, a new lord who looked like a fool. The protagonist, turning decisively to the citizens, seriously stated what he would say. Ash gloomily tilted his head down at the people and realistically stated that the mortality rate on the front lines would steadily increase. Ash stood solemnly on the stage before a crowd of townspeople and solemnly continued that new tombstones would be added to the cemetery every week, each one sung by a choir. He asked for clarification. The townspeople stared at the stage in confusion, and the protagonist cynically declared that their deaths were more precious than survival, frankly stating that all the funeral expenses and compensation for the dead had cost a pretty penny. An image of a red crystal appeared, and the protagonist specifically added that about half of the money he had earned from the magic crystals had gone toward compensation. A novice in black robes stood next to the grave, and the protagonist wisely concluded that this was the right thing to do, because death shouldn't be something ordinary and simple. Ash, solemnly surveying the crowd of assembled townspeople, solemnly promised to try to preserve their lives for as long as possible. The girl stared at the protagonist in bewilderment, and he firmly added that he would do everything in his power to ensure they survived and continued working on the front lines. The helmeted knights turned their heads toward the scene with the protagonist, and he heartily asked them not to die. Albert smoked another cigar, and the protagonist matter-of-factly suggested they survive and take as much money as they could. The guns' bayonets were solemnly pointed at the sunset-red sky, and Ash pragmatically concluded that they shouldn't die and make him pay for their funerals. The sunset sky turned pink, and the protagonist epically concluded that this was the end of his speech, analytically wondering how the townspeople would perceive it. Ash, cynically walking away from the stage and the townspeople, added that this might seem like an excuse for an incompetent commander or a waste of money for a disgusting lord. He indifferently remarked that, on the other hand, he didn't care what they thought of him, firmly declaring that he simply needed to prove his words with actions. The protagonist's cloak fluttered in the wind, and he made an epic promise that he was the man who could save them, and as long as he stood on this front line filled with monsters, the world would not perish into the abyss of oblivion. The protagonist clapped his hands and declared it was time to complete the first level. A system screen appeared, stating that 3 days and 1 hour remained until the start. After the funeral, the moon illuminated the dark forest. In the backyard of the Crossroad estate, 2 dark silhouettes stood in the castle courtyard. 2 people stood near a pile of stones. A system notification appeared, and the system asked the protagonist if they wanted to activate the teleportation gate. Ash, looking confidently at the screen, decisively stated that, of course, he would press yes. The pile of stones flew into the air. The boulders began to form a figure. The portal shone with a bright magical glow. The heroes looked into the magical teleportation portal. The heroes looked at the portal, and the protagonist said it was a gateway leading to a dungeon beneath the lake. The protagonist stepped forward and clarified that this was the lake in front of them. Ash raised his hand and declared it a clear passage leading to the enemy base, and that was exactly what he meant. The game's title appeared on the screen, and the protagonist explained that Empire Defense was a game that combined 2 genres. The game's cover then appeared, and the hero added that this was also stated on the cover. The troops were heading toward the fortress, and the protagonist explained that the levels where monsters besiege crossroads are defenses, but there are other levels between them. An image of a dim ravine appeared on the screen, and the hero explained that this was a place where enemies don't attack. Here they could explore the dungeon beneath the lake and uncover the origins of the monsters. Pixel graphics appeared, and the protagonist called it free exploration, adding that the game's basic structure was alternating between offense and defense. Ash turned to the portal and said he thought they could be activated before the first level, and thought the game was challenging but fair. The protagonist's memories flashed on the screen, and he added that he'd indeed been through a lot during the tutorial, but the start was excellent. 2D heroes appeared, and the protagonist mentioned that he had Damien, a character that could easily be considered a cheat character, and Albert. A coin appeared on the screen, and the protagonist added that he now had a lot of money. Ash frowned excitedly and said that it looked very realistic. The protagonist turned to his companion and said that he had explained the rules of the game to Lucas, adding that they could scout the enemy base for the next level. The blonde-haired boy slammed his fist into his palm and declared that he understood everything. The hero straightened up and said he was ready. The protagonist stared at his interlocutor, dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. Lucas stared at the hero with interest, and the boy thought that, in fact, Lucas should have the most questions. An image of the hero's quarrel appeared, and the protagonist reflected that he had served him all his life, and now he had changed greatly. Besides, he knew the layout of the city he had just found himself in, knew about the dungeon's existence and how it worked, and added that it would be understandable if he found it even slightly odd, but for some reason Lucas simply followed his orders. The protagonist glared at his subordinate with displeasure, silently thinking that either he was crazy or something was wrong. The sky began to brighten, and the hero called out to his friend. Ash stared at his companion and asked if he had any questions. Lucas looked warily into the protagonist's eyes. The protagonist grimaced with displeasure. Lucas bowed respectfully before his master and said he would do whatever he ordered and had no questions. The moon brightly illuminated the sky, and the servant declared himself his sword and shield. The blond man looked down and said his job was to slash and block at the protagonist's command. Ash stared ahead, puzzled, and thought that this was impossible, since Lucas must have every doubt. The hero bowed before his master, and Ash thought Lucas was assuring him that he trusted him implicitly, and that this trust was more important to him than questions. The protagonist turned angrily, thinking that he didn't care about his subordinate's intelligence, and that he needed to be rewarded handsomely. The protagonist entered the portal and asked his subordinate if he was ready to enter the depths of hell with him. Lucas raised his head menacingly and declared that he would gladly enter the underworld if he were by Ash's side. The protagonist looked happily at his trusted companion. The game system formally offered to select a destination, appear on the lakeshore, and the protagonist tapped the screen. The portal glowed brightly. A pile of rocks crumbled violently. The game system mechanically announced that loading and teleportation were in progress. The game system, appearing on the screen, insistently announced that the heroes could become stronger by obtaining more powerful equipment, which could be obtained in dungeons or crafted in the forge. The protagonist exclaimed with displeasure that there was no need to simply flash all these windows with notes, sarcastically adding that it was too late to pretend this was a friendly game. The protagonist stepped onto the ground. The protagonists found themselves on the shore of the lake. Ash, surveying the area with satisfaction, matter-of-factly stated that they were in the right place. An image of dark lake water appeared, and the protagonist grimly described this black lake as the source of monsters. Rocky mountains stretched before the heroes, and Ash added apocalyptically that it was a hell spewing nightmares and a dungeon cutting off the southern half of the world. Lucas, looking alarmed at the danger, panically shouted for the prince to look over there. The water began to boil. The ocean parted before the heroes. Enormous magical hands protruded from the ground. The cauldron began to blaze with a blue aura. Warriors began to crawl out from beneath the seabed. Ash, looking at his enemies in horror, desperately screamed, "Whatever!" The enemy strode deathly toward the heroes, and Lucas, stunned, asked if it really was living armor. Ash, desperately clenching his teeth in anger, hopelessly screamed, "Why is everything so difficult?" He growled furiously, demanding to know why he had to deal with these particular overpowered monsters, and remarked that it didn't matter what kind of monsters he had to fight on the first level. An image of various monsters appeared, and the hero calmly continued, "Be it goblins or mermaids or even wyverns." Dark figures of monsters appeared, and Ash noted that among the vast number of low-level monsters, one could encounter truly powerful opponents. The warriors advanced on the protagonists, and Ash panicked. "Not these guys!" Ash, clutching his head in despair, vulgarly yelled that this was definitely not luck. Lucas, looking gloomily at the situation, resignedly concluded that these were the monsters they would have to stop this time. The game system, appearing above the protagonist's head, automatically notified that the enemy information had been updated. The game system, displaying detailed enemy statistics, informatively showed that on level 1, there were 1 level 1 enemy, 5 level 5 enemies, and 1,052 living armor warriors. Ash, shocked, asked again, "What thousand?" Lucas glanced at his superior, puzzled. Lucas, looking worriedly at the pale gentleman, anxiously asked if everything was all right, or if he was feeling unwell, as the prince had gone very pale. The hero grimaced. Ash, leaning gloomily toward his subordinate, gravely declared that Lucas should listen to him, and nostalgically remarked that he thought he'd said this before during training, summing up that they were in deep shit. The enemies were advancing on the heroes in a crowd. The number 741 appeared. Ash, bitterly scratching his head, sadly stated that this was how many times he'd restarted the game. He logically explained that each time the reasons were different, but as soon as he saw that the first level monsters were living armor, he'd restart without a second thought. An image of the hero's enemy appeared, and the boy explained that living armor were literally monsters made of armor, and their core was a ghost within. A red X appeared, and the protagonist expertly concluded that no physical attacks would work on them. A multitude of items from the game appeared in the frame, and Ash frankly admitted that, while they had gotten easier to deal with mid-game after acquiring some equipment, it wasn't that simple, and right now they had nothing that could help them fight these bastards. The enemies advanced on the heroes, and Ash furiously screamed at them, demanding to know why it had to be these particular enemies. Gritting his teeth with internal indignation, Ash angrily reflected on the anger boiling inside him, as if someone was deliberately trying to prevent him from completing this damned game. The enemies crawled toward the heroes, and the boy noted with alarm that there were 3 days left until the start of the level. The protagonist, resolutely glaring at the crowds of enemies, commanded that they should return now, and Lucas obediently agreed. The armor advanced on the protagonists, and Ash stoically concluded that he could only do what he could. The glass brightly reflected the sunlight, and the hero shouted commandingly for Ader to come closer. An image of an old palace appeared, and the hero irritably repeated its location, to which his subordinate excitedly reported that he had returned. Ash, turning away from the servant, asked practically about the state of the troops in the city, to which the analyst clearly replied that they currently had 526 men available for the front lines. Ash, turning his leg back in shock, exclaimed in shock, "How could this be?" and growled indignantly that he had been so evasive, while they only had 500. Ader, looking down in embarrassment, guiltily explained that most of the warriors had died during training, and the protagonist cursed furiously, asking how many they could recruit. The sun shone through the window, and the assistant despairingly announced that they had already hired all the mercenaries in the city. Ash anxiously asked, meaning there were no more left, to which the boy replied that, at least in the city, yes. Ash, turning decisively to his subordinate, commanded Ada to send men to the nearest city for help and promised to pay double the usual salary. Ada, obediently writing down the order, meekly agreed. An image of towers appeared at night, and the hero gravely added that the boy should also send a message to the imperial capital, inform them that the monsters had already begun to advance, and request maximum support. The hero wrote down all the orders. Ada, glancing worriedly at the protagonist, nervously asked if the prince was certain about this. The game system, with a warning pop-up notification, alarmingly informed them that requesting support from the Empire would trigger a special, fatal event that would occur later. The protagonist resolutely declared that they had no choice now and must survive at all costs. Ash, clutching his head wearily, firmly ordered Ada to contact them, and he obediently agreed. The protagonist, turning to his subordinate, added matter-of-factly that he should summon all the carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and alchemists in the city, or, better yet, conscript them into the army. Ada, looking worriedly at the protagonist, objected, alarmed, that if they did so, the processing of the magic crystals would cease. Ash, furiously grabbing the boy by the scruff of the neck, growled furiously that their city would soon be razed to the ground, and he didn't care about the damn crystals, so they needed to stop the processing and bring them here, and Ada panically promised he'd do it right then. The hero slammed the door. Ash, bitterly holding his forehead, cynically remarked that the difficulty of this game was definitely not normal and admitted that he'd been hesitant until now. The protagonist brought up the control display and boldly concluded that there was apparently no time for such luxury as fear. Ash looked philosophically at the display and wisely stated that the more difficult the game, the more variables. The game system appeared on the hero's screen and formally asked if the rookie commander accepted his class, and the protagonist decisively concluded that he'd have to go all in. Ash, pressing the screen, furiously grumbled that it was fine and called the developers bastards, but agreed. The game system, appearing solemnly before the hero, officially announced its congratulations, and the class became Rookie Commander. Ash, looking disappointed at the visual changes, noted with displeasure that the effects were lousy. Suddenly, the hero clutched his chest. Ash, his eyes wide with surprise, asked in confusion what that feeling he just experienced, and the game system automatically informed him that a 50% debuff had been applied to his growth stats. Ash, looking up at the screen in confusion, asked what that was, and the game system indifferently informed him that a 50% debuff had been applied to his equipment proficiency. The hero looked up, confused. An image of a palace appeared, and he furiously screamed that the developers were making fun of him. Ash, furiously clutching the screen, furiously shouted, "What the hell is this? And what class could possibly impose such a crappy debuff?" Ash, furiously grabbing the poker, screamed furiously that they were stupid pieces of shit, and the game system joyfully announced that abilities such as Attack Totem, Defense Totem, Overbuffer, and Master Order had been acquired, and that the party synergy system could now be used. The protagonist looked puzzled at the notifications around him and curiously asked what they were. The fireplace quietly crackled with logs. Ash, intrigued by the notifications, asked in surprise if he could give his allies a bonus buff to defense and attack while on the battlefield. The system displayed various characters, and the protagonist said that his allies received a buff to defense and attack, logically concluding that now it was clear what the debuffs meant. The protagonist looked puzzled at the notifications and honestly admitted that it was quite pleasant. A diagram appeared, and the game system detailed that group synergy was a feature of the commander's class, and depending on the classes of the party members, it could receive a stat bonus. Ash, smiling admiringly, remarked contentedly that the class was magnificent, and pensively admitted that he was used to being a player, managing everyone from the sidelines. The hero grabbed his weapon. The poker hung near the fireplace. The next day, the sun brightly illuminated the palace roof. Ash, looking at his subordinate, indignantly asked if he would explain what the hell had happened. Ada, shamefacedly lowering his gaze, honestly explained that the artisans had disobeyed the summoning order. The artisans sat with their hands bound, and the hero declared that he had had to drag their leaders away as quickly as possible. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and whispered that it was a kidnapping. The president of the Blacksmiths' Union glared at the hero and asked what the hell was going on. The carpenter and mason glared at the hero, claiming they'd been interrupted while working on their crystals. He asked if Ash would take responsibility. The bearded president of the alchemists turned to Ash and asked if this wasn't too much for a member of the imperial family. The protagonist, looking worriedly at the enraged artisans, panically stated that they were furious and suggested the prince look at their faces, red from screaming, before judiciously remarking that he should have apologized first. Ash, suddenly glowing purple, growled menacingly, suggesting they probably wanted to die. Ash, towering over his subordinates, haughtily asked if they dared raise their voices in his presence, and who they thought they were. Old clay kneaders. Pressing his fingers into the table, the hero authoritarianly explained that if he, the prince of this country and lord of these lands, summoned them, they were to come immediately, without excuses. Ash, glaring angrily at his subordinates, furiously added that they'd decided to play on his emotions and apparently wanted to die. The senior craftsman, turning fearfully to the prince, timidly apologized, saying it was their first apology, as it was their first time serving a lord from the imperial family. The protagonist smugly thought how convenient it was for them to be in such a situation, and officially declared the negotiations a success. The senior craftsman, looking ahead incredulously, exclaimed in shock, wondering if the prince was serious. Ash, raising his hand, matter-of-factly promised to provide them with 20% of the crystals the army had acquired at the original price, firmly adding that, of course, that was true. An image of magical crystals appeared, and the protagonist convincingly continued that if they had direct access to the production materials, they would be very profitable, and proposed trading directly with each other. Ash, looking confidently at the artisans, practically demanded that in exchange for this they should prioritize the production of military equipment if he ordered it, and he would pay exactly as much as was needed for production, and he asked in a businesslike manner how they liked this proposal. Ash, confidently clasping his hands, smugly concluded it was a good deal. The workers looked around in confusion, and the protagonist slyly considered enticing them with money and interest, honestly admitting that for now, this was the best he could afford. Coins rained down, and the protagonist philosophically remarked that some might call this wasteful. The senior craftsman, throwing his hands up, enthusiastically exclaimed his agreement and asked when they would begin. The protagonist watched his subordinates with satisfaction and wisely remarked that there was nothing in this world more trustworthy than money, and the game's system alarmingly announced 2 days and 13 hours until the start of the first level. The opponents walked toward the heroes, and the protagonist began to say that he thought they had already heard briefly about the situation from Lucas. The armor extended a hand toward the screen, and the hero ominously explained that the monsters would more accurately be described as thousands of living armor. An image of a fortress appeared, and the protagonist added anxiously that they were currently heading to the city, matter-of-factly stating that the estimated arrival time was about 2 days. The hero stared ahead, frustrated. He glanced at his stunned subordinates and realized from their expressions that they all realized they were in a hopeless situation. Lucas looked confidentially at the protagonist and asked what was required of them, and Ash replied that they should do their best. The hero leaned toward his subordinates and said that from now on, he would be giving them instructions. The castle was illuminated by the sun. Lucas placed his hand on his chest and promised to do his best. Ash, looking thoughtfully at his comrade, critically noted that their soldiers were too sluggish and commanded Lucas to train them, to which the boy obediently agreed. Lily, timidly scratching her chin, shyly addressed the protagonist. Lily, looking at the hero shyly, began hesitantly, but the prince interrupted her, apologetically declaring that he desperately needed her help. Ash, looking reassuringly at the girl, solicitously added that she wouldn't be on the battlefield, so there was no need to worry, and she asked, perplexed, what was required of her then. Lily bowed her head submissively and humbly replied that she understood, and the hero solemnly announced that Lily was the head of protective artifact restoration and sadly stated that he apologized for upsetting her, but she could forget about her pension. Ash, looking away, mercilessly added that she would suffer as a civil servant in this wretched town for the rest of her life. Albert, smoking a cigar, asked practically if he could ask the prince about one thing, the annual salary he'd mentioned. Albert, casting a sly glance at the protagonist, asked prudently if she'd be given a raise if he performed well, and the protagonist thought with displeasure that she was a cheapskate. The game's system displayed the game's stats, and the protagonist considered that he had a quirk, an insane love of money, that couldn't be removed, sarcastically remarking that everything was just like in the game. Light filtered through the window, and the protagonist formally promised to increase the salary based on his performance. Albert, smiling smugly, confidently declared that the prince should then prepare for a raise. Albert, boastfully smoking a cigar, smugly added that no mercenary could do his job better than him, and the system solemnly declared Albert the commander of the special forces. The protagonist's assistant, carefully handing the weapon to his subordinate, patronizingly suggested Damien take the crossbow he prepared especially for him. The boy picked it up, and the system informed him that it was a standard level 10 crossbow with an attack of 10 to 15 and a durability of 30 out of 30, without bonuses, and Damien firmly promised he'd do his best. Damien, raising the weapon, solemnly added that since it was the prince's order, he would carry it out, and the system solemnly declared Damien a long-range sniper. Ash, eyeing the heroes critically, noted the slightly casual pose and added that, considering how well Damien had fired the mana cannon, he'd quickly get used to it. The protagonist, looking away, asked curiously what had happened to his glasses. Damien looked away in confusion, and Ash asked, puzzled, if Damien had decided to stop wearing them. The boy frankly admitted that his vision was too good. Damien, shyly scratching the back of his head, continued logically that he wore glasses, whatever they were, to at least somehow limit his vision. The boy, smiling sheepishly, practically concluded that since he now needed that vision, he decided to take them off. The protagonist glanced at his subordinates. The hero's assistant, contentedly adjusting his fancy glasses, smugly remarked that this was very fortunate, as he'd been worried about the overlapping characteristics of the glasses. Ash, turning rudely to the hero, growled vulgarly at him to shut up. After the mission meeting, they continued on to the southern wall of Crossroad. Workers were repairing the fortress wall. The construction foreman, happily gazing at the prince's arrival, excitedly exclaimed that he was here and welcome, and the protagonist asked matter-of-factly how the castle wall was doing. The foreman, looking sadly at the wall, honestly replied that it wasn't very good, as it had been neglected for so long. The protagonist frowned angrily. Ash, looking indignantly at his subordinate, furiously exclaimed that if this city was a fortress, then why the hell had everyone forgotten about repairing the walls? He then asked what he was doing there. The assistant, looking guiltily at Ash, sheepishly explained that they had no money. An image of a dark figure appeared, and the man logically continued that since monsters had become much less frequent, and the production of magic crystals had dropped sharply due to the reduction in monster infestations, the former lord had cut the budget. Ash, angrily scratching his forehead, philosophically remarked that he thought the fortress had been built to hold back monsters, but its capabilities had been exhausted due to the lack of invasions, cynically concluding that this was ironic. Ash, decisively raising his hand, commandingly ordered them to use any money and materials they could to strengthen and repair the wall until they dropped. Ash, hastily turning away from the craftsmen, commandingly added that they needed to get to work now, as the monsters wouldn't wait. They arrived at the carpenter's workshop. The heroes stood before the carpenters. Planks lay scattered on the ground, and the hero gravely declared that he thought they were already aware of the situation and would spend the next 3 days building the wall. Ash looked confidently at the workers and solemnly declared that they would be building the wall, and the carpenter, perplexed, asked again at the incomprehensible demand. Ash, irritably raising his hand, categorically repeated that he had said to build a wall, a thing so tall it would block the way. The carpenter, looking at the protagonist with a puzzled expression, cautiously remarked that the monsters would easily break through a wooden wall, and added hesitantly that he didn't think it would perform well. The protagonist, mysteriously approaching the worker, slyly replied that he didn't need a wall that would hold them back forever, and the carpenter asked, perplexed, what the prince needed then. Ash, frowning, clearly explained that they were required to build a wooden wall, as he had instructed. The protagonist raised his hands in the air and added emphatically that the wall needed to be incredibly high. Ash, spreading his arms out categorically, firmly continued that it needed to be sturdy. The protagonist, looking up vulgarly, rudely concluded that it needed to be a real wall and imperiously asked if they had gotten the message. The protagonist stood before the workers with his hands raised. The sun shone on a small barn, and the protagonist commanded them to stop asking questions and get to work, informatively stating that preparations were to be completed in the remaining 2 days. Lucas stood in front of the warriors. Damien fired his crossbow. Albert rested under a tree. The protagonist fumed at his subordinate. The mages looked at the magic ball, and Ash energetically stated that preparations were in full swing. The image of a red flag appeared, and the protagonist quickly added that time had flown by. The southern wall of Crossroad. The fortress stood under a clear sky. The game system, tensely appearing on the screen, anxiously notified that 30 minutes remained until the start of the first level. The protagonist watched the forest through binoculars. Enemies rushed toward the fortress. The guard, excitedly tearing his gaze from his binoculars, cried out in alarm that the monsters were in sight. The warrior pounded the drum and added fearfully that they were advancing. The enemies were approaching the fortress. They advanced rapidly. The crowd of opponents rushed toward the heroes. The fortress shook from the number of enemies. The heroes smelted their weapons in their handles. An image of the fortress wall appeared, and the hero courageously shouted that there was no need to fear. The protagonist stood at the top of the fortress. Ash, throwing his head up, deceptively declared that these monsters were simply rabble, overwhelming in numbers. The warriors approached, and the hero honestly thought that this was, of course, a lie, and that these were the worst monsters he could have encountered at the beginning, a legion of living armor. The knights looked ahead, and the hero hypocritically continued that they were the strongest army in the southern part of the empire, and mentally admitted that this, too, was a lie, and that they were merely a group of wandering mercenaries, consisting of elderly retirees and inexperienced recruits. The warriors rolled out their cannons, and Ash enthusiastically declared that they were perfectly prepared for defense, and their equipment in top condition, and desperately thought that no matter how much money he invested, the preparations were still insufficient. Ash, turning confidently to his comrades, decisively declared that they could stop the monsters and there was no need to worry, and honestly thought everything he'd said was just a bluff. The warriors loaded their weapons, and Ash commandingly ordered everyone to simply follow his orders. Ash looked optimistically at the heroes and solemnly promised that today they would be able to celebrate victory, and frankly thought that the only one here who was nervous was probably himself. The opponents swirled in a whirlwind. The protagonist smiled nervously, and confidentially wished Albert luck. A thunderstorm cracked in the sky, and the hero added seriously that it was entirely up to him whether they could complete this level. Albert, grinning smugly, boastfully declared that the time had come and that the suckers should watch and learn, and then announced with a flourish that the expensive lightning mage had arrived. The horse trotted forward. The squad charged straight ahead, and the protagonist noted that all the monsters had a common goal. Jupiter took a drag on her cigar. Our hero introduced the monsters, adding that they wanted to destroy humanity. The squad moved away from the monsters, and our hero explained that if there were no obstacles in their way, they would take the shortest route to kill humans. The ground beneath the undead began to collapse. Afterward, Everyone plummeted, and our hero noted that, in other words, their actions were easy to predict, which is why the trap would work perfectly. Jupiter turned toward the abyss. Our hero looked at her and shouted for her to use her abilities now, then reflected that they hadn't had time to dig a deep enough trench, but this would suffice. Lightning began to gather in the sky. The woman smiled and shouted that now was the time to fill her purse with shekels. Then a powerful bolt struck. The horse behind the lightning reared. The undead were completely covered in a volley of lightning. Jupiter stared at the pit of undead. The remaining survivors began to rise. The soul beneath the helmet glowed brightly. The woman opened her mouth and shouted, to which they stared. Let them learn to respect their elders. Then lightning slowly began to descend from the sky. All the living armor was covered in charge. The protagonist backed away, wondering if this was Jupiter's symbol. Lightning erupted from the mage's cigar. She covered herself in lightning and shouted that they were having metal roast for dinner tonight. She immediately waved her hand forward. Second skill, and again the light summoned a huge bolt of lightning. The warriors on the wall shouted joyfully. The protagonist smiled and thought that the first skill had marked the enemies, and the second had destroyed them. Then he stared intently at the battlefield. The woman peered into the ditch. The remains of the armor lay on the ground. Jupiter crushed them with her foot. On the other side of the moat stood a huge army, and our hero noted that there were 1,000 of them. This attack was a drop in the bucket. The protagonist looked straight ahead and ordered everyone to retreat. Jupiter turned and ordered everyone to turn back. The squad headed away from the enemy army. The undead quickly ran after them. The woman turned her head and shouted for them to run if they wanted to live. The protagonist looked at the pursuit and noted that everything was going as planned. Then he turned his head and ordered them to do only as he told them, to get ready. The boy turned to the enemy. Ash gritted his teeth and thought that he was just a little bit closer. Jupiter turned her head and shouted for everyone to run inside. The boy looked at her in surprise. The squad quickly moved forward. They approached wooden fortifications. Ash clenched his fist and thought that this was excellent. Several wooden fortifications stood in the sun. Living armor raised their heads to the sun. A fortress appeared before the enemy army. The protagonist folded his arms and considered it their turn. The undead froze in place. Jupiter turned her head sharply. Horses appeared in front of the undead. The enemy army advanced through the wooden structures. The protagonist peered through the gap and thought that if they simply blocked their path, they would rush forward, destroying the walls, but they were crowded into a narrow space. Then he raised his hand and shouted for everyone to get ready to open fire. The undead began pushing against the wooden walls, and Ash thought their formation was getting narrower, their mobility diminishing. The protagonist raised his hand and shouted, "If they've waited long enough, what's wrong?" Then he extended his hand and added, "Don't spare the shells and just fire." The cannons opened fire. The cannons on the other side also opened fire. Shells appeared above the undead. The living armor raised its head. Powerful explosions rang out, and Ash noted that this is the basic foundation of defensive strategy games. Shells thinned the living armor formation. Shells flew across the entire battlefield. The shells tore through the enemy between the wooden fortifications. The protagonist extended his hand and ordered the bombardment to continue. Ash straightened. Damien glanced nervously to the side and wondered if it would be enough if it continued like this. The shelling of the battlefield continued, and the boy added that the monsters couldn't advance beyond that point. The protagonist's gaze tightened and he replied that they hadn't. The undead's eye lit up. He then pulled out his shield. A wall of shields suddenly appeared. Ash gritted his teeth and noted that this would never end so easily. The protagonist abruptly turned and shouted for Lily to begin. She looked at him and ordered the gravity field artifact to be activated. A ring rose above the orb. There were notches in the ring. The mages raised their hands and announced that everything was ready. A sphere appeared around the undead. Gravity began to press upon them. Ash turned and announced that it would now be more difficult for them to move. Lucas turned abruptly and ordered the ballistas to be prepared. The soldiers began to move the cannon. A moment later, all the weapons were ready. The knight raised his sword and shouted for them to aim for the enemy's chest. Then he turned and ordered fire. Arrows flew forward, immediately piercing the enemy. Living armor fell one after another. An arrow was lodged in the undead's head. Ash stared at the battlefield, thinking that the crossfire would increase the damage and finish them off with the artifact and the ballista, just as planned. The soldier took a step forward. Then he stared straight ahead and shouted that the monsters were bypassing the wall. Several thousand enemies began to bypass the wooden walls. Ash gritted his teeth and thought that he'd certainly thought this would happen, but there were more of them than expected. Jupiter raised her head when called. Our hero lowered his head and ordered that the living armor on her, emerging from the right side of the barriers, should fight them off, striking and retreating. The woman grinned and agreed. Then she ran forward, shouting that they would begin a real fight. The undead advanced. Jupiter grinned broadly and suggested they try it. Ash turned his head to the battlefield and wondered if Jupiter could handle that part. Only those on the left remained. Ash turned to the boy and announced that it was his turn. Then he stared at the enemies on the right, and ordered them to fire at those monsters. Damien raised his hand. Then he immediately raised his crossbow. He slowly began to pull the trigger. Then he fired. The arrow approached the enemy. It hit him square in the face. The living armor trembled completely. Then it crumbled. The boy blushed and noticed that he had hit. Ash smiled and thought about the 1,000-mile eye. He hadn't thought it could destroy a ghost soul with a regular arrow. How broken was this overpowered ability? Then he stared at Damien. In the center was a domed death zone. To the right stood Jupiter, and to the left, Damien. The protagonist grinned and thought he'd soon reach 500 kills. At this rate, everything would proceed as usual, at least until the boss appeared. Even though they were severely pressed for time, all these preparations had paid off. The armor's soul glowed brightly. The remains of enemies lay scattered across the battlefield. A huge crater appeared in the sky, and Ash thought that nothing like this had ever happened in the game. At that very moment, the kill count crossed 500. The silhouette of a face began to appear in the crater. Then the face finally appeared. Ash gritted his teeth. Then he saw a screen with the monster's name. A huge spirit approached the wall, and our hero assumed it was the boss monster of the Living Armor Legion, a ghost knight. He then presented a pixelated miniature of it, and explained that this is what gives these freaks their strength. The Legion itself is quite powerful, but even if they are completely crushed, like the second phase, the boss will appear. But they haven't destroyed all the living armor yet, so why has it already appeared? The spirit touched the ground. Then the face grinned, and our hero noted that the ghost knight that appeared didn't do anything, didn't apply an area of effect debuff, didn't use any powerful attacks, it simply hung in the air, doing nothing. However, this isn't just a game, this is reality. The warriors looked up in horror, and Ash added that even the sudden appearance of a huge monster in the sky had already sent the soldiers into a panic. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that this was all very bad. That was the difference between a human war and a war between humans and monsters. Then he imagined the soldiers looking at the knight, and noted that it was a primal fear evoked by the embodiment of hideous deformity. Our hero turned his head sharply and reported that the boss's mere appearance frightened the soldiers to death, and because of all this, the effectiveness of the front line had plummeted, and what's more, it wasn't just the frightened humans. The horses gritted their teeth. Jupiter did the same, not understanding what was happening. Her horse reared in fear. At that moment, Jupiter fell to the ground. The undead creature glared at her. The woman noticed this and cursed. Ash gritted his teeth and cursed silently. The undead creature charged at the woman. The squad charged forward. He then stood before the undead, and the commander shouted for them to form a defensive formation and protect the mage. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that Jupiter was their main strike force on the first level, and that her entire group was in danger. Lucas turned sharply and shouted that they needed to direct cannon fire toward Jupiter's squad to help them. Ash quickly turned to him and ordered that everything must remain as is. Without a death zone, there would only be more escaped monsters. He then imagined the monster in the sky and wondered if the soldiers standing atop the wall were distraught by the boss's appearance. He immediately glanced at the battlefield and added that the cannon and ballista fire had decreased, and the defense, which had seemingly been impenetrable, was soon breached. The protagonist waved his hand and shouted for them to concentrate on resuming fire. The soldiers had lost their minds. Ash clenched his teeth and wished Jupiter would hold on just a little longer. The woman's eyes snapped open. Then she clutched her head. Blood appeared on her hand, and she muttered that she was really at the age where she had to go through this. The mercenary stared at her and shouted, "Like her, they need her help." All around, the squad was fighting the undead. Jupiter put her hand to her head and remarked that the situation was absolutely dire. Apparently, it wasn't time to sit quietly yet. The mercenary opened his mouth and shouted that a rescue party was on its way, and they needed to hold out until they arrived. At that moment, a living suit of armor appeared. The man quickly turned around. Then he delivered a powerful blow. The undead creature leaned on its leg. Then it bowed its head. The mercenary backed away and shouted that he had withstood the blow. Jupiter's eyes widened in surprise and she announced that the enemy was behind her. However, at that moment, the mercenary was already mortally wounded. He turned his gaze and considered what was happening behind him. He was sure all the bastards there were already dead. A single living suit of armor managed to land a blow. A moment later, more enemies appeared before him. Then only his arm remained in its place. Jupiter gritted her teeth and cursed loudly. Then she immediately raised her hand. Lightning appeared between her fingers, and the woman wondered if her magical control had weakened. At that moment, the girl was grabbed, then brutally killed. The boy looked at her with hopelessness in his eyes. Then he dropped his shield and began to run. The living suit of armor swung its spear. Then it hurled it at the boy. The projectile landed precisely on target. Jupiter turned her head to look at it. She stood before the enemy army and considered how the small defensive line, held by a couple of people, had been broken in the blink of an eye. She felt the power of the living suit of armor standing right before her, the smell of rusty armor and rancid water. A dark energy emanated from the enemy. Lightning appeared in Jupiter's hand, and she remarked that they should have stayed at the bottom of the lake. She then glared furiously and added that they really didn't want this lovely old woman to collect her wages peacefully. She immediately struck the enemy with a powerful bolt of lightning. A moment later, only the enemy's remains remained. The woman sighed and thought that this lightning bolt wasn't like the previous ones. It was weak. Then she saw more enemies and added that this seemed to be his end. Jupiter turned sharply and shouted at the mercenary to run away quickly. Then she glared at him and added that at least one of them had to survive. She would buy time with her magic, so he should run as fast as he could. The mercenary turned to her and replied that he would never leave, better to stay here and wait for a rescue party. She was a mage, after all, so let her strike them with her magic. After which, he pointed his weapon and added that the mercenary survival guide, rule number 2, was to never leave your mage's side. Then he confidently looked ahead and shouted that rather than try to escape without a horse, it was better to try to survive by helping her. Jupiter was speechless. The young man began attacking the enemy. The living armor fell to the ground, and our hero noted that the young mercenary's tactics had worked. He wasn't killing the living armor, but pushing and smashing them with his spear, maintaining his distance. The mercenary turned and said he'd somehow hold out, and she should prepare her next spell. Damien looked at him with fear. The mercenary continued to fight the enemies, and Ash noted that although the archer tried to help from the wall, it wasn't enough to completely stop the monsters. Lightning appeared in the woman's hand. At that moment, the mercenary was mortally wounded, and our hero explained that when Jupiter finally managed to gather enough mana to summon a rain of lightning, the monster's spears pierced the young mercenary's body. At that moment, Jupiter flew into a rage. A powerful bolt of lightning struck from the sky. A moment later, the woman froze in place, wondering if she could have saved him if she had gathered her mana just a second earlier. The mercenary coughed up blood, and Ash explained that she was too old to remember every death she had witnessed. Jupiter narrowed her eyes and called out to the mercenary, asking what the first rule of mercenary survival was. The young man looked away. Then he lowered his head and replied that he shouldn't take on missions with a suspiciously high price tag. The next moment, his eyes rolled back in his head. The sky became completely overcast. Jupiter looked at his enemies and noted that his rules were foolish and naive, and that he would never succeed with them. She clenched her fist tightly and added that if he wanted to get rich, he should be a mercenary. Then she thrust her fist out and added that if he wanted glory, he should only take on dangerous missions with huge price tags. She delivered a powerful blow, and continued that he should only take on dangerous missions with huge price tags. The woman lunged through the enemies and shouted at him to stay as far away from his mages as possible. Then she froze in place and added, "Because they'll take all the credit." Blood trickled down her hand, and Jupiter noted that, besides, if he wanted to survive, he should never have become a mercenary. The mage smiled. Then she raised her trembling hand and mused that she didn't even have the strength to light a cigar. Enemies had already appeared in front of her, and Jupiter said she thought everything was going smoothly, and she'd finally landed a well-paying job. Then she smiled and added that this was how it would all end. At that moment, a rider appeared from behind. Lucas raised his weapon, then instantly cut down all the enemies in front of the mage. Jupiter stared in surprise. The knight turned to her. Shortly before, Ash had held out his hand and shouted for them to concentrate on restoring the death zone. The soldiers had lost their morale. Then he gritted his teeth and asked Jupiter to hold on a little longer. He immediately struck the warrior and shouted for them to pull themselves together. The protagonist used a skill and asked what they'd done to one monster. The soldier immediately screamed and vented his fear. Ash looked at this in surprise, then held out his hand. A notification about the skill appeared, and it occurred to him that it not only prevented mental debuffs but also restored their morale. Our hero turned sharply. Then he looked at the knight and shouted that he would take care of the soldiers and restore the death zone. After which, he looked confidently and ordered Lucas to take charge of the rescue party, to open the gates and ride out to help Jupiter's squad. The knight stared at him confidently and shouted that he would return as quickly as possible. The next moment, the knight was behind the gates. At that moment, a shout was heard from the wall for them to get up quickly. Lucas raised his weapon. Then he thinned out the opponents. The woman stared at him in surprise. The knight turned to look at her. Lucas quickly grabbed the sorceress. Then he hit the stirrups. At that very moment, he galloped. The undead screamed furiously after him. The opponents began throwing spears after him. The projectiles flew forward. Lucas destroyed the spears with a single swing. Jupiter looked at the savior and called out to him. Then she smirked and asked if he would like to meet her granddaughter. She was quite a beauty. Lucas turned to her and said that if she still had the energy for jokes, she should spend it restoring her mana. The monsters were still there. The woman smiled and mused that she was like a dog next to her master, but without him, Lucas was a real iceberg. The horse continued to run, and the knight said there was no need to thank him. He was simply following his highness's orders. Then he stared ahead. The undead froze on the battlefield. Jupiter turned her head and remarked that they would grieve after it was all over. Our heroes approached the gate. The sorceress glared at them and remarked that she hadn't been this angry in a long time. Explosions echoed through the death zone. Ash looked down and wondered if Jupiter had also returned safely. He then introduced the mercenary squad and added that he had lost 4 precious characters in the blink of an eye. He had been overconfident in his gaming experience. Then he presented the icon of the living armor and explained that even in the game, he had to monitor the soldier's psychological state, as there were unusual states like fear or confusion, but in reality, the reactions were much more unpredictable. He remembered how the horses had gotten scared. Ash's gaze immediately tightened and he thought he should be more careful in the future. At that moment, the wooden fortifications began to burst into flames. They slowly began to burn away, and Ash noticed the death zone disintegrating, and the enemies were beginning to advance. The undead army headed for the castle. Our hero gritted his teeth and thought that from now on, he would have to fight at the fort wall. He wished he could end it here and now. At that moment, a notification with information appeared, and our hero added that at least they had already dealt with most of it. It was worth a try. A hand appeared over the battlefield, and Ash announced that this battlefield was still under his control. At that moment, Lucas appeared, announcing that he had saved the lady. The knight looked away, and our hero mentally noted that Lucas was reluctant to treat Jupiter like a lady. Clearly, he wouldn't like someone like her. She had been dismissed in disgrace, after all, but he was a good man. The protagonist turned to the sorceress and said he was glad she was alive, and Jupiter remarked that she was ashamed. She had made many mistakes. Blood was streaming from her hands, and the sorceress added that because of her, those younglings had died in vain. It was a shame. Ash looked at her seriously and said she couldn't have known that monsters would appear out of nowhere and the horses would go crazy. It wasn't her fault. Jupiter looked at her hand and declared that it was her mistake. Given her age, she should react appropriately on the battlefield. She immediately clenched her fist and remarked that this was precisely why she would repay everything. Then she stared at the spirit in the sky and added that, no matter the cost, she would bring the heads of those creatures. Our hero asked him to focus on recovery. They would need her power soon. The living armor moved forward. A volley of cannon fire began. The protagonist turned sharply and shouted that the death zone had been destroyed and that they should cease fire. The soldiers stopped abruptly. Damien turned, heard a command to rest, and noted that the enemy was still advancing. Ash placed a hand on his shoulder and informed him that he would have greater prey. Then he looked at him and asked him to rest and recover. The living armor had just reached the fort. They began to pierce the concrete with their fingers. Several enemies had already begun to climb the wall. Our hero turned to his allies and ordered them to prepare for close combat. The soldiers drew their maces. Then they formed a column. Ash looked down furiously and noted in his mind that this was a fight without magic, a fight built solely on brute force. A massive legion stood behind him. The undead were slowly approaching the edge of the wall. The living armor continued to climb. The soldiers strained their eyes. The enemy was sparing no effort climbing. Ash raised his hand and ordered everyone to get ready. The living armor approached the edge. The protagonist opened his mouth and shouted for them to drop it immediately. The soldiers lifted the barrels. Then they dumped all the debris. The undead fell, and our hero reported that stones, pieces of steel, and other debris, like remnants of rebar, immediately flew from all their walls. He ordered them to collect it from all over the city. The armor began to shatter on the ground, and Ash added that a large number of enemies fell to the ground and shattered. However, the remaining ones rose again. Our hero clenched his teeth and wondered what they were getting on his nerves. They continued to climb, ignoring all the debris flying above. The next moment, the order came to throw them down with spears. The protagonist opened the system window and thought about reorganizing the group. Jupiter main. An image of the entire squad appeared. Ash's eyes widened as he saw the buff percentages. At that very moment, one of the soldiers' spears was cut. The undead creature touched the edge of the wall. A moment later, the enemy climbed the wall. The living armor glared at the humans. The protagonist glared, thinking that from now on, they would have to fight them in close combat. The soldiers suddenly straightened up. The holy sword cut through the helmet of one of the monsters. A bright flash appeared. Lucas single-handedly cut down a large portion of the enemy. Then he stopped abruptly. He immediately turned to the commander and shouted that he would take care of them himself. They simply had to stand their ground and not let them in any further. The soldiers abruptly regrouped. The protagonist grinned and thought that no matter whether they could, they had to do it. The soldiers straightened up with inspiration, and Ash added that to survive, all soldiers must give 200%. They have no choice but to fight and win. Our hero turned sharply and ordered Lily to activate the next artifact. She looked at him and heard the order. Then he extended his hand and activated the artifact of haste. The soldiers received a powerful buff. A screen appeared in front of him, and Ash considered the stats he'd selected above, which would help in close combat. The soldiers began to push back the monsters. The protagonist watched them nervously, and realized they were holding their own for now. Chunks of ash began to rise into the sky. The soldiers were fighting the monsters with all their might. Lucas was also keeping up. He killed several enemies with a single blow. Ash looked at him in surprise and realized it was Lucas's first skill, a powerful will strike. The night glowed brightly, and our hero explained that Lucas alone could defeat half the creatures swarming the wall. The protagonist looked at the battlefield and realized it wasn't enough. They were losing. A soldier was starting to get wounded. A comrade grabbed the wounded man and shouted for all the downed soldiers to retreat immediately, and replace them. The armor glared at them, and Ash noted in his mind that, unlike the living armor, they were getting more and more wounded. Damien looked at our hero and asked him to return to the front lines. Our hero's gaze tightened, wondering if they needed his strength to fight the boss, and Jupiter too. What should they do? The soldier covered himself with his shield, and Ash added that there had to be a way to reduce the number of wounded and dispose of the remaining enemies. At that moment, a bright flash appeared. Our hero's eyes widened. A powerful beam of fire shot from the sky. Lily, sitting next to him, released a huge fountain of fire. The girl confidently extended her arms. Ash stared at her in surprise and remembered she could use magic. Lily turned and announced that she'd always been a mage. The next moment, she looked sad when she heard she'd be promoted later, and remarked that she'd actually wanted to retire. Ash grabbed her wheelchair and shouted that she'd be getting a hefty raise on top of that. Then, with a smirk, he looked straight ahead and asked for more fire. Then, they furiously charged forward. All the undead erupted in flames. Ash and the girl rolled along the wall, shouting that she could do anything. The soldiers perked up and charged into battle. Lucas continued to slash with his sword. At that moment, our hero began pouring in a mana potion. Souls began to emerge from the living armor. Then, they fell apart. The soldiers froze and stared straight ahead. Then, they joyfully raised their hands and shouted that they had finally stopped them. They had done it. However, Ash looked at them and announced that it wasn't over yet. Lucas sighed, looking at him. The protagonist's gaze tightened and he shouted for them to stay focused. There was still one left. The armor began to rise. All the enemy remains flew into the sky. The Phantom Knight began to don his armor. A sword appeared in his hand. His eye glowed brightly. The next moment, it was fully combat ready. He quickly flew downwards. Then he landed on the ground. The soldiers dodged the debris. The protagonist clutched his head and shouted, "What's the joke? Where is this first-level boss?" The Phantom Knight straightened up. Then, his entire body glowed red. Our hero's hands trembled. However, he pulled himself together. Then he gritted his teeth and thought about how he shouldn't give in to fear. This was still just a simple first-level boss, just a level 25 monster. The cannons opened fire. The other side of the wall joined in. The Phantom Knight walked purposefully forward. Despite the gunshots, he looked forward. His pace quickened. The projectiles landed directly on his chest. The monster's entire front was covered in flames, and our hero noticed that despite the incessant fire, the Phantom Knight continued to advance. Lily turned in horror upon hearing her name. Ash looked at her and ordered the third artifact to be activated. The sphere glowed blue, and our hero explained that the magic multiplier, an R-rank artifact, could double the effect of magic cast, and that the recipient was Jupiter. The woman glowed at that moment. Then she closed her eyes. Then she smirked and remarked that it was like being back in the good old days. The protagonist pointed at the monster and ordered them to attack it with everything they had, telling it to concentrate all its power on its breastplate. Jupiter took a step forward. Then she unleashed a bolt of lightning and warned everyone to be careful with it. Thunder rumbled in the sky. A moment later, the lightning began to approach the ground. A bright flash appeared in front of the woman. The monster was covered in lightning. A moment later, its chest plate cracked. Then, its soul core was revealed. Ash quickly turned and called out to Damien. The boy quickly grabbed the ballista. Then, using sniper's sight, he began to adjust his course. The ropes began to crack. A moment later, the shot fired. The projectile hit its target directly. The core began to crack. Then, it completely shattered. The protagonist clenched his fist and praised the shooter. The knight raised his head. His eye glowed brightly. Ash looked at this in surprise. The monster gripped its sword. Then, it swung at the wall, and our hero mentally noted that if this sword touched walls, they would simply collapse. The protagonist opened his mouth and called out to the sorceress, asking her to strike him again. The woman looked straight ahead and noticed that he was raising his weapon during a thunderstorm. The undead sword became coated in lightning. The woman opened her mouth and screamed that he was finished. The Phantom Knight was coated in energy. He glowed brightly. Then, he received a powerful bolt of lightning. He was completely covered in charge. However, the sword moved forward. The protagonist turned sharply and shouted for everyone to run. The sword's shadow appeared on the wall. Lucas leaped at our hero, shouting for them to get out of here. The sword touched the wall. The soldiers scattered in all directions. Dust rose. Ash sat up and noticed that he was fine. 3 of the squad stared straight ahead in surprise. The sword merely rested against the wall. The Phantom Knight lowered his head. Then, he immediately fell apart. The sword remained protruding from the wall. Souls began to fly out of the armor, then headed towards our heroes. The souls flew quickly forward, and our hero said that he would never forget this sight. The Phantom Knight's final outburst of anger, a demonstration of fear, confusion, and madness. Ash confidently looked the danger squarely in the face and added that this attack would deal no damage, but if it worked, it could plunge them into madness. Our hero's eyes lit up. He then held out his hand and shouted for the monster to disappear. A powerful yellow wave washed over the souls. They began to slowly fade. After a moment, only golden dust remained. The soldiers stared at it in surprise. Then they approached the edge of the wall. The sun appeared through the clouds. After a while, the clouds practically disappeared from the sky. The flag began to flutter in the wind. Ash raised his hand and announced their victory. The sword was still stuck in the wall, and our hero added that they had survived. They continued to win. The soldiers stared at him. Lucas looked at him with a smile. Our hero froze with his hand raised and thought that it was clearly visible how the horror of battle gave way to the joy of victory, whether from his passive skill or his words, but it was pleasant. The protagonist straightened up and announced that they would continue to survive. The sun brightly illuminated the wall. A notification appeared about clearing the first level. People had gathered in the city, and we were told that the night after the battle, there had been a festival in the city's central square. Raising his mug of beer, Ash announced that he now congratulated everyone on their victory over those merciless monsters and the addition of their service record. He said with a serious expression that they would falter. The guys also raised their mugs. Standing before the people, the protagonist declared that they could drink as much as they wanted. Today he was paying for everything. The festival began and people began clinking glasses. Musicians began playing various melodies. The guys were delighted. Rice was frying in a frying pan. Smoke rose from the grill. The villagers were arm wrestling. A guard raised a guy's hand and shouted that the newcomer had won. MC was sitting on a bench. He watched the guys with a smile on his face. The warrior approached him and asked if His Highness was doing well. Lucas stood before him, explaining that Ash hadn't eaten anything all day. Examining his mug of beer, the boy listened as he explained that his appearance was unbecoming of a commander who had just achieved victory. Smiling, the warrior added that he had stopped 1,000 living armor without significant losses and thought he had reason to rejoice. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that there had been no significant losses. He suddenly spat out the beer. A shout could be heard throughout the city, saying he was fine, but the taste was different from what he expected. Stunned, the boy realized it wasn't beer, at least 20% of it was. Looking down, he reported that there had been no further casualties, but many had still lost precious lives. MC imagined the dead man and thought that when someone dies, no matter how many or few, every life is both important and precious. He imagined the castle and added that, of course, he knew he couldn't save everyone. In such a cruel game, such thoughts would be arrogant. The protagonist calmly remarked that if he'd been a little more careful, they wouldn't have died. He remembered sitting on the ground, dumbfounded, and thinking that everything hadn't been like in training. There had been chances to change everything. Glancing at the mug, the protagonist declared that this knowledge made him feel even worse. Lucas stood quietly and said that His Highness had done an excellent job, so there was no need to be sad. Glancing at the fire, he added that no matter what he said, it wouldn't dispel his regrets. Observing the delighted townspeople, the warrior explained that this was a celebration in honor of victory. If His Highness didn't rejoice, the soldiers' morale wouldn't rise. He contentedly asked him to smile and at least have fun with them now. After all, that was also part of a commander's duty. The protagonist was inspired, thinking that smiling was also part of a commander's duty. The cheerful cook began shouting that these were the right words. He held a tray in his hands and said that mourning the fallen was important, but one should also take time to celebrate victories. Standing before His Highness, the young man explained that eating only meat wasn't very healthy, so he'd brought some vegetables. Closing his eyes, the cook congratulated him on completing the first level, noting that it had been difficult, but he'd done well. Frowning, the protagonist listened. MC took a tomato from the tray. Waving his hand, the young man cried out that His Highness ate vegetables, and that he had no meat, so he had to make do with vegetables. The cries of the townspeople could be heard throughout the city, begging his forgiveness for having forgotten too much. The tearful boys said they couldn't believe they'd forced the prince, who ate only meat, to eat only vegetables, causing the protagonist to wonder what kind of life this Ash had led. The enraged man shouted for the rotten fools to serve His Highness the meat and bring all the alcohol. Ash hugged the men, who were shouting that they would drink until the bottom fell. Frowning, the boy thought he didn't understand how things had turned out this way. He'd planned to sit in a quiet, dark corner and think about today's battle. The girl tugged at his cape and addressed him. Lily began to tremble. She cried out tearfully that she was asking to be dismissed. Holding her hands, the protagonist refused her and asked her to work some more, then reflected that no one would retire these days and offered her more pay. The boys were suddenly taken aback. They began to lead the girl away. A smile crossed Damien's face. He sat next to the lord and remarked that the water here was a bit bitter. The man began pouring him alcohol with an angry expression, and Ash asked what Jupiter was doing. Looking at him, the woman replied that Damien was no longer a child, but a full-fledged mercenary. He needed to learn to drink, learn to smoke, and learn to spend money on all sorts of things. He was like a grandson to her, so she would teach him everything. The enraged protagonist loudly asked why she would teach her grandson something like that. Damien rested his head on the prince's shoulder. Smiling, MC noted that the boy had grown stronger, having dared to touch his head to the prince's body. Looking down, Damien explained that when he was alone, he began to see the face of his dead friend. He imagined his friend falling to a giant spider and confided that he couldn't stop thinking about that day. The sin of surviving without him was tearing his heart apart. The boy smiled and said that being near Ash made him feel better. He hit his face on the table. The main character imagined touching Damien's shoulder and thought it wasn't because he was somehow special or amazing, but because of his skill, but he couldn't say it. Holding a glass in her hand, Jupiter stated that for some reason she also felt his magic grow stronger when under his command and wondered if it was because he was a great leader. The boy imagined the bonds with his comrades and emphasized that his leadership skills had nothing to do with it, but rather his stats and the group's interactions. In this battle, the buff was 25%. Confused, Ash wondered how to tell him this. A confused Lucas explained that when he stood next to him, all his doubts vanished, and his body became light and swift, all thanks to His Highness's noble character and talent for leadership. Smiling, the protagonist asked if that was why the warrior was always on his side. Closing his eyes, the boy replied that it was possible, after which the protagonist silently wondered what possibly meant, as such an answer was completely unbecoming of a knight-like character like himself. Slamming their mugs on the table, the men shouted that they would drink to their fallen comrades, to the survivors, and to His Highness the Prince. The men surrounded him and told him his mug was full, after which Ash replied that he simply wasn't feeling well. The distraught men cried out their apologies, saying they were completely incapable of cheering people up, and that because of them, His Highness the Prince, famous for his week-long drinking sprees whenever he wanted, hadn't had a single drink today. Frowning, the protagonist silently wondered what was wrong with his reputation and what kind of life this godforsaken prince had lived. The townspeople could be heard shouting that they deserved to die and would stop exaggerating if he drank with them. Grimacing after drinking, Ash asked if they were satisfied now. Since they'd forced their lord and commander to drink, they should know what would happen next. The boys clinked glasses. They stood in the square, shouting that they would drink it all and die. Looking at the moon, the protagonist told us that while the moon shone dimly in the night sky, they ate, drank, sang, and chatted, the night of victory continuing. Opening the door to his room, MC declared himself exhausted. He sat down on the bed. Looking at the chests, he emphasized the fact that they needed to be opened before he fell asleep. Touching a chest, Ash asked if they would see what was inside. Looking at the bright glow, he checked to see if it was a max-level item. He pulled out a glove. Smiling, the protagonist noted it was an SSR item. The guy began to tremble with delight. He threw the glove at the wall and asked why. Inspecting the item, the protagonist read its stats and asked if he was dropping this useless thing out of all the possible SSR rank weapons. He imagined a slot machine and noted that the damage these gloves dealt was completely random. He sometimes entertained people on streams with these things, but in practice, they were completely useless. Standing over the gloves, the guy declared that they were still better than nothing. Putting them on, Ash said he couldn't throw them away, or even give them to anyone, but they were comfortable because they were an SSR rank item. The disappointed guy thought that maybe he'd get lucky a few times. He should think positively. The enraged protagonist declared these gloves useless, out of all the cheating items that could make his life easier. His screams could be heard from the manor, after which he told us that, although he had received an ultra-rare item, he couldn't fall asleep until the morning, having tossed and turned all night in frustration. The next day, the sun's rays fell on the manor. Leaving the room, the boy said he had a headache. An exhausted Lucas greeted him and said hello. Looking at him, Ash asked how he was feeling, saying he should have rested that morning. Holding back his vomit, the warrior declared he couldn't rest. After all, he was His Highness's bodyguard. The boy came in with a tray and wished him good morning. The boys stared at the teapot in shock as they heard someone bring them tea with honey. Sipping his tea, Ash assumed he was starting to come back to life and silently noted that it was time to start preparing for the next level. They arrived at the training grounds. The protagonist, crossing his arms, explained that in its current state, the wall wouldn't stop even wild animals, let alone monsters, and then asked how long it would take to repair it. Frowning, the man said they'd need at least 2 weeks. First, they needed to somehow retrieve that giant sword. A message popped up stating that there were 9 days and 20 seconds left until the start of the first level. Frowning, Ash ordered everyone able to stand to help with the repairs, then asked for everything to be completed as quickly as possible. Glancing at Ader, he asked about reinforcements, to which he was told that more soldiers from the surrounding area would arrive soon, and that those who had cleared the central district were expected back tomorrow. MC, with a thoughtful expression, concluded that there would be no progress until tomorrow, then noted that they needed to focus on other matters. Reinforcing the army would have to wait. There was nothing to do but pray that the reinforcements would arrive in time. Standing among his comrades, he declared that Ader should report immediately if anything happened, and that he and Lucas would use this opportunity to give it their all. Ash, smiling, explained that they were heading underground to eliminate those pesky monsters beforehand. The surprised warrior asked if they would be heading to the Black Lake like last time. The protagonist imagined a body of water and replied that this was exactly it. This time they would descend beneath the lake with the elite squad members. It was time to switch from defense to offense. A shout was heard near the estate, announcing that that was all for today. They should rest well until tomorrow. Looking at the boys, the protagonist thought he had only told the squad members that they were going on an expedition. Rather than explain it 100 times, it was better to show them once. Leading Lily away, Damon remarked that they would see each other tomorrow, and Ash apologized, as the elite squad was designed for 5. Ader stood with a notepad and asked what specifically to prepare for them. Frowning, MC began listing what they would need: canned food, camping supplies, all sorts of potions, as well as lanterns, torches, and anything else to light the way. He listened with a smile on his face. The next morning, the boys gathered in the backyard of the estate. Holding the bag over her back, Jupiter said it was impressive, then asked where they were going. A portal opened before them. Confused, the woman asked if they had disappeared hundreds of years ago. Ash, looking serious, explained that beyond this teleportation lay a breeding ground for monsters, their refuge beneath the Black Lake. The boys listened attentively, learning that their kingdom was essentially located at the bottom of the lake. Introducing a horde of undead, the Lord explained that they were exploring it to find the cause of the monster attacks. The only way to end this endless war forever. The protagonist, with a serious expression, emphasized the fact that destroying the source of the monsters was the true goal of this game. Tapping the screen where he had selected the lakeshore as his destination, he noted that he would explain the details later. For now, they simply needed to follow him. Stunned, Lucas watched his master vanish. A message appeared informing him that the location was loading, and the system advised that character stats increased with leveling, and they should level up by earning experience points in heated battles. They emerged from the portal. Jupiter, with a serious expression, declared that this place was indeed the same lake. They stood on the shore, and the protagonist asked if Jupiter had already been there. Frowning, the old woman explained that 20 years ago, when the royal soldiers were still in Crossroad, they received orders to drain the lake. Ash calmly asked if they tried to fill the entire lake with mud, then suggested that 20 years ago, the commander hadn't been the best either. Jupiter recalled standing in the crowd and explaining how numerous battle mages had been summoned and, with a combined effort, they'd filled the lake with soil. The girl let the mud fall from her hand while the woman explained that it had proven impossible to fill. Watching the ripples in the water, Jupiter noted that no matter how much dirt and rock fragments they'd been sending, the lake wouldn't shrink. Frowning, she reported that rumors had quickly spread throughout the royal army that the lake was connected to the abyss itself. The woman imagined a horde of monsters advancing on them and explained that a week later, the monsters had appeared, entire hordes, the troops were forced to retreat, and the plan had failed, the first time she'd been there. Standing before the lake, Ash warned them to be on guard, as they were about to go deeper. Lily was terrified. A message popped up asking if he wanted to enter the kingdom beneath the lake, to which he affirmatively responded. A warning appeared that he wouldn't be able to return until he reached a checkpoint. Examining the projection, the protagonist wondered how many times they thought he'd beaten the game. The water began to churn. As he watched, he noticed a passage opening. The protagonist jumped off the bridge. A message appeared informing him that he was entering a dungeon. The most common cause of death was carelessness, so he should be on guard. Frowning, MC thought it was very dark in there. His first reaction to the place, then and now, was that it was damn dark. He heard strange sounds in the darkness. The sounds grew louder, and the protagonist noted a feeling as if the darkness was getting closer and closer. Ash, his mouth hanging open, cried out for his companions not to worry, because he was there. Lucas held a torch in his hand. The boys illuminated the area around them. The darkness began to recede. Lily, engulfing her hands in flames, asked where they were. The boys were terrified. Standing next to the prince, the warrior asked what this place was. Looking at the enormous castle, MC explained that it was a kingdom under the lake, or more precisely, a dungeon at the bottom of the lake. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized that this was the home of monsters, which they would have to destroy one by one. Looking at his hand, he thought he could breathe there, his movement unrestricted. Noticing the black barrier, he assumed it was due to the ancient magic surrounding the city. The frightened girl surveyed the settlement and asked how such a huge city could be hidden underwater and why they could move there. Frowning, Lucas shouted for her to be quiet, because someone was coming. The mysterious stranger was walking toward them. He stopped in front of the boys. He continued walking toward them. Ash calmly ordered them to remain calm, as it wasn't an enemy, and then realized that since they were entering the dungeon for the first time, it was most likely an NPC guide. The man appeared before them and asked if they were treasure hunters seeking the kingdom's riches. Looking at the girl, the protagonist mentally questioned her. She calmly emphasized that they wouldn't find what they were looking for there, and that they should return to the surface while they could. Surprised, the protagonist silently wondered if such an NPC even existed in the game, as he'd never seen one before. He introduced the castle's inhabitants and explained that the abyss at the bottom of the lake was inhabited by numerous NPCs, about 100 of them, and that the NPC guide usually appeared at the entrance. Standing opposite, MC remarked that he'd played through the game 742 times, but had never met this girl. Stepping forward, he declared that they had come from the surface to deal with the source of the monsters. The girl looked at him silently. The protagonist explained with a serious expression that the outside world was suffering because of the monsters breaking through to the surface, and they had come to put an end to it. Standing before him, she declared that the monster plague would never end. No one had ever managed to stop it. The cycle was endless. She introduced the knights and explained that many great warriors, led by peerless heroes, had tried to break the curse of this place, but all had failed. Narrowing her eyes, the girl urged them not to step into this darkness and to return to the surface before it was too late, before they were swallowed up by the abyss of despair and regret. Ash, with an unperturbed expression, thought he was already running backwards with his hair. He imagined the castle and declared that he was the Lord of Crossroad, a bastion of defense against monsters, and that it was his responsibility to protect all of humanity from these monsters. Frowning, he added that he was not afraid of the darkness, so they would enter the city and destroy the source of the monsters. That was what they had come for. Standing before the gate, he noticed that the passage was blocked, preventing them from entering. Looking at the girl, the main character asked to be led. She stood quietly, saying she wondered if his words were genuine or just reckless bravado. The girl began to walk away and asked him to follow her, and MC asked how to address her. Turning around, she replied that she didn't remember her name. Disappointed, the girl remarked that they could call her Mumin if they wanted. After 15 minutes, they continued following her. Furious, Lucas asked why they were following a stranger. It could be a trap. To which he replied that everything was fine, he shouldn't be afraid, and simply needed to keep going. The warrior continued to follow him. The girl stopped. Turning around, Mumin noted that they had arrived. They stood before the passage and concluded that it was the sewers. The squad began to move through the sewers. Ash held a lantern in his hand. Standing in the dried-up sewers, the protagonist thought they had finally reached the first location of the kingdom beneath the lake. Examining the room, MC noted that all the sewer drains converged there. All the pipes were dry, not a single drop of water remained. He used telekinesis to lift the stones. A portal appeared, and a notification popped up stating that the checkpoint had been passed, the save had been successful, and the checkpoint was a safe zone where monsters could not enter. Examining the projection, the prince emphasized that next time they could start directly there. A frightened Lily cried out that she wanted to go home, and the protagonist silently wondered if she thought they'd brought all this gear to turn back. Mumin stood before them and declared that he would leave them there, and their future fate was in their hands. Sighing, the girl decided to warn them one last time that the kingdom had already been completely consumed by chaos. She imagined a castle and added that the further they went, the stronger and more terrifying the monsters would be. Standing opposite, Mumin remarked that if they were determined to step into the abyss, no matter what, she would give them advice. The girl, looking calm, told them to never turn off the light. The boys looked at her with serious expressions. The main character held a lantern. Mumin walked away from them down the dark corridor. Standing before the passage, Lucas inquired about this strange woman and how she could live in this eerie place. A frightened Damon turned to the prince and explained that the darkness here was strange. Even with his eyes, he couldn't see anything. The darkness seemed alive. The boy looked at him and asked how the woman could walk in such darkness without a torch. Imagining the emblems, the protagonist thought this dungeon was still full of secrets that even he, having cleared the map on the hellish Man of Steel difficulty, knew nothing about. He was certain of only one thing. Ash calmly announced that they would meet Mumin again, and that he would ask her then. He then reflected that they would definitely meet again there, at the bottom of the lake, as enemies or allies, it didn't matter. Standing before his comrades, he asked if everyone was ready, then told us that they had armed themselves to the teeth at the checkpoint. A message popped up informing them that the dried-out sewers contained 3 regular rooms and 1 boss room. MC, smiling, emphasized that with their party level, clearing them shouldn't be too difficult. They stood before a tunnel and announced that they were moving out. Lucas walked second, explaining that this was the main corridor of the sewers. Looking around, the warrior asked how long it was, to which he was told it would end soon. Imagining the corridor's layout, Ash reflected on the standard dungeon structure, which consisted of a series of rooms and corridors. In these rooms, they fought enemies and collected items, and occasionally encountered NPCs. They exited the corridor. The rat's eyes glowed brightly. A message appeared, warning them to destroy 14 giant rats. A horde of monsters looked on. Smiling, the main character noted that they shouldn't relax, as they all attacked at once, but were quite weak on their own. Lily was horrified. Extending his hand, the prince exclaimed that Lucas would tank, but would keep his distance and stop any who got too close. Looking at the boy, he declared that their skulls were quite strong, so they should aim for the eyes and neck. Turning his attention to the mages, he ordered them to spare their strength and to strike only those who managed to break through Lucas. Watching the warrior, Ash decided he would simply watch. The rat was destroyed. Damien fired numerous shots. The arrows struck the monsters. They killed all the rats. Holding the crossbow in his hands, the boy noted that they had done an excellent job. He was rather worried. Turning, Lucas said there were only 13 rats, then asked if he should collect their magic crystals. He was told that it wasn't worth it. They were low-ranked, so they wouldn't fetch much. The rat was preparing to attack him from behind, while he thought the information window said 14. The monster pounced on him. The stunned lord began to scream. He punched her in the face. The number 121 appeared on the slot machine. A powerful stream of energy threw the rat aside. It crashed into the wall, leaving a pool of blood. The boy looked at the fist in surprise and emphasized that it was a lucky hit. It was usually difficult to get more than 100. Lucas asked seriously if everything was okay, to which he replied in the affirmative. He looked at the overlord and asked how he had killed the monster in one blow. Perplexed, Ash thought he couldn't tell him that he earned chests for every kill and that he could choose his development path as he leveled up. Clenching his fist, The protagonist cried out that this was the prince's signature move. Raising his hand, MC explained that this was nothing unusual. If a member of the royal family was cornered, they could activate superpowers. The boys were delighted by what they heard, after which the boy realized that he hadn't surprised anyone except Lucas. They didn't ask any questions and moved on peacefully, quickly catching on. They reached the second room, which was empty. The prince then ordered them to search thoroughly, as something was definitely hidden there. Demon stood in front of the doorway and asked what it was. Looking at the chest, the boy exclaimed that it was a treasure chest. Jupiter ran there, looking frantic. A frightened Ash mentally called her a stupid, greedy old woman and clarified that if there was a trap, she would. The woman opened the chest. Taken aback, she apologized, noting that the scent of money instantly made her lose her mind. It was a disaster. The woman brought him the chest, after which the main character asked if she really intended to pretend nothing had happened. In the third room, a multitude of glowing eyes stared at them, after which MC reported that clearing the third room had been easy. He paused and noted that they had finally reached the boss room. A gate appeared before the boys. Smiling, the protagonist noted that after this room they would be heading home, so they shouldn't slow down. The doors began to open. The boys took a step forward. Dead monsters lay on the floor. Covering his nose, the prince asked what they were. A huge monster sat in the room and said that there was no end to the rats. Squeezing the monster in his hand, the creature said they needed to get rid of the rats. He crushed it and declared that he must eradicate them. The enraged monster cried out that he was doing this to restore the kingdom under the lake. Surprised, Damon asked if the monster spoke human language. The monster began to wiggle its ears. Turning around, he asked if there were any more living rats. A message popped up saying they had to defeat a boss, a giant level 15 ratman, the Peleg sewage director. The monster stood before them and declared that it had already killed so many, yet they still kept coming. MC, looking wary, thought about the Peleg sewage director and why the rat man had the same status as a human. The monster charged at them, screaming that it would kill them all. Taken aback, Ash decided he needed to say something. Lily released streams of flame from her hands. The rat began rolling around on the floor, screaming that it was hot. The boys watched in silence. The monster's corpse lay on the floor. The rat man, its eyes glowing, asked them not to approach it. Jupiter extended a finger and called it a stupid rat. She released lightning and offered to end the fight. A bolt of electricity struck it. The monster began to fall to the ground. Ash looked at the corpse. Looking over the rat man, he thought, that was quick. Thanks to the two mages working together, defeating the boss was easy. If their arsenal had only contained physical attacks, it would have been a bit more work. Lily touched his shoulder and loudly asked if they were going home now. The entire room was filled with rat corpses. They stood in front of a chest. A notification appeared above it stating that this was the boss room's treasure chest. Turning around, Ash ordered Lucas to hold Jupiter. The warrior began carrying the woman away. The boy removed a blade from the chest. Inspecting the sword, he read that its damage against rats would increase by 25%. He presented the weapon to Lucas. Looking at the warrior's main sword, the protagonist informed him that it wasn't good enough to replace his main sword, but it was worth holding onto, as they would need it. Examining the chest, the protagonist asked if there was anything else in it. He found a scroll to summon an automatic defense turret, and emphasized that it was guaranteed to be obtained in the first zone. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he'd come there solely for it. They had everything they needed, so there was no point in lingering there any longer. The door began to open. A message popped up saying the zone had been cleared. The guys continued forward, and we were told that the sewers ended after the corridor that connected to the boss room. Ash, surprised, mentally noted that they were now inside the Lake Kingdom. They entered the back streets. Perplexed, Ash thought it must be civilized, like the streets of a thriving city, since even the back streets looked like that. Examining the castle, MC explained that this was a city that embodied a magical civilization, the true essence of the kingdom beneath the lake. Glancing at the building, the guy added that even in such an advanced city, there wasn't a shred of light or a single living soul. The city was plunged into oblivion. A lone lantern illuminated the city street. A portal appeared before the boys, and a message popped up informing them that the back streets checkpoint had been passed, unlocking the area. A warning appeared, warning them that they couldn't leave this area for now. Examining the portal, Ash said he didn't think it was worth going any further, as they could easily be devoured there. Looking at the building, the prince emphasized that everyone had done a great job, and that was all for today. He tapped on the screen that he wanted to return to the lakeshore. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized that they were heading home. A system window appeared, stating that free exploration had been completed and that he had received a reward. The list of party members indicated whose levels had been increased. A man stood under a lantern, holding a flute and declaring that he was the last player to have traveled this far to reach this location. A horde of rats marched through the city. A masked stranger asked for forgiveness for their sins. The rats passed him as he spoke, saying that it was all for the sake of the kingdom under the lake. The boys emerged from the portal. The prince smiled and remarked that they had all done well and should have a good night's rest. Putting a cigar between her teeth, Jupiter declared that she wouldn't sleep. No one knew such a colossus hid under the lake, and what was happening there was simply incomprehensible. Frowning, she noted that this darkness was definitely not without reason. She glanced at His Highness and asked him to explain what was going on. The protagonist recalled scenes from the game and replied that it was difficult to explain, after which he reflected that even though he had completed the game, nothing had been explained to him properly either. The kingdom under the lake had simply always been like this. He had some guesses, of course, but he felt as if he might be able to understand something if he could break through to the very center of the city, and then he would uncover all its secrets. Smiling, MC said they'd take it one by one. Closing her eyes, the woman said she was certain she wouldn't sleep tonight, at least not sober, so she'd go get a drink. Lily raised her hand and cried out that she wanted to too, that she wouldn't sleep either, so they should drink. Jupiter began to lead her away and remarked that it was hard to say for sure, as she knew a wonderful place. Closing his eyes, the boy said he'd return to the temple. The darkness scared him, but he'd feel better after praying. Standing before him, Ash replied that he didn't mind and that he should rest. Looking at Lucas, the boy called him over, saying they should rest too. Looking at the moon, the warrior listened as they explained they wouldn't go there until the next siege and asked if they could find out what kind of monsters would be there next time. Smiling, the main character noted that they'd already done that. He introduced the monster and said that next time they would encounter a pack of sewer rats. He remembered how they'd entered the room and thought of the kingdom beneath the lake as teeming with hordes of monsters. During exploration, they'd usually encounter those who would attack next. They'd reach their limit, spread to the borders, and then push outward toward their city. They'd walk through the city streets while Ash had said that the monsters they'd encountered in nearby locations during exploration would be the ones who would attack them next. They'd entered the estate, shouting that they'd arrived and hoped the food and baths were ready. Ader had run toward him, shouting that they had a problem. The dumbfounded boy had declared that there would be no reinforcements. The capital and the provinces had said they couldn't send reinforcements. The embittered protagonist had asked why. Lucas's stomach had begun to rumble. He apologized, looking embarrassed. The protagonist's voice could be heard in the building, saying that it didn't matter now. Ader had to bring food. Morning arrived, and MC asked why there were no reinforcements. Holding his hand behind his back, Ader replied that war had recently broken out on the Western Front, and the Empire had sent all its forces there. The young man presented a map and explained that they were gathering all the soldiers from all regions and transferring them to the Western Front. There were simply no spare troops available for reinforcements. Frowning, the protagonist concluded that something was wrong. A vision of a night's battle appeared in his mind, and he reflected that the Empire was always at war with someone, regardless of the time of year or time of day. There had always been, were, and would always be friction with its neighbors. Folding his arms, the prince wondered why they had suddenly decided to pull all the soldiers from the south now, and why this, purely coincidence, had happened precisely when he had requested reinforcements. Looking out the window, Ash asked if Ader had managed to hire mercenaries, to which he was told they'd already hired everyone they had, and there weren't many new ones coming. Imagining the building, the main character thought that only a couple of days had passed since the last battle. It would be foolish to expect the mercenary guild to fill up immediately. Clutching his head, he wondered what he should do now. The boy grabbed Ader's face and asked if he knew a way to quickly recruit troops, after which he was told he did, but it would be a real pain. Furious, Ash declared he'd cut him in half, then clarified who cared when the next raid was just around the corner, and ordered him to tell them how to get more soldiers. Smiling, Ader asked them to follow him. The prince mounted his horse. Glancing at the steward, the knight asked where they were headed. The boys were taken aback by the words that they were going to the former steward. Smiling, the boy announced that they were going to Margrave Cross's mansion. Looking at the wall, Ash explained that Margrave is a title held by those in strategically important border regions. Examining the cannons, the protagonist added that since they must defend the borders from enemy countries, monsters, and natural disasters, Margraves wield greater power than ordinary counts. In other words, they're not just pampered provincial nobles, but military commanders responsible for defense. The horse moved slowly as Ader explained that when the first peasants migrated to Crossroad, Margrave Cross already ruled the town. He rode alongside his companions and emphasized that the fort itself was named after him. The boy presented the castle walls and explained that the road built by the Cross family and the fort at its base constituted Crossroad, and that he had defended the place from the very beginning, and that he was also from a rather distinguished family. The prince calmly inquired why he was the former steward. He presented chess pieces, and the plot explained that the southern front was quite far from the center. Frankly, the Margrave would have had more power there than the emperor, but he had given up his status as landlord and forced a man from the capital to be sent there, which is why Ash became lord of these lands. He held a flag in his hands. Looking down, MC mentally wondered if he had given up his ancestral lands. Ader, with a satisfied expression, noted that things were complicated there. It would be easier if he asked him in person. They saw an estate ahead. Walking toward the gates, the steward described it as something like Count Cross's country residence. After he gave up his position as Margrave, he moved there. Vines grew over the building. While inspecting the gate, Ash asked if anyone was living there, to which Ader replied that they were, as he regularly sent provisions there. The old man glanced at them and asked who they were. He exclaimed infuriatedly that he hadn't invited them and that they should get off his lands. Ada ran up to him, waving his arms, and asked how he was doing. The perplexed lord wondered which cross was the Margrave. Looking at the old man's face, he noticed that he was just a drunkard. Someone like him couldn't possibly be the commander of Crossroads Defense. Standing before him, Ada announced that he had brought guests, and the Margrave asked if he hadn't told him to turn away anyone who came after him. Pointing at Ash, the man exclaimed that it was the newly minted landlord, His Highness Ash. The protagonist covered his mouth. He smiled and remarked that he was glad to meet him, as the Emperor's youngest son and the new Lord of Crossroad. He also mentally noted that even though his character was a tyrant prince, a little respect was due to the Margrave, even if he was a former one. MC, looking pleased, emphasized that it was annoying, but he'd have to speak formally. He'd address him like a private addressing a superior. Closing his eyes, the Lord declared that he'd very much like to talk to him, after which the old man interrupted him and ordered him to get out of there. Taken aback, the boy asked again. Furious, Cross began shouting for the prince to leave. Looking at the banner, the main character thought that the Everblack Empire was a state with a strict hierarchy. Even if this old man was the Margrave, he shouldn't dare treat the prince so rudely. Enraged, Ash asked what the Margrave was doing. The old man took up his weapon. The protagonist began to advance on him, and wondered who in their right mind would dare point a gun at a member of the imperial family. Cross charged into the fray, yelling for the boy to get lost. Shouts could be heard around the estate, telling him to get lost the easy way, to which MC replied that he'd be back and hoped he'd learn to communicate like a human being by then. He tried to restrain the enraged Lucas and asked for patience. Imagining the old man, Ash realized his full name was Charo Cross, who had never appeared in Empire Defense. The reason he didn't bother with him was because he was the father of the best tank in the game, Evangeline Cross. He imagined the girl's outline and noted that Evangeline had very cool SSR rank abilities and was also one of the most popular characters in the game. The protagonist calmly concluded that he would have to find a way to negotiate with this drunkard. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to recruit his daughter. As they rode back, he asked how the old man would solve his troop problems, to which Ada replied that Margrave Cross had his own private army. The steward introduced the soldiers and added that they were elite, deeply loyal to him. If they could reach an agreement, it would greatly ease their troop situation. Looking down, the young man concluded that they would have to reach an agreement one way or another, but he couldn't look at him without tears. Dialogue was out of the question. Ada looked at him and emphasized that there was one way to talk to him. With a smile on his face, he asked if the prince understood that a drinking companion was closer than a friend. A dumbfounded Ash reflected that he was trying to be a proper aristocrat, but it seemed to him that the world itself was against it. He approached the estate and asked if the Margrave was there. The enraged old man asked if he was tired of living. He noticed the cart and wondered what it was. The protagonist removed the cloth from the bottles. MC, looking pleased, declared it was his beloved swill. We were shown the drunken prince and told that he was known as a complete scumbag, a playboy prince who led a dissolute lifestyle, a disappointment in every sense of the word, so it wouldn't be surprising if he showed up with a pile of expensive booze. He showed the old man the bottles. Ash picked one up and offered him a drink. A stunned Cross exclaimed that he wasn't going to dry out. Frowning, he emphasized that they were brave guys, then asked them to bring everything in for a tasting. The protagonist entered the estate. Empty bottles lay at his feet. Covering his nose with his hand, MC thought the reek of alcohol was a mile away. This wasn't an amateur, but a professional alcoholic. Placing the glasses on the table, the Margrave announced that he hadn't had a drinking companion in a long time. Sitting across from him, the Lord asked if the glass was clean, to which he was told it was crystal clear. He could ruin the whole house, but he kept the glasses clean, a tribute to alcohol. Taking the bottle, the old man asked to see what he had brought. He exclaimed, dumbfounded, that it was the first-year Imperial whiskey, Peacemaker. It was priceless. Examining the spirit, Ash explained that Peacemaker was the nickname of the first emperor, and the batch itself was produced in the year of his coronation. It was a very expensive swill. Filling the Margrave's glass, the protagonist thought he'd shelled out for this bottomless cask, which couldn't fail. Smiling, he remarked that he hoped it would reach his alcohol-soaked brain. The old man tossed the glass back and downed it in one gulp. He enthusiastically declared that, as expected from a noble drink, this was a completely different experience. Looking at it, the protagonist asked if he tasted it, having gulped it down so quickly. He replied that there was no point in trying it any other way. He drank it as usual for comparison. Only then could he judge fairly. Frowning, the protagonist thought he couldn't understand, as he wasn't a drunk himself. Looking at the empty bottle, MC mentioned he wanted to ask something. Pouring himself a glass, the Margrave remarked that the boy should either drink or leave. If he came to chat, he'd better do so. The prince then emphasized that he wanted to ask about the snacks. Looking at the old man's face, Ash wondered how such a hardened alcoholic could ever drink on an empty stomach. Cross placed the bag on the table. Taking the prunes, the Lord explained that they were dried fruit, grown and dried by himself, and then asked if he had a garden. Noticing the window, the old man asked to open his eyes, as he could be seen from it. Examining the trees, he added that it was a small garden, and he even enjoyed pottering around in it. The protagonist's expression was one of disgust at the dried fruit. Inspecting the food, he asked how anyone could eat it, considering it was sour and at the same time terribly bitter. Biting into a prune, the Margrave asked if he dared spit out the fruits of his years of labor. He suddenly spat it out. Wiping his mouth, Cross declared it was disgusting. Labor never tasted good. Moving it over, he emphasized that labor shouldn't be wasted, so the boy should accept it as a gift. The prince then inquired why he was giving such an inedible gift, one he couldn't stomach. Closing his eyes, the old man declared that if dried fruit had stuck in his throat, he wouldn't have given it to him. Holding the bag in his hands, Ash concluded that his interlocutor was spouting nonsense, but somehow it sounded convincing. Examining the dried fruit, Cross said he didn't understand anything. Crossroad was located in the northernmost part of the continent. Watching the sunset, he added that the days were longer than average, and the soil was fertile. They said there was no better place for growing fruit. The dumbfounded protagonist asked why it tasted so bad, to which he replied that the old man himself didn't know. Any crop, not just fruit, should grow there as soon as it was sown. Looking down, the Margrave suggested it was the monsters that constantly haunted their land. He imagined a monster's corpse and described how they trampled their fields and killed farmers, and even when they died, they contaminated the land with their filth. The man imagined bald trees and noted that where the filth had spilled, the soil itself became leprous. Plants simply refused to grow in it. He added with a puzzled expression that this was why there were no fields around Crossroadua. Cross examined the glass, and we were told his wistful gaze fell on the glass, filled with golden alcohol crafted from high-quality fruits and grains, the kind that would never grow on his soil. Looking out the window, Ash asked why he was working on the garden then. Sipping his whiskey, the Margrave asked if everyone had at least one regret in their life. The old man examined the garden and declared it his regret. Taking the bottle, he remarked that with such thoughts, he wouldn't even be able to get drunk. Filling his glass, the protagonist asked if the Margrave knew why he had come to him, after which his interlocutor asked if he hadn't told him to leave immediately with his conversations. Slamming the bottle on the table, the young man cried out that if he so desired, he could send him away, but he would still say what he had to say. The old man listened attentively as the monsters continued to arrive, their numbers enormous. The protagonist imagined an army of undead and added that the last time they barely repelled an attack by a legion of living armor. They managed to stop them, but the walls were heavily damaged, and the losses were countless. He recalled standing on the battlefield. An enraged Ash declared that now they desperately needed military support. They needed his soldiers. Closing his eyes, the old man replied that he had no soldiers, after which MC asked what about his personal army, which had served his family for years. Imagining an army, Cross explained that all that remained were friends he had trained in his time and with whom he had fought many glorious battles, but as soon as he renounced his title, he abandoned them. Looking at his weapon, the old man noted that as soon as he betrayed his faithful spear and shield, those friends also threw down their weapons and fled, all resigning. Rising from the table, the protagonist asked for them all to be recalled to service, to which he received the answer that it was futile. Examining the dried fruit, the man declared that this land wasn't worth defending. Ash listened seriously to the question of why waste innocent lives trying to defend a useless border when it would be better to simply evacuate everyone. Watching the man continue drinking, the prince thought it was disappointing to hear such a thing from a man whose ancestors had sworn to protect these lands and pass their will on to their descendants. The old man looked at him and asked how he had ended up in this wasteland. He pictured a castle and explained that only death awaited him there, like all living things around him. Frowning, he asked to listen to the advice of the elder, who had dedicated his entire youth to protecting these lands. Ash needed to flee as quickly as possible before this cursed place consumed him too. The main character left the estate. Showing the bag, the boy explained that he hadn't been persuaded. His only success was this generous gift. Looking over a bag of dried fruit, he added that, as they say, it's not over yet, and he's going back, because hard work shouldn't go to waste. MC imagined the old man and asked why he'd finally given up the title. Mounting his horse, the boy asked if Lucas knew anything about it, as he imagined the Margrave had been through a lot. He noted with a serious expression that Ader said it was easier to find out from the old man himself. No way. Imagining the manager, the main character emphasized the developer's cunning. They rode back, while Ash said they'd work with what they had and do their best. He paused and emphasized that all they had to do was repair the wall and prepare for war. The monsters would still come, even if they started dancing with a tambourine, so he would focus on preparation and formulate a strategy to destroy them with the forces at hand. The prince, with a serious expression, declared that they were returning to Crossroads, as they had much to do. A message about the second wave popped up. The next morning, a ruined fortress was shown. The characters stood by a huge crack when a man told the hero that they had finally destroyed the enormous sword stuck in the wall, and that today they would remove the fragments and begin rebuilding the fort's wall. The man looked at the destruction, saying that the fragments shouldn't be carried away, but rather spread out in front of the wall, where they would serve as an excellent barricade. The fragments lay on the ground, while Ash was told that it was ideal for repelling rats. Ash looked at the crack, asking a worker how long it would take to repair the wall, to which he replied that its condition was worse than they had initially estimated. The man turned, asking for a quick estimate, and the man replied that, counting today, it would be 10 days. The young man lowered his head, saying 10 days, and arguing that they had about a week until the next siege. Ash knew time was short. A destroyed wall was shown, as the young man reflected on the embodiment of imperial architecture, the crossroad wall, and he knew full well it couldn't be patched up with a few boulders. The hero frowned, declaring he would take care of hiring workers and materials, so even if they tried their best, the repairs would be completed within a week. The man objected, calling out to the young man. The young man's eyes turned red as he clutched his shoulder, indicating he was listening intently. He thought it was clear the task was extremely difficult, but they had no choice. They had to hurry. The system window displayed information on the enemy and the second wave, and Ash added that this was a harsh reality. The young man received information on 3,000. The heroes stood at the entrance, observing the animals before them, while the boy considered the dog-sized rats they'd encountered in the dungeon, and a whopping 3,000 of them. A picture of a structure with a crack was shown, while the story was about needing an entire wall. A worker lowered his head and promised to do his best, and the hero thanked them, expressing his appreciation for their dedication and commitment. The young man raised his hand, looking at the workers, exclaiming that they had a tight deadline, and that they should hurry. If they valued their lives, it was time to get to work. A few days later, Ash and the man were sitting at the table, and the hero was telling them how he'd spent the day supervising renovations and that night drinking with Margrave Cross in his mansion. A glass was being poured while the young man was remarking that the two barely spoke, simply raising their glasses of liquor. A sad-faced worker lifted a sledgehammer, and the hero explained how the defensive line was gradually being restored. The boy felt ill when Lucas patted him on the back, telling him things that couldn't be said about his liver. It was the dead of night when the hero revealed how he'd been fueling himself with select and not-so-select booze for hours on end. After 4 days of drinking in deathly silence, the Margrave finally couldn't take it anymore. The man held a glass in his hand, asking the hero if he'd ever loved. A burning candle was depicted. Ash contorted his face, asking again. The Margrave drank, saying he was asking if he'd ever loved anyone. The old man closed his eyes, concluding that apparently not, to which he received the answer that apparently not. The man looked at the young man and asked again that, come to think of it, no one at all. Ash raised his hand to his face, wondering about his beloved. A guy thought about his life on Earth before he became a gaming streamer. He stood in the dark, and people were talking about being a loner. He lay with his phone, thinking about how no one had ever really sworn their love to him, and he didn't think it was worth wasting his time on it. He realized he was a lone wolf. He sat at the computer, talking about how after he started streaming, he began to feed off the love of his audience. The man smiled, commenting on how much he adored. A bald guy asked how much it would cost him to twerk on camera, and he'd keep 100,000 for starters. The boy gave the middle finger, writing an obscene comment. The young man shook his hands in anger, thinking that this wasn't it, and that, in fact, it was about the universal adoration of the great man. He reasoned that, in a word, no matter how you look at it. Ash put his hand to his face, exclaiming that there was no one, and the man replied that his life had been a crap one. The young man glared at the old man. He placed his hand on the table and began to talk nonsense, asking if he was drinking heavily in an empty house because he had a good life. The man laughed. The young man asked him the same question. The Margrave swirled his glass, explaining that he loved. A girl with flowers was shown when he talked about his wife, the only person he'd loved his entire life. The old man explained that she died 3 years ago. The protagonist stared at his interlocutor silently. The man poured himself another glass, adding that monsters had torn her apart in this very garden, and there wasn't even anything to put in her coffin. The filled glass sat on the table. The Margrave looked down, saying that every lord of these lands is haunted by misfortune, and he thought it could be called a curse. Ash asked about the curse. The city was shown as he explained about the fortress, or someone dear to him, that the time would come when he would have to choose between them. 3 characters were depicted with their backs to each other, as the old man spoke of how there had never been any exceptions. From the founding lords of the distant past to his grandfather and father, no one had escaped this curse. A trembling hand reached for a drink. The man narrowed his eyes, saying it had befallen him too. A flag fluttered against the sun. The Margrave explained how, over the past couple of decades, the monsters had shown almost no activity. The unknown man stood on the wall as they spoke of how peace reigned in the fortress, but income had begun to decline. Finances were in dire straits, so he was forced to open his own business. The old man looked at the hero, knowing that his wife had then suggested setting up a farm south of the fort. The young man clarified what that meant, outside the fort. The man raised his lantern as he continued his narrative, explaining that the northern lands were indeed mired in war, so the empty and peaceful southern lands seemed ideal. A forest was shown, and he explained that monster raids were rare there, so soil pollution was negligible, leading them to believe that farming would be a great idea. He noted that this was why he had expanded their farmland south. The Margrave watched the people working in the fields, commenting on how word of the fertile lands had spread, and officials had flocked there from far and wide, while monsters hardly bothered them and they easily fought off those who came. He added that all had been well for a time. A path through the trees to the house was depicted, and the old man spoke of how this orchard stood at the southernmost point of the new border, like a woman, his wife. The man looked out the window, adding that she had taken the initiative to plant trees and seeds, even in the most dangerous areas. The couple looked at each other in the garden, and the Margrave recalled how she fed him grapes with her slightly soiled but gentle hands. Their first harvest on the land had been modest. The woman clung to the man as he spoke of how nothing in the world had been sweeter than those fruits. The Margrave spoke of how, at some point, hope had arisen in him that one day he would be able to break free from the routine of monster slayer. He folded his hands in his pockets, observing the fortress, knowing he would work in the fields, picking fruit to feed his family. The old man frowned, recounting how he had experienced a new, unfamiliar life for him, a simple warrior. The man looked down, saying that, as expected, it hadn't lasted long. The Margrave recalled that in his second year as a farmer, the enraged creatures crowded around him as he continued to explain that information had been received about 100 enormous monsters rapidly advancing on their town. The man quickly returned to the front lines. He was on horseback, looking at his companion, remembering how warmly he had bid his wife farewell, promising her to be careful, and then leaving the farmland. The old man silently closed his eyes. The boy, his mouth wide open, stared at the monster. The Margrave said that even before they reached the fort, he had learned that the monsters had split into two groups, and some of them, having separated from the main group, were attacking from the south, where the farms were located. A bucket of harvest fell to the ground. The man watched the scene at the fortress, remarking that most of them were heading for the city, and that's when he had to choose. The old man clenched his teeth, trying to decide whether to turn around and save his wife or fulfill his duty and protect the tens of thousands of city residents. A candle burned in the darkness. The Margrave stared ahead, wondering if it was hard to guess what he'd chosen. The young man looked him in the eye, replying, "The city." A fortress wall was depicted, and the old man confirmed it, as had all his ancestors. Morally and legally, he'd done the right thing. Cannons fired at the enemy as he explained that he'd defended the fort's walls and slain the monsters. A long, grueling battle that lasted several days. The man said that afterward, he'd rushed straight to the farms, without a break. The Margrave looked at the dead, remembering that he'd found only trampled fields and piles of corpses. He stood by the harvest, recounting how just a dozen monsters had torn hundreds of people apart, his beloved wife among them. The man trembled, looking up as he spoke of how Margrave Cross had fulfilled his duty to the land of his ancestors at the cost of everything he'd ever held dear. He wondered who was to blame. Cannons were displayed on the fortress wall, while the old man wondered about the uncouth fools incapable of defending the front lines without leaders. The man raised his lantern, questioning whether it was his own decision to stretch the border and his forces along it. The old man looked down, insisting it was his own fault, which didn't make it any easier, but the hardest thing for him was the realization. The image of the woman cracked as he explained that he had betrayed his wife and chosen the city. The Margrave raised his glass to his lips, saying that even his own daughter had called him brainless. She couldn't understand how he could choose the city over her mother. The man watched the carriage drive away, explaining that a few days later, his daughter had also abandoned him. The old man's hand trembled, explaining that this was all he had ultimately received, having dedicated his entire life to defending this place. The Margrave looked away, remarking that his wife was dead, his daughter had left, and he was rotting here in utter solitude. He glanced at the hero's serious face, adding that this was just one example. The man took the bread, expressing his thoughts. He knew what this place was called. The boy asked again about the city of graves. Crosses were shown as the old man explained that this city stood on corpses, and one day, he too would face a choice. The Margrave crossed his fingers, saying that to protect this city, he would have to pay a high price and sacrifice everything he held dear. Ash sat silently in his chair, thinking that this didn't so much feel like a curse as it did like an inevitable future. He reasoned that it was something determined by a series of factors, leading to a lousy ending. A green flag was drawn, indicating that their family had carried this sacrifice through generations. The old man closed his eyes, declaring that they'd had enough. He couldn't push this damned work onto his daughter. The boy stared ahead, understanding. The young man crossed his arms, questioning whether he'd left his position to protect his daughter from inheriting his position and his fate, to which the prince replied that it was indeed so. The Margrave looked at his hand, declaring that he wanted his daughter to get out of here alive and well, so she could live happily, even if it was somewhere else. The girl watched the energy spread as it was revealed that this was the SSR rank tank Evangeline Cross, a character whose power he coveted more than anyone else, and whose Margrave tried to keep away from the battlefield. The man poured a drink, drawing the prince's attention, asking if he'd asked him to help defend the city, hadn't he? He set the bottle down. The old man looked at his companion and said he was fed up with this nonsense, even trading the lives of his loved ones for this crap. Ash stared at him silently. The man asked him to leave. His reflection was visible in the glass of alcohol as he recounted how the eyes reflected in his glass glowed with anything but pride for the work he'd done defending the fort. The path to the house was depicted at night, when the Margrave begged to die in this garden, not on the fort walls. The boy noticed that they rather reflected the bitterness of regret that he hadn't died with his wife. It was deep into the night, and when the old man clarified his hopes, Ash realized he had reasons why he couldn't help. A candle was depicted, and the Margrave explained that he told the young man the truth as thanks for keeping him company. The man watched attentively, asking him to leave and offering his final advice. The hero listened attentively, telling him that if he were faced with this choice, he should think carefully. The Margrave added, "Don't regret it later like he did." It was the 5th day of repair work. Shards lay scattered in front of the fortress, and it was said that only 2 days remained until the next wave. The prince stood up, saying how well they had all done. He extended his hand toward the table, declaring that they could rest and eat a little, and the workers rejoiced at this news. A red flag fluttered over the wall as shouts of gratitude for the young man could be heard, someone shouting that he would give them something to drink and something to eat. Someone else shouted that this guy would give them something to drink, and he'd probably drink it all up himself. Ash, displeased, asked the sly faces to shut up and keep going. The worker closed his eyes, holding out his glass, and heard a question about how the work was progressing. The builder looked him in the eye when he reported that it was a good job, as he had supplied them with sufficient workers and believed they could finish on time. Sheets of metal were depicted over a crack, and when the man explained that the repair wasn't the most reliable, but the wall would be intact in 2 days, the young man remarked that it was excellent work. He thought that the most pressing issue had been dealt with. The boy crossed his arms, saying it was time to put it to use. The old man held a bundle in his hands, exclaiming that they would finally be able to use it. A paper was shown, and it was explained that it was a magical summoning scroll they had found during their last expedition. It could only be used after research in the alchemist's workshop, which had just been completed today. A system window appeared, asking whether he wished to place a projectile on a defensive turret. The scroll in his hand lit up as the hero considered the answer. Of course, yes. A bright light blazed in his hand. A notification appeared that Ash had access to a new player skill, summoning magic. The young man crossed his arms in front of a pile of rocks, thinking that this should be enough. He sat on his bed, musing that he'd finally gotten lucky, that for once a proper item had dropped. He held a magic ball called an R-rank mana core, and with this thing, everything would work. The message window said to select a placement location. The hero pointed his finger at the map, wondering what could possibly be happening right there. The pile of rocks above the prince magically soared upward. The rocks fell, falling on top of each other. Ash watched the unfolding movement. People beheld a new cannon. The weapon looked modern. The young man, clapping his hands, declared it magnificent, when the old man remarked that it was magical architecture technology lost hundreds of years ago. The hero raised his hand, declaring that thanks to everyone's efforts, the defense line was becoming stronger and stronger. He looked at the workers, telling them to keep working, and he felt their spirits lift. Ash smiled, thinking how wonderful it would be if they could keep this up. A picture of a house with lanterns was shown, and it was said that their next stop was the forge. A fire was blazing in the furnace when they asked how things were going. Lucas placed his hands on his belt, exclaiming that it couldn't be better, and it was said that the custom armor was finally ready. A card for level 30 ghost armor was shown, explaining that this armor was crafted using the mana core of a ghost knight, but its durability was second to none. A notification popped up about the level 1 ghost skill, which made him invulnerable for 5 seconds, and the hero realized that this was much more useful than he thought. Lucas wiped away tears as he said he'd use them wisely. The prince replied that of course, after all, he'd paid for them well, he should use them to his heart's content. The young man crossed his arms, reflecting on how close he'd been to tears when they took his measurements, and how he should give him gifts more often. Ash turned to the blacksmith, thanking him for the beautiful armor, to which the blacksmith thanked him back, saying he'd finally been able to work with a worthy material. The man looked ahead, exclaiming that it was a pleasure working with him, so he hoped they'd work with him again, and that he could call him any time. The young man replied that it was a deal. The building was shown, and when a message appeared informing him that the forge was reaching level 3, the young man reasoned that upgrading the forge and equipment was crucial. Even in the late game, he'd definitely be a frequent visitor. The prince looked at Lucas, turning to him. He stared intently at his companion, explaining that they were heading to the western part of the city and needed to be there. Lights hung in the air above the wall, indicating that this was the western part of the fort, and the sounds of cannon fire echoed in the air in memory of the fallen. The prince and the warrior stood among the crowd, explaining that they were bidding farewell to the fallen, all the soldiers who perished during the previous defense of the fortress against a wave of monsters. Shovels were moving earth, when the hero explained that their comrades were buried beneath the fresh tombstones and a layer of earth. Ash mentioned that not many had died. The young man gazed thoughtfully ahead, claiming it was difficult to judge whether this was a good or a bad thing. A choir was performing a piece. The boy stood by the graves of the heroes, reflecting on how his day had passed in such endless hustle and bustle. Lucas approached the protagonist, who was sitting on the ground. A man approached them, noting how much money had been spent on the funeral. He mentioned that he'd even arranged for posthumous compensation. The old man put his hands behind his back, describing this as a truly royal act of generosity, and the hero noticed the Margrave. The man looked into his companion's eyes, saying that the boy needed to remember, this was the monster's front line, and it claimed lives like a giant whirlpool in a storm. He knew that sooner or later the moment would come when buying them off would be impossible. Ash, raising his head, noticed he'd come all this way just to say that. The old man listened to the question about whether he'd simply run out of booze at home, put his hands behind his back, and replied that there was no such thing as too much alcohol, and even he had to stock up. The Margrave added that he'd come today for a different reason. The man looked at the hero, explaining that he dropped in on his former comrades for a chat over a glass of white wine, and asked them if they still wanted to defend the city. Ash frowned when he asked what they'd said. The old man replied that they all said they did, and would protect him as long as it took. The young man shouted into the night sky, overjoyed. The boy smiled, exclaiming that this was the best news he'd heard all week. Warriors stood with green flags, and when he remarked that he didn't know how much use those old men were, but they were preparing right now, the old man spoke of handing over leadership to Ash. The man looked ahead, stating that he was asking not to waste these men's lives in vain. The joyful boy shook the old man's hand, thanking him, to which he received the reply that there was no need to thank him, since it was their decision. The protagonist remembered the man drinking, reflecting on how the Margrave was so adamant that he'd given up hope of getting anything out of him. He wondered who would have thought he'd just up and help him. The men stood overlooking the nighttime city as the boy reflected on how grateful he was to have finally spoken to them. It was unexpected, such a relief, thank God for the Margrave. The old man turned around after listening silently, and replied that he'd helped as best he could, asking them to take care of the city. He wished the young lord luck. Ash's expression was serious as he said the Empire wouldn't forget his help and vowed to personally do his utmost. A full moon was shown, and when the protagonist mentioned visiting them as soon as he needed his wisdom, the old man responded gruffly, telling him to let him drink in peace. The young man put his hands to his mouth, shouting that the Margrave drank too much and that he'd better bring him some medicinal herbs. The old man replied that he should drink his own and bring him some real swill. The man looked back, exhaling. He walked away, waving his hand. The boy watched him silently, thinking that he'd probably gone back to his garden. Ash was talking about how he'd wanted to stop him. The Margrave was shown in the past, and the young man reasoned that even as an old man, he'd been an excellent commander who'd successfully defended the border his entire life. The man was invaluable to the defense. The old man turned his back when it was said that he'd lost too much. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking that he had no right to stop him and should let him go. The young man recalled their feast, thinking that maybe next time they'd chat more, he'd give him some advice. The man disappeared into the darkness as the boy pondered something he hadn't yet imagined. The hero added that there would never be a next time. 2 days later, early in the morning, the fortress was shown and the wall repairs were finally complete. A worker, his hand shaking, told Ash that a couple of patches had been patched haphazardly, as they had been in such a hurry, but he promised the wall would be able to fulfill its purpose. The boy replied that it was excellent work and that nothing more was needed. The young man understood that all preparations were complete. Arrows and cannonballs were depicted when it was said that ammunition was available. An army with flags stood on the wall when he said that soldiers were available, plus 300 veterans. A man in armor placed his hand on his chest when information was revealed that there were originally around 1,000 of them. Ash turned his head back, saying that he couldn't ask for more. The cannon was ready for battle. The protagonist hugged it, calling it beautiful. He looked at the shields erected near the shard-covered fortress, pondering the existence of a barricade with a death zone. The young man understood that everything was perfect. Ash smiled, thinking that he could let the creatures attack if they dared. The masked man looked up. He moved step by step. Someone was approaching the fortress city. A rider approached the city wall. The horse galloped, its hooves clattering. The warriors shouted that there was an urgent message from intelligence. Enraged creatures were shown while he shouted that the monsters were advancing. The young man looked into the distance. A notification about the second wave appeared, and that it would begin in 10 minutes. Ash shouted at the top of his lungs that they were already close, ordering everyone to remain vigilant. Loud shouts could be heard from within the fortress. The boy understood that they were ready for this. The red flag fluttered in the wind as he reflected on how, in all his time playing this game, the conditions had never been better for the start of a battle. The young man smiled, thinking that he'd let those creatures just show up. The clouds of dust cleared as the unknown figure appeared. The masked man was nearby. Ash's eyes widened, lost in thought. He stared at the figure, wondering who it was. Lucas watched as the prince pointed, asking if something was wrong with his majesty. The boy wondered if he saw a person there. The hero saw the clouds of dust, wondering. Lucas looked more closely, confirming that he saw nothing. Ash shouted to Damien, asking if he saw a person there. The boy's eyes widened, wondering if there was anyone there. The young man gritted his teeth, wondering if he'd imagined it. The hero hoped so. A stranger appeared through the dust as Ash considered what if, there really was someone there. The boy wondered who the hell it could be. The kindling was burning in the urn, and he realized the ground beneath his feet had begun to tremble. The young man looked ahead, considering what they were coming. The hero clenched his fist, knowing he needed to remain calm. The enraged monsters opened their mouths, and Ash thought it didn't matter whether he'd imagined it or not, and it didn't matter how many there were. The prince stared ahead silently, pushing away the thought that the only thing he could do now was stop them. The warriors stood at the cannons when the command to ready the cannons sounded. Flames erupted from the barrels as someone shouted for them to fire. Simultaneously, all the cannons fired. Cannonballs soared upward, aiming at the undead. The explosion struck the vile rats. The creature opened its mouth as it was torn apart. A young man watched the large explosion, commenting on how it was. A notification appeared, indicating 9 kills. Ash reported that the first salvo had killed nearly 100 rats. The prince smiled and ordered them to continue, reasoning that the abominations were only superior in numbers, and that the rats were nothing special. The red-eyed mice advanced, and the young man reasoned that their large numbers would play a cruel trick on them, forming a crowd. The cannons fired in a concentrated fashion, as the hero reflected on how, as is well known, it's much easier to lay down barrage fire against a crowd, allowing them to hit as many targets as possible. Ash opened his palm, calling up the system window, thinking that about 30 minutes had passed since the battle began. He watched the notification window, knowing that at this rate, they could easily handle it. The swaddled creatures were climbing the fortification. The young man peered through the telescope, wondering. The creatures climbed the planks, making him wonder if they were using corpses. Rats leaped over the barricades, cursing. Ash watched the monsters, musing that the piles of corpses were so large they were creating a springboard for their fellows. Mice were everywhere, in large numbers, when the young man realized this was bad, as jumping the zone hadn't been part of his plan. The prince shouted about spreading out, widening the kill zone, ordering the ballistic squad to attack. Shrapnel lay against the wall, and the young man considered that the kill zone was far from the fort walls, and there was a barricade on the ground. He considered that for now, it was bearable. The warriors fired their cannons. An arrow flew toward the enemy. The battlefield erupted with gunfire and explosions, and Ash realized he'd overlooked something. The fighters turned to the prince, saying they were too fast, hard to hit. The young man gritted his teeth, cursed, and asked why they were so fast. A rat was depicted as he pondered why he hadn't thought of this beforehand. Those rodents are so fast, every single one. The creatures approached the fortress, as the boy considered how many more rats would now reach the fort's walls than he'd expected. The new cannon began to glow green. Energy rushed beyond the fortress. The protagonist looked in surprise, remembering there was also a turret. The vile creature opened its mouth. Ash watched the green explosions. Saliva flowed from his mouth as he, remembering the holy Torbjorn, thought how cool it was. The young man stared ahead, reflecting on how turrets were simply designed for defense. Numerous rats were hidden beneath clouds of dust, and the prince was saying that no matter how powerful a turret was, it couldn't cover the entire battlefield, much less. Ash looked up at the cannon, realizing the turret had already expended all its ammo and was reloading. He stared at the massive pile of rats, wondering how there were still too many of them. He thought about how the defensive line was rapidly shrinking. The monsters were bumping into the barricades, and he thought the sword shards were doing their job, but the rats would still reach the fort walls. It was only a matter of time. Ash gritted his teeth, thinking about the inevitable close combat, which was the worst possible outcome, as there would be more casualties. A huge explosion illuminated the surrounding area. The young man turned his attention to it. Pinpoint strikes were being made on the creatures, and he realized they were absolutely perfect shots. He looked away, wondering who it could be. The old man placed his hand on the fighter's helmet, exclaiming that he'd spoken to the rookie, and that they were there, to which the warrior was glad he made it, thanking the man. The hero thought of the Silver Army. Warriors with green flags stood waiting while it was said that experienced fighters, hardened in fierce battles, their presence had a far greater effect than he thought. The commander shouted for the bastards to stay awake, or they'd die in the afterlife, to move their butts before they got chewed off. The fighter in green armor pointed, telling him to punch less in the eyes and then he'd hit, to shoot more because it would increase the chances of hitting. Ash mused about how they dispensed advice and kept the soldiers' morale up. One of the commanders shouted for the prince to provide the soldiers. They would take good care of them. The young man grinned silently, reasoning that he could rely on them. The boy watched the battlefield, realizing that the defense was still going smoothly. The rat grinned. A fireball exploded in the pack. Thanks to the Silver Army's help, they were able to defend themselves more effectively against the rats. Ash looked ahead. Besides, if you were wondering what his best fighters were doing, Lucas was in charge of the front lines. The young man with golden hair stood and shouted for the left front to expand their range, adding that they should aim further and more carefully. The boys looked at the strategic map. Ash was merely outlining the defensive strategy, while Lucas was already issuing more detailed orders in accordance with his instructions. The commander looked ahead. Ash's knowledge of military terminology was still shaky, leading most of the soldiers to believe he was spouting nonsense. However, Lucas miraculously understood what he was trying to achieve and gave orders the soldiers could understand. The general watched the blonde boy, thinking, "What a clever fellow." The boy in the black suit pulled the lever. An arrow flies from the crossbow, and Damien fires slowly but surely. The arrows pierce the heads of rats, dispatching the rodents that had gotten too close to the walls with precise headshots. The boy's eye lights up. Damien is skilled at sniping, and while this ability might not seem so valuable to summon such a carnage, any loss to an enemy counts. Ash watches the child and thinks, "Excellent work." The ring flies toward the purple sphere. The woman raises her hands, while Lily is in charge of the artifacts. The girl in the chair looks to the side and shouts for gravity artifact number 1 to be used in 3 minutes, adding that gravity artifact number 2 should be ready. Lily turns her head to Ash, watching her yell energetically and scurry back and forth, as if trying to convey with her whole demeanor, "Leave me alone, old lady, she's working on it." The boy turns his head, and finally, the last member of their squad, Jupiter, appears. The old woman lies on the cot and says that everyone is doing well, and that their health is good. Ash thinks she's just lying there. The young man looks at her and thinks that he, of course, told her to rest and be on guard for now, but she's somehow settled in too comfortably. The old woman rises and groans about her back, saying that she's so sweaty collecting all that mana, that her back hurts. The general thinks he'd tell her who she is, but it's not the time to fight the only powerful mage, and asks why they're going so early, adding that she'll have time to sweat. Jupiter raises his glass and says that's true, and they should drink to that, and Ash thinks that's infuriating. He looks at the field beneath the walls. In short, thanks to the persistent work of everyone except the old woman, the defense is going smoothly, if you ignore the rats approaching. A green beam shoots out of the cannon. Green explosions appear on the field. The general forgot to mention the turret's incredible power. He pats the cockpit and says he's proud of it. Rats are dead in front of the gate. At this rate, they'll fight them off soon. The guy smiles and wonders if this is the first time they've won without taking any damage. He notices a figure in the distance and is surprised. A man in a cloak stands in the dust. Ash thinks it's the same guy from back then and clarifies that it wasn't a hallucination. The guy looks down and yells to create a map. He looks at it and says, "Oh shit." Ash looks at the glowing red dot and is surprised that it's an enemy NPC invasion, only in its second wave. A warning icon appears. Anything can happen during an attack. Any variables make the game more interesting, and an enemy NPC invasion is one of those events. A pixelated figure appears, be it an NPC from the kingdom beneath the lake, or simply a raid by the Empire's enemies. Any small detail can ruin all hopes of a successful completion, but not on the second level. Ash frowned, thinking that now wasn't the time for this. Ader smiled. Ash wondered if he was the developer. He would have confronted him, but the bastard had disappeared somewhere just in time. The boy turned to Damien and asked if he could see him too. The masked man stood there, looking at them. Damien looked at him and said yes, asking if he was some kind of traveling performer. The general looked at the boy and yelled at him to finish him off right now. The boy looked at Ash and asked if he was just a human, wasn't he? He replied that it didn't matter and ordered him to finish him off while he could. A pixelated figure appears. Ash is absolutely certain it's an NPC from the kingdom beneath the lake. He recognizes the jester's costume, and adds that he remembers who it is. The general points at the man and shouts that he must be killed before he plays the flute. Damien clutches his crossbow and objects. Ash leans over to the boy and shouts that he is his weapon, asking him to do as he says, and if he doesn't want more people to die, then blow his head off quickly. Waves rush through the air. Ash looks ahead. He glances to the side. The jester raises the flute. The rats look at him. The warriors stand on the wall. They look at the rats and are surprised that they have stopped. Red waves rush through the air. The rat's eyes turn red. The creature rushes forward. The pack rushes toward the gate. Ash shouts that they are all heading in the same direction. He turns his head and asks where they are all running. Lucas looks at him and replies, "Towards the center of the wall, and that's the spot they recently patched." The crowd runs toward the gate. Ash holds out his hand and orders the ballistas and cannons to adjust their course and fire their most powerful salvo at once. The cannons fire. Explosions appear across the field. The boy thinks they won't make it in time. The rats swarm together. Ash continues to ponder that the change in direction is too sudden. The monster stops. It prepares to pounce. A rat leaps forward. The soldier on the wall watches this. Ash watches from the wall. A rat smashes against the wall. The boy asks what they're doing. Several more rats rush toward the wall. They slam their heads into the fortifications. The soldiers look at this and declare that the rats have gone mad and ask why they're doing this. A pile of corpses forms under the wall. Ash says that they've only just finished repairing it. He looks at them and states that they shouldn't dare do this. The workers disperse, and Ash claims that the repairs, thank God, were completed a couple of hours ago. He adds that even though the workers left in a lather because they were on a tight deadline, they still couldn't patch it perfectly. Light shines through a crack in the wall, and the guy says that their goal was simply to fill the gap, meaning cracks are inevitable, adding that sewer rats are drawn to these cracks. The rats smash their heads against the wall, and Ash claims they're smashing their heads against the wall. The creature peers into the hole, and the guy continues to say that they're scratching the stone with their claws. The rat bites the stone, and the guy reasons that they're gnawing their way through the wall. A crack appears in the wall. Blood spurts from the rat's head, and the young man declares that this is the perfect strategy for monsters like rats. He frowns and curses. Ash looks ahead and says that for some reason he thinks the bastard is laughing at them. A man in a mask stands leaning slightly forward. A pixelated figure stands there, an NPC from the kingdom beneath the lake, a jester who can control monsters with a flute. The masked man looks ahead. Players have nicknamed him the Pied Piper of Hamelin. He must be disposed of immediately. Ash turns to Damien and shouts for him to shoot. The boy aims his crossbow at the jester. The masked man straightens. He adjusts his hat and begins to walk away. The jester disappears. Damien lowers his crossbow. He begins to cry and apologizes, then states that even though the jester is an enemy, he can't shoot a human. Ash frowns, thinking it's understandable, since the boy is a healer. He looks at Damien and reflects that most of their enemies are humans, and he will have to fight them in the future, adding that if this remains a problem, he won't be of much use. Ash places a hand on Damien's shoulder and declares that they will return to this conversation a little later. The boy looks down from the wall, thinking there's a more serious problem. The cannons begin firing after the archers and cannons are ordered to continue firing. An arrow flies off the wall. Ash turns around and says that Jupiter has a job and to hurry up. Lightning bolts shoot from the old woman's hands, and she declares that this is exactly what she was waiting for, then asks where they'll be firing. The boy extends his hand and asks her to organize a rat barbecue in that direction. Lightning begins to strike the ground. Ash looks to the side and orders Lily to prepare all the fire artifacts at full power. The girl looks at him and agrees, then gives the order to activate the fire artifacts. Beams emanate from the orbs on the wall. A stream of fire erupts from the sphere after the command to open fire. Fire and lightning rage across the battlefield. Ash looks ahead and declares that this is exactly what he needs, and asks if the jester thought that firing at one point would help. The rats burn and become electrified. Ash spreads his arms and says that the death corridor can be set up in front of the wall. He laughs and declares that they scared the Imperial wall with their rat ass, and adds that they should patch their ass, it's full of holes. The guy looks at the light from the side. His eye widens, thinking that the wave boss's name, previously hidden behind question marks, is now revealed. Text appears next to the icon, and Ash reads that it's a Rat-Man champion. The rat roars, and the guy thinks that since the name is revealed, it means they've already appeared on the battlefield. Several monsters are standing on the field, and the commander speculates that they've even brought sewer rats with them. A pile of corpses lies under the gate. Ash notices that they're trying to break through the fort wall. The guy looks ahead and orders them to stop. The monster puts its foot on the ground. It starts running. The young man looks at the soldiers and asks why they're standing there, and adds that they should attack, stop the creatures. The cannons start firing again. The monster bursts into flames. The boy reflects that this effigy is 3 times larger than the one they encountered in the sewers. Shells fly toward the rat man. One hit from him on the fort wall will be enough. A green beam erupts from the turret. The attack is aimed at the rats. The monster stands inside the explosion. It falls to the ground. Ash looks at the corpse. He clenches his teeth and orders another shot. The rat man runs forward. The boy orders them to get rid of them first. Fire erupts from the cannon. The general orders them to fire without sparing their ammunition. A volley is fired. A blue sphere appears. Ash says to put the artifacts there too and to flood Jupiter with mana. The old woman holds out her hand. Lightning runs across it. She orders the rats to hold on. A storm sweeps across the field. The rats are dying. The boy thinks her power was great, and the monsters' carcasses melted like beeswax, but the rat man runs forward through the lightning. Jupiter asks what's going on. The monster approaches the gates. Because the fire was too diffuse, the rat man champions were able to avoid significant damage. Ash looks to the side and shouts for Lily to use the fire artifacts. The girl looks at him and says they're still warm, to which he replies that he doesn't care. She opens her mouth. Fire pours from the wall. Lily stretches out her hands and asks what she needs from all this. The monster runs into a fireball. There's an explosion. The rat man burns. Another creature approaches him. It bares its teeth. Ash looks at it and shouts that there's only one left, adding that they should kill it. Lucas raises his sword. He throws it at the monster. The blade strikes the rat man. The captain points his finger and orders them to shoot now. Ash turns to the boy and orders him to open fire. Damien takes aim. An arrow flies from the crossbow. It pierces the monster's head. The boy shouts that it's his, and that it's victory. The monster runs toward the fort. Ash looks at it, amazed that it still has the strength to move. The rat man grins, and the boy asks him to stop. The rat man breaks through the wall. Dust appears in the city. The man looks at the burning city. There was something strange about all this. As a commander who had dedicated his entire life to fighting monsters, he sensed this intuitively. An image of rats appeared, and the monsters began to attack differently, completely unlike when he himself was a lord. Ross looks at the battlefield. Firstly, there are many more of them. Secondly, a hierarchy has appeared. Tactics are beginning to emerge in their formation and method of engaging in combat. The old man turned his head and noted that Prince Ash had already fought 3 similar battles. An old man sat before the protagonist. He could understand why the newly minted landlord, Prince Ash, had turned to him for help in the first place. An image of the prince appeared, but it turned out he was handling things just fine on his own. It was hard to believe he was known as a drunken brawler. And yet things were taking a turn for the worse. The old man rested his hand on his swords and considered whether to intervene. The knight stood near the grapes. Ross looked away. The man closed his eyes. The old man walked toward the forest, thinking that he was already retired and there was no point in engaging in a pointless battle. He added that he could die in the garden, just as he had wanted. The old man's eyes widened. Stones fell on the body of a dead monster. Ross looked away. The city burned behind the old man, who thought he no longer wished to fight. The man stood near the woman, and the old man realized he wanted to return to his garden. The sun illuminated the grave, and Ross told his beloved to wait for him, for this time he would fulfill his duty to her. The protagonist raised his head and ordered the evacuation of the townspeople. The monster's dead body lay there. A crowd of creatures ran toward the city, and the hero noticed that the sewer rats were advancing and were getting close. The soldiers ran, and the hero shouted that, in addition to the riflemen and artillery, anyone capable of close combat was to immediately head to the breach point. The young man turned to Lucas and said he had assumed command of the swordsmen. A cannonball ejected, and the hero ordered the riflemen to continue firing. The cannons erupted in a deafening salvo, and the protagonist added that they should strive to create a fiery barrier in front of the breach in the wall. Mana enveloped the woman's hands, and Ash declared that Jupiter had complete freedom of action and added that she should strike as she pleased, as long as she killed as many as possible. The woman exhaled, and the young man told her not to spare her mana, because they'd flood her again, and asked her to unleash the most powerful blast. Ash approached the girl and asked what artifacts they had left, to which she replied that only the acceleration ones remained. The girl raised her head and, when asked about the status of the fire artifact, replied that it still needed 10 minutes to recharge. Ash turned his head and said to use the acceleration on the fighting soldiers for now, and as soon as the fire artifact was ready, to activate it as well. The protagonist stopped and said the young man's name. The hero looks forward. Damien addressed the protagonist. The young man raised his hand. A man stands with a flute. Rats are running. A huge monster broke through the gate, and the hero guessed that Damien most likely now thinks it was his fault. Ash struck the young man. The protagonist looks forward and says they still need him. The young man raised his head. The hero placed a hand on his comrade's shoulder and said that they could all make mistakes, that it was okay, and added that the main thing was to not lose confidence. An image of a character from the game appeared, and the hero added that a shooter who never misses is too important a combat unit. Ash bowed his head and told Damien that his mere presence instilled hope. Tears began to stream down the young man's face, and the protagonist told him to believe in himself as much as he believed in him. The protagonist turned the young man around. The sun illuminated the city wall, and Ash said that Damien needed to secure the last line of defense, and to do that, he needed to shoot any rats that broke through the soldiers and rushed into the city. The young man straightened and said that he would do so. The hero frowned and realized that he could only hope that everyone was up to the task. A crowd of monsters was rushing toward the wall. The protagonist raised his head and told everyone to get ready, as the enemy was breaking through. The knight stood with his sword. Rats were crawling through a hole in the wall. A paw stepped on a body. The cut pierced the monster's neck. Lucas severed the rat's head. The blade fell to the ground. The knight stood up and said that the passage was quite narrow. They wouldn't all fit through at once, adding that they should remain calm and kill the creatures one by one. The soldiers raised their weapons. The protagonist lowered his head and tried to comprehend what was happening. The monsters were crawling through the hole, and the hero noticed that the number of rats breaking through was growing. A rat chewed off a piece of the wall, and Ash realized they were slowly enlarging the opening. He looked down and thought they were just rats, but in reality, they were actual moles. A beam of energy filled the structure, and someone shouted that the fire artifact was fully charged and ready for use. The structure moved to the side. The protagonist turned and asked what was going on with Lily. Monsters were devouring people. A man touched the girl and spoke her name. The prince ran. The protagonist struck the creature and told it to bite off the prince's punishing hand. The system window reported that the hero had hit the jackpot. A rat flew. The young man stood and tried to figure out how they had climbed the wall. Monsters were crawling along the wall. The girl looked ahead. Lily used fire magic and told the monsters to burn in hell. Ash looked away and realized that activating the artifact without scientists would be problematic. A soldier was missing an arm. Monsters were fighting people, and the protagonist noticed that there were also casualties among the troops blocking the passage from below. The knight fought off a rat, and the protagonist added that the archers were supposed to help them, but they had their own problems. Ash struck the monster. The prince raised his head. An image of the wall appeared, and the protagonist realized that at this rate the damage would be irreparable. The commander raised his head. The young man looked away, and the man shouted that the former Margrave was there. Light illuminated the young man's face. His hand raised his spear. The Margrave galloped on his horse. The old man attracted the attention of the monsters. The weapon emitted light. The young man raised his head and realized that the old man had drawn their attention to himself. The rats raised their heads. The old man stood still, and the hero tried to figure out what the hell he was doing. Ash raised his head and asked what the Margrave was doing, because he could die. The man lowered his head. An image of a knight appeared. Cross had fought monsters all his life. The city where he was born was a bastion of defense against monsters. His father had passed away very early, bequeathing the title of Margrave to his son, and despite his young age and the burden of being a landlord, he slew monsters every day. The spear pierced the worm's body. No matter what creature attempted its life, it was always one step ahead, its world simple and understandable. The girl greeted the lord, until the day this woman appeared in the city. The young man looked up and asked what she intended to do with them. The girl placed a flower in his hands and said she wanted to sell flowers, just a merchant asking permission to open her shop. Ross looked at the flower. The Margrave was perplexed by her chosen profession. The lord turned to the girl and said this was the monster's front line, where swords, spears, arrows, cannons, and the like were needed, and she thought no one would buy her flowers, since they faded quickly anyway. The girl folded her hands and said that people needed flowers, adding that they faded quickly, but that was their value. The hand held the flowers, and a female voice said that their lives might be fleeting, but they were truly beautiful. He hadn't understood her at all then. The girl smiles. At first, he even suspected her, thinking she was a foreign spy. The bell rings. The young man entered the shop and said he had never seen such flowers, enough to accuse her of espionage. He came to her shop every day for proof. The girl points to the flowers. Eventually, he learned to distinguish all the types and scents of flowers, even memorizing their intricate names. The young man bowed his head, but his understanding of the nature of beauty still eluded him. A year later, Cross proposed to that woman. A horse gallops across the ground. The old man attracts the attention of the monsters. The rats turn toward the man. Ash lowered his head and realized he had drawn their attention to himself. The young man looked ahead and shouted that the Margrave could die. The old man lowered his head. Cross gritted his teeth. The man began to scream. The monsters attack the man. The moon illuminates the buildings. The young man stands in the aisle. The girl lies with the child. The girl began to cry and said that it was his daughter. A young man holds a child. Cross, covered in sweat, blood, and dirt, had just returned from yet another battle. A tiny infant was carefully handed to him. Hands held the child, and someone said, "Isn't she beautiful, just like her name?" Cross still didn't understand, so he said nothing. A small hand held a finger. The boy tilted his head, silently perplexed. The child smiled, wondering why this small, fragile creature, with barely a flicker of life in its weak body. The boy held the baby, making his heart beat so fast. While he was killing monsters on the front lines, like recently, his world had been simple and clear, and then suddenly it had turned upside down. Ash raised his head and ordered all survivors to regroup, adding that the ranged squads should hold their fire, as they might hit the Margrave. The hero held out his hand and said to shoot the rats only if they were far away from him. The boy leaned over and addressed Lucas. The hero bowed his head and told him to gather a squad of the strongest men capable of holding out beyond the fort walls, as the Margrave needed to be rescued. The man raised his head and noted that it was Cross who was saving them. The knight looked at the rift and said that thanks to his provocation, they could attack the enemy from the rear, adding that this was their chance to deal with the rats. The man raised his head and said that they would destroy the monsters and return with the Margrave. The gates rose. The boy raised his hand and ordered them to cut down the monsters and drag out their savior. An army of men galloped on horseback. S turned his head and silently prayed for them to make it in time. Blood streamed down his armor. The old man rushed forward. Cross pierced the rat's body. The man bowed his head. The monsters opened their jaws. The old man swung. Margrave Cross himself couldn't understand why he was doing what he was doing. The sun illuminates the grave. He promised his late wife that he would meet his end at her grave, but it seems he won't even keep that word. The old man runs toward the rats, trying to understand why he's once again engaged in battle for this damned city. The man blocked the monster's attacks. The helmet flew off the old man's head, who doesn't understand anything. Cross's armor fell to the ground. He tried to understand it all his life, but still couldn't. The spear hit the ground. He knew only one thing for sure. The old man sits on the ground. The Margrave rushed to the attack. A girl stands with flowers. Her hands hold a baby. A boy stands with a child in his arms. Flowers, a daughter, their fragile lives, must be protected from the monsters. His hand holds a spear, and that's what he does best, kill monsters. The old man raised his head and shouted that this was their home, adding that it was their little world. The Margrave struck the rat with his shield and said that he would not allow anyone to cross his threshold. The monster broke the man's armor. Blood gushed from Cross's wound. The old man raised his head. He knew. The Margrave had speared a rat, no matter how many gardens he'd grown, no matter how many monsters he'd slain. A man and a woman stood in the garden, and the old man realized that the old days would never return. The young man rushed forward. All he knew was how to fight monsters, so he would raise his spear again and again. The young man killed the rat. The spear pierced the monster's body. The man struck the rat with his shield. A white light enveloped the warrior's body. Margrave Cross stood his ground, gritting his teeth, unleashing all his fury on the enemy. Blood trickled down the blade, and the old man tried to understand why it was so quiet. The young man stood before the city, confused as to why the monsters had stopped attacking. The young man raised his head and assumed he was dead. Lucas approached Margrave Cross. The knight straightened his back and said that all the monsters had already been killed, adding that the battle was over. The young man's eyes widened. Young Cross stood before the soldiers. The sun illuminates the old man's crippled body, and Lucas says the Margrave can rest now. The spear lies on the ground. The knight bows his head and addresses the prince. The man looks down and says that, unfortunately, they're too late. The protagonist breathes heavily. The hero walks past the knights. The young man looks up. Damien is trying to heal the old man. The young man looks up. The young man closes his eyes. The protagonist looks down. Ash pulled out a potion and thought it should work, since it fell from the last reward chest. Cross lies in a pool of blood and tells the protagonist to forget about it, since a potion can't heal such wounds, and it will only take longer to die. He asks for help to get up, because he can't see a thing. Rays of sun break through the clouds. Ash holds the Margrave in his arms, who asks if the battle is over, to which the protagonist replies that it is and that Cross made an immeasurable contribution to the victory. The man turns his head and notices that the wall has been breached, to which the young man replies that not a single monster has broken through to the city and that everyone inside is safe. The old man raises his head. Cross looks away. The Margrave looks at his crying soldiers and asks if they missed him. The man lowers his gaze and says that in this war with monsters, losses are inevitable, adding that it's simply his turn. The soldiers weep, and Cross says there's no need to mourn him, but rather let them think of themselves, asking them to rejoice in their victory and their survival. The old man begins to close his eyes. An image of graves appears, and the Margrave adds that this is a city of graves, as those who fell in battle are buried here time and again. Ash looks at the man, who says that only thanks to these graves can people continue to live peacefully for a while. Cross raised his head and said that if they constantly mourn the fallen, life will turn into an endless memorial service. He added that a proper burial is good, but he must ensure that his people's lives also have positive moments. The protagonist lowered his head. The banner fluttered in the wind, and a male voice added that people need hope to continue living. Blood trickled down the man's body, who said that if anyone dies, it will be those like him, who have lost all hope. The soldiers looked at their commanders, and Cross asked Ash to promise him something, to which the prince replied that he would do everything in his power to fulfill his request. The old man lowered his head and said that if his daughter ever returned here, he would. An image of a departing carriage appeared, and the man asked the young man to tell his daughter that her father was sorry for what happened. A hand lies in a pool of blood. The baby smiles, and Cross adds that she should live freely, as she wishes, to which Ash replied that he would certainly pass it on. Rays of light break through the clouds, and the old man apologizes to his daughter. Ash holds the man, who says he never fulfilled his promise, about the garden, about his daughter, and all of it. The protagonist takes the old man's hand and tells him not to say that, because he was protecting the world. The Margrave looks at the city, and the hero adds that he has defended this city his entire life, as well as his people on this battlefield. The man bows his head and says that they are all in his debt, but the Margrave says nothing. The old man lies on the ground and says that in the end, he never did anything, and the hero realizes he no longer heard what he said. The man's eyes widen as he remembers. The hand touches the bag, and Ash remembers that it is the very bag of dried fruit he gave him back then. The old man spat out the grapes, and the hero remembered he hadn't understood why he bothered with them, considering their poor taste. The prince shoved the dried fruit into the old man's mouth and thought it was all for this moment. The man held the dried fruit in his mouth. The man raised his head. An image of the Margrave and his wife appeared. Cross smiled and added that there was nothing sweeter in the world than these grapes. These were the Margrave's last breath. Bells rang, and suddenly the bell rang. People were standing in the square, meaning the monster attack was over, and there was no longer any need for evacuation. Ash held the old man, unable to understand him. The old man's image appeared, and the hero thought of the man who had lost everything defending this city, a man who hated his calling so much that he refused to pass it on to his successors, along with his title. The old man rushed forward, and the young man wondered what could have made the man change his mind and return at the last moment, and what he had decided to fight for, what he had died for. The monsters' bodies lay near the wall, and the young man tried to understand this insane war in which so many were forced to sacrifice themselves for victory. The prince bowed his head and said that it was a heavy cross to bear, defending these lands. The sun illuminated Cross's face, and the young man added that it was very difficult. Illuminated by the sun, the soldiers looked at their commanders. A system window appeared, announcing that Wave 2 had been repelled and the hero had received a reward. An in-game image of Lucas appeared, and the system indicated that he was a level MVP. A red system window popped up, announcing that Cross was dead. The moon illuminated the palace. Someone opened the doors. Ada approached the hero and asked about his condition. Blood dripped down the hero's clothes, and Ada said that the protagonist had handled this wave of monsters admirably. A hand grabbed the young man. Ash pinned his bewildered subordinate against the wall. The prince bowed his head and demanded that Ada speak. The young man looked up and shouted, "What the hell is going on here?" It was all too weird. The hero leaned over and inquired about the abnormal difficulty. An image of a monster appeared, and the protagonist said it was okay with the tutorial. It was always bad, so he didn't pay it any mind. Knights were crawling along the ground, and Ash added that even when the first wave turned out to be living armor, he chalked it up to his lousy luck and forgot about it. But that was it. The stranger was standing there with a pipe, and the prince said that on level 2, an enemy NPC suddenly appeared who could command monsters, adding that even on held difficulty, this hadn't happened before, so the hero was very curious. The guy was holding the man in front of him by the collar, trying to figure out the source of the difficulty, and what this bespectacled maniac was planning on doing on the next level. Ash tilted his head and suggested that Ader was pretending to help, but secretly throwing in all sorts of tricks. The bespectacled man remained silent. The boy raised his head and said that the protagonist might not believe him, but he was truly on his side. A hand pinned Ader against the wall, and the hero said he wasn't interested in his excuses and asked specifically what he had planned next. The necklace hung around the hero's neck, and the subordinate replied that the necklace, which he received as a reward for completing the training, would unlock its functionality if he deflected the third wave. Light reflected off the stone, and Ader added that once that happened, Ash would understand what was happening here. The young man frowned, and the assistant reminded him that there was only one level left, and then he himself would understand why this was happening. Ader looked at the hero and asked him to overcome all the trials. The prince held the boy, who said he sincerely hoped he would continue to fight as he did today, even when he learned the bitter truth of this crazy world, because he would never escape. The hero tilted his head, trying to understand what he meant by "He can't escape." Ader tilted his head. An image of a chess piece appeared, and the boy added that the protagonist couldn't escape this world. A woman's foot stepped onto the ground. An unknown girl looked ahead. A view of the city streets opened up, and it occurred to him that 3 days had passed since the successful repelling of the second wave. Flags were flying at half-mast throughout the city, and a gloomy atmosphere had settled in. The hero stood before the fortress. He grabbed the boy's face and thought that, however, Crossroads was no stranger to this. The protagonist looked at the glowing object, and the thought occurred to him that this was no time to mourn. It was time to begin preparing for the next war. The carriage moved forward, and it was said that, tired of the daily routine, they were returning to the estate. A notification for Wave 3 appeared. Ash frowned, thinking that given the 3 days that had passed, he only had 15 days left until the next level. It wasn't much, but it wasn't a bad time either, considering they'd at least have time to repair the wall properly, which was good news. Looking straight ahead, the hero exclaimed. The carriage was approaching the palace. The girl looked ahead, and he heard something behind it. Looking out the window, the protagonist asked who was standing there at the entrance. Suddenly, she struck the carriage. Ash's eyes widened and he screamed. The girl looked at him in fear, thinking they'd only intended to damage the wheel. Standing before the hero, Lucas asked if he was alright, to which the hero replied that he was, sort of. Turning around, the knight shouted at her. Who the hell is she? How dare she attack his highness? Drawing his weapon forward, he added that she would be arrested for such a thing, and her fate would be decided by a court. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked what the court was, about a child. Frowning, the boy said that he shouldn't underestimate an enemy just because of her age. She clearly had undergone special training, to which Ash asked how he figured that out. The girl placed her hand on her hip, and it seemed like he should look at her clothes. It was the Royal Academy uniform. The badge gleamed, and it seemed like she even had one. Holding his sword, the boy asked what kind of behavior was this for an academy student, who she was, and what she was doing there. Frowning, the girl replied that she wanted to ask them, the old men. The boys glared and shouted that they were the old men, and that they should open their eyes, or help her. The student, holding out her hand, said it was fine. After all, this was her house. She'd only just returned, and suddenly it was full of armed men she'd never seen before. The men glared at her, and she could hear how she knew they weren't bandits, or even conquerors occupying foreign territory, and now they were rolling out in their carriage. The girl struck out, and it was said that anyone in her place would have stopped her and demanded an explanation. Raising his hand, the hero shouted that anyone would have used their tongue for something so utterly incomprehensible that it was necessary to break the carriage. Smirking, the student replied that the key rule of the academy was that when in doubt, one must demonstrate force. That's the only way to gain control of the situation. Looking up, she added that she hadn't really meant to break the carriage that much, so. Holding her weapon out in front of her, the girl said it didn't matter. Let them explain who they were and what they wanted in her house. Frowning, she added that the more sincere the answer, the more lenient their punishment would be. They should answer wisely. Thrusting his weapon into the ground, Lucas shouted that he had stopped lying. This estate belonged to the landlord of Crossroads. Pointing at the hero, he added that he, too, was standing before her in person. Looking at him, the girl asked what he was talking about, then said that the landlord of these lands was her father. They both flinched in surprise at this. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said, I see, it's her. The man looked at his hand. Evangeline's eyes widened at the mention of her name, to which she asked if they knew each other. Standing before her, Ash remarked that her father had told her stories about her, and the thought occurred to her that one glance would be enough to tell whose child this was. She looked so much like the Margrave. Evangeline froze in bewilderment. he was told she had his eyes. A glow appeared in front of the girl, and the hero thought for a moment, like an SSR rank tank from the game. Evangeline was a tall and beautiful girl. He realized she was still young, but why was she so short? Stretching his hand out in front of him, the hero said he was quite short, and then wondered why everything was so different. Memories flashed back, and the thought arose that all the other characters were true to their prototypes. Frowning, the knight said that discussing someone's appearance right in front of him was a bit rude. The protagonist suddenly flinched and shouted that no, that wasn't what he meant, it was a mistake. Gritting her teeth, Evangeline replied that he had the nerve to criticize her appearance right in front of her. Was he immortal or something, or did he have an extra life tucked away in his pocket? Ash looked at her in surprise and said no, he only had one, to which she replied, "Well, that's all right." The girl clenched her fist tightly. A bird appeared in front of her. Evangeline glared angrily ahead. Moving her leg to the side, she said she changed her mind. Previously, she'd only wanted to stop the carriage and question them. Frowning, she added, "But now it's serious." Suddenly, she rushed forward, the thought crossing her mind that like fathers don't fall far from the tree. The man glared, and the hero wondered if it was just his genes. Lucas parried her attack. He glared angrily and shouted at her to lower her spear immediately, for she'd even realized who stood before her. Prince Ash, the third prince of the empire. Frowning, Evangeline asked why they were so accustomed to stealing other people's property, even their identities. Suddenly, she swung her weapon. Swinging her spear, the girl shouted that she couldn't believe it was that same prince. As she struck, she added that he'd suddenly settled in this backwater, and who were they trying to deceive? Lucas glared at her angrily. He parried her blow, and the protagonist wondered what the big deal was. Smiling, Evangeline shouted that he did have some skills. Looking at her, the knight replied that of course he was a graduate of the same academy. Let her know. Holding his sword out in front of him, he added that he was number 2 of the 369th graduating class of the Royal Academy. Lucas. Ash looked surprised to hear that the prince standing behind him was also a graduate of the academy, to which he wondered if it was true, he had graduated from there too. Stretching his hand forward, Lucas said that, by the way, Prince Ash was the most legendary of the 369 students, to which the protagonist asked again. Smiling, the protagonist asked, "What's that like, in what sense?" "Let him tell me," he asked. "Come on, why are you silent?" A view of the sky opened up, and it sounded simple. The boy raised his hand, hearing that he was famous for something bad, to which he replied that no, many members of royal blood were famous for that, but he'd simply been so independent and brave in avoiding his studies that he deservedly placed first from last. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that, of course, if he was an inveterate party animal, he'd come in last place. Keep it up. Smiling, Evangeline said that now that they were also graduates of the academy, they thought they could pull the wool over a little girl's eyes with impunity. They looked at her in bewilderment. Clutching her weapon, the girl said, "Well, let them introduce themselves." Frowning, she added that she was first place, class of 375. Rushing forward, Evangeline shouted her greetings. She swung at the knight. They parried each other's blows. The girl clenched her teeth. Watching them, the hero thought that such a spectacular fight was due to them both being SSR ranked. The protagonist looked surprised and added that he admitted that a battle between geniuses was on a completely different level, captivating. But at this rate, someone would definitely get hurt. The sky opened up, and a voice called for them to stop. Ash smirked and said there was no need to fight. It seemed there had been a misunderstanding, they would just talk it over. The hero watched the fight silently. Raising his eyebrows, he asked if they could even hear him. The girl glared ahead, and the thought occurred to him that they probably had other things to do now. The knight's gaze froze, indicating that the two knights were completely absorbed in their battle. The protagonist clenched his fist and thought that in fights like these, a third party was needed to step in and separate the fighters, and who that would be, they'd have to guess in 3 tries. Taking a step forward, he added that a normal attack would suffice. He simply needed to break their concentration and draw their attention to himself. Ash bent his arm at the elbow, thinking a light slap would do, just a little. He swung, shouting, "The prince's strike!" To which the girl asked again. His fist slammed into her back. Numbers appeared on the reel. A jackpot notification appeared. The hero looked down and asked, "Why?" Evangeline turned around in amazement. A bright glow appeared in the air. The protagonist froze in amazement. They stood before a hole in the wall. Frowning, the knight said that it was truly an astonishing blow. How did he do that? The girl lay on the ground, and he heard something that sounded like he should be asking. Putting his hand to his face, Logan asked how he could do such a cruel thing to a child, to which Ash replied that he didn't mean to. The debris lay on the ground. Standing next to the knight, the hero asked her if she thought she'd survived. Shells were flying from the cannons, and it was said that when Evangeline was younger, during monster attacks on the city, the girl sat on the bed, and the hero thought of her mother who always came to her room. Grinning, she said she'd come to make sure her little girl wasn't crying from fear of the monsters. It occurred to him that her mother always smiled when she said this, but Evangeline already knew the truth. The girl's eyes widened, and it was said that the only one here who was afraid was her mother. Smiling, she said she wasn't crying, and then asked that her father always defeated the monsters, so what was there to be afraid of? Looking at her, her mother replied that she was right. The warrior frowned, and the protagonist reflected that Evangeline later realized that her mother wasn't afraid of the monsters. She was afraid of losing her father. The girl raised her hand, and the hero thought that one day her daughter, too, would have to go out onto a bloody battlefield. Suddenly, Evangeline exclaimed. A view of the room opened up, and he could hear that this was the place. Lying in bed, the girl thought about the familiar smell. A bright light came through the window, and she added that this was her room. Suddenly, the doors opened. Evangeline glanced away. She hid under the covers. The man stepped forward. He pulled the chair closer. The hero stood next to her bed. Lying on the bed, the girl said that 3 years had passed since he'd been alive. Looking at her, the protagonist heard that it was all obvious. He didn't need to say it. He probably enjoyed hunting monsters day in and day out, right? Looking straight at her, Evangeline wondered if that wasn't what she wanted to say. Not that, but something more appropriate. Ash opened his mouth and replied that he should forgive him, but he wasn't her father. Suddenly, the girl looked up in surprise, wondering who it was. Extending her hand to the side, she added, "Where's her weapon?" Raising her eyebrows, Evangeline wondered if it was bandages, or if she was hurt. Putting his hand to his head, the hero said that she probably still hadn't recovered. The blow must have been too powerful. Memories surfaced in her mind. Stretching her hand forward, the girl shouted that yesterday's old man, to which the protagonist replied that he wasn't an old man at all. Frowning, she added that she was pretending to be a pathetic old man, but in reality, look at him. Ash looked at her in amazement, and asked what was pathetic, then replied that how many times did I have to repeat myself? He wasn't old, so fine, let him introduce himself again. Raising his hand, the hero said that he was the third prince of the empire and the current landlord of Crossroad. Evangeline looked away and asked why he was still spouting such nonsense. Smiling, she said that if he was a prince, then she was a grand duchess. Sitting before him, the girl asked why she didn't want to bow. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Holding the emblem in her hands, Evangeline said that the ever-black royal family's crest was, unbelievably, that prince. Crossing his arms, the hero replied that he had said so. Smiling, the girl said she was crazy about him, a fan of His Highness, and asked him to sign an autograph. A note from the hero appeared. Looking straight at her, the protagonist asked if she really fangirled over someone like him, the Empire's biggest rebel. Clenching her fists, Evangeline replied that he was a rebel, a crazy bastard, to which Ash replied, "Thank you, of course, but why?" Covering half her face with her hand, she said it was because she, too, had rebelled against her father. Closing her eyes, the girl screamed that he was much cooler, a fiend of hell, a scumbag who tarnished the royal family's reputation. The man looked at the carriage, and it seemed she'd run away from home, from her idiot father, and enrolled in the Royal Academy on her own. The man yelled at her, saying that it had only turned out they were training there all day, and she'd had to give in and put her rebellion aside to avoid being kicked out. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought he was sure it was true. She was more than just a model student. The students looked at her, and the thought occurred to him that Evangeline had graduated from the Royal Academy in just 3 years, topping her class, when it usually takes 6 years. She was a genius, deeply ingrained in the Academy's history. Looking at the protagonist, the girl remarked that her environment had been extremely restrictive, and that the most rebellious thing she could do was avoid contact with her father throughout her studies. The protagonist responded, "What a quiet rebellion." Ash grinned, but then she heard His Majesty's story. Even though he was the Emperor's son, he managed to become famous as a hardened brute through his own efforts, and his creativity allowed him to change newspaper headlines every week. The hero raised his hands, and Evangeline remarked on the fountain of gold coins, the carpet of precious stones that filled the entire room, and even made the Emperor faint from pure anger with his antics. Smiling, she added that it was amazing, simply amazing. He was her idol. She looked up to him, to which the protagonist asked again. Looking straight at him, he thought that what was amazing was that, despite his behavior, he was also someone's idol. Keep it up. His idol life hadn't been wasted. Wide-eyed, the girl asked where her good-for-nothing father was. Ash stared at her silently. Clenching her fist, she added that she wanted to follow his example and put her devious plans into action, hoping he wouldn't hide. Looking at her, the hero asked if she really hadn't heard the news. Sitting in front of him, Evangeline asked what news she'd heard. She'd just graduated and returned from the academy, and what had happened. The protagonist clenched his fist. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked if something had happened to him. Lowering his head, Ash replied that he apologized for not being properly informed and that she had to find out this way, but, sitting in a chair, he added that her father had died. The man glared angrily, and it was said that a few days ago, during a battle with monsters, he had sacrificed his life and once again protected the city. The warrior held a weapon in his hands, and it was said that he had died a hero's death, that he was a hero. Bloody equipment appeared, and the hero said he'd recorded all of her father's accomplishments and sent them to the palace. He'd worked hard all his life, so he'd receive, at the very least, the Royal Medal for Honor and Bravery. Evangeline froze when she heard that the funeral would be in 3 days, and they planned to hold it with full honors. Smiling, she said that she'd just been about to be a bad daughter, and he'd run off like that. An image of a man appeared, and she heard him say he'd always said he'd likely die fighting monsters, and now he really was dead. Placing her hands on the blanket, the girl muttered that she hadn't even had time to express all her anger. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that he should forgive her, but he was the current lord of these lands, and he gave the orders during battle. Frowning, he added that he was therefore responsible for her father's death, and he could take his anger out on him. Looking at him, Evangeline asked if he was definitely Prince Ash, just the prince she knew. Raising her eyebrows, she said she didn't think about others and only did what he wanted, like he was just a common scumbag. Looking down, the protagonist replied that he'd stop calling him scumbag in front of him. A view of the room opened up, and a voice said, "Thank you anyway for your concern." If she needed anything, there was a servant outside the door, at her disposal. The doors opened slightly. The protagonist turned, hearing the address. Grinning, Evangeline said that he should forgive her for yesterday, for the carriage, and for everything. Looking at her, Ash replied that he should rest. The girl was sitting on the bed. An image of Evangeline appeared, and it seemed as if, first of all, he should know her age. Extending his hand, the boy said she'd be turning 16 this year, to which the protagonist replied that she was so young, 2 years younger than Damien. Raising 2 fingers, Ader said that, as far as he knew, Evangeline would appear in the game somewhere between 2 and 3 years from now. The girl held a weapon in her hands, and it seemed as if, in this version of events, due to a number of circumstances, she had appeared earlier than expected. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said, "I see, so that's why she's not like she was in the original." And then thought, in other words, Evangeline would appear in the game approximately 2 years from now. The girl stood before the glow, and the thought occurred to him that in 2 years, she could easily gain a significant amount of height. Children grow very quickly these days. A notification with her stats appeared, and the protagonist thought that for a tank, her agility was quite high. Ash frowned, thinking that this was to be expected from the game's best tank. Her stats were simply astounding, not to mention her cheat-like 100% resistance to physical attacks. Her stats appeared, and Ash wondered if this was clumsiness. She'd always had that stat, when a skill notification appeared. The hero looked in surprise and exclaimed, then thought that while it was good that the little tank had arrived early, with stats like that, she could easily be a hindrance. The girl smiled, thinking that she'd already done this once. She was 16 years old, she should be playing and having fun, not fighting on the battlefield. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Standing before him, Ader asked if he wanted to add Miss to the main squad. Ash looked at him and mumbled. The young man looked at him in confusion and asked if he wasn't going to invite her, as Evangeline would be a very powerful ally. Looking down, the hero replied that it wasn't that he didn't want to. The characters appeared, and the protagonist thought that getting 2 SSR-ranked characters at level 3, Lucas and Evangeline, was simply a dream. The man looked at his hand and said that he wanted his daughter to get out of here safe and sound, so she could live happily, even if it was somewhere else. Ash sat next to him, and the thought of his promise came to him. Looking straight at him, the warrior said to tell her to live freely, as she chose. The child smiled, and the protagonist thought that this was the Margrave's last wish, to protect his daughter from their family's debt, a dying request. Sitting at the table, Ash said that he would keep his word and allow her to choose whatever she wanted. He began to cry, hearing something that didn't seem right on his face. The view of the palace opened up, and he heard a voice say, "Shouldn't they at least try to keep her at all costs?" He himself wasn't sorry to lose her, to which the hero replied that he was. Looking away, the protagonist added that he wouldn't compromise his principles for profit. Looking at him, Ader asked, "But isn't that why he was able to beat the game on held difficulty?" "Because he completely abandoned his moral principles." Ash smiled and said that if he continued like this, he'd never get better, and he wanted to be better than he was yesterday with each passing day. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said he didn't want his principles to become a heavier burden. Flags rose, and the thought arose that he wasn't a saint, of course, but he didn't want to turn into a monster either. The hero stood before the graves, and it was said that even if human life wasn't worth a dime in this reality, he'd prefer to remain human, that's all. Stretching his hand out to the side, the protagonist said that in any case, he should keep an eye on Evangeline. She was going through puberty, he understood, to which Ader replied that he understood. A window appeared in the room, and the young man turned to it. Looking at the hero, the boy asked what about Evangeline's spear and shield, to which the hero asked what was in there. Equipment appeared, and a voice said that, according to preliminary estimates, they were SSR-ranked items, both a spear and a shield, but they were too badly damaged, not even suitable for recycling. It would be difficult to compensate. Ash's eyes widened, as if both items were SSR-ranked, which meant they were very rare and expensive. Smiling, the guy mentioned that they could probably get her new ones. There were some high-quality mana cores left over from their last run. The hero froze in amazement, hearing his face shrink, wondering what was wrong with him. He replied that he'd used all the cores to charge the turret, to which the guy yelled at how he could have wasted such a resource so senselessly. The protagonist's hand trembled, and he asked if he could give her the random bits, and how much of an equivalent it would be, to which Ada replied that it wasn't even close. Ash closed his eyes. Leaning against the table, he shouted to call the squad. Frowning, the hero added that they were going for mana cores, then thought that it was time to make another dungeon run anyway. Loot her some new items, that's all. People had gathered in the backyard of the estate. Grinning, the protagonist said it had been a while since they'd gathered and hoped they'd had a good rest. They looked at him. Clenching her fists, the girl screamed. Why her again? Closing her eyes, she added that he'd already said he'd recruited new guys, so he should bring them along, to which Ash replied. Yeah, he had, but they were just ordinary mercenaries. An unknown character appeared, and the thought occurred to him that the problem was that they were all rank N. Maybe they'd level up over time, but including weaklings in a heroic party was dangerous. Lily grabbed the hero's clothes, and he thought that if there had been some hot bambina among them, he wouldn't have bothered at all and would have replaced Lily right then. But alas, taking a step forward, the girl asked what this gathering was all about. The hero exclaimed in confusion. Evangeline was walking behind him. Lily looked at him in surprise and asked who it was. Extending his hand, the protagonist replied that most of them were seeing her for the first time, and let them get acquainted. The only daughter of a Margrave. The people lowered their heads. Beating her chest, Jupiter said she was sorry for her loss. Frowning, the girl replied that she thanked them for their concern, but she was fine. Smiling, she asked where they were going. Taking a step forward, Ash replied that he wanted to go underground, to which Evangeline replied that he didn't know where. Underground, there didn't seem to be anything there. Her eyes widened, she added that there really was a dungeon under the lake, to which the hero asked if she knew that. A view of the castle opened up, and she heard a voice say she thought it was all a lie, like she'd heard rumors of someone trying to get in there. Grinning, the girl said that no one had ever returned. Looking at her, the hero replied that no one except them. Standing before him, Evangeline asked what he meant. Images of people appeared, and it seemed as if there really were tunnels to a dungeon here, something even the Crosses, who had owned this land for generations, knew nothing about, and His Highness had even managed to take them there and back a couple of times. She'd understood everything correctly. Stretching his hands forward, the protagonist replied that no, well, maybe her family knew, they just didn't tell her. A symbol appeared, and the thought occurred to her that she had fled without having time to properly absorb the knowledge needed to become an heir. So if the secret of the kingdom beneath the lake had been passed down in her family, she simply hadn't matured enough to grasp it. Ash closed his eyes and said he didn't have to believe it, it was her business, but it was time for them to go, to which the girl replied that she wanted to go too. Gesturing to herself, she added that while she didn't look down on her, she was the top graduate in her year at the academy and was willing to bet her combat skills were far more useful than anyone else's. A view of the sky opened up, and the hero replied that perhaps so, but if there really was an entire dungeon hidden beneath the lake, he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Raising her eyebrows, Evangeline said that she was now the sole heir of the Cross family, and both her parents had fallen in battle with the monsters that crawled out of the lake, and she thought she deserved to know. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that was precisely why he didn't want to drag her into it. A bloody body appeared, and he added that this was her late father's wish. Standing before the girl, Ash asked if she could handle it, how she was feeling, to which Evangeline replied that she was as healthy as an ox. The moon appeared, and he heard a question about her feelings. She had already calmed down for this. Looking down, the girl replied that she was afraid she would go crazy if she sat still, and that it would be better to occupy herself with something. Clenching her fists, she shouted, "So, he's taking her with him?" To which the protagonist responded approvingly, then thought that he couldn't just bail on her forever. Lily looked at him with delight, hearing that in that case she could stay. Closing her eyes, she exclaimed joyfully. The squad appeared, and it was announced that they had regrouped. Holding his shield, Ada said that he'd forgive him, but that was all they had for now. The girl replied that she'd wielded such weapons when she was barely able to walk under a table. It brought back memories, and the protagonist thought the party had definitely gotten stronger. Grinning, he said, "Okay, time to move, everyone's ready." The party looked at him. Extending his hand, Ash said he'd tell her about the party along the way. The girl frowned, hearing the word forward. A glow appeared in front of the hero's hand, and he said he'd show her where the dog was buried beneath their family estate. Notifications about the dungeon entrance appeared. The people moved forward. They stood in a dried-up sewer. Holding a torch in his hands, the knight asked them why they'd passed this place before, since they'd already been there. Grinning, the protagonist replied that it was because of the newcomer. He wanted to test her ability to work as a team in a simple location. Standing next to him, Lucas asked if he meant monsters would appear again, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. The characters were in a dungeon. It was explained that after a defensive round, monsters and dungeons respawn, allowing them to endlessly farm items and XP for their characters, as the monsters here are relatively easy for the main party, making them ideal for leveling up a guest character. As the group advanced, the idea occurred to them that a newcomer's party typically splits into two groups, one of which moves on, defeating bosses and completing quests appropriate to their level. A monster lay on the ground, suggesting that the other group was returning to farm previously explored areas to level up and gear up. Of course, this splitting of the group is a classic dungeon crawling strategy. Grinning, the hero thought that they wouldn't share, that they'd all return together and give Evangeline a chance to level up and work as a team. He couldn't leave the little one alone. Putting her hand to her face, the girl exclaimed. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if the teleportation had made her sick, to which Lucas replied that babies always get sick on the road, but it couldn't be helped. Turning around, Evangeline asked what he was talking about. She was perfectly fine. Smiling, the knight said it was just baby talk, and that he shouldn't have brought a bucket, but a pacifier. They glared at each other, causing the hero to think that he was trying to establish teamwork here. But they were just bickering and showing off, so what should he do with them? The entrances to the tunnels appeared. Raising her head, the girl said it really did exist. But how did he know about the dungeon if even she, a member of the Cross family, hadn't been told anything about it? Closing his eyes, the protagonist reflected that he'd known she'd ask about this. It was good he'd prepared his answer beforehand. Looking away, he said he couldn't tell her everything, but their powerful emperor probably had his reasons for sending him here, he didn't think. They exclaimed happily, the thought dawning on him that it had worked, even though the emperor had nothing to do with it. The man sat on the throne. It was said that having a title was truly pleasant and saved him from many unnecessary problems. In any unclear situation, he simply pulled out his badge and the job was done. Looking at his hands, Ash thought that even though he'd never seen his face, he was grateful for his existence. His dad, that is. Walking through the dungeon, he said that they should continue, let them light their torches. Holding a torch, the girl asked why it was so dark. Frowning, the hero replied that he should get used to it. Darkness was the only constant in the entire dungeon. Looking at the girl, he added that if she was afraid, she could return. Evangeline asked what anyone was afraid of here. It was nothing. A notification about the drained sewers appeared. The party moved forward. Stopping, the protagonist said, "Well, okay, what kind of monsters do they have here? They'll see." The golem's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he slammed his foot on the ground. Evangeline's eyes widened in surprise. Ash was looking at the golem. The squad froze in front of him, and a notification appeared about the destruction of enemies. Frowning, the hero said golems, then thought, "One big pain in the ass." Monsters appeared, and he added that at least there weren't many of them, though size matters too. The girl held a weapon in her hands. Looking at her, the protagonist thought she was clearly nervous, not thinking she'd ever been in a real battle. Clapping his hands, Ash said, "Well, here's their enemy." Standing behind the squad, he added, "Get ready." Smiling, Evangeline shouted to attack. The golem swung its arm. The girl blocked it with her shield. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Easy." Suddenly, Evangeline jumped up. She looked at him in surprise and asked, "Here it is, the power of a stone monster." Holding her weapon in her hands, the girl shouted that it was her turn. Rushing forward, she added, "Even a bull or a stone, I'll fall and do a push-up." Evangeline struck the golem. Frowning, the hero shouted, "That's it," and then thought that now she looked like the game's best tank, a true Evangeline. This was her signature skill, a combo of defense and attack. Rushing toward the monsters, the girl shouted for them to come here. She was fighting the golems, and the thought occurred to her that she was blocking damage with the first skill, then releasing it with the second. Of course, there was a limit to the amount of damage this trick could work with, but that didn't make it any less cheating. The girl slid along the ground. She cried out in bewilderment. The hero's eyes widened. Stretching his hand out to the side, he shouted for help. "Cover him, quickly." Lucas stood still, and the protagonist thought about how it was. Another dungeon run was going along as usual. The golem began to crumble. Frowning, the girl shouted that they should at least leave her one, a thought crossing her mind that perhaps she was trying to make up for the incident with the fall. The squad stood still, and a notification appeared that the zone had been cleared. Grinning, the protagonist reflected on how fast they'd been. Less than an hour had passed. The first zone was too easy, it couldn't even be called training. Taking a step forward, he announced that now that everyone had warmed up, it was time to move on to a more difficult zone. He told them to catch their breath and then proceed. He warned them it would be harder there than here, so they should be on guard. The girl looked surprised and asked what this place was. Standing behind her, Ash replied that he didn't know. He was exploring for the first time. He grinned, thinking he really hoped to find a couple of mana cores here. It was time to delve deeper into the hell beneath the lake. Torches lay on the floor, suggesting they decided to take a short rest before heading into the second zone. People were sitting on the floor. It was said that while the first zone had been relatively easy, clearing it had still taken some effort. Looking at Lucas, the hero thought, seriously, he was even going to compete with a child in this kind of thing. A bright flame appeared. Looking at the boy, the protagonist asked how he was, to which Damien replied that everything was fine, he wasn't tired at all. Putting the rifle on the floor, Ash told him to take it, to which the boy asked what it was. A hunting rifle appeared. The hero looked at it, thinking he'd gotten this SR rank item from the chest in the last room. It was no less powerful than a real gun, only a portable version. A rifle was shown, and it was said that they deal high damage, but have a wide spread with extremely low ammunition. Hitting with one is quite a challenge. Due to all these drawbacks, such a rifle isn't in high demand. Damien looked down, and the protagonist thought, but what if you give it to a character like Damien? With a 100% hit rate, the picture changes dramatically, doesn't it? Grinning, Ash said he could use it as a backup weapon for now, to which the guy replied that it was much heavier than a crossbow. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought he should just get stronger. In the future, he'd have to carry 5 or 6 of these guns with him. That's the only way to compensate for the lack of ammo. The man held a hammer in his hands, and the thought crossed his mind that he'd already ordered the forge to prepare for firearms. The game character appeared. It was stated that in the game, characters can only equip one weapon before a campaign, but in reality, no one will forbid them from carrying several at once. It's against the rules, but who cares? They'll forget the rules and live in the moment. The guy smiled and said thank you, he'll take care of it, to which the protagonist thought thank you, his dear cheat character. Holding a lantern, Ash said, Well, Lucas and the girl looked surprised to hear that everyone was well rested and ready to move on. A notification about the second zone appeared. The squad moved forward. Grinning, the hero said it was time to clear the next zone of the underground city. The man held a torch in his hands. They approached a huge gate, and the thought crossed their minds that their group was carefully stepping through the alleys that made up most of the kingdom beneath the lake. Of course, there wasn't a ray of light here. They walked forward. It had been said that when playing as the character, the darkness didn't bother them much, but the hero frowned and thought that when he himself was walking, seeing only a meter around him, it was very unnerving, understandable. It was a monster hideout, after all. A tower appeared, and he added that he never knew from what corner a golem the size of a house might jump out. The very thought gave him goosebumps. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of them. The protagonist looked in fear and screamed. Robot arms appeared. Smoke billowed from the pipes. The mechanical golem's eyes lit up. Gritting his teeth, Ash thought that this place counted as the first room. Hell, in this game, the tangled alleys wouldn't even know what was where. Suddenly, the golem waved its hand. Frowning, Lucas shouted that he would deal with it. Suddenly, a knight swung his sword. Looking at it, the hero shouted to be careful, he wasn't alone. Another robot suddenly appeared to the side. Frowning, Evangeline shouted that she was coming too. She was holding back a blow from the mechanical golem. Gritting her teeth, she shouted that it was stronger than the ones before. Watching the fight, the protagonist thought it was good that Evangeline and Lucas were there. It was a chance to think of a plan while the knight stalled for time, and that was his only role in the party, after all. Looking away, Ash shouted that they would attack the golem Lucas was fighting first. The characters appeared, and the thought occurred to him that both Lucas and Evangeline were knights. But if you compare their roles, Lucas is more like an off-tank, while Evangeline is more of a main tank type character. If you consider pure tanking ability, Evangeline would be the stronger one. The girl glanced away, hearing that her task was to restrain him, to let him go into a defensive stance. She responded approvingly, thinking that monsters of such size usually meant only one thing. They would be few in number, but they would be powerful. The knight swung his sword. He clenched his teeth, and the hero thought that this one also had an elite title, so a one-on-one fight was completely out of the question. It was precisely for such situations that they traveled as a group. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted that he needed to knock him down, to which Lucas responded approvingly. The boy took a step forward. His eyes lit up. The robot's eyes widened. Jupiter smiled when she heard that she was targeting the armor on his chest, needing to locate his mana core, to which she replied that it would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, she extended her hand forward. The golem's eyes widened in surprise. Gritting her teeth, the woman said, well, maybe more than once. Frowning, Ash replied that that would be enough, then thought Damien didn't need a big hole. A cut appeared on the golem, and the thought occurred to him that such a small gap would be quite sufficient. The boy took aim at the command. Suddenly, he fired and exclaimed. Standing behind him, the hero announced he'd caught the shot. A view of the building opened up. Looking at the young man, the protagonist asked if he was alright, to which Damien replied that he was, yes, about the golem. Ash smiled and said let him take a look. A huge hole had been left in the golem, and it sounded like, wow. Lucas put his hand to his face and said it was a pain. Looking straight at it, the hero said it was an elite monster, much stronger than a regular one. It was strange that the difficulty had increased so much compared to the first zone. The golem lay on the ground, and it occurred to him that the second zone would likely consist primarily of battles with a small number of elite creatures. In other words, all their fights would be boss-style. Evangeline's eyes widened and she yelled that they were having a picnic or something, since she was still blocking. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that he was right. Her block was so silent, it was almost, to which the girl yelled. What do you mean silent? He'd actually shatter her shield right now. Ash extended his hand and said, attack in a second, now. Blows flew at the golem, and it seemed like it was getting easier. Each time the alley widened, they braced themselves for golems to appear. Only the first one was difficult, as they weren't prepared for a surprise attack. A monster grabbed the hero, and a mimic disguised as a treasure chest also tried to devour him. The protagonist closed his eyes and wondered if they'd believe him if he deliberately walked into this trap. The squad laughed at him, to which he added, "Well, at least he'd made them laugh." A view of the house opened up. The knight stuck his hand in the liquid and shouted, "Oh damn!" Hanging from the balcony, Lucas added that the darkness seemed to take shape here and push his hand away. How slippery and disgusting it was. Turning around, the boy said that this was probably a sign to follow the path. Turning off the alley wouldn't work. Damien frowned and replied that they couldn't really investigate anything. Looking at them, the hero heard that the doors were simply boarded up. Holding a lantern, the woman said she'd tell them more. They were sealed, the enchantment was powerful, and they couldn't be forced open. Standing behind the hero, the boy asked if he thought someone was trying to hide from what was happening around them, to which the protagonist replied no. Frowning, he added that it was boarded up from the outside. Standing in front of the doors, Ash remarked that it looked like someone was desperate to keep whatever was inside from escaping, to which Damien asked what it was, and what exactly it was. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that he didn't know, and it didn't matter, he couldn't check anyway. The boy rushed after them, hearing that they were going further. A notification about a second zone appeared. Stopping, the protagonist asked if this was their next room. The squad stood in the middle of a square that sounded quite large. Ash frowned and said that everyone should be on guard, lest they get a golem on their face. Holding out her hand, the girl said there was a fountain there, dried up, admittedly, but she could see a statue. Looking at the statue, the hero considered the fact that he was wearing a crown, so it was most likely a king. The statue appeared, and the thought occurred to him, why were the figures on either side destroyed, while he remained intact? Holding out his hand, Damien shouted out what was there, telling them to take a look. Pointing to the glow, he added that something was flickering. A blue glow appeared in the air. The hero looked closely and realized that the light in the dark dungeon wasn't coming from their torches and lamps. Standing behind him, the boy asked if there was a person there, to which the protagonist replied that they would go and check and that they should keep their weapons at the ready. The squad stood in the middle of the square. They began to move forward, the thought dawning on them that in a city teeming with monsters, only one thing was more frightening than the monsters themselves. An unknown character appeared, and Ash wondered if anyone, seriously, would agree to live here voluntarily. Only someone crazy. Standing behind the knight, the hero wondered if it was an enemy NPC, or an ally, or whoever it was. Crown smiled broadly, adding that any mistake could lead to the end of the game, and they couldn't relax. Blue fire burned on the rubble. Looking to the side, the protagonist wondered if these were fragments of dead mechanical golems. The squad examined the rubble, wondering if this man had dealt with them all single-handedly. Lowering her head, the girl said they'd already arrived. Standing behind her, Ash heard them begin exploring the place in earnest, to which he asked if it was her. Mumin turned her head, hearing her name. Standing before her, the hero asked her what she was doing there. Frowning, the protagonist considered that even though they were already acquainted, he shouldn't relax. It was strange that he had never encountered this NPC in all 742 attempts at completing the game. It was difficult to say whether she was an enemy or an ally. Turning her head, the girl replied that she was simply strolling around and relaxing. The kingdom under the lake was rather boring, if you really wanted to know. Raising her hand, she added that, by the way, since they'd come this far, she'd show them something. They deserved it. The party glared at her. The girl held a bag in her hands. A multitude of items appeared before her. Extending her hand forward, Mumin said that they shouldn't be shy. Come up and choose, she only had the best here. Ash's eyes widened and he shouted that he was an NPC merchant, to which she replied that she didn't know what an NPC was, but she was definitely a merchant. Sitting on the ground, the girl mentioned that, by the way, there was a special offer going on today, a gift with every purchase, plus a 30% discount on your first purchase. Pointing to the equipment, she added, "Well, if they buy it, he shouldn't be so quick, or he'll miss out on the limited offer." Looking straight at him, the merchant said it was only available today. Okay. The hero lowered his gaze. Crouching down, he asked what she had there. Items appeared, and he heard a voice say that these were things she'd found while wandering the kingdom beneath the lake. They were very rare, impossible to obtain in the human world, so they should choose and feel free. The protagonist stared at the glow in surprise and thought that this truly was excellent gear. Merchants usually sold high-ranking items, but these were of particularly high quality. Perhaps that's why Mumin was such a rare NPC. Looking at the girl, Ash asked how much everything was worth, to which she replied that outside money had no value here, so she accepted payment in magic stones or mana cores. A glowing crystal appeared, and it occurred to him that this was understandable. Magic stones had always been used for exchange. They could be sold or used for trading in dungeons, but there was one problem. Coins appeared, and it was explained that every time he looted magic stones, he exchanged them for currency, so now he had none. Putting his hand to his face, the hero wondered who would have known he'd encounter an NPC merchant so early. He was afraid of these things lying right in front of him, as unattainable as the stars, unless he tried to offer the things they'd acquired today. Throwing the magic stones, the protagonist asked what he could expect from them. Looking at the stone, the merchant said that, frankly, these were rather mediocre items, but it was a celebration of his first purchase, and given how serious he was about exploring this place. Putting the stone under his clothes, she added that she would let him choose one item as a small reward, which Ash thought was pure kindness. Wide-eyed, the hero shouted that it was true, he could choose any item from here, to which the girl replied that she was a woman of her word, and let him choose freely. Looking at the equipment, the protagonist wondered what he should choose. He wanted to choose something that would be praised by everyone. Holding the plant in her hands, Jupiter said she wasn't implying anything, but if she could eat this 100-year-old ginseng, she would rejuvenate herself by at least 10 years, to which Ash thought that this one was just trying to fill her belly. They should choose equipment, not food. Looking at her, the hero replied that the hint was lost. Holding the boots in his hands, Lucas asked what about those feathered boots, to which the protagonist thought they had a nice acceleration effect, then asked if he wanted to flutter like a butterfly. Smiling, the knight said no, they'd suit him better, they'd make it easier to escape danger. Frowning, Ash thought, what a bastard. At least he genuinely cared about him, but he wasn't the key to the battle, so he'd make do. Damien crouched down and asked about the automatic potion brewing stand, to which the protagonist thought that an item that created healing potions at a set interval was a powerful thing. Raising his eyebrows, he added that placing it in the temple would make healing wounded soldiers much easier. The man drank the potion, thinking that some practical advice, a slow but steady production of healing potions, would make their lives much easier. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that, well, potions were already plentiful in the outside world, so it would be foolish to waste such an opportunity. Looking at the girl, he asked what she had to say. Evangeline closed her eyes and replied that she was only a temporary member of this group and wasn't particularly interested in equipment. A weapon appeared, and the only exception was a high-quality spear and shield, which her teacher had given her for graduation. He'd said they were currently being repaired at the forge, and that would be enough for her. The boys looked at her in amazement, and the hero thought, yeah, right, they came to loot her gear after all. Greed had completely blinded him. How could he have forgotten? Frowning, the hero said, well, basically, I need a spear and shield. To which the merchant replied that they had one set. She held out the weapons. The protagonist looked at the gear in surprise and thought it was just what he needed, excellent design and fire-breathing stats, and everything would be fine, but a set of weapons appeared, and the thought occurred to him that this was a set. Without a pair, an item would lose a very good boost. Gritting his teeth, Ash wondered what to do. He could only choose one. Looking at him, the girl said that, as she'd said, there was a special offer going on right now, a gift with every purchase. He'd forgotten, he could take both items for free, to which the hero repeated. Handing over the gear, Newman replied that he could take them. She had no need for them anyway, and besides, you couldn't sell a set without a part. Raising her eyebrows, she added that in exchange, he should promise to explore this place further and bargain with her when they met. Ash thought this strange girl was no longer just a saint in her eyes, but the Lord himself. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he swears by it and uttered a huge thank you, then thought that this is how a noob feels when a true game nerd generously gives him a few items. It immediately makes him want to try harder. With a wave of his hand, Ash said it was for her. The broken gear appeared, and the thought occurred to him that he could finally confess to her what had happened to her things, how they were shattered to pieces because of him and beyond repair, and that this was compensation. The girl looked at him in surprise and said, but she was the one who started the fight, and he was just trying to stop her. A memory flashed through his mind, audibly suggesting that even if her gear was so badly damaged, it was her responsibility, and that there was no need. Turning around, the hero replied that she should consider it a gift, not compensation. Handing her the gear, he added that she should just take it. When a liege lord gives a vassal a gift, she should simply say thank you and see how cool they look. Smiling, Ash said she should consider it a graduation gift, from the Empire's best prince, and her idol to boot. She wasn't about to refuse a gift from a member of the royal family. The man glared, the thought crossing his mind that this was also a tribute to the Margrave, who had sacrificed himself for the city. He showed her the broken equipment, and said that, while it certainly couldn't compare to the reward he deserved, he couldn't leave his daughter with broken equipment. His conscience would torment him. Looking down, Evangeline said thank you, she'd take good care of them, to which the protagonist replied that he was welcome. Frowning, Jupiter shouted, what about her? Where's her gift? To which the protagonist thought she was annoying. He was planning to buy her a ton of magic boosts in the future. Was it really that hard to endure? Closing his eyes, the knight shouted, what about him? To which Ash replied that he'd recently given him armor. It occurred to him that it was contagious or something. He was already constantly working on improving their equipment. Damien smiled and said he wasn't offended, to which the protagonist thought, what's wrong with that? He'd just given him a gun, it was damn expensive. Holding a stone in her hands, the woman said she was buying ginseng, that would be enough. Looking at her, Ash wondered where she'd gotten that magic stone. The merchant was rolling up her linen and heard him say, by the way, I could ask you something. To which she replied, let him ask. If he knows, she'll tell you. Newman looked at the hero, hearing that she knew the Pied Piper of Hamelin, to which she asked, what's that? An image of Crown appeared, sounding like a bard, wearing a pointed black hat and mask, playing the flute, and apparently controlling monsters. Putting her hand to her face, the girl replied that there were many eccentrics wandering the kingdom, but this one was particularly famous. She knew him. The hero looked at her in surprise, thinking that he was a fairly prominent NPC in the game, and here too. Extending her hand, the merchant said that if he continued straight ahead, he would find a large camp between the 3rd and 4th zones. It was safe there. In fact, most of the intelligent creatures wandering the kingdom could be found there. The camp came into view, and he heard it called the main camp. Smiling, the protagonist thought he knew the main camp, too, a safe zone accessible after completing the 3rd zone. People were standing near houses, and he added that it was full of all sorts of NPCs, where he could gather quests and companions. Standing behind the girl, Ash heard that he might meet the person he was looking for there, or someone who could tell him how to find them. Where there's a will, there's a way. Grinning, she added that she thought he'd get there easily. As she left, Mumin said to see him soon, assuming they survived, of course. Raising his eyebrows, the boy said that a merchant in such a place was very interesting. Frowning, Lucas said he didn't trust this woman, to which the hero asked why, and the woman replied that she was too strong. The party stood amidst the ruins. They heard her playfully smashing golems to pieces, saying that she was relaxing like that. Wasn't it strange? The knight raised his sword, thinking that it wasn't so much that he could do that himself after maxing out and collecting a full set of gear. He'd worked for 3 years to achieve this, even though she might seem like a monster to some. The merchant appeared, and the hero thought that personally, he would have listed her as a friendly NPC. A bad person would never have given him an SSR set for next to nothing. Clapping his hands, the protagonist said it didn't matter. Looking to the side, he added that the boss was already waiting for them there. Then, thinking that the next room was the boss's room, it was time to defeat the boss and finally get the treasure chests. A notification about the 2nd zone appeared. A view of the building opened up. Standing before the entrance, the hero heard a hole, as if something had broken its way out. He added that yes, it had broken through and he didn't even feel it. He didn't even want to imagine what kind of creature it was. But they'd find out soon enough. In any case, they were only moving forward. Looking to the side, Damien asked if they should go back, to which Evangeline replied that she didn't feel like it. Smiling, the protagonist told them to keep quiet. He hadn't come all this way to be scared of the boss. Taking a step forward, he added that this was the place. An abandoned room appeared, and he heard what sounded like a dump, and what a mountain. Holding a torch, the knight muttered something about the stench and the place being covered in mold and something like moss, apparently having been underwater for a long time. Turning around, he asked where the water was coming from, to which the protagonist replied that they were under the lake, which he thought was his own fault, and that he wasn't surprised at all. Stretching his hand forward, the young man explained what was there, to which they asked what it was. Pointing to the ruins, he added that it was over there. Frowning, the protagonist asked what the hell was going on. The golem sat in the corner. It sounded like it wasn't just a pile of rubble. A boss notification appeared. Looking down, Ash thought it was the human's name again. The monster's eyes lit up, and the thought occurred to him that, like that time with the rat boss in the 1st zone, it too had a name and position like the humans. And why was that? Looking down, the golem muttered, "Oh no, I'm asleep again." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Standing before the squad, the boss said he still had to take out the trash. Suddenly, he fired lasers. The attack rushed forward. The people began to deflect the blows. The beam bounced off. Looking at the explosion, the woman said that beam magic wasn't something you see often. The hero smiled, hearing that he'd be told to act as he was told, to which he replied, "Just a moment." And then thought that, sure, he was a bit bigger than he expected, but... The boss stood still, the thought dawning on him that he knew exactly how to defeat him, even though there was basically no enemy in this game he hadn't defeated. Looking at the boss, the protagonist shouted that his size shouldn't intimidate them. He could easily be defeated using the same principle as the previous ones, simply destroy the mana core. A diagram of the robot appeared, and it was said that such a giant would have several such cores each, near the elbows, in the claws, thighs, feet, chest, and head, for a total of 10 mana cores if you count them. Evangeline looked surprised and asked again, and the knight said that meant he could fight until they destroyed them all. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that was damn right, but there was one important point. The boss's hands lit up, and it was said that after destroying one of the mana cores, the area underneath would shut down, so they should start with his claw. Smiling broadly, Jupiter said, "Okay, make way for the old lady." Aiming his gun, Damien said he'd work on the right arm. Suddenly, blows began flying at the robot. Smoke billowed from its arm. The golem took a step forward. The squad looked at it, and heard it move on to the legs. The men rushed forward, hearing the command to work on the hips. Lowering his arm, the boss muttered how his back hurt. Swinging it, he added that he'd spent his life taking out trash, of course. Ash's eyes widened in surprise, thinking he was attacking with his broken arm like a club. Suddenly, the robot struck the ground, and the thought occurred to him that this was an excellent maneuver. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought he was strong, but his movements were too sweeping. Frowning, Evangeline shouted that he himself was a piece of trash. She delivered a sharp blow. Looking straight at him, Lucas said he wouldn't give in. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The golem fell to his knees. Standing before the crowd, the boss said that he'd so wanted to enroll in the academy and study magic, but instead he was forced to clean endlessly like a robot. Frowning, the hero shouted for Evangeline to go on the defensive and aimed for her right arm. The golem's arm flew off. Looking straight ahead, the monster said he'd invent cleaning magic first and foremost to make his colleagues' lives easier. Blows began to fly at the robot. Parts of its body fell to the ground. The knight stood still. Lucas lowered his gaze. He struck the robot. Frowning, the boy shouted that they destroyed the mana core in its chest, leaving only its head. Suddenly it began to plummet. Looking at the hero, the robot asked where all the trash was coming from, to which the protagonist thought he was now ramming something with his head. Crazy. Looking away, it added that he was just giving orders, so he could easily dodge, but those two. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Swinging his fist, he yelled for a moment of idleness. The jackpot counter appeared. Ash struck the boss. The golem fell to the ground. Frowning, the hero thought it was good that the damage was normal. He almost shit himself. Lightning emanated from the robot's eye. Suddenly, its eyes stopped glowing. The robot lay on the ground. Standing behind the hero, Lucas said to finish it off, to which the protagonist thanked him, then reflected on how much experience was given for finishing off the boss. The hero stepped forward. Standing on the robot's head, the protagonist realized that he was actually at the lowest level. Holding his weapon, he added that they should just kill it for free. Looking at him, the boss remarked that it was a nice rainstorm. Looking down, Ash said enough chatter, and a notification appeared that the boss had been destroyed. The squad stood among the rubble. Grinning, the hero considered the bonus he'd received for the complete annihilation, plus experience for the final blow, and how many levels he'd gain. Turning his head, Damien said, "His prince, there's a path and a treasure chest here." To which the protagonist replied, "Let him keep it." The protagonist looked at the glow in surprise and said it was an SR item, but Jupiter yelled that she couldn't even look. Holding the sphere in his hands, Ash wondered what it was. Frowning, he added that it was magical, and the woman said it was lovely. The hero held out his hands, hearing that it was for her, to which he replied, "Let him keep it." The woman looked at the sphere, thinking that, well, it would only suit her anyway. The items appeared, and she said that if only she knew where to look for the other two. A glow appeared around the sphere, suggesting the chest also contained 2 excellent quality mana cores, but overall, it was rather meager for a boss room. The second zone was cleared. Looking at the squad, the hero announced they were moving forward, searching for a checkpoint and heading home. A notification appeared about clearing the back alleys. Frowning, the protagonist said, "Well, here we are." A long staircase appeared, and it sounded like an ascent to some fortress. Grinning, Ash thought that so far everything had gone smoothly, the area was familiar, they were on the right path, and then said, "Well, let's go." The squad descended. The woman, her eyes wide, asked, "Well, how much further is it?" "Her knees are about to crumble," she said. She can already hear the ominous crunch. Breathing heavily, the hero announced that it was his, for sure, they were almost there. The squad stopped on one of the floors. Lying on the floor, the protagonist said it was almost there, the final push, and then thought he wanted to shake the throat of the man who invented spiral staircases. Looking away, Jupiter said she thought her heart was about to stop, a final drag before death, to which they replied that she'd rather kill her. Ash looked at the people in surprise and thought, "These cyborgs don't give a damn." Smiling, he said, "Well done everyone, they did it." An exit appeared, and it sounded like a teleportation gate. Rushing forward, Jupiter shouted that she was going home. Her old bones couldn't take it anymore. Frowning, she added that as soon as she got back, she'd dive straight into a hot bath, whiskey on the rocks in one hand, a cigar in the other. The protagonist walked forward. Looking at the woman, he asked what she was standing there for. Evangeline's eyes widened and she exclaimed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that yes, this is what the kingdom beneath the lake actually looks like. A view of the kingdom opened up, and it sounded simply immense. Looking down, Damien said there was light. Looking at the city, he added that there was light there. Buildings came into view, and it occurred to him that maybe it wasn't quite like that, but rather that someone had installed magical lightstones throughout the city and in the central tower, allowing the few travelers to navigate here. Holding out her hand, the girl asked what it was, a kind of lighthouse. The hero stared ahead silently. A view of the tower opened up, and it was explained that this was the last zone they would one day enter, and that it was there that they would have to fight the final boss. The protagonist grinned, wondering if they had known how long it would actually take to get there. A view of the kingdom opened up. Their path appeared, and they could hear the sound of them entering through the sewers, wandering through the back alleys, and emerging on the wall of the city's northern gate. Turning his head, the protagonist said that, well, they'd think about their next route. Looking straight ahead, he added that it was time for them to go home, and then thought, he smells a little more, and they'll carry him. Group notifications appeared. People were standing behind the building. It sounded like they'd worked hard and should rest. A view of the sky opened up, suggesting they'd entered at dawn and returned in the evening, having wasted a whole day. Ash yawned and said he needed to rest too, then thought about sleeping until dinner, eating a little, and then getting back to work. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. A clock appeared in the room. Looking at them, the protagonist said, "Before dinner, of course," and then thought it was time to look at the things he'd received yesterday. The man held a torch, and it occurred to him that he'd been given the blue flame torch for completing the second zone. Its fuel supply was inexhaustible. Sitting on his bed, Ash thought it wasn't a bad deal, considering dungeon exploration is a constant battle against darkness, but that's perhaps the only useful thing it can do. Putting the torch back in his inventory, he added that who would have thought it would be given as a bonus for a full clear? A boss summoned scroll appeared. The golem's eyes lit up, and the hero thought that even though it was a one-time use, it was still very useful. He could use that huge golem they'd encountered for his own purposes. A notification appeared about the scroll's activation. Holding it in his hands, the hero thought there was no point in waiting. He'd activate it now. Smiling, he added that he'd keep it in the active slot and use it only in case of emergency, and that the inspection was over. Lowering his head, the protagonist considered his stomach's groaning. He walked down the hallway, yawning. Entering the kitchen, Ash asked if there was anything he could eat. Frowning, the knight exclaimed. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked what they were doing. The dishes were on the floor, and it sounded like she'd come into the kitchen because she was terribly hungry, and then there was this old man. It occurred to him that they were competing to see who could eat the most. Turning his head, the protagonist said that he was also hungry, and that they hadn't eaten everything, to which they replied that no, they only ate what was left lying around. Closing her eyes, Evangeline said that they were just bits and pieces. There was nothing cooked here. Looking at them, Ash asked why they were so hungry. Rolling up his sleeves, he added that it couldn't be helped. Let them sit down at the table. He'd cook them something. Looking at him, Lucas asked what he could cook, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't cook much, and the girl added that he was of royal blood, so how could he cook? Smiling, the protagonist replied that it wasn't illegal, and even if it was, he didn't care, being of royal blood. Then he thought, everyone present was hungry, so why not cook? A dish appeared, and the thought occurred to him that ramen with thinly sliced onions and egg, served with kimchi, would be great, but he was afraid that was impossible. Opening the cupboard, Ash thought that at least this estate was full of simple ingredients: butter, milk, eggs, and spices. Only one thing came to mind. The hero lit a fire with a torch. He held a frying pan in his hands. The protagonist began cooking. Smiling, he said, "It's ready, bon appetit." A sandwich appeared, and he heard the sound of royal toast. The thought occurred to him that slices of fresh bread were fried in an egg with a drop of honey, and that's why smoked ham, lettuce, and vegetables were placed between them. Ash began eating the sandwich. Sauces appeared, and he was told that there was no need for ketchup, mustard, or mayonnaise. It would still be delicious and juicy. Wiping away tears, Lucas shouted that it was divine, that the royal chef was incomparable, that he was eating food prepared by the prince himself. He told his descendants this, and they wouldn't believe it, to which the protagonist replied that he shouldn't exaggerate. Wide-eyed, Evangeline said that it really was so delicious, very similar to what they sell at festival stalls, to which they replied that that was spot on. The woman smiled broadly, and the protagonist considered the possibility that it was, after all, a street food recipe. Looking down, the girl said it reminded her of when she was very little. Evangeline looked at her father, and thought she heard, as if she heard, some sounds coming from the kitchen, and when she went to check, she saw her father eating a hastily prepared meal. The monsters advanced. It was said that monsters usually invaded regardless of the time of day, so Dad could return late at night after a battle and start gobbling everything in sight to satisfy the city's hunger. Smiling, the girl said that this time, too, he'd come back from the battlefield, thrown everything in the kitchen into a frying pan, and fried it. When their eyes met, he asked just one question. The man frowned and asked what he wanted too. The protagonist grinned and asked what she'd also eaten. Clutching her face, Evangeline replied that it was his fault she still had such round cheeks, to which the protagonist replied that at least she looked cute. Sitting at the table, she added that every time that happened, Mom would wake up and run out to them, grumbling at Dad for feeding her so late at night. Closing her eyes, the girl said they should have seen his face. It was just like that of a naughty kitten. She smirked slightly. Looking straight at him, Evangeline said that such snacks reminded her of the past, but it was a shame it was in the past. Looking at her, Ash replied that the Margrave's funeral would be tomorrow. The hero stood before the people, and it seemed that Crossroads didn't have a tradition of lavishly sending off chieftains, so he usually just gave a speech, but if she wanted, she could speak tomorrow. Sitting before him, the girl replied that no, she trusted him with that. The man held a spear in his hands, and it seemed she respected her father. In her opinion, he was an incredible man who protected the locals his entire life. Looking down, Evangeline said that, however, she still couldn't forgive him. Looking at the hero, she asked that he had told him how her mother died. An image of a girl appeared, and it was heard that she could never forgive him for abandoning her to die, preferring to defend the walls. Despite the pain in her heart, she could still understand. The man glared. It was said that defending the city was a lord's first duty, and her father had been simply faithful to his duty. People threw earth into the pit, and it was heard that on the day they buried their mother's coffin in the garden, her father didn't even show up, instead going off to fortify the southern military base. The fortress walls appeared, and the girl said that it was because they needed to prepare for the next attack. After all, this was Lord Crossroads' important work. Clenching her fist, she added that it was more important. People stood by the grave, and Evangeline said that burying her mother's empty coffin in his place had made her realize. The girl cried, and it seemed as if this was what the head of the Cross family should be like. She would never be like that. Frowning, the protagonist asked why she'd left. Lowering her head, Evangeline replied that she was grateful for organizing her father's funeral in her stead, even though she considered the Margrave a man worthy of admiration and respect. Frowning, she added that she would never forgive her father. Taking a step forward, Evangeline said thank you for the food. Walking down the hallway, she added that it was a true honor to eat food prepared personally by His Highness. Turning his head, the protagonist replied that it was family matters. That's what they were. An empty plate lay on the table, and it sounded like it was getting late. They would be leaving too. The boys walked forward. Looking at the protagonist, Lucas asked how he was doing, to which Ash repeated. Looking down, the knight replied, well, with his family. He'd heard he wasn't on the best terms with them, so he was taking care of Miss Evangeline. The hero looked at him in surprise, wondering if he really was at odds with his family, while he thought he was just some kind of local clown. Looking at the boy, he heard the suggestion that perhaps he saw a past self in Evangeline, though what could he possibly know about him? Looking away, Lucas asked if he was wrong. Frowning, the protagonist mumbled, then wondered if he was asking because he was genuinely worried or because he suspected he wasn't the real Ash. They stood silently next to each other, the thought dawning that he'd fallen into a stupor because he'd caught him off guard. Standing before the boy, Ash pondered how he suddenly saw Lucas in a new light, why he'd asked, and how he should respond. The hero sat on the throne. It was said that Ash was the Emperor's son, so it wouldn't be surprising if his family life left much to be desired, but he knew absolutely nothing about it. Looking down, the protagonist mumbled. The young man abruptly lowered his head and yelled that he was sorry. Perhaps it was too personal a question, to which Ash replied that he'd simply been a bit confused. Smiling, the knight said he was sure His Highness and Evangeline would resolve their family matters, to which the protagonist thought he was hearing the friendly smile of a puppy again. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thanked him, then wondered if perhaps he was overthinking things and was simply worried. The view of the palace opened up, and a voice said, well, to bed, see you tomorrow. The door suddenly slammed shut. Ash breathed heavily, thinking that he really was having trouble with his family. He'd have to find out more about it. Looking at his hands, he added that he needed to remind himself more often that this wasn't his body. It was hard for someone living someone else's life to answer questions. The hero stood next to the man. He was informed that preparations for the next wave had immediately begun in Crossroads, and an enemy notification had appeared. Golems advanced, and the protagonist thought about how this time there would be an army of golems, few large monsters, but they would be elite. They would have to adapt as the battle progressed. They still had a week until the third wave. Looking at the notification, Ash thought this time would be a real challenge. Crown looked ahead, and he added that they must be prepared for any unexpected change. Frowning, the hero thought that even this wasn't the way they should avoid such factors at the root. The protagonist yelled at the people, and the thought occurred to him that he had strained every possible production line and constantly pushed them, so that everything had to be perfect for the next wave. Ash looked at the mages. Funeral preparations were underway. He looked down and thought that the second wave had suffered many casualties, but only a dozen had died. Holding the list in his hands, the hero added that the Margrave was among them. Standing before the knight, the protagonist heard that the coffin was already on its way, to which he replied, okay, they're leaving. The coffin was carried from the temple along the town's main road, followed by a long procession of townspeople. Flags were raised, and it was announced that the former landlord, who had ruled here for decades, had died. As the people carried the coffin, the thought occurred to them that, at least in this town, death was a natural occurrence. Flowers lay on the ground, and it was said that many people were truly grieving. A man stood near a torch, and the hero thought that the coffin had finally been laid before a dug grave. People stood before the coffin, and he added that this would only be a demonstration. The actual burial of the body would take place in the Margrave's garden. The grave came into view, and the protagonist wondered if it was because his wife was waiting there. Ash stepped forward. He stood before the crowd. Frowning, the hero said, let me say this last. The death of any of them is a blow to him. Looking at him, the people heard it as a real, not metaphorical, blow to their wallets, but the death of a Margrave cannot be measured in money. Placing a hand on his chest, the hero said the bitterness of this loss spread throughout his heart. Lily wiped away tears. The protagonist held the man in his arms, and they heard the Margrave say that the people needed hope, that the city could not live in an endless funeral service. The fortress gates opened up, and they heard that this city was the monster's front line, and that death was a given here, but he wanted hope and joy to remain in their hearts. Frowning, Ash said that today he would violate the Margrave's last will and allow himself to grieve. The loss of precious lives is inevitable on the battlefield. Damien gritted his teeth, hearing that, and not just the Margrave's, any loss is accompanied by pain and tears. The torch burned with a blue flame, and the hero said that he wanted to remind them all that every loss is worth the pain it causes. Let them remember that only through struggle and sacrifice in the name of a greater goal will this city, this empire, and the people within it continue to exist. Let them always remember that. Standing on the stage, the protagonist said that he would never tire of repeating this again and again. Graves appeared, and a voice murmured that they could not do without losses, but every death was justified. Closing his eyes, Ash said that they would finally honor the departed defenders of peace with a moment of silence. The people bowed their heads. Standing before them, the hero thought he hoped that one day the series of funerals would give way to lavish and joyful festivals. The man closed his eyes, and he added that this was just as the Margrave had wished. Shots flew upward, and the thought arose that a cannon had been fired in honor of the fallen, the funeral finally over. The horse suddenly stopped. The carriage was heading toward the estate. From the horse, the man exclaimed. The girl looked away, hearing the address, to which she replied that he was here too. A building appeared, and a voice said that it was Miss Evangeline. She had returned. Standing before the people, the girl heard that she had been gone for 3 years, that she had come a long way from the capital, and that she should forgive them for the Margrave's death. It was their fault. Standing next to the coffin, Evangeline asked if she could look inside. A man lay inside, and it sounded as if he were truly dead. The girl's hands trembled, and she said that he had always rushed into the thick of things as if immortal, and now. Evangeline removed her hand. Turning, she said, "Thank you, that will do." They began to cover the coffin with earth. Standing before the girl, the man said what he thought, that she should know. Her eyes widened and she exclaimed. Holding a shield in his hands, the man said that this was the Margrave's equipment, passed down through generations. They had originally planned to bury it with its owner, but they would do as she said. Evangeline looked away. Standing behind her, the man said it was certainly worn, but had been treated, to which the girl replied, "Let them bury it." The coffin lay in the ground, and she heard someone say they should bury him and her father, to which she was told, "As he commands." Standing still, the hero thought that after the sacred prayers, everything was over. 2 graves appeared, and he added that he who built walls of ice chose the worst of evils, and that he walks a snowy path of excruciating adversity. He had once quoted his favorite poem to him. The image of a man appeared, and the protagonist reflected on how he remembered this passage because it quite accurately described the Margrave's life. But these words weren't meant for a funeral, so he decided to discard them. Ross looked ahead, the thought entering his mind that to protect this city, he would have to pay a high price and sacrifice everything he held dear. Looking up, Ash wondered what he would have to sacrifice, whether he would remain the same person afterward. Taking a step forward, Evangeline said she didn't think he was into poetry. Standing next to her, the hero replied that he wasn't particularly fond of poetry, just remembered it, so he recited a couple of lines. She said he had a beautiful voice and maybe he'd read it to everyone next time. Looking down, the protagonist asked how she was. Smiling, she replied that everything was fine. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Holding her equipment in her hands, it seemed as if she'd been hired as a knight. She might never have returned to this city, and after her father's death, she wouldn't have been able to be here to see him off. Standing before the grave, Evangeline said it was a miracle she even made it to his funeral. A view of the building opened up, and it seemed as if she still wanted to dedicate her life to battle, to which she replied that of course she definitely wouldn't stay here. She'd sort out the inheritance, sell all the family junk, and ride off into the sunset. Graves appeared, and the thought occurred to her that Evangeline had already been mentally prepared for this. She'd buried the family heirlooms with her father, to cast off the past once and for all. Smiling, the protagonist said he'd help her with the inheritance. There was too much red tape for a teenager. The senior would sort it out. Looking at him, the girl asked if he wasn't going to stop her, to which he repeated. Wide-eyed, she said she was abandoning her family's legacy and running away like a coward, then asked if that wasn't selfish. Flags fluttered in the wind, and it seemed the Cross family had served this place long enough. She didn't know if she could do as well, but she would do everything to protect this city. Beating his chest, Ash told her to forget her worries and live her life the way she wanted, and he would ensure that her family's hard work wouldn't be wasted. Frowning, Evangeline replied that he seemed too different from the rumored image. Turning her head, she added that if she were him, she would do everything in her power to return to the palace as quickly as possible, but instead, he took his job as lord of these lands with such seriousness, surprisingly. Looking down, the hero replied that someone had promised him a wish for protecting this place, which was why he was so hardworking. Then he considered the developer's condition. Raising his finger, Ader said that if he brought this world to its true ending, he would grant him a wish. The protagonist thought, rightly so, he wasn't trying so hard because he was so upright. Ash entered the room, the thought dawning on him that he was simply using this chance to get what he wanted. He was heading for the true ending. A view of the mountains opened up, and he added that it was only for that reason. Frowning, the hero shouted that she heard that sound, they seemed to be under attack. Placing her hand on her stomach, Evangeline replied that she was hungry, to which he wondered if it was her rumbling stomach. What a loud noise. Looking away, she asked what was there, what to eat, and then said that he'd cooked something delicious yesterday and wanted more. The protagonist smiled, thinking that their hunger was proof they were alive. Frowning, Ash shouted, "Go ahead, they'll fill their bellies." To which they responded approvingly. Graves appeared, and it was said that the dead should rest in peace, while the living should move forward, a new wave approaching. The protagonist extended his hand forward and thought that, at the moment, he had two main tasks. First, his usual work, preparing for the next level. A symbol appeared, and he added that the second was the paperwork regarding the division of Cross's property. They stood by the graves, and the thought occurred to them that Evangeline had renounced the title and decided to leave. It would be best to transfer at least part of the estate to her retroactively, so she could leave without regret. Bowing his head, Ader said that this was his decision to let Miss Evangeline go. Standing next to the protagonist, he added that it was understood he would take care of the sale of Cross's property and handle all the paperwork related to the inheritance, to which the protagonist replied, "Thank you, keep me informed." Raising his hand, the young man said that of course, but selling everything in a week would be practically impossible. Reaching for the receipt, he added that the biggest profit could be made from selling the estate. There weren't many luxury items there, and he didn't think a buyer would be found for the house within a week. Looking at the young man, Ash said he should buy it in his name for now, for a reasonable price. Frowning, he added that he had to finish this within a week and see Evangeline off. Everything needed to be sorted out before the next wave. Images of people appeared, and it was said that all members of the Cross family had died here. Evangeline was the last descendant of that family, in other words, the last survivor. The girl closed her eyes, the thought entering his mind that he had to send her as far away from this place as possible, so as not to involve her in the battle. The hero sat next to the man, the thought that this was the Margrave's last will and testament. He would keep his word. Grinning, the man said he understood, and that he should trust him. The protagonist thought that Ader was quite useful as a secretary. He would sort this out. Time was running out, and the next raid was just around the corner. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that he would do it. Frowning, he added that he would get through this game without using people as cannon fodder. Without compromising his principles, he would cope, no doubt. A view of the forge opened up, and the hero reflected on how quickly time had flown by. The man looked at them with fear and apologized, and the old man added that this was their first time creating magic guns, and there had been many difficulties. Standing before them, the protagonist heard that, in short, they didn't have enough time for 5 guns, and that he should forgive them. He replied that it was fine. He knew it might not work the first time. A gun appeared, and the thought occurred to him that magic guns had been invented in this world over a century ago, but due to their high cost and impracticality, they hadn't caught on in the local market. To create a single example, both an alchemist and a blacksmith were required, making them quite difficult. The forge furnace appeared, and a question was heard about what and how many they had created. The guns lay on the table, and he heard 2 guns. He wasn't going to scold them, let them show him what they had. Ash frowned, wondering what kind of beauty this was. The gun stats appeared, and he added, "What an absurd weapon." Smiling, the man said they'd created it from a special mana core he'd given them. The monster looked ahead, and it occurred to him that he was talking about the drop from the tutorial level. They'd killed the queen and obtained her core. Usually, an army of black spiders appears later in the game. The Spider Queen's mana core appeared, and he'd guessed it could be used to forge equipment even more powerful than what was expected for his current level. He'd expected that, but the gun appeared, and the hero thought, "This is a real bomb, it'll last at least a year." The character stood still, and he added that Damien certainly would, with his 1,000-mile eye, was perfectly suited to destroy all life. The protagonist laughed, thinking, damn this game, was there really even a single concession? Closing his eyes, the man said they were glad he liked it, and the old man added that they'd sculpted this masterpiece like men possessed, and they themselves didn't understand how they'd achieved this quintessence of style and firepower. The weapon stats were revealed, and it was stated that the second gun was quite ordinary, albeit slightly flawed, but it would still be useful, as Damien had no problems with accuracy. Standing before them, Ash said they'd done well, and like everyone else at the forge, they could be assured of a worthy reward. The next projects would go to them as well. The forge was revealed, and a murmur of thanks was heard. "Thank you very much, please come back again." Looking at the protagonist, Lucas asked what made this magical weapon so amazing. Smiling, the hero replied that it could change the course of the war, to which the boy asked what was so powerful. A wave notification appeared, and he figured that should be enough time for Damien to adjust to the weapon. A view of the sky opened up. The carriage suddenly stopped. Looking to the side, the knight said, "Look over there." To which the protagonist asked again. Ash looked at the girl. Standing before her, he addressed her. Holding an envelope in her hands, Evangeline said that his weird secretary had given her this today. The papers lay on the table, stating that all the Cross's property had cost a considerable sum, and with the proceeds, Evangeline would be able to start a new life without worrying about anything. Standing before the hero, the girl said, "Thank you for sorting this out so quickly." But as he handed her the papers, the secretary said something else. Smiling, she added that that was it, she had nothing more to do in the city, so he should take the money, pack his things, and leave, just like that. Holding the envelope in his hands, the protagonist heard the most offensive thing, that it was his order, to pack his things and get out of here. So, that meant he really wanted this. Frowning, Ash responded approvingly. Wide-eyed, Evangeline asked why he was trying to get rid of her quickly, when she hadn't even said goodbye. She froze in amazement, hearing that if she was going to leave, then he should leave quickly, there was no need to drag it out. The golems advanced, and she heard a voice saying there would be a massacre here tomorrow, and he wanted her dragged into it. Standing before the girl, the hero said enough, let him leave, she had nothing left to do with this city. Evangeline replied that since he had helped her, she wanted to help in the next siege too. The protagonist, putting his hand to his face, said no. His belongings were on the ground, and he heard a voice saying he should help himself and leave as soon as possible. This wasn't her fight, he could protect this city without the help of a child like her. Raising her eyebrows, the girl replied that he had seen her fight, she could help, she could handle it. Suddenly, Ash shouted her name loudly. Evangeline flinched in fear. Holding the envelope in his hands, the hero shouted that wasn't she the one who said she wanted to leave and start a new life, that she had given up her title and inheritance, and chosen to sever all ties with this place? Looking at him, the girl mumbled, to which he replied that since she had already decided, she should act, leave and never return. Red flags appeared, and it was heard that this war was filled with death and grief. It would only take away, and once she set foot on this path, she would never be free. Handing her a check, the hero told her there was no need to get involved in the war against monsters, that she should leave here forever and do what she truly wanted. The protagonist looked down. The man lay covered in blood, and he heard a voice say, "Let her live freely, as she wishes, that was her father's last will." The girl's eyes widened. Standing before her, Ash said that she had said she wanted to be a bad daughter, to do everything to spite him, but, frowning, he added that she should listen to her father one last time. Closing his eyes, the hero said that from now on she was a stranger here, and this house no longer belonged to her family. As he left, he added that he was busy, had a meeting about the defense, and that she should leave and not come back. The doors opened, and he heard her only want to say, "Thank you for everything." Closing her eyes, Evangeline shouted that she would visit her parents' graves and then leave Crossroad. Ash looked away, hearing her wish him easy victories in the future. The girl looked down, and the hero thought, "Good luck to her too, you little thing." Looking at him, Lucas said he shouldn't have been so stern. The hero looked away and replied that if he hadn't said that, she might have had doubts. No, he heard her, he could help, he could protect. The knight replied that he should have been gentler. Evangeline picked up her bag. Turning her head, she sighed. Looking out the window, the hero said that not all goodbyes have to be accompanied by tears, sometimes a check is enough. Then he thought she said she was going to visit her parents' graves. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said goodbye. Smiling, Ash shouted, "Well, okay then, people come and go, but monsters remain, they'll handle themselves." Closing his eyes, Lucas replied that he would do as he said. His wish was his command. Entering the room, the hero asked how they were relaxing. People looked at him. Lily's eyes widened and she screamed, "Why her again?" A thought crossed her mind, perhaps because she was their little spark of hope. Putting a hand to her face, the protagonist asked if she had enjoyed her freedom, and now it was time to work. Grabbing the hero by the clothes, the girl shouted to send her to the workshop, where she would work until her death. Looking at the people, Ash said that there was less than a day left before the battle. They would go over their strategy one last time. Handing over the rifle, he added that he had another gift for him, to which Damien asked what it was, and the hero repeated that he liked it. The design was simply excellent. Looking at the boy, the protagonist said it was a magic rifle. Frowning, the soldier shouted that there was a report from intelligence. The monsters were advancing. Ash looked at him in surprise and asked again. The golems were advancing. It sounded like an army of golems, about 200 of them, approaching the city at incredible speed. The protagonist glared and shouted, "What nonsense!" There was still time before the attack began. A notification about Wave 3 had appeared. Half an hour remained. Looking at the message, Ash thought he was joking, although the system window couldn't lie like that. Standing before him, a soldier shouted that that wasn't all. The enemies had split into 2 groups. The hero thought, "An army of monsters, 2 groups, why?" His eyes widened. He added that most of them were heading for the city, and a small group of about 50 golems had separated from the main group. A view of the building opened up, and he heard sounds of people heading toward the Margrave's garden. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked again, then thought, "But right now, in the garden." The girl was looking at the grapes, and he added that Evangeline was there. The soldiers rushed forward, shouting for speed. A soldier waved his weapon, declaring that an army of golems was advancing and that monsters were on their way. At that very moment, someone was rapidly approaching them. It was Ash, who approached the knight and asked the scouts where they were, only to be told they were already within sight. Looking at the massive hordes of monsters, the warrior replied that they were right there. Staring straight ahead, puzzled, the boy reflected that even though they had fought them in the dungeon, as an organized army they were truly terrifying. Standing right on the fortress wall, the protagonist reasoned it was as if an impenetrable wall were bearing down on them. Rarely glancing at the soldier, Ash asked how long it would take them to reach cannon range. He was told that if their speed continued, it would be in 15 minutes. The soldier, hearing this, ordered the cannons to be rolled out and ready, as they needed to finish the job before then. Suddenly, the boy turned to Lucas, who was calling out to the prince and asking what had happened to his Evangeline, and whether he should leave her behind. Staring menacingly straight ahead, the protagonist couldn't understand why. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Ash wondered why this level had started so abruptly, and why the monsters had split into two groups. He imagined the image of a girl with white stripes, but he couldn't understand why now. Staring ahead with a serious, malicious gaze, the protagonist reasoned that he didn't believe this was just a coincidence, but rather that some hostile being was manipulating circumstances as it pleased. Against the backdrop of a system that had decided that something unknown was interfering with the game, Ash couldn't understand what kind of evil person was doing this or why he was so eager to make their lives difficult. Suddenly, knights approached him, saying they had heard rumors about the mistress and asked to be sent there. With a serious look, the warrior declared that the current defenses seemed secure, and even without them, everything would be fine, so he asked to send them for a subgroup of monsters, as they were obliged to help Evangeline. The old soldier, staring straight ahead, said there was no time, and the monsters were getting closer and closer, so the rescue party might not make it in time. Closing his eyes after hearing this, Ash concluded that this was doubly wrong. Looking directly at the artillerymen, the boy explained that, firstly, the current defense, as he put it, looked completely unreliable. While the soldiers were loading the cannons, the protagonist declared that due to the surprise attack, not even the artifacts, nor even the cannons, were ready yet, and the soldier noted that the artillery would definitely be ready by the time the enemy arrived. Looking directly at the warriors, who were dropping everything, unable to cope with anything, Ash asked if his soldiers were also ready, and explained that if they were coming, they would only have to recharge. Stunning the armored man with his words, the boy asked him if he thought they could resist with only greenhorns. Staring ahead with a disgruntled expression, the protagonist explained that, secondly, they couldn't help Evangeline in any way. Imagining the manner in his mind, Ash declared that the area where the enemy force was heading was simply a garden, devoid of fortifications or weapons. Visualizing the soldiers marching through the forest, the boy explained that the enemy force consisted of 50 enormous monsters, and even if there were some semblance of walls, they wouldn't hold out for a minute. Staring menacingly ahead, the protagonist concluded that such a march would be certain death because there was no line of defense. Standing directly in front of his soldiers, who silently bowed their heads, Ash inquired how they were planning to help Evangeline and asked them to explain. Imagining a massive fortress in his mind, the boy mused that in this game, defense was only possible thanks to the presence of impenetrable walls that held back attack. Visualizing the helmet lying on a bloodied flag, the protagonist reasoned that any attempt to organize a battle in an open field would only end in crushing defeat. Suddenly, the armored man, staring ahead, told His Highness that they weren't afraid to die and that they couldn't abandon a defenseless girl. Enraged by this, Ash declared that he told him to explain the nature of his poor plan. Instantly, the soldiers before him fell silent. Clutching his head, the boy said he needed a plan with a probability of success, and they could always die. Then the knight shouted that they couldn't simply do nothing, because if they left things as they were, Miss Evangeline would die, and he couldn't allow that to happen. After his words, the protagonist silently clutched his head. As he imagined the shattered image of the white-haired girl, Ash realized the soldiers were right, and she would certainly die without help, but saving her would require almost all his strength. Visualizing the icons of the characters under his command, the boy considered trying to go there with an elite squad and part of the army, but the problem was that they were desperately needed there to hold back the tide of monsters. Imagining the burning fortress and the notifications that he had lost, the protagonist reasoned that if the defense failed, everyone would die, even if they ultimately rescued Evangeline, so this was a real dilemma. At the same time, Ash recalled the image of the frightened Margrave Ross, who had told him he had to choose to deal with the situation from his bed and fulfill his purpose of studying tens of thousands of the city's inhabitants. The old man with the beard looked sadly straight ahead, saying that it was not hard to guess what he had chosen. Silently staring straight ahead, the boy thought that now, it seemed, he was beginning to understand the count. A moment later, the protagonist, standing directly in front of his soldiers, told them to listen to his orders, telling them that none of them were coming to their aid. Staring straight at the flag fluttering in the wind, Ash considered that there was only one answer to this situation. Imagining a scale in his mind, he considered thousands of lives versus one and realized there was no point in even considering it, as the scales were clearly tipping in a certain direction. Meanwhile, the soldiers were utterly stunned when the protagonist declared that if this wall collapsed, tens of thousands of Ross Road citizens would simply die, and then all of humanity would be at risk. Staring straight at the fortress walls, which housed the battle cannons, Ash reflected that no matter what happened, they must stand and fight to the end, because that was the logic of the game. Visualizing the game's character icon, the boy wondered what the point of saving a character, even in SSR Rank 1, was if the game ended there. Staring sternly ahead, the protagonist repeated the order that none of them would leave the wall until the defense was complete, so everyone must prepare for battle. Immediately after this narrative, the story shifts to the south of Ross Road, to the Margrave's farm and estate where he lived, overgrown with vines. Examining the tree leaves, the white-haired girl reflected that, unlike the house, considerable effort had clearly been expended in tending the garden, although it too had fallen into disrepair after the death of its owner. Watching the buds blooming on the tree branches, Evangeline reasoned that even so, with the arrival of spring, the trees would bloom and, in time, bear fruit on this polluted land. Continuing to stand before the trees, the white-haired girl understood that she was not destined to see this, for she was leaving this place forever. Silently clutching a green leaf, Evangeline thought that after her mother died and she left home, her late father had taken care of everything. Imagining an old man pruning grapes, the white-haired girl reflected that just a week ago he had walked this land, tending to the trees. Visualizing the fruit hanging straight from the branches, she understood that he had hoped that at least this time the grapes would be tasty. Looking to the side and seeming to see her father there, Evangeline realized that all this was truly impossible, and called him foolish. Then the white-haired girl took a step forward. Walking straight through the vineyard, she realized that it was all over, that her mother and father were dead, and that she was leaving. Looking down, Evangeline thought that this place would become as empty as it had been. Visualizing her family's crest in her mind, the white-haired girl reasoned that this was how the era of the Ross family, who had defended this place for centuries, ingloriously and selflessly, would end. Visualizing the tombstones standing directly on the parched earth, she understood that they had left behind nothing but ashes. Hands in her pockets, Evangeline thought that this was all happening while a descendant lived, inheriting the fortune. Standing directly before the two graves, the white-haired girl reflected on how she had fled the battlefield like a pathetic rat. Looking sadly ahead, she called out for her mother and father. Looking at the tombstones, Evangeline said that they would never see each other again, because she was going far, far away, while secretly hoping for objections, admonitions, some kind of sign, but it was clearly in vain. Looking at the rays of sun shining through the tree leaves, the white-haired girl declared she had so much she wanted to tell them, but for some reason, nothing sensible came to mind. While the ground beneath her feet shook, her thoughts were jumbled, her head pounded, and it felt as if the earth itself was shifting. Silently biting her lip, Evangeline understood that this was merely a storm of passions rising within her soul. Suddenly bursting into tears with a smile on her face, the white-haired girl wanted to set out for a new life with a smile, and said she was leaving. Standing before her parents' graves, she said goodbye. Then, Evangeline silently adjusted the backpack on her back. Suddenly, the white-haired girl stopped in her tracks. Sharply turning to the side, she declared it was time to go. At that very moment, a huge monster appeared right in front of her. Seeing it, Evangeline was terrified. With a deft blow of its hand, the golem knocked her back. The white-haired girl slammed into the wall from the damage she sustained. Evangeline suddenly had flashbacks to her childhood, sitting next to her mother and asking when she would be allowed to do this. Throwing a blanket over herself, the girl explained that her father had said that being a fighter on the battlefield was in their blood, and since she was the heir, she wanted to be one too. Hearing this, her mother was greatly surprised, and her daughter, seeing this, asked if she really didn't want her to fight. Hugging her child, the white-haired woman explained that she didn't think she could do anything about it, since it was their family's cross. With sadness in her eyes, she added that it was very hard. Sitting in her mother's arms, Evangeline asked if she really didn't know it would be like this. Imagining her father fighting on the battlefield, the girl wondered if she hadn't known that every time monsters invaded, she would constantly worry about her husband and that she, too, would fight when she grew up. Stroking her head, the white-haired woman explained that she had, in fact, known everything. Recalling the moment her beloved proposed, she explained that she knew even before marriage that she would spend countless nights in tears and fear if she accepted. Visualizing the moment she held her child in her arms after giving birth, Evangeline's mother added that she knew that if she gave birth to a child, it would be destined to become the next fighter and lead the fort's defense. Looking straight ahead in amazement after hearing all this, the white-haired girl asked why she had married her father and why she had given birth to her. Smiling broadly, the white-haired woman replied that it was because life goes on. Showing Evangeline standing before her parents' graves, the story explained that even 3 years after her mother's death, she couldn't understand why her mother chose a future full of uncertainty and sadness, as understanding such strange things had always eluded her. Suddenly, the narrative shifts to a white-haired girl coughing up blood, slammed into a wall. Looking at her weapon lying nearby, she wondered how long she'd been unconscious. Seeing a huge golem right in front of her, Evangeline assumed it hadn't been very long, and she wondered what it was doing there. A moment later, the white-haired girl lunged for her weapon, wondering if her body had reacted before her mind. Suddenly, she noticed something off to the side. At that very moment, the enormous monster struck with its fist. After sustaining damage, Evangeline broke through the wall of the estate and found herself inside. The white-haired girl held her weapon in her hands. Staring menacingly ahead, she asked if he was kidding. At that very moment, the golem began to approach her, and Evangeline, seeing this, asked who gave it the right to tumble into someone else's domain and trample everything there. Enveloping her blade in inner energy, the white-haired girl called her opponent a bucket with eyes. A moment later, she was surrounded on all sides by several monsters. Upon seeing them, she was terrified and couldn't understand where the other two had come from. Suddenly, Evangeline pulled her shield arm aside. Using her armor, she managed to deflect the attacks of two golems. Seeing the arm of a third monster approaching her, the white-haired girl knew she couldn't block it. Taking the blow directly, she was sent flying into the wall. Rising to her feet, Evangeline was coughing up blood. A moment later, the white-haired girl rushed forward, declaring that she wouldn't let these iron creatures get away with anything. Immediately after, she launched several blows directly at the metal monsters. Evangeline charged straight toward the golem. A moment later, she was right behind her opponent, having ripped a hole through it. Suddenly, the white-haired girl felt unwell. As her legs trembled with fatigue, Evangeline reflected on how the golem army had arrived much earlier than Ross Road had expected. Gritting her teeth in frustration, the white-haired girl knew she had to go back and warn them. As she left her estate, she couldn't believe what she saw. Looking at the massive horde of monsters right in front of her, Evangeline declared that it couldn't be. Pointing to the moment when 3 golems attacked her directly, the story explained that it was then that she realized the mechanical monsters were merely scouts. Seeing the massive number of monsters poised for battle, the white-haired girl realized the real troops were right behind them. She turned sharply, contemplating the need to flee immediately. Looking straight at the fence to which the rope was tied, Evangeline was surprised to see no horse. Looking straight at the fortress surrounding the city, she thought they should at least reach Ross Road. Looking at her injured leg, the white-haired girl wondered if she could make it with it. A moment later, she ran forward, realizing it didn't matter whether she could or couldn't. Suddenly, Evangeline was greatly surprised when an unknown monster appeared right out of the sky, and she thought she needed to close the distance at any cost. At that very moment, the golem began gathering its internal energy for an attack. Turning back in dismay, the white-haired girl didn't understand what it was, and she needed to block the attack. Trying to spin around, she tripped over her own foot. Losing her balance, Evangeline wondered why this had happened now. A moment later, the monster unleashed an attack of its crimson magic. Lying on the ground and bleeding, the white-haired girl said she was in pain. She leaned on her arm and tried to stand. Sitting upright, Evangeline silently stared at the massive number of monsters right before her. With a look of despair, the white-haired girl, who was quite intelligent, quickly realized it was over. Watching the golems approaching her, she mused that death had overtaken her at that moment, abruptly and without preamble. Lowering her head, Evangeline declared that she still had so much to do. Remembering how she held her parents' hands as a child, the white-haired girl reflected on how she hadn't experienced any kind of relationship. Imagining Jupiter and Lily sitting at the table, Evangeline reflected on how she hadn't tried alcohol or cigarettes. As if looking at the nights back, the white-haired girl thought she hadn't even had time to properly grow up and still hadn't figured out what she wanted to do with her life. Continuing to sit with her head bowed, she thought that the end had already come for her, and there was no anger, no fear, no despair, only regret. Evangeline scooped up some earth in her hand, as the story told her that this is exactly what the little girl felt in her final moments. As her tears fell, the white-haired girl realized she wanted to live. Suddenly, she saw an unknown white glow ahead, as someone told her she must do this. Directly in front of her, Evangeline saw a red cloak fluttering in the wind. Ash stood right in front of her, smiling as he declared that everything she hadn't done yet should be done, one by one, because life was short, and she should live it to the fullest. At that moment, the white-haired girl stared ahead in surprise and called out to His Highness. She remained sitting on the ground while the protagonist stood before her, shielding her with his back. Looking sharply at her, Ash declared that her savior had arrived. The story shifted back 30 minutes to the walls of Ross Road, battered by the enemy onslaught. Standing directly in front of his subordinates, Ash declared that he would go get her himself. Staring menacingly ahead, the boy explained that he would conduct the rescue operation alone and help Evangeline. Hearing this, Lucas stepped forward and asked the prince what he was even saying, and the prince begged him to calm down, as his eardrums were about to burst. Staring straight ahead, dumbfounded, the blond boy asked what eardrums he'd said, and he himself had said such a mission meant certain death, yet now he was declaring he would do it alone. He wondered if he really had a suicide pact on his schedule, or what that meant. Looking away, the boy begged him to calm down and asked the others to be quiet as well, explaining that he wasn't planning to go and die, as he actually had a plan with a probability of success. Imagining her own character icon in her head, the protagonist wondered if there was a more unpredictable character in the game than herself, the X-rank protagonist. Visualizing the character's death icon, Ash mused that this was why he had to act alone, as attempting to bring anyone else would only increase the likelihood of their losses. Recalling the unknown reward from the game, the boy reasoned that he'd also kept a few aces up his sleeve just for such a contingency, as the game had been so prone to sudden events lately that it was simply impossible to prepare for everything. Staring menacingly ahead, the protagonist knew he could afford to take a risk this time. Looking directly at the flags fluttering in the wind, Ash declared that they had long been under his command and knew well. Standing before his subordinates, the boy added that he never underestimated monsters, and most of his strategies had worked in desperate situations. With a serious look, the boy asked them to trust him, as he had solutions, and this was a risk, but it was justified, so he must go alone. Hearing this, Lucas was deeply perplexed and unable to respond. Looking directly at him, Ash begged him not to argue, as there was no time. He then asked to assume command of the front lines, but the blonde boy suggested that he go after Evangeline, while he remained and commanded both operations. Ash refused, explaining that his abilities were too valuable and he could not leave the front lines. At that moment, the knight exclaimed that he couldn't do that. Meanwhile, the boy calmly stared straight ahead, while his subordinate added that they desperately needed him. Placing his hand directly on Lucas's shoulder, the protagonist declared that he had already made up his mind and asked him to be his friend and not argue with his master's decision, promising to return safe and sound. Looking confidently ahead, Ash understood that turning his back on Evangeline here and now would destroy the moral principles he had chosen to uphold throughout this playthrough. Looking directly at his subordinate, the boy explained that this was the only way to protect the city and aid evangelism, asking him to believe and stay with them, which Ash agreed to. Then the protagonist glanced at Lily and Jupiter, telling them they needed no reminding how important their magical contribution to the battle was, and asked them to do their best. Immediately, the two judges, their gazes filled with enthusiasm, responded that they would not fail, and he should not fail himself, asking him to trust them. Immediately after, Ash looked at Damien, who stood to the side, and Damien asked what His Majesty wanted. Suddenly, the brown-haired boy was greatly surprised when the boy declared he had only one request of him. Meanwhile, clouds drifted slowly across the sky. A moment later, the southern gates of the fortress began to open as the corresponding order was given. Standing right on the fortress wall, Lucas watched his master galloping on his horse. Turning back, Ash told him to guard the fortress, as he himself would return soon. Hearing the order, the knight placed his hand on his chest. Staring menacingly ahead, the boy mentally begged the Margrave not to worry. Imagining the tearful ruler of Ross, the protagonist thought there was no need to worry after everything he and his family had gone through to protect this fortress. Suddenly, the narrative shifted to the evangelist, who stared ahead in surprise. From ahead she saw Ash, shielding her with his back. The white-haired girl stared ahead in shock, asking if it was really His Highness, while he mused that he would save his daughter at any cost. Turning back, the boy assured her that her savior was there. Holding out a healing potion, the protagonist explained that he needed to heal her first, and asked her to drink it. She refused, saying he shouldn't be there and asking him to leave quickly. Holding her savior's hand, Evangeline asked him if he hadn't noticed the golem army and explained that they had no chance against them. Pushing him away, the white-haired girl urged him to hurry and take cover behind the walls of Ross Road, buying him time. Looking straight at the magical golems, Ash realized it was too late to run. They were already aiming their magic at him. Staring ahead, he thought seriously. 2 of the 5 magical golems were already at the ready. Staring directly at the system notification window with enemy information for the 3rd wave, the protagonist reasoned that this wasn't just a high-class monster. It had an elite title, meaning they were simply the bosses of this wave. At that moment, Evangeline stepped forward and asked if her sire was listening or just pretending to be a hero. Turning sharply, the white-haired girl declared that she was simply an orphan, so her life didn't matter. But with him, it was different. He was the Lord of Ross Road, and the lives of hundreds of thousands depended on him. At that very moment, Ash shoved a flask of healing potion into her mouth, having recently spoken words telling him to run away and not look back. Holding her head in his hand, the boy told her to drink to her mother, her father, her uncle, and was glad that she had finally fallen silent. Turning away from her, the protagonist asked her to be smart and leave the adult matters to the adults for now. Staring straight ahead, Ash thought he'd been waiting for this for a long time. Holding his hand out in front of him, he considered raising it dramatically and shouting triumphantly. Releasing his inner energy, the protagonist used his summoning technique and called upon the giant mechanical golem to appear. At that very moment, a blue magic circle appeared directly above his head. A moment later, a huge monster emerged from within it. The mechanical golem leaped out of the magic circle. The enormous monster landed on the ground, shaking everything around it. Evangeline, stunned, couldn't believe what was happening, and Ash, seeing it, remarked that her reflexes were excellent, and that rescue missions were worth it. Immediately afterward, the boy raised his hand. A moment later, the golem made the same movement. The enormous monster devoured its own hand into a fist, preparing to attack. Suddenly, several system notification windows appeared right in front of the boy, notifying him that control had been gained and the summoned monster was at his disposal, while Ash marveled at how much it could do. At the same time, the golem sorcerer was focusing its energy to attack. Noticing this, the boy became extremely angry. A moment later, a beam of crimson magic shot straight toward the summoned golem. The protagonist extended his hand, ordering it to block the attack. Hearing this, the mechanical monster created a magical barrier right in front of itself. The beams of crimson energy were blocked by the magical shield. The white-haired girl, seeing this, was confused as to how it managed it. He turned around smugly and declared that this was their ticket to salvation. Recalling the moment he used the summoning scroll, the boy mused that no one even knew he'd need it so soon. Looking at the massive hordes of golems ahead, the protagonist thought that since he was disposable, he would make full use of it, and he realized that the mages had returned to the rear. As the monsters approached the summoned creature, Ash mused that ranged attacks were no longer effective, so they were trying to overwhelm them with numbers. Pointing his finger forward, the boy wished them luck in breaking through and gave the order to attack. Hearing his master's words, the summoned golem suddenly glowed blue. A moment later, it charged at incredible speed. Enemy golems ran towards it. The summoned creature leaped upward to attack directly at the opponents. Menacingly staring straight ahead, Ash declared that his iron thing was superior to the others and ordered it to crush them completely. Upon receiving the order, the summoned golem began to destroy its opponents. Visualizing icons of different monster types in his head, Ash reflected that monsters in this game are divided into 3 groups, and even without leveling, they are already challenging opponents for humans. Visualizing a red golem icon, the boy reasoned that bosses are true monsters, strikingly different from the rest. Imagining the brain as neural connections, the protagonist thought that they act as the brains of their own army, and while most are quite intelligent, and even capable of teaching, their greatest challenge remains their terrifying physical strength. Visualizing a huge, enraged monster, Ash mused that among monsters, they are so powerful that when they meet, it's simply impossible to believe there's only one creature in front of him. At that very moment, his summoned golem raised its fist to attack. A moment later, the monster destroyed countless opponents with a single blow. It held the body of the enemy golem in its hands. A moment later, he managed to tear it in half, and the boy watching reflected that his power was akin to cheating, even if it was only usable once. At that very moment, the small monsters grabbed the summoned creature by the legs. The rest climbed right onto his arm. Watching the summoned golem be enveloped by enemies from all sides, the protagonist realized that no matter how much the lion fought, the hyenas still outnumbered him. Looking at the small monsters clambering right over the summoned creature's body, Ash reflected that while all monsters have a basic instinct to kill people, they are also quite sensitive to traitors. At that very moment, the protagonist's monster swatted away its opponent with a deft wave of its hand. Seeing the sheer number of monsters right in front of his subordinate, the boy reasoned that no matter how strong he was, it was simply impossible for him to destroy the entire enemy army alone. Watching the summoned golem fight its enemies, the protagonist thought it was like a swarm of ants devouring a praying mantis. Staring straight ahead, puzzled, Ash mused that he hadn't expected it to defeat them all anyway. Abruptly turning toward Evangeline, the boy declared that they needed to run while they were distracted, much to her surprise. With a serious look, the protagonist explained that their protector wasn't eternal, so while he was buying them time, they needed to run, and asked how her leg was. Looking directly at her injured limb, the white-haired girl replied that everything was fine, but she didn't know about running. Hearing this, Ash pulled out another healing potion and asked if that was the case. Immediately after, the boy poured the liquid directly onto his girlfriend's leg. Looking at her with confusion, the protagonist asked if she could run now. Evangeline grinned mischievously and replied that it looked like it, and everything was fine now. Suddenly, Ash ran ahead, saying they should go then, and the white-haired girl ran after him, agreeing. Still shuffling his legs, the boy explained that they needed to go north, since that's where the horse was. Meanwhile, the golem sorcerers were right in the sky, gathering their inner energy to attack. Evangeline turned back, saying they needed to be careful, and then those flying things appeared behind them again. Frightened by the sight of ordinary golems chasing them, the white-haired girl asked if even simple monster soldiers had decided to chase them. Gritting his teeth in frustration after everything that had happened, Ash remarked that they wouldn't give them any slack. Noticing dark red magic in the sky, Evangeline said that magic projectiles were flying at them. Shielding her master with a shield, the white-haired girl asked him to duck. A moment later, an enemy attack landed directly on the boys. The magic projectiles flew off the shield, and the protagonist, noticing this, remarked that it was excellent work. Continuing to run forward, Ash asked if it was necessary to duck to his height, as his back was now hurting. Looking directly at him with displeasure, Evangeline declared that it was his own fault for growing so tall, and that he could straighten up and take a few projectiles if he so desired. Hearing this, the boy grinned broadly, thinking that while this was all fun and games, magical attacks were no joke. Immediately afterward, the protagonist changed the targets in the system notification window, stating that the magic golems were the priority. Accepting his master's order, the summoned monster glared menacingly ahead. A moment later, it reached straight for the airborne beast. Shielding itself from their attacks with a magical barrier, the golem advanced. Smiling at the system notification window, the protagonist remarked that this was excellent, and that now he could at least relax a little. Suddenly noticing the golem approaching directly behind him, Ash realized he still couldn't. Looking menacingly ahead, Evangeline declared that she would destroy it. Immediately after, she leaped directly above her opponent. Swinging her weapon, she was about to strike. Using her inner energy, the white-haired girl pierced the enemy. Watching with admiration, Ash remarked that it was cool, and that she had a great trick. Evangeline, slightly embarrassed, asked what the point of these compliments was and where his horse was. Pointing directly at the horse, which was tied to a tree, the boy replied that it was right there. At that moment, the horse, terrified, looked straight ahead. Noticing the monsters approaching her, she tried to break free, while the protagonist, watching, thought he should wait a little longer and not forget them. At that very moment, magical projectiles appeared directly overhead. They destroyed the tree the horse was tied to, and it ran away. This was done by a magical golem, which was caught at the last moment by a soldier summoned by Ash. Gritting his teeth in frustration after everything that had happened, the boy called his opponents too stubborn. Stopping near the destroyed tree, the protagonist began cursing, and Evangeline asked if there were any other options. Turning around, he explained that his only option was a backup plan, and the white-haired girl asked what that was. Rolling up his sleeves, the boy asked her what she thought he was talking about. Staring straight at the horde of golems approaching them, the protagonist declared that they all needed to be killed, while Evangeline, standing next to him, asked if he was crazy and that they would be completely destroyed, since there were only 2 of them. At that moment, the golem raised its fist to strike. Seeing this, Ash, glaring menacingly ahead, declared that there was no choice but to fight or die, asking if she was in. Suddenly charging, Evangeline said she no longer cared. Using her shield, she managed to block the enemy's attack. While the white-haired girl held off the enemy, the boy remarked that this was excellent, and that she should concentrate all her energy on defense, and use her spear only when the absorption reached its limit. Turning back, Evangeline asked who would attack then, and the protagonist replied that he would. A moment later, a system notification window appeared out of nowhere, revealing Jackpot 172. Immediately after, Ash punched the golem directly, creating a hole in it. Smiling broadly, the boy declared it was the prince's strike. Evangeline was stunned, asking if she was imagining it or if it was a punch. Staring directly at the protagonist's fist, the white-haired girl couldn't understand how he was doing it. Meanwhile, Ash easily destroyed each opponent with his strikes, musing that it was all simply the will of the great randomness. Looking at the monsters approaching them, the boy thought she didn't need to know and shouted that there were 2 more. Staring menacingly ahead, the protagonist ordered the one on the right to be destroyed with a reflection, then the one on the left to be blocked. Hearing his words, Evangeline did exactly as he said, and Ash praised her, musing that when you play games like this, relying solely on luck, sooner or later your luck will run out. Rushing forward, the boy declared it was his turn. A moment later, the protagonist was slashing straight at the golem, while the jackpot spun before him. Seeing all the zeros on the dial, the protagonist realized that luck was deciding whether he'd roll a 1 or a 99. Imagining the skull icon and the 0 dial, signaling his doom and the end of his life, Ash reasoned that probabilities often let players down in critical situations. At that moment, the boy was utterly stunned. His hand was covered in blood, and a moment later, imagining a dice in his head, Ash reflected that a person who desires victory should never rely on luck, and that every move must be precise and well thought out. Even knowing this, he trusted the randomness. Rushing into the attack, the boy declared that it was his turn, arguing that it was his principle to use everything possible at any given moment, and this was the result. Again visualizing the skull icon and the jackpot dial at 0, the protagonist received notifications from the system that he was doomed and should rest in peace, and he understood that this was the worst thing that could happen. Looking at his bloodied hand, Ash mused that he suspected this would come back to haunt him sooner or later. A moment later, the boy screamed loudly, experiencing pain coursing through his body, and he reasoned that this was the price of failure, the massive damage the attacker sustained. Looking at him in shock after what had happened, Evangeline asked what had happened to his arm. Opening a bottle of healing potion, Ash ordered him to put his worries aside and explained that everything was under control. Immediately afterward, the boy poured the potion directly onto his arm, musing that the torn skin would regenerate and the broken bones would mend. Staring fearfully ahead, the protagonist thought he was in great pain and that first aid had been administered, but for now, he would be unable to use his left arm. Looking at his ally, Ash asked for 10 seconds, and she asked if he was sure he didn't need more. Seeing the massive number of monsters approaching them, the boy declared that they wouldn't be given any more, and they advanced. Using her shield, Evangeline blocked the enemy's attack, declaring that these buckets of eyes must be destroyed. Meanwhile, the protagonist opened the system notification window for his inventory, reasoning that relying solely on luck inevitably leads to defeat, and he knew it well. Retrieving something from his subspace, Ash mused that there was a reason he used randomness no matter what. Using his rifle and aiming straight ahead, the boy thought he had a backup plan just in case his luck ran out. At that very moment, magic focused right in front of the gun's barrel. A moment later, an armor-piercing shot destroyed a huge golem. The white-haired girl who witnessed this was utterly stunned and confused. Staring menacingly ahead, Ash explained that this was his backup plan. Holding the SSR rank magic rifle, the boy reasoned that it was crafted using the queen spider's core and, of course, for Damien. But he kept it for just such an occasion, and one should take every advantage when taking risks. Placing his finger on the trigger, the protagonist mused that his arm could withstand it, and he would finish off the remaining monsters with the rifle. With another shot, Ash destroyed the golem right in front of him, thinking that this was his backup plan. Imagining his own character icon in his head, the boy mused that mana rifles were difficult to use, but at such close range, even with the prince's weak body, it would be easy to hit. Visualizing the man giving a thumbs down and saying he was dead, the protagonist mused that it was a shame that his experience as a marksman in the military was helpful in communication. Ash looked at his shoulder with displeasure, thinking that the recoil was like a real gun, and that he wouldn't escape with just bruises. Remembering the image of a smiling Damien, the boy silently begged his forgiveness. Evangeline, meanwhile, swung her weapon, declaring that he was the last one left. Immediately after, she struck him directly with her second skill, Reflect, which repels damage, while the protagonist, watching, rejoiced that they had finally finished off everyone pursuing them. When it was all over, Ash fell to the ground and sighed with relief. Looking straight at him seriously, the white-haired girl explained that she had a ton of questions, but she only had one. Looking directly at the summoned Galamai, who was already struggling with the last of his strength against the enemies, Evangeline asked what next, and the boy, rising from the ground, repeated that he would have to kill them all. Looking straight at the dilapidated estate, the protagonist declared that they needed to return to the house because he had a couple of scary moments hidden there, much to the surprise of the white-haired girl, who asked if he was really talking about that dilapidated house. Staring menacingly ahead, Ash declared that if they all chased them at once, they would be doomed, and if they wanted to survive, they needed to kill them all. Meanwhile, enemy golems surrounded the summoned monster. Seeing this, the boy opened the system notification window, declaring that they were using the finishing touch, musing that this was his favorite feature. Suddenly, the summoned monster's eye turned red as the protagonist gave it the order to self-destruct. A moment later, a huge explosion occurred right in front of the boys. Staring straight ahead, dumbfounded, Evangeline was in shock. Ash placed his hand on his heart, and mused that the giant golem had done a good job. Looking straight at the enormous crater and the remains of the monsters, the boy mused that it would be wonderful if they all died in that explosion. Looking directly at the map in the system notification window, the protagonist announced that there were still 14 enemies remaining. At that moment, he saw the wounded golems, barely able to stand. Looking directly at Evangeline standing nearby, Ash told them to move on before they came to their senses, as they needed to get home, and she accepted the order. Immediately after, the boys rushed forward. At that moment, magical projectiles appeared directly above them. Noticing them, the white-haired girl declared that they were still alive. Using her shield, she managed to repel the attack. Turning back, Evangeline declared that the most annoying ones had survived. Staring ahead with a serious gaze, Ash noted that everything was as usual, and the worst always lived the longest. Looking straight at the golem sorcerer about to launch another attack, the boy was glad that at least his friends had been killed. Seeing the remains of the golem mage lying on the ground, the protagonist noted that it had struck their horse, and karma had caught up with him. Meanwhile, he continued to run forward at breakneck speed. Ash and his ally were running straight to the house, thinking they were almost done. Suddenly, Evangeline saw something behind her. Reflecting an enemy attack with her shield, the white-haired girl shouted that he was shooting and to be careful. Looking directly at the cracks in her shield, Evangeline said that it would soon give out. A moment later, the artifact shattered into tiny pieces, and the white-haired girl, who witnessed this, couldn't believe its durability had expired. At that very moment, magical projectiles were heading her way. Noticing this, Evangeline moved her foot to the side. Then she swung her weapon to deflect the projectiles. With a deft swing of her blade, she managed to parry the enemy's attack, and Ash, watching her, thought that the shield was gone, but she had deflected the shots with her weapon and was thinking quickly enough. At that very moment, her offensive artifact also cracked, greatly surprising Evangeline, and the boy reasoned that, unfortunately, a spear wasn't designed for defense. A moment later, several more magical projectiles were heading straight for the boys. Evangeline shielded the protagonist with her body, taking damage while he urged them to hurry up. Hugging his body, the white-haired girl replied that she was fine and that they should quickly find cover. Then the boys quickly headed straight for the dilapidated estate. They hid right behind the wall next to a broken window. Looking straight through the hole in the wall, Evangeline declared that they were there. Hiding behind a rock, the white-haired cat suggested that he had some sort of plan, and it was time to turn the tide in their favor. Reaching into his pocket inventory, Ash replied that she simply needed to trust him. Taking out a regular, top-grade SR mana core, the boy explained that he wasn't a knight in shining armor, but he was a skilled trickster. Throwing a magic ball forward, the protagonist cast a summon. A moment later, the artifact glowed blue. Ash summoned an automatic defense turret, musing that all he needed was at least an R-rank core and building materials like stones and planks. At that moment, the core began to draw in the surrounding objects, while the protagonist noted that there were plenty of those materials in this house. Immediately after, a defense turret appeared out of nowhere. The golem, noticing her, began to approach. At that very moment, the defensive turret turned its gun to the side. It then fired several shots, destroying the monster. Standing directly behind the turret, Ash exulted, declaring that they wouldn't get through and mused that he would use everything at his disposal. Looking smugly ahead, the boy declared that he had no intention of dying and asked if the monsters understood everything. Watching the turret destroy all the monsters, Ash declared that it served them right. Suddenly, he noticed something directly in front of him. Looking at the golems outside, the boy mused that the remaining monsters had stopped and retreated, perhaps realizing that at this rate they would all simply die. Standing directly behind the turret, the protagonist wondered why those bastards were so smart. Looking directly at the golems, Ash mused that their intelligence should only be enough to run straight at the humans, and now he could at least catch his breath. Everyone dropped to the ground, the boy declaring that they seemed to have given up on them for now, and Evangeline remarked that he seemed strange. Using a healing potion on her hand, the white-haired girl said she'd already used up enough of it today. Looking at her ally, she asked what to do next. Turning back, the protagonist replied that they needed to wait until the sun went down. Looking directly at the glittering turret, Ash explained that after sunset, they would use his latest preparation. At that moment, Evangeline winced in pain. Silently watching, the boy mused that she'd been pretty battered, and that she'd been hit hard, and wondered if potions had a healing limit. Rising to his feet, the protagonist said he'd go look for something like a bandage or a bandage for her. After some time, he managed to find some worn-out bandages in a drawer. Immediately afterward, Ash tied his ally's arm, saying he thought it would do. Sitting on the floor of the ruined room, Evangeline expressed her gratitude. Looking at the empty wine bottles, the white-haired girl asked where they got all that alcohol, which smelled so bad. Looking directly at her with a smile on his face, Ash explained that her father was simply a notorious drinker. Despite the vast number of bottles and glassware scattered everywhere, the boy asked if she seriously didn't know, and told her how he practically drained an entire lake in front of him. Looking straight ahead in amazement after hearing this, Evangeline declared it impossible, since the father she knew never touched a drop of alcohol. Recalling the image of the armored Margrave, the white-haired girl explained that he'd said he had to be always prepared, that monsters could appear and attack at any moment, which was why he didn't drink. Looking down, unable to bear a moment's pause, Ash explained that much had changed in her 3 years of absence. Envisioning the ruler of these lands with a trembling hand, the boy explained that after those events he, too, had been in great pain, so much so that he couldn't go a day without a drink. Hearing this, Evangeline was greatly surprised. Looking directly at the white-haired girl sitting on the floor in front of him, the protagonist asked if she still hated her father, to which she replied in the affirmative. Looking down, Evangeline explained that she couldn't forgive him. Imagining the Margrave defending the fortress of his own city, Ash wondered if her father had saved her mother 3 years ago, sacrificing the city, and she wouldn't be so angry with him. She replied that she wouldn't hate him as much as she did now. Staring forward, the boy explained that she was the one who remained in the city. While Evangeline looked away silently, the protagonist added that if her father had gone to save her mother, she herself would have been in danger. Visualizing his father caressing his daughter, Ash explained that he hadn't questioned her mother, protecting her, and she understood that perfectly. Looking down, the white-haired girl noted that he was right, and she knew it. Recalling the image of her father fighting on the battlefield, Evangeline declared that she knew he always did the best he could. Suddenly looking directly at him, the white-haired girl asked who she should blame. Imagining how furious she was at that moment, Evangeline explained that her mother had been torn apart and killed by monsters, and the anger and sadness had driven her mad. Visualizing herself standing right in front of a tombstone during a funeral, the white-haired girl explained that everyone said there was no point in hating monsters. Little Evangeline cried over everything that had happened, because it was just an accident and misfortune. With a look of melancholy, the white-haired girl asked, "Who is this?" She sat with Ash clutched to her lap and declared that she knew she was being very selfish. Recalling the image of her father standing before her mother's tombstone, Evangeline explained that looking for someone to blame for the monsters who killed her mother was selfish. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes, and the white-haired girl explained that if she didn't do this, she felt the melancholy would consume her from the inside. Staring menacingly ahead, Ash mused that instead of blaming the monsters, whose attacks were akin to a natural disaster, she had decided to blame someone and take out her anger on them, because it was easier to hate someone than to keep those feelings bottled up. Crossing her arms, Evangeline explained that her father had accepted her hatred, that he himself had said he was to blame for her mother's death, for not protecting her. At that very moment, the white-haired girl recalled her father knocking on her door. Standing right in front of the door, he recounted everything that had happened, and Evangeline claimed that was why she had simply silently agreed with him. Curled up in sadness, the white-haired girl asked what he was telling her now, to forgive him. Continuing to hug herself, Evangeline wondered what she should do then, because if it wasn't her father's fault, then whose was it? Looking sadly at her, Ash replied that no one was to blame, and it simply happened, so she had to move on. Imagining a busy city street in his mind, the boy mused that there had been no malicious intent, that this was simply their reality. Visualizing the Margrave standing amid his lands littered with corpses, the protagonist reasoned that monsters were constantly attacking, and people were constantly dying. Remembering the image of a girl sitting before her beloved's grave, Ash thought that loved ones died every day. Imagining the Ross family warriors crying after the death of their lord, the boy reflected on how friends were constantly dying. Then he visualized soldiers carrying the coffin of their comrade. With sadness in his eyes, the protagonist concluded that this was inevitable, and that humans were weak, which is why she needed to hate someone so much to live. Remembering his family's flag fluttering in the wind, Ash mused that it wasn't because she wanted to hate, but because she needed to cope, and a person simply needed someone to blame, someone to hold her accountable for all this hell. Immediately afterward, the boy began to stroke her head. A moment later, Evangeline looked at him in surprise when he suggested she could hate him. Staring sternly ahead, the protagonist declared he was willing to shoulder her father's burden, and as Lord of Ross Road, he was responsible for everything that happened. Visualizing the crest of the land in his mind, Ash reasoned that it was a burden the Rosses had borne their entire lives, and it was obvious he should inherit it as the new lord. Continuing to stroke his friend's head, the boy declared that it would be better for her to hate him and simply try to understand her father, even just a little. Envisioning the old man with his back turned to him, the protagonist explained that he wanted her to be happy. Suddenly, the white-haired girl became very angry, claiming he had ruined her bangs. Smiling slightly at this reaction, Ash explained that that was why he had come, to atone for his sins. After everything that had happened, Evangeline looked away silently. A moment later, everything around her shook. The white-haired girl looked straight out the window. Watching the massive number of golems gather around the turret, she declared that they were surrounded, and the protagonist, hearing this, declared that he couldn't relax even for a second. Watching the turret spin from side to side, Ash mused that if they surrounded it, it would fire only at one target, ignoring its blind spot, and the golems realized this and surrounded them. Shouldering the magic rifle, the boy declared that if they all attacked at once, they would be finished, so they had to strike first, musing that these freaks really were very smart. Spreading her arms, Evangeline asked for a moment, as she was completely unarmed. Looking directly at her parents' graves, the protagonist declared that her father's weapon, which they had buried a couple of days earlier, was still there. Hearing this, the white-haired girl was utterly stunned and unsure how to react. At that moment, the golem stepped forward and shattered the ground beneath its feet. A moment later, several monsters rushed to attack. Noticing them, the turret began to turn to the side. It then launched several magical attacks forward. They struck the monsters directly, destroying several of them. The automated turret attempted to engage the enemies, but they closed in on it. A moment later, they surrounded it from all sides. At that very moment, power began to build within it. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred, destroying several monsters. At that moment, Ash and his ally ran outside, declaring that they needed to run quickly. The golems immediately noticed this and exchanged glances. Turning back, the boy saw the monsters approaching them. Grabbing his magic gun, the protagonist signaled to Evangeline. Using his weapon, he managed to destroy several monsters. Turning back, the man ordered her to draw it, as it was his last remaining weapon. Hearing this, the white-haired girl, gritting her teeth, ran forward. She ran right past the grape trees, while the plot described her reaching the back of the garden. A moment later, Evangeline fell to her knees. The white-haired girl was standing directly in front of her parents' graves, as the plot described. Turning back, Evangeline saw Ash approaching, followed by hordes of monsters, shouting that they needed to do it quickly, thinking that they had no time for emotions. Hearing this, the white-haired girl began digging the ground with her bare hands, as the plot described. A moment later, Evangeline was greatly surprised to see something ahead. Soon, a wooden coffin emerged from the ground, containing a worn shield and spear, before which the white-haired girl was born. Looking directly at her father's weapons, Evangeline mused that this was a Ross family heirloom, passed down from generation to generation. While the white-haired girl stared silently ahead, the narrative explained that she had asked for this weapon to be buried with her father. Immediately afterward, Evangeline grabbed the spear with her hand. Then she confidently rose to her feet. Releasing her inner energy, the white-haired girl seized this opportunity with her soiled hands. Evangeline recalled her father handing his weapon to his daughter and asking her to take it, as it would serve her well. Waving her hand, the white-haired girl declared that she had no need for this junk and didn't want anything from him as an inheritance. Afterward, she looked away in surprise as she hadn't meant to throw the weapon around like that. Immediately afterward, Evangeline turned behind her father and walked away, and he only watched her as the narrative explained that she was curious about how her father would react. Then the white-haired girl opened the carriage door, while the Margrave remarked that it was cold in the north, and that winters in the capital were especially harsh, and the plot explained that he simply said nothing. Watching his daughter depart, the landowner asked her to try to dress warmly so as not to catch a cold. Looking sadly ahead, Ross asked her to drop by whenever she wanted, and the plot explained that her voice wavered only at these words. A moment later, the carriage with Evangeline inside pulled out. The white-haired girl merely gazed silently out the carriage window, and the plot noted that she slammed the door behind her without even saying goodbye. Meanwhile, her father simply stood there, watching his daughter depart, following her with his gaze, as the plot described. He continued to stand there even after she had already disappeared behind the hills, for he was deeply sad. Suddenly, the narrative shifts back to Evangeline, who sadly looked ahead, musing that the spear and shield were old and well-worn. Looking directly at her father's weapons, she reasoned that he had aged very quickly after his mother's death. Visualizing the Margrave in his mind, Ash mused that when Evangeline was little, this spear and shield had looked very cool, but even they couldn't compare to the imposing silhouette of her father in full battle gear, preparing to fight monsters. Suddenly, the white-haired girl took the battle spear in her hand, wondering how this had happened. She stood confidently, truly confused. Meanwhile, the boy ran away from the golem, telling his friend to act faster. Staring straight ahead, dumbfounded, Evangeline asked, "Didn't he say he had something else in stock?" Continuing to run rapidly toward her, the boy explained that he had indeed said so, to which the white-haired girl declared that now was the time to use her, as she was almost exhausted and wouldn't last much longer. Hearing this, the protagonist stopped in his tracks and declared that now was the time. Placing his hand directly on Evangeline's shoulder, Ash declared that she was right there. Looking happily ahead, the boy explained that she was his final preparation, greatly surprising the white-haired girl. Pushing her forward, the protagonist urged her to go forward, calling her Miss Last Hope, asking her to take up her father's weapon and fight as he had taught her. Evangeline stood directly in front of the golems heading toward her, and Ash mused that she wanted to object, but there was no time, as the enemies were already close. At that very moment, the white-haired girl took up the shield and spear in her hands, as the story had previously described. Clutching her shield tightly, Evangeline felt the equipment fit her perfectly, as if it had regained its lost owner. At that moment, memories of her father's lessons, instructing his daughter on how to properly wield a spear and shield, surfaced in her mind. Releasing her energy, Evangeline prepared for battle and recalled her childhood, specifically the day she first held a spear and shield. A moment later, the monster approached her very close. At that moment, the white-haired girl seemed to imagine her father adjusting his daughter's hand and telling her to adjust it just a little more for perfect balance. Evangeline was assisted in this battle by her father, who taught her how to properly wield the weapon. Using her spear, the white-haired girl easily destroyed the enemy. Meanwhile, the remaining golems rushed toward her. Without hesitation, Evangeline charged. Her eyes suddenly turned green. She easily dodged her opponent's attacks, and the plot explained that she even began to feel the monster's movements slow. Using her weapon, Evangeline destroyed another golem, as if she knew exactly how she should move. Sharply pivoting her foot on the ground, the white-haired girl sensed the pace. Turning her spear-wielding hand, Evangeline understood it all instinctively. She swiftly moved forward, weaving through crowds of opponents, as if a path had appeared before her eyes. Using her combat spear, she managed to destroy each enemy. A moment later, the white-haired girl stared straight ahead in amazement and asked what had just happened. Ash, watching, clapped his hands, saying it was simply incredible. Raising his hand, the boy exulted, saying he believed in her, and Evangeline wondered what had just happened. Looking at her shield-wielding hand, the white-haired girl explained that she felt as if she'd seen a path. Looking directly at Evangeline's artifacts, the protagonist explained that it was all due to the effect of her equipment, which was created for her and therefore worked perfectly even without buffs. Hearing all this, Evangeline stared straight ahead in surprise, unsure what he was even talking about. Looking directly at Ash, who averted his gaze and insisted that they weren't in a game and therefore didn't understand what he was talking about, the white-haired girl mused that she hadn't understood anything, but was certain the prince knew for sure how it all worked. Coughing into his fist, the boy declared that now was not the time for that. Pointing his finger directly at the monster flying in the sky, the protagonist declared that there was one more left. At that very moment, the golem mage was focusing its internal energy to strike. Evangeline, looking ahead in shock, asked what she would do, since he was too high for her, and couldn't he see it? Visualizing his battle with the golems with the magic gun, Ash considered that she had no ranged weapon, and his artifact was out of ammo. If she threw the spear and missed, they would be finished. A moment later, the boy grinned wickedly, declaring that there was always a way out, especially for a prince as glamorous as himself. Looking at the horizon, the protagonist reflected that the sun had almost set and night would soon fall. Ash glanced at Evangeline, declaring this was his final order for the day. She listened. While the white-haired girl stared at the enemy flying in the sky, the boy said she should run straight at him, and he would descend from the sky to the ground. Obeying the order, Evangeline immediately charged forward. Raising his hand, Ash declared this was the final push, musing that she hadn't even bothered to ask how exactly the enemy would descend. If this was the commander's order, she would do it, as it was the most sensible and most likely to lead to success. At that moment, the golem sorcerer, noticing the enemy's approach, launched magical projectiles at them. Evangeline, seeing the dark red magic approaching, didn't understand the feeling. Following a trail that seemed to appear out of nowhere, the white-haired girl dodged each enemy attack. Ash stepped forward, remarking that she was doing well. Taking out a torch with a blue flame, the boy declared it was his turn. Throwing this same blue torch directly at his opponent, the protagonist declared it checkmate. Instantly, everyone present was utterly stunned that the torch had missed its target. The golem sorcerer stared dumbfoundedly at his opponent. Evangeline was equally astonished and didn't even know what to say. At that very moment, a bright light was visible directly from the city fortress. A moment later, a beam of red energy pierced the monster in the sky. The white-haired girl who witnessed this was utterly astonished. Staring into the distance, she couldn't understand how the bullet could have come from the walls of Ross Road. At that moment, a huge number of golems were approaching the fortress. Directly ahead, Damien fired his magic gun, while Evangeline wondered what it meant, that it was simply the signal to fire from such a great distance. While the healer sighed with relief after the perfect night, the white-haired girl thought it was physically impossible, that a human couldn't do such a thing. Ash pointed his finger straight ahead, declaring that no one cared and telling Evangeline that this was their chance. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl approached the golem falling from the sky, receiving the order to kill it. A moment later, Evangeline kicked off the ground with her foot. She swung her spear and shouted loudly, preparing to strike. She managed to hit the golem directly. After the blow, Evangeline landed on the ground as an explosion erupted behind her. Finished with the fight, the white-haired girl dropped her weapon to the ground. At that moment, Ash approached her. The boy stroked her head and praised her, calling her his little ace, and she asked if it was all over now. Staring at the massive pile of golem wreckage surrounding them, the protagonist declared it was definitely over, musing that the two of them had taken down 50 enormous monsters using nothing but their willpower. Smiling slightly, Evangeline remarked that the prince truly was amazing, and that this was all just pure madness, while he explained that if she told anyone, they wouldn't believe her. Turning sharply to the side, Ash declared that the important thing was that they knew how it all happened. Leaning directly on his shoulder, Evangeline asked if she could pass out already. Looking directly at her, the boy asked what would happen if he said no, to which the white-haired girl replied that if that was his order, she would certainly try. Looking at the beautiful, multicolored sky, he said they were joking and told her to rest. Evangeline was already closing her eyes while Ash sang her a lullaby. Ash waved a torch with a blue flame. He stood right on the hill and signaled, thinking that 3 flashes meant the battle was a success. Closing his eyes, the boy was glad that everything had gone well there too. Looking directly at Evangeline, who was sleeping right next to the fire, the protagonist reflected that they had worked hard, but in the end, he only had 2 blanks left. Recalling the destruction of the flying golem, Ash mused that, firstly, it was Damien's shot. Imagining the surrounding trees, the boy realized that a bullet normally couldn't travel such a distance, and that this was only possible thanks to the 1,000-mile eye. Visualizing Damien using his skill, the protagonist reasoned that even such a shot was really stressing his friend out, so he should remember to thank him when he returned. Looking directly at the sleeping white-haired girl, Ash thought that this little girl was his last and final piece. Glancing at Ross's SR rank family spear and shield, the boy clarified that Evangeline's family equipment was more likely a piece of equipment. Imagining the icons for these artifacts in his head, the protagonist received notifications from the system about a set of family heirlooms and mused that these were usually somehow connected to their personal history, and they often had their own unique characteristics or traits. Visualizing Evangeline's character icon, Ash reasoned that this is why SSR heroes are exceptionally good, and that there are many outstanding heroes among SR ranks, but the presence of personal equipment makes the difference more noticeable. Looking directly at the system notification window notifying him of Ross's path, which is Evangeline's unique characteristic, the boy thought that the combined experience of all family members constituted the unique characteristic of the white-haired girl. Remembering how she dodged enemy attacks, following a visual path, the protagonist reflected that, as she said, in the moment of enlightenment she seemed to see a path. It was difficult to explain, but that was the nature of this buff, and during this mode, her combat effectiveness doubled, though it couldn't be maintained for long due to the mana drain. Imagining the system notifications about Evangeline Ross acquiring personal equipment, which would maximize her power, Ash reflected that usually in the game, once a character's loyalty reached the maximum level, a personal set was granted automatically. Recalling the moment when the knight was filling the grave, the boy thought he'd barely restrained himself while watching. Visualizing the smiling white-haired girl, the protagonist reflected that he'd allowed this to happen, as he'd intended to send her away anyway, but desperate times call for desperate measures, and he'd had to resort to it. Looking at the Margrave's unearthed grave, Ash wondered if he should be angry, since the Margrave was simply trying to save his daughter. Crouching next to the fire, the boy said his back and arm hurt terribly, and hoped all was well outside the city. Watching the battle unfolding right outside the fortress, the protagonist reasoned that they must be finishing off the remaining golems. Closing his eyes, Ash said they would be fine, so he might as well rest. At that very moment, he had a dream about life support. A stranger lay right there in the hospital bed. Ash from the real world stood next to him. A moment later, the boy woke up in fear. He looked around at himself in shock. At that very moment, Evangeline approached him, asking if he was awake, and he replied that he was and asked how she was. Throwing sticks onto the fire, the white-haired girl replied that he was fine after sleeping and definitely wouldn't die, and asked how he was feeling. Waving a hand dismissively, Ash replied that, considering he'd defeated 50 golems, it was simply wonderful. Looking directly at him with a smile on her face, Evangeline couldn't understand the bravado, but he insisted that it wasn't her place to talk. At that moment, the moon shone brightly in the sky. Sitting by the fire, the white-haired girl wondered if they would have to spend the night there, and the boy replied that they most likely would, since they would only be able to return once the siege of the city was broken. Looking directly at the fire, Evangeline asked if everything was alright, to which she replied that it was definitely better there than back home, so there was no need to worry. Suddenly, a loud roar emanated from the forest. Turning sharply to the side, the protagonist asked who was there and if there were more enemies. Sighing heavily, the white-haired girl explained that she was simply hungry. Hearing this, Ash silently looked straight at her, until his stomach suddenly growled. Some time later, the boy was returning from the dilapidated estate. He placed a bag of unknown contents and a bottle on the ground, and Evangeline, seeing this, asked what it was, while he begged her to be grateful that at least there was something left. Taking a dried grape in her mouth, the white-haired girl wondered what it tasted like. A moment later, Evangeline grimaced in displeasure, saying it was very disgusting and asking what it was, to which the protagonist replied that it was fruit her father grew. Hearing this, the white-haired girl was greatly surprised. Recalling the image of the Margrave eating raisins, Ash said he chewed them every day. Looking at the dried grape in his hands, Evangeline noted that this old man certainly had plenty of tenacity. Immediately afterward, the white-haired girl popped the raisins into her mouth. Then she began chewing them slowly. Resisting her disgust, Evangeline swallowed the grapes. Afterward, she was still deeply dissatisfied. A moment later, the boy holding the glass of wine was surprised when Evangeline asked for one too, saying the wine was too bitter and needed something to wash it down with, while he insisted she was still too young. While the bottle of alcohol sat on the ground, the white-haired girl insisted it didn't matter, since she'd almost died, and he himself had told her to do whatever she wanted. Clenching her fist, Evangeline concluded she wouldn't linger any longer, and now she understood that not doing something when you want it is incredibly stupid. A moment later, the white-haired girl pounced on the protagonist, asking for a drink, and he called her a stubborn brat and said he'd only allow one sip. Immediately after, Evangeline downed the entire glass, and Ash, watching her, reflected on the eerily familiar sounds and wondered if everything was alright, given that it was very strong alcohol. Looking directly at the boy with displeasure, the white-haired girl declared that it tasted completely unappealing, that the fruit and the booze were complete garbage, while the boy remarked that, of course, that was true. Suddenly, Evangeline silently lowered her gaze. Looking straight at her empty glass, she asked what she meant. Her father ate and drank this every day. Recalling the image of the Margrave fighting on the front lines, the white-haired girl added that he'd defended the city for 3 years in that state. Hearing this, the protagonist poured himself a drink and remarked that often, "You only swallow dirt and dust," genuinely yearning to leave. With a smile, Ash concluded that he fulfilled his duty every day, without shirking, like a true adult. Sitting right next to him by the fire, Evangeline said she didn't want to be an adult back then, and the boy remarked that it was very sweet. Then they both stared straight into the burning fire. Staring straight ahead, the white-haired girl said she knew it herself, and Ash asked what exactly she knew. Recalling the image of her father standing next to the tombstone, Evangeline explained that she knew that her father secretly left the house every night and stood by his mother's grave. Visualizing herself watching him from around the corner of the house, the white-haired girl said that even though he didn't make a sound, deep down he wanted to cry, and she knew how he felt. Evangeline added sadly that she still hated him. Remembering how he stroked her head, the white-haired girl declared that that's why she wanted him alive, so she could hate him as much as she wanted. Looking directly at Ash sitting next to her, Evangeline concluded that he would simply give her a chance to be a bad daughter, and he could yell at her and scold her as much as he wanted. Trembling with anguish, the white-haired girl added that now she felt disgusted with herself, that she had to cry alone, that she was sad and worried alone, and the boy watching her thought that this was no longer a monologue, but a childish tantrum. Recalling how she walked with her parents, holding their hands, Evangeline said she missed them so much. Suddenly, the white-haired girl burst into tears, saying she missed her mom and dad. Sitting right next to her, doing nothing, the protagonist reasoned that Evangeline had started crying, and he silently allowed her to cry in peace. Imagining her parents letting go of their daughter, Ash thought that this world was very cold and cruel. After everything that had happened, Evangeline sadly stared straight ahead, and the boy thought that from now on, she would have to fulfill her duty without shirking. Her parents looked directly at her with smiles on their faces, and the protagonist reasoned that he would have to become a true adult and move on with his life. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl continued to cry bitterly. The story then shifts to the moment when the fire had almost died down. Evangeline was lying right next to him on the ground. The white-haired girl slept and called out for her father. Ash, in turn, stood right in front of her parents' graves. He silently placed a bottle of liquor next to the Margrave's tombstone. Then the boy drank some wine from his glass. After finishing it, the protagonist sighed heavily. Looking at the mountains stretching ahead, the protagonist reflected on the pale glow of the eastern sky, and that it was almost dawn. Noticing someone approaching on the horizon, Ash mused that under the brightening morning sky, he had seen his soldiers approaching from afar. Immediately, the boy raised his hand. Lucas, galloping on horseback, saw him and was greatly surprised. Realizing that his master was all right, the blond boy sighed with relief. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood in place, raising his hand, realizing that another level had come to an end. The story's narrative shifts to a massive temple building. The saint cast her magic on Ash, claiming she didn't know how he'd sustained such injuries. Standing right next to the boy, the girl explained that he wouldn't be able to use his left hand as he used to, and that his grip strength might weaken, his hand would be less flexible, making it generally uncomfortable. Looking at his bandaged hand, the protagonist reflected that the price of failure was high, and that it was good he wasn't a killer. Looking straight ahead, Margaret declared that he needed rest and asked him to come to the temple every day for treatment, and Ash thanked her. Looking directly at the saint, the boy asked if Evangeline was all right, and she replied that her shoulder had been badly injured. Recalling the white-haired girl eating meat while being healed, Margaret explained that if she didn't overexert herself, she'd recover quickly, as she was a very strong girl. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist reasoned that she was, after all, an SSR-rank tank, and his regeneration couldn't compare to hers. He was already an old man, so they were falling apart, while she was still a teenager. Standing directly in front of Lucas, Ash reflected on how he'd reported the battle after the healing procedures. Imagining the destruction of the flying golems, the boy reflected that Damien had shot down all the magical monsters in the first 15 minutes. Visualizing the monsters advancing straight toward the fortress, the protagonist reasoned that the remaining ones would be calmly dispatched over the next 6 hours. Imagining Lucas galloping on horseback, Ash imagined that once the golems were dealt with, they rushed toward the Margrave's house. Remembering the golem mages, the boy couldn't believe they'd dispatched them so easily. Then the two walked slowly down the hallway. Bowing his head, Lucas declared that their rescue party was so delayed because they were thoroughly checking the front, and he apologized to His Highness. Glancing to the side after hearing this, the boy remarked that they had done an excellent job and asked about the casualties. Looking at the priest bandaging a soldier, the protagonist asked how many had died, and the blond boy explained that 14 had serious injuries, 128 had minor wounds, and no one had died. Suddenly stopping in place, Ash asked what he had just said. Bowing his head, Lucas declared that there had been no deaths. Hearing this, the boy smiled broadly, thinking that this was the first time they'd fought back without a single death. Approaching his knight, the protagonist concluded that this was simply wonderful, and that not a single death meant he was doing better. Looking down, the blond boy begged him not to say such things, as while His Highness was gone, everyone was on edge, and without him, people simply didn't know what to expect. Hearing this, Ash was greatly surprised and wondered if it was because they lacked a resilient commander. Imagining the system alerts about the resilient commander skill in his head, the boy mused that it simply kept people from going crazy during battle, but perhaps there was more to it than that. Recalling how he'd used this skill several times on his subordinates, the protagonist reasoned that it protected against fear and dismorality, supporting them on a psychological level, and it seemed he could calm people just by his presence. Visualizing himself as flowers, Ash wondered if he was some kind of aromatherapy, and what would happen if they became addicted, saving himself to worry about that later. Placing his hand on Lucas's shoulder, the boy concluded that in any case, this was an excellent result, and there was no need to worry, as he wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. Looking earnestly at his master, the blond man asked for this promise, explaining that he had been His Highness's guard from their first meeting until the very end. Staring menacingly ahead, the knight asked them not to go anywhere without him, especially into dangerous places. After slapping him on the back after hearing this, the protagonist said he understood and asked not to worry, asking how the others were and if everything was okay, to which he received a positive answer and the explanation that they were fine. Recalling Damien crying blood, Lucas added that he had overdone it, and his eyes were bleeding, but he said everything was fine and was currently undergoing treatment at the temple. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead after hearing this, Ash said he understood everything and mused that once he was treated, he would have to see him, and so far, things were going very well. The storytelling continued right there in the temple, while the boy thought he really needed to lie down. Immediately after this, the storytelling shifted to the inner garden of the Lord's estate. Ash sat on the bench, musing that spring seemed to be approaching and the weather was getting warmer. Suddenly, he was surprised when someone asked why he wasn't resting inside. Directly ahead, he saw Evangeline walking on stilts, saying he might get sick if he sat there for too long, and asking if she really thought he was a grandfather or if this was just another one of the teenager's taunts. A moment later, a white-haired girl sat down right next to him. Smiling, looking straight ahead, Evangeline said she never thought she'd live to see this beautiful sunrise again. Looking straight ahead at the small bridge over the artificial river, Ash apologized for having to go through this on the day she was supposed to leave, asking her to heal and recover, and to rest until she recovered, and then he could leave. Looking down, Evangeline declared that she didn't want to leave at all, and that she'd thought about it the night before, deciding she would become the next Margravine. The boy, looking at her in surprise after hearing this, asked if she knew what it meant and explained that his father wanted her to be free. Recalling the image of the bloody Margrave, the protagonist added that he wanted her to live her life the way she wanted, and Evangeline remarked that this was precisely it. Smiling broadly, the white-haired girl concluded that his last will and testament was the only thing she could disobey him on now, since she was a rebel, after all. Looking around the beautiful garden, Evangeline said she wanted to understand her father. Looking straight at the imperial family's flag fluttering in the wind, the white-haired girl inquired about his feelings and thoughts, explaining that she still couldn't understand his actions. Looking away, Evangeline suggested that perhaps, having been in his shoes, she could finally understand him a little better. Recalling the image of her father standing right on the fortress wall, the white-haired girl wanted to know the thoughts of that lisping and honest old man. Looking directly at Ash, who was sitting next to her, Evangeline apologized if she was contradicting herself, but she truly wanted to inherit her father's land and title, as befits the only daughter of the Rosses. While the boy looked directly at her with a smile, the white-haired girl declared that she would share with him the responsibility and hatred he bore alone. Showing the muscles on her arm, Evangeline remarked that, of course, it was embarrassing to say this, but she was the best student in her year at the academy. The protagonist mused that, of course, that was true, after all, she was SSR ranked. Waving her arms, the white-haired girl said she'd grow taller and be even tougher, while Ash, sitting before her, mused that in just a few years, she'd become a brave knight. Then the boy imagined her character icon and mused that once she'd upgraded her main ability, perks, and personal equipment, she'd become the best tank, while Evangeline declared that, most importantly, she'd become stronger as a knight and as a person. Then, throughout the garden, the white-haired girl's words echoed, begging him to say something, asking what exactly she wanted from him. Standing on her broken leg, Evangeline asked him to welcome her to his team. Smiling broadly, the white-haired girl suggested he tell him that from now on, they would fight side by side and protect this city together. Looking directly at the joyful Evangeline, Ash reflected that this was the strongest SSR rank tank from the Ross family, asking to join his party, and no idiot in the world would refuse such an offer. Then, with a broad grin, the boy denied it, and the white-haired girl, hearing this, laughed, saying, "Of course," and thanked him for the invitation. Standing directly in front of the protagonist, Evangeline was greatly surprised as he explained that he owed her a negative answer, and that he, as the Lord, would not hand over the city to her. After all this, the white-haired girl stared at him, dumbfounded. With a sly grin, Ash noted that, however, if she persisted and went through the proper succession process, she would be accepted under his command as a knight. A moment later, Evangeline's jaw dropped in surprise when the boy added that then she would have a chance to prove herself on the battlefield. Visualizing the street of a vast city in his mind, the protagonist explained that only when she grew up and became mature enough to rule the entire city, and if her decision hadn't changed by then, would he hand over the duties of Lord Ross Road to her for her services. Looking straight ahead, Ash added that he would also grant her the title of Margravine. Standing directly before him, Evangeline said that it would only take her 3 years, or even 2.5, to be an adult, while the boy declared that they would see what happened. With an enthusiastic expression, the white-haired girl said that he would acknowledge her and only then expect his title and city back. Looking directly at her with a smile on his face, the protagonist noted how eagerly he was waiting for this, musing that in 3 years, this game would be over anyway. As the sun illuminated the Crossroads fortress, Ash reasoned that by then it wouldn't matter whether he handed over the city or not, and was ready to write a check. Sitting down next to him on the bench again, Evangeline asked if there was anything she could ask him. Looking directly at the stilt lying nearby, the white-haired girl explained that when she was little, her mother told her something, that she knew if she stayed there and married his father, she would have a troubled and difficult life. Recalling the image of her smiling mother, Evangeline added that she knew all this from the start, but also said she did it because life goes on. Looking down, the white-haired girl asked him what he thought she meant, because even if she knew the outcome, she still stayed in town for this. Ash stared silently at her while Evangeline explained that she thought she'd understand when she was older, but still didn't. Holding one finger, the boy asked if it was true. A moment later, the protagonist hit the white-haired girl square on the forehead, and she asked why. Pointing straight ahead, Ash asked her what it meant to say life goes on. While Evangeline stared at him in surprise, the boy explained that life that goes on was sitting right in front of him. Rising from his seat, the protagonist said he was glad to welcome Evangeline Ross to the front lines of monsters. Walking away, Ash told her she should get a good rest and that from now on, she was officially under his command, and he would harness her, musing that the sun was shining and the weather was beautiful. Smiling, looking straight ahead, the boy understood that spring had arrived. Meanwhile, Evangeline silently looked down, and now, it seemed, she was beginning to understand. Visualizing the woman embracing her daughter, the protagonist mused that Evangeline understood what her mother had meant, that she was confident and knew that for what she loved, one had to pay the highest price. Remembering the night walking across the blood-stained ground covered in grapes, Ash considered that the price could be a terrible death. Imagining a woman holding a newborn child in her arms, the boy reflected that despite this, she remained by her beloved's side and gave birth to a daughter. Visualizing the moment when the Margrave proposed to his beloved, the protagonist reflected that she truly loved with all her heart. Imagining the moment when Ross held his own daughter in his arms, Ash reasoned that she did so to support her soulmate and to pass on her will to future generations. Remembering the image of the Margrave fighting on the front lines, the boy thought that if there was a reason why people stayed to fight monsters, it was this. Sitting on a bench in the middle of the garden, Evangeline understood that everyone in the city shared similar beliefs. Looking directly at a newly sprouted sapling, the white-haired girl reflected that when spring comes, a plant emerges from the earth. Looking directly at the flag fluttering in the wind, Evangeline thought that even if it perished in the winter frosts, a new sapling would emerge in its place with the arrival of spring. Standing directly on the fortress wall, the white-haired girl reflected that death comes to every living thing, but what remains is important, and the Ross family left behind more than just dust. Standing directly before her parents' graves, Evangeline reflected that she was beginning to understand everything. Holding her hand close to her chest, the white-haired girl thought that, though it had only been a small beginning, she was still aching, and yet her heart felt lighter than ever. Looking directly at the vast city, Evangeline rejoiced that spring had finally arrived. At that moment, a system notification window appeared out of nowhere, informing him that Wave 3 had been repelled and he'd received a reward, so he should check his inventory. Then another system notification appeared, informing him that Ash had received a level MVP. Seeing the system notification that he was the top player at the level, Ash didn't understand why. Suddenly, the story shifted to the Lord's chambers, where a boy sat on his bed, wondering if he should check his other rewards. At that moment, the necklace around his neck began to glow. The protagonist stared at it in surprise as the system announced that hidden abilities had activated on this unknown artifact. At that same moment, a system notification window appeared, notifying him of the Necklace of Rebellion, which could be used to exchange experience points for items in the personal store, greatly surprising Ash. Clicking directly on the system notification window, the boy didn't know why it was the Necklace of Rebellion, but it gave him access to the store. A moment later, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, welcoming him to the store. Ader showed his experience points and advised him to buy a dark event tracker. Upon seeing this, the boy was angered that he was being pestered even there, and he wondered what kind of artifact it was, since he'd never heard of it before. At that very moment, the protagonist read in the system notification window about a dark event, which occurs when unknown entities interfere with the game. Noticing this, Ash was utterly stunned. At that very moment, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, notifying him that the dark event tracker had been purchased. Then the dark event log began loading. The boy stared at the system notification window in surprise, wondering what this thing meant on every level. Remembering his fight against the living armor, the protagonist mused that there was a reason for that worst enemy on level 1. Visualizing Crown with his flute in hand, Ash reasoned that the neutral character's invasion on level 2 was no accident. Imagining the image standing right before a horde of golems, the boy realized that the monster's strange behavior on level 3, with their initial split into 2 squads, had all been dark events. Staring discontentedly ahead, the protagonist wondered if his bad feeling had been justified and that someone was deliberately trying to ruin his game. Visualizing the man moving a chess piece, Ash couldn't understand why he was going through so much trouble, or who was behind all this manipulation. At the same time, the boy imagined a map of the area with the Empire marked on it, thinking that far north of Ross Road lay the center of the continent. Visualizing a vast city with a dark castle at its center, the protagonist mused that this might be the center of the entire world of New Terra, the capital of the thriving Everblack Empire. Imagining the vast number of ships moored at the port, Ash reasoned that this city was a hub of trade, its fleets spanning all the surrounding seas, and people flocked there by the river. Visualizing a castle right in the center of this city, the boy imagined that at the center of the largest and fastest-growing city in the world stood a palace, and because of its countless towers, it was nicknamed the Palace of Black Spikes. Suddenly, the story shifts to the administrative chamber of the Everblack Palace, inside one of the towers. Someone knocked on the door, addressing His Highness. Looking at the person who entered, the boy sitting at his desk asked what he had. While the prince was writing something directly on the paper, his subordinate explained that his younger brother had once again requested reinforcements. Adjusting his monocle, the Everblack Empire's Minister of the Interior, Fernandez Emmerke for Everblack, asked if he was talking about Ash. Staring straight at the paper, the mustachioed man explained that he was saying that the monster invasion from the south was growing stronger every day and required immediate reinforcements. Placing his monocle on the table, his brother asked what the request was, to which he was told it was the third. Raising his hand to his face, Fernandez replied that he didn't care. Standing directly before his master, the mustachioed man noted that the situation on the southern front did indeed appear unstable, and based on their data, the invasions had never been so severe since the founding of the empire. Staring straight ahead, the black-haired man repeated that he'd already said he didn't care, and his subordinate apologized. Looking directly at the map, Fernandez explained that the war with the Bringer Principality in the west was drawing to a close, and now was not the time to split the troops while solving the problems in the south. Still staring straight ahead at the map, which depicted the two sides' forces, Fernandez concluded that the war with the Principality was the priority, and once the southern front was defeated, then they would sort things out. Staring straight ahead, the black-haired man declared that brat Ash was always whining and asked what was more important, how the battle with the Bringer Principality was progressing. Recalling the shelling of the city wall, the mustachioed man explained that the 1st Division was currently attacking the Principality's capital, and the enemy was expected to surrender within a week, while Fernandez asked about his older brother. Standing directly before his master, the soldier explained that he was on the front lines, and that he shouldn't do that. Imagining the first prince of the Ever-Black Empire, Lark Avalanche Ever-Black, riding a horse, the black-haired boy reflected that all the night soldiers followed his orders, as he was the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army, and renowned for his bravery, he always charged into battle first. Visualizing the 3 candidates for the crown, Fernandez reasoned that no matter how excellent his combat skills, he was still the first prince, and a commander should be at headquarters, not on the battlefield. With a look of displeasure, the black-haired boy realized that both his brothers were complete idiots. Staring directly at the globe on his desk, Fernandez asked how his father was doing, to which his subordinate replied that he was in his quarters and that there was nothing new there. Imagining the emperor seated on his throne, the black-haired boy mused that the sole ruler had locked himself away in his chambers for many years, occasionally delivering letters of instruction and summoning servants from the depths of the palace. Visualizing himself and his older brother, Fernandez wondered if the first prince had therefore shouldered all external threats, leaving the second prince to handle internal affairs. Over time, rumors began to circulate that something had happened to the emperor. Sitting at his desk, the black-haired boy silently mused that the emperor's absence had likely influenced the Bringer Principality's activities, which had culminated in war. Then, from the tower of the Black Palace, a mustachioed man spoke, advising him to take a closer look at something else. Immediately afterward, a soldier held out documents in front of him, and Fernandez, seeing them, asked if this was a request for an execution. Imagining the castle dungeon in his mind, the man with the mustache explained that it was a request to execute the traitors held in the underground prison and asked if he would approve, and the boy with white hair replied that of course, after all, they were all traitors to the Empire. As he was about to sign, he suddenly stopped, asking if Ash had requested reinforcements. Standing right in front of him, the man with the mustache explained that this was indeed the case, and whether soldiers should be sent to him, and the boy with black hair explained that they needed to be sent. Tearing up the execution document, Fernandez explained that he needed to send these condemned men to him so the monsters could deal with them. Looking directly at the request for reinforcements for the southern front, the boy with black hair explained that his brother simply needed human shields, and that he was going to die anyway, so what difference did it make if they died at the hands of monsters? Staring straight ahead, dumbfounded, the old soldier explained that they weren't ordinary criminals, and sending them there would only lead to chaos. Fernandez, glaring menacingly after hearing this, noted that that would be Ash's problem, and if his little brother needed toys, he didn't care if they were new or broken, any kind was fine with him. Sitting right at his desk, the black-haired man explained that they would be sent there by the authority of the Minister of the Interior, and that these 5 traitors would be sent as reinforcements, with the prince responsible for their execution. He immediately signed the document. Smiling broadly, Fernandez remarked that he would also help his little brother, and that he was a very kind brother. Then the black-haired man turned around smugly. At that moment, a question came from his tower, asking if he really was a good man. Suddenly, the narrative shifts to Ash, who was picking at his ear and wondering if someone was cursing him. A vase of flowers sat on the nightstand, and someone asked him what he just said, only for the boy to reply that it was nothing important. Looking directly at Damien, whose eyes were bandaged, the protagonist asked how his eyes were, reflecting on his visit early that morning. His serious gaze begged for forgiveness for the strain this time, musing that he'd never get used to visiting the injured in the hospital. Waving his hands, the healer explained that it wasn't his fault, and that everything was his own choice. Hearing this, Ash patted him on the head, calling him a brat. Smiling slightly afterward, Damien explained that his vision would return after a few days of rest, so there was no need to worry. Sitting in a chair right in front of his subordinate, the boy explained that he wouldn't bother him like that anymore and would command him, but in a different way. Holding out his little finger, he explained that he wouldn't force the protagonist to make such sacrifices again, and promised to do so. Smiling broadly at his words, the healer declared that he was His Majesty's trigger, and as long as it was useful, he should use it as he pleased. Clutching his eyes, Damien explained that if he could help get rid of these terrible monsters, he would gladly pull the trigger, even if it meant going blind. Imagining the imperial flag fluttering in the wind, the brown-haired boy asked him to feel free to use it as much as he needed, since that was why he stayed. After listening, Ash smiled silently, thinking that he couldn't refuse him, as his 1,000-mile eye was too valuable. Then, right in the healer's room, the boy's voice rang out, calling out to him and asking if he remembered his first promise. Recalling himself kneeling before him, the protagonist recounted how he told him that when the time came, he could kill him. Visualizing Damien's sad gaze, Ash reflected on how he'd lost his friend and his will to live. Placing his hand on his heart, the boy reasoned that he'd used his hatred for Damien as fuel to bring him back to his senses. So he wondered if he could feel anything now. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked if they still hated him for his friend's death. Hearing this question, the healer remained silent, unsure of what to say. Lowering his head slightly, Damien explained that he hadn't spoken of that promise since then. While Ash looked at him earnestly, the healer explained that the day they defeated all the monsters and finally saw the world was the time to ask. While a vase of flowers sat on the nightstand, Damien wondered if they would finally answer then, whether they still hated him. Placing his hand on his subordinate's shoulder, the boy noted that he would have to wait a long time. Imagining the fortress wall in his mind, the protagonist mused that in 3 years, once he reached the center, everything would end one way or another. With a serious look, Ash declared that no matter what answer he gave, he would accept it. Remembering Damien's enthusiastic gaze, the boy pondered loyalty and hatred. Imagining the healer crying over the death of his childhood friend, the protagonist thought he could feel both kindness and anger. At that very moment, Ash remembered Damien rejoicing with him. Visualizing himself glaring menacingly at his subordinate, the boy thought, "They're a player and a cheater." Imagining Damien aiming his magic gun, the protagonist realized that attitudes were irrelevant. Sitting in a chair directly in front of his subordinate, Ash mused that he simply hoped that this young man helping him could one day find happiness, and that no matter what ending he achieved, that was all he prayed for. Immediately after this, the story shifts to the night after the victory, when the moon shone brightly in the sky. The door into the room suddenly opened. Ash approached the bed and said his back was in terrible pain, musing that the intense battle had left his entire body aching, but there was no time to rest. Recalling the golem's attacks directly on the fortress, the boy realized he needed to know the exact course of the battle, which he hadn't been a part of. Visualizing his visit to Lily, the protagonist reflected that he'd checked the wall, the artifact storage, the injured soldiers in the temple, and the weapons factory before returning home. Looking away with displeasure, he heard someone mention a drink and reasoned that today was also a victory celebration, but he simply offered a toast and left. Imagining his subordinates enjoying themselves after drinking, the protagonist realized they could get drunk without his help. Then, Ash imagined Jupiter turning everything upside down, musing that she had plenty of experience in this, and she should be the ringleader for him. Sitting up straight on the bed, the protagonist yawned and mused that his brain was screaming for sleep immediately, but he still had things to do. At that very moment, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, notifying him of Lucas's SSR rank status. Ash, grinning broadly, asked if it was time to change classes. A message popped up with Lucas's stats. Sitting on his bed, Ash commented on his mind-blowing stats, then reflected that the knight had already buffed twice, making him an elite knight. Looking at the screen, the protagonist added that he had unlocked a second skill. A notification appeared stating that the dash skill allowed the user to cover vast distances to a target in seconds, activating without a delay. MC then reflected that while dash consumed a fair amount of mana, it allowed a cheating SSR rank character like Lucas to move at incredible speeds. Drooling, the young man thought that once the knight unlocked his ultimate and collected his personal equipment, he would become a battle god himself. Of course, this path was difficult and arduous. He imagined his subordinate and added that once they reached their goal, everything would pay off many times over. Their main hero, Lucas, must work hard. He flipped through the characters on the screen. The distraught protagonist thought of the journey from a level 1 bot to level 20 mediocrity, and he felt like crying. He imagined the processor and concluded that the suffering had ended and now was the time for happiness. Until now, his class skills had been unknown. He hoped to unlock truly powerful ones. Perplexed, MC looked at his stats and noted that they weren't the most important thing. Skills were what really mattered. He began studying his skills. He wondered, surprised, what the hell was Commander's Eye. A message popped up saying that Commander's Eye was a skill that allowed Ash to control the mind of a target with whom he established eye contact. The lower the target's magical abilities, the higher the success rate and duration. It had no effect on allies under the effect of Unyielding Commander. The prince imagined his eye glowing and asked if it was an area of effect mind control skill, noting that it would obviously be difficult to use, but it meant he could control monsters if he made eye contact with them. Looking at the projection, the protagonist considered whether he'd wanted a more independent skill, but perhaps this one was good in its own way. Opening his inventory, he realized he had chests for completing levels, 3 silver ones and 1 gold. Examining the gold chest, MC emphasized that if he managed to open at least 10 of them by the end of the game, he'd be considered lucky. Looking down, Ash silently noted that he hoped to finally get a weapon he could use. Examining his hand, he explained that random gloves couldn't be relied upon. He needed a stable and practical weapon. Folding his arms, the protagonist began to pray to the god of SR to grant him a suitable weapon. Opening the chest, he said he wanted it to be a cool item. He held a magic wand. A message popped up stating that the maestro creates a magical blade under the caster's control. Attacking with the wand itself reduces an opponent's health by 1% and creates a random buff. Ash recalled this item in the game and emphasized that all SSR-ranked weapons have unique effects, but even among them, this wand is renowned for its own. Swords floated around the character, while MC explained that it mostly just creates blades. Several can be summoned at once and used to attack. Imagining himself as a mage, the prince reflected that as long as he had enough mana, this wand would be an excellent medium-range weapon. Even a magic nothing like him would seem like a true wizard, but the most interesting part was the attack buffs. He imagined the girl fighting the knight and added that attacking with the wand not only dealt damage, but also received a great buff. In the game, he always equipped one of his characters with this wand to buff his allies. Examining the weapon, the boy asked whether he would be beating the party members. Sitting on his bed, Ash wondered how he would explain it to them. He imagined himself beating his comrades and wondered where he should hit them. The night sky surrounded the estate, and while the protagonist was pondering the need to come up with a logical explanation for beating with a magic wand, he fell into a sleep tormented by contradictions. Morning arrived. The lord stood before the workers, thinking that he had begun slowly preparing for defense. First, he needed to take care of the front lines. He imagined a horde of monsters rushing toward them and emphasized that the part of the fort closest to the Black Lake had been heavily damaged during the battle with the spiders. Examining the ruins, Ash explained that this had happened during the training phase. The walls had been severely damaged and left as is, but now it was time for major repairs. The protagonist imagined the walls and explained that that wall was difficult to defend, but if they could improve it, they could reduce the number of monsters reaching the main fort. Standing before the old man, he pointed upward and informed us that he had also installed anti-aircraft artifacts to prepare for flying enemies. In this game, monsters have a specific spawn order. The boy imagined the knights watching the monsters and added that flying waves of monsters appeared at least once every 5 levels. One wave from levels 1 through 5, one wave from levels 6 through 10, and so on. Ash startled Lily and thought that there had already been 3 waves of foot monsters, so the flying monsters would appear very soon. Frowning, the girl stated that she urgently needed to prepare the artifacts then, and then asked permission to take her leave. Watching Lily, who quickly left, the lord thought she should calm down, as he wouldn't send her into dangerous places anymore. Broken armor lay on the table. Lucas, dumbfounded, saw the protagonist build a casino. Ash wiped his mouth. 3 days later, a portal opened in the backyard of the estate. A message popped up saying there were 7 days and 9 hours left until the start of the 4th wave. Looking at his companions, the prince said he hoped they had rested well these past couple of days, then noted that it was time to find out what monsters awaited them next. Smiling, the protagonist apologized for harassing them, as they had no time to waste. He suddenly looked surprised. Evangeline was embarrassed. The protagonist approached her and asked if there were any problems. Turning away, the girl replied that she was simply embarrassed. The prince's mouth fell open in surprise. Remembering how he had protected the girl, he concluded that it had started after the time they had faced off against a whole squad of golems. Remembering Evangeline's tears, Ash assumed it was because of the truth about her parents. The stunned girl cried out that everything was fine, the protagonist should finish his speech and they would go. The perplexed lord reflected on how difficult it was to understand teenagers. Clutching his head, Damien admitted he felt strange too. Watching him, MC thought it was more like some contagious disease had settled among their ranks after the last time he'd visited. Jupiter chuckled, watching this, and the boy declared that if she had anything to say, she could speak up. Closing her eyes, the woman said she didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the youth. She'd only make herself look like an idiot. Standing before her, Ash replied that she was essentially an idiot anyway. Glancing at Lucas, the protagonist emphasized that he was their only hope. He certainly wouldn't get sick. Kneeling, the knight cried out that he, Lucas, was His Highness's protector and that he would be fine, no matter what. Clapping his fist, the boy said it was time to stop chatting. They were heading to the dungeon. Standing before his companions, MC noted that today they were exploring the 3rd zone, the outer northern wall. As usual, they were going straight ahead, keeping an eye on their surroundings. There would be no branches, so don't worry, the dungeon only leads straight ahead. He imagined a fortress wall and emphasized that they simply needed to fight monsters and move forward. The protagonist imagined them fighting demons and thought that to reach the ending, they would need to kill the recurring monsters underground and above ground. The 3rd zone seemed to be the easiest of them all. Looking up at the sky, Ash said it wouldn't take long. They would try to return by dinner. The boys excitedly exclaimed that they had no questions, they were ready. The main character, looking pleased, noted that they were moving then. He tapped the screen to teleport to the outer northern wall. The party entered the portal. The portal gate was destroyed. A message popped up that teleportation was in progress. A system window appeared, advising that previously completed zones could be re-explored, that he could send multiple squads to explore and level up. But Ash replied that he didn't have any such squads. They appeared on the outer wall. A white light emanated from the castle. Lucas, with a serious expression, declared that the kingdom beneath the lake was truly mesmerizing every time he looked at it. The protagonist, with a serious expression, ordered us to move on. The young man stopped and told us that they had descended from the watchtower and entered the arena. Examining the outer northern wall, the protagonist thought he had refreshed his knowledge of this zone. A notification about the outer northern wall popped up, and Ash told us that, compared to the previous zone, everything there was quite simple. Holding the lantern in front of him, MC emphasized the fact that this meant the battle would be tough, but no surprises. Much depended on the monsters that appeared, of course. Either way, they were in for a real fight. He wondered who would come for them this time. Grabbing his blade, Lucas cried out that something was approaching. A gargoyle landed on the wall. Monsters surrounded them. The prince was shocked by what he saw. Looking at the demon, Ash cried out that they were gargoyles, but mentally noted that, as he thought, they were flying monsters. A notification appeared, telling the boys to destroy 8 stone gargoyles. The protagonist then realized that the monsters would spawn endlessly, hence the wave number. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist cried out for them to deal with them quickly. They would keep coming, so delaying would only make things worse. The boy, looking serious, shouted for them to rush forward with all their might. The boys rushed into battle. Ash introduced the monster and explained that in the first half of the game, 2 types of flying monsters might appear. Wyverns, which many consider dragons. Imagining a wyvern, the protagonist noted that they weren't actually dragons, but rather a weaker subspecies. They were rather stupid and incapable of using dragon skills, but they did have some dragon traits. The boy imagined his stunned expression and declared that they were, after all, direct descendants of dragons, so magic wouldn't work on them. He remembered feeling so hopeless when, having assembled a squad of mages, he couldn't even scratch the wyverns. The monster began shooting fireballs, while Ash explained that, not to mention that, like dragons, they loved to throw fire. In short, they had flight and long-range attacks in their arsenal. Imagining a knight with a crossbow, the protagonist explained that they were vulnerable to physical attacks, so defeating them with archers and ballistas was possible, albeit difficult. Imagining another type of monster, the main character emphasized that the second type were gargoyles, which is what they encountered. Unlike wyverns, they were resilient to physical attacks but weak against magic. Watching the battle, the prince added that they also didn't attack from long range, preferring close combat. He imagined a beam of mana striking the monsters and noted that the tactics against them were simple: the frontline tanks, while the mages and artifacts in the rear work at full power to finish off these freaks. Jupiter cried out with satisfaction that mages ruled the roost. Electricity struck the monsters. Raising her hands above her head, the distraught woman declared that mages were king and that she couldn't wait for a raise, while the protagonist informed us that Jupiter could afford to go wild. A puzzled Ash watched the old woman, thinking she was drinking a sea of experience. He added with a slight smile that mages in this game were worth a lot. That was true, but he regretted that he couldn't buy them a normal personality. Damien approached him and asked if he had any orders, to which he was told he could simply rest. The boy listened calmly, explaining that his eyes hadn't fully recovered, nor had his left arm. They could handle it just fine without them. Lucas, looking serious, slew gargoyles. Evangeline pierced the monster. Jupiter began to laugh, and the protagonist thought that there were 2 SSR rank knights and an SR rank mage on the battlefield, 2 of whom had already leveled up twice. Such a force was more than enough to clear the third zone. The boys stood to the side, gaining experience. Standing among the monster corpses, MC reported that, thanks largely to the woman, they were able to clear a normal room fairly quickly. Watching the distraught old woman, the boy noted that she was a real pain, but her skills were excellent. They continued advancing along the castle wall. Stopping, Ash announced that they had made it. Standing before the gate, the protagonist said this was the boss room, then thought they'd reached the northern gate, where the descent began. Touching the gate, the protagonist said they'd finish him off quickly. The boys began to approach the enemy. A golden gargoyle, Centurion Malin, appeared before them. Holding out his hand with the lantern, the boy said in surprise that it was a golden gargoyle. Examining the monster, MC thought that, according to the story, this gargoyle adorned the palace of the kingdom beneath the lake. Its skills weren't much different from regular bosses, but it looked impressive and even dropped a ton of items. Slamming the gate, the prince exclaimed that this was excellent, and they should get some decent loot. Jupiter rushed into battle, drooling at the sight of gold. The stunned woman screamed that this monster was made of pure gold. A notification popped up that the Gold Rush trait had been activated. Watching the scene unfold, the protagonist wondered if this had driven her crazy. The distraught lord concluded the old woman had gone mad. The gargoyle grabbed her weapon. The monster, its eyes glowing, explained that 20 years ago it was a centurion, 10 years ago it was a centurion. Swinging its mace, Malin asked if he would be a centurion forever. A stunned Ash cried out for her to be covered. They couldn't let her die. The knights rushed into battle. After striking, the monster declared that if he were on the inner wall, he would have been promoted long ago. The protagonist was surprised by this. Watching the attack flying toward the woman, he concluded that they wouldn't have time to stop it. Jupiter laughed madly. Damien took up his weapon after ordering him to fire at his weapon. A stream of pink mana hit the mace. The blow's trajectory changed. The woman was thrown aside by the shockwave. Lying on the ground, she asked how it happened. Lucas grabbed her by the collar and began to pull. The knight ran off with the old woman above his head. The gargoyle's eyes glowed brightly. Evangeline stood beneath the monster, screaming that she was there. The enraged boss turned his attention to her. The girl shielded herself from the attack, shocked by the blows she had managed to block. Ash, furrowing his brow, shouted that she should pull herself together, as she had the most combat experience. Clutching her head, Jupiter replied that she had made a mistake, and that it had put them all in danger. Recalling the footage from the game, the protagonists began to think that in the game, this only worked on chests, but in reality, as it turned out, the trigger could be anything, and she needed to get rid of this gold fever of hers immediately. Lucas rushed into battle, declaring he'd go help the brat. Concentrating a ball of energy in her hand, the woman declared she'd melt this monster in no time. Her mana suddenly vanished, after which Ash remarked that everything was fine, it should be recovering for now. A distraught Jupiter said she hadn't suffered enough humiliation today, and the protagonist remarked that she didn't care about her image on the battlefield. Extending his hand, the prince asked Damien not to fire. Looking into the boy's eyes, the protagonist reflected that Damien had already used the 1,000-mile eye 3 times without giving his eyes time to fully recover. He must still be in pain after that fight with the Spider Queen. Taking his wand, Ash asked them to sit aside, as their prince wanted to try out his new toy. He conjured blades above himself, and declared the show was about to begin. Looking up, the protagonist noted he'd spent half his mana and had only summoned 3 blades. A stream of energy began to emanate from his chest, and he wondered if this was his first time using magic. He held his wand in his hands and said he'd take a look. The Lord raised it above his head. Jupiter watched him and declared that His Highness never ceased to amaze him, to which she replied that it couldn't be helped. He was simply a genius. Smiling, Ash announced that it was time to stop showing off. He aimed his blades at the gargoyle. The weapons pierced the gargoyle's body, shattering its armor. MC, smiling, exclaimed that it wasn't bad. He imagined the blades breaking and noted that swords break after 5 hits. Their durability was only moderate. The monster stood before them, saying he'd chosen the wrong side and now had to rot in this hole. Frowning, Evangeline asked why he was complaining. They were opponents, after all. She stabbed Malin in the chest, declaring it was her turn. The stunned monster declared he wanted a promotion and wanted to wear armor like the statue. The gargoyle looked at her hand and wondered what it was. It began to rain. Lucas severed the demon's head. The gargoyle fell to her knees. Looking at the fallen corpse, the main character said that when they returned, Jupiter would write an explanatory note. The woman was shocked by the words that she would also return the week's advance payment, which would go toward the city's development. Looking at MC's enraged face, she cried out that this was just the right punishment. She would do everything as she was told. Looking at the monster's hand, Ash declared he didn't know why she went crazy whenever she saw anything shiny. Examining the medals on the woman's chest, the main character explained that before becoming a money-grubbing mercenary, she was a brave soldier of the Everblack Empire. The boy frowned, emphasizing that he wanted her to remember her honor before giving in to greed. Then he reflected that gold fever was an uncontrollable ability. His passive skill didn't dispel its effect, so he had no choice but to trust Jupiter herself in this matter. Looking at his trembling hand, the woman explained that an old woman like her should be guiding the way to a brighter future, not a hindrance. Frowning, she declared that if something like this happened again, she would pay with her own life. The protagonist then asked him not to go so far, to which he replied that she would pay with her own money, which to her was equivalent to lives. Smiling, Ash asked how much money she had. They began to laugh contentedly. A message popped up saying that the outer northern wall had been cleared. Examining the gold shards, the protagonist noted that it wasn't without its challenges, but they still managed to clear the 3rd zone. The golden gargoyle didn't drop any equipment, but they did get a ton of gold. The guy opened the chest and explained that he'd been given an item from the Scream set. Examining the robe, he wondered if it was even possible to get 2 items in a row from the same set. MC imagined items from the game, and added that when completing the full Scream for Me set, each enemy killed inflicts a fear effect on a large area. Last time, a Scream orb dropped, so now all that was left to complete the set was the gloves. The guy gave the robe to Jupiter, who said he was having a hard time because of the old woman, and she even felt a bit awkward accepting it, while Ash thought he felt like he was rewarding a naughty child. Standing in front of the stairs, the protagonist explained that this is how they collected the items and finished with the 3rd zone, after which he noted that as soon as they went down these steps, they would get to a safe zone. Imagining a campfire, the protagonist declared that of all the camps they'd encountered, it was the largest, the main camp Newman had described. Imagining the town's inhabitants, the prince explained that the few who lived there often gathered at the camp, exchanging goods and offering blacksmithing services. He exclaimed with a serious expression that their goal today was to recruit a new member to the party. If anyone capable and friendly enough was found, they were obliged to recruit them at any cost. Imagining the figure, Ash declared that the reason he'd rushed through the dungeon so much was the long-awaited encounter with an NPC useful in combat. He intended to bring him out. Looking at the building, the protagonist explained that later, After the town had been upgraded, the mercenary guild would recruit more, but at this point, they had no choice but to suffer from a shortage of personnel. He recalled building the casino and added that this is why they say developing the city's infrastructure in this game is just as important as fighting. You have to take care of a huge number of things well in advance. Evangeline ate greedily and asked if the prince thought there would be anyone suitable in such a dark and eerie place, and whether there were even people there. MC smiled and replied that it wouldn't be a big deal if it wasn't human, and he silently noted that he'd even be okay with a ghost, as long as he could kill monsters and that would be it, although it would be cool to bring a zombie or a demon along. Descending the stairs, Ash announced that after a short break they had packed up and headed down the stairs. The walk down was just as long as the walk up. The exhausted protagonist thought he wished there was an escalator. Stopping, he announced that they had finally arrived. The girl was surprised. They gazed at the enormous gate, discussing how it was the same gate they'd seen when they first arrived. Recalling how they'd inspected the wall, MC explained that they'd looked at it from the outside, but now they were looking from the inside. They'd essentially had to go all the way back simply because the door was locked. Holding a torch in front of him, Lucas asked if the gate even opened, as there was no pulley or lever. Standing behind him, the prince suggested that it could be opened with magic, as this was a magical kingdom, and besides, it only opened in one situation. He solemnly noted that it would open when the invasion wave began. The children listened with surprise as they heard about their army marching from there to fight the humans. The children continued inspecting the gate. Ash smiled and announced that it was now moving. They entered the city, and the protagonist explained that the safe zone was right there. Holding a torch, he announced that they were heading toward the city center through the main road of the northern gate. The squad stopped in the square. They examined the gargoyles and discussed what kind of monsters would attack Crossroad next. Observing the monsters, the main character emphasized that there would be even more of them, that the entire line would soon advance on Crossroad. Drawing his blade from its sheath, Lucas suggested killing them immediately, to which he replied that they would give them a run for their money. The monsters flew over the city. They landed on the ground while the prince reasoned that even now, gargoyles from all over the city were flocking there and joining the army. Looking at the monsters, Ash asked him to consider what they would achieve by striking now, considering they were at the epicenter of the line, and there were only 5 of them. He stepped forward. Pointing to the side, the boy said that they should do what they could. The guys continued along the main road. The prince smiled and announced that they were there. The boys arrived at the safe zone, where the lord explained that this was the main camp, which would serve as a starting point for further exploration. The lanterns glowed blue. The protagonist, looking pleased, reasoned that after so many wanderings through dark, impenetrable places, the well-lit street was calming and reassuring. The boys lit a fire. Ash, looking pleased, emphasized that this was already good. They finally had a base. Grasping his sword, Lucas asked if His Highness had mentioned that people lived there. The boy noticed the knight, who said he saw no one. Looking around, MC thought the warrior was right. It was empty. Recalling scenes from the game, he noted that in the game, there were always about 4 NPCs there. Confused, the boy concluded that this was a bad sign. The stranger held a crossbow in his hands. The archers were preparing to fire. The squad was surrounded. The surprised prince wondered who it was. Looking over the opponents, he guessed he'd seen such attire somewhere, noting that their equipment clearly indicated they were high level. Ash frowned, wondering if they even had a gun and were prepared. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist added that they were surrounded on all sides, with no escape. Gritting his teeth, the lord realized he'd relaxed too much because this was theoretically a safe zone. Imagining the person, he remembered that weapons weren't allowed in a safe zone, monsters didn't venture there in the game, and attacking anyone was simply impossible. But this was reality, where there were no restrictions or taboos on conflicts between people. Ash, with a serious expression, wondered what was going on there, then explained that he'd been close to tears inside, but was trying his best to maintain a calm expression. The protagonist stepped forward. Extending his hand, the young man declared it a warm greeting, a commendable enthusiasm, and then asked to explain what was going on. Looking over the archers, the lord noted that they were new there, exploring the dungeon, not bothering anyone. If they'd been there a while, he wouldn't mind hearing advice from more experienced colleagues. The archers stared at them intently, and the protagonist reported that even his relaxed tone hadn't lowered their guard. Their frozen gazes remained fixed on them, their weapons cocked. He smugly suggested that this was some kind of initiation ritual for newcomers, noting that he hadn't expected modern society to still have room for such nonsense. The suspicious stranger, with a satisfied expression, inquired if it wasn't a fine custom. Taken aback, Ash wondered what that low, brutal voice was, quite good enough for the opera. Surveying the squad, the man declared that testing newcomers was an ancient tradition dating back decades, and that it helped build proper relationships between elders and juniors. He then asked if they shouldn't cherish and honor this tradition for a bright, wonderful future. Looking around, the protagonist asked who was speaking, then realized the beautiful baritone had been spouting nonsense, and all he could think about was the waste of such a voice. Ash stood quietly and said that any savagery could be woven into culture like that. The explorer's thinking was rather outdated. The boy stood behind the archers, saying he heard it all the time, but there was nothing he could do about it. The masked stranger looked at them and said that after living a long life, you start to miss the old ways. An enraged MC announced it was the Pied Piper of Hamelin. The man followed him and said it was a funny nickname, but he wanted to be allowed to introduce himself properly. Placing his hand on his chest, the stranger declared himself a disloyal criminal wandering the Great Lake Kingdom, the last court musician remaining underground, the last court jester, and a court mage named Crown. His eyes sparkled as he emphasized that she was pleased to meet the last player. Taken aback, Ash asked again. He imagined Crown in the game, and noted that he wasn't exactly a significant NPC. A map appeared in his mind, and the Lord added that even when appearing on the battlefield, the rat catcher didn't personally fight. He either directed monsters or applied debuffs to enemies. However, he did remember one thing, the game's final level. Crowds of people stood behind Crown, while Ash thought he appeared there in the very first room of the dungeon leading to the final boss. MC remembered picking his nose in front of the monitor and stressing that even there, he hadn't demonstrated any combat abilities. His squad was very strong, but he was a relatively easy opponent and fell after a couple of hits. The archers continued to target them. Looking at the archers, the main character added that these guys were there with him too, but he didn't understand why Crown called him that. He frowned. Examining the rat catcher, the prince wondered if this meant he understood how this world worked. The boy glanced away. Looking at the crossbow, Ash emphasized the fact that right now, either the plot nor anything else was worth more than his and his squad's lives. He calmly asked for the reason for such hostility. Holding out his hand, Crown replied that his squad had invaded the kingdom and were scouring its secrets, but they had no idea what terrible things lay buried there. Surveying the city, the rat catcher declared he was merely trying to prevent their exposure. Raising his hand, the jester noted that they were the last defenders of this kingdom, the last remaining remnants of the kingdom beneath the lake. Standing opposite, Crown announced that their group was called the Night Wanderers. Looking at the player, the rat catcher declared that they would burn to death anyone who dared touch the darkness of this city. He waved his hand, noting that it was them now. An embittered Ash thought that as soon as the rat catcher lowered his hand, they would be finished. Glancing at the archer, he emphasized the danger. Standing behind Lucas, the protagonist considered that they were completely surrounded. All of them were high level and had superior equipment. If they all fired at once, one, if not all, of them would die. His face suddenly calmed. The prince, his eyes blazing, declared it was time to call on his aces. A notification popped up that he had activated the Commander's Eye and needed to establish eye contact with the target. The world before Ash froze. The archer's eyes began to glow. MC furrowed his brow and noted that complex orders with a high risk of failure meant he needed something that would help them escape, but also something simple. He extended his hand and ordered everyone to turn away. The screen indicated the order's difficulty was very easy, comparing the user's willpower with the target's magical abilities. The archers turned away, after which a notification popped up that the comparison had been completed, the skill having been used on 7 targets. Crown was shocked by what he saw. Turning around, Lucas cried out that His Highness was bleeding. Pointing forward, the Lord said they needed to escape from there to the teleportation gate. The knight rushed into battle, vowing to clear the way. The squad escaped. Watching this, the rat catcher assumed it was mind control. It was getting more and more interesting. The archers began firing. The girl turned around. She deflected the arrows with her shield. Ash was suddenly taken aback. A hail of arrows rained down on them. The girl jumped up and asked him to leave it to her. She began breaking all the arrows. A smile crossed Evangeline's face. A shot rang out from the cannon. Damien began to aim. He fired at the flying cannonball. A shot echoed through the air. They continued running toward the teleporter, while the protagonists reasoned that they were almost there, that they could retreat and prepare a counterattack. Crown, his eyes glowing, told them not to act so quickly. The mages began casting spells above themselves. The protagonist imagined an explosion and thought that the elements of fire and wind, used together, were the most destructive. Their direct impact was hundreds of times more powerful than a cannon shot. It would immediately put an end to the entire party. Streams of mana began to merge. The prince watched the mana flows. Jupiter stepped forward and declared she wouldn't allow it. She released electricity. The woman created a barrier that contained the magic. Blood began to flow from her eyes. Turning around, Jupiter said they needed to act quickly, as she wouldn't last long. Ash was shocked. The boys began to run. Rocks lay at his feet. A portal began to form. Tapping the screen, the protagonist selected the backyard of the Lord's estate as his destination. Looking at his comrades, he shouted at them to hurry. Damien was dragging the woman. Looking at his opponents, the Lord reflected that as soon as they realized they couldn't stop them, the attacks stopped. They simply stared after them. Looking at Crown, the boy added that he didn't know what he was planning under his mask, but that fake smile terrified him. Furious, Ash asked the ratcatcher to wait. Looking at his enemy, he cried out that he would return and then it would be the end for him. A message popped up stating that free exploration had ended, and new rewards in the form of 2 chests were available. The protagonist glanced at the characters who had leveled up. He read that Jupiter had suffered critical damage. Evening had fallen. The prince lowered his head. He imagined the Pied Piper's face and wondered if they were facing people like themselves. He imagined blood dripping from his blade and wondered if he would have to kill other people to protect his own. He recalled sitting at the computer and added that in the game, he easily killed hostile NPCs, but there, it had a completely different meaning, who he aimed his weapon at, because this was reality. A picture appeared in his mind of the protagonist standing before graves, emphasizing the fact that they were living and breathing people just like himself. He recalled yelling at Damien with a furious expression and realized he was facing the same dilemma as the boy. Looking at the angel statue, Ash asked if he would have to fight people for survival and to complete the level. Frowning, he asked if killing them was justified. He turned his gaze to the girl who had addressed him. Standing before her, the protagonist asked if the healing was complete. Wiping blood from her hands, the girl replied that it was. Thankfully, none of them were mortally wounded, but due to the intense magical strain, Lady Jupiter was currently in a state of magical overload. A bloody bandage covered the woman's face. Ash asked with a serious expression if this was a dangerous phenomenon. The girl imagined her hand enveloped in an aura and explained that in this state, mana flows spiral out of control and begin to devour the mage's body, possibly making it impossible for her to use magic again. Calmly, she emphasized that the woman needed rest. MC imagined Jupiter and mused that she had been the main force behind the coming wave. No one knew such a disaster would occur. Lowering her hands, the girl announced that the woman was in critical condition. She couldn't be approached right now. Looking at the blood-stained rag, Ash mentally surmised that he had been too rough with her last time, triggering her gold fever, and now feeling unwell. The evening sky enveloped the building where the girl had stated that the other's treatment had been completed. They were likely already waiting for him outside. He put down his bag and thanked the saint. Stepping outside, the Lord greeted his comrades and inquired about their well-being. Lucas was taken aback by the news that Jupiter's injuries were so serious that she wouldn't be able to fight for quite some time. Looking at the church, the protagonist remarked that it could have been worse, so be thankful for that, since they'd all nearly died there. The warriors' faces were dejected, and Ash explained that it was simply impossible for the boys to maintain their spirits any longer. With the mystical things awaiting within the dungeon and their comrade's injury, it would be strange not to care. Smiling, the protagonist declared that they would give those fools a taste of the real deal. The boys were shocked by this. Crossing his arms, the Lord added that since they dared to raise weapons against Prince Ash and his personal squad, they would pay a heavy price. Then he thought about how he'd have to think hard to kill them. The protagonist recalled how they were surrounded and emphasized that, no matter what, since they had stood in their way, they had to repay the debt. Frowning, he said that now was not the time. He glanced at the towers and added that after they repelled the incoming wave and prepared for the next, then they would defeat them. Recalling the battle, the embittered boy came to the conclusion that revenge was best served cold, rationally and carefully, after thinking everything through, sharpening the knives and preparing the bullets, and then unleashing it all on the enemy, and until then, he needed to remain calm and cool. Raising his hands, the boy cried out that was all for today. They should run and rest, and leave all other thoughts to him. He entered the estate. Walking down the corridor, Ash sighed. Holding his chin, the prince mentally wondered what to do with the defense now. He could temporarily replace Jupiter with Lily. He imagined tying up the girl and added that her range was smaller than the old woman's. Ada ran toward him, looking dumbfounded. The boy tripped him. Ada began to fall to the floor. Ash stepped on him, turned to him, and said he hadn't seen him for a while. He then asked where he'd been and if he'd finished his work. Adjusting his glasses, the manager exclaimed that all the work for the city had been done, and that it didn't matter now. He'd be told that nothing was more important to him than managing this city. Standing opposite him, Ada said he simply wanted to point out that there was a more serious problem. Perhaps this level would be the worst of all. The prince then wondered what could be worse than the chief mage's absence from the battlefield. The frightened boy explained that the prisoners had escaped from prison, their cages, while being transported. Taken aback, Ash asked about the prisoners. He imagined a wagon and asked what kind of prisoners they were. The Lord clutched his head. Sighing, he asked if Ader had continued to request reinforcements. He was finally given an answer, adding that instead of soldiers, they had sent 5 death row prisoners. Imagining a carriage, the protagonist added that while these prisoners were being transported to Crossroads, they had broken out of the carriage and escaped. A scream could be heard throughout the estate, claiming it had all happened around noon today, but they still hadn't been caught. MC, raising his fist, declared he didn't understand why Ader hadn't done anything, considering he was the creator of this world. The terrified manager replied that he had no powers within the world and couldn't predict the future. The prince began to choke him, telling him his passive skill was 100% useless, before revealing that the boy had information on the 5 prisoners and had placed them in the system. Ash, holding out his hand, said that was where they should have started. He was shocked by what he saw, explaining that these were the people the capital had sent under the guise of reinforcements requested. Smiling, Ada suggested that the protagonists would be able to find a way to approach them. Perhaps they would become truly valuable. Reinforcements. The prince, with a calm expression, emphasized the fact that he would get them and would do anything to get them on his side. Clutching his glasses, Ader declared that they were hardened criminals, former Imperial soldiers. Looking at the character selection screen, Ash thought they were truly good, their skills quite good. Glancing at the manager, he declared that he hoped he could at least do something, and that he already knew where they were headed. Pointing to the screen with the mountainous terrain, Ader replied that, judging by the report, they should be somewhere in the mountains north of the city. It wasn't far, but it was pretty hard to find people there. Flexing his fists, the protagonist ordered them to put their doubts aside. They would head straight there and hold a gathering of those kicked out of the capital. The sun was setting below the horizon as we were told that there were uninhabited mountains north of Crossroad. The men worked in the fields while Ash explained that all the lands that could grow anything had long since been occupied. Although the occupied lands weren't as fertile as the southern ones, any means were good for survival. But even so, no one dared to cultivate the mountains. The party climbed the mountains while the prince explained that this meant it was difficult even to walk there, let alone work. The exhausted protagonist began to puff and curse. Lucas, smiling, offered to carry him to his destination. Ash, delighted, asked if he could really do it. Turning around, he asked Evangeline not to look at him like that, after which she asked if he was jealous and wanted to be carried too. The boys climbed on Lucas and concluded that the knight would carry the protagonist, and he would carry the girl. A stunned Evangeline began shouting that she was against it. Frowning, Lucas declared that his back was designed only for his highness. The man closed his eyes and apologized for their mistake, after which the captain of the prisoner escort was introduced. Ash turned around and replied that everything was fine and thought a little exercise wouldn't hurt anyone. The captain bowed his head and began shouting that his mistake was unforgivable, but he begged for mercy. Crossing her arms, Evangeline emphasized the fact that there were all sorts of rumors circulating about him in the capital. The protagonist imagined raising his hands and emphasizing that the prince before him had been a real man, so it was understandable why they were reacting that way. He solemnly remarked that they would get back to business, then asked if they had run to that mountain. Surveying the mountains, the prince wondered why they couldn't have chosen a more gentle slope and why they had to run there. The girl solemnly emphasized that bandits lived in the mountains north of Crossroads and had been causing them trouble for quite some time. She imagined a crowd of guys and explained that they were fools who attacked merchants and refugees to rob them. She thought their base was somewhere in the mountains. Looking down, MC began to speculate that, judging by all the broken weapons and wheels, people had been there quite recently. Taking a shard in his hand, Lucas asked if they thought the prisoners had gone there to join the bandits. Holding his chin, Ash replied that it was possible if they had joined the bandits. Well, that was a pretty good way to start a new life. The man knelt and shouted that the report was flawless. He wouldn't dare lie to his highness. The protagonist crawled up the mountain and said they climbed for another 10 minutes. Lucas spotted a building and declared that there was something there. Drawing his blade, the knight said he would go scout, as bandits might live there. Evangeline emerged from the bushes and emphasized that she would also go. The warriors approached the structure, and Ash reported that he was increasingly worried that a hail of arrows would rain down on them. However, there was no sign of activity on the walls, but there was a scent that grew stronger as they approached. His gaze fell on the watchtower. He imagined blood and noted that it was that scent. Pressing himself against the wall, Lucas noted that they would begin to break through on the count of 3. The doors to the structure were broken down. The army had burst into the settlement. Corpses lay on the ground. Covering his nose with his hand, the protagonist asked what they were. Examining the corpses, the prince wondered if they were fighting among themselves. The knight pulled a survivor from the tent. The frightened boy screamed for release. On one knee, Ash asked him to calm down, because they were from the royal army. He calmly added that, given the boy's crimes, they could sentence him to hang or imprison him, but they would not kill him on the spot. The frightened bandit explained that they had done nothing wrong. They had only robbed a carriage. Frowning, the lord asked again. The boy remembered how they had been watching the carriage and said it was coming from the capital, so they thought it was full of treasure. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if there had only been prisoners inside when they had broken into it. The bandit remembered how a man with a smirk had opened the carriage. A weapon had pierced his head. Glancing at the captain, Ash wondered why the child was saying something completely different, since he had said the prisoners had escaped on their own. The prince's eyes began to glow as he asked if it was too humiliating to admit that they had been robbed by common bandits, since they were escorting noble prisoners from the capital itself. Bowing his head, the captain began to apologize, adding that they hadn't done it out of honor. He responded that Ash forgave accidents, but not mistakes, and that they would be punished with the utmost severity. Standing over him, the protagonist wondered why the man had lied to him so blatantly, probably thinking he'd simply listen to the report and not bother to investigate. Perplexed, the lord concluded that this might well have worked. Surveying the battlefield, he wondered where the 5 condemned men had disappeared to. Evangeline raised her hand and beckoned to him. She pointed forward and asked him to look. The stranger stood before them and welcomed his highness and the valiant men of Crossroad. The men knelt, claiming they were 5 prisoners awaiting his arrival. Glancing at the handcuffs, the prince silently wondered why they had chained themselves, given their chance to escape. The elf closed his eyes and declared that they weren't going to run and hide. Ash could carry out the sentence if he wanted, but he had to report it to the capital. The protagonist, taken aback, thought about that light green hair. Examining the boy, MC pointed out that among all the game's characters, only one race had that hair color. Examining the prisoners, he emphasized that they were elves. The boy knelt and said they would accept his will. If the Lord wanted, he could slit their throats immediately. Looking at the protagonist, he added that if he wanted to kill, he must kill them now. Ash, dumbfounded, wondered why he wanted to kill them, since he needed people in his party. The strangers were kneeling before the heroes. When he asked them to state their names first, the young man explained how, before the meeting, he had sent all his soldiers away so they couldn't eavesdrop on the upcoming conversation. Ash held a piece of paper in his hand, asking if his name was Godhunt, to which he replied in the affirmative. The young man clarified his origins. The man, kneeling, explained that they were the 8th Squad of the Iki's Counterintelligence Corps. The young man's eyes widened when he mentioned that Lucas and Evangeline were greatly surprised by these words. The young man explained that this was understandable. A large building was depicted when he explained that this was a secret unit carrying out all the dirty work for the Empire. The ruler looked away, as he explained that this was the royal family's personal operative unit. The robed soldiers were lined up, and it was said that the shadow that sustained the Empire's light was the Emperor's hunting dogs, the Iki's Counterintelligence Corps. The young man looked at the man, commenting that the name Godhunt sounded more like a nickname than a name. The man replied that members of the Intelligence Corps don't have real names. Their call signs are their names. The hero watched intently, aware of what he'd heard. He'd been accused of treason. Godhunt closed his eyes, confirming. Ash asked him if he admitted his guilt. The man looked at the boys and said that, with all due respect, they'd already been tried at a military tribunal in the capital, and the verdict and sentence had been rendered. Godhunt, without opening his eyes, asked what the point was. When everything was already clear, all they had to do was execute them. The young man's eyes widened, thinking that was precisely the wrong thing to do. He considered how he needed to convert them and force them to obey him. The prince's legs were shown as he said he was simply curious. If everything was already clear to him, why not clarify a few questions for his prince before he died? The man held a piece of paper in his hand, noting that at the very least, his authority allowed him to ask them. He mentioned that silence was consent, and then he would continue. Godhunt's eyes snapped open as he heard the man clarify that the final destination for him and his squad was the Bringer Principality. System windows appeared next to the hero as he clarified that just because he was stuck here in the south didn't mean he had no idea what was happening in the world, wondering in his mind that he was actually just using the system windows. There was a notification with a picture of Godhunt. The boy speculated that maybe it was because he was from a secret unit, but even his character profile only contained the bare information about when and where he was sent, and what his sentence was, and that was it. Ash understood that even with such scraps of information, a complete picture could be formed. There was an image of soldiers crossing the border, and the young man mentioned that his unit had been sent to the Principality of Bringer about a year ago, and that Ambassador Everblack had been killed there 9 months earlier. An explosion on the fortress wall was shown, with him explaining that after that, relations between the two countries had deteriorated, and naturally, the war had begun 6 months ago, and it was still ongoing. The boy looked at a piece of paper, explaining that their reconnaissance unit specialized in infiltration, sabotage, questioning, and assassination of key figures, right? The unknown person sat on the throne as Ash continued to say that from now on, their silence would be considered a positive answer. A theory emerged that some high-ranking official simply benefited from a war with the Bringer Principality. They only needed to find a pretext. The character was damaged, and the young man inquired about the assassination of an ambassador on foreign soil, saying it was easy to blame the Principality, and an excellent pretext for war. The prince raised his hand, deducing that their high-ranking official was sending an ambassador, then ordering his assassination by a secret squad, after which he would blame the Principality and declare war. Godhunt looked at the hero, voicing his suspicions. The young man interrupted him, mentioning that 3 months ago, upon completing their mission and returning to the Empire, his squad was immediately arrested and, without any explanation, sentenced to execution for treason. The boy smiled, saying something obvious, an attempt to silence witnesses, wondering what secret units are for, after all. The man stared at Ash silently. He began to speak, addressing the prince. The men in the squad were blindfolded and gagged. When Godhunt remarked that if what he said was true, then they were simply discarded after playing their part, clarifying why the hero thought they were obediently awaiting their deaths, when they could have escaped or tried to challenge him. The young man mentioned that it was all about the hostages they had. The man's eyes widened. The protagonist held a piece of paper in front of him, noting that their loved ones were now in their hands, like slaves, and in exchange for completing their mission and accepting death, their relatives would not die, right? Godhunt spread his cuffed hands, thinking he'd hit the nail on the head. They showed battles between heroes and knights, explaining that in this world, humanoid races, be they elves or dwarves, were akin to slaves. Hundreds of years ago, civilizations of other species were defeated by humans, and the survivors of that war were still enslaved. Numerous corpses lay on the ground, explaining that it was the Everblack Empire that led to human victory, which had also conquered the entire continent, and that was the end of the story. Guards stood at the gates, explaining that there weren't many slaves left anyway, most of them locked away in closed areas, where they eked out a rather miserable existence. The squad knelt, wondering why elves, serving in the Empire's secret detachment and patiently awaiting their execution, were suddenly here. He thought it was all obvious. Handcuffed hands were shown, and it was explained that their families were being held hostage, a similar reason for the Elven Queen in a game that would appear in about 3 years. It was also mentioned that this was precisely why most of the other races in the Empire were kept on a leash. The protagonist stood before them and spoke of sacrificing oneself for one's family. It sounded beautiful and selfless. The boy looked at them, declaring that it was also very stupid. Godhunt remained silent, looking at the prince, and said that even if the assumptions were correct, nothing would change. The girl and the boy were shackled when he continued to explain that they had already been sentenced to execution, and His Majesty had received an official decree, wondering if perhaps there was no need to continue rubbing salt into the wounds of prisoners who were soon to die anyway. Godhunt looked up, wondering if perhaps he was mocking them, and that the powers that be were now amusing themselves with this. The boy exhaled and asked his companion. He showed a document, explaining that the official decree called for an execution, but didn't specify how. The young man looked at the man intently, declaring that he could hang, behead, burn, or quarter them. He could do with their lives as he pleased. A fortress was depicted at sunset, and the boy explained that a war with monsters was raging there, the beasts attacking their fort in waves, leaving them only a few days to recuperate. Godhunt, kneeling, listened attentively as he explained that it would be logical to use their lives on the battlefield, and then report to his superiors that they had been successfully executed. The document was shown when the hero explained that he had requested reinforcements, and they had sent 5 capable prisoners, so he took this as a sign that he could do with them as he pleased. Ash lowered the sheet of paper, indicating that he should allow him to ask questions. Godhunt frowned as he listened to the question of whether he wanted to live. Ash knelt down, wondering if his family was relatively safe, and whether he wanted to continue to drag out his miserable existence. The man asked what would change if he chose to live. The young man smiled and replied that everything would. There was a wooden fence when the man explained that as long as they were alive, they had plenty of opportunities. Godhunt's hands were cuffed as he replied that they should not be given false hope, and that they should be torn apart with whips or slashed with swords. The prisoners wore hoods, and the man added that whatever was left of them should be chopped up and fed to the dogs, because no matter how they were disposed of, they would be disposed of. Godhunt stared intently at the hero, exclaiming that he should not give them false hope. A pink flower was stained with blood as he reasoned that hope was more poisonous than anything else. A small boy stood with his back to the darkness as the story was told of how many lived in despair, because if they dreamed of the future, the harsh reality would continue to hurt. The story was told that if they gave in, the pain would cease. The hero looked at his interlocutor carefully, making sure he didn't misunderstand. He didn't intend to go too far to help them. He thought about how this wasn't a nursing home, so he needed to make everything clear at the door. The young man frowned, insisting he was merely offering a chance to move on. Godhunt looked up, asking why he needed to save them. Ash grew angry, explaining why such an obvious question was necessary because he would need them, musing that even though it seemed like despair, it was worth explaining the real reason. A building was depicted as the hero explained that they currently lacked fighting force, strong, capable fighters, and that if they helped, the defense would be much easier. Various monsters and creatures were shown, and the young man explained that the waves of attackers were becoming increasingly difficult to repel with each passing day. The guards stood at the gate when he added that if this stronghold fell, the district where their families were held would also be in danger, arguing that by defending this place from monsters, they were also protecting their family. The young man lowered his head, saying he had said everything, and now the choice was theirs. The hero rose from his knees, commenting that what followed was a personal request. Ash extended his hand, asking for them to continue living and to help them all protect him, including their family. Godhunt, silent, began to remark that the prince was right. The squad members were in the building when the man explained that they had sworn an oath to the Counterintelligence Corps. Supply crates were stacked on top of each other, and the prisoner said that in exchange for the 5 of them completing their mission and leaving silently, their families would be provided with food and water for a whole year. It was said that they were practically the living dead. They sat on the ground by the cart while the story was told that they were elves, resigned to their fate. The gagged members of the squad listened as they explained that, of course, none of them wanted to die, but the situation for their loved ones was so dire that extreme measures had to be taken. A gagged man and woman were shown, arguing that it was enough for them to voluntarily agree to death. The entrance to the cart was depicted, where Godhunt apologized and said that if he couldn't take responsibility for them until the very end, then it would be better to kill them now. The man closed his eyes, declaring that if the hero accepted them, then please let him take that responsibility until the end. Ash placed his hand on his chest and said he could guarantee this, as the 3rd Prince of Everblack, and swore an oath on his name and blood. Godhunt frowned, recounting what had happened then. His shackles broke under the influence of magic as he explained that from this moment on, the 8th Squad of the Iki's Counterintelligence Corps pledged their allegiance to His Highness Prince Ash. the man uncuffed the others. The hero thought they could have easily escaped, but they had chosen to cuff themselves. The girl closed one eye after being freed, when the elf told him to consider them his arrows. The girl smiled when he continued, describing them as projectiles, bullets. Godhunt knelt and said, "A tailwind, if you will." The squad was at the protagonist's feet when the man declared that he should use them mercilessly and discard them without hesitation. The young man smiled, thinking that was excellent, but he would never discard them. He would use them to their full potential. A notification popped up about an additional unit, number 1. The boy reflected on how he finally had a worthy additional unit. The carriage pulled into town, and the young man reflected on how, immediately upon returning to Crossroads, he had intimidated the prisoner escort and sent them away. Ash glared at the man, explaining that although the captain had asked to be present at the execution, he had been adamant, declaring that he would not tolerate liars in his city. The building was depicted as he spoke of allowing the 8th unit of the Iki's counterintelligence corps to set up camp in the spare rooms of his estate, officially justifying this by saying that they were, after all, special prisoners, and so he intended to keep them imprisoned within the estate. The prince walked down the corridor, musing that, of course, his power was sufficient to keep them here for eternity. He was saying that it would still attract unwanted attention, which could become a problem in the future. The heroes fought against the knights, and the boy reasoned that humans had been fighting humanoid races for generations, and wars had lasted for centuries, and the hostility and hatred that had arisen between them could greatly complicate things. The young man raised his hand to his face, wondering how he could use them as soldiers then. He was saying that he was still thinking about it. Ash walked down the hallway, explaining how his feet led him to a door where 5 agents were standing. He knocked. The boy opened the door slightly, indicating that he was entering. There were 3 people in the room, and the girl exclaimed that it was a bed, asking when they had last been in such a comfortable room, saying that it was comfortable and soft. The elves smiled as they shouted about how the food was so delicious. They were messing around with the pillows when someone mentioned wanting something to eat, wondering if they should ask for something to eat. The agents noticed the young man and asked. The house was revealed at night. The elves bowed, kneeling, and greeted His Majesty, and the boy thought they were a bit late. The hero looked at them carefully, wondering if they understood that it was too late to pretend to be serious. Godhunt closed his eyes, saying he didn't understand what he was talking about, since they were Iki's special squad, cold-blooded tools, deprived of anything. Ash asked them not to continue. He picked up the basket and asked if they wanted a late-night snack or to take it away. The elves watched the basket silently. He speared cheese with his fork. The characters ate with restraint. The young man watched them and called out. The hero sat before them, asking if they'd had enough, suggesting they eat normally, arguing that they should stop eating one bite at a time, which was infuriating. The elf with the feather on his head noticed that they were eating normally, and the boy wondered what this feathered wonder was saying. The young man crossed his arms in front of the elves, remembering that before returning to Crossroads, Godhunt had told him about each of their abilities. A man was shown, described as the group's leader, codenamed Godhunt SR. The destroyed handcuffs were released from his hands, as it was said that he was a metal mage, specializing in iron. The elf held out his spear, and Ash reasoned that if metal contains iron, he can shape it as he pleases. A girl was shown, a young elf with an innocent, childish face, codenamed Bodyback R. The girl held Evangeline aloft with magic as the boy explained her telekinetic powers, allowing her to effortlessly lift heavy objects, move allies across the battlefield, and throw weapons. Ash explained that the other 3 were all archers, but with different roles. The girl, smiling, held a pie in her hands as the young man explained that the close-range marksmanship expert, Oldgall, R, was the smallest of them all. The protagonist waved at her and explained how she could destroy an entire crowd with just 2 crossbows, and that she also had extensive experience hunting monsters. The elf boy licked his fork as Ash explained that the only N-rank character of the 5, codenamed Scal, N, said he didn't understand what he'd been through, but his entire face was covered in scars from something sharp. The young man bowed to the young man, and the hero explained that Scal was a long-range marksman using a longbow, and that he moved extremely silently, making him ideal for stealth. The girl looked down sadly as he pondered the most powerful of the entire squad, Bonus, SR, and unlike her allies, she continued to wear a gag for some reason. The hero studied her carefully, mentioning that her weapon was a personally designed ballista, and that she was said to have not yet learned to control her abilities. A pixelated girl was shown, and he remarked that it would be nice if she demonstrated something powerful. The young man sat across from them at dinner, thinking that, in any case, they were just ordinary children now. Oldgall smiled sweetly, and Bonus bowed her head as the boy explained that if even such children had to sacrifice themselves so that their race could live another day, things must be very bad for the elves. Godhunt closed his eyes, declaring that they would keep the kindness he'd spoken to them deep in their hearts. The hero asked him what he was talking about, as he'd only brought food. The table was empty, and Ash noted that everything had been swept clean. He'd originally planned to loosen them up with food and then ask a few questions. The children lowered their heads, and the young man remarked that, judging by their behavior, they weren't expecting truthful answers. Ash looked at the elf, asking how long they'd been working together, to which he replied that it had been about 6 months since the creation of the 8th squad. Godhunt looked down, explaining that as candidates for the special squad, they'd all been trained together, so they'd known each other since childhood. The boy's eyes widened, asking about the candidates for the special squad and what they'd been training for. The elf crossed her arms as the chains wrapped around her. The man explained how they had lost their country and land, and the only thing left was their lives, so they had to please everyone. The elves were training when Godhind explained how children capable of fighting were trained from an early age as future fighters for a special unit. Then, in accordance with the instructions set by higher command, those with the appropriate skills were united into a squad. The elf stared ahead, saying that they usually trained together as a team for a single mission, and after that mission, Ash looked at him and inquired about their elimination regardless of the mission's success, and received an affirmative answer. A building was depicted as the man spoke about how, from an efficiency standpoint for the Empire, this was a wise use of resources. The squad was crossing the border when he explained how, even on dangerous missions, people's lives are not in danger, and there are no risks. Ash argued that if the elves succeeded, great, and if not, then they could just pretend the humans had nothing to do with it. Godhind watched the other elves as the young man explained how the elves had acted exactly the same way when they were humanity's main enemies, and in short, there were excuses for everything. The young man held a chain around the prisoner's neck while he explained that there were no practical or political risks involved. It was a very profitable tactic, requiring virtually no investment, extremely effective, but there was one downside: it was very cruel. He was also discussing the very idea of using the lives of other races as bargaining chips. Who even came up with such a thing? The young man looked ahead, asking about the Commander-in-Chief of the Counterintelligence Corps, Ikis, and who he was. Godhind closed his eyes, replying that there was no point in hiding anything from him. He was sure the man already knew everything and was simply testing him. Ash's eyes widened as he realized he truly had no idea. The elf continued to explain that the Commander-in-Chief of the Ikis Counterintelligence Corps had always been someone from the royal family, even now. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard it was the second prince, His Highness Fernandez. Documents lay on the table as he explained Fernandez Emberki Forever Black, the Imperial Minister of Internal Affairs, currently in charge of the palace, and also his older brother, and that it was he who had sent these elves here. The prince looked at Godhind, realizing it was the one who had chained them. The protagonist tried to shake off the memory of the elf asking him to take something. They knelt before Ash when the man explained it was a leash, a pledge of their loyalty. The boy asked again what it was. He was holding the device in his hands when he heard that this button would activate their collars, allowing them to be quickly killed if captured by enemies. The young man looked at the children and realized that at the mention of Fernandez's name, he had seen the fear etched on their faces. The hooded men glanced around as he explained that they were special agents unafraid to sacrifice their lives. But his very name made them tremble. The stranger stood with his back turned as the protagonist wondered who this man was, since he had never appeared in the game and had to be watched closely. Ash sat in front of the children, thinking that perhaps he shouldn't have asked, as the atmosphere had become too gloomy. He looked at the children and asked how they liked the room. The night wall was shown, as the prince was told they'd spent the last few months in a death row cell, and then been transported in a cramped, windswept cell. Scal glanced back as Godhunt spoke of this room as paradise, and frankly it was so good they didn't want to leave. The young man, looking at them, replied that would be difficult, clarifying about the food. He'd been thinking about it for quite some time. The cook was salting the food when the hero explained that it wasn't that elves don't eat meat, but he'd heard that most of them were vegetarians, so he made a special request to the cook, asking him to prepare vegetarian dishes. There were empty dishes on the table, and Ash explained that he'd cobbled together even this snack from leftover ingredients. The elf explained that after prison rations, one couldn't ask for more. The children smiled as the young man remarked that some of them were at the age when their appetites were particularly ravenous. The man kept his eyes closed, saying they were very grateful to the prince, but they were willing to eat anything, sleep anywhere, and do whatever he wanted, and he could treat them like objects. A bead of sweat appeared on Ash's face as he considered the idea that he wanted this. He was a simple 21st century city dweller. He couldn't treat a sentient being like a thing. A window of a building was shown from the street, and the young man spoke of how afterward they discussed their future lives, including such matters as clothing and careers. The protagonist looked at the five and hoped for a fruitful collaboration, saying it had been a pleasure talking with them. The elf thanked the prince and wished him good night. The boy looked at the girl, who waved, and waved back. He silently raised his palm. The hero looked at his hand in surprise, wondering why he kept waving back, just like last time. What the hell was that? The young man walked out the door, listening to their exclamations about how good he was, even bringing them food. He smiled when they hoped he'd bring something else, considering whether they should get a soundproof room. Ash reflected on how, ultimately, he hadn't been able to ask what he really wanted to know. He recalled the elves' pillow game, wondering if they'd really provoke the war. An explosion had occurred on the watchtower by the wall, and the protagonist had said that the war between the Ever-Black Empire and the Bringer Principality was a big event, even in the game. A lot had happened since the Principality's fall. Silhouettes of unknown people were shown as refugees began to fill crossroads, and among them were many excellent mercenaries, along with a large group of hostile NPCs. He mused that if he could obtain them all, it would be a great asset in the war against the monsters. Fires blazed against the wall as the young man explained that if the war dragged on, he would have to fight not only monsters but also humans. Agents knelt before him as he explained that in the game, the troops were easy to unite, but he had recruited the elves responsible for organizing this war into his squad, and who knows how that would affect them in the future. The young man looked away, lost in thought. Ash mused about how he now had an additional one. Lucas sat behind the door with his sword. The hero shouted, saying he had scared him. He looked at the young man in surprise and asked what he was doing there. Lucas closed his eyes, thinking about how the young man had simply gone there alone, so he decided to be ready to burst in if anything went wrong. After all, they were death row prisoners accused of treason, so that couldn't be discounted. The boy showed the button, saying he had it, so there shouldn't be any problems. Ash reasoned that nothing could be known for sure, so he had to take action even without Lucas. The next morning at the forge, the man smiled, exclaiming that His Highness was waiting for him. The blacksmith held a box with a bright light, proclaiming that this was the result of the work he'd entrusted him with. The orb glowed brightly, indicating that it was a standard special mana core SSR. The hero exclaimed, holding the orb in his hands, contemplating his success. The young man recalled handing the broken weapon to the man, mentioning that he'd asked him to dismantle Evangeline's broken spears and shields, which were actually SSR ranked, even though it seemed like he'd lost 4 items for one. A notification popped up asking if he'd like to transform the equipment, explaining that given how badly damaged they were, the chances of even getting a mana core were quite slim. Realizing that everything had worked, and he now had a brand new mana core. The blacksmith showed the weapon, mentioning that he'd also finished the 3 pistols he'd requested. A monster orb was shown, explaining that these 3 pistols, crafted using a Ratman's mana core, were finally ready. The 3 barrels were in a box when a notification popped up about a level 25 Cerberus and its stats. The blacksmith explained that this was a unique trio of pistols, hence the name Cerberus. Ash examined the pistol in his hand, asking if it was like a Guardian of Hell, right? He added that it was a great name, and the hero recalled that he currently owned 6 guns. 6 weapons were depicted, and the young man explained that as soon as the blacksmith learned they would be used by one person, he began adjusting the recoil based on the wielder's stats, allowing him to optimize their performance. A pile of items lay on the table, and he commented on how their small size and lightness would make a difference in close combat. Excellent work. The man replied that there was no need to praise him. The hero looked at the blacksmith, mentioning a new task for him, saying he would have to begin crafting other equipment immediately. A pocket dimension was shown. Ash held out his hand, indicating what he was supposed to make this time. A golden gargoyle's mana core and fragments of golden armor lay on the table. The young man frowned, ordering the boss's equipment. The blacksmith smiled back. He was explaining the boss's gear. A picture of the Black Spider Queen's mana core was on display, as he explained that killing a boss monster has a high chance of dropping its own mana core. A diagram of weapons and clothing was shown, as he discussed how they could be used to craft artifacts or gear, or whatever else was needed. Golden artifacts lay on the table, as he discussed recreating the gear he used, in other words, the boss's gear, requiring a mana core and its materials. The protagonist glanced at the notification window as he reminisced, explaining that since they have exceptional stats, it's much more profitable to use the core for the boss's original gear. But until now, it hadn't really worked for anyone, so he couldn't recreate anything. The monster's head glowed with magic, as he discussed the level 1 boss, the Phantom Knight. A weapon was shown when the boy explained that his equipment was the Ghost Knight's giant sword, but no one else could wield swords that large, so he didn't bother making it. A ferocious rat and other creatures were depicted when Ash explained that later, instead of bosses, there were only elite monsters, so mana cores didn't drop. The young man found something valuable in the darkness when it turned out they finally had the golden gargoyle's mana core and pieces of its armor. The golden armor hung on the monster when the hero explained that thanks to this, they could now create golden armor, the very equipment the gargoyle boss had. Ash placed his hands on the table, insisting that the armor needed to be as thin and light as possible to fully preserve mobility and maneuverability. The blacksmith looked at him, arguing that doing so would reduce its durability. The young man replied that it didn't matter, they just needed to make it comfortable to move in. The protagonist reasoned that, although it was called armor, it was more like a mage's robe. Ash wished the man success in his work, and the blacksmith assured him he would give it his all, as the workshop was revealed from the street. The sun was setting behind the city wall when the young man mentioned that he'd gone to the alchemist's. The young man crossed his arms, watching the orb, saying that this was good, and that was excellent. The young man mentioned that the repair of the anti-aircraft artifact was going smoothly. The protagonist knew that wasn't why he'd come there. Ash waved to the girl, telling her that her beloved prince was here. Lily looked at him, wondering if she would have to fight this time too. The young man raised a finger, asking where they would be without her, wondering what they could possibly be bothered with when she survived every battle and every siege. The girl lowered her head and asked why she was born a mage. Ash exclaimed, seeing tears. He began asking if she was really crying, begging her not to, and apologized for it, mentioning that he would still have to put him on the front lines. Lily trembled, saying she had a request, and the boy said he was listening. The girls spoke of what would happen if new young mages joined them. She closed her eyes, gesturing to the wizards as she spoke of sending them all to her. A tall tower was shown, and Lily shared what she knew. They couldn't do without it, because she was a mage, but not all-powerful. She hadn't had a good teacher in the ivory tower, and she had learned everything herself. The girl grabbed the boy's hand, exclaiming that if more talented and capable mages appeared in the future, they should come and he would help them get used to it, and then the girl would only have to do paperwork. The mages looked at her from behind, laughing, saying she didn't want self-produced prodigies looking down on her. Lily clenched her fists, asking to be appointed head of the group when they arrived, and even if she couldn't walk, even if she wasn't as talented, she wanted to be respected. Ash thrust his fist forward, responding to what he understood. Lily. He assured her that no one would dare look down on her, just let them try, and the young man would deal with them. The protagonist placed his hand on the back of the chair, saying that she hadn't thought he'd refuse such a request. Ash, their beloved battle mage, explained that as long as she didn't ask for resignation, she could demand whatever she wanted. The girl closed her eyes and said that that was all she needed, that she wouldn't run away, that he shouldn't worry, and that she was where she belonged. The protagonist placed his finger to his temple, thanked Lily, and explained that he'd have to ask the mage Ikis to treat Lily with respect. Clouds were gathering in the sky. In pitch darkness, the carriage approached the house, and the young man explained that, having finished his business, he had finally returned to his estate. He gazed thoughtfully at the system window, musing that the main problem was that their main force, Jupiter, was currently unable to fight. 2 cards with the injured characters were shown, and about the additional squad number 1, the young man discussed how he now had an additional squad, and that his main squad was quite decent. He wondered how they could defend themselves most effectively this time. He ran through his head, thinking about strategies and combinations. A gemstone flashed on his neck. A bright light erupted from the carriage. The young man's eyes widened, wondering what this was, pondering the dark event. The player grabbed a piece on the chessboard, declaring that this was some damned misfortune someone had bestowed upon him to ruin the game. The young man reflected on how, at least to know in advance, a notification about a dark event had popped up this time, stating that the wave would arrive with an additional boss. Ash looked at the enemy information, realizing there were now 2 of them, and that it turned out there could be 2 bosses. The young man bowed his head in despair, pushing away the thought that the Gargoyle army boss was already a difficult opponent, and there were 2 more. The hero silently stared ahead, musing on the need to think positively. He raised his hands near the 2 crates, thinking about how he could loot twice as many items from each boss, and double the experience, a double win, after all. The prince sat at the computer, explaining tactics for fighting 2 bosses, and even then, this is common in the second half of the game, so he has experience with it. A mustachioed man was shown, explaining that Nietzsche's words, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger," were absolutely true in any RPG. Ash placed his hand on his face, wondering if they could at least throw surprises at him, suggesting they send their bosses and powerful enemies. The castle was depicted in the dark, when the hero was thinking that he would chew them all up and spit them out anyway, and would happily get tons of experience and cool things from them, but they would return to their hell with nothing. The prince clenched his fist, thinking about how he would make them regret making him stronger with obstacles that couldn't kill him. Clouds hid the full moon, overlooking the estate. A cry could be heard for them to attack, as there was enough for everyone. The carriage was heading toward the house, the smell of rain was mentioned, and news of approaching creatures arrived. Houses near the wall were shown. A young man described how preparations for the siege had gone smoothly. Lily screamed in horror when the boy suggested it was a mistake. The hero looked at the scene questioningly, wondering if there had been a snag after all. Ash and Godhunt watched the girl leave behind tire tracks. The protagonist, looking ahead, dumbfounded, wondering what that meant. Prince Ash, looking ahead in confusion, wisely remarked to himself that she herself had asked him to bring the newcomers to greet her, which was why he had brought Godhunt along. Lily, grabbing the gentleman by the cloak, exclaimed, "Can His Highness be distracted for a second?" Lily, peering suspiciously into the protagonist's face, cautiously asked if this newcomer from the supplementary squad was an elf. The protagonist noted with satisfaction that she was paying attention and that he was indeed an elf. Lily, her eyes widening darkly at the unpleasant memories, remained perplexed. Prince Ash asked, perplexed, what was wrong and what had happened. The girl, looking down gloomily, gravely asked if His Highness knew how she had acquired the ability of fiery skin. The protagonist, looking at his friend, excitedly replied that, of course, he knew that goblins had broken into her village and finding herself on the brink of death, she had awakened this skill. Lily, gloomily crossing her trembling hands, bitterly agreed that yes, that was true, and asked him who he thought had allowed the goblins to infiltrate their village. Looking painfully into the protagonist's face, Lily bitterly revealed that it was the elven servants of their family. An image of black-haired elves in the forest appeared, and the girl nostalgically recounted how they had taken pity on and sheltered an elven family hunted by slave traders, even giving them an entire house. An image of a house for refugee elves appeared, and the heroine continued that in exchange, the elves served them for a whole year, and they provided them with everything they needed. But then the unexpected happened. A mob of goblins rushed into the human village, and Lily tragically recounted that after just 1 year, the elves decided they were thirsty for revenge against the human race, so they opened the gates of their village and brought a pack of goblins. The buildings in the girl's memory were ablaze, and she sadly said that the village had burned down. A little red-haired girl cried beside her dead parents, and Lily added tragically that her parents had been hacked to death, leaving her all alone. Lily, turning away from the protagonist gravely, worriedly declared that no matter how well he treated them, elves would always hate humans. Lily, insistently repeating the important warning, forcefully reiterated that no matter how well he treated them, elves would always hate humans. The girl, turning her head to the side, frankly explained that, simply put, he could be betrayed at any moment, and she was worried about him. A green-haired goblin stood nearby, and the girl firmly warned him that, no matter what he'd hired them for, he shouldn't trust them. They could easily destroy their fort, just like they had her village. Prince Ash, looking thoughtfully into the distance, carefully asked if Lily hated elves. Lily, angrily clutching the hem of her dress, frankly replied that she hated them as much as she feared blades, and the protagonist gently asked if she really hated even those who had done her no harm. The girl, looking unsteadily at the floor, wisely concluded that she thought it was a matter of innate hatred for each other. She couldn't bring herself to feel warmth for them, and she assumed they felt the same. An image of the heroes' battle appeared. The goblins were rushing into the village. The village had burned, and Lily soberly acknowledged that this was the reality engendered by the continent's long history. An elf was tying ropes on the deck. A goblin walked off. A little girl was crying. Godhint, politely approaching the heroes, politely apologized. The protagonist, looking fearfully at the elf who had quietly approached, exclaimed in shock when he had managed to get here. Godhint, bowing politely to the protagonist and his friend, honestly explained that, firstly, he apologized. He had been an undercover agent for a long time and had accidentally overheard their conversation. Ash, looking at the elf in surprise, asked in confusion if he had really heard everything, to which the elf apologetically admitted that he was truly ashamed, but yes, he had heard everything. Lily stared ahead at the elf, dumbfounded, and the protagonist noticed that the closer Godhint approached, the paler Lily's face grew. She truly detested elves. Godhint, politely approaching the girl, respectfully stated that he had something he wanted to say, and she anxiously asked what it was. Godhint, looking her honestly in the eyes, humbly explained that he had no right to ask her forgiveness, as even if he apologized, her wounds would not heal. The girl glanced sheepishly at the elf, and he sadly added that the same was true of the emotions she felt for their entire race. An image of knights preparing for battle appeared, and Godhint matter-of-factly remarked that, Miss Lily, they were at war now, and that even before his country fell, elves and humans had always fought off monster raids together. An image of rocks in the sea appeared, and the elf stated matter-of-factly that for now they had a common enemy. Godhint, looking at his interlocutor with a reasonable expression, wisely suggested that, in his opinion, they should put aside personal animosity and continue fighting side by side under His Highness's command. The protagonist analytically noted that the elf's words were the embodiment of reason and logic, and the hero tensely added that, however, the girl had not made any concessions. Lily, furrowing her brows, categorically declared that she would never trust the elves again. The elf stood before the girl, perplexed, and she shrewdly remarked that she knew he was the same, the only difference being that he hated humans, hated them for winning the war and enslaving his race. Godhint meekly watched Lily. The girl, looking angrily up at her opponent, bitterly stated that they had fought so much, and then oppressed the losers for just as long, until one side died out, at least the mutual hatred would remain. Lily, looking away with concern, added anxiously that she was sure the other soldiers would also be uneasy about the elves at the front. The red-haired heroine, looking resolutely at the protagonist, insisted that hiring them had been a mistake and urged His Highness to reconsider. Prince Ash, looking at the girl in surprise, asked in bewilderment, even if it meant she would have to remain on the front lines, and she resolutely exclaimed that it was better that way. The heroine raised her hand to her chest and declared that it was better than fighting alongside the elves, and better to go to the front lines. The hero worriedly thought he couldn't even believe she was saying that. After all, she was constantly begging him to resign. An image of the protagonist's memory appeared, showing Lucas screaming furiously, and the hero worriedly reflected that Lucas had also been a little nervous about the elves, and most of the soldiers would likely feel the same way as Lily, and he puzzledly asked himself what he should do. Godhint, looking calmly at the girl, frankly agreed that he would tell her honestly that Miss Lily was right. They really did dislike humans. The girl frowned angrily, and the hero pragmatically asked how that changed the current situation. An image of the guards appeared, and the hero grimly explained that their country had fallen, that this was the reality, and their kind lived under the oppression of humans. The elf, shaking his head tragically, continued hopelessly that the lives of their squad, and indeed their entire race, were in the hands of the Empire and His Highness. Without the Empire's mercy, they would have long since died out. Showing the artifact around his neck, the hero added practically that even if they harbored any devious thoughts, His Highness could crush them with a single movement. Godhunt, looking thoughtfully down, remained gravely silent. An image of a multitude of green-haired elves appeared, and Godhunt frankly admitted that all he wished was for his squad to survive just one more day and live even a little better than the last, humbly concluding that that was all he needed. The girl sat in her chair, and the hero understandingly suggested that he thought she felt the same way. The girl folded her hands in her lap, and the hero carefully asked if she worked here, despite her condition, to protect those dear to her. An image of a human and an elf appeared, and Godhunt wisely concluded that humans and elves might not get along, but as long as they shared a common enemy, they were obligated to unite to protect those they held dear. Godhunt, calmly looking at the girl in the chair, asked earnestly if there were any other reasons to fight together. Lily, reluctantly turning her head, tentatively agreed that they could fight monsters together, but she would still never forgive his race. Godhunt, calmly lowering his gaze to the floor, understandingly replied that it was her right. He was already accustomed to it. Lily, looking sternly at the protagonist, categorically clarified that it was only for one siege, and that they would only fight together for that siege. The girl cast a decisive glance at the protagonist and firmly warned that if their squad remained here, she would leave the battlefield. Lily, wearily pulling away from the heroes in a wheelchair, wearily declared that it was time for her to rest, and the protagonist warmly reflected that the Lily he knew was a good person. The heroine laughed cheerfully, and Ash respectfully reflected that she was sensitive, compassionate, and even willing to sacrifice herself for the greater good. The girl rode off into the distance, and the boy was amazed to note that he hadn't even thought Lily was capable of such open hatred. Prince Ash, looking ahead analytically, seriously concluded that her hatred was strong, much deeper than he had imagined, and that these feelings were further reinforced by personal negative experiences. Prince Ash, guiltily placing a hand on the elf's shoulder, sympathetically said that he had brought him here to introduce him, but instead she had been yelled at, and Godhunt philosophically replied that everything was fine, this was a common occurrence, and that Miss Lily was actually still holding back. Prince Ash, worriedly scratching his chin, worriedly considered that the problem was probably far more serious than he thought, and the elf sincerely remarked that he was an interesting man. The elf stood in the darkness, and the hero explained frankly that even from people who treated them well, they still sensed a biased attitude, a wariness in the air they couldn't hide. Godhunt, looking at the prince in surprise, gratefully added that he didn't emit any such wariness, which was why he said the prince was interesting, and he was grateful for it. Prince Ash, smiling cheerfully, honestly thought that he was simply from another world. On Earth, he was just an ordinary, narrow-minded citizen. The sun shone brightly through the door, and the hero solicitously advised that even if others were wary of them and expressed anger, there was no need to worry about them. Godhunt, looking resolutely at the protagonist, firmly promised that they would still devote themselves to the battle for the castle and prove their usefulness. Prince Ash looked confidently at his interlocutor and optimistically remarked that it would be excellent if the main and auxiliary squads had a good relationship. An image of old houses appeared, and the boy added worriedly that sparks were making him nervous even before the battle began, seriously considering that resolving internal conflicts was also part of a battle commander's duties. The game system appeared on screen and informatively indicated that Auxiliary Squad Number 1 was Body Backer level 29, Godhunt SR level 35, Skellen level 25, Old Gaul level 28, and Bonus SR level 22. Ash commandingly stated that it had already been decided that they would participate in the defense as auxiliary squads. The house's windows were dimly lit, and the hero announced matter-of-factly that there were 3 days left until the battle with the monsters. He offered to bring all of the items in, to which Lucas meekly agreed. Godhunt, curiously examining the items, asked inquisitively what they were. Prince Ash, solemnly holding up the new equipment, formally announced that from now on they would wear this uniform. The elves, joyfully throwing up their hands, exclaimed enthusiastically that it was clothing, and he would indeed provide them with everything. Prince Ash, looking at the heroes with bewilderment, matter-of-factly explained that it was the military uniform worn by all the local soldiers, and analytically remarked to himself that he had thought long and hard about how to unite them. An image of the game's system appeared, and Ash practically concluded that there were, of course, many ways, but the simplest was to dress them in a single uniform. He added informatively that the uniform's color and production also contributed to team spirit. An image of in-game coins appeared, and the hero frankly admitted that it was certainly not a cheap pleasure, since the entire army needed to be clothed, but it was quite effective. An image of the protagonist's conversation with the mustachioed Sarek appeared, and the hero enthusiastically explained that, therefore, he decided to create a special uniform for soldiers fighting monsters. An image of a military vest appeared, and the hero artistically added that, in his personal opinion, a military uniform should look cool. The heroes showed off their new military uniforms, and the protagonist stylishly continued that they should conform to the canons of fashion, so that they could be proudly worn in any situation, and inspiredly concluded that they should be such that people would want to join them just to wear them. The hero jumped happily, and the protagonist happily stated that the new uniform for the soldiers was enthusiastically supported by Ader. Even Evangeline, who lived in the city, said it was quite beautiful, and the locals should also receive it well. Prince Ash, glancing cautiously at his comrades, suggested practically that he thought they should conceal their identities with hooded cloaks. The heroes pulled the hoods up, and the prince remarked contentedly that they looked great. The window of the house was brightly lit. Prince Ash, looking at the old unit, announced commandingly that from now on they were no longer the 8th Squad of the Icky's Counterintelligence Corps. To them, they were dead. He then proclaimed in an epic tone that they were now the Special Forces unit of 3rd Prince Ash von Hyder Everblack. The elves stood in a row, and the hero cryptically announced that they were now a Shadow Squad, adding that they were death row prisoners, officially supposed to have been executed by now. The elves vanished, and the protagonist explained that they needed new identities anyway, so continuing to refer to them as the Icky's Squad would be problematic. It would be a shot in the dark, but he decided to simply change their name for now. The green-haired girl looked ahead. The elf looked into the distance. The heroes stared ahead. The girl looked into the distance. The character peered ahead, and the protagonist commandingly declared, "Excellent, this is now his personal Shadow Squad." Prince Ash, arms crossed with inspiration, loudly declared that it was time to hunt monsters. Monsters flew across the sky, and the protagonist explained that 4 days later, the day of the siege arrived, the sky turned black due to the monsters advancing toward them. Prince Ash, turning decisively to the assembled warriors, commandingly declared that since everyone was here, they would begin. Prince Ash methodically raised his hand to the board and continued matter-of-factly that they would first go over the basic battle strategy. The knight raised his sword and shouted that they were advancing. The protagonist and his companion stood atop their fortress. A game notification appeared, identifying all of the heroes' enemies. The protagonist looked ahead and sternly declared that he had been expecting them. Lucas watched the enemies with confusion and remarked that rain could affect the battle. The clouds thickened, and Ash worriedly noted that he didn't think this was good news for them. Prince Ash, looking philosophically ahead, stoically stated that it didn't matter whether it was rain or snow. The monsters charged forward, and the hero firmly proclaimed that their mission and goal, to kill monsters and protect humans, would not change. A red banner fluttered from the fortress, and the protagonist commandingly shouted for everyone to listen. The knights turned to their commander-in-chief, who enthusiastically declared that his speech would be brief. They would kill these creatures and celebrate. Prince Ash, looking optimistically at his comrades, added lightheartedly that they would then go to sleep peacefully. The fortress stood beneath dark clouds. Prince Ash, giving an authoritarian battle order, growled commandingly for everyone to stand at the ready. The soldiers, preparing for battle, resolutely took up their positions. Numerous cannons were visible on the fortress walls. Prince Ash, looking decisively into the distance, shouted loudly for them to open fire. The gunners fired a cannon. The hero desperately raised his hand and shouted for the warriors to open fire. The cannons fired at the enemies. Cannonballs flew at the monsters. A pillar of fire flew over the fortress. Smoke billowed from the cannon barrel. The gunners looked to the sky. The protagonist lowered his binoculars in confusion. The orcs were approaching the fortress, and the hero cried out in panic that their attacks were ineffective. The monsters' eyes blazed with fire, and it shouted that they were advancing. Prince Ash, looking resolutely at the warriors, confidently ordered them to hold their formation, not to worry about it, and just keep firing. A fiery shot flew over the monsters, and Ash resolutely repeated that they had to fire, and keep firing. Lucas, looking at his commander in bewilderment, asked what about the death zone, and Ash replied affirmatively that it was. The boy pointed out that this time the monsters were gargoyles, who could fly, so walls and barricades wouldn't work. Prince Ash, looking confidently at his comrade, honestly admitted that Lucas was right. There was no way to create a death zone on the ground. The prince, outlining the plan on the board, ingeniously announced that they would create one right in the sky. The heroes stared ahead in shock, and the young man strategically explained that they would fire cannons and ballistas incessantly to create a fiery web and a wall of projectiles and fire in the sky. Prince Ash, outlining the situation on the board with diagrams, analytically added that gargoyles were magical creatures of stone and steel, highly resistant to physical attacks, and frankly stated that no matter how powerful their firewall, killing them would be difficult. The prince, slyly eyeing the board with his plans, strategically explained that they would set a direction, the center of the defensive line, and once the firewall weakened in one spot, that spot would become a lethal zone. The protagonist drew chalk across the board. The protagonist frowned menacingly and shouted at the warriors to maintain their firepower. The soldiers desperately worked the cannons, at first stunned by the enemy's resilience, but they soon calmed down. The cannons fired at the enemies, and the hero added that if the soldiers were given a clear target, they wouldn't flinch. The monsters exploded into pieces, and the protagonist majestically stated that the storm of gunpowder had begun to push back the enemy forces. The monster desperately watched the explosion, and Ash smugly noted that this was exactly what he'd been counting on. The monsters attacked the fortress, and the protagonist wisely explained that whether they inflicted damage or not, pressing them with volleys was a surefire way to win. The orc growled desperately at the heroes. The enemy was torn to pieces, and the hero optimistically added that the coveted kills would eventually come. Prince Ash, clenching his fists triumphantly concluded that high resilience doesn't mean complete invulnerability. Explosions tore apart the antagonists, and the protagonist expertly noted that, albeit slowly, the damage was accumulating and far from insignificant. The game system cheerfully displayed the combat statistics and officially announced the kill count at 35, and the hero contentedly noted that the plan was working. A firestorm erupted over the fortress, and the protagonist energetically exclaimed that they were pushing back the enemy. Prince Ash, looking confidently at the warriors, commandingly ordered them to continue firing and maintain the curtain of fire, and they responded in unison, agreeing to carry out his orders. The cannons fired. The monster bared its teeth, and Ash analytically noted that the army of gargoyles, chaotically surrounding them left and right, had formed into a single line. Only one small gap remained. An overhead view of the fortress appeared, and the protagonist added pointedly that only one small gap remained, and that the gargoyles had begun to gather near the center of the wall, where there were relatively few arrows. Prince Ash, grinning maliciously, sneered contemptuously. "That's it, bastards!" The hero's plan appeared on the board, and he strategized, understanding that they would draw the enemies together in one place. Lucas, looking worriedly at the troop commander, anxiously asked how the prince planned to kill them later if Madame Jupiter couldn't participate, and whether they could defeat them any other way. Prince Ash, eyeing the heroes cautiously, answered honestly that, of course, the plan wasn't entirely foolproof, but there was a way. Prince Ash stood mysteriously before the assembled warriors and cryptically remarked that he couldn't say more, but Lucas understood how gargoyles flew. Demias, raising his hand in response to the obvious question, innocently asked, "Not with wings?" And the protagonist expertly explained that such bulky rocks couldn't be lifted with wings alone, meaning they flew with magic. The prince drew a monster on the board and contentedly agreed that, yes, their wings were imbued with wind magic, asking if there would be a follow-up question. The girl raised her hand, and the hero pedagogically asked what would happen if two magical powers of the same element collided, turning to the senior mage for an answer. Senior Mage Lily, confidently holding her hand up, expertly explained that higher-level magic would absorb lower-level magic, and the protagonist contentedly agreed that this was correct. Prince Ash, glaring at his friend, continued strategically, explaining what it would mean to shoot gargoyles with higher-level wind magic, and dramatically asked what would happen then. Ash, decisively turning away, shouted commandingly for Lily to act now. Lily, looking resolutely at the protagonist, excitedly exclaimed that yes, she would activate the wind artifact. The green orb began to spin, and the heroine mechanically announced that the artifact had been activated. The artifact spun, and the hero explained informatively that this K-rank wind artifact had no special effect, but simply fired powerful wind magic at the target. The opponents began to circle in the sky, and the hero contentedly concluded that this was enough for them. Prince Ash, triumphantly declaring the completion of the manipulation, shouted triumphantly that that was all. The prince drew on the board and explained in detail that if the gargoyles were shot with higher-level wind magic, the wind magic on their wings would dissipate, and they would lose the ability to fly. The gargoyle, confused by the loss of its magical powers, screamed in fear. The monster plummeted, and the hero scornfully remarked that these idiots were very heavy, composed of stone and steel. The opponents plummeted to the ground, and the hero categorically stated that if the gargoyles fell from their height to the ground, they would not survive. The antagonists plummeted, and the protagonist wisely concluded that if the gargoyles targeted the flanks, they would be attacked by artillery, but if they flew toward the center, they would fall. Prince Ash, looking analytically at the sky, noted that they would now observe their reaction, as monsters have a certain behavior pattern. The monster flew menacingly across the sky, and Ash explained in a knowledgeable tone that the gargoyles would use the shortest route to kill the nearest person before losing their ability to fly, and would then use their acceleration to crush the nearest target with their weight. The protagonist looked at the defeated opponents and shouted threateningly that this was the end and they had nowhere to retreat, and he shouted anxiously to Lily, asking how much longer the artifacts would work. Lily, barely looking up from her pocket watch, replied professionally that the first artifact still had 20 seconds left. The protagonist commanded them not to waste a single second and to activate the second artifact as soon as the first expired, and the girl obediently agreed that she understood. The girl held the watch in her hand, and the hero shouted commandingly for Lily to activate the second artifact now. Lily, immediately following the order, promptly activated the second artifact. The enemies landed, and the hero epically stated that the second artifact, combining with the remnants of the first power, instantly erupted into a powerful wind. The monsters crashed into the walls, and the prince analytically added that most of the gargoyles, affected by the magic, fell, but some reached the fort walls. A gargoyle landed on the fortress wall. The monster clung to the fortress. The enemy's shadow loomed over the boy. The monster screamed angrily. The green-haired girl looked ahead. The boy glanced at the enemy. The heroes attacked the enemy. The monster fell down. The boy turned forward and said he was defending the girl's right side. Evangeline, smiling confidently, boldly replied that she promised to defend the right side without a problem. A cannon shot thundered, and the hero matter-of-factly stated that all Crossroads soldiers were currently engaged in maintaining the firewall, so Prince Ash turned to Damien. The prince, turning encouragingly to the sniper, confidentially asked if Damien was ready, to which the boy firmly replied yes. Damien, heroically clutching his weapon, enthusiastically declared that he would do everything in his power, and the protagonist gravely stated that he and his squad would be responsible for repelling the remaining enemies. Prince Ash, raising his hand in satisfaction, declared, "Excellent," and commandingly shouted for the boys to move forward. The heroes marched into battle, and the protagonist solemnly announced that the first defensive squad had entered the fray. The narrator, epically proclaiming the beginning of the decisive battle, dramatically concluded that the main squad had entered the fray. The girl struck her opponent. The hero launched a magic bolt at the enemy. Damien looked ahead. Lucas swung his sword. The boy stepped forward. Lucas, standing not far from the protagonist, analytically stated that the first squad had been destroyed, but there was no need to relax, as this was only the beginning. Fiery flames engulfed the fortress, and the prince expertly explained that the gargoyles had divided into 6 large squads, and so far they had destroyed only about 100 gargoyles, which were only the first part of the monster army. The game system announced that Stage 2 was beginning, and Lucas, standing in the middle of the fortress, shouted that the second squad was approaching. Monsters were crawling along the walls. The hero threw his saber at the enemies. The monster climbed the wall. The monster's fingers remained embedded in the wall. The enemy fell to the ground. Prince Ash, looking down cheerfully, smugly remarked that this was wonderful, honestly adding that he'd actually been training a bit on his own. He hurled his sword at the enemies and complained that the class debuff was making it difficult, as his skills progressed rather slowly, but thanks to his training, he'd managed to gain better control in combat. Enemies fell from the sky, and the hero confidently concluded that if they kept up the good work, they'd easily deal with them. Lily, anxiously turning to the hero, panically announced that the second wind artifact's duration was about to expire. Prince Ash, turning his head in surprise, noted with bewilderment that time was flying too quickly and commandingly ordered Lily to activate the third artifact immediately, to which she obediently responded. Enemies fell to the ground. The hero drew on the board and matter-of-factly explained that this time, 3 wind artifacts would be placed on the castle walls, but there was a problem. Prince Ash, turning to the heroes, asked Lily, practically, how long each artifact lasted and recharged, to which she competently replied that each artifact lasted 5 minutes, with a 15-minute recharge. The prince, his head bowed gravely, worriedly remarked that this was the very flaw he'd mentioned. Prince Ash, drawing on the board, analytically explained that the first artifact would block airspace for 5 minutes, after which it would require 15 minutes to recharge. Even with the next 2 artifacts also lasting 5 minutes, there would still be a 5-minute gap before the first one's next activation. The hero drew on the board. Ash, looking dramatically at his comrades, tensely exclaimed that it was 5 minutes, and solemnly explained that they would have to hold the sky for those 5 minutes, otherwise the monsters would be able to break through. Lily, urgently warning of the approaching critical moment, anxiously cried out that there was only 1 minute left until the wind artifact's deactivation. The girl, looking at the protagonist, solemnly stated that they would have 5 minutes before the artifact's next activation. Prince Ash, looking worriedly at the sky, anxiously asked if they could hold out. The soldiers, panicking as the enemies approached, cried out in fear that the monsters were advancing and they needed to flee. The gargoyles were getting closer. The protagonist turned angrily. Prince Ash, clenching his fists resolutely, shouted commandingly for everyone to pull themselves together. The prince, looking categorically ahead, firmly declared that the question wasn't whether they could hold out, but that they had to hold out, and he would do everything to ensure that. That was precisely why he was here. Prince Ash, standing before his comrades in arms, commandingly shouted for everyone to prepare. Lucas, looking confidently at the protagonist, sensibly asked if they should give the signal to open fire on the area as soon as the artifact deactivated. The warriors loaded their weapons, and the protagonist wisely countered that this would weaken the positions on both flanks, giving the monsters an opportunity to break through, as cannons and ballistas were unsuitable for close combat and should remain the primary means of attack. Prince Ash, decisively clapping his hands, shouted commandingly for everyone to prepare. Ash, looking seriously at the heroes, solemnly announced that the real battle would begin in 5 minutes. The heroes looked ahead, puzzled, and the young man anxiously added that he hoped the experience of previous battles had sufficiently hardened the soldiers to easily withstand the gargoyles. But in a real fight there were too many variables, and anything could happen. Prince Ash meaningfully clutched his whip and began cryptically explaining why he wanted to tell them before the final battle. Prince Ash, suddenly raising his whip, growled shockingly that he would flog them. Lucas, looking at the hero in confusion, exclaimed in confusion that he'd heard right. Prince Ash, categorically showing the heroes the whip, declared that yes, he really was going to spank them all. The system displayed an information table for the Maestro's special effect, and the hero silently considered whether it was time to use the random buff effect. The prince raised the whip and considered spanking the team members to do so, but he couldn't explain the strange mechanism of the wand to them, so he ultimately decided not to. Ash, hastily handing the whip to the boy, urgently ordered that they had little time and should hold out their hands, palms up. The boy anxiously asked what he'd done wrong, meekly adding that he would accept any punishment, as long as the prince explained his offense. Prince Ash, angrily slapping his comrade's hands, growled commandingly for them to stop chatting and hold out their palms, and then they would understand. The game system happily announced the upgrade and officially declared that Lucas had received an advanced buff, having his mana consumption for 3 minutes. Lucas stared in amazement at the magical changes on his hands. The hero looked at his hands in shock and exclaimed enthusiastically. Lucas, looking gratefully at the protagonist, gratefully asked to be spanked more often in the future, and the protagonist awkwardly replied that he would. Evangeline, shrewdly extending her hand, wisely remarked that they looked like perverts, but something good seemed to happen after a spanking. Ash slapped the girl and contentedly remarked that she was very smart, Miss Academy graduate, and she cried out in fear, aware of the pain and burning. The game system formally announced a weak buff and officially declared that Evangeline had received a low-level buff and increased her defense by 10% for 3 minutes. The girl looked away and declared that this was much better. Evangeline raised her hand and asked curiously, confirming that she was indeed feeling much better. She suggested that next time it would be better to strike not the palms, but somewhere less useful in combat. Prince Ash, perplexed, brought the whip closer to her face and curiously asked where he should strike her next, uncomfortably thinking that he really did sound like a pervert. The flag fluttered on the tower, and Evangeline sheepishly exclaimed that he shouldn't ask her about it. Let him think and decide for himself, and the hero understandingly agreed that this was true. Damien, timidly extending his hands, fearfully asked not to be beaten too hard. Prince Ash, perplexed by the boy's strange behavior, wondered what was going on. Prince Ash looked at Damien sympathetically, understandingly musing that he had spent his childhood in an orphanage, where he likely had bad memories of corporal punishment. Prince Ash, clutching a whip, apologetically stated that he was sorry, but Damien needed this buff. The game system triumphantly announced a powerful boost and joyfully announced that Damien had received a high-level buff and unlimited stamina for 3 minutes. The boy looked at his hands in shock. Damien, dazed and jumping with joy, began to express his shocked feelings of being able to do anything, and Ash cheerfully replied that it was wonderful, and that Damien should enjoy the feeling to the fullest, as it would disappear in 3 minutes. Prince Ash, holding his whip in his hand with satisfaction, contentedly stated that everything had gone smoothly, and that the vanguard was now fully prepared. Prince Ash, playfully covering his mouth, playfully called out to Lily, asking how she felt about a spanking. Lily, looking uncertainly at the protagonist, practically replied that no, she didn't think it was necessary. The girl, holding a watch in her hand, announced that the artifact had been deactivated. The protagonist looked up menacingly. The monsters were gliding downwards. The narrator dynamically described the enemy's rapid approach, tensely stating that they were moving quickly. The girl, looking up in panic, cried out in alarm that the monsters were advancing. The enemies were flying toward the heroes. They were lying beneath the wall, and Ash strategically calculated that about half the gargoyles had shattered under the artifact's influence, leaving only 50 monsters remaining. The enemies were approaching the heroes. Prince Ash, looking optimistically at the enemies, confidently remarked that 50 on 5 isn't all that much for an RPG defense. The prince, enthusiastically rolling up his sleeves, heroically proclaimed that they had 5 minutes to change the world, realistically admitting that he still felt a stiffness in his left hand, but that feeling was gradually returning. The enemies were flying toward the hero. The prince, furrowing his brows in inspiration, shouted in a combative tone that they needed to move forward. They were going to kick their asses, and the team unanimously exclaimed their agreement. The enemies were descending on the protagonists. Sabers levitated before the hero, and he solemnly declared that Stage 3 had begun, and the third squad of gargoyles numbered about 50 monsters. The gargoyles landed before the prince, who worriedly added that these gargoyles were much higher level than those in the previous squads. Prince Ash, confidently assessing the enemy, optimistically declared there was nothing to worry about, as they had the advantage. The prince drew his blade and slyly considered that if the going got tough, he could use his trump card and slay the monsters, as he had done in his third battle. Prince Ash, glaring defiantly at the enemies, belligerently shouted for them to attack. Lucas swung at the enemy, and the boy smugly noted that no one had managed to pin them down. Lucas, looking at the commander, anxiously asked if the prince was all right, and the hero reflected with impassion that the 3 team members he had buffed were fighting as if they were monsters themselves. The boy looked away, and Evangeline panicked and screamed that a gargoyle had broken through to the left flank. Lucas, resolutely rushing forward, heroically added that he'd go and sort this out. The hero used his dash skill and ran. The protagonist, watching his friend, dramatically exclaimed, "That's a rocket!" Lucas instantly teleported, and the hero analytically explained that mana consumption was halved for 3 minutes, and this skill, which usually consumes a lot of mana, Lucas could now use frequently and abundantly. The sun began to rise over the fortress. Rays of light grazed the edges of the fortress. The sun was visible over the horizon, and Ash noted with impress that Lucas was able to be both here and there. The prince, admiring Lucas's combat effectiveness, contentedly remarked that he was simply a bomb, not a character, and that had always been the case in the game. Evangeline, glaring defiantly at her opponent, shouted defiantly, drawing the tailed fossil's attention to her. The monster, furiously attacking the girl, roared in defiance. The heroine struck the monster. The girl struck the enemy. The girl began to scream in defiance, and the hero explained that Evangeline's defense had been increased by 10% for 3 minutes, and the buff made her as strong and indestructible as a rock. Arrows pierced enemies, and the protagonist analytically noted that while this duo, Lucas and Evangeline, were dispatching the bulk of the gargoyles, the third hero was mercilessly picking off those who had broken through. An image of Damien's weapon appeared, expertly explaining that the magic rifle is a powerful weapon with high recoil, which is quite difficult for a fragile marksman to counter, which is why, despite his excellent sniper skills, Damien cannot fight in the thick of the enemy. The guy fired at the enemies and specifically stated that the buff lasts for 3 minutes. The guy clutched the weapon in his hand. Damien held the crossbow in his hands, and the hero added that the buff allowed Damien to fire continuously without limitation, without worrying about the heavy recoil. The protagonist looked at the boy in surprise and logically concluded that the buff had made Damien a tireless machine, as the recoil's impact on his health was offset. Ash, thoughtfully observing his fighter, strategically considered whether he should work on Damien's stamina, as he was too good with it. Prince Ash, appraising the whip with satisfaction, smugly stated that this thing was far more useful than he expected. A game image appeared, and the hero analytically considered that in the game, buffs are random and last only 1 turn, while in this reality, his item provided a 3-minute buff. Ash, looking ahead philosophically, wisely concluded that if these 3 minutes had such a profound effect on the battle, it was beyond his wildest dreams, and until he tried it, he wouldn't understand the buff's true value. Lucas attacked the opponents, and the hero noted with satisfaction that with only a few monsters left to destroy, the third squad would be defeated. An arrow aimed at the hero, and Ash shouted his comrade's name. The saber struck the ground. Prince Ash, precisely pointing his hand at the target for the finishing blow, commanded the gargoyles to be lured to a specific location, and the hero obediently responded. Prince Ash, slowly approaching Lily, called her over in a businesslike manner, saying it was time to get back to work. Lily, looking at the protagonist with a puzzled expression, exclaimed in confusion as to why the prince had suddenly remembered her. Prince Ash, approvingly raising his whip, pleasantly noted that she had understood correctly and that before casting his spell, he wanted to crack her. Lily, looking at the whip in fear, anxiously asked why. The sky was covered with clouds, and the girl screamed in pain. Lucas ran, shouting that he had brought enemies. The protagonist pointed at the enemies and yelled for the girl to hit them. The heroine frowned and moaned. The girl raised her fiery hand and yelled why she hadn't retired. The protagonist recoiled, thinking it looked creepy, and asked what buff she had gotten. The girl used the fire cannon skill and commanded the creatures to die. The monsters burned. The enemies writhed in pain. The girl sat tiredly in her chair, and the protagonist thought she was a real fire mage, and that was impressive. The girl raised her sword, after which Evangeline gathered the gargoyles in one place. The girl looked excitedly at the enemies and asked if they were tired. The boy took aim at the enemies and shouted at the girl to raise her shield and use her woodpecker skill. Arrows flew at the enemies, striking the girl's shield. The protagonist looked at the battle in shock, wondering if the boy had calculated the bullet's trajectory and killed everyone with one shot. The boy cheerfully looked into the distance and shouted that he had hit, and the hero thought that, considering his previous skills, this was impressive. The girl raised her weapon and said that she would hit the enemies one last time. The heroine raised her hand and declared that the last gargoyle had been destroyed. The girl stood among the enemy corpses and asked him to do the same next time, and the system announced that Stage 3 had been completed. The hero looked at his comrades and said they had done well. The warriors smiled happily. The orb began to spin, and the heroine announced that the artifact was charged. The girl sat wearily, and the hero thought that even the unborn one was bringing good news. The artifact emitted a magical aura, and the hero ordered it activated. The boy looked at Ash and said he was out of ammo. The protagonist looked up at the sky and thought that Stage 4 had begun, and it was too early to celebrate. Weapons lay on the floor, and the hero assumed the rifles were empty. A sword gleamed in the light, and the hero assumed Lucas's sword was worn out. The shield was battered, and the boy told himself the girl's shield was damaged. The girl was losing her grip on the chair, and the hero thought she hadn't yet recovered. The hero looked worriedly into the distance, and realized he still had a couple of trump cards, as the team members had completed the task and could regain their strength. The protagonist's cloak fluttered in the wind. The hero stood before the elves and shouted that they were a shadow squad. The boy looked ahead and said that it was their turn to fight, and he would join if necessary. The elf bowed before the hero and told him to rest. The girl joyfully looked ahead and shouted that she would finally see their squad in action. Lily sat in the chair. The girl frowned and remained silent. She clenched her fists. The boy shook his head and asked what the atmosphere was, and the protagonist thought he sensed tension between the squads. Damien looked at the hero and asked if he should know about this, to which Ash agreed. Prince Ash, looking diplomatically ahead, calmly advised the boy to simply accept it for now, as he planned to continue using the new team. The heroes looked out over the battlefield, and Ash sensibly explained that it was not strange for the rivalry to arise between the participants, wisely adding that, on the contrary, it would have been strange if they had found common ground from the start. The enemy was approaching. A gargoyle was climbing the wall. Prince Ash, enthusiastically calling the Shadow Squad, shouted commandingly for them to advance. The prince, looking defiantly at the opponents, added with inspiration that the squad should show what they were capable of. The elves began to advance on the enemy. The protagonist placed his hand on the enemy's body. Godhunt, resolutely glaring at the enemies, professionally ordered them to move into battle formation in front of the large monsters. An image appeared showing the composition of the Shadow Squad. The hero mentally noted that the additional Shadow Squad's composition was rather questionable. 2 mages, 3 archers, and that he would never use such a combination in a game. The entire squad stood in a neat row. In this composition, combat power prevails. Without a tank and healer, such a combination would quickly be defeated. The boy touched a fragment of the petrified hand with his fingers. A blue aura emanated from his hand. He said that they would switch to a combat formation against large monsters, but that the 2 mages would act as defenders rather than melee fighters. Stone walls began to appear from the ground. Stone slabs erupted from the ground in front of the Shadow Squad. If they had the ability to provide support to their allies, then such a combination would be acceptable. An image appeared showing the squad members' stats. Moreover, in this composition, they had an incredible buff, obtained through this strange combination. Ash stared ahead with glassy eyes, indifferent. Moreover, they were skilled warriors, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy the enemy with their firepower. Godhunt stood behind Bodyback, ordering her to restrain the enemy and point a target, which she affirmatively acknowledged. The boy turned to look at the rest of the squad. They abruptly ran to occupy their positions, and the green-haired boy ordered the other 3 to fire. Scal drew back his bow. The girl aimed her crossbow in her left hand. A wooden stand fell to the ground. A huge artillery mount stood before the girl. A monster with glowing red eyes opened its mouth wide and roared. A group of monsters rushed to attack the squad. A large number of steels flew at the enemy, aiming for destruction. The gargoyle covered itself with its forearm to protect itself from the arrows. Godhunt looked at them and said that they apparently couldn't be defeated with regular arrows, adding that he was granting permission to use skills. Scal galloped up at medium range, Old Gold at short range, and Bonus at maximum range. Scal looked ahead at his target. Old Gold narrowed her eyes slightly. Bonus looked ahead and said that permission to use skills had been accepted. The green-haired girl drew her bow. An arrow flew across the battlefield with lightning speed. It struck the monster's head from a great distance. The arrowhead split the beast's skull. Ash looked at the Shadow Squad warrior's attack in surprise and said that she was a good sniper, hitting it right in the head, and thought that was why she was called Scal. Bodyback braced her left foot on the concrete barrier. The girl deftly jumped away from the obstacle and said that they would see how tough these guys were. The gargoyle raised her weapon. A Shadow Squad fighter instantly slipped past the monster. The girl aimed her crossbows at the enemy's back. Shells flew from both weapons, hitting the enemy. 4 arrows hit the monster's back. Bodyback looked at them and said they were quite strong, and that she had no arrows left. The girl jumped away from the monster, adding that nothing could be done, and asked Bonus to cover her. The warrior launched an attack from the artillery unit. The fighter looked at his comrade and told her to duck. Numerous shells flew at the enemies. Flaming arrows rushed toward the gargoyles. The shells exploded on contact with the monsters. Bonus has a passive skill that imbues the fired shells with explosive magical properties. The protagonist looked with pride at his subordinate's magnificent attack and thought it was perfect for mob hunting, which is why I immediately noticed it. 2 monsters burst forth from the burning area. One of the 2 gargoyles was stopped in midair by an unknown force. Bodyback extended her hand in front of her and motioned for him to slow down for now. An aura erupted from her hand. The monster, under the onslaught of her power, was thrown back several dozen meters. The gargoyle extended its clawed fingers to attack. Godhunt instantly dodged the monster's attack. He pressed his palm against the monster's torso. The defeated monster shattered upon impact. Gargoyles, it was simple, pebbles in the hands of a god, 4 gargoyles destroyed in one fell swoop. Ash and Damien watched the battlefield closely. The younger asked, "Ash, these guys are considered mere archers." The protagonist turned to his comrade standing next to him, who added that it was amazing. If he also improved his sniper skills, he would be even more useful to His Highness. The young man replied that there were no half measures in the fight against monsters, and that everyone made a contribution. The black-haired man smiled at his companion and added that he was irreplaceable, and that he had already accomplished much, so he shouldn't worry. Damien looked at Ash with puppy eyes and said that he was his prince. Damien wouldn't be able to acquire the same shooting skills anyway, so it would be better if he put his existing ones to good use. 3 warriors from the Shadow Squad demonstrated their combat skills. The Shadow Squad had handled the defense much better than he thought. An image of the wind artifact appeared, and thanks to it, by the time the 3rd wind artifact activated, they managed to destroy the 5th squad of gargoyles. The protagonist stood calmly in the rear, thinking that everything had gone smoothly so far. Arrows exploded in the sky near hordes of monsters, the boy added. Still, the commander looked down at his tablet and noted that the boss information had updated. An image appeared describing the stats of various monsters, and Ash asked, "What the heck?" He looked up at the sky and realized that this stat only updated after a boss appeared on the field. The black-haired boy calmly looked up at the battle against the gargoyles and added that they were nowhere to be seen. An unknown, colossal object was rapidly falling from the sky. The protagonist's eyes widened in dismay and thought, "This can't be happening." He gritted his teeth in surprise. A huge gargoyle boss fell from the sky onto the battlefield, and the commander ordered everyone to prepare, as the boss was approaching from above. 3 warriors of the Shadow Squad looked up. The shockwave from the monster's landing knocked the fighters off their feet. The girl closed her eyes in pain. Scalp fell from the impact. Bodyback stood in the distance before the gargoyle boss. The monster dug its claws into the ground. Its movements raised dust in the air. The monster straightened its shoulders and growled, "The leader of the Gargoyle Legion." Ash looked at it and shouted that it was the leader of the Gargoyle Legion. The girl looked at him in fear and said he was huge. The arrows fired from Bodyback's crossbows ricocheted off the monster's armor. The boss Morgenstern flew straight at the girl. The leader of the Gargoyle Legion hit the girl with its weapon. Fresh blood streamed down her face. Lucas looked at her and shouted for them to hold on. They were already coming. The boy with blonde hair turned to Ash, who said there should be another one. This time, due to a dark event in the game, there are 2 bosses, meaning there must be another one somewhere nearby. Another leader of the Gargoyle Legion fell from the sky. Ash turned his head to the side and silently wondered where he was, what he was waiting for. A huge monster was flying straight at the wind-blown artifacts. The protagonist said, "Damn it, artifacts!" He looked at them and shouted at Lily to get away. The girl in the wheelchair turned at Ash's cry. A monster fell from the sky before her. She trembled with fear. The eyes of the gargoyle leader glowed with a bright red light. The girl's watch and wheelchair shattered into tiny pieces. The enormous monster looked down in confusion. Ash looked at it and noted that it was there. An information window appeared, stating that the fire skin skill had been activated. Lily was engulfed in flames, and the protagonist noted that thanks to her passive skill, she was unharmed. In a fit of anger, the gargoyle boss swung his enormous mace. The boy added that even Lily couldn't deflect a magical attack. The protagonist pointed his arm in Bodyback's direction and commanded her to help Lily, who responded affirmatively. She held her hand out in front of her, palm open. Lily, completely shocked by Bodyback's magical powers, was thrown back from the monster. Ash turned to Godhunt and ordered him to catch her. The battered Shadow Squad warrior rushed to the girl's rescue and said he had her. He held Lily in a tight embrace. They instantly scurried for cover. The green-haired boy looked at the girl and asked if she was okay. She turned away from him, embarrassed, and said she was perfectly fine. Ash looked at Bodyback and told her to tend to her fighters for now, and she replied that she would do so. 2 of the girl's comrades soared high above the ground, spurred by her magical powers. Ash's 3 closest comrades armed themselves, and the boy announced that the main team was on their way out. Everyone prepare for battle. 2 Gargoyle Legion leaders approached the fighters. Boss monsters behaved slightly differently from regular gargoyles. They were much smarter and far more vicious, eliminating the most dangerous opponents first. For this reason, archers and artifacts were the first to suffer the treacherous attack. An image of Ash's memories from the battlefield appeared. Even now, on the fortress walls, they would try to destroy not the tanks, but the damage dealers first. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that this included him, then added that they would definitely try to kill him, a weak but important commander on the battlefield. Lucas turned to the commander and said that 2 bosses were certainly a huge problem, and asked what to do with the remaining gargoyles. Fiery projectiles exploded in the sky near the gargoyles. The 6th wave of the Gargoyle Legion, the final, 6th squad. The fragments of the wind artifact lay near its base. They had no trouble breaching the defenses, as the wind artifacts had been completely destroyed, leaving the center undefended. Ash looked up at the flying monsters and said he knew how to deal with the 6th Gargoyle squad, adding that they should leave it to him. The man in iron armor looked at him and replied that he would obey, instantly and unquestioningly. That's how much he trusted him. Godhunt knelt beside Lily, who lay on the ground, and said he'd brought the girl out. Ash responded that it was excellent work, adding that Lily would have to handle the matter personally. The man stood next to the girl and asked her what was happening with the remaining artifacts, whether she could launch them. She replied that she could, and as he'd requested, she'd place them in various locations so they could be used in a pinch. A large artifact hovered near the 2 mages. From the very beginning, backup artifacts had been planted in various locations just in case. Fortunately, our alchemists had managed to relocate and operate remotely, which allowed them to avoid losses. The protagonist placed his hand over his heart and ordered the girl to immediately begin activating the artifact. It was a magical amplifier, and he was the target. Lily lay on the ground and said she understood, but her legs were damaged. She couldn't walk. The girl shook her head frantically. Ash ordered Godhunt to take her to the artifacts. She asked what that lout was up to again. The commander glared at her and said that now was not the time for whims, that there was a war going on, and that she should pull herself together. The girl looked at him guiltily and apologized. The elf picked the girl up, and the man ordered them to leave immediately. They didn't have time. Lucas and Evangeline stood before him. He ordered them to hold out until the artifact was activated. The blond boy raised his hand and said to leave it to him, saying he needed an hour. Then he added, "No, he'll buy them 12 hours. The girl looked at Ash and said she thought they'd have finished them all off by then. The protagonist placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and said the gargoyle boss was a very strong opponent. The boy looked at the two fighters and added that he wasn't like the ones they'd fought before, and that they had to remain vigilant and not let their guard down for a second. Evangeline replied that she was absolutely right, and the boy replied that he'd keep that in mind. Two of Ash's warriors abruptly charged into battle with the monsters. Ash turned to Damien and asked how much ammo he had left. The boy replied that he had 6 for each Cerberus, making 18 in total. The commander asked if that would be enough. The boy's eyes lit up. A huge gargoyle boss stood in the distance. Damien replied that the boss's armor and helmets were a serious problem, and that they appeared to have magical protection. Ash replied that they did. An image appeared showing a pixelated leader of a gargoyle legion waving his arms. Gargoyle leaders wear armor with magical protection, and their bodies also have high physical defense. They'd have to use an unconventional approach to increase it to pure armor. Ash looked ahead. After a physical attack destroyed the magical armor, the boss could be hit with magic. The gargoyle boss's eyes glowed a bright red, but that was easier said than done. It would take time, and naturally, bosses wouldn't stand by and wait. Damien pulled out his pistol, the Cerberus, a magical weapon shaped like a pistol, but its range was shorter than other magical weapons. Ash looked at the boy holding his pistol and thought that first, he needed to focus on rebuilding the team, as Damien himself wasn't suited for close combat. The protagonist looked at Bodyback and asked about the soldier's condition. 3 Shadow Squad warriors lay before the girl, and she replied that most had injuries of varying severity, their weapons also damaged. The boy looked up at the commander, who told him to provide first aid to the Shadow Squad. Damien's mouth dropped open in joy, perking up when he heard he could work as a healer, so predictable. The green-haired girl was kneeling. Ash said that while Damien healed her comrades, she should search for weapons for them, and that he would need their firepower. Clouds drifted across the sky. Raindrops smashed onto the ground. The walls of the fortress were soaked by the pouring rain. The protagonist raised his hand and thought, today, even the weather was against them, incredible. The leader of the Gargoyle Legion stood at a distance from the squad. Both bosses charged, and the 2 gargoyle chieftains charged simultaneously. Shards of the fortress wall lay in a puddle. With every step they took, the walls shook. They looked quite heavy. Lucas and Evangeline stood in the pouring rain. The girl told them to attack. Ash stood impassively in the rain. 2 chieftains advanced relentlessly toward them. The young man with black hair thought he was counting on them. The bosses suddenly charged toward the warriors. The battle pair also rushed into battle. Morgenstern and Mace flew at the fighters. Under tremendous pressure, they held off the gargoyles' attacks. The young man and the 2 abruptly leaped back from their enemies. Evangeline's mouth dropped open in shock and she said he had left a dent in her shield. Lucas remarked that they were strong. An image of the pixelated gargoyle chieftain appeared. This was definitely going to be a challenge. Instead of the standard single boss, we had 2 identical ones. The boss stood in the rain. Lucas dodged the boss's devastating attacks. Lucas and Evangeline, 2 of the best tanks in the game, finally. Lily knelt in front of the artifact and announced that the magic amplifier artifact was ready for use, the moment I'd been waiting for. The artifact glowed brightly, and Ash replied, "Excellent," and that they should activate it immediately. The girl said yes. The magic amplifier artifact had been activated. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that the magical effectiveness for one target character had been increased by 100%, and that he was the target. He looked at his hand with enthusiasm and said, "So that's what it feels like," and thought, "I just feel like I'm capable of anything." An information window appeared describing Ash's skill. A boy stood in the rain, staring at his hand. The monster's eyes glowed golden, and the display announced that the target had been acquired. Rays of sunlight played in the boy's eyes, telling him to kill his comrade. He suddenly clutched his mouth and noted that at that very moment, all magic left his body. An information board appeared, describing the battle's stats. The image appeared. Ash remembered from previous battles. He thought that as a species, gargoyles have low magic defense, meaning they are vulnerable to almost any magic. Ash looked ahead and added that, in other words, they have low resistance to mind control. Blood trickled down the boy's fingers from his nose. He noted that if he used a magic booster, it would double his magical stats for a single use. The gargoyle boss's eyes glowed blue, and the window announced success, complete control. The protagonist raised his fist in an enthusiastic gesture and declared that this was his game, the Damned Abyss. A blue aura emanated from the monster's eyes. The subordinate gargoyle chieftain struck his kin with a mace, and the boy said, "Happy flying!" Shards of the gargoyle's armor flew down. Lucas and Evangeline watched in shock as the chieftain struck another, and the girl asked what they were doing. The eyes of the Gargoyle Legion leader glowed blood red. Ash noted that monsters do not forgive betrayal. The monster struck another in the back, and the boy added that the gargoyle chieftains were now swinging their maces furiously, fighting each other. The second monster attacked in response, and they coldly attacked, striking blow after blow with the power of siege weapons. But even identical-looking creatures have their differences. The boss grabbed the other one. He threw it with all his might into a crowd of other monsters. The shockwaves sent gargoyles tumbling off the wall of the stone fortress. Ash noted that it was a perfect landing on the 6th gargoyle squad. The defeated gargoyle boss lay on the ground in the dust. The boy added that he'd been racking his brains for a long time trying to lure them there, and it seemed to have worked. One less worry. The fallen monster suddenly rose. The smaller gargoyles stared at him, mouths agape. They immediately attacked the leader, who had just risen. The protagonist thought a fight had broken out between the monsters, the gargoyles grappling, eager to finish each other off. The second gargoyle boss looked at the first, standing in the rain. The protagonist noted that the second gargoyle leader was on his side, having recovered from his fall. Ash looked at the gargoyles fighting and declared, "This one's ours." Lucas and Evangeline stood directly in front of the leader of the Gargoyle Legion. They held their weapons in hand, and the boy noted that the plan was simple. While the crazed gargoyle was beating the crap out of its subordinates, they would clean the altar for the second boss. The boy looked at his comrades with amusement, and asked if they were feeling any better. Lucas looked at him, and replied that he'd say it was doubly so. The girl also looked at the commander, and said they were going to have some fun now. A red haze emanated from the gargoyle's eyes. The fighters deftly dodged the monster's attacks, and the boy noted that with the number of bosses reduced to 1, defending themselves had become easier. The boy and girl gritted their teeth as they spun, and Ash thought the knights still couldn't do much harm to him. Ash also gritted his teeth and added that they needed to somehow remove his armor, otherwise his knights would just continue to fend off this monster together, and he wondered how to do it. His cloak fluttered in the wind. All members of the Shadow Squad knelt before the commander. Godhunt said they were ready for battle, and the boy asked in surprise that they were already ready. The boy stood in the rain and added, "What about their wounds?" They had already healed. The elf lowered his closed eyes and replied that Damien had completely healed them, and they were ready to fight. The protagonist noted that their weapons were damaged. Drops of water fell from the crossbow, and the girl replied that it would be enough for a couple of attacks. Godhunt looked at Ash and said that with their magic, it was possible, and the boy remarked that it had hit. A warrior of the Shadow Squad drew his bowstring back at the enemy. The artillery shells ignited. The arrows, under the influence of Godhunt's powers, soared into the sky, and he told Bodyback that they were also in action. The girl extended her hand in front of her. The entire Shadow Squad launched an attack at the gargoyle. Huge chunks of his armor broke off, and the boy said that was excellent, and that they would destroy it piece by piece. Ash watched the battle calmly, thinking that while the main squad's knights held the boss back, the Shadow Squad dealt damage with physical attacks, and then they destroyed his pure armor with magic. Drops of rain fell from the clouds, and the commander noted that something could still go wrong at any moment. The gargoyle boss swung his mace. Evangeline gaped and said she'd cover him. The girl's foot slipped on the wet ground, and the window informed her that the clumsiness skill had been activated. Evangeline gaped in shock. The gargoyle boss raised his mace. Ash looked at him and called out to the girl. The girl lay on the wet ground and said she'd used too much mana. She clenched her teeth in tension. The guy noted that, fortunately, Evangeline's shield was quite strong, but if they kept this up, chunks of stone broke off the wall. Evangeline was falling into the abyss. Lucas's hand reached for her. The guy was holding the girl by her cloak. He looked at her and said that her hands were always busy. Ash closed his eyes and thought he breathed a sigh of relief, but it was not time to relax yet. A crowd of warriors stood before the gargoyle boss. The guy added that because the tanks were no longer holding back the boss monster, it rushed towards their damage dealers. Godhunt looked at him and told them to open fire and not let it get any closer. Dozens of arrows slammed into the armor of the Gargoyle Legion leader. Ash clenched his teeth in anger and said that the fucking machine was moving like a bulldozer. Godhunt stood in the middle of the battlefield and added that he would try to buy time. A monster's mace was flying at him. He abruptly flew away from its target, instantly finding himself behind the monster. The monster's leg was welded to the ground. Ash thought he had melted the gargoyle's feet, causing them to stick to the ground. The metal magic had been a great help, but in the end, even the versatility of the elves' defensive magic was no match for the giant's overwhelming strength. Cracks appeared in the ground around the gargoyle's foot. He lifted his leg without much effort. Godhunt looked at him with displeasure, and the protagonist noted that no matter how hard he tried to buy time, the gargoyle leader seemed unaffected by his efforts. The leader of the Gargoyle Legion rushed forward, and Ash thought it was the power of a true DD, rushing toward him to kill. Damien began firing his pistol, and the protagonist noted that neither the Shadow Squad's arrows nor Damien's magic bullets were able to stop the attacking monster. He gritted his teeth in anger, and realized that if he did nothing, they were doomed. The gargoyle boss swung his mace at Ash, and Ash thought it was the only thing that could stop him now. Lily raised her hands. Ash looked at her in shock. The girl looked at him and told the monster to listen to her, that she was the senior mage of the monster front line. A fire bolt flew straight at the enemy. The charred monster stood in the pouring rain. Two of the Shadow Squad looked at it and asked if the large gargoyle had been defeated. Drops of water fell on the concrete tiles. Ash looked up at it and said no, it was still breathing. The left side of the monster's face was burned off, and Ash realized he had changed his priorities. He opened his mouth wide, and Ash noted that this was now the opponent who had used the strongest attack against him, Lily. The girl looked at him in shock and said, "No way!" The commander thought she'd out-aggroed him. Ash looked at her and shouted at her to leave. The girl's knees were on the wet concrete, and Ash realized it was impossible. She didn't even have enough mana to use her fiery skin. The girl stared at the monster bearing down on her, and Ash noted that Lily could only watch the monster rushing straight at her, resigned to its inevitable fate. The gargoyle boss swung his weapon. Lily closed her eyes in fear, and Ash added that it had happened at the very last moment. Elf's hair fluttered in the wind. He held out his hand and said it was dangerous. She looked at Godhunt standing before her. His blood gushed out, and she wondered what he was doing. The boy's bloodied hand gripped the gargoyle boss's mace. His eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, part of the gargoyle's arm simply vanished. A red core protruded from its belly. Ash noted that he had exposed the gargoyle's core. Godhunt looked at Lily and asked if she was capable of another blow. The girl looked at him. Her hand immediately became enveloped in flames. A fiery magical ball flew toward the leader of the Gargoyle Legion. A crack appeared in his armor. The lifeless body of the gargoyle boss fell to the ground. Ash thought the boss monster had suddenly stopped moving. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock and he told Damien that Godhunt needed immediate medical attention. The girl was kneeling in the distance near the gargoyle's body. She leaned over the elf's face and asked him why he had protected her. The bloodied boy lay in the girl's lap and replied that he had acted on common sense. His left hand lay motionless in the blood. The boy added that she was the only one with enough firepower to deliver the finishing blow to the boss monster. The girl's mouth dropped open in shock, and the elf replied that that was all. Lucas and Evangeline ran to Ash. The boy bowed his head before him, and they both apologized and said they were ready to accept any punishment. Ash wondered if he looked like the type to do such a thing, and that knights were willing to pay with their lives for their mistakes. The boy turned his head and said that was enough, and for them to listen to him. He silently thought that, although not without losses, he had ultimately defeated both boss monsters. Small gargoyles landed on the boss's body. The boy noted that thanks to the commander's eye, which had helped him seize control of one of the bosses. The monsters opened their mouths and screamed, and the protagonist added that there were only 40 gargoyles left. The three comrades stood before the crowd of monsters. Ash realized he needed to finish them off quickly. He looked at them and thought that, however, everyone was already quite exhausted. Evangeline and Lucas stood next to each other. The commander thought especially Lucas and Evangeline, who had mostly held back the monster's onslaught. The elf continued to lie on Lily's lap. The boy added that Damien had already exhausted all his mana, and Lily was at the limit of her strength, as was the squad. A swarm of gargoyles flew toward the Shadow Squad. Ash wondered if they could defeat the remaining monsters, given the current situation. The bearded man opened his mouth and shouted for them to aim, then ordered fire. The armored soldiers fired their cannons at the monsters. The shells flew swiftly toward the enemy. Cannonballs exploded where the monsters had been. The man rested his hand on his hip and said that a barrage of fire was no longer necessary, as the monsters would no longer be coming from the south. He looked at Ash and asked if he would mind a little fire support. Ash looked at him seriously. He extended his thumb and said no, and that it was an excellent move. A red flag fluttered on the wall of the stone fortress. Water dripped from the cannon's muzzle. The bodies of the monsters littered the ground, and the boy noted that the hovering gargoyles were no longer visible. Lucas approached the commander and declared that they had won. The protagonist looked up at the sky and thought, naturally, it had only rained while they were fighting, but now it had stopped. Orange flags fluttered in the wind. Armored soldiers stood near Ash, and he realized they were all looking at him. He lowered his head and thought he was sure he didn't want to hear this so soon after his victory, but he had to say it. He opened his mouth and ordered the wounded to be taken to the infirmary, the damage to the equipment and fortress assessed, and detailed reports provided. The soldiers stood near the cannons, and Ash added that even if they had made a mistake in today's battle, their job was to learn from it for the future, and that only then could they become professionals. An image of a memory of recent events appeared. The boy noted that he thought a lot about the mistakes he made in each defensive battle, constantly analyzing what needed to be improved. The experience of these trials was etched into his bones, and that only in this way could a strategy be carried through from start to finish, so that people would stop wasting lives. The rain-dampened fortress stood amid the mountains. The protagonist said that they were growing stronger every day, and this front line was strengthening every day, and just like it, he, too, was becoming a stronger commander. The boy lowered his closed eyes and added that he was immensely grateful to them for helping him become a better person. He opened his eyes. The soldiers and Ash himself raised their hands. The commander declared that enough chatter was enough, that they should prepare the meat and drink, and that today he would be having a drink. He thought to himself that one would think that anyone else had ever had a drink. Lily was kneeling in front of the stretcher carrying Godhunt. Ash noticed that, amid the cheering crowd, He'd seen Godhunt being carried off to the infirmary. The girl watched him go, and Ash added that Lily was sitting on the ground, lost, with a blank stare. Behind her, soldiers stood celebrating their victory. Ash thought it was the end of another defensive battle. An image appeared, listing the battle's results. An image appeared, listing Lily's stats. An image appeared, listing the losses for the battle. Godhunt lay bloodied on the bed. The girl said that everything below the elbow was crushed, a complete mess. The girl stood over him and added that the stage at which magical healing was possible had long since passed. The nurse looked at the protagonist, who asked what this meant and replied that the arm would have to be amputated. The elf closed his eyes. The girl looked at Ash and said she thought they were amputating the forearm, and that the patient had already consented. The morning sun illuminated the castle. The Shadow Squad stood in a row before Ash. He assumed the 4 elven members of the Shadow Squad were standing outside the infirmary, waiting for their commander to undergo surgery. He then explained Godhunt's current condition, adding that he had heard something unexpected. His mouth dropped open in surprise. The elf explained that the captain had already lost an arm 2 years ago during a military operation, and had since received 2 more prosthetics, as well as his name, Godhunt. Bodyback looked into Ash's face and added that, therefore, he would be fine, and that his tainted arms could be replaced with metal ones, and she believed he would be able to fight as well as before. Ash looked at her, disconcerted, and thought to himself, no, it wasn't about his performance. He wasn't some kind of machine. An image of a hand transplant appeared, and the boy noted that even if the broken part was replaced, even if everything worked again, they couldn't pretend nothing had happened. An image of an elf bound in chains appeared, and the protagonist reflected that severe wounds still lingered in the soul, and they would never disappear. The entire Shadow Squad lowered their heads. Ash stood before them and said that if anything hurt, they should tell him, and he would take care of them. He thought to himself that this was what he had told them, and that it was strange to hear it from the commander who had pushed them to the limit in their first battle. The sun illuminated the stone castle, and the boy said that all right, there would be a victory banquet tonight, and that it was a shame Godhunt couldn't attend, but they should definitely eat well and rest well. Bodyback looked at Ash and said that everything was fine, and that they would stay here and wait for the captain to finish his surgery. The boy replied that it was their choice. The wind blew leaves from the bushes. The protagonist said he would order food and drinks, and that although they wouldn't be able to celebrate with dinner, they had done a tremendous job today, and they should remember that. The commander looked kindly at his subordinates. All 4 smiled at him. The boy walked back with his hands in his pockets, and told them to take care of the captain. The girl replied that she absolutely did, and to have plenty of treats and drinks sent to them. She also said that she liked juice. The boy silently thought he should order 3 barrels of juice. The moon hung over the bustling city. Ash opened his mouth and asked how they dared to start when their master hadn't even given a toast yet. The crowd raised their hands and cheered. The protagonist stood on stage and said he would be brief, and that when he said, "Southern Front," they would respond, not to take the prank. The boy raised his beer and said, "Southern Front." The crowd raised theirs and said, "Don't take any chances." The beer in his glass was spilling over. The boy remarked that he couldn't get used to the local booze. Eider was carrying trays. Ash said he had some business with him, and he replied, "Of course." And he could order anything. He placed his hand on his heart and asked if he wanted meat and booze, and if music was needed, he was ready to perform. Ash looked at him and said no, and that he should go to the infirmary and bring food and some vodka. He wondered why he was standing there, and suddenly he was overcome with anger. The boy began to choke the cook and told him to quickly feed all the healers and wounded in the infirmary. The wheel of the carriage clattered on the cobblestones. Ash looked at the girl. Lily was sitting in a chair. Ash stood in the middle of the crowd and asked if they were going to drink normally or continue to play Duvra, and how come they hadn't finished all those kegs yet. People raised their hands, and someone said that, as they'd expected, the third prince was the empire's best drinker. The young man immediately grabbed 2 mugs of beer and told them to line up, saying he'd show them once. Fabric awnings hung over the drunken crowd. The Margrave lay bloodied on the ground. Ash remembered telling the Margrave that if you always mourn the fallen, life will turn into an eternal requiem, and sometimes you need to know how to have a good time. Ash drank to brotherhood, adding that a lord's duties included caring for the wounded and honoring the fallen, so drinking with the living, joking, and having fun was also part of his job. Crowds of people stood in the square. The moon shone in the sky, and Ash thought he was trying to lighten the mood, clinking glasses loudly and laughing. Torchlight illuminated the square, and the protagonist noted that the night of victory was underway. Godhunt's eyes snapped open. He raised his bandaged arm. Lily, sitting at his desk, asked if he was awake. She turned to the elf, who quietly uttered her name. The girl told him the surgery had been a success. He looked at her, and she explained that the fever and pain would linger for a while, and that he would receive a new dose of healing magic tomorrow at 7 in the morning. A bloody bandage remained on the remaining part of his arm. Lily noted that they had removed everything below the elbow, leaving the joints exposed to allow for easier movement of the prosthetics. 4 warriors from the Shadow Squad were sleeping together on the same bed. The girl turned to them and said that the members of his squad had recently fallen asleep, having eaten heavily and had a good time. There was a plate on the nightstand. The girl asked if he was hungry, saying she'd left some food and that he needed a good meal since he'd lost a lot of blood. Godhan turned to her and asked why she cared about him, and whether she hated him. She put down her pen and replied that she had a question, which was why she'd been waiting for him to wake up. The girl turned to the elf and said that no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't understand him, so why had he saved her? Godhan stood before Lily when the gargo leader suddenly launched an attack. Why had he shielded her, taking the blow that cost him his arms? Lily had asked. The elf's hair lay on the pillow. He replied that he'd already told her then that, under the circumstances, her safety was a priority. The girl's mouth and eyes widened in anger and told him to stop talking nonsense and to stop pretending to be a great strategist. The boy raised his hand, and the girl added that it might make sense, but only for their fort, and that there was no reason for him personally to risk his gear to save her, considering the injuries he'd sustained. The Shadow Squad bowed before Ash. The Shadow Squad had only recently become part of the Crossroad defenses. Too early for such sacrifices. Godhunt held the boss's mace in his hands. No one expects the commander of a new squad to sacrifice his own life for the greater good. Even if that were true, there were too many inconsistencies in this version. There had to be another reason. Light filled the room from the window. Lily came to Godhunt to find out, even though he'd suffered so much in her defense. The glass window let in light, and Lily said that it was still his salvation, hadn't he made this decision too quickly, and that there was nothing more burdensome than unexpected kindness. The elf looked at the girl, who asked why he saved her. There were handles on the window, and the boy replied that he could speak frankly. Lily said absolutely, she wouldn't accept any other answer. After a long silence, Godhunt spoke. Lily was kneeling before the gargoyle leader. The boy replied that the reason wasn't particularly remarkable. As the gargoyle leader rushed toward her, he was remembering his mother's death. The girl looked at him and asked again about her mother. An arrow had struck her leg, and Godhunt replied that his mother, like her, couldn't walk because the lords had severed her tendon, and she had crawled on her knees her whole life. The elf looked away and added that he couldn't stand up, and when their master beat him, she always shielded him and took all the blows. A bead of sweat trickled down the girl's face. The elf said that when he suddenly remembered this, as they stared helplessly at the gargoyle before her, he remembered the image of his mother. Lily placed her hands on her legs and asked if she reminded him of his mother because of her leg problems. Godhunt asked if it upset her, and she replied that it did. There was a window in the wall. The boy said she herself had asked him to speak frankly, and the girl replied that yes, that was true. She rested her head on her hand and asked if he really had lost her arms solely for that reason. He turned to her and said that, in addition to the rational reasons he had mentioned, his personal emotional motivation lay in the image of his mother, so he thought that explanation was sufficient. The boy climbed onto the bed. Lily said that she was a Sitala, that he was more of a rational type, and he replied that he thought she was the more emotional type. The girl turned to him. Godhunt thought he hadn't expected her to look for a hidden reason for someone risking their life to save her. Lily proved more cold-blooded than he thought. An image of Lily and Godhunt's memories appeared. The boy said they could never understand each other. The wounds their races had passed down through generations were too deep to heal. The elf looked out the window and added that despite this, couldn't they celebrate together being alive? The rest of the team drank beer and celebrated their victory. The girl looked languidly at the elf. He turned to her, and she said she hated him. The boy remarked that it wasn't too cruel to say that to someone who had lost his arms protecting her. The wheels of the carriage slid across the floor, and she replied that it didn't matter, and that there was no point in starving while the others feasted. The food steamed. Godhunt asked if it was just water. Lily asked if the doctor had allowed alcohol after the surgery. Lily wheeled the wheelchair up to the bed. The guy replied that he couldn't drink, even though he'd lost his arms. The girl said he seemed to be in the mood for a joke. She placed the glass on her feet. The girl raised the glass and asked if she could clink it. Godhunt asked how she would do it, and Lily replied that she would do it for him. Lily clinked the two glasses together. The guy looked at his glass, slightly confused. The girl handed it to him. Godhunt took a sip. She looked into hers and said it was ridiculous. A legless girl and an armless elf, who simply couldn't attend the banquet, were just hanging around drinking together in a hospital room. The guy looked away and said the evening was unforgettable. He looked out the window and added that he would quickly forget a normal banquet, but this one would linger in his memory for a long time. Godhunt turned to Lily and said that maybe he was being impertinent, but could she please continue to take care of him? The girl looked at him, dismayed. She shoved the booth into his mouth and told him to recuperate quickly, and that while he was healthy, it was easier to hate him. The boy smiled and said he'd rather remain unwell then, and the girl told him to stop talking nonsense with that expression. The two didn't speak again. Lily slowly fed Godhunt some cold vegetables, and Godhunt ate it all in silence. They looked out the window. In the distance, drunken soldiers continued to belt out obscene war songs. The night of victory was drawing to a close. Sunlight filtered through the windows. Ash sat up in bed, thinking he might have overindulged. He placed his hand on the bed and felt someone's presence. He pulled the covers over himself and asked who it was. The man made a disgruntled face and added that he seemed to have woken up with some woman. The human figure was covered with a sheet, and she asked if he was awake yet. An old man appeared from under the covers. The other men woke up from the other beds. The man's mouth fell open and he screamed that he was in purgatory, and why he was being punished. The man sat on the floor and replied that it was just them, the Twilight Legion, and asked if he was okay. The man looked at him in shock and said he was fine and asked if he could ask a question. The man leaned his elbow on his knee. Ash asked why they were all shirtless, and the man replied that he had ordered it. Ash threw off his clothes and ordered the others to do the same. He held his face in shame and wondered if it was the alcohol that was making him so high. Two men stood next to each other and said the evening had been great, and it had been the best drinking session of their lives. Someone's foot stepped on the tiles, and a voice asked if he was awake yet. Ash thought it was Lucas. Ruka stood naked in the middle of the aisle. Clouds drifted across the sky, and Ash yelled at him for not wearing pants. A bead of sweat trickled down the guy's face, and he replied that he'd ordered everyone in his squad to take off their pants. The commander threw off his blanket and thought to himself what a stone bastard he was. Damien lay on the bed, and the boy added that he was ashamed and very sorry. A flashback image of the previous evening appeared, and the boy thought it was probably better not to know what happened here, or he'd die of shame. Ash covered himself with a blanket and said he'd barely gotten over the sight of naked men, and then this. Lucas stood in front of the protagonist and told him he could read minds and that they could go. Ash asked where, and the boy replied, "To the public bathhouse." Water flowed from one tub to another. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock and he asked again about the bathhouse. Holding a basket in his hands, Lucas explained that soldiers needed a place to wash, as they were covered in monster blood almost every day. This bathhouse was originally intended only for warriors. Looking at him, Ash asked if the townspeople had started using the bathhouse as well, to which he replied, "Yes." He suddenly stopped. While examining the building, the boy asked why it was so huge, to which the knight replied that it was so there was enough for everyone. The boys were suddenly taken aback. The protagonist stood quietly and watched them. The startled lord asked if the bathhouse was open to girls. The boys entered, where the prince thought his unrealistic desires would never come true. Sitting in the water, Ash explained that at least the plumbing was fine. The knight approached him and stated that, due to repeated water shortages, they had decided to fix the water supply. The prince then asked if he was going to wash himself. Looking at the water, the boy said he would simply stand there and ensure its safety. That was his job, always and everywhere. The protagonist asked him to stop, as he also needed to wash himself. There was another large bathhouse nearby. Lucas climbed into the water, saying that with the Lord's permission, he would use it. MC suddenly looked surprised. Examining the warrior's back, he asked if he'd had a hard life, then realized Lucas's body was covered in numerous scars, a kind of imprint of all the hardships he'd had to endure. Smiling, the boy replied that everything was fine. Damien was swimming in the pool. He enthused that it was simply amazing. Closing his eyes, Lucas suggested that Ash should forget everything that had happened yesterday. A crowd of people entered the bathhouse. Looking at them, Ash asked what kind of news this was. The crowd of men, looking pleased, said it was time to freshen up. They began to bathe. The embarrassed protagonist announced he would be leaving. The man noticed him and noted that His Highness was also there. He was leaving the Twilight Legion and thought about issuing a decree that saluting was no longer necessary in the bathhouses. We were transported to a restroom in the public bathhouse, where a large crowd had gathered. Sitting on a bench, the prince sighed and declared that he felt much better. Looking away, he emphasized that he couldn't believe they had such advanced technology. He even regretted mocking the fantasy world, because it was quite wonderful. Evangeline noticed the milord. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise and she explained that she lived in the area and often visited the bathhouse. Looking at him, Lily inquired what His Highness was doing there. Evangeline stood before him and explained that she and Lily had decided to bathe together. Sooner or later, you begin to bond with those you fight shoulder to shoulder with. Smiling, the girl declared that this was all true. Watching them, the protagonist thought Evangeline was pretending to be friendly, but Lily was truly the only one close to her in age, and he understood why she was trying so hard to be friendly. Lily turned away from her, and Ash noted that, on the other hand, it was understandable. She was clearly nervous. She wanted to retire, so getting close to the heir to the Margrave's title could be burdensome. Smiling, Evangeline said they would see each other later, as they needed to discuss women's matters. They quickly left, and MC emphasized their heartlessness before asking her to stay with him a little longer. He turned his gaze to the voice that had addressed him. The girl was drying her hair and saying it was a surprise. She would never have thought a royal would visit places like this. She calmly introduced herself as Saint Margaret. Remembering the image of the saint, Ash realized he didn't recognize her at all, perhaps because he'd only ever seen her in a cassock. Sitting before her, the lord asked if she also used the public bathroom, after which the girl asked if there was a law prohibiting clergy from washing. Smiling, Margaret explained that she had performed a complex operation yesterday and wanted to relax and wash up. The protagonist mentally noted that this was true. She had been the one who had operated on Godhint the previous day. Looking around the restroom, MC asked if the operation had been successful, after which Margaret inquired if he hadn't been informed of the outcome, considering he had sent so many people to inquire about the outcome. Looking away, the man laughed nervously and listened as she confirmed that everything had gone well and that Godhunt was now recovering well. The saint recalled how she had treated a man and explained that she had cast a healing spell that morning and then decided to visit the bathhouse. Looking around, the girl remarked that she hadn't expected there to be so many people there, and Ash mused that the siege had only ended yesterday, followed by a party all night, so it was no surprise there were so many people in the bathhouse today. Looking at Margaret, the Lord declared his gratitude for her work and apologized if his soldiers had caused her any trouble. Glancing at the angel, the saint remarked that war was a terrible and cruel thing, but she considered the struggle there, on the front, sacred because its purpose was to protect people. Closing her eyes, the girl added that therefore, washing away the blood and sweat after a holy war was also a worthy pursuit, and it was wonderful that she could take part in it. Smiling, the protagonist considered this sounding a bit pretentious. On the other hand, such an answer was full of inspiration. Looking at the girls, Margaret declared that she had to go, as they were waiting for her. Watching them, Ash emphasized the fact that, contrary to his misconceptions, they were all ordinary people in the good sense of the word. Glancing at the screen with his subordinates, MC silently wondered where the two were, having sent them for water. The disappointed boy said he'd like to have some Sikh in this world. He imagined a table laden with food and remarked that he'd love to eat a boiled egg with some Sikh right now. It was pure bliss, and at moments like these, he especially missed the land. The boys returned to him. Taking a bag from under his robe, Lucas whispered that they'd gotten something. He'd bought some boiled eggs from a local black marketeer. The surprised lord wondered who a black marketeer was. Damien held the decanter in his hands and shouted that there was also chilled honey lemonade. The boys, looking pleased, suggested they eat it in secret. Evangeline, smiling, announced that they'd gotten a lot of things. She was on her way there and offered to share with the ladies, since they had a team of 5. The boys began fighting over the food. The decanter sat on the table. Ash, looking pleased, said he felt very good and thought he should spend his free time getting to know this city and all its haunts better. Stowing the bag under his robe, Lucas announced he'd clean everything up. Sunlight enveloped the bathhouse. A screen appeared in front of MC, who told us he'd opened the status window to prepare for the next battle. Frowning, the protagonist finally realized he'd received information about the 5th stage, the most difficult obstacle in the initial stage, the boss wave. He imagined the boss and thought that every wave in multiples of 5 was a boss wave. This would be a mega hard wave, completely different from the ones they'd previously seen. A message popped up saying there was still almost a month until the 5th wave. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the need to think things through carefully if he was going to pass this stage. The guy arrived and greeted His Highness. Ash glanced at him and asked who it was. The stranger, looking calm, introduced himself as Dion. The puzzled lord mentally noted that he remembered him. It was one of the N-class heroes he'd recently recruited. Imagining the human's outline, the protagonist emphasized that N-class heroes are slightly stronger than regular soldiers but have generally mediocre stats, as was the case in the game, but frankly, he couldn't remember which was which. Imagining information about the second subgroup, MC explained that Dion's group was currently listed as a backup subgroup. Crossing his arms, Ash asked why he'd come. Dion stood before him and declared he had a complaint. Turning around, he explained that a month had passed since the 5 of them arrived, but other than providing rear support, he hadn't given them any meaningful orders, and monsters simply didn't make it that far. The boy, looking serious, exclaimed that they were mercenaries. They needed work to support themselves. The surprised protagonist reflected that Dion had acted arrogant and confident, but he was thinking like a mercenary. Looking out the window, the boy said he didn't care if he looked down on them just because they were young and inexperienced, but he didn't like to grow rusty without ever gaining experience. Placing his hand on his chest, Dion loudly asked for them to be sent to the front lines, to prove they could fight on par with the others. Ash looked at him silently. Crossing his arms, he silently asked him to look at them. Looking at the warriors, the prince thought their stats and skills were mediocre, but their eyes were full of determination. Glancing at Dion, MC added that he was particularly ambitious. Smiling, the lord declared the boy self-assured and daring to spare, then asked him to back up his words with action. The enthusiastic boy cried out that he wanted to duel and fight the members of the main squad. Ash smiled, realizing he'd never expected this. Lucas crossed his arms and called him insolent. Sitting in front of the boy, the prince announced that he appreciated his enthusiasm and that they would do just that, but he would choose the time and place for the duel. Dion then asked when he could expect his decision. The protagonist, looking pleased, declared that they wouldn't drag it out. The fight would happen right now, at the nearest location. Residents walked through the city, discussing the upcoming fight. They ran toward the arena, shouting for everyone to take their places. Spectators gathered on the training grounds. Damien, looking surprised, asked if their comrades would cope without them, to which Lily replied that they could handle it without them. Stretch his shoulder, Lucas declared that they were ready. The mercenaries gathered in a circle and began discussing how they would act as agreed and stick to the plan. They stepped forward, and Ash assumed everyone was ready. Lucas licked the blade and declared he didn't know what they were planning, but he sensed the boys would make short work of them. The protagonist imagined the man's sword flying out of his hands. The boy fell to the ground. MC imagined a warrior with a bomb and explained the rules were simple. The team that defeats all opponents wins. Victory is counted if the opponent can no longer use their weapon, surrenders, or is eliminated. Safety comes first, so attacks or skills that could cause serious harm are prohibited. Holding a small flag, the boy asked them to get ready. The mercenaries rushed into battle. Dion ran at Lucas, asking him to show him their skills, which he had heard so much about. The knight calmly emphasized the fact that a wooden dagger wasn't the best choice of weapon. A blade appeared in front of his face. The boy managed to dodge the attack. Smiling, Dion asked if it was true that a dagger was much easier to dodge. Lucas continued to gain the upper hand in the fight. He furrowed his brow, emphasizing that it was time to end this. Evangeline smiled and commented that the boys had an interesting look in their eyes. Standing before the warriors, she asked if it was true that she looked 4 times more dangerous than that old man. Her eyes sparkled as she remarked that she was about to show them what the Academy's top student, class of 375, could do. She shielded herself from the attacks. Turning around, the boy cried out that they needed to keep up the pressure. Evangeline held them back and asked them to wait a minute. Her legs shook. The enraged girl cried out that the boys had attacked the wrong girl. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary asked where she got so much strength. The girl with the dagger began to move to the side. She apologized with a smile on her face. The girl forced Evangeline to lift her leg. She began to crumble under the pressure of the warriors. Evangeline fell to the ground. She looked upset and shouted that it wasn't fair and against the rules, after which Ash announced that she was out, as he had been defeated. Looking at the mercenaries, the protagonist reflected that even if it was a 2-on-5 battle and the level difference between the two sides was like heaven and earth, they could still be defeated if the team worked together and used the element of surprise. MC smiled and noted that it was a good move. They had done well. The girl, looking pleased, cried out that they needed to help Dion. There was one more night left. Lucas lifted the boy over his head, asking for forgiveness. The mercenary, looking dumbfounded, announced that this knight was very strong. The warrior calmly ordered the next one to step forward. The boys were terrified by the aura emanating from Lucas. The boy piled the opponents into a pile and shook off his hands, while Ash reasoned that, as expected, the duel ended in victory for the main squad. The boy raised the knight's hand and cried out that Lucas had won. Looking at the boys on the screen, the main character declared that the difference in their levels was insurmountable. As the knight was currently level 37, it had been a hopeless fight from the start. Looking down, Dion declared that he should have realized he was no match for them. Ash approached him, telling him he had done well. The boys listened with smiles as the boy devised a tactic against his opponent and successfully applied it in battle. Most importantly, he had the courage to attack an opponent far superior to him. Clutching his head, Dion listened as Ash explained that this was a crucial trait in fighting monsters. Afterward, Ash reflected that to defeat a true monster, it was crucial to be able to stand firm against an enemy that could be many times larger and stronger. He took the boy by the hand and asked him to stand, apologizing for underestimating them and neglecting them. Standing opposite, the protagonist added that he apologized again in advance. Smiling, MC emphasized that since they had proven their worth, he would use them until his death. Dion was taken aback by this, and the prince noted that it was a bit unexpected, but suddenly people he had previously only disdained had come to his aid. The boys placed their hands on their chests, and exclaimed that they would do as His Highness wished. The joyful boy declared that if he had planned to quietly retire, he would not have become a mercenary, after which Ash explained that from that moment on, the second subgroup, Dion's mercenaries, was considered a strategically important unit. The next day, after lunch, rays of sunlight broke through the clouds. Looking at the projection, the protagonist noted that Dion's mercenaries were being used for farming for the first time. He imagined the squad advancing and explained that this was an autonomous type of reconnaissance, where you could send a sub-squad into an already cleared area. Additional squads would level up on their own, randomly collecting items along the way. Gamers commonly referred to them as grinders. The girl led the squad while Ash explained that since this was the first dungeon for Dion's mercenaries, Evangeline was their guide. Smiling, MC emphasized that grinding was great, and that they should use it more often in the future. It would be perfect between waves. Lucas stood next to him and asked if everything would be alright, knowing that the dungeon under the lake was full of enemies. A vision of Crown appeared in the boy's mind. Recalling their encounter with the enemies, the protagonist explained that they weren't talking about monsters, but rather night crawlers, a hostile NPC faction. The knight calmly noted that if they accidentally encountered them, they wouldn't be able to return safely, then offered to follow them. Sitting at the table, Ash replied that it wasn't necessary, as he had no intention of sending them to the main camp area. He recalled how a stunned Ader had said that squad battles were prohibited in zones 1 through 3 of the kingdom beneath the lake. The protagonist lifted the manager off the ground and listened to him explain that, due to instances of surprise attacks early on during the test period, he had implemented a special protection system for newcomers. An enraged MC asked why Ader hadn't mentioned this earlier, as squad battles open in Zone 4. Covering his face with his hands, the boy warned them to be careful. They would be severely punished for PvP in the initial zones. Actually, every NPC in the kingdom beneath the lake knows this. But only from Zone 4 onward should they be careful. Ash's expression was calm. Placing his hands on the table, he exclaimed that the boys wouldn't cross the main camp's boundaries. Lucas shouldn't ask for reasons, and besides, there was plenty to do in the starting zones. The delighted knight replied that my lord was very perceptive. Looking at the warrior, the protagonist said he hoped all questions were settled. Looking out the window, the main character suggested they go eat, as it was already lunchtime, and asked if Lucas wanted a vacation. Damien walked down the hallway. He opened the door and called for His Highness. The boy tried to catch his breath and reported that Jupiter had regained consciousness. The prince's eyes widened in surprise. The saint stood before the woman. We were transported to the northern gate of Crossroad. The girl entered the city. Smoke billowed from her pipe. A smile crossed her face. Surveying the city, she wondered if this was the very front line where Granny was toiling. Ash burst into the office, shouting that Jupiter was alive. The woman was surprised. She smiled and said they hadn't seen each other in a while, then asked how many days she'd been unconscious. She replied that it had been almost 10, but he was glad to see she was recovering. He pulled a chair closer and asked how she was feeling. Raising a trembling hand, Jupiter said that, frankly, she wasn't in the best of shape. Her mana circuit was still short-circuited, and it would take time to recover. Crossing his arms, MC asked if she thought he'd fully recover. He replied that he would eventually, but she wasn't sure everything would be the same. Putting her hand down, the woman declared that this was the price of blocking several powerful magical attacks. Old age was no fun. A cheerful Ash asked her to eat well and recover. They'd had a hard time without her shock in the recent defensive battle, so she needed to recover before the next one. Jupiter laughed, and noted that she needed to make up for the week she'd missed. Placing her hand on her chest, the woman informed her that she definitely couldn't retire just yet. She still had unfinished business. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist asked if she planned to build a castle, which was why she worked so hard, to which he replied that he was very perceptive. Jupiter glanced out the window. Smiling, she emphasized that building a castle would be wonderful. Ash, looking pleased, explained that he was planning to build a luxury hotel in Crossroad, not a castle, of course, but still nice, and would provide her with free housing. After all, he had a duty to take care of his people. The enthusiastic woman said she'd be happy to stay there, and asked if she'd be the first VIP. She was told that Ash was VIP number 1, and she'd only get the second room, but hers would have a stunning view of the city, as well as complimentary whiskey and cigars. Sunbeams streamed through the window as Jupiter asked what more a mercenary could want. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that, imagining the whiskey and cigars in their empty hands, they laughed and discussed how they'd spend their time in a hotel that didn't even exist yet. Raising his hand, MC suggested it was just a mirage, the kind of daydream mercenaries indulged in day after day, but more likely it was because they were just people. Rising from his chair, he added that in any case, she still had time before the next battle. She should get a good rest and focus on her recovery. Jupiter turned to him, watching him go. She asked with a satisfied expression if he'd come to visit without a gift. Sunlight fell on the church as the Lord told us he'd visited Godhand, and met with Saint Margaret before leaving the infirmary. He stood before the saint, who told him Jupiter's internal injuries were severe and she'd need at least a month to recover. The Lord, with a thoughtful expression, emphasized that this was a foolish loss of an SR-class mage. In essence, it meant Jupiter had been suspended for an entire season. After introducing the boss, Ash added that this didn't mean he couldn't use her in later stages if she diligently recovered, but she would definitely be unusable in the 5th, most difficult stage. She'd also have to miss the base camp capture operation, after which he wondered if he could fight these battles without his most powerful mage. He left the church, concluding that his worries wouldn't change anything. Looking at Lucas, the protagonist declared it was time to recruit new members to their gang, then thought that they could only hope the mercenary guild would find a suitable candidate. The boys arrived at the mercenary guild. Closing his eyes, Ash hoped for luck. He kicked the door open. A golden light emanated from the girl into the room. The distraught boy ran toward her, thinking that he didn't care about dignity or reputation. Now was not the time for that. He placed his hand on the table. Frowning, the Lord asked if she was a mercenary. The girl raised her head. Smiling, she apologized and replied that she wasn't one. Standing before her, the protagonist listened as the girl explained that she was looking for someone and had come because her grandmother lived there, but she hadn't shown her face. Imagining Jupiter, Ash realized that only one person came to mind. Standing in the room, the protagonist asked her name. Smiling, the stranger introduced herself as Jupiter Jr., adding that she was named after her grandmother and that he could call her young Jupiter. Looking over the girl's stats, MC silently noted that he never met this character, but she was indeed an SSR. Studying the girl's equipment, he noted that she probably really was Jupiter's granddaughter. She had even inherited the gold rush, and she was also an elementalist. The Lord imagined various condensed energies and explained that, in simple terms, an elementalist is a class of wizard who can manipulate all elements at once. Of course, they are better with some than others. The stunned protagonist declared that these were supreme mages, capable of handling any situation, and that he was obliged to recruit her by any means necessary. Sitting next to her, Ash reported that Jupiter had told him almost nothing about her. He imagined the woman sitting at a table, drinking, and mused that he remembered Jupiter mentioning her granddaughter a couple of times, but never mentioning her SSR rank, though it was unlikely she'd ever seen her rank. Young Jupiter replied that she felt offended, as it was impossible not to brag about such a sweet granddaughter. Glancing at the glass of alcohol, the girl asked her interlocutor to introduce himself. Smiling, Ash gave his name. She was taken aback by the fact that the protagonist was currently the lord of the monster frontline. Placing a hand on her chest, the younger Jupiter apologized for not recognizing him immediately. She never would have thought she'd meet him in a place like this. Her impudence was unforgivable. She looked down and remarked that she hoped the lord would accept her apology, to which he replied that it was only natural that she hadn't recognized him. MC asked her seriously what she thought about joining his command. Perplexed, she listened as he explained that the front lines desperately needed talented mages like her, then asked if she could lend a hand while she was there. Ash imagined a pile of gold and declared that he guaranteed she would be well paid. Of all the possible rewards a mage could receive on any front or continent, she would receive the very best. Jupiter Jr. stood across from him and thanked him. She adjusted her hat and emphasized that her goal was to meet her grandmother. Smiling, she asked if he could consider his offer after meeting her. Looking around the room, the protagonist explained that her grandmother was currently undergoing treatment in the infirmary. She had recently been injured. Perplexed, the girl thanked him. With a wave, MC wished her a pleasant meeting and asked her to be sure to think it over carefully. She accepted his request with a smile. Lucas stood nearby, commenting that it was interesting. Holding his hand in front of his face, the knight added that it was interesting that she was her granddaughter. She didn't look at all like Lady Jupiter, only slightly similar in her behavior. Imagining the sorceresses, the prince began to reason that they certainly didn't look alike, but their auras were indeed similar, as if they emanated the same spirit. Beads of sweat trickled down Lucas's face. He whispered in the boy's ear that the fact that Lady Jupiter had a child was simply shocking. The knight imagined himself defending the woman and noted that when she spoke of her granddaughter, he thought she was joking. Closing his eyes, he declared that gossip was rude. He imagined Jupiter holding a drunk guy over her shoulder, telling him she looked like she was leading a rather bachelor lifestyle. The news of her having a child and a granddaughter left him stunned. Looking at him, the protagonist remarked that he'd like to know who her husband was, but it was strange to ask, since it was personal, and he hoped she'd be happy to see her granddaughter. Sunbeams enveloped the building. Jupiter's hand trembled. Looking out the window, the woman thought the end was near, and we were told that she understood that her life was coming to an end, whether as a soldier, a mercenary, or a mage. Her gaze was calm. The woman stood in the warehouse. While the plot told us that Jupiter tried to work a little longer and took on any dirty work, she tried her best to earn every gold piece. Her uniform hung on a hanger while we were told that after years of military service, she had finally been dishonorably discharged. The woman walked through the desert, and we were told that she had even been expelled from the mercenary reconnaissance group, driven away again and again from everywhere, so she lived the life of a vagabond for the most part, never staying on any front line for more than 3 months. Jupiter continued to stare out the window as the story unfolded, realizing that, looking back, she'd never felt like she belonged anywhere, but those days were coming to an end. She imagined herself watching a fire and wondering if she deserved a break. Her granddaughter burst into the room. She exclaimed with satisfaction that she'd searched everywhere. The dumbfounded woman asked what the little one was doing there. Stepping forward, Jupiter Jr. explained that her grandmother hadn't contacted her in a while, and she'd decided to look for her, having no idea she'd be stuck in such a remote area for so long. Sitting on the bed, the girl asked if she was happy to see her granddaughter, and what had happened, as if she'd seen death. Squinting, she asked why her grandmother had frozen and if she thought she was going to eat her. The woman was horrified, and while we were being told that this was indeed the case, Jupiter was terrified that a child with the same name as hers would one day consume her. Holding out her hand, the girl asked for money. She asked, looking pleased, why she thought she dragged herself so far. Jupiter Jr., with a malicious smile, ordered the money to be given to her quickly. Holding a certificate for gold coins, the girl asked if that was all. After all, they needed to feed several mouths. Looking at her, the woman apologized, as she'd been injured and unconscious for several days. The sorceress asked if there were other ways to earn money at the front. Opening the box, young Jupiter declared that her grandmother had pulled off many a scheme when she worked for the Imperial Army. Smiling, the girl asked if she had absolutely nothing, as she was a master at such things. The woman looked at her silently. Lying on her bed, she said that one shouldn't underestimate the locals. They maintain order very strictly there, even the walls have eyes, so there aren't many opportunities. She imagined Ash and noted that, first of all, the commander-in-chief, the third prince, his reputation in the capital was untrue. He's more than just a strategist. Sometimes it feels like he sees the future. The girl, looking interested, emphasized the fact that this was the first time she'd heard her admire the commander so much. Jupiter calmly explained that he seemed like a man with many aces up his sleeve. It would be much more profitable to earn money honestly than to be caught in dubious dealings. Closing the drawer, the girl replied that in that case, she thought she should also stay and work a little. She remembered her conversation with the protagonist and announced that she was going to meet her prince. He had recently offered her a job. The stunned woman screamed at her granddaughter not to do that. Watching her go, she added that Jupiter Jr. had promised not to use magic. Showing the scar on her face, the girl asked if she'd only just realized it. The woman was shocked by what she saw. Closing her eyes, she asked her grandmother to gather her strength, as she looked worn out. As she left, the girl said that she'd spent her entire life doing dirty work to earn money. Leaving the room, she added that it was her turn. The woman silently stared at the closed door. Holding her face, she said it was her fault. The carriage was heading to the estate at the end of the workday. The Lord noticed a notification that the autonomous exploration had been completed. He saw that the characters' levels had been increased. Looking over the items he'd received, the protagonist reflected that no one had been injured, and it seemed the journey had gone well, without any consequences. His gaze was interested. He saw that he'd received 12 lesser blood gems. The prince's scream could be heard throughout the city. MC, terrified, wondered if the fifth wave enemies dropped blood gems. He imagined the monsters and explained that blood gems dropped from vampires or their minions, those who were blood bonded to them, monsters of the highest level, and only appeared in the late stages of the game. A terrified Ash began to question what kind of setup this was, why they would appear already in the fifth wave, whether this was a dark event or the game was blatantly mocking him. Lucas glanced at him and asked if Milord was okay and if he was having a migraine again. The carriage drove through the city. While the protagonist thought that if he was right and the next battle would be with the Bloodsuckers, he didn't know if it was even possible to win with their current lineup. Holding his face, MC concluded that it was impossible. They needed more forces, far more soldiers, high-ranking characters, and equipment. His gaze fell on the girl, and he shouted for Lucas to stop the carriage. The carriage suddenly slowed to a stop. Opening the door, the Lord called for the sorceress. Looking at her, Ash declared that she had only two options: either she voluntarily accepted his command, or she would be forcibly summoned. Frowning, the protagonist asked her which she chose. Smiling, Jupiter Jr. asked for a ride. The knight tugged on the reins. The carriage rode toward the estate, while the prince told us that as he approached the mansion, shrouded in twilight, he already knew that hell awaited them. The man sat at the table, while the protagonist told us that hellish difficulty wasn't just a name, it would be a true hell. His face was serious. Furious, the protagonist called out to the ratcatcher. Crown suddenly came to. He was sitting under a lamppost. Looking at the castle, the boy said he'd fallen asleep and couldn't even remember the last time he'd gotten a good night's sleep. He lowered his gaze. Looking at his hand, Crown asked him when he'd started wearing those ridiculous clothes and acting like a clown. He imagined a man with a flute and explained that in a kingdom beneath the lake, there was a fable about a ratcatcher. Rats followed him, while the boy explained that a village had become infested with rats, and the villagers hired a bard to exterminate them. The bard, playing the flute, led the rats and drowned them all in the lake, but the villagers, greedy, didn't pay the bard the promised coins. The children came to the lake, while Crown explained that the enraged bard had started playing the flute again and had lured all the village children into the lake. Holding his face, the boy emphasized the fact that this fable was too much like him. The man approached and addressed him. The warrior stood before him and announced that a meeting of all the Demon King's commanders would soon be held, and it seemed that an audience with the king would be held today. Crown, looking interested, began to mention the audience with the king. Rising to his feet, he announced that he would have to attend. Standing in the moonlight, the boy remarked that, after all, he was a representative of the kingdom beneath the lake, despite the fact that it had been colonized by demons and had fallen into decline. The warrior bowed and asked him to be careful. As he left, Crown declared that if he wasn't careful, he would die. But change wasn't bad either. He walked along the carpeted path past the demons. The monsters watched him, commenting on his shameless foolishness. The Pied Piper opened the gate. He entered the room. People gathered around the table. The monster slammed its paw on the table and cried out that a puny mortal dared to be late for a meeting organized by the Demon King himself. The enraged werewolf asked if humans weren't familiar with the feeling of shame. Sitting opposite him, Crown replied that this was being spoken to by one born from the nightmares of those very same mortals. The stranger sat in front of a chessboard and ordered them to stop cursing, as their jester was well versed in his game. Crown listened attentively, explaining that it was his job to mock, jeer, laugh, and amuse the people. Such was his profession. The king watched his subordinates, and remarked that there was a grain of truth in Crown's words, for they were all assembled and crafted from fragments of human nightmares. He added with a serious expression that, however, precisely because people experience eternal nightmares, they could very well become reality. Bowing his head, the jester cried out that everything was correct. A powerful aura emanated from the monster as he asked them to remember that all the people of the kingdom beneath the lake were livestock needed by their army, supplying the nightmares they needed, no different from the cows and pigs they raised. Narrowing his eyes, the Demon King remarked that Crown should be grateful that such a lowlife as the rat-catcher was allowed to sit at the negotiating table. Lowering his head, the boy cried out that he understood, then reflected that there was no shame in submitting to the power of the strongest. He had endured all sorts of humiliations over so many years, and this was nothing compared to anything. The aura continued to spread, and the king announced that they would then get to the point. As they knew, he had summoned them there because the time had come for the great invasion. Looking at the monsters, he emphasized the fact that one of them must lead the army and invade the human world. The werewolf listened with an enraged expression as they explained that since this was only the initial stage, they would be bringing the ghouls. Holding a glass in his hand, the boy asked for permission. The king turned his attention to him. The boy's face remained calm as we were told that this was the commander of the 5th rank Nightmare Division, the immortal Nosferatu King Dracula, Celendian. Raising his hand, the monster expressed surprise that the vampire had offered himself as a candidate, as he had wanted to remain uninvolved. Celendian imagined the monster, and explained that humans had killed the Spider Queen. His eyes blazing, he added that he wanted revenge and therefore asked to be allowed to do so. We were shown the monster and told that Olip, the Black Spider Queen, had been a powerful commander, holding the 6th rank, when she was suddenly killed by a conventional cannon blast. There was a bright flash, and the narrative added that it had happened during a reconnaissance mission, a senseless and sudden death that even the Overlord couldn't have foreseen. The monsters at the table began discussing how they had killed Olip, if not for the Nameless One. These fools would already be dead. Extending his hand, the Demon King asked them not to strain themselves so much, as Olip would, eventually, come back to life. The boys listened attentively, explaining that they were unfamiliar with the concept, which was fine with him. It would be extremely entertaining. Celendian bowed when the demon gave him permission. The invasion would begin in 4 weeks, Earth time. Looking down, the boy said he would do everything to the best of his ability. The monster ran in and asked for a report, while the ruler was explaining that the next problem was supplying the entire kingdom with nightmares. Crown was taken aback by the news that the Nameless One had infiltrated the palace. Sitting on the throne, the monster replied that this was expected. The dumbfounded demon cried out that the meeting was over, as they had better lock the kingdom's gates today. He was cut in half. The demons turned their attention to her, and said that the Wicked One had even infiltrated the castle. Mumin entered the house and greeted her. Smiling, the king asked if the Nameless One was tired of fighting a senseless battle. Blood trickled down her blade as she explained that this was her fate, to clean again and again, her job to sweep away dust. The girl, with a calm expression, suggested it sounded strange, but she had come to kill them. The Demon King, with a satisfied expression, asked how many years had passed since she learned to wield this sword. Standing opposite, Mumin replied that she didn't know and had long forgotten, after which she heard that no matter how hard she tried, she would never save the kingdom. She would wander this hell for eternity. Light began to emanate from the sword. Narrowing her eyes, the Nameless One declared that she didn't mind fighting for eternity. If this was her mission, she would fulfill it. The jester began to walk toward her. Crown passed her. The Demon King laughed and remarked that the broken and the one who never submits are perfect material for nightmares. As he left, the boy emphasized that resistance was pointless. The nightmare would never end. Holding the blade before her, the girl declared that someone must carry the light. We were shown warriors and told that the Nameless One always thought of those who fell trying to illuminate the darkness of this kingdom. Mumin imagined the protagonist's party, while we were told how she thought of those resisting right now, including Ash's party. The girl, with a serious expression, explained that the light attracts new seekers. She rushed into battle and noted that you never know when the light will shine again. The Pied Piper left, while we were told that countless battles unfolded in the hell of the kingdom beneath the lake, repeated themselves over and over again. We were transported to Ash's estate. MC looked at the delighted children. He looked dumbfounded and shouted for them to calm down. He realized that Evangeline had done a great job. They were taken aback by the request to tell us what monsters they had encountered this time. Looking out the window, the girl asked him not to be too surprised when he heard it. She, too, had never seen them before. Conjuring a frightening image, Evangeline explained that the monsters this time were ghouls. A stunned Ash wondered if these were the hideous monsters that serve and obey vampires, adding that it had been confirmed that the 5th Wave Legion would be composed of monsters blood-related to vampires. Lucas calmly clarified what ghouls were. Pretending to be a monster, the girl claimed they were the living dead, jumping out of the darkness, and she even felt a little scared. Encouraged, Dion said that wasn't true. They were the ones frozen with fear, and Evangeline was protecting them, fighting like a warrior from legend. Confused, the girl replied that something like that had happened and then asked him to stop. The boy began to tremble, saying that if it weren't for her, they would probably all be infected by now. He shuddered at the thought of her as their savior. Evangeline listened contentedly as the squad shouted her name. Closing his eyes, the boy explained that these were monsters with blood ties. Imagining vampires, the protagonist explained that they were vampires. Among the vast variety of stupid monsters in this game, there were rare and terrifying ones. The girl, looking thoughtful, explained that she knew ghouls were monsters bound by blood ties. Ash, looking serious, explained that the next enemy would be a armada of bloodsuckers, vampires, and their minions. He imagined a boy with a glass and declared that they would most likely be led by a high-ranking clan member, a vampire lord, no less. Lucas calmly noted that high-ranking individuals had never appeared on the battlefield before, and that it had been hundreds of years since vampires had been seen. The boys listened with puzzled expressions as he explained that the ghouls they'd discovered this time were most likely part of a vampire clan. The knight stood next to him and wondered if he was being unnecessarily worried about this high-ranking vampire. Ash imagined himself holding a chess piece and explained that normally, that would be the case, but this would be a boss level, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the mysterious evil would only increase the difficulty of each subsequent level. Frowning, the boy emphasized that therefore a high-ranking creature would certainly appear. It wasn't just a guess, he was certain of it. He recalled sitting in front of the monitor and added that while playing the game, he'd encountered all the prominent vampires belonging to the clan. Each of their raids was bloody, merciless, and terrifying. He imagined the boy and said that the most terrifying encounter had been with the Blood Lord, the Immortal King, when Celendian himself had personally entered the fray. Recalling their past opponents, the main character remarked that it was unlikely the clan leader would enter the battlefield on the 5th stage, which was considered the initial stage. The difficulty was already off the charts, but it was better to prepare for the worst. Sitting at the table, MC considered the idea of a raid with Celendian on the 5th stage absurd. Folding his arms, he decided he needed to stop thinking about it. This wasn't the first time. Frowning, the boy emphasized the fact that he could overcome this. That was why he was there. Looking out the window, Evangeline announced she had a question. Pointing at the girl, she asked who it was, seeing her for the first time. Ash glanced at her and declared that she was their new elemental mage, Lady Jupiter's granddaughter, Jupiter Jr., who would be joining the main group as an attack mage. The girl waved and greeted them, remarking that she could be called Yu, or simply Junior. An excited Evangeline asked if she could be called Sister Yu, after which the protagonist explained that she was clearly very happy to have a senior colleague. The boys left the office, and the boy announced that after exchanging pleasantries, he had sent the reconnaissance team away. He couldn't keep them there forever. The girls said their goodbyes. The boy sat silently at the table, listening to the squad's shouts. Closing her eyes, the youngest said that they were nice guys. She had heard that the monster front line was a vicious place, and it was a bit surprising to see something like that. Smiling, Ash declared that while war with monsters can be hellish, moments of respite are best lived to the fullest, and then asked if she preferred quieter places. Adjusting her hat, the girl said that wasn't the case. She'd seen plenty, the same young and sweet people gradually losing their smiles and enthusiasm. She imagined a fire and explained that war takes lives, steals property, and it's so sad that even survivors lose the will to rejoice. It's very sad. MC imagined several explosions. The people's faces were exhausted, and as he spoke, he immediately pictured it in his head. Wave after wave, monster invasions following one after another, will exhaust them, and the people on this front, who were laughing and chatting, will turn into a pile of lifeless, exhausted dolls. Looking at her, Ash announced that it was time for her to share her skills. Looking at her stats, he thought that Jupiter Jr. was a character she hadn't met in the original game yet. He had a rough idea of her abilities and stats, but it would be better if she told him more about it herself. Holding out her hand, the girl explained that she was an elementalist, capable of working with most elemental powers, including 3 she mastered perfectly. Creating spheres of mana, she noted that her best elements were water, air, and lightning. Smiling, the younger girl added that she was disappointed, but her achievements were still limited. The only thing she could do with magic was fire volleys. Ash calmly assumed she was referring to her first skill, Elemental Blast, and then asked if the whole point was simply to strike with an element. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl said she thought that with a little practice, she could discover other ways to use them. She emphasized with a smile that this was all just a modest talent. She was even embarrassed to show it off. Rising from his chair, MC suggested discussing her weekly salary. Closing her eyes, the younger Jupiter noted that she knew her grandmother had been paid a year's salary in advance. As he left, Ash replied that his financial situation wasn't the best. Sitting down on the table, he added that she needed to prove her worth first, and then the money would follow. Smiling, he emphasized that he knew she had abilities she was keeping quiet about, then reflected on one of Jupiter Jr.'s abilities, the Foxhole, which allowed her to reduce and conceal her stats. A notification popped up that the Foxhole was a fallback strategy, providing opponents with false information about their skills in order to have at least some trump card up their sleeves. Ash then added that characters with similar skills were a real nuisance to players because it was impossible to know their exact stats. The girl's expression was puzzled when asked to reveal all her hidden abilities. Placing his hand on the table, the main character added that only then could they discuss more favorable terms for her cooperation. Standing opposite, the girl asked how he knew she was hiding her skills. Jupiter Jr. frowned and stated that no mage, not even her grandmother, had noticed this, to which she replied that he had a good sense for such things. Looking at the projection, Ash remarked that there had to be some kind of system to beat this hellishly difficult game. The girl looked at him, listening as he explained that she should tell him about her hidden abilities, and he would reward her accordingly. Smiling, the protagonist asked if money was her main concern. Watching the screen, MC explained how it turned out that Jupiter Jr.'s true stats were as follows. In fact, she had reached level 35 after completing the second stage of development, and had even acquired a second active skill. Sitting at the table, the boy silently noted that he thought she was still hiding something, but if she was putting so much effort into keeping it a secret, maybe it would be easier to leave it as is. After signing the contract, the girl stated that during the trial period, payment would be made weekly, and at the end of the month, payment for the next 11 months would be made at once. Smiling, the younger girl asked if she had understood correctly, to which she received a positive answer. Ash, looking pleased, reflected that she was eerily similar to her grandmother. Her eyes also lit up when the subject of money arose. They would peck at her brains, but they would negotiate the best terms during the contract, as hiring mages was extremely expensive for him. Looking at the documents, he said the contract was signed, knowing it was late, but he still had a question. Sitting across from her, the protagonist asked if she had ever used magic against a human, after which the girl said she wasn't sure she understood his question. Ash, with a serious expression, stated that he wasn't trying to dredge up her past. It was just that while this was the monster frontier, the next opponents would be humans, which was why he was asking. After introducing the Pied Piper and his squad, the protagonist emphasized that their closest opponents were a squad of nightcrawlers occupying the base camp. They would have to engage in PvP against a similar squad of humans. Just in case, he decided to ask the new mage how she felt about using magic against humans. The girl looked at him and said she didn't understand the question. The protagonist was taken aback by this. Ash imagined the battle and emphasized that all weapons were created by humans to ultimately fight off other humans. The sorceress sat at the table and explained that using magic against humans was natural. That's what magic was invented for. The first task on the monster front lines was to kill humans. Smiling, the girl remarked that, frankly, she was confident. Looking at the sky, MC thought about how suddenly he realized how different this world was from his own. Imagining graves, he said that this world was extremely harsh, full of wars and deaths. It wasn't Earth. He lowered his gaze. Recalling how he'd stood before Damien, Ash declared that he still remembered the eyes of a frightened child who couldn't bring himself to shoot a man. That's why he's still worried about such questions. Even in this world, not all people would be happy about having to kill someone. The boy, looking calm, stated that it would have to happen anyway, if the pressure was on. Imagining people, he added that it was necessary to protect them and to learn the true ending. Imagining Crown's face, he noted that if there was no other way out, he would even have to resort to killing his own kind. Killing is rarely a free choice, rather an inevitability when nothing else remains. He stood before the girl and informed her that he'd briefly told her about the Nightcrawler squad's strength. Frowning, the boy asked Jupiter Jr. to be careful, as it was their mages who had wounded her grandmother. Her eyes blazing, she declared that if she'd been there, it would have been the end of them all. Holding the phone in her hand, she asked him not to worry, as they would get what they deserved. She would avenge her grandmother. Ash sighed and said he hoped so. The next day, in the third free exploration zone, flashes were visible on the northern wall of the castle. The sorceress created a vortex, while the plot told us that the re-exploration of the third zone was being carried out for several reasons, the first of which was Jupiter Jr.'s test, the water of ghoul meaning. Watching this, Ash wondered if this was what it felt like to be in a zombie apocalypse. Smiling, the girl asked if this was enough to prove her skills. Looking at her, the protagonist said that it was true, quite impressive for a battle mage, after which he reflected that she was slightly inferior in destructive power to his grandmother, but she did have a variable attack range, plus, after all, a variety of attributes. He continued walking. A monster's hand lay beneath his feet, after which MC noted that their next task was to determine the type of ghoul. Looking at the piles of corpses, he emphasized that their characteristics depended heavily on their lord's identity. These clearly had the frost attribute, and among the vampire lords, only one possessed such abilities. An image of Celendian appeared in his mind, after which Ash emphasized that there was no mistaking it. It looked like the vampire lord himself was coming to their city. Ash calmly reflected that knowing the enemy's face in advance was better than nothing. The elf took off and called out to his lord. She noted with a smile that they had almost finished exploring the area, after which the lord asked if she thought their task was feasible. Upon landing, the girl replied that she thought it was entirely feasible. Smiling, the protagonist replied that that was excellent, and then reflected that, with this, all 3 objectives had been completed during free exploration. With a slap, the boy exclaimed that everyone had done well and it was time to return. Standing on the wall, the main character emphasized that since the main camp was currently unusable, they needed to return to the entrance to Zone 3 and retreat. Surveying the castle, the prince wondered if the main camp, occupied by enemies, was hidden in the alley behind this square. A night snake squad appeared in his mind. Looking down, Ash mentally asked them to wait a little while, as he would come and reclaim the camp from them. The portal began to form. The boys began to return home. Jupiter Jr. stopped in front of the portal. She began coughing. There was blood on her glove. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. She passed through the portal. A message popped up stating that free exploration had been completed, and Ash had received 2 chests as a reward. He examined the screen with the main squad. A system window appeared with information about the additional squad. 5 days later, the boys arrived at the alchemist's workshop. The elf showed his hand. The guys smiled and said that it was not bad, it looked just like the real thing. Godhint, looking pleased, remarked that he liked it. It was much better than his old prosthesis, much lighter and more comfortable to use. Lily then remarked that it was the most expensive metal they could make in this workshop. The elf, looking pleased, declared himself very grateful. Putting his hand in his pocket, the elf asked how much the prosthesis cost, to which he replied that money wasn't necessary, its value was her life. Confused, Lily asked if he thought the girl would accept money for it, adding that she didn't like being in debt. She slammed the door behind her, shouting, "Godhint should take it and go, she still had a lot of work to do, as per His Highness's orders." The elf pulled the glove onto his hand. He placed his hand on his chest and announced that he was fully healed and ready to return to work. Looking at the prosthetic, Ash pointed out that Godhint had donned gloves and was now indistinguishable from his former self. He'd still like to give him more time to rest, but they were on a tight schedule, and there was nothing he could do, they had to move on. MC, with a serious expression, informed them that he was waiting at the mansion until 9 o'clock. He needed to bring all the members of the Shadow Squad. They were leaving tonight. Looking around the buildings, he noted that the operation would take place at night, so everyone should go to bed early to get a good night's sleep. Watching the elf go, Ash thought Godhint glanced one last time toward the alchemy workshop and then headed toward the infirmary. The boys arrived at Lily's, and the protagonist explained that afterward, as the senior mage, she greeted Jupiter Jr. and gave her parting words. The girl took her hand. She began to cry, saying that if Her Highness offended her, the younger one could tell her, as she would support her. The sorceress, looking pleased, suggested they support each other, and Ash suggested they create a mages' guild where they could have fun. Lily rode up to the Lord. Clenching her hands into fists, she noted that if necessary, he could always call her to the front lines, as she was ready. The surprised boy accepted her offer, mentally noting that he had said that this time the vampire lord himself was against them. Watching her go, the prince emphasized that it was too early for her to rest. Turning, he noted that it was time for them to set sail. He confidently declared that they would prepare for the offensive. Imagining a campfire, the main character emphasized that the time had come for the operation to recapture the main camp. Evening had fallen. The boys walked toward the estate, saying that they first needed to enter the estate and discuss the details of the plan. A woman stood before them. She said with a serious expression that she had heard they were leaving on a new mission today and wanted to be taken along. The main character, stunned, asked again. He turned his attention to her granddaughter, whom Jupiter had asked to be left behind. The woman approached and claimed it was their fault she was in this state and asked to be allowed to take revenge. She grabbed the boy by the cloak. Jupiter bowed his head and declared that a child shouldn't fight. Ash took her hand and noted that she could barely stand and asked if she really intended to explore the dungeon in this condition. Jupiter looked at his granddaughter and begged her to stop before it was too late. She looked up and said that she had tried so hard, worked so that she wouldn't have to end up in his place. She knew that was why, up until today, she hadn't led the most honest life. Jupiter Jr. grabbed her grandmother and called her. She looked at the old woman and said that she had already signed a mercenary contract, and today was the day of the first operation. Jupiter looks up. Her granddaughter looks at her and asks what all the fuss was about, adding that she's embarrassing both her and herself. She then offers to take her to the infirmary, where she can rest, and they can discuss everything later. Jupiter straightens up and asks Ash if she's completely fine and stronger than her granddaughter. Will they take her instead? The young man looks at her and asks what she means by that. The sorceress turns her head and states that she's requesting a duel, shocking the young man. The two sorceresses stand facing each other. Lucas turns around and insists that Ash should back away. His Majesty thinks that instead of hiding, they should stop them. The girl looks at her grandmother and asks if she should have intervened, and Jupiter replies that yes, she should have, because she's not ready to leave yet. The grandmother breathes heavily and says that if Jupiter Jr. is stronger than her, then there is no point in her staying there, adding that the main thing for a mercenary is skill, and skill is the only thing that matters. The girl exhales. She takes out her wand and says that all right, as she says. Jupiter Jr. points her pipe at her and states that it seems the time has come to demonstrate what she inherited from her grandmother. The old woman clenched her fist and told her not to be stupid, adding that her talent is exceptional, but will it surpass the experience gained over so many years of service? Jupiter looked at her. She throws out her hand and launches lightning. The granddaughter looked at her and concluded that her grandmother is getting old. She launches her lightning. The two lightning bolts collide. They fly into a tree. Ash shouts that his garden is there and thinks that the sorceresses should go and sort things out somewhere else. Jupiter sits down. The duel ended quickly. Blood drips to the ground, and she asks her granddaughter if it wasn't enough. The grandmother looks up and asks why he can't seem to stop taking revenge on her. The girl looks at her and insists that's hardly possible. She passes Jupiter and asks her to return to the infirmary and rest, she'll be back before she misses her. Ash supports the old sorceress and asks if she's okay. Jupiter looks down and asks the boy to take care of her granddaughter. The young man watches his grandmother leave, reflecting on how, despite her condition, she was willing to do anything to prevent her granddaughter from going on the expedition, and asks what happened between them. The boy frowns, thinking that he doesn't know, and there was no time to find out because it was important for them to set out on reconnaissance, according to plan. The setting sun illuminates the treetops. The boy tells Lucas it's time to go, adding that everyone must be ready by now. Ash responds affirmatively. Ash looks at the people and reflects that, despite a slight commotion, all 3 squads have gathered as planned. An icon with the members of the first squad appears, and the boy says that the members of the first squad have also gathered. A sign with the members of the first additional squad pops up, and Ash continues that the Shadow Squad, led by Godhunt, is also present. A third window appears, and the boy adds that Dion's mercenaries, captained by Dion, are also present, concluding that there are 15 people in total. Ash looks at them and comments on their strategy for gaining control of the main camp, reflecting that this was a record number of people ever sent to the kingdom under the lake at one time. The squad stands before the portal. Sometime later, in the backyard of the Lord's estate, Evangeline and Lucas watch as Ash tells Evangeline to go first, followed by Lucas, and the warriors affirmatively. The witch raises her wand, and the boy says that Jupiter Jr. is next, and her job is magical protection. He then tells her to prepare a spell and go in. The witch replies that they should trust her, and the boy declares that he and Damien will follow. Ash looks at Damien and asks if he's made a decision, and the boy replies that he'll shoot if he gives the order. A gun is slung over the boy's back, and the boy tells him not to overdo it, adding that he wouldn't want to undermine his beliefs, and the boy replies that those aren't beliefs. He lowers his head and states that he's afraid that shooting someone just once will change them forever. Ash places a hand on his shoulder and states that there's no need for that, as with his skills, he can simply disable, not kill. The boy looked at Damien and said he didn't know what kind of sniper he'd become in the future, but no matter what path he chose, he was their team's ace in the hole, and asked him to remember that. The boy smiled and confirmed it. Ash turned around and asked if the men were ready, and they answered affirmatively, after which the boy said they should finish this quickly and ordered them forward. Entering the blue portal, the squad said they'd see each other on the other side. The stone arch collapsed. Frames appeared, indicating a teleportation was in progress and offering advice. The men emerged onto a white stone pavement. They stood in combat stances. The squad stood in an empty marketplace. Ash looked around and thought there was no one there, asking if they were serious. A fire ignited, and the boy continued to think that it couldn't be, adding that it was the other way around. A crossbow rose. The squad was surrounded by men, and the boy thought they were surrounded. He looks away, thinking it's a familiar sight, just like last time. The Pied Piper approaches and says he doubted they'd dare go down that path again, but they proved predictable. He tilts his head and asks why he decided to risk his life and come back, and Ash told him to stop calling him a player, he has a name. The boy looks at his interlocutor and says his name is Ash Von Hyder Everblack, and Crown says he's heard that name before. The sun illuminates the building, and the boy declares that of course he has, since Everblack is a great empire above, and he's the third prince of that empire, and he might bow down if his upbringing allows. The boy looks up, and the Pied Piper says it's that small country in the wilderness, and Ash is surprised. A figure in a black cloak raised his hand and asked how many years had passed up there, that a tiny country had begun to be called an empire, and said that every time he spoke of such things, he felt old. There was a flag in the stone. It had been over 100 years since the Everblack Empire conquered the continent, and it was the most powerful country, ruling half the world. The young man looked at him, wondering if he was calling her tiny, and asked what his concept of time was, adding that he must be over 100 years old. The man looked ahead and said that, in any case, they had had enough of this chatter, and asked if he thought so. Crown raised his hand and said that since they had deigned to visit his base, he would venture to assume they were looking for a quick way to die. A couple of people stood near the cannon. Ash looked ahead and said that by no means, that wasn't part of their plan. Damien emerged from the portal, gun raised. A purple beam destroyed the cannon. A squad of warriors runs out of the portal, shouting that they need to move forward now. Ash tilts his head and asks if he's finally grasping his situation. A couple of people emerge from the portal with an artifact. The man declares that the base was cleared out while he was whistling. The sphere begins to glow. A transparent dome covers the squad, and Ash says that it's his base, so consider the man's base his base. The man smiles and tells him to shut up and get lost, flashing his heels while he's still being kind. Metal structures surround the sphere. It's a rare SR-class water artifact. Energy envelopes the protagonist's group, a barrage barrier device, one of the best defensive artifacts for local battles, slowing enemy projectiles and reducing incoming damage. Crown raised his head and remarked that the heroes were well prepared for the final test. The archers rained arrows down on the heroes, and the antagonist asked how long the men would last. Shells pierced the dome. Lucas held his shield. The knight cut through the arrows. Evangeline raised her head and noted that if they continued to crawl like this, she could easily fight them off alone, and the hero noted that they were doing everything correctly. A bright light illuminated the people. Beams of energy rushed towards the protagonist's group, and the prince noted that it was magic. The girl began to accumulate mana in her hands, and the protagonist shouted her name. Jupiter holds back the enemy mana and says that she was awaiting His Highness's command. The girl's spell penetrates the enemy attack. The energy approaches the mage. Water knocked the enemy off his feet. 2 spells. Jupiter tilted her head and noted that they shared the same element. Someone was holding a weapon. Damien fired. A purple beam erupted from the rifle barrel. The sorcerer looked to the side. The bullet shattered the enemy's shield. Green energy attacked the mage. The girl turned her head and thanked the sniper for the fire support. The young man scratched his head. Crown looked at the group of people surrounded by a pink field. After exchanging countless furious attacks, an unusual calm had fallen between the two sides. Raising his head, the antagonist acknowledged that the player had prepared better than expected. The young man looked up and replied that his name was Ash, to which Crown sarcastically retorted. Darkness enveloped the city, and the antagonist said he'd met many unusual and talented people like them, down there at the bottom of that hellhole. The antagonist said it made him sad every time, to which the young man looked up and asked why. The man raised his hand and said he always wondered what would have happened if they had met under different circumstances, not as enemies. He added that in that case, he would have bought them drinks and asked them about the outside world, as well as told them old stories, and concluded that he would very much like that. The young man turned his head and said that if the antagonist wanted to surrender and stop resisting, he was willing to make concessions. Crown began to laugh and said that the prince was a jester and clearly knew a thing or two about entertainment, then proposed a deal whereby he would pay for the drinks and the hero would entertain the crowd. The man pulled out a flute and said his deal was impossible, as he was pursuing self-interest. The antagonist looked at the heroes and said that those who seek adventure constantly strive to uncover the dark secrets of this city, and his job was to prevent that. The young man summoned his swords and replied that in this case, nothing could be done and the slaughter would have to continue. Crown raised his flute and told the last player that once he was rid of him, this hell could peacefully plunge into eternal darkness. The interface showed the hero allied units. The prince bowed his head and said he wouldn't allow that to happen. Someone swung a cannon, and the hero, Ash, declared that instead of darkness, it would burn everything, as hell should. Fiery projectiles rained down on the opponents, and the antagonists realized they were being attacked from behind. The man raised his head and ordered the soldiers to use shields. Flames consumed the antagonist's group. The elves stood behind the cannon. The squad leader placed his hand on his chest and declared that they were ready and obeying His Highness's orders. Crown turned and was shocked to see that a separate squad of the hero had already broken through the third zone and reached here on foot. The prince raised his head and declared the antagonist was right, but the man said that was impossible, as no movement had been detected in Zone 3. An image of elves appeared, and the hero assumed they were members of the Shadow Squad, former intelligence agents, adding that they were extremely skilled in covert operations. The young man placed his hands on his chest and replied that he and Crown weren't close enough friends for him to explain in detail. The men surrounded the antagonist squad, and Ash acknowledged the fact that they were completely surrounded. The boy raised his head and said he hoped the man wasn't so impudent as to beg for mercy, but he would still allow him to speak his last words. Crown raised his hands and declared that Ash was an excellent strategist, adding that he admitted defeat, but he had one thing to say. The antagonist bowed his head and said he couldn't kill him. The young man frowned and said he didn't think so. Arrows pierced the enemy's bodies. The man coughed blood. Someone fell to their knees. A foot kicked a flute. The prince looked at the man across from him and asked if he would continue to stand his ground, to which the man replied that Ash couldn't. Crown told the hero to turn around, and the protagonist stared in confusion at the disappearing bodies of his enemies. The mage's body disintegrated into particles. Dark energy rose upward. The young man looked ahead, trying to understand what was happening. The man leaned over and explained that the darkness in the kingdom beneath the lake was deeper than Ash could imagine, and that the inhabitants of this land weren't even allowed to die normally. The boy tilted his head and asked what nonsense the antagonist was spouting. Darkness was enveloping the city, and Crown added that it was true, because the end of this foolish country, which had accepted a curse as a blessing, was the very essence of hell. The young man grabbed the man and asked him to explain it properly. Crown raised his head and suggested that perhaps Ash could reach the deepest darkness of this hell. The prince lowered his head and shouted for the antagonist to stop chattering and explain what he meant. Crown's body began to disintegrate, and he added that if they met again, he would tell them more. The protagonist held dark energy, and a male voice declared that they would meet in the darkest abyss. The young man lowered his head and asked what else this dungeon concealed. The stranger looked at the hero. Dark energy fled from the hero's hands, who thought the enemies they had fought so hard to defeat had vanished like smoke. Ash looked down, trying to comprehend what was happening in this impenetrable hole. Light reflected off the stranger's bald head, and he asked why they had only appeared now. The dwarf clenched his fists, and said that it had been a long time since those bandits had taken over the camp. The stranger tries to understand why it took them so long to deal with them, and Ash looks away and thinks that the man reminds him of someone. The dwarf raised his hammer and declared that the clowns had completely extinguished the fire in his forge, adding that his beloved iron girls had completely cooled off and were shivering. The prince realized it was the magical blacksmith, Kelly Bay. The in-game image of the blacksmith appeared, and the protagonist remembered that he was a regular NPC in the main camp, a member of the ancient dwarven race, and added that 50 years ago, he had gone underground in search of rare ore but remained trapped. The blue stone glowed, and it occurred to the protagonist that the man had a completely friendly disposition, no matter what the player did, because he would be by their side until the very end. Kelly Bay began cursing and demanded that the men immediately restore the lighting in the camp. The knight grabbed his sword and asked if he needed to silence the dwarf, to which the protagonist replied that they first needed to do what he asked. The rubble lay, and the young man informed the group that this camp would now be their base and asked them to light fires and clean up the mess their enemies had left behind. The bald man raised his head and asked the protagonist's name. The boy stood up and stated his name, asking if he could learn the man's name. He assumed he already knew it, but it was polite to ask. His hand clutched a hammer, and the dwarf replied that usually only a trusted comrade in arms had the right to know his true name, adding that the boy looked promising, so he could be told. The man raised his hand and said his name was Kelly Bay, adding that he was the world's best magical blacksmith. Ash thought that anyone who considered themselves the best in the world was a fool, but this character deserved the title. The dwarf was crafting something, and the hero added that only Kelly Bay could make exclusive equipment for SSR-level characters, and that the old man was the only one who could create a special type of weapon. Ash leaned toward the man and remembered that to repel the fifth wave, he would need a weapon that only he could forge at this stage, and realized that flattery was the best strategy. The old man scratched his beard and remarked that, watching the hero fawn, the prince nodded and affirmed the dwarf's suggestion that he needed something from him. Thinking it was time to move on to business negotiations between the blacksmith and the client, Ash leaned over and said he needed a wholly silver weapon, noticing the old man's eyes widen when he suddenly broached the subject of top-tier equipment. The man sat down on a crate, remarked that it was a bit difficult to make, and asked how many the protagonist needed. The hero turned and said he needed 15, maybe even more. The old man raised his hands and shouted that the hero was crazy to ask for so many pieces of equipment, to which the young man sarcastically retorted that the title of the world's best craftsman was just empty talk. The dwarf looked ahead and added that silver weapons were a high-level item for exorcisms, and that forging even one required a ton of effort. He then inquired why the hero needed them at all. An image of a young man appeared, and Ash replied that the immortal King Celendian was about to attack the kingdom, and he must stop him. The dwarf's eyes widened. An image of a knight and a vampire appeared, and the player reflected that silver was typically used to fight vampires, but for higher vampires, the aristocratic vampires, the double damage effect of silver weapons was halved. Light reflected off a pixelated sword, and the protagonist added that a special silver weapon existed for fighting such opponents, called a sacred silver weapon. The hero remembered that this item allowed him to convert all damage dealt to a vampire into damage that also reduced defense. Fire burned in a furnace, and the prince knew such weapons could only be crafted in a magical forge. Then Ash remembered that these items were usually only needed mid-game. The young man tilted his head and realized that the vampire lord had appeared in his fifth stage, and he decided he had no choice but to purchase high-level equipment that wasn't up to par with his current progress. The old man leaned over and addressed the boy. The man held gold, and the dwarf began by explaining that when he entered this dungeon, he was with his two brothers, and that they had discovered rare minerals they never heard of before, which delighted them beyond belief. Silhouettes stand in the passageway, and Kelly Bay adds that they delved deeper into the dungeon to find even rarer minerals, fearlessly. A foot steps on ice, and the man says he hasn't encountered them yet. The dwarves look at the young man, and the old man says they encountered vampire lords, especially Lord Celendian. Two flames dispelled the darkness. The man lit a cigarette and said their thirst for rare minerals was their undoing. The shadows of monsters reach out to the humans, and Kelly Bay adds that they encountered vampires in the depths of the dungeon, but when they realized they couldn't do anything to them, it was too late. His hand trembles, and the old man says his brothers sacrificed themselves so he could escape, and he has never descended into the depths since. The man looks at the hero and asks why his brothers sacrificed themselves for him, and the protagonist suggests it was because he was the most capable. Kelly Bay raised his head and declared Ash right, saying he was the best master craftsman for creating weapons against monsters. The mineral was in the chest, and the bald man replied that it was a piece of sacred silver, mined from the depths of the dungeon thanks to the sacrifice of his brothers, adding that it was silver from another world, fallen with an asteroid. The dwarf stood next to the chest and explained that the hero was asking him to forge a weapon from his brother's sacrifice and asked if the prince understood the value of this request. The prince replied that he certainly did, and then the old man asked how the youth would repay him. The protagonist raised his head and replied that the payment would be Celendian's head, and if the master wished, he could bring him the vampire lord's blood or intestines. It would be excellent revenge to appease the souls of his brothers, as well as a good material for equipment. The dwarf laughed and said he thought Ash was a smart guy, but he turned out to be a real psycho, since he promised to bring Celendian's head. The man furrowed his brow and said he hadn't caught the protagonist's name. The boy tilted his head and replied that he was Ash of the Everblack family, to which Celebi remarked that he could even detect the ominous scent emanating from the Everblack family. The dwarf touched the chest and declared that he would create whatever the protagonist requested, but 15 was too much, as he didn't have that much sacred silver. The bald man bowed his head and said he could only create 3 weapons, to which Ash agreed. The man signed the contract and added that he would begin preparing to craft the weapons immediately. A system window appeared, informing the protagonist that he needed to obtain the remaining ingredients for the equipment. Fire illuminated the buildings, and Celebi explained that the elders from the area would likely return by the protagonist's next visit. The dwarf raised his head and said there was no more comfortable place to rest in this dungeon than this, adding that it was good they had destroyed those savage masked thugs. An image of Crown appeared, and the hero wondered if they could truly be considered defeated. A warm light illuminated the room, and the boy asked the old man if he could ask a question, to which the man replied that Ash was not a small child, and if he needed to ask, he should ask. The man turned to Ash, and the hero told the dwarf how exactly the battle with the Night Serpent squad had gone. The prince stood among the vanishing corpses, and the protagonist explained that he had definitely killed them, but they had turned into mist and vanished. He also asked Celebi if he knew the reason for what they had witnessed with their own eyes. The old man crossed his arms and replied that the creatures were upset because of the curse placed upon them. The protagonist inclined his head and asked for more details, to which the man replied that 3 curses had been placed upon this kingdom. Darkness shrouded the city, and the dwarf began by saying he didn't know the other 2, but he knew one for sure, adding that the rare surviving natives of this land suffered because of it. The hero inclined his head and asked what curse had caused these ghostly creatures to wander the bottom of this lake for hundreds of years. The dwarf leaned in and replied that it was the curse of eternal life. The sun illuminated the buildings, the Crossroad Mansion, upon returning from the dungeon. People were sitting at the table, members of all 3 squads gathered together, tired after the night's battle, but they needed to discuss what they had learned to move on. An image of people disappearing appeared, and the hero recalled that, according to Celebi, after death, all the natives of the kingdom beneath the lake are resurrected in a specific location. Someone stood with a bow, and the protagonist noted that it would take time before they could move again. But no matter how many of them were killed, they would be reborn again and again. The prince bowed his head and said that they neither aged nor died, as if locked in a single point in time. The knight turned and said that Ash meant that this curse affected all citizens of the kingdom beneath the lake, adding that only a few of them could move. An image of a city appeared, and the player thought that, judging by its scale, the population was at least several 100,000, while the number of NPCs encountered in the game was limited to a few dozen. The silhouettes of the characters stood, and the hero remembered that in the dungeon you could encounter about 100 NPCs, but more than half of them were visiting adventurers, and the other half were citizens of the kingdom, so there were about 50 at most. The young man raised his head. People stand in front of boarded-up doors, and the prince tries to figure out where the others are. Food lies on a plate. Evangeline raised her head and said it was hard to believe and more like a fairy tale, but she believes eternal life is more of a blessing than a curse. Lucas sits at the table and adds that everyone wants to live as long as possible, but the opportunity to live forever is not a blessing. Damien lowered his head and said he wouldn't want to live forever, and the protagonist joked that he wanted to die quickly. The young man replied that he didn't want to die, but he also didn't want to live forever. He found it very difficult, and the protagonist realized that everyone had slightly different views on life and death. The girl smiled and repeated the words about eternal life. The elves and humans sat at the table. The Shadow Squad and Dion's mercenaries also began to express their opinions on the matter, and the living room quickly became noisy. The prince placed his hands on his chest and tried to understand who could have cast the curse of eternal life. The elf waves to the hero, and Ash thinks the discussion has dragged on, so he orders everyone to disperse, noting that they all needed rest after a hard night. The hero yawns and says they should go too. The girl stands near the table. The young man turns to Jupiter and asks if she's okay. Her hat falls to the floor. The protagonist catches the girl. Jupiter lies on the hero's chest. The prince stands, trying to figure out what's wrong with her. The young man looks at the girl and wonders if she's trying to seduce him, either because he's rich and she needs money, or because he's a known lecher. Then he wonders what he would call their daughter. Jupiter covers her face with her hand and says she suddenly feels dizzy. Evangeline takes a step back and asks why she had to jump on Ash if she was simply dizzy, and Lucas adds that no matter how valuable a maid she is, one shouldn't approach His Highness so carelessly. Damien leaned over to Jupiter and asked if he needed to use healing magic. A nosebleed started to flow from the girl, who insisted she was fine. A hand grabbed his hat, and Jupiter said she'd go and wished everyone a good rest. The door slammed in Ash's face, wanting to suggest Damien at least heal her. The protagonist turned and asked why they were rude to a sick man, to which Lucas replied that he simply hadn't felt it. Evangeline raised her head and said that magic was boiling inside Jupiter, ready to burst forth at any moment. Lucas turned and added that ever since their first meeting, he'd been haunted by the feeling she was hiding something and assumed her magic was simply unstable. An image of the sorceress appeared, and the boy said she'd done a good job, which was why he didn't say anything, but he wouldn't remain silent if it threatened his highness. Damien glanced away and remarked that Jupiter did indeed look ill, as she smoked a pipe every time she used magic, but someone suggested she simply enjoyed smoking. The herbs burned in the pipe, and the young man replied that it wasn't tobacco, but painkillers. The young man raised his head and remarked that it smelled different, and that he'd seen her fill the pipe with herbs, and the hero replayed in his mind that she used herbs to relieve pain every time she used magic. An image of witches appeared, and Ash asked why his mages were falling ill one after another. The prince raised his head and suggested that studying magic alone wasn't enough. They also needed to exercise and improve their health. Lucas bowed his head and whispered that the protagonist should follow his own advice. Evangeline looked at Ash and said that Lucas was right, as the hero was so pale because he spent all day in his office. The man flexed his biceps, and the girl said that from now on, Milord would be training with them. The protagonist turned around and replied that they shouldn't take on such a responsibility, then shouted for Damien to wait for him. The sun illuminated the palace. The next day in the study, Ash leaned against the desk because of the pain in his legs. An image appeared of the protagonist training, and he himself noted that the nightly duo had him in a pincer movement, forcing him to train all morning, and he thought about how those two trained every day. Someone opened the door and addressed the prince. Ada jumped in the doorway and said that the messenger the prince sent to the capital had returned, and the protagonist asked if there would be reinforcements. The assistant bowed his head and replied that there would be no reinforcements. The player sits in front of the system window. The protagonist sits at the table and writes a letter, because as soon as he learned that the next stage would involve bloodsuckers, he immediately sent a request for reinforcements, and then Ash asked if they could even listen to him for once. Soldiers marched with flags, and the prince remembered that the Empire's main army had captured the capital of Brynberg and was now gradually occupying the rest of their territories. Eider held a letter stating that they could not be provided with troops until the military situation in the west was completely stabilized. The hero turned and said that if they lost the southern front, humanity would be destroyed, and the author of the letter did not understand this. The protagonist looked at the signature and realized it was his brother. The prince tore the paper in anger. The scraps of the letter lay on the table. Ash sat down at the table and said that his assistant had sent another letter, which would be the last, unless reinforcements were sent this time. Ida raised his head and asked what would happen then. The hero bit his lip and replied that he would tarnish his brother's honor so much that he would never be able to cleanse it. The boy recoiled, and the hero thought that if he died, his creator would die with him. A fire illuminated the courtyard, the safe zone, the main camp. The knight glanced away and said there was no sign of the enemy, to which Evangeline added that it was best to remain vigilant, just in case. The dwarf looked at the people and said there were no masked men, as they had no business here. The man crossed his arms and remarked that they had indeed returned quickly, as promised, and the hero thought that, despite his grumbling, he looked genuinely glad to see them, as if he had returned home to his beloved grumpy grandpa. The prince approached the dwarf and said that when he said they had no business here, he meant that the Night Serpent squad would no longer be able to enter, to which Kellyby replied in the affirmative. An image of masked men appeared, and the hero asked how that was possible, given their numbers and their power. The dwarf turned his head and said that old Coco had returned. Her hand touched the stone, and the woman tried to figure out if it was okay to place it there. The woman looked away. An old woman runs up to the group, asking if they're new soldiers, and the protagonist notices she looks bigger than she did in the game. Coco hugs the knights, saying she's glad to meet them and not to be afraid of her, as she supports adventurers like them. The woman leans over and asks why they look so skinny. Coco opens a jar and says they need a snack and a chat. The old woman reaches for the food, saying she's made the most delicious jelly for little ones like them. The unknown substance groans. The group looks at the prince, and Ash silently tells them to enjoy it, as they probably won't die from it. The woman smiles and tells them to eat, and the protagonist remembers that Coco can cut anything in half. An image of the old woman appears, and the protagonist explains that this witch wields spatial magic and can cut through space itself, adding that she's an NPC responsible for teleportation. A lantern illuminates the wall. The lamps glowed blue, and the hero added that all the teleportation gates in this dungeon were installed by this old woman. The old woman hugged the knights and said she had cut off Crown's squad and that they would not appear here again. An image of a stone appeared, and the protagonist realized that the thing she had installed earlier was a barrier stone. A fire lit the houses, and Ash realized that this would make the main camp safe from Nightcrawler's squad. The old woman took out some jars and told the people to eat, and the prince noted that new enemies were possible, of course, but Coco, the strongest friendly NPC, had returned, so everything should be fine. The dwarf looked at the stones, trying to figure out what kind of metals they were and what they were for, to which the prince replied that they were for crafting sacred silver weapons, since the man had asked for them. The metal gleamed in the light, and the dwarf realized that the hero had completed the task in just a day and added that he didn't have much time. A system window appeared, displaying a list of the materials needed to craft the weapon, and the player remembered that there was a lot of stuff there. The Crossroad Forge stood among the buildings, and the hero recalled that it was there that he had purchased most of the materials, adding that it wasn't for nothing that he had worked so hard to build it. The old man bowed his head and said there were too many. The protagonist leaned over and said it was okay, let the dwarf consider it a gift, and the man replied that scraps of metal from the outside world were amazing. Kelly Bay held up the bags and said he didn't mind, since the forge's destruction had caused a resource shortage. The old man checked the box and said they had 2 ingredients remaining, a premium or high-grade magic core and 3 of each dark crystal. The prince raised his head and said he'd go get them right away, the premium kind, and the dwarf asked if the hero was sure he could find high-grade magic cores. The protagonist stepped forward and said he was sure, telling the old man to get to forging, wondering if he'd actually been planning to use mixed magic poisons, but thanks to Coco's arrival, he wouldn't have to. The hero turned to the woman. Coco handed over some jelly and suggested that Ash might also want some, but the protagonist replied that he wasn't hungry and had something. The young man handed over the key and asked if she could help him open the door, and the protagonist remembered that he'd obtained this golden room key by killing a golden gargoyle during his last free exploration of Zone 3. The woman looked at the key and said the hero had found an interesting item. The old woman approached the door and said she would open it now. The woman inserted the key. A portal appeared before them, and the prince remembered that all rooms opened with this key were single-use dungeons. A golden glow emanated from the passage, and the hero added that the golden room was a bonus dungeon with many useful high-level items. Damien approached the hero and asked if they would be going alone without Jupiter. The prince bowed his head and said that he was going without her today and thought she couldn't be brought along because of the gold rush, and besides, this was a dungeon where a mage wasn't needed. The knight looked down and asked why they needed so many bags. Wouldn't it be better to take weapons? Evangeline added that Lucas was right, since it was unknown what might attack them inside. Ash stepped forward and replied that it was fine, as it wasn't necessary, adding that if they took weapons, they'd only be carrying double the weight and be inconvenienced. The hero turned and promised that all those bags would be filled to the brim, and the weapons would only get in the way. The party entered the portal. A system window appeared, notifying them that teleportation was in progress. The interface advised them to catch goblins. The party stood in a golden room, and someone asked the milord where they were. Ash turned and replied that it was a special room in the dungeon, the Golden Room. Golden monsters emerged from the portal, and the protagonist explained that if they caught a goblin within the allotted time, they could get money. A system window appeared, announcing that an event had begun, requiring the capture of a golden goblin. The girl pointed and said it was running away, and the hero noted the time limit was 1 minute, and there were 3 golden goblins running around the room. The monster was holding a bag, and the player remembered that of all the goblins, these particular ones were especially fond of jewelry and valuables, and they were also very fast and strong. Under any other circumstances, catching all 3 would have been impossible, but there was a catch. The prince raised his head and gave Damien an order. A bullet flew toward the monster. The creature looked away. The projectile pierced the goblin's body, and the player noticed coins spurting out, not blood, just like in the game. Evangeline looked up and said she never ceased to be amazed by their amazing sniper and tried to figure out how he managed to hit everyone. Lucas turned and said that he, Damien, and Milord had known each other since their first battle, adding that they had been through many trials. The hero raised his hand. The knight stood with his sword. Damien sat before the prince. The protagonist looked at the young man. The man bowed his head and said that she couldn't understand such a deep connection. Ash turned and told them to save small talk for later, as time was running out. The monster screamed. Riches scattered in all directions, and the hero told them to grab the money quickly. A system window appeared, informing them that the dungeon had been cleared and there were 5 minutes left until the room closed. The prince walked over and told them to quickly grab everything they could carry, as they would have to leave in 5 minutes. An unknown object glowed. The hero picked up the sphere, and the system announced that it was a standard premium magic core, and the prince knew there would be at least one here, and so the 5 minutes flew by. A portal appeared, and the protagonist said it was time to leave while it was open. The knight held up a sack and said there was still plenty left, while the other added that it was a shame they couldn't carry it all. An unknown cloud appeared, and the protagonist replied that their prince already had plenty of gold, and needed to hurry. The creature opened its mouth wide, and Ash tried to figure out what it was. The portal stood still. Having escaped the monster, the men fell to the ground. The knight looked at the prince and asked if he was okay, and the protagonist understood what expulsion meant. The cannonballs lay on the table, and the dwarf said the protagonist had prepared well. The man looked up and said they were excellent orbs, then added that there was one last unusual ingredient left, a dark crystal. Kelly Bay looked at the young man and suggested he knew where to find it. The protagonist turned his head and confirmed the dwarf's words. The prince looks at the city and says the crystals are in the belly of a nearby boss, and he thinks it's time to leave the main camp and visit the next zone, as it's time for free exploration. Clouds have covered the sky. The squad stands with bags, and the hero remembers that upon returning to the estate, he decided to reward the squad members with what they found in the gold room, a kind of bonus for good service. He noted that all 3 were a little stunned, but it was a small reward for their efforts. The bags lie on the floor, and Ash thinks it would be better for the rest of the soldiers to simply add a bonus to their weekly wages, since he decided to hand out the bonus personally to the members of the main squad today. The protagonist stands in front of the building and realizes he needs to stop by the only inn in town, the Med Eddy. A sign hangs, and someone's voice greets the hero. The young man approaches the woman and asks if Jupiter Jr. is here, as she is his mage. Light filtered into the room, and the landlady replied that the girl lived in the farthest room on the 3rd floor. The young man wanted to know if she was there, to which he received a positive answer, as she hadn't come out today. The woman raised her head and added that, come to think of it, it wasn't just today. The girl was lying on the man's chest, and the hero guessed that perhaps she was still unwell, or perhaps she was ill and didn't want anyone to see her like that. Ash turned and ordered Lucas to wait there, as he wanted to speak with her alone. The knight leaned over and replied that if anything happened, he'd been called immediately. The young man knocked and asked if Jupiter was there. Someone was coughing, and the hero was trying to check on Jupiter. Ash grabbed the doorbell and asked the girl to answer, surmising that things were so bad that she wasn't even responding. Her hand was holding a bloody handkerchief, and the man warned her that he was coming in. The girl was sitting on the floor, saying that it was forbidden to come in now. The hero looks ahead. Jupiter turns around, and the player asks what all this means. The prince steps forward and asks how she is. The girl looks at the protagonist, who realizes she has a burn, which is why that part of her face is always covered by her hair. Jupiter covers her face with her hand, and the hero thinks it's too early to think about the burn. The young man clutches his head and asks where all the blood is coming from. Jupiter smiles and asks if Milord has had dinner, and the hero shouts that no one would be thinking about food at a time like this. The two are sitting across from each other, 20 minutes later, in the 1st floor of the tavern, in the dining room. The girl folds her arms and says she's sorry the prince had to find her like this. She's just a little under the weather. Ash raised his head and said it didn't look like a simple illness, but rather like Jupiter would soon pass away. The girl sat on a chair and said she'd been doing a good job of hiding it. The sorceress bowed her head and said her time was limited, with 3 years remaining at best. The boy's eyes widened. The candle flame illuminated the walls of the room. The girl startled the hero by spitting out blood. Jupiter closed her eyes and said she was joking because the atmosphere had become too heavy, and the protagonist replied that such things couldn't be joked about. Ash bowed his head and asked why she hadn't told him anything. The sorceress put a handkerchief to her mouth and replied that if she had told him, they probably wouldn't have hired her, as no one needed a mage who could die at any moment. An image of Jupiter appeared, and the hero thought he probably would have hired her, as mages were so in demand. The hero's party system window appeared, and the player suggested that he probably wouldn't have made her a member of the main squad, since a main squad should, after all, consist of soldiers capable of fighting in the long term. The girl lowered her head and said she needed money to support her family, as her grandmother, who had long been their breadwinner, had fallen ill, and now she had to earn money. Jupiter placed her hand on the table and added that in such a situation, she had no right to say she was ill and apologized. The sorceress raised her head and told the protagonist not to worry. Although her body looked poor, she would have no problems in battle. Blue energy enveloped her hand, and Jupiter added that she was confident in her abilities and that with the end of the upcoming defensive battle, her probationary period would also end. The girl smiled and said that the prince could see for himself whether her condition was affecting the battle or not, and if she failed, he could dismiss her. The bag rested on the ground, and Jupiter thanked His Highness for the bonus, and his concern for her. The girl bowed her head and asked that Ash not tell his grandmother about her condition. Moonlight illuminated the building. The mercenary guild. Someone holding a cup asked if he was being too generous to an old woman who couldn't work, only lounging. The prince turned and replied that she had been through a lot and deserved this well-deserved bonus. An image of Jupiter fighting monsters appeared, and the sorceress added that although she had caused a lot of trouble, she could proudly say she had made a significant contribution to defending this front. The prince bowed his head and agreed with the woman. Jupiter turned and said she had one request, for Ash to listen to the old woman's whining for a while. An image of a woman appeared, and Jupiter began by saying she often wondered what the hell she'd done with her life, since by the end there wasn't even anyone left to listen to her. The old woman looked ahead, and the hero suggested it was because she was a freelance mercenary. Ash turned and told her she could whine. An old hand poured alcohol into a glass, and Jupiter suggested the prince had probably guessed they were talking about her granddaughter. The woman tilted her head and added that 15 years had passed, but she remembered everything as if it were yesterday, namely, the moment she first met this child. The banner stands in the camp of the Legion of Wizards, belonging to the First Corps of the Imperial Army. 15 years ago, on the northern front of the ever-black empire. The girl tries to light a match and doesn't understand why it won't light. Jupiter sits under a tree, captain of the 2nd Division. Lightning pierced the sky. The girl lit a fire with her magic and remarked that she finally found some use for it. 1st Division Captain Reina approached Jupiter and reminded her that she had asked her not to use magic on campgrounds and wondered what kind of sick person would light cigarettes that way. Jupiter, sitting under a tree, said that only she, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Imperial Legion of Mages, could do that. Reina extended her hand and asked for a light, to which the woman couldn't help but remark that she was getting tired of asking for cigarettes. The first division captain replied that it wasn't her fault they hadn't been supplied for a month. The empty packs were lying in the boxes, and Reina said that only Jupiter had quality cigarettes left, to which the latter shouted that she had been saving them and wasn't going to share them. The girl hugged her friend and asked for at least one, to which the woman replied that such tricks wouldn't work on her. The man looked ahead. The soldiers greeted their commanders. The women stood by a tree. Two ladies, casually posing and smoking cigarettes, looked rather gangster-like, but the soldiers' eyes fixed on them were filled with endless respect, for these were the two finest fighters in the Imperial Legion of Mages. Jupiter closed her eyes. Reina raised her head. The banner fluttered in the wind. It was thanks to these two women that the Legion of Mages occupied a leading position in the Imperial Army, and in the 20 years since the Legion of Mages' founding, the Imperial Army had not lost a single battle in which these two mages had fought. The two ladies walked on, and Jupiter said she noticed something. An image of scarred people appeared, and Jupiter added that many of the commanders had scars on their faces, and some even had noticeable burns. Reina replied that they were frontline soldiers, toiling away for promotions, and that's why they were so battered. The woman turned her head and said they couldn't compare to their wizards, since they didn't even have scars, let alone a tan, since they were stationed in the rear. Her friend responded that such was the role of wizards in wartime. Command provides coordinates, and they merely attack them. Jupiter raised her hand and said that their job was to use magic from a safe distance, adding that it was all calculated and practical, adding that she simply loved her job. Reina asked why she was grumbling then. The medals glittered in the light, and the 1st Division commander said such behavior was unbecoming of a captain, to which the woman replied that she was simply fed up with the other unit commanders turning their noses up at her at every meeting. Jupiter touched her face and suggested that maybe she should get a scar tattoo for the next meeting, to which her friend responded that she was insane. The rare rays of sunlight illuminated the camp, and the girl suggested that maybe that was the reason everyone was avoiding her, to which Jupiter reminded her that she had asked her to behave appropriately in public. Reina looked at her friend and said that His Majesty the Emperor himself had been present at those meetings, while she had been dozing and drooling. Someone ran up to the ladies and announced their names. A soldier stood with a piece of paper and announced that a message had arrived from command. Rare rays of light illuminated the mountains, and the man reported that, judging by everything, an object resembling an enemy military base had been discovered in the foothills north of the base. The First Corps of the Imperial Army was currently invading a small kingdom called Camilla. A map image appeared. The war was in its final stages, but sporadic resistance continued, a legion of mages performing the dirty and tedious task of clearing out enemy guerrillas entrenched in the mountains. The woman held a piece of paper and remarked that they were like ants. You poison them, it seemed, and they'd come back again. The man stood at attention and reported that an order had been received to carry out a pinpoint strike tomorrow at 5 a.m., to which Jupiter replied that they liked to give us nightmares in the morning, but orders were orders. The woman stepped forward and approached Reina with a proposal to move south after the war ended. The 1st Division commander turned and replied that the south was disgusting for two old women, to which Jupiter replied that they were two influential and wealthy ladies and could have some fun. The woman clenched her fist and suggested she might even be able to pick up some young men, to which Reina replied that only if they were blind. The flag fluttered in the wind, and the 1st Division commander remarked that her Jupiter had earned her place in the bleak and cold north, adding that her thinking was frozen to the core, to which the woman replied that was why she wanted to move south. The captain raised her head and said that when she retired, she would definitely live in the south, lounging around a resort somewhere by a refreshing pool and basking in the hot sun. Reina bowed her head and said that it would be either traveling or buying a resort hotel after retirement. The ladies walked ahead, and the captain continued that it was worth visiting the south at least once in a lifetime, but this story was as far from reality as the distance to the south. The two mages chuckled for a while, discussing retirement and old age. Twilight enveloped the camp. The next day at 4 a.m., someone looked at the town and asked if it was really a military base. Reina looked ahead and replied that it didn't look like a military base. Jupiter handed over the telescope and said it looked like an ordinary village. The woman peered through the telescope and added that she saw no cannons or other weapons typical of a military base. The commander turned her head and ordered the soldier to contact headquarters and double-check the information. Someone approached. The soldier stood up and reported that command believed this was a military base. The man bowed his head and explained that the Camelovites' guerrilla tactics were brutal, as they often disguised themselves as civilians. He added that command believed the village had been captured by guerrillas. Jupiter looked away. The woman held a watch and said there were 30 seconds left until the operation began. Reina concentrated energy in her hand. Her friend turned her head and said that if the captain of the 2nd Division wanted to go south, they needed to deal with it quickly. The woman looked at the mage. Command's decision was irrefutable. Energy enveloped her hand, and a voice shouted that there were 10 seconds left until the operation began. After all, this was what she had been doing her whole life. Jupiter extended her hand. If an order is given, it must be carried out. Such is the reality of a soldier. Energy took shape. Lightning struck the settlement. Silence fell over the city. Magic exploded. Reina bowed her head. Green tornadoes attacked the settlement. The young man approached the commanders and reported that the operation had been a success, adding that the rest was in the knight's hands. They would clear out and investigate the enemy base. Jupiter stood against the backdrop of the burning city. The woman leaned over and said she would go as well, as she wanted to personally inspect everything. The captain turned and said that the Legion of Mages was forbidden from approaching the facility, as they specialized in long-range attacks, and if the woman knew this, then what the hell was she doing? Reina kicked the ground and added that if they went and were ambushed by guerrillas, the Legion's combat effectiveness would be sharply reduced. The woman begged the soldier to stop her. The soldier shook his head, but no one dared stand in the way of the formidable mage. Jupiter stood in the middle of a burning street. A child's body lay on the ground. An old woman had been cut to pieces by a table. A silhouetted man held dead children, and the captain realized they were all civilians. The woman fell to her knees. Jupiter leaned over and shouted that there were no partisans here. The mage sat in the middle of a ruined city, and realized they were all civilians, even the elderly and children for the most part. The soldier looked ahead and reported that he had found the captain of the 2nd Division. Reina approached her friend and asked her to calm down. The woman raised her head and replied that she couldn't calm down, since command had given the order without even checking properly. The captain leaned over and said that Camilla's partisans were extremely cruel, and were hiding in every village. Reina closed her eyes and added that they didn't have time to check every house. Flames illuminated the mountains, and a voice explained that it had been 6 months since the war with the kingdom of Camilla began and winter was approaching, meaning that maintaining the front was burdensome for the command, so everyone wanted to finish as quickly as possible. Jupiter looked up and realized they were trying to tell her that if there was a suspicion, they could burn everyone indiscriminately. The child's body lay on the ground, and the mage replied that it worked. The woman raised her head and angrily shouted that she hadn't known that killing civilians was also part of the job. A map appeared, and the commander tried to figure out if Jupiter knew how many countries the Legion of Mages had wiped off the map, adding that she knew how many civilians had been killed in the process. Reina tilted her head and asked if she knew how many of the military bases she had burned over the past 20 years were real. The woman looked up, and that's when Jupiter understood. The commander sat against a backdrop of skulls. She realized what she'd truly been doing her entire life. Reina removed her headdress and said she'd always worked so hard, and now she felt the urge to throw a tantrum. The captain vomited. Magic was destroying the house. In her entire life, she never even considered questioning it, simply using it as ordered, getting paid to burn hundreds of people alive. Medals hung on her chest. She was even proud of her work, feeling proud every time she received another medal. The soldier placed her hand to her chest, happy that she could contribute to the development of the empire. The glass of reality cracked, because it all turned out to be nonsense. Reina approached her friend and remembered what she herself had said, war is war. Jupiter raised her hand and said that their task was to use magic from a safe distance, to avoid scars, quite prudently and practically. The captain bowed her head and said that up close, everything was different. The woman sits on the ground, and Reina adds that it's better to just watch from afar, as she has been doing all this time. Jupiter heard some sounds and thought there was a survivor. A hand touched the ground. Someone is coming. The woman stands in front of the church engulfed in flames. Jupiter bowed her head. The child lies among the rubble. The captain lifted a beam and said that she would pull it out now. The piece of wood fell. Jupiter holds the child and tries to understand if she is okay. The woman is kneeling and asking for forgiveness, because all this is because of her. The man looks ahead and asks if this is a rescue team. The priest is standing among the children. The old man bowed his head and decided that they had come to save them, because suddenly a thunderstorm fell from the sky, and he already thought everyone was dead. Jupiter turned her head and shouted that they should not leave the shelter, and asked them to hide inside. The soldier turned and shouted that there were survivors here. Reina approached the people and noted that they had survived such a powerful magical projectile. Her foot touched the ground. The captain bowed her head. The woman looked up and begged the mage not to do that, to which the latter merely asked for everyone to be taken outside. Soldiers were holding a man who was shouting to the children that everything would be fine. The priest was sitting on the ground, and Reina assumed these were all the survivors, to which the soldier replied that there was no one else in the village. The captain turned her head and asked how thoroughly they had checked. The soldier stood at attention and reported that they had checked every building for basements, as the village was located on rocky terrain, and there were no other escape routes. The woman approached the man and assumed he was the priest. The old man raised his head and said to spare them, as the children were innocent, so let the soldiers at least spare the children. The boy sat next to the girl, and Reina replied that whether they would survive depended solely on his answers, so he should answer wisely. The captain bowed her head and asked where the soldiers from the kingdom of Camilla were hiding here. Fire engulfed the church, and the man replied that there weren't any soldiers in the village, as all the young men had long since been conscripted into the army, and none had ever returned, adding that he was telling the truth. The woman stood before the man and repeated the word, truth, to which the priest swore by God that it was the absolute truth. Magic pierced the man's head. The priest's body lay on the ground. The captain bowed her head and replied that she wouldn't believe him even if he swore, as Everblack and Camilla believed in different gods. The woman's hand directed magic at the children, and Reina said she couldn't believe she had to do such a thing. A magical projectile flew. Jupiter stood before the children. The woman blocked her opponent's attack. Blood dripped to the ground. Jupiter raised her head and asked Reina to stop. The children were sitting on the ground, and the woman added that perhaps there had been guerrillas in the village, so it was deservedly burned, but these children were simply civilians. The former friends stood facing each other, and the mage tried to understand why they had to die, when she had already killed an innocent man, and whether it was necessary. The captain closed her eyes and replied that she understood perfectly well who was calling the shots in this war. The two stood before the city, and a female voice said that command had determined that the village was an enemy military base. Magic was destroying the city, and Reina added that in reality, it had been an ordinary village, not a base, and command had been mistaken, and she was now proposing to inform them that they had mistaken civilians for enemies and destroyed them. The captain raised her head and said that even if His Majesty had made a mistake, she was truly going to tarnish his reputation as a commander. The woman stepped forward and asked Jupiter not to make things difficult for them all and to simply get out of the way, as she wasn't doing this out of any affection. The child lay in her arms. Jupiter hugged the girl. The former captain stood up and said she didn't mind tarnishing His Majesty's reputation. A dead body lay on the ground, and a female voice added that she would file an official report on such orders and report that, following a mistaken tip from command, they had burned a village containing only civilians. Jupiter raised her head and said she would not follow such orders. The captain looked back. The soldiers watched the scene unfold, and Reina asked if she would kill her for this, and if so, then the rest of the Imperial Legion of Mages, as well as the rank-and-file melee and ranged soldiers, since she would have to kill everyone who witnessed what had happened. Reina looked at Jupiter, who said she didn't have the guts to do so. An image of two captains appeared, primarily because they were inseparable friends. Jupiter believed Reina simply couldn't shoot her, and that turned out to be true. The woman lowered her hand and told her former friend to do what she knew best. Reina raised her head and said that Jupiter could protest, could vilify His Majesty, could even save these children if she so chose. The captain turned and added that she should remember that soon she would have to take off this uniform and give up everything she had achieved in her life. The woman bowed her head and said that her sudden display of hypocritical nobility wouldn't change anything. The mage left, saying they'd had a good time together, but from now on, it would be better if they didn't see each other again. Jupiter silently watched her departing colleague, with whom she'd shared the ups and downs of the past 20 years. The woman glanced to the side. Behind her stood dozens of orphans, covered in blood and soot. The mage stood before the children, now responsible for their lives. The former captain stood before the judges. Jupiter had nevertheless filed an official complaint against the command. This was the first official massacre of civilians recorded in the military records of the ever-Black Empire. The banner fluttered in the wind. It remained the only mistake made by the Imperial command during the operation to eliminate the partisans of the Kingdom of Camilla, a blemish on the army's reputation, a blemish perpetrated by the Emperor himself. Flames consumed the flag. After that incident, the Imperial Legion of Mages was no longer deployed in partisan cleansing operations. With the end of the Legion's support for the army, the war dragged on far longer than command had planned. Soldiers look at the burning city. Even after capturing the Kingdom of Camilla, it took years to completely destroy the entire partisan army. Reina stands in front of crates. Of course, Jupiter was soon expelled from the Imperial Legion of Mages and assigned to provincial service. Birds fly. The sun illuminates the port, and a month after the operation, Jupiter was exiled to the smallest coastal village on the eastern front. Her hand clutches her uniform. The security unit to which she was assigned had fewer than 5 subordinates, clearly a demotion. The mercenary looks down. She was demoted, but she didn't care. Jupiter stands before the construction workers. She built a large house with all her savings. The woman turned to the children and said they would be living here from now on. The mage knelt before the child and said she had never properly introduced herself. The woman smiled and said her name was Jupiter, and from now on, they would call her grandmother. The moon illuminates the building. The mercenary guild, present day. Ash holds a glass and says she isn't her granddaughter at all. The young man turned and said he thought they were blood relatives, since they had so much in common, to which the old woman replied that she was pleased to hear it. The woman looked down and said she wasn't sure she'd been able to play the role of a proper grandmother. Jupiter stands before the children and adds that she raised them out of guilt, but to put it bluntly, she was the one who condemned them to this life, and she would like to atone for her guilt toward these children, but it seems she's never been able to do so properly. An image of a girl appeared, and the mage noted that Jupiter Jr. was a very talented child and surpassed her in abilities alone. The hero remarked that this was indeed the case, as the SSR level is awarded to geniuses whose abilities far exceed the ordinary. Energy accumulated near the girl's chest, and the old woman added that because the girl received a powerful lightning strike as a child, her body was greatly weakened, and now every time she uses magic, she expends her own life force. The mage stands with a staff, and the woman said that if not for her, the younger girl could well have become the greatest sorcerer in the history of the world. The girl stands with flowers, and the voice added that she may have even lived a happy family life in that small village, But that day 15 years ago, she burned both of those possibilities. What the woman did cannot be undone or changed. The old woman holds a glass and says that, frankly, she is afraid of her. A candle illuminated the wall, and the young man asked why she feared it, to which she replied that if one day she asked for what she had taken back, she would. An image of the sorceress appeared, and the woman tried to understand how she could possibly repay him, since every time she met the child's gaze, the thought burned her so much that she wanted to sink into the ground. The prince bowed his head and realized he couldn't utter a single word, so he simply sat and listened to her story. Jupiter looked ahead, and the hero realized that for him, as a third party, this was too complex a problem to speak about, and he didn't even dare offer a solution, given his own situation. The light reflected off the metals, and the old woman said that he was truly proud of his service, but at the same time, he hated what she had to do. A photograph of a shattered Jupiter appeared, adding that, intoxicated by her role as a soldier, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Magical Legion, she had compromised her moral principles and become part of the destructive machine of war, and she hated herself for it. Someone poured alcohol into a glass. The woman turned to the hero and advised him not to get carried away by his roles, namely, that of the third prince of the empire, that of a commander, that of a lord, so that they might not consume him. The young man looked up at her, who continued that his essence was different, and that he should live as he is. Jupiter bowed her head and told the prince to listen to her old-fashioned moral advice just once. Empty bottles stood on the table, and the hero noted that Jupiter's advice had touched him deeply, like liquor burning his esophagus. An image of the real protagonist appeared, and he tried to figure out who he really was, a prince or just another player, and which life he was truly living. The mercenary looked at the boy and thanked him for listening to her whining, as she felt much better now that she'd spoken her mind, adding that she would talk to Jupiter Jr. The girl smiled, and the woman added that, after all, she was her granddaughter, who had inherited her name, and suggested that if he told her everything frankly, perhaps she would find an answer. Moonlight fell on the old woman's face, wanting to believe it. The young man bowed his head and thought that he, too, sincerely hoped so. The carriage pulled away from the sorceress, and the hero thought that, no matter how their story ended, he hoped they would leave each other with no cause for regret. Lucas brandished his sword. A few days later, the first silver weapons arrived from the forge. The hand clutched the sword, and the man added that the blade had good balance, and the system window reported that this equipment's damage was doubled against undead. The boy raised his head and said he'd tell the blacksmith to continue, adding that Lucas should consider this sword a model and use it with confidence. Evangeline raised her spear and asked if it was really safe to use, as it looked expensive. The girl lunged. The boys clapped, and the girl said they shouldn't react so violently to her every action, and the hero thought it was simply amusing to watch her react to their reactions. The prince stepped forward and asked Evangeline if she was proficient with a regular spear, to which the blonde replied affirmatively, as the basic principles were similar, and she had earned top marks in all weapons tests at the academy. The man bit his lip when he heard the girl say she could handle a long sword, and replied that he doubted it and suggested she try it. Blue and green energy surrounded the knights, and Ash said they would talk later and that they should start gearing up. The prince drew his blade and said it was time to explore the new area. A system window appeared, indicating that teleportation was in progress. The interface displayed advice that the main camp had many forks, and that they should boldly explore various directions. The men emerged from the portal, and the hero thought that only the main squad should be used for this exploration. A system window appeared with the main squad composition, and the player added that they would be the ones fighting Celendian, meaning they needed to be properly leveled up. He realized it would be great to level them up before receiving his ultimate this time. Pixel Lucas stood there, and the young man remembered that the ultimate could only be obtained at level 50 with the third choice of development tree, but even his most highly trained characters were far from the required levels. A system window appeared, showing Ash and Damien's levels, and the protagonist realized that the only ones with a chance of gaining a new skill were he and Damien, since at level 35 you can change the development tree and learn 2 new skills, but for now, they had to stop there. The witch glanced away and noticed that the people were back. The woman approached the people and said that they had lost even more weight since their last meeting, and she wanted to give them something tasty, to which the hero replied that they had just eaten. The prince approached the old woman and asked where the dwarf was, to which Coco replied that he had gone into the dungeon to get some materials. The young man glanced to the side, wondering if Kelly Bay, as a permanent NPC, was usually there, watching over this place, and how could he possibly leave his position. The flames were burning in the furnace, and the player realized that Kelly Bay was higher level and much stronger than them, meaning he was unlikely to die. The hero walked forward and said he had a request for the grandmother, to which she assumed he wanted a jelly bean, but the protagonist refused, saying he wasn't hungry. The man stopped before the inscriptions and asked the witch to remove the seal. Coco lowered her head and said that this passage led to an enemy with a terrible reputation, and that this path could also break his heart. The hero turned and replied that everything would be fine, as his heart wasn't so easily broken, to which the old woman added that if the protagonist didn't win, he wouldn't be able to return, meaning this was a one-way trip, and asked if he was ready for that. The prince raised his hand and said he could definitely win, to which Coco recalled Kelly by saying he was quite good, and she thought he was. The woman touched the symbols and said she'd be waiting to hear the story of their adventures. The hatch opened, and the hero thanked the old woman and remembered that this passage was named after the champion's path. A system window appeared, showing the layout of the levels. The player remarked that while it sounded cool, it was just the name of the passage. He added that it was a secret path that allowed them to get directly from the main camp to level 5, bypassing level 4. They were currently on level 3. However, the monsters on level 5 were much stronger and more challenging, even though they'd summoned them there themselves, which begged the question of how they were going to get through it. An image of a coliseum appeared, and the hero replied that of all the options at the moment, it was the easiest place to go, since dungeons and bosses are designed in such a way that victory is often determined by knowing your enemy and being able to exploit that knowledge. In other words, tricks and gimmicks work wonders. The hero stands before the squad, remembering that he carefully briefed his team members before going there. Ash stands before the hatch, and the system informs him that passing this route disables all skills, as well as any escape route when attempting to avoid combat, and only the truly brave can accept this challenge. The player turns and asks if the team is coming. The squad looks at the hero, who notices their expressions are unimpressed. Even Lucas realizes this is expected, as it's physiologically determined. The torch falls into the hatch. The light dissolves into darkness. The hatch glows, and the hero says it's not very deep. The prince stands on the ladder and says he'll go first, but the knight tries to stop him, saying he'll go first. Ash descends the ladder, thinking that if the darkness had a will, what it tried to do, and it feels like it's even reaching his ears. His foot lands on the step. Unknown images surround the hero, who realizes that as he descends, the darkness seems to gain the ability to speak. Under the gaze of the darkness, the player descends the stairs and finds himself so terrified that every step is an effort. The young man's eye glows, and he understands that he must move forward, for this is the only way forward, and he has no choice but to leap into this darkness, as if into lava. A torch illuminates his foot. The prince grips the stairs and realizes that as soon as his feet touch the ground, the sounds of the darkness ceased. His hand holds the torch. The hero looks into the darkness and declares that this is the path of a champion, recalling that speedrunners, striving to overcome the Empire's defenses in the shortest time, often broke through the Colosseum. Someone touched the ground. The young man turned and asked Lucas if they were continuing. The man raised his head and asked the hero to take a break. The knight sits by the wall, and the hero says they'll wait for everyone to come down. He's thinking about why he didn't ask Lucas about what he saw and heard, because even his passive, the unyielding commander, couldn't help. A hand touches the warrior's armor, and Ash hopes each of them will survive this ordeal. The young man falls to the ground. Damien cries and screams that he's so guilty, begs him not to hit him, and also apologizes for being the only one left alive. The hero approaches the boy and tells him to come to his senses. The prince touches the boy's hand, who tells Lucas to take his hand too. A woman's foot touches the floor. Jupiter looks up and says it's very interesting that the curse works this way, adding that it's somewhat archaic, but very interesting. The prince looks at the girl and notices that her legs are shaking and suggests an earthquake, to which the sorceress replies that the mage's body is simply weak, not that she's afraid. The men, sitting in front of the torch, hold hands, and the hero calls Jupiter to join them, thinking that this really helps. Evangeline lands on the ground. The girl's eyes widen and she screams that her body is covered in goosebumps, suggesting that she's afraid. The squad looks at the girl. Evangeline drops her shield and asks to be taken to them. The torch lies on the ground. Damien looks up and says he feels better. The hero closes his eyes and says that the young man is still afraid and suggests that he sit a little longer, as there's nothing shameful in being afraid of the damned darkness. He asks the boy to stay strong. The party began to encourage the young man, and the protagonist realized that by using Damien as an excuse, they were ridding themselves of their fear. Then the protagonist realized he didn't understand the full depth of their wounds, nor the causes, which were surely rooted in the past. The party held hands, and the player realized that this was precisely why they were here, to overcome their fears and hunt monsters together. They walked down a large corridor, and the protagonist explained that after resting for about an hour at the entrance, they moved on, adding that they had to travel from the main camp to the Colosseum on the 5th level. In other words, they had a long journey into the depths of the dungeon. The hero raised his hand, remembering that thanks to this, he was able to thoroughly explain the mechanics and intricacies of the Colosseum to the party members. Ash looked at the stairs, trying to figure out how long they had been walking along this long passage, but the important thing was that they had finally reached its end. The boys looked up, and the prince said there would be no curses this time. The young man turned and said it was time for them to go. A silhouette emerged from the hatch. Lucas turned and helped the protagonist climb up. The hero looked through the hatch and told the remaining members of the squad to hurry. The man looked around and said he thought they were in enemy territory. The prince looked away. The stranger raised his head and noticed that there were many new gladiators in the arena. The stone began to glow. The spotlight turned to the side. Ash covered his face with his hand, trying to understand what was happening. Beams of light were directed at the group of heroes. Level 5, Fiery Colosseum. The girl looked up and said that my lord didn't say they would end up in the arena, to which the protagonist replied that he himself hadn't known that. The hatch slammed shut, and the hero tried to figure out why the hatch cover was in the middle of the arena. He never really noticed it in the game, as it was something he took for granted, just a gameplay moment. The stranger raised his hands and shouted that he'd forgotten the last time he'd had guests. The gladiator king, Jackal, looked up and said it was worth the wait. The young man clenched his teeth in anger. The jackal spread his arms and said he understood everyone had been waiting for this for a long time, and were probably starving. He offered to skin the guests and rip out their entrails. The dwarves sat in the arena, and a voice announced that the jackal's coliseum had been ceremoniously opened. The man extended his hand and announced that the first duel of the day would be for a squad of worthless humans. The knights raised their heads and told the jackal to watch his mouth. The creature stood before the gates, and the announcer said the monster had waited a long time for this day. The paw stepped on the ground, and Jackal assumed that it was probably insanely hungry. A monster entered the arena, and the host announced it was a chimera and asked who would survive and devour the opponent today. A window appeared with the task of defeating a level 45 chimera enemy. The interface displayed the team's elimination odds. The prince looked at the window and realized they were betting 1.01 to 100. The squad walked through the tunnel, and the hero remembered explaining to his squad mates on the way here that the Colosseum had a unique betting system. The goblins looked at the arena, and the hero added that each of the 100 goblins seated in the hall was given one vote, and they voted for who they believed would win, and based on the results, a winning odds ratio was created. 99 goblins bet on the chimera to win, and the player explained that the odds of victory were 99 to 1. The system window reported a 1.01 to 100 chance of elimination. The goblin smiled, and the hero added that the system simply blocked 100 to 0 odds. In fact, that's the lowest possible odds, since they all thought they had absolutely no chance of winning. Ash turned around and said it was offensive to be disregarded. The chimera charged at the humans, and the prince asked Damien to lend him the queen, while the player thought that, whatever the case, the key factor was the elimination odds ratio. His hand gripped the gun, and the protagonist realized that only the first attack would benefit from the damage multiplier. A system window with the odds appeared, and the hero explained in other words that the chimera's first attack would be 1.01 times stronger than normal, while their team's attack would be 100 times stronger, meaning the side that seemed weaker could have an advantage on the first strike. The prince took aim, thinking this was the trick that would help him conquer the Colosseum at this stage. He announced with a smile that he would now receive a surprise one-shot kill, with damage increased by 100 times, only on the first attack. The chimera charged at Ash, and Jackal told the audience to look at these puppies, trying to fight off the ravenously hungry chimera with a toothpick in their hands, as the chimera's flesh was tougher than the frost giant's hardened skin. The man extended his hand and added that even with the 100-fold damage increase, the boys only had a toothpick and couldn't harm it. The player looked away and asked Jackal to be quiet. A beam of energy passed through the chimera's body, its fragments falling to the ground. The hero stood before the torn chimera's body and noted that Jackal had finally shut up, adding that even in the game, he'd been chattering nonstop. The young man raised his hands and declared it a thrill, realizing he'd absorbed the entire experience of the boss monster all by himself. The jackal looked down. The protagonist looked up and asked what the second battle would be like, as he was very interested. A window appeared with the quest to defeat the level 46 frost giant general. The interface reported a 1.11 chance of elimination for the giant to a 10 chance for the heroes. The monster roared, and the host explained that this opponent was straight from Jotunheim, on the 7th floor, the commander of the frost giant squad, the frost giant general. The man clenched his fist and declared that today was his chance to demonstrate the full force of his wrath. A purple beam obliterated the opponent, and the hero noted that the opportunity had been lost. The prince looked up and realized the odds of victory were 90 to 10. A window appeared with the quest to defeat the level 47 Black Dragon's daughter. The interface showed a 1.25 chance of elimination for the dragon to a 5 chance for the human squad. Jackal raised his hand and announced the next opponent, the daughter of the Black Dragon who nearly destroyed the world. Light illuminated the monster's body, and the announcer added that she had 8 wings and 6 pairs of legs. The creature stood, and the man added that she had 5 tails, one of which was severed. The dragon looked at the hero, and Jackal explained that she was still strong and whether she could surpass her father. A purple beam cut through the dragon, and the hero noted that she couldn't even dodge a magic bullet, and the odds of victory were 80 to 20. A window appeared with the task of defeating the level 48 Goblin God. The interface showed the goblin's chance of elimination at 1.43, compared to the hero's 3.33. The axe left a mark on the ground, and a voice shouted that he truly hadn't intended to release this monster until now. The goblin sat in the stands, and Jackal explained that this was the god of war of his dear goblin friends. The monster stepped forward, and the man explained that he had 8 weapons in his hands, which he could easily use to shred enemies to pieces. The projectile tore a hole in the monster's body. The goblins began to mourn the captain, and the protagonist noted that the odds of victory were 70 to 30. A window appeared with the task of defeating a level 49 Fallen Blood. The interface showed a 1.66 chance of elimination for a fallen blood, compared to 2.50 for humans, and the young man realized that a family of bloodsuckers had emerged. A light illuminated the cage, and the host announced that the owner had just captured several fresh monsters in the area. Someone was sitting in the cage, and the man added that monsters of this level were extremely ferocious. The monsters raised their heads, and the protagonist realized that they were talking about fallen vampires. An image of the creature appeared, and the player explained that vampires, deprived of human blood for a long time, gradually degenerate, losing the ability to speak in their minds, and eventually transforming into something more like an animal. The monster charged, a vampire outcast, a fallen of blood. The prince took aim. The projectile missed the fallen. Purple light illuminated the creature's neck. The vampire jumped aside, and the protagonist realized he would burst from the slightest breath, and even with only a 2.5x damage increase, it would be more than enough. The prince raised his head and said enough of the tricks and suggested practicing on a second monster. The hero stood before the bodies of his fallen enemies and recalled that among the vampires he had faced, ghouls were the most powerful, and the fallen of blood, a monster of a higher level, would be an excellent example to study. The knight leaned over and replied that he had been expecting this invitation from the hero, and the young man realized that the odds of winning this round were 60 to 40. The party charged, and the protagonist realized it was time to show the goblins, who hadn't yet figured it out, who was truly worth betting on. The girl pokes the defeated opponent with her finger. The prince looks down and comments that his stats were high, to which Lucas replies that his movements were too simple, perhaps because he was a fallen vampire. Someone poked the monster's nose, and the hero thought that the former vampire, possessed of nothing but bloodlust and instinct, no matter how fast and strong he was, his movements were too predictable. The young man turned and asked the host if he would have someone stronger. The jackal raised his hands, saying it was incredible and adding that it was time to unleash the freshest, most powerful monster they had ever captured. A window appeared with the quest to kill a level 50 vampire. The interface showed an even chance of victory. The young man lowered his head, thinking that he would finally meet a true vampire he could fight. Someone stepped forward, and the host said that no one had ever seen such a vampire, as he had once been an aristocrat and trained young bloodsuckers. The jackal raised his hand and said he was tired of making speeches and should just go and fight. Spotlights illuminated the man, and the jackal declared him an impoverished vampire. The ghoul raised his head and said the host wouldn't get away with this. The man looked down. The vampire clenched his fists and said that the jackal was only allowed to play in this arena because the great commanders tolerated his existence. But he was from the family of Lord Celendian, a great Nosferatu. The man clutched his head and uttered Celendian's name in horror, to which the ghoul added that he had no right to do this to him. The monster's hands flew upward. The vampire looked away. An aura enveloped the jackal's body, who told the monster to shut its mouth and assumed the vampire thought the man would tremble in fear upon learning he was Celendian's subordinate. The hand lies on the ground, and the presenter adds that if he was caught and brought here, then he's just expendable material in the jackal's coliseum, and doesn't care what family he's from. The warrior raised his hand and said that if he utters another word, he'll tear down his fang tower, and ordered him to fight properly. The man bowed his head and asked if the vampire understood. The monster stares ahead with a blank stare. The people stand behind the enemy. The hand begins to move. The man pulls the hands back to himself with blood and says he doesn't know who they are or where they came from, but he has no appetite right now, so he'll just have to kill them. The hand fused with his body. The ghoul turned his head and added that if they don't resist, he'll do it quickly and painlessly. The prince holds his wand and tells the vampire to forgive them, because they'll have to kill him. The protagonist raised his head and said that this was his first encounter with a real vampire, and added that he has to start somewhere. The hero turned and said that before they deal with the Fanged One, 3 squad members showed signs of being okay, and Ash asked who missed being spanked. He grabbed Jupiter's hand, but she didn't understand what he was doing. Blue energy enveloped the girl's body, and the system reported that damage from the primary attribute had been increased by 20% for 3 minutes. People smiled. Ash leaned toward the sorceress and said that this only worked once a day, so he wouldn't be spanking often, so Jupiter shouldn't ask him about it. He thought about using buffs too often, lest he get addicted to them. The girl recoiled, and Ash realized he looked like a pervert. The ghoul bowed his head and hissed that the people had gathered here and were still daring to mock the vampire, and if they desired a painful death, then they could begin. The monster charged, declaring that he would suck every last drop of their blood. The prince raised his head and announced that the enemy was advancing and everyone needed to prepare, then recalled that vampires were distinguished by 2 main attributes. An image of blood appeared, and the player explained that the first attribute was blood magic, adding that this ability allowed the player to use their own blood, as well as the blood of others, as a source of magic. A red aura enveloped the muscles, and the protagonist explained that the second attribute was physical superiority, a regenerative ability that far exceeded common sense, as well as physical strength that far exceeded that of humans. The vampire skill system appeared, and the hero recalled that most vampires preferred to develop only one of 2 skill trees, but if they leveled up even 1 tier of both, the result would be a monster of catastrophic strength. Someone cut the man, and the hero realized he had neglected both blood magic and physical skill. The ghoul stood surrounded by people, and the young man noticed that everything around him was covered in nothing but the enemy's blood. The monster was breathing heavily, and Ash thought that it might seem like victory was already at hand, but that wasn't quite the case. The wound regenerated outside the creature's body, and the player remembered that the vampire's innate regenerative ability had been astounding, and then tried to figure out how to kill him. The prince turned and asked the young man if he could see his core, to which Damien replied that he could, but it felt like this vampire's entire body was made of blood. An image of the vampire's core appeared, and the gunslinger added that the core wasn't fixed in place. It gathered and then spread throughout the body. The hero tilted his head and wondered what to do. A pixelated knight attacked the enemy, and the player remembered that vampire raids in the game begin somewhere midway through, and there are usually artifacts that suppress regenerative abilities, as well as a blessed silver sword always at hand. The ghoul looked at the humans, and the hero realized they were only just beginning their journey, lacking the necessary artifacts or holy weapons. The protagonist tilted his head and realized they couldn't deal enough damage at once, so there had to be a better way. The man smiled and noticed the boy staring at him. The monster leaped at the human, declaring it would drink his blood. The player looked up and realized it had been choosing the most suitable target for the blood, thinking it must be due to its low level. The ghoul opened its jaws wide. An arrow pierced the enemy's head, and the hero realized that if he so openly shouted that he thirsted for his blood, he would be right. Damien stood with a crossbow, and the protagonist added that doing so would attract the attention of his companions. The knights raised their weapons and shouted that the enemy was targeting their majesty. The weapons pierced the man's body. The youth looked ahead and realized that this was it. The soldiers had abandoned the monster because the hero had ordered them to leave their weapons in the vampire's body. The man pulled the arrow from his cheek and said that the prince had disarmed his men, making it easier for him to devour them. Then he sarcastically asked if the hero had considered that such an attack could mortally wound the vampire. Ash raised his head and shouted the sorceress's name. The girl twirled her wand. Jupiter extended her hand and said she understood what the hero wanted from it. The weapon in the vampire's body began to spark. Lightning struck the man. Magic was damaging the ghoul's body. Damien looked forward and said what he saw. The arrow pierced the monster's red sphere. The man fell to the ground. The prince stood before the ashes of his opponent and realized that he was a bit weak for a vampire. But his plan was good. The arrow lay between the halves of the sphere, and the hero realized that attacking with a combination of silver weapons and magic helped Damien locate the core and fire, thus establishing the basic tactic for fighting vampires. The young man looked up. The jackal landed in the arena and declared the gladiators worthy and acknowledged their strength. The man bowed and declared that they deserved to fight him, the king of gladiators. A window appeared with a quest to defeat the level 75 king of gladiators. The interface showed no chance of elimination. The protagonist turned to the jackal and remembered that this was the final boss of the Colosseum, the final battle. Goblin corpses lay in the stands, and the hero understood why there were no elimination bets. The man drew his blades and declared that this duel should be entirely his, so he got rid of the extra eyes, and the player remembered that the jackal's special ability was to dodge the first attack. An image of the gladiator king appeared, and Ash remembered that, regardless of whether there was a betting odds, there was little counter to such a bonus, and a level 75 opponent meant a fight with him was doomed to failure. A dark aura enveloped the man's body, who said it had been many years since he stood in the center of the Colosseum arena. A muscular foot stomped on the ground, and Jackal asked the people to show him their fighting spirit. The man lunged, and the hero remembered that the reason he had come here anyway was because. Jackal raised his hand to strike, and the hero continued that he had a way to neutralize this boss. The young man looked at the man. Jackal's eyes widened when he heard that Everblack hadn't forgotten him, and asked him to repeat it. The prince stood before the gladiator, and repeated that Everblack hadn't forgotten him. The figure sits before the emperor. In reality, the jackal is an agent sent by the Everblack Empire decades ago, an unfortunate character who was kidnapped while exploring the Colosseum dungeon and spent all these years alone. Lucas shows the token, and the hero explains that in the game, it was possible to avoid this battle by using an item, a relic of Prince Ash. He adds that in this case, the jackal mistakes Lucas for a member of the royal family and lets him go without harming the party. A ruse. The man's leg begins to tremble, and he asks the nobleman to state his name. The player picks up the token and reveals himself as Ash Everblack, the third prince of the empire. The sword falls to the ground, and a voice declares that this cannot be. The gladiator sits on the ground and says that for many years he believed he was forgotten, thinking the empire had forgotten him, and he tried to forget them. The boy lowered his head and replied that even if Jackal forgot Everblack, the empire would never forget him. The prince placed his hand on his chest and added that even if the empire forgot him, he, Ash, would always remember him. The man began to cry and said that the time he spent here had not been in vain. The hero stands next to the man and realizes that seeing Jackal so sad and happy had given him a slight pang of guilt, but now he simply needed to remember him. People stood around the gladiator, and the hero explained that he had come up with a multitude of reasons for being in the Colosseum, and Jackal, without a moment's hesitation, took his word for it. The man placed his hand on his chest and said that if the protagonist remembered his name, that was enough, and the player noted that as soon as the boss mode ended, Jackal became a regular NPC. An image of a screaming jackal appeared, and the hero realized that they were indeed the same person. The prince glanced aside and asked if the man would help with future dungeon exploration. An aura enveloped the gladiator's body, and the protagonist realized that Jackal was an incredibly powerful level 75 character, and if he could recruit him, or at least use him for a bit, things would be much easier. Lanterns illuminated the Colosseum, and the man replied that since he had become a gladiator, his body now belonged to the Colosseum, meaning that he could wield his power here, but outside the Colosseum, he was helpless. Jackal bent down and apologized, and the hero realized he should apologize and roll his lip back. Light illuminated the gates, and the hero asked Jackal if there were any dark crystals here. The man bowed and said that there were, and the protagonist could name as many as he needed. An image of a pixelated jackal appeared, and the protagonist remembered that if they avoided him in the game, he would turn into an NPC merchant and sell dark crystals, but this time they could get them for free. The prince holds the crystals, and the player realizes that this material is necessary for crafting higher items, and this is the first time they've seen them in person. The protagonist placed the item in their inventory, and realized that they finally had all the materials to create the holy silver weapon. The man scratched his head and asked if His Majesty needed anything else, adding that he was embarrassed to say so, but he was very powerful in this area, so they should just tell him what was needed. The prince turned his head and asked if there was a place to take a nap. The protagonist's squad was breathing heavily, and the protagonist replied that his men had worked hard and now they needed to rest. The girl sat on the bed and said she was ready to sleep on a hard floor. Jupiter raised her hands and said there were even beds here. Inside the Colosseum, the gladiators' quarters. The girl smiled and said the protagonist was incredible, having managed to turn such a powerful enemy into an ally with just a few words. The guy looked up and said he didn't know how to respond, thinking he wasn't amazing, just following the quest script, though he could have thanked his bright mind for remembering all of this. Evangeline curled up in the blanket and asked if they would sleep in the same room. The protagonist sat down on the bed and said they would all share the same room, since there were no others here. The girl added that there were 2 ladies here, and the hero asked where the ladies were in this room. Evangeline lay on the bed, and the hero said he saw a small caterpillar there. Jupiter spat out blood, and the protagonist called her an incessant hacker. The girl got out of bed and asked why he was a caterpillar, to which the hero replied that she wouldn't hurt him. Evangeline held a pillow and told Ash to hold on. A red aura enveloped the protagonist's body, and he declared that he would teach the brat respect. Lucas entered the room and said that he and Damien had washed up. The girl beat the prince with a pillow. The protagonist covered his head with his hands and ordered Lucas to save him. The man grabbed the pillow and replied that the order would be carried out. Evangeline covered her head with her hand, saying that 2 against 1 wasn't fair and called Jupiter for help. The girl looked away and declared that she was remaining neutral, to which the girl shouted that if she helped, she would sleep with her. The sorceress levitated a pile of pillows, and the prince replied that it wasn't fair, since she had recruited the mage. Evangeline responded by saying that they had started it, and the protagonist added that she had left him no choice. The protagonist tried to call Damien, who was already asleep in bed. The blankets flew down. The prince and Lucas lay on the ground, and the knight apologized for letting the lord down. The player raised his head and said Lucas wasn't to blame, but that it was all the fault of the evil duo. Jupiter laughed, and Ash realized he'd never seen her do it sincerely. Evangeline hugged her friend, and the protagonist noted that, unlike the smiles she'd shown before, this one was genuine, suggesting she'd opened up to them a little. The protagonist sat at the computer, and someone asked where he'd been and if he'd become a popular streamer while he was away. He replied that of course he had, since he was having surgery soon. The young man smiled, and the viewer wrote that everything would be fine and hoped he wasn't stressing out too much. Ash's eyes widened. The girl turned her head and said, "If anything hurts." But before she could finish, the prince interrupted her, saying he was fine and then asking why she wasn't sleeping. Moonlight filtered into the room, and Jupiter replied that she'd slept briefly, asking if he was alright and suggesting that the protagonist was extremely tired, which was why he was having nightmares. The boy bowed his head and said there was one thing he regretted, which was why he often had this dream. The girl bowed her head and said that everyone said that, and the hero tried to find out if others had the same. Jupiter turned and replied that it was the same for her, because she regretted many things and they often appeared in her nightmares. Evangeline was asleep. Lucas pressed his hands together, and the sorceress noted that most of them were sleeping peacefully. The hero bowed his head and noted that everyone was fast asleep. The ceiling was shaking. The jackal opened the door and turned to the protagonist, telling him he should get out of bed. When the hero asked what had happened, the man looked up and replied that a vampire invasion had begun. A crowd of monsters was running. The giant swung his mace. The monsters scattered from the impact. Dragons spewed flames. Ash looked up and realized the monsters were squabbling among themselves. An image of a vampire appeared, and Ash thought the ghoul they'd killed yesterday was just the dregs of their society, but more likely, he really was one of Celendian's subordinates. The jackal approached the hero and said that even though it would be the Legion's army, this was still his territory, meaning he wouldn't let them pass, and the hero asked if he could handle it. The man looked up and replied that he'd seen worse, adding that the title of Gladiator King wasn't given lightly. The jackal stepped forward and said no one knew when things would escalate. The man opened the hatch and said they'd better take the underground tunnel to quickly get back to where they came from. The hatch creaked open, and the man declared that they had conquered this place, and the champion's path was currently opening in the opposite direction. The jackal glanced aside and told the men to hurry, as while His Highness was here, he wouldn't be able to give everyone a dressing down with peace of mind. The heroes descend the stairs. The man looks at the youth and says he's very grateful for him remembering the name of such a petty man like him. The jackal kneels and says the protagonist's words were his salvation. The youth raised his head and said his words sounded as if he were about to die and asked him to be careful. The man raised his head and replied that he was simply speaking from the heart, adding that next time, he could give them a fitting reception. The man lowered the sack and said he looked forward to meeting His Highness again. The jackal, closing the hatch, wished the heroes luck. The party stands. The prince holds the sack, thinking that it truly felt like a farewell before death. The young man turned and said they weren't ready to feed the vampires silver and lightning just yet. Fog enveloped the heroes' party. The protagonist took a step and noted that it was colder here than yesterday. Damien stopped and agreed with the hero. Jupiter looked ahead. Lucas drew his sword and said that something was approaching directly ahead. A silhouette was walking toward the humans. Someone took a step forward. The protagonist tilted his head. A Nosferatu stood before the humans, and the hero realized it was Lord Celendian. The boys saw the silhouette in the tunnel before them. Ash's eyes widened, declaring it was the Vampire King. The boy with red eyes looked at them, assuming it was Celendian. He spoke, asking for forgiveness. The vampire appeared behind them. Shards of something fell from his hand. Evangeline's eyes widened, not understanding what had happened. The boy looked at the object, asking what it was. Lucas turned, shouting for his lord to watch out. The characters circled above Celendian's head. Jupiter Jr. began casting a spell, declaring that she would detain him. The vampire's eyes glowed a bright red light. The girl's magic began to fade, after which she declared that this couldn't be happening. A whirlwind behind the protagonist sent Jupiter flying backward, throwing him back. The boy approached the young man and offered to talk. Ash tensed, hearing him say he had many questions for him. The vampire was much larger than the young man watching him. When he told him that Celendian had stared at him with piercing scarlet eyes, it was the look of a child observing captured insects, and it sent shivers down his spine. The boy frowned, considering that appearances shouldn't deceive him. This monster was actually hundreds of years old. Celendian looked closely at the young man and asked if the player was ready to talk. The boy replied that he was Ash, and the boy asked again. The protagonist looked at him with a serious expression, explaining that his name was Ash von Hyder Everblack, wondering why everyone kept calling him player, while ignoring his name. The boy raised his hand to his face, affirming that it was true, he had a name, and the young man asked again, listening to the answer that he, too, probably didn't ask for a name when he saw a bug, did he? Celendian looked at his interlocutor, saying that in any case, he apologized, as he had been impolite, hadn't meant to offend the young man, and had no intention of causing any harm. The hero's friends were sitting on the floor to the side when Ash inquired about what it was. His friend lay unconscious as the vampire pleaded for understanding. It was hard enough to start a conversation with him without killing him, and for now, he just wanted to talk. The boy stared at him intently, thinking that if it were up to him, they'd all be dead already. He didn't know why, but one thing was certain. The boy calmly watched Ash as he considered that this bastard wasn't here to kill them. If he was holding back for their sake, there was no reason to deny him a conversation. The young man began to sit in the lotus position when asked what he was doing. Ash looked at him, replying that he was sitting down and inviting him to sit too, asking that he didn't know what he wanted to talk about, but talking standing up was a bit awkward, wasn't it? Celendian lowered his gaze. The boy sat down across from the hero. The boy raised his hand, asking what topic of conversation had inspired him, school, career, puberty, whatever. The vampire replied that he had no idea, saying there was one thing he wanted to ask. The boy looked him in the eye, wondering how he'd killed Orlop. The prince asked again, receiving the answer that she was the commander of the Black Spider Legion and mother of all spiders, Orlop, the queen of the tarantulas. The boy stared ahead, muttering that he couldn't remember anything, lost in thought. A bloodthirsty monster with red eyes was shown, as Ash wondered if he was talking about the queen of the black spiders they'd killed during the very first defense, if she was the queen of the tarantulas, not just a boss. The queen was among a pile of other spiders when the young man explained that the tarantula queen was a title given to the biological mother of all arachnid monsters, and he thought the creature only existed in the game files, as it hadn't appeared in the story. Ash looked serious as he explained that, according to that bastard, such a monster had already been trained, so that's why she wasn't dying, she was the Legion commander. The boy looked at his companion, noting that he seemed to remember, and the hero replied that of course he did, since he almost died back then. The queen stared at the green orbs when the vampire explained that Orlop didn't usually fight on the front lines personally, but it was breeding season, and she needed to feed on human flesh and despair. The young man declared that it was yuck. The vampire calmly stared ahead, explaining that she was dead. They said Ash killed her with a cannon. The boy grinned, saying that was indeed the case. He considered that, to be more precise, it was Damien who killed her, not the hero. A broken object lay on the ground, and the prince asked if it was true that he had killed the spider, and if the boy had come for revenge. Celendian asked again. The vampire smiled, asking if it was because of some spider, but he was just joking. Unknown figures were depicted at the table, where the boy recounted how he had told his master that he wanted to fight for revenge, but that wasn't the point. He had never felt compassion for that vile creature. The heroes sat across from each other, and when the boy asked why, the vampire replied that he wanted to die. The boy raised his hands in despair, saying that he had said he wanted to die, that he wanted to face death. He looked at his palm, explaining that 500 years had passed since he was reborn here, and the vampire was searching for someone who could kill him again. The hero frowned, wondering what he meant. Reborn, kill again. Celendian scratched his throat with a claw, declaring that no one could kill him, let alone wound him. The wound on his neck healed instantly when he explained that Orlop had been a legion commander just like him, and the cause of her death had been completely unexpected. The boy replayed the events that had befallen the queen, talking about being nothing more than a human cannon, and it occurred to him that if they could kill Orlop, then perhaps they could kill him too. The vampire extended a bloody hand, asking if he could kill him, if he could free him from his endless slumber. Blood dripped onto the coffin as the question arose of whether he could return him to the realm of eternal darkness. Ash stared at him, his mouth hanging open. He clutched his knee, wondering what kind of nonsense this was, whether he could kill him, asking what kind of idiotic questions were these. The young man rose to his feet, explaining that he'd come here from the start to kill him, that he was here to rip their throats out, burn them to ashes, and scatter them to the winds, that this was what he lived for. The battle was shown, and the hero reflected on how he remembered well how hundreds of his comrades had fallen, their blood dripping from the monster's claws and jaws. Madness was written all over the prince's face as he exclaimed that he would kill Celendian, let him have no doubt about it, and not just him, but all the boy's comrades, his family, and his damned overlord, too. The protagonist held the elf in his arms, recalling how he vividly remembered the broken Margrave, who had dedicated his life to fighting monsters, slowly dying in his arms. Ash screamed in rage that he would kill every last one, absolutely destroy them all, sparing no one. The young man looked at the blue flames. As the story told him, he remembered everything. Over 3,000 bodies piled up in a heap, with a blue flame in the middle. A depiction of cannons on a fortress was shown, as the young man exclaimed that this was why he was here, on the front lines. This was the only goal he must achieve, even if it meant risking his own life. Bright lights shot into the sky, a solemn cannon salute. The crowd sang, as the choir described the heart-rending melody. The young man bowed his head before the crowd as the story described the ringing silence of a moment of silence. The man clenched his teeth. It was Ken. Beads of sweat appeared on the young man Thane's face. Blood flew from the boy's mouth. It was Ron. The girl was surrounded by monsters. They were talking about Gia. A spear pierced the chest of the fighter peak. The fighter bowed his head on a pile of corpses as they spoke of the countless others who had perished, whose names hadn't even sunk into memory. Ash clenched his fist, thinking about what he remembered well, and why it was his duty as a commander to hate them with all his soul. The boy stood before the vampire sitting on the floor and told him not to worry. He would kill him, and not because he asked, and to think instead about what he would scream in his death throes. The vampire smiled, commenting that he was pleased to know. The boy rose from the floor, saying that even if his approach seemed pretentious, he was still happy. That was true hatred. He shook the boy's hand, saying he couldn't understand it. Celendian raised Ash's hand, noting that he was a worthless creature, ready to do anything to kill him, and asked what motivated him. The prince threw his hand away, replying that it was self-evident. The hero wondered if the little bastard would take any pleasure in tearing his head off in the game every time. The boy looked at the boy, urging him to sharpen his fangs and crawl to the walls of his castle. Ash gritted his teeth, approached, and said he would take responsibility and put an end to his unhappy life. Celendian smiled, saying goodbye. The girl approached him, declaring that she hoped his boyfriend wasn't just empty talk. Lucas and Evangeline prepared for battle. The boy commented that it looked like the prince's men were planning an ambush, advising them to control their tempers and save their resolve for the appointed date. The young man, gritting his teeth, insisted they stop, saying that if they tried to attack him now, they'd be screwed. The boy stood to the side when he addressed Ash. Magic swirled around him as he spoke of his eager anticipation, hoping he could truly kill the vampire. The boy watched silently as he vanished. He narrowed his eyes, arguing that if he so yearned for death, he should commit suicide, but it seemed that wouldn't work, since he was asking to be killed. The prince lifted Lucas, exclaiming that he shouldn't get upset over the difference in their strength. Their fangs were sharp enough. His friends lowered their heads when he declared they could handle the task. Ash looked ahead, saying they were returning, They had a lot of work ahead of them, a lot. The hero looked at the blacksmith, exclaiming, "What is this?" The man held up a branch, explaining that it was devil's mistletoe, which grows only in the deepest levels of the dungeon, also known as mistletoe. He explained that it was a rare material, obtainable only in later stages. Ash's eyes widened, explaining that it was a cursed branch, and if he used it to craft equipment then. The blacksmith smirked, knowing he knew. The man clutched the magical branch in his hand, noting that it could be used to create a cursed blade that would dramatically reduce the regeneration of any enemy it struck, and there was no better gift for bloodsuckers than this. The sword was shown as the prince explained that, according to Kelly Bay, the holy weapon would have a regeneration-reducing effect, making it the most powerful weapon against vampires. The man's hand was bandaged when the hero inquired if he had been injured while trying to retrieve it. The blacksmith clenched his fists, asking what he meant, explaining that he had simply fallen and hurt himself, and had picked up the branch on the way here. The man raised his hand to his beard, concluding that this was all he could do. Kelly Bay's eyes widened, exclaiming that the boy simply had to kill these creatures. The young man noted the serious expression on the blacksmith's face, having lost all his brothers to Celendian. A notification popped up stating that autonomous exploration had been completed and a reward had been received. A second message stated that the main squad had earned experience. Crossroads Estate. A glow was visible in the window as the hero explained that upon returning from the dungeon, he began sorting through the items he'd collected this time. The boy sat on his bed, holding something in his hand, wondering if it worked and if it was the last item. He looked at his hand, wondering if the shriek set was complete. The system window indicated it was a level 30 shriek glove. The notification mentioned the shriek set item for me. When 3 items were displayed, the young man wondered why, of all the possible sets, he'd only managed to fully complete the shrieks. He examined the item carefully, wondering what they were hinting at, and in any case, he was grateful for it. The boy recalled the request for the blacksmith, trying to push away the thought that, if he thought about it, there were still items left over from the forge. He figured he'd collect everything and hand it over immediately. In the system window, the young man selected the Dungeon Escape teleportation scroll, figuring that after putting away the extra items, he'd immediately visited the next location. The door opened, and someone announced a player had arrived. Ida saw Ash at the door and asked what brought him to the bedroom, to which he replied that they needed to discuss something. The hero looked around, realizing he'd never been in this room before. He looked away, wondering what suited him. A chess set sat on the table, and he pondered how this place was so uninviting that it was hard to believe anyone lived here. Aside from the paperwork he handled for work, it was completely empty. Ader, opening his mouth, asked if Celendian had come to him in person, and received a reply that he had, and what that could mean. The hero recalled his encounter with the vampire and mentioned that he hadn't had any problems with that psycho this time, but he didn't want anything like that to happen again, asking if she could explore the dungeon in peace. Ash placed his hand on his belt, saying that if it had been an ordinary monster, he wouldn't have said a word, but the Legion commander was overreacting. The boy considered giving him a reward, perhaps that would speed up the process. Ader raised a finger to his mouth, explaining that the Legion Lord was leaving his territory to meet the player in person, a clear violation of the game's rules. The young man asserted that this world was real. A chessboard was shown as he continued to explain that monsters and people, the kingdom beneath the lake and the empire, as long as it all existed in real time, anything could happen, asking if the prince understood. The hero looked ahead, answering yes, thinking about how he, too, had done many things that were unacceptable in the game. He remembered Damien with a sack on his back, mentioning how he carried 6 magic guns at once. The boys stood a distance from the vampire, as he explained that nothing guaranteed they wouldn't be attacked again in enemy territory. A message from the game about the end was shown, with the hero mentioning that this could lead to the end of the game. Ader looked at the system windows, asked the prince for a minute, and said he would add a few simple features to the achievement store. Ash clicked on the window, listening to the explanation that if he purchased and used them, it would help prevent similar events, wondering what was there. The message said he was in an exclusive store. The boy looked at the system window, reading about the emergency landing, saying something like that would be useful too. The young man watched intently, explaining that there was no need to expect help from the system, only a warning, wondering if he should just run away as best he could and whether escaping would make any difference. Ader looked at the prince, asking if it was better than nothing. Ash explained that it really was better than nothing. The boy tapped the screen, thinking, okay, he'll buy it. The hero held the stone to his neck, thinking it seemed to have worked. Ader adjusted his glasses, saying that even the Lord might seem like a threat for now, but... The boys looked at the silhouette when it added that it was entirely possible he could use this to his advantage in the future. If a boss monster could visit him in a dungeon, then perhaps the opposite would happen. Ash's eyes widened, hearing that he could also visit him. He thought that was it, in that case. The young man raised a finger, adding that it was entirely up to him how he used it, so he wouldn't block the system from doing so. Ader smiled, saying that the next stage would be full of challenges, but he trusted the prince to see it through. The hero listened to the good luck wishes and thought that this brat was acting more like a developer than usual. The next day, at the Crossroad Forge. Jupiter held the armor in her hands, exclaiming, "This is it!" A notification appeared stating that it was restored level 35 gold armor. The woman looked at the hero, asking if she could try on this luxury, to which she replied, Of course. A magic orb was depicted when it was said that this was good equipment, but it had a catch, the gold rush debuff. Jupiter stuck out her tongue when the guy said that since she already had this cholera, she should wear it. The woman held the core in her hands when the message announced that the kit was complete, a set of squeals for me. The young man said they would invest everything in their mage. She silently opened her mouth. Jupiter looked at the orb, saying how grateful she was to him, but the woman was in no shape to go to the front lines. The woman looked away, asking about all this equipment, whether she could give it to her granddaughter, a view of the house at night. The girl sat on the bed, clearing her throat. She looked at the bloody handkerchief, thinking that this time the pain was much worse, probably because she had been hit. Young Jupiter remembered the last battle, realizing that she had learned a lot. She recalled the vampire's red eyes, thinking that the vampire lord's dispelling spell was simple, yet it also contained a profound magical principle. The girl clutched the handkerchief, thinking that if she studied it, she could make it her own. It was said that she had had an epiphany. Jupiter Jr. felt her magic reach a new level. She looked at the handkerchief in her hand, wondering how she could use it even if she obtained it. The plot spoke of death, which she already faced, becoming even closer. The man shouted, telling her not to even consider studying magic, saying that if she hadn't studied it, it was questionable how long she could live. The young man wondered if it would be an extra 10 years, or perhaps 20. The woman closed her eyes, realizing these were futile thoughts. Jupiter Jr. noticed the door, where someone called her. The girl opened it, saying that the prince had arrived. The woman smiled, talking about that damned hemoptysis, always at the wrong time. Blood was pouring from her mouth. Jupiter Jr. looked to the side, saw her grandmother, and exclaimed. She lowered her handkerchief. Jupiter was stunned, watching what was happening. She could hear calls for her grandmother to wake up quickly. The sun illuminated a house in a field. 10 years ago, the Eastern Front, the ever-black empire, the countryside. The girl opened her eyes wide, shouting for her grandmother to wake up. Because time was running out, she needed to have breakfast and go to work. Jupiter opened her eyes, looking ahead questioningly. The younger woman asked what was wrong, if she had had another nightmare, to which the woman replied no. She rolled over and asked to sleep because she'd been called out on an emergency call the previous night, and hadn't returned from work until late that night. The girl looked at her, asking if she was going to work, to which she was told no. A village by the water was shown, telling how the grandmother was the captain of the village guard, and even with a low salary, her job was the family's only source of income. Food was on the table when she was told to get up quickly and get ready for work, and that tomorrow would be on the table, otherwise she'd be late again or go hungry. The story told how she'd simply like to rest for a week, but that was impossible. Jupiter yawned, saying she was tired, and asked if the little one could feed her. The girl repeated the question, saying that she was the child. The younger one placed her hand on her waist, listening to how she'd be a good grandmother who worked hard, and when she asked for food, the girl replied, "What else can you do?" Young Jupiter offered food with a spoon, asking for a word. Her eyes sparkled when she asked if the food was tasty, as she'd cooked a little less this time. The grandmother, chewing, replied that her granddaughter was a terrible cook. Sunbeams streamed through the window as the girl suggested her grandmother cook for herself, to which she replied that she didn't know how. Jupiter sat at the table in uniform, and when it was mentioned that specially trained people prepared her food, the grandmother was completely unsuited to housework. She didn't know how to cook, clean, wash, or anything at all. The granddaughter held out a spoon, asking what she could do. Jupiter closed her eyes and said she could cast a spell. When the girl mused that as a grandmother, she was completely incompetent. Jupiter held up her uniform, saying goodbye. The granddaughter looked at her, holding a plate. The girl was asleep. Food was boiling in the pot. Jupiter hugged the youngest, telling her she was an angel and how lucky she was to have her. The girl opened her mouth, asking the silly old woman to leave. She extended her hand. The old woman didn't understand the gesture. The girl asked for money, saying they were all gone. Jupiter was stunned, asking what was going on. After all, she had given her money recently. She replied that she even remembered how many children there were in the house, asking how they could survive on that money. The old woman looked at the children as they explained how she had saved 10 children that day, and even without taking into account the money and the costs of treating the after-effects of the magical attack, the cost of food and clothing alone was impressive. She opened her empty pocket as they explained how their savings had long since run out, and the guard commander's salary barely covered food, thinking how the next paycheck was still a long way off. As the door closed, there were shouts about how the money was gone anyway and they needed to earn it or steal it. The younger one raised her hand, shouting for her to go earn it, and the grandmother smiled in agreement. Outskirts of town, a guard post. Jupiter entered the building as the soldiers greeted the captain. The woman hung up her jacket, telling them there was no need to bow and scrape. No one was watching, so they should relax. She sat down at the table, checking if everything was quiet. The young man replied that it was. The guy had been sitting behind bars when they were talking about the child smuggler they'd caught yesterday, but otherwise, everything was quiet. He grabbed the bars and urged the boys to think carefully. If they just closed their eyes, he'd give them 40%, no, 50% of the loot, asking if they agreed. The old woman picked her ear, listening to the man explain that it was obvious you couldn't make much money in this backwater, and wondering how much money he could make for a little freebie. The woman realized how much noise there was. The heroine slammed the table, listening to him say he was happy with his work, and she was happy with the free money. The woman walked around the room, listening to the guy talk about his clients, who would be pleased to receive their goods, and everyone would be happy and content. The young man sat in the cage, saying that the captain, especially, didn't know what a mage like her could be doing in this hole, so he should think about the offer. Right now he was only involved in small-time smuggling, but with the help of a mage, he could start playing for the big time. He felt a jolt of electricity and screamed. The old woman kicked the cage, shouting for the slug to watch his mouth. The woman clenched her teeth, claiming she was Jupiter, a former captain of the Imperial Legion of Mages, a lightning Jupiter, and even if she had no money, she'd rather starve than smuggle. The man fell backwards, calling for his mother. She wondered what the hell was wrong with him. Why was this bad luck always like this? The woman took his jacket, ordering them to keep an eye on this runt, as an investigator from the capital would arrive tomorrow. She'd go for a walk around the village and check everything out. A blue leg lay by the water, and the woman wondered, remarking that they'd just recently been carried from the shore. The men were lifting the body when one of them asked to take it from this side. The grandmother looked ahead, thinking about how this place was becoming unsafe. They were talking about how just 5 years ago this had been a quiet, peaceful rural town. Warriors watched the explosions as the story of the Empire's campaign of conquest, which had spawned countless war refugees, was told. The turmoil along the borders alone had repercussions even within the Empire. People smiled at each other as they thought about simply wanting to raise these children in a peaceful and quiet environment. It was said that money was running low, and the job of captain of the guard was becoming increasingly tedious. Jupiter suddenly felt the urge to smoke. The woman put her hand in her pocket as they explained that she had quit long ago, due to life with children and a lack of money. The heroine strolled along the embankment, thinking that even Jupiter can decline. Crates were shown as someone thought about cigarettes, and it seemed as if tobacco was among the confiscated contraband. The woman noticed a spark off to the side. She clenched her teeth, wondering if it was magic, cursing. The hand that had grabbed the knife lay on the ground. A woman ran down the road, asking the youngest if everything was all right. The girl, trembling, called for her grandmother. She watched 2 charred bodies, listening to the story of how these people had suddenly burst into the house and said they would kill them if they didn't give up their money. The girl was so scared she didn't even know what she was doing. People were behind the girl as they talked about how the eldest of them all, Jupiter Jr., wanting to protect her brothers and sisters, had awakened the powers of a magician within her. The grandmother, hugging her granddaughter, told her that everything was fine, she was doing well, and that she shouldn't be afraid. The woman's eyes widened, realizing she was coughing. Blood was streaming down the youngest's face when Jupiter asked what it was. Blood was pouring from everywhere when she declared she wasn't feeling well. Clouds filled the sky above the building. Someone was healing a girl's chest, explaining that it was a temporary measure, not a cure. The little girl lay on the bed, lost in sleep, while they explained that the magic left in her heart from the moment of the blow had created scars, and each time they reopened, cutting off blood flow. This was a major problem, as she had magical talent, but because of the scars, she would not be able to use her magical power. The man looked at the grandmother, saying that she was on the brink and would hardly live much longer, and she knew this. All children suffered from such an affliction. The grandmother tensed, asking how to help her live at least a little longer. The young man wiped his hands, declaring that she needed to be taken to the capital's main temple, to show her to the high priest, and perhaps they would offer them a first-class miraculous healing spell. The man looked at her, saying they needed money and it wouldn't come cheap. The woman responded by asking where she got the big bucks. The guy decided to suggest they accept the inevitable. He said he thought she didn't have long to live, so at least feed her something tasty. The grandmother turned her back, hearing about being skin and bones. It was said that Jupiter was lost in thought. The granddaughter lay on the bed while the story was told about how she always believed she had taken responsibility for the children, but hadn't she ultimately made their deaths slower and more painful, since she couldn't cure them, let alone even provide them with a decent living. The woman clenched her fist, thinking about that damn money. The village shore was revealed at night. Someone banged on the bars. The guy leaned back, seeing the woman's silhouette before him, and asked what it was. The girl was holding a cigar in her hand. The woman extended her hand, beckoning the worthless man over, offering to discuss what he'd recently mentioned. Wooden boxes were shown. A few days later, a house was shown. 3 unknown sacks lay there as Jupiter Jr. looked, asking what they were. The woman smiled, declaring she'd earned some money. The grandmother called the children, showing them what she'd brought. The children surrounded the sacks, discussing the dolls inside, dividing them among themselves. Jupiter held a book in her hands, mentioning that she'd wanted a book, noting she'd brought several. The girl took it, thanking her grandmother, saying she'd enjoy reading it. The youngest tucked it under her arm, saying something to her grandmother. She looked into her eyes, wondering if she'd done anything wrong, right? She asked where she'd gotten all that money, since payday was still a long way off. It spoke of a sensitive child's mind. The woman raised her hand, asking if her grandmother had ever been a bad person. She actually had plenty of money in her emergency fund. Sunbeams streamed through the window as Jupiter told her to think about nothing and read her book. Her grandmother placed her hand on her head, suggesting they cook dinner together today, or she'd be starving. The girl smiled, agreeing. The younger one reached into her pocket, asking her grandmother if she couldn't cook either. Jupiter declared she wasn't a good cook, but she needed to try harder. The children rejoiced at their toys when they talked about their clumsy attempts at cooking dinner in the kitchen. The house echoed with children's laughter. It was a rare night of plenty. Jupiter stood at the porch of the house. She was smoking a cigar as they told her about how she'd smoked for the first time in a long time and couldn't stop. The woman felt guilty for the first time for helping with the smuggling, and the cigarette helped her cope with the anxiety of the crime she'd committed. The door opened as the girl called her grandmother. The woman turned around, asking what had happened, saying it was cold and to come inside. The girl declared she wanted to show her something. She was channeling magic, releasing it from her palms, saying that from that day on, she could make them move as she pleased, and that she seemed to have a talent for magic. Jupiter tensed, watching this scene and remembering what the young man had said. The younger one clenched her fists and declared that when she grew up, she'd be like her, a great magician like her grandmother, and make a ton of money, and then the other children would. Jupiter grabbed her by the shoulder, yelling at her not to even think about studying magic. The girl asked why. The angry grandmother exclaimed, looking at her, that she was already well fed and had a roof over her head, wasn't she? She should promise, look her in the eye, and tell her she wouldn't study magic. The younger girl looked at her grandmother indignantly, declaring that it was hard for her to raise them all. Jupiter's eyes widened as she listened to her grandmother talk about wanting to grow up quickly and help her. The grandmother hugged the girl, telling her she could handle it, that she should think only of herself, and that everything would be fine. The woman trembled, telling her not to worry. The story told of how the time of plenty was short-lived, lasting less than a few months. Two silhouettes stood among crates as the story revealed that the Imperial investigators had proven themselves to be professionals, and Jupiter's smuggling operation had been exposed. A large building was shown as the story revealed that the decisive piece of evidence was the fact that all 10 children had received first-class magical treatment in the capital for a demoted soldier, a treatment that was unaffordable. A man was being interrogated in a dark office as the story continued about how the investigators, sensing something was wrong, had come to the village to investigate, and the smugglers detained on the spot had named Jupiter. It was reported that the investigation had been quickly concluded, and the woman had admitted her guilt. The document bore a red seal, indicating her conviction for abuse of power. A military jacket lay in the crate, a reminder of Jupiter's dishonorable discharge, a lifetime of service to law and order, and such a useless end. The woman held the crate in her hands, reflecting on her own guilt. It was said that she regretted nothing. Someone was healing a little girl, and it was said that if she hadn't been smuggling, the children wouldn't have received the treatment they needed, and perhaps they wouldn't have been born. Jupiter, hands in her pockets, watched the ship, wondering where she could earn a living now, wondering if she could become a fisherman. People approached her, calling out to her and welcoming her to a life of freedom. A woman looked him in the eye, asking why he'd come to mock her, but the young man replied that he wasn't stupid enough to insult a magician. A port was shown, where the young man spoke of not beating around the bush, offering Lady Jupiter a mercenary position. She asked again, and was told about a mercenary who would collect whatever was ordered for money. The woman gritted her teeth, clarifying that he was offering Lightning Jupiter a job as an assassin. The young man raised his head, insisting it wasn't an errand, but rather a hound in the service of a lucrative enterprise, asking if she needed money. He reached into his coat, saying that he who feeds many mouths must work. He closed his eyes, opening the case, and said that if she was as experienced a fighter as they said, then working as a mercenary would bring her very good money, urging her to join him. The woman frowned silently. She took a cigar, to which he replied that it was an excellent idea. The man lit his cigar and spoke of being welcome to the ranks of mercenaries, addressing Lady Jupiter. The family sat on the porch, and the grandmother said that she only knew that he and they were heading west. Apparently, there was some kind of local war there. The granddaughter turned to her and asked if she really had to go, or if she could stay, as she was afraid without her. Jupiter turned and replied that she would earn money and return immediately. She had nothing to fear. The girl looked at her, and the plot noted that Jupiter Jr. understood that her grandmother had to leave, but she couldn't help but worry. The family looked at the sky and discussed how she had been having frequent nightmares lately. Jupiter rested her head on her granddaughter's and added that today she would prefer a good dream to a nightmare. Afterward, they both fell asleep under the moonlight. The sorceress walked through the desert, and the plot revealed that this was how Jupiter's journey in search of battle began. The mercenaries' earnings weren't as good as she had hoped, conflicts were frequent, but mostly, there was peace and quiet. In a memory, she received a chest of gold, and the narrative added that Jupiter soon ceased to be a discerning mercenary, forced to take on any dirty work. In another memory, she crushed a man, and the narrator remarked that the soldier's honor she had fought for lost all meaning in the face of the need to provide for her grandchildren. Blood splattered her medals, and the narrative explained that by tearing her reputation to shreds, selling and discarding it, Jupiter forged a new one. The woman stood with a cigar in her mouth. She had become a soldier obsessed with money. Gold flashed in her hands. She became someone willing to do anything for it. The girl picked up a ladle, and the narrator recounted how Jupiter Jr. had been a trusting and gentle child. But after shouldering the responsibility for the lives of her brothers and sisters, she gradually became strong and stubborn. The girl ran after a bandit. Most of the neighbors her grandmother turned to for help refused to help Jupiter Jr. On the contrary, many demanded repayment of debts, threatened her, or even harmed her. The blonde stared at the recipe book, and the narrator explained that the girl quickly had to become strong, as well as insightful and ruthless. She decided to master the magic her grandmother had forbidden her to learn, so she could protect her brothers and sisters. Several spheres appeared above her hand. She herself understood perfectly well that magic was her only outstanding talent. She was incredibly surprised by these spheres, and the narrator added that it was all she had. Jupiter Jr. stood on the shore, and the narrator reported that 10 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. Jupiter and her grandchildren had become distant not only in body but also in spirit. Envelopes and a piece of paper lay on the table, and the plot added that, aside from the occasional letter, they barely communicated. Yet Jupiter faithfully sent money, and her younger sister sent letters. An official letter appeared in her hands, and soon the girl grew up and became an adult. The younger Jupiter looked at the letter, and the narrator explained that, already a mage, she remembered that day 15 years ago, everything that happened on that very day, and she understood perfectly well what Jupiter had done. The woman stared at the letter. Then she tossed it into the rest of the pile, and the plot noted that the original Jupiter had aged and become afraid of her granddaughter. The sorceress looked down silently, even though she had raised them, but at the same time, she had caused deep wounds that would never heal. In the present day, a light shone from the tavern window. The protagonist sat at a table with two girls. Ash grimaced, thinking he just wanted to give away the gear and have a good time. Who knew he'd end up caught between two fires, forced to chew food he couldn't refuse. At that moment, the hostess appeared and shouted out another gift, all on the house. Our hero looked at her satisfied face and thought he understood she was just trying to make a good impression, but he really couldn't be bothered anymore. Jupiter began cutting meat and asked if she really intended to continue working as a mage. Ash turned abruptly. The woman looked ahead confidently and remarked that she was vomiting blood every day, only hastening her death, yet she still wanted to continue casting spells. Jupiter Jr. smiled broadly and replied that living her life as a mage was her dream, and that it was delicious. The mage's gaze tightened and remarked, "For you, this isn't the life of a mage, it's certain death." Our hero grimaced when he told her that giving up everything and staying home was, in her opinion, life. At least she'd live longer that way, while she was only hurtling toward death. Everyone dies eventually, she just had a shorter time. Jupiter Jr.'s gaze tightened when he asked if she intended to die before her. Then she smiled and replied that it wasn't such a bad idea. Grandmother glared at her. She immediately moved her leg and said she was taking it back. She looked at the bag and noted that she would use all the equipment he'd given her herself. Jupiter was still sitting in the chair, and her grandmother added that there was no point in giving it to a child whose goal was to die before her. At that moment, the woman decided to leave the room. The protagonist turned in surprise and asked how she was. However, Jupiter Jr. opened her mouth and explained that she wasn't her grandmother. She'd never considered her grandmother. Our protagonist remembered sitting with a friend at the bar and musing that since he'd only heard a few stories about their past, he had no right to interfere. A bloody rag lay on the table, and our protagonist remarked that Jupiter was probably right after all, if magic only made her feel worse each time. The woman looked at him and noted that in the upcoming defensive battle, his opponent was a vampire lord. Without her, he simply couldn't cope. Our hero turned to her and thought that it was true. Now was not the time to play the hero. On the contrary, no matter how much blood she vomited, he needed her 100% commitment in the upcoming fight. Jupiter wiped her mouth and declared that everyone on this front was risking their lives, and she was no different. She abruptly pushed her chair aside. Then she stood up. Jupiter turned and asked if he would pay for dinner. Ash smirked and wondered if she really thought he would demand money from someone like her. He immediately glanced at his reflection and added that, come to think of it, Kim Ash didn't have much in the way of family problems either. A week later, a fireplace was burning near the house. Lucas glanced at his sword and remarked that it was superb, the best sword he had ever held in his life, and the blacksmith replied that this was the first time he had held such a weapon, and of course, it was the best he had ever seen. A system screen about this sword appeared, and our hero explained that the deadly prefix meant the weapon had the highest level of regeneration resistance. Ash stared at the screen with a smile, thinking that doubling damage, plus defense penetration, and even regeneration reduction, this was vampire extermination forged with one purpose in mind. At that moment, Evangeline appeared, asking for her spear. The man took the spear and remarked that this was a rather complex request. Wouldn't it be easier to simply forge something new for her? The protagonist presented the spear and explained that Evangeline's holy weapon, the cross spear, had been modified by adding a silver blade to its tip. He was able to use this trick because this wasn't a game, but real life, so they get the effects of specialized equipment plus the effects of a holy weapon. The girl stared at her weapon and cried out in surprise. Our hero turned to her and asked if she had any other requests, and she replied that it was a bit heavier, but that was for the better. The blacksmith put his hand to his mouth and announced that it was a cavalry lance. He should bring it back later. It possessed immense power. It would be difficult now, but when he had all the necessary ingredients, he would unlock its true power. Evangeline began jabbing the lance at the knight, and our hero mused that Kelly Bay, as always, wanted to study the character's SSR equipment better. After all, he would be the one upgrading it later. Damien, in turn, examined the holy arrows. The blacksmith gritted his teeth and noted that the man had a keen eye, as if his eyes could see the weapon. The man began fingering the arrows. Then he smiled broadly and remarked that he was using them for their intended purpose. At that moment, Kelly Bay pulled out a crossbow and announced that it was a gift. He had some mistletoe left, so he did so. An information screen immediately appeared. Ash stared in surprise, wondering if such status effects even existed in this world. Then he turned to the blacksmith and asked if it was too rich for a gift, and he replied that he made it from leftover branches, and he couldn't throw it away. Ash reached into his pocket and declared that it was still too expensive. Kelly Bay grabbed his hand sharply and shouted that he didn't need payment. He expected a different payment for all the weapons he'd crafted. Our hero pictured the vampire and mused that it was Selendian's head. All the materials obtained after defeating the vampire lord had been promised to Kelly Bay. The blacksmith stared at our hero, who added that, of course, if he paid now, the point of paying later would be lost. The man abruptly turned and shouted that he'd said enough, so let them go and kick their asses. Ash looked at the blacksmith and thanked her for everything. Then he turned to the squad and thought that now they were armed, all that remained was to figure out a strategy. Our hero smiled and said that when they returned to Crossroads, they'd stop by the forge to pick up Evangeline's armor. The girl jumped up, and our hero added that he'd ordered something since she was tanking there and needed stronger armor. Evangeline blushed and asked if it would be pretty. At that moment, an enemy information window appeared. A loud scream echoed through the city. Evangeline glanced at her armor and shouted what it was, and our hero replied that he knew she'd appreciate it. He'd spent a long time choosing her armor, carefully considering everything. The girl grabbed it and asked what this monstrosity was, and our hero replied that she was being too rude. He should be grateful the armor was strong. Ash immediately introduced the golems and explained that they were, in fact, the result of researching the armored golem fragments recovered from the golem raid during the third wave. At that moment, a system window appeared, and our hero added that golem plates provide protection from physical and magical attacks, but they are very heavy, hindering movement and reducing attack speed. The next screen announced a passive skill, and Ash explained that, however, Evangeline has the trait Unstoppable. This trait provides 100% resistance to movement restrictions. Instead of a movement speed penalty, it makes the character incredibly resistant to magical damage and defense, making it the best possible armor for Evangeline in the early and mid-game. The girl began to attack it, and our hero mentally noted that a tank should be as agile and indestructible as cockroaches in a dorm. A sign for a forge hung on the wall. Evangeline clutched her face and tearfully declared that her dream of a beautiful fur-suit of armor should rest in peace. Our hero clenched his fist and shouted that it wasn't beauty that mattered in armor, but practicality. It might look a bit bulky, but at least it was durable. The girl presented the armor of her dreams and declared it simply beautiful, a knight's pride, with a luxurious shine and a magnificent helmet. Then she lowered her head and asked if our hero could promise her one thing. Ash grinned, hearing that when it came time for her next armor, let it be beautiful, and thought, to be fair, her final armor, Snow White, was truly beautiful. He immediately pictured her silhouette, and added that she looked so cool in it that she could easily grace the game's promotional posters. At that moment, Evangeline gritted her teeth, hearing our hero give his word, and for now, they needed to deal with the vampires, and shouted that she would crush those bloodsuckers into dust. Then she struck the knight in the chest, and our hero announced that a meeting would be held that evening to discuss tactics for the upcoming siege and await them at the manor at 6 o'clock. The bright sun shone down on the forged building. It was already evening, and our hero stood outside the mansion. He quickly turned his head. Then he glanced at the sorceress and asked what she was doing there, and Jupiter replied that she'd mentioned rumors spreading across the continent. Ash looked at her and asked again, and the woman added that she meant that the monster front pays very well. Hadn't she said she tells everyone about it when I want a drink? A memory from the bar immediately popped into our hero's head, and he thought about how a few months ago, when he and Jupiter had met at the mercenary guild, she'd said she was spreading word among the mercenaries across the continent that the new commander, His Highness the Third Prince, was quite generous. Ash remembered Jupiter's joy at the bar and said he didn't know if she'd said it on purpose to stop him from grumbling about her drinking, but he'd ultimately supported the idea because he thought it would be beneficial in the long run. At that moment, 4 warriors appeared, and Jupiter announced that her former comrades had joined in after hearing about this. The sorceress grinned and suggested that perhaps they should form a squad, calling themselves veterans. These guys were experienced, strong fighters who had fought in many brutal wars, and they would be useful. Her hands trembled after our hero's remark that she hadn't fully recovered from the magical explosion yet, and he couldn't send her to the front lines. She replied that she'd heard their opponent in this siege would be a vampire. An experienced mage would definitely be useful in such a situation. Ash stared at her silently. The treetops appeared, and Jupiter remarked that she'd been working for a long time and knew her limits well, so she wouldn't let herself be completely exhausted. Then she looked at him and asked for a chance. The woman opened her mouth and asked for a chance to prove to herself that she could still be useful. Ash watched her silently. Rays of light fell on the mansion, and our hero noted that he'd need to order 5 more servings. The strategy meeting over dinner would begin soon. A few hours later, everyone gathered in the dining room. Jupiter Jr. raised her cup angrily. Her grandmother also looked at her intently. After a moment, both girls looked away from each other. Ash smiled and remarked that he'd originally intended to suggest dinner, and then discuss strategy. He then rolled up his sleeves and added that since they'd arrived early, he suggested they discuss everything now and then eat, though he couldn't guarantee it wouldn't ruin their appetites. At that moment, Evangeline opened her mouth and shouted that even the apocalypse couldn't stop her appetite. The protagonist slapped the chalk on the board and announced that they'd begin then, letting the chef briefly explain the upcoming operation before bringing the appetizers. He then shouted that he'd start with the most important thing. The boss monster, the vampire Celendian, had a health bar of 1000. He immediately slammed the chalk on the picture. Evangeline was stunned by this information. Lucas glanced at the board and said he meant to say that the powerful vampire lord would need to be killed 1000 times. Then he recalled how they'd met the lord on the street. The entire squad's eyes widened in shock. Ash turned with a smile and remarked that it was certainly impossible to kill this monster 1000 times, so they must find another way. Our hero presented the bloody blades and explained that vampires are creatures that, by sucking the blood of others, absorb their life force and convert it into their own, and that a vampire lord is the one at the top of their food chain. He then introduced the lord and added that he owned the lives of the entire legion as if they were his own. Ash, with his back turned, decided to add that he didn't know, but Celendian's vampire legion had already been destroyed once. Ash imagined the lord sitting in a pile of corpses and explained that, even though all his subordinate vampires had perished, Celendian, left alone, did not abandon his own, because a lord is responsible for the lives of his subjects. Our hero completed the drawing of the vampires on the board and explained that Celendian had divided his powerful life force into 1000 parts and distributed it to 1000 fallen minions, restoring them to life. Thus, Celendian's life force was divided among the entire legion. A legion of vampires appeared in his mind. Ash strained his gaze and noticed a legion of 1000 vampires approaching. Until every single ghoul was destroyed, they would not be able to kill Celendian. A silhouette of a vampire lord appeared in his mind. Our hero began drawing a line and declared that, simply put, it was useless to fight Celendian directly. A moment later, a plan appeared on the board, and Ash added that he would use a trick to isolate and tie up Celendian, while they and the rest of the soldiers would destroy the legion of vampires. Our hero immediately crossed out the lord and announced that after that, they would attack the lone Celendian and win the war. That's the general outline. Our hero quickly wiped the board and added that he would now explain how to actually fight vampires. He then picked up the chalk and noted that he would detail tactics for each enemy type, so prepare to listen carefully and memorize. It was time for a lecture from a genre guru and a fan of empire defense in particular. Our hero looked at the window and told them to remember that their blood and flesh are what fuel them. Evangeline raised her hand and called our hero. The girl looked at him and asked if they could continue after dinner. Loud cries could be heard from within the building about how she could even think about food when they were talking about the upcoming defense. A light shone from the window, and our hero explained that after 3 hours, his passionate lecture on strategy had finally concluded. Everyone in the room froze in surprise, and our hero added that they all sat there, pale-faced, having lost their appetites. Damien looked at him and asked if they were sure they could handle it. This enemy was clearly stronger than any monster they'd ever faced. Ash introduced the vampire lord and noted that the brat had clearly demonstrated his immense strength, but that was a dungeon, his base. He then introduced the castle walls and added that this time the fight would be on their territory, so his stats would be scaled back according to the 5th wave, and that would be fair. The elves stared at our hero, and he remarked that he wanted them to remember all the battles they'd fought. He would be limited to the surface, while they weren't. The difference was easily surmountable, more than enough. The protagonist recalled all the enemies and added that all the previous battles had been brutal and seemingly impossible, but they had prevailed. Ash confidently stared ahead and declared that this time would be no different. He was confident of it, confident in his strategy, and confident that they could pass this stage. He then glanced at the entire hall and added that he wasn't at all sure everyone present would survive this fight. Our hero's eyes widened. An image of Lucas appeared before him next to a corpse. Ash clenched his teeth and thought about pulling himself together. This time, things would be different. Then he stared straight ahead and added that he wouldn't let this happen. He immediately looked at Lucas and mentally noted that he wouldn't leave him alone. They would save everyone who could be saved. Our hero slowly lifted his fork and noted that there were only 9 days left until the defense began. He then stabbed the fork into the meat and added that now that they had finalized their strategy, all that remained was training. Our hero held out a piece of meat and shouted for them to gather their strength. Starting tomorrow, he would push them to the point of exhaustion. A thread on the chandelier twitched. The butler and maid looked up at the trembling body. The Scarlet Mansion stood in the middle of the kingdom's dungeon beneath the lake. The butler and maid looked at his feet and wondered if he tried to die again. A pale Celendian stared ahead. The butler looked at him and asked if it had worked, if it might help him get down. He removed it and added that he might try another method, as removing it every morning was tiring. Celendian looked at him and asked if he hadn't used a different method last week. What if he'd gone straight to the bathroom? The maid closed her eyes and heard him say that he'd have to clean the bathroom too, since that would have been more comfortable for him. In the next shot, the Lord was lying in bed and heard him say that the most comfortable time was when he tried to starve to death, since he didn't have to clean anything or cook anything. At that moment, the maid started pointing. It was quiet outside, and the butler noted that Beta was trying to say that the most unpleasant method was the one where he threw himself off the roof. She felt terrible because she'd spent so long tending those flower beds. Celendian lowered his head, and the narrative noted that the Lord tried to die every day, but failed each time, for 2 main reasons. He then began cutting his neck and sitting among the vampires, and the narrative added that he possessed immense regenerative powers and an infinite number of lives scattered throughout the Legion. Celendian looked at his hand and muttered, "When will this miserable life end?" It was true torture, living a life he couldn't end on his own. His palace stood in darkness, and the Lord added that the people of the kingdom beneath the lake, striving for immortality, had ultimately fallen into a terrible trap. Alpha straightened his suit and remarked on the irony, and the Lord replied that he simply never desired to live forever. Then he placed his hand on his chest and added that after a long and chaotic life, it seemed as if it would end at any moment, and he would fall into eternal slumber. But by the king's will, he had been resurrected here, 500 years having passed since then. A chandelier hung in the room, and a voice asked if he would be able to die this time, speaking of the upcoming campaign. Celendian gritted his teeth and asked if they thought the people could fight back. Beta smirked and heard that, besides, they had spent many years gathering strength for this overwhelming wave. The Lord stood silently and heard that no offense meant to him, who was about to die, but he felt they were beyond his power. Alpha bowed and asked him to be his lord forever and ever. The man parted his lips and replied that this time the enemy was not so simple. He then introduced our hero and added that this man named Ash, even when they met face to face, never looked away from his gaze, radiating hatred. Immediately, dark silhouettes appeared in his mind, and the Lord added that Ash was very similar to the great men of the past who had once killed him. Celendian placed his hand on his chest and mused that his heart hadn't fluttered like this in a long time. Perhaps this time it would. In his mind, our hero glared at him, and Celendian thought he needed to sharpen his fangs and crawl to the walls of his castle. He would take responsibility and put an end to his unhappy life. Perhaps this man would be the one to kill him. At that moment, the doors opened. Alpha stood by the door and announced that the army was at full readiness, and he was to lead them. The Lord stared ahead silently. Beta stepped forward, and the narrative explained that he had languished in the kingdom beneath the lake for 500 years, all that time using nightmares as material to build up his forces. A vast army of vampires stared ahead, and the narrative added that hundreds of vampires and thousands of ghouls had joined him, led by other lords who had been with him in this nightmare, the legion expanding without ceasing. Celendian stepped forward. Then he stared at the army, and the narrative noted that, ultimately, these were Celendian's main forces, 1,000 of the best, those with whom Celendian had shared his life. The vampire lowered his head and announced that they awaited his command. The Lord stared at him and said that he hadn't been above ground in a while, and what the departure route was, through the kingdom's main gates. The vampire's mouth fell open and he noticed that the Nameless One was blocking the main entrance. Celendian turned his gaze and considered the Nameless One. The girl looked straight at him. She was the last person in the kingdom beneath the lake, single-handedly holding back the monsters in this hell. This woman truly embodied nobility and honor. Celendian smiled and remarked that fighting for so long without giving in was the burden of her responsibility, when she could have simply given in and lived like everyone else. His city was silent, and the Lord added that even the Nameless One's resistance had its limits. For the past 500 years, she had held back most of the waves single-handedly, while they sat quietly and grew stronger. This time, she would not stop them. Dark silhouettes stood all over the square, and the Lord noted that the entire army, save for the main legion, was waiting in the northern central square. In a short time, they would begin to break through the main entrance, serving as a human shield against the Nameless One. The Lord turned his head and announced that the main force would pass through the main entrance and head toward the people. All the other waves always emerged in the same manner. The vampire gritted his teeth and declared that it was embarrassing to admit, but yes, There was always the bait of meat, and only a small core force was allowed to leave the kingdom. He then imagined a field ablaze and added that if not for the Nameless One, the human world would have been attacked by far more monsters each time, and perhaps she would have been destroyed long ago. Celendian stared straight ahead and noted that tens of thousands of monsters weren't needed to destroy the human world. A legion of them was more than enough. The vampires looked at him with smiles. The Lord looked at the army, and thought that 10 vampires and 1,000 ghouls were more than capable of unleashing hell on earth. Then he lowered his head and said it had been a long time since he'd breathed fresh air. At that moment, a memory of ghouls being killed appeared. The vampire opened his mouth and screamed for her to be killed, for her arms to be torn off and her blood to be sucked dry. The girl clutched her sword and declared that they were all simply a mistake, the sin of this kingdom. Then he slashed at the ghouls. The girl looked ahead and shouted, "Where are they going? Let them leave their nightmares in this kingdom under the lake." Celendian turned his head and remarked that it was one of the few weapons that could end his life. He then added that it was fascinating. One of the ways Celendian had tried to die was by direct confrontation with the Nameless One. But even if he died at her hands, the king would always bring him back to life. The dark silhouette began to crack, and the Lord added that the king usually didn't care about the death of his commanders, unless it was at the hands of the Nameless One. The girl turned sharply and called out to the Lord. Then she stared at him and asked where he was going. Celendian looked straight ahead and replied, "To the ground, of course." At that moment, the doors opened, and the Lord added that he couldn't bear to deal with this hellish tragedy alone forever. Eventually, time would consume it too, and it would disappear. The girl quickly ran toward him and shouted at him to stop if he left. At that moment, ghouls appeared before her. At the foot of the mountain, a lake murmured peacefully. Celendian stood in front of the bushes and declared that the air here was insanely clean. He immediately took a step up the stairs. Then he sat down on a step. The Lord leaned on his hand and declared that it was time to destroy the world. A moment later, an army appeared around him. A notification appeared announcing the start of the 5th wave. The temple stood quietly at that moment. Ash turned to the girl, heard what had brought him at such a time, and replied that people visit the temple for a variety of reasons, but the remedy is always the same: prayer. Then he stared at the statue and thought that he wasn't religious, but wanted to pray for success. Then he confidently stared ahead and meditated that may victory in the coming battle be theirs. May as many people as possible survive. The girl turned abruptly. Then she stared at the bag and asked, "He didn't come for healing, so what was the purpose of this donation?" Our hero looked at her and replied that she once said that the war here on the monster front was sacred. Margaret closed her eyes, and our hero added that protecting people from monsters was a sacred cause. Our hero looked surprised and said he'd dare ask him not to shy away from this holy war and join the fight. Margaret looked at him, and our hero reflected that the conditions for hiring a saint were to visit the temple and make offerings, reaching a certain amount through donations, and he just made the final required payment. Margaret looked at the temple stairs and noted that she was just a village girl with no skills other than caring for the wounded, and she had no strength to fight. Ash looked at her and remarked that the most effective way to heal the sick was to prevent their injuries. He then added that they could do it if he were nearby, letting him lend them his healing power. They really needed it. The protagonist introduced a female icon and explained that her skill set focused on healing and defense. The best area healer in the game was the R-class heroine, Saint Margaret. The girl placed her hand on her chest and asked what she should do. Our hero was already standing in Zone 4 and mused that it was morning, 2 days before the next wave of attacks. He had arrived in the kingdom beneath the lake, bringing all 4 squads with him. He immediately introduced the dungeon system and added that over the past week, they had cleared all the 4th level zones. Ash looked at the vampire corpses and explained that the dungeon was teeming with ghouls and blood fallen, and that the boss monster was a vampire. All squad members had accumulated enough experience to fight the bloodsuckers. The soldiers stood at full combat readiness, and the protagonist explained that Dion's squad, all of whose members were in rank, had improved significantly. He also looked at Jupiter's squad and added that the veterans, a group of older mercenaries who had recently joined, had quickly adapted to fighting monsters, as befits seasoned fighters who had been on the battlefield for years. Ash turned to his soldiers and announced that, of all the dungeons in the kingdom beneath the lake, they had completely cleared the 4th zone. All accessible dungeons had been cleared. He had done everything possible. He immediately looked at the walls and announced that the equipment preparation was complete, and traps and artifacts had been installed on the fortress walls. Either they would survive this stage, or they would survive. At that moment, notifications appeared. Our hero stared at them intently. Then he looked at his warriors and announced that there were 2 days left until the defensive battle, and they should rest until then. Immediately after, a flurry of notifications appeared about the leveling up of the entire army. Our hero looked at his army roster and realized he was going through a long list of 20 names one by one, because it was unknown how many of them would survive. Ash glared down furiously. On the last night before the attack, a light was burning in the barracks. A candle on the table was still burning. The mercenaries gathered in a circle and explained that they'd only taken their chance, that they hadn't always been appreciated in the past, that they'd been used as human shields, and the plot noted that before reaching the monster front, These 5 had endured all manner of hardships as mercenaries. A scene of a rock falling on a cliff appeared, and the plot added that as rookies, they were often sent on the most dangerous missions precisely because they were rookies. Lacking talent and exceptional abilities, they were forced to take on the dirtiest work. Then a flashback appeared, as our hero looked at them, and the narrator reported that Prince Ash recognized their true value. The protagonist was different. He not only gave them a chance, but seeing the potential of the Dian mercenaries, invested in them, provided them with good armor and expensive silver swords. In the very next frame, the mercenaries were in shining armor, and the plot added that in their entire career as mercenaries, only here, on the monster front, had they been treated best. Dian's heart was filled with loyalty to our hero. The young man looked at them happily and noted that they needed to show His Highness how to defend themselves in the upcoming battle, how well they could fight. They might not get another chance, and they would succeed. Then he raised his fist and shouted that they needed to do it, that they needed to talk about what they would do with this huge amount of money once they earned it. Another mercenary smiled and said that if he succeeded, he would probably invest in some business. His dream was to try his hand at big business. The girl also smiled and remarked that she was saving for a wedding. Her boyfriend was waiting for her in their hometown. The long-haired man lowered his head and said he wanted to send the money to his parents. He hadn't been the best son. Another mercenary grinned and shouted that he wanted to pay for his little brother's education at magic school, and maybe he'd be able to feed him when he grew up. Dion froze at that moment and remarked that his dream, compared to theirs, was simply laughable. Then he imagined a bottle in his head and explained that on his first day as a mercenary, he'd been desperate for a drink because he couldn't sleep for ages. But the price of booze was too high, and that day he missed out on a brand of whiskey that was incredibly expensive. Then he scratched his head and explained that it was so expensive that he still hadn't had a chance to try it because he was stingy with the money. But when he made enough money, he planned to drink a bottle a week. Everyone in the building laughed at his dream. After all, you should dream bigger. At that moment, Dion held up his hand and remarked that it didn't matter. Then he grinned and added that they needed to give it their all. They would succeed, Dion's mercenaries, a future legend. The next moment, everyone raised their hands and shouted for their dreams. Light was also shining from the Shadow Squad's quarters. The elves lay on their beds and shouted that they had the day off. No need to go into the dungeon. Ash had ordered everyone to rest today. Bodyback looked at them with a smirk, and the plot reported that she had wanted to calm the excited children, but changed her mind and decided to remain silent. They truly hadn't enjoyed a proper rest in a long time, so it was no surprise that the trio of archers were thoroughly enjoying the day. Then she turned her head, wondering where Godhunt was. She slowly walked outside and heard someone tell her not to worry, he would cover them. Then she spotted Godhunt around the corner, shouting that if it was in his power, he would. The boy turned sharply and asked why she was here instead of resting inside, and she replied that she just wanted to get some air. And what about him? Who was he talking to? The elf stared at her and noted that he wasn't talking to anyone. He was alone, talking to himself. At that moment, other elves appeared and shouted what they were doing here together. They had something to eat, something tasty, and he was hungry. Godhunt smiled and remarked that they were hungry, so maybe they should go and loot the kitchen. Then he and the children headed off. Bodyback bowed her head at that moment. The boy turned to her and asked her not to lag behind, that she needed to eat too. Tomorrow would be a difficult day. Today she needed to eat well and gain strength. The girl rushed after them. At that moment, a light came on in Damien's room. The ropes on the crossbow tightened. The boy closed his eye, and the plot noted that Damien had been practicing his instant aim this whole time. He pushed the crossbow aside, thinking that if only he could do it a little faster, he would be more useful to His Highness. The plot then revealed that Damien suddenly felt dizzy. He'd been practicing in his room all day. Damien quickly left the room. Coming around the corner, he saw the saint, who was saying that she simply wanted to do what she had to do. The girl looked away, and he added, "Let him tell her what's best." Damien looked at her silently. The next shot showed the Med Eddy Tavern. Screams could be heard from the half-open door. The girl's eyes turned red, and she noted that the formula was almost ready. Jupiter Jr. threw up her hands and shouted that she just needed to hold on a little longer, just a little longer. At that moment, Jupiter appeared in her head, asking if he really wanted to die before her. The girl immediately lowered her hands. Then she began to tremble and remarked that she didn't want to die. There was already a pool of blood on the floor, and the sorceress remarked that it was impossible to achieve goals without effort. The next moment, particles began flying around the room again. Light was also on in Jupiter Sr.'s room. The woman was sitting on the bed, and the plot revealed that she hadn't yet fully recovered from the magical blow. However, since Jupiter had used magic despite her condition, her body hadn't reacted well. The sorceress pressed a cloth to her nose and thought that this was what she felt every time, and that even after such intense pain, she still wanted to remain a mage. Then, a vision of her granddaughter appeared in her mind, replying that it wasn't all that bad. She looked out the window and wondered why she hated her so much, no matter how much she hated her. Then she confidently stared ahead. At the same moment, warriors were training on the training ground. Lucas struck forward, and the plot revealed that ever since the day they lost to Celendian, Lucas and Evangeline had trained every day, Lucas learning to break through Evangeline's defenses, and Evangeline learning to repel Lucas's attacks. The girl's eyes lit up, and the plot added that at first the score was tied, but at some point, Evangeline began to win, fully developing her fighting instincts and blocking or dodging all of Lucas's attacks, never missing a beat. Her eyes glowed brighter, and the girl began to think she could feel every possible outcome with her skin. 3 knights' silhouettes appeared, and the plot revealed that Evangeline stood on the threshold of an epiphany, a revelation, the result of the experience accumulated through crossbows, passed down from generation to generation. A bright flash appeared before her face. A moment later, the girl was thrown into the wall. She suddenly looked up and asked what it was. A burning Lucas stood before her, and Evangeline said she couldn't avoid it even with her senses. She hadn't even really seen anything. The girl stood up and asked what kind of attack it was. Lucas adjusted his hair and replied that they would call it a desperate move. Ash stared intently through the telescope. Clouds were moving across the sky. They immediately began to darken. The protagonist's gaze intensified and noticed them approaching. An army of vampires appeared on the horizon. Celendian waved his hand in greeting. Ash gritted his teeth and noted that he was dead. Then he turned and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The warriors quickly prepared themselves for battle. One of them began to pray. Another looked at a photograph of his family. The warriors gritted their teeth and trembled. Our hero turned his head toward the army and wondered if this was the vampire lord's personal army. At that moment, the ghouls began to push forward. The fallen bloods also opened their mouths. The vampires stared at the castle with smiles. General Alpha grinned as well. Beta merely closed her eyes. The vampire lord sat on his throne with a smile. Ash looked confidently in their direction and thought, lest he worry. The Twilight Legion looked ahead. Lily and Margaret's squad stood calmly in place. Dion's mercenaries also began to prepare for battle. The Shadow squad stood calmly in place. The veterans stood nearby, and Jupiter smoked a cigar. The main squad confidently stared ahead. The human army looked ahead intently. The vampire army moved ever closer to the castle. Our hero gritted his teeth and wondered if they thought they were a match for them. The monsters advanced. Their eyes glowed blue. A crowd of creatures advanced. Frowning, the hero shouted that they were advancing, to prepare for defense. The soldiers stood near the cannon. They began to aim it. The cannons were pointed toward the battlefield. The vampires stood at attention. Smiling, Celendian ordered the first group to advance. The monster opened its mouth wide. Suddenly, the creatures rushed forward, and a Wave 5 notification appeared. The monster's eyes lit up. The soldiers frowned, looking at them. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist shouted that he would be brief, that they would win. The fortress came into view. The creatures ran forward, and it was heard that they were in the kill zone. Shells erupted from the cannons, and Ash shouted for all units to fire. The cannons began firing. The shells slammed into the monsters. Corpses lay on the ground, and the hero thought about how the cannon's explosions had quickly reduced the ghouls to a bloody mess. The knights looked ahead, and he added that neither he nor the soldiers felt joy, because they all knew it. A glow appeared around the creature. Black particles appeared on the monster's hand. The creatures began to regenerate, and the thought arose that such an attack could not kill them. A glow appeared around the vampire, and it was said that the life of the deceased creature was immediately returned to Celendian, who then returned that life to his subordinate for regeneration. The boy looked ahead, and the hero thought that all 1,000 monsters, like zombies, being part of the Blood Clan, shared their strength and life with Celendian. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist pondered that to stop this, they needed to destroy the cores of these monsters, one by one. Looking at the battlefield, the vampire said that after so many years, he expected more. Smiling, he added that, worthless ones, this would be too easy. In the old days, even that had been much more difficult. The boy turned his head and asked if human tactics had deteriorated while they were trapped. The girl smirked, hearing that no, perhaps they simply hadn't encountered a real army of monsters in all these years. Looking straight ahead, the cult leader heard that they might not even have to participate. The monsters rushed forward, and it was heard that if the ghoul army managed to approach the castle walls, the humans would have no chance of victory. The thought occurred to him that the Bloody Legion currently numbered 1,000 lives. The knights stood before the monsters, and the vampire mused that by killing an enemy and consuming their blood and flesh, they could gain an additional life. The more enemies they killed, the more lives they gained, while humans only lost lives, and it was at that moment that the outcome of the battle was decided. The creatures fled through the explosions, and Celendian mused that this was why fighting the ghoul army was best done from a distance. But from the outside, it seemed like the current human defensive tactic was simply watching and doing nothing while the ghoul army approached. Looking ahead, the boy muttered that something was wrong, to which he was asked what he meant, and he replied that it couldn't be that simple. The hero stood before the vampire, and he heard a voice asking, "Isn't it so easy to defeat the man who killed Alep?" The Spider Queen appeared, and the boy asked if perhaps he had overestimated the enemy. She had been killed by a cannonball, hadn't she? Perhaps an ordinary man had simply gotten lucky and killed the spider. Alpha smiled and said that soon they would find out whether it was the luck of a pathetic man or the remarkable skill of a great man. The monsters were rapidly approaching the wall. The creature dug its fingers into it. Frowning, the soldier shouted that they had reached the fortress walls and were beginning to climb. Raising his eyebrows, Celendian wondered if that was all. Shells were flying at the creatures, and he added that he only had cannons and arrows. Seriously, he would give up his fortress so easily. Animal corpses appeared. Frowning, the hero shouted, "Come on!" The soldiers held crates in their hands. Looking ahead, the vampire wondered what was there. Animal carcasses were falling from the walls. They fell to the ground. Alpha looked at them in confusion and asked what they were doing. The monsters looked at the carcasses, and the thought occurred to them that ghouls were always hungry monsters. They began devouring the animals, and the hero wondered if they craved meat, like vampires craved blood, something they couldn't live without. Alpha, putting his hand to his face, muttered, "Idiots." And the protagonist thought that the older the vampire, the better able he was to control his instincts. The creatures ate meat, and he added that this didn't apply to ghouls. They were animals driven mad by the blood and flesh laid before them. Looking straight ahead, Alpha remarked that he hadn't even imagined how cleverly they'd spotted their legion's weak point. Quite a feat. To which the cult leader replied that usually in wars they put more emphasis on physical fitness. Looking down, he added, "But whatever, it doesn't change anything." Bones lay on the ground, and Celendian thought that they were merely carcasses of livestock. The ghouls would make short work of them in seconds. The vampire's gaze froze, and he thought that if this was all he could do, he was simply delaying the inevitable. An explosion thundered in front of the fortress. Putting his hand to his face, the vampire said, "The guns again." Even though they knew it wouldn't work. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Raising his hand, the cult leader said they weren't rising, to which Alpha asked what that meant. A glow appeared near his hand, and he said he had no idea what exactly they'd done. Smiling, Celendian said 300, their cores destroyed. The monsters' corpses lay near the fortress, and they heard the sound of the weapon firing. Raising his hand, the hero shouted that they wouldn't rise again, they'd done it. Smiling, the protagonist thought he had no idea how much he'd gone to such lengths to solve this problem, the damned piece of shit. The method for destroying a ghoul's core had been known since the first playthrough of the game. Scenes from the game appeared, and the thought occurred to him that, in a nutshell, he needed to plunge a silver sword into its stomach and then use a magical attack. The creatures advanced, and Ash considered that, but with a whole legion of them, such a feat would be extremely difficult, so he decided to cheat. The shards lay on the ground, and he added that they were silver dust and scraps left over from the forging of silver weapons. A glow emanated from the carcass's mouth. It was said that they had been carefully stuffed into the carcasses of livestock, which were used as bait. Images of people appeared, and the hero considered adding a magical attack to this, and the deed was done. The mages needed to conserve their mana, as they would need more against real vampires, so they prepared. The soldiers stood near the cannon, and the thought occurred to him that the artifact was water-based, a magical cannon created by removing all SR-level magical cores. Looking at them, the protagonist thought he was working like a charm. Looking at the battlefield, he added that he now understood that the vampire was second-rate. He had prepared diligently. The monsters rushed forward, and Ash reflected on how he deliberately allowed their army to approach, even though he knew it was futile. He'd fired numerous regular cannonballs. The shells exploded in front of the monsters, and he added that if they'd realized what they were planning, they might have acted differently. But they were naive enough to walk straight into a trap, so they rushed for the walls. The creatures' corpses lay on the ground, and the hero thought that's why he'd gathered them together and destroyed 300 lives at once. Smiling, the protagonist wondered what would happen next. The vampires stood still, and he added that a third of the legion's lives had vanished in an instant. In such a situation, the enemy was already considering their next move. Grinning, the vampire said, "This is it." His eyes lit up, and he added that this is where you can truly experience the thrill of battle. The creatures rushed forward, and the thought occurred to him that they were still not giving in, so he sent out another squad. The hero watched them, thinking that even after they had demonstrated their strength, they were still pushing forward. Frowning, he added that they should be prepared for the consequences. He would burn them all to ashes, leaving them no chance. The soldiers began loading their shells at the command. Enormous shells flew toward the monsters, and it seemed they should be stuffed like geese for a feast. Explosions erupted in front of the monsters, and the protagonist wondered if these were special combat shells filled with silver shavings and powder. The creatures' bodies began to regenerate. They could be heard reviving, letting them show them there was still gunpowder left in their flasks. Holding the sphere in his hands, the mage declared that it was absolutely true. Standing still, she added how long she had waited for the opportunity to once again defend these walls. Gritting her teeth, Jupiter shouted that she had no intention of resigning. Lightning began to strike the monsters. Their bodies incinerated, and it occurred to him that the ghouls, covered in silver powder and shards, had suddenly collapsed. The creatures rushed forward, but the survivors continued to approach despite everything. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked if everything was ready. Standing near the structure, Bonus replied that it was true, and if she just said it, they'd be wiped out. Ash added, "Excellent then, fire away, don't spare the shells." The girl looked ahead. Arrows began to fly from the fortress walls. They struck the monsters, and the hero thought the silver arrows plus the magical explosion had a deadly effect. The remains lay on the ground, and he thought the combo of Jupiter's magical attack and Bonus's silver arrows had instantly wiped out more than half of the attackers. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought there were still the other half. The monsters ran forward, and he added that these were also fallen blood, vile creatures. Despite their bodies being torn to shreds, they still clung to the fight. Looking at the boy, Ash turned and said to shoot exactly 5 of the fallen, so as not to stand out too much in terms of strength. Holding the crossbow in his hands, Damien replied that he'd carefully adjust the power, to which the hero wondered if his movements had become more precise. Had he really been training alone? The arrow flew straight at the monster's head. The shot pierced several monsters. Smiling, the young man said that 5 were ready, to which the protagonist replied, Good job. The boy's gaze froze in place, and the thought occurred to him that he'd completed the task within seconds of receiving the order, but demanding to kill them all would be too much. Damien looked away, hearing that the boy had done well, and that he should rest for now, to which he responded approvingly. Ash mused that if his 1,000-mile eye had been stronger, he would have destroyed the entire game. The soldiers dropped the cattle carcasses on command. The elves raised their weapons upon hearing the command to be ready. The creature's eyes lit up. Frowning, the hero commanded fire. The arrows flew straight at the creatures. The cannon pointed toward the monsters. A devastating explosion thundered in front of the fortress. Standing still, the protagonist reflected on the fact that the second group was almost destroyed, only the remaining ones. The creatures were climbing the wall, and he added that the 5 surviving fallen blood had been scaling the walls from the very beginning, not even glancing at the carcasses of the livestock. The humans fought the monsters, and Ash thought that the knights defending the fortress weren't idle either. A glow appeared around the weapons, suggesting that double damage, ignoring defense, pure damage, and a healing reduction effect. In short, the real vampire slayers were concentrated here. Lucas smiled and recited the score. Looking at him, Evangeline asked if the winner would receive a nighttime snack personally from His Highness. True, the hero thought he didn't recall giving his consent. The boy's eyes widened and he said that in that case, he already had 5 points, and the protagonist added that he'd be willing to whip up sandwiches for them any day. Frowning, Ash wondered if he'd feed them so much they wouldn't fit through the doorway. A view of the fortress opened up, and the thought occurred to him, just let them stay alive. His heart began to beat faster. The vampire placed his hand on his chest, and the hero mused that Celendian longed for death, seeking an enemy to end his long and tedious life. But that didn't mean he'd give in. The rope lay on the floor, and the thought occurred to him that he believed it was more noble to end his own life than to knowingly give it to an enemy. People fought among themselves, and it was said that this was why he never surrendered and showed no mercy to his opponent. The knight swung at the monster, and the protagonist considered dying in honorable combat, putting everything he had on the line, facing a worthy opponent in a duel to the death, without any tricks or concessions. The vampire's eyes blazed brightly, and the protagonist thought that this was his idea of a perfect death. Celendian looked at the battlefield, and Ash added, seeing his army die like insects beneath the castle walls. The corpses of the creatures lay on the ground, and the hero thought about the feeling of their lives not returning, feeling them like grains of sand slipping through his fingers. The vampire smiled broadly. It was said he had waited for this moment for hundreds of years. Looking straight ahead, he shouted that he hadn't had such fun in a long time. The monsters exploded from the shells, and the thought crossed his mind that he had discarded the lives he had saved like trash. That such was the nature of a death match. Why had he almost forgotten this feeling? Celendian, his eyes wide, shouted that they should just look at this waste of lives. He couldn't believe he'd finally experienced such satisfaction. Alpha closed his eyes and said that if he was happy, then so were they. Narrowing his eyes, the vampire said that it wasn't enough. Corpses lay on the ground, and the hero thought that the first group had been destroyed beneath the fortress walls. The second had managed to scale the fortress walls, but they, too, had been killed. Smiling, the cult leader said that he should bring down all who remained, let them make away with their lives, as always. Alpha grinned and responded approvingly. Beta stared ahead silently. Extending his hand, the vampire shouted for the third group to prepare. Frowning, he added, for the battle, let them carve a path through the ice and corpses. The bodies of the creatures lay on the ground. It was said that the second group had also been routed. Looking through the telescope, the hero wondered what he was going to do now. 60% of his army had already perished. Aiming the telescope, he added, his nerves are getting the better of him, aren't they? The vampire grinned broadly. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist wondered what he was laughing about. He'd lost 60% of his lifespan. Was that even a reason to laugh? Looking at him, the soldier shouted that they were going straight ahead. The army of monsters charged forward, and the thought occurred to him, why not? They'd seen how the previous 2 groups had perished. The creatures were rapidly gaining speed, and Ash thought, isn't it obvious that a mindless attack would only increase the casualties? It was pointless. Gritting his teeth, the hero wondered why he wasn't changing tactics. The creatures rushed forward, and he added, as if to say, let him kill them all. Why were they continuing to rush into the trap, as if begging for death? Frowning, Lucas shouted that they were already close, and that he should give the order. The protagonist glanced to the side and thought, yes, now was not the time to think. The cannons began firing, and a voice called for them to open fire and hold them off. The ballistas began firing shells. The girl glanced away, hearing a command to fire as soon as they finished reloading. The man stood behind the structure. Arrows flew toward the monsters. The creature raised its head. They began to rapidly gain speed. The monster kicked the ground. Suddenly, the creatures leaped upward. Shells began to explode in the air. The hero gritted his teeth and asked, "What the hell?" Then he thought about the third group, which contained many ghouls with extremely tough skin. Blows flew at the monsters, and he added that they had attacked, taking the onslaught of silver arrows, but they didn't hold out long and were torn to pieces in the air. But the troops behind them suffered no significant damage. The creature stood still. They dodged arrows, and the protagonist thought the agile and fast creatures were beginning to break through. The monsters opened their mouths wide, suggesting they had buffers in there as well. A glow appeared around them, indicating they had cast a rage buff on the entire group. The creature's eyes lit up, and Ash wondered why the ghouls, who had previously been walking on two legs, were now running on all fours. Looking down, the hero wondered if this was some kind of zombie shooter. Where did they get such monsters? The situation had changed slightly because of these creatures. Magic spheres appeared, and a command was heard to fire and use all available artifacts. The monsters were attacked by the artifacts. A bright beam erupted from the cannon, and the protagonist wondered if the automated defense turrets, previously inactive, had also joined the battle. The battlefield came into view, and he added that even that wasn't enough. Looking away, Ash thought they needed more magic. Jupiter was wiping blood from her nose, and the hero wondered if she was pretending everything was fine, but as it turned out, she couldn't handle sustained fire. Turning around, the protagonist said he was afraid she'd have to intervene. Jupiter Jr. smiled and replied that she too thought it was her turn, to which Ash asked if she could handle it, the thought dawning on him that this woman had an important role to play in the fight against the vampires. Frowning, the hero wondered if they'd be making a mistake by involving her in the fight now. Looking away, the mage said not to worry, she wanted to warm up anyway, even intended to ask him to. Ash looked at the woman, hearing that she should wait. They'd agreed that for now she would be doing the bulk of the damage, and why? The hero turned his head and replied that she urgently needed healing. There was still a long battle ahead. The elf looked surprised when he asked how long the recharge would last, to which she replied that it would be over in a minute, and the protagonist said fine, as soon as everything was ready, to give Jupiter Jr. the signal. The monsters rushed forward. They leaped up. The creatures began to climb the wall. Damien frowned, hearing the suggestion that he should finish off the remaining fallen, to which he responded approvingly. Lucas and Evangeline glared ahead. Looking straight ahead, Dion heard the sound of them moving to close combat, telling them not to let them break through. Smiling, he said that it was finally their turn. They would show those ghouls where the crayfish hibernate. Looking at him, the hero replied that their job was defense, that they shouldn't overdo it and take unnecessary risks. It was all clear, to which they responded approvingly, and he thought it was good that these newcomers were obedient. The creature climbed the wall, and he heard the sound of monsters approaching. They should stop them. The creature's eyes lit up. As she struck, the girl shouted, "Wonderful, +5 points." Looking down, she added, "Excellent, 6 points." After hitting the monster with his elbow, Lucas said that didn't count. She'd only scored 1 point. Looking to the side, Dion shouted that it was time for them to go, too, like they'd been training. The mercenaries rushed forward. A blow landed on the monster. It began to fall, and the thought occurred to her, excellent, everything is going well. Eyes wide, the elves shouted that they were ready to fire. Projectiles began to fly at the creatures. 2 spheres flew near the bull. Smiling, Jupiter Jr. said that she would show them how to use lightning. A view of the sky opened up. Rain began to fall on the asphalt. The monsters looked up. The creature opened its mouth wide. Lightning suddenly struck from the sky. The bolts struck the monsters, and the thought occurred to her that the ghouls had received a real combo attack of water and lightning. Spheres floated around his hand, and the hero reflected on the true mastery of an elementalist, the ability to use multiple elements simultaneously. They usually have a specific, stronger element as a specialization, but it can be enhanced by combining different elements. The girl pressed her hand to her face. Dark smoke rose. Jupiter looked at him in amazement. Looking straight ahead, she praised the mage. Jupiter Jr. suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Turning her head, she asked what she had just said. The girl smirked slightly. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that they should put their family squabbles aside for later, to focus on defense. This wasn't the end yet. The ghouls crawled along the wall, and Ash wondered if they had scaled the castle wall, finding themselves in a blind spot for magical attack, and had gotten quite far. The man frowned and responded, hearing the appeal. The soldiers stood at attention, and the hero thought that, frankly, he didn't want to send regular soldiers into close combat. Their mortality rate was significantly higher than that of heroes. The creature crawled upward, and the protagonist added that he didn't want to send them to be torn apart by vampires either, but that was part of the strategy. The soldiers fought the spiders, and the thought occurred to him that, frankly, he didn't want to see anyone die anymore. Clenching his fist, Ash thought that he understood. A front line can't exist without casualties, so. The hero glared and shouted that the monsters climbing the fortress walls were the last of the third group. Let them kill them all, and then thought about how he had given the order to attack. The knights grabbed their weapons, and it was heard that His Highness had commanded them to go forward and destroy them. The men rushed toward the ghouls. A sword was thrust into the monster's head. Looking at the corpses, the protagonist thought that almost all the fallen bloods and ghouls were dead, fortunately without serious injuries. The monsters' bodies lay against the walls, and he added that at this point, they had destroyed most of the Blood Legion. If this continued. Damien frowned and turned. The skeleton's eyes lit up. People were advancing. The vampire smiled, and he heard the other monsters begin to move. Ash looked at them in surprise. Celendian sat on the throne, and the thought crossed his mind that the vampire lord had begun an attack. Frowning, the hero thought he simply didn't understand. The men's eyes lit up, and he added that no, they always advance in waves. That's just the way the game works. Bodies lay near the fortress walls, and the thought crossed his mind that this had gone too far. Until they destroyed 99% of the entire army, he'd been sitting idly by, and only now, at the very last moment, did he decide to act. The characters appeared, and the protagonist thought that everything was happening exactly like in the game. It was simply the certainty that despite all the stupid decisions, he could still win. Looking straight at him, Ash added, "Okay, you can always ask with a knife to your throat." Stretching his hand forward, the hero shouted that as soon as those damned leeches get close enough to cross swords, let them fire, open fire now. Shells flew through the air. The girl kicked the ground. She crouched low. Suddenly, she leaped up. The girl swung her weapon. She delivered a sharp blow. A powerful explosion thundered in front of her. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked what the hell was going on, then thought to himself that she had repelled the entire artillery barrage with a single swing of her axe. Beta grinned, the thought crossing his mind that she was physically the strongest in the Legion, a vampire who had completely maxed out the strength branch of her skill tree, like a living, impenetrable tank. Beta landed on the ground. She lowered her head. Smirking, Celendian said, "Excellent work, they'll move on." Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought about the impudent little brat, sitting there smiling, as if this were some kind of child's play. Standing next to the cannon, the girl heard the sound of full fire. "Let her give them hell." Shells flew out of the cannon, which Ash assumed were explosive silver arrows. They flew forward rapidly, the thought crossing his mind that if they were destroyed, silver dust would cover their heads, as they were trying to stop it. The monster extended its hand forward. The arrows suddenly stopped. His eyes widened, the hero thought he'd actually stopped them. The vampire grinned broadly. The arrows began flying backward. Turning his head, the knight asked how that was possible. The projectiles were flying straight at them. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that the arrows were flying backwards, telling them to be careful. Looking at him, Lucas replied that it was dangerous here. The projectiles began to explode. People lay on the ground. Ash gritted his teeth, hearing that he hadn't been hit, to which he thought things hadn't been that bad in the game. The monster was putting on its glove, and he added, "What exquisite work with magic!" In the real world, Alpha is the most powerful blood mage in the Legion. This lunatic had pumped up the blood magic skill tree. Looking at the knight, the hero asked how many they'd lost, to which Lucas replied that they were still counting, but fewer than they thought. Holding on to the handrail, the girl said that she turned it on because the situation was urgent. The hero winced and thought about the SR artifact, the anti-missile barrier, the best artifact for defending against shelling in local wars, slowing enemy projectiles, reducing damage. Looking away, the girl asked if she'd done everything correctly. Raising a finger, the protagonist replied that it was perfect, then thought that it had minimized the damage. The man clutched an arrow. Frowning, the elf said that they needed to send the wounded to the rear, to which he was told they understood and should wait a bit. The protagonist turned his head and addressed the girl, to which she responded. Furrowing his brow, Ash said to take care of the wounded, paying special attention to Bonus. They might need her again on the front lines. Margaret closed her eyes and responded approvingly. A bright glow appeared above her. The knight raised his head. Looking to the side, the saint said to bring the wounded here, to help whoever was free. The knight responded approvingly, and the thought occurred to him that thanks to Margaret, the wounded were able to receive urgent care, and finally, the man stepped forward. The creatures approached the fortress walls. The hero watched them silently. Frowning, he asked if he could ask something. The monster smiled and responded approvingly. Corpses lay before the fortress, and he heard a voice asking why he had initially simply sent the ghouls away and let them die, why they simply stood and watched while their subordinates died. The creatures smiled, and the thought occurred to him that he completely misunderstood his tactics. Boss Celendian, Alpha, and Beta were fine, but ordinary vampires could be sent in with the wave. Looking up, the leader said he was asking strange questions. The hero looked at him in confusion, hearing that he ate at the same table with dogs, to which he repeated the question. The collar lay on the floor, and it seemed as if his previously fallen subordinates were like hunting dogs to them, vampires. Celendian sat among the corpses. It was said that of course he loved and valued them, so much so that he was willing to share his life force with them. They were his loyal and courageous army, fighting side by side against the enemy. A dead monster appeared, and the Lord remarked that, after all, they were just dogs. How could one sit a dog at the same table with oneself and feed it the same food? Looking at it, the protagonist said. The food he was talking about. To which Celendian asked. What? He held out his hand and added. It's them, humans, that's their food. The knight gritted his teeth in fear, hearing that a man weak enough to be killed by a dog was dog food, but if he survived his dog's attack, then at least he had proven himself worthy of respect. Smiling, Celendian said they should rejoice. The soldiers froze, hearing that they had all been given the honor of being their food. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked what he meant by how. Looking straight at him, Damien heard the address addressed to him. The protagonist glared and said, Whoa, wipe the smiles from those fanged faces. Aiming his weapon, the boy responded approvingly. Suddenly, an arrow flew forward. Stretching his hand out in front of him, the mage said, Just watch, they're doing something that won't work again. Humans are so stupid. The arrow cut his arm. Frowning, he asked again. Gritting his teeth, the boy shouted, Too fast. Beta swung her weapon sharply. The arrow fell to the ground. Smirking, Celendian asked what he was doing, unable to stop one arrow. Alpha looked at his hand and replied, No, it was something else, to which he was asked what it was. A glow appeared around the arrow, and it sounded like an unusual silver arrow, very dangerous. Several arrows flew forward rapidly. The vampire smiled, asking what the arrows were, so pitiful. Suddenly, the arrows pierced them. His eyes widened. The young man exclaimed that these truly were unusual arrows, that they really were from another dimension. Holding the arrow in his hands, he added that yes, it was sacred silver, but that wasn't all. It seemed to contain devil's mistletoe as well. The legion leader smiled and asked. He used the rarest sacred silver and mistletoe to make the arrows. Quite impressive. It seemed he'd gone to great lengths to kill them, but it still wasn't enough. Purple projectiles shot forward. They began piercing the monsters, causing Celendian to assume they were magic bullets. The vampire's body fell to the ground. The leader's eyes widened and he declared that it was undoubtedly so. A projectile erupted from the cannon. The youth frowned. Suddenly, Celendian stopped the shot. He held back the attack with his hand. Waving his hand, the leader declared that the magic inherent in Orlop was a weapon forged from the essence of the Nightmare Legion commander, a nightmare slayer. Smiling, he added that it was a weapon that could truly kill him. A view of the fortress walls opened up. Shots flew at the vampire. They explained that their basic tactic for fighting vampires was to first strike with silver, then finish him off with magic. Damien was breathing heavily, and the hero thought he alone could combine this in his attack. Looking at him, the protagonist said, Excellent work, let him rest a bit. To which the young man responded approvingly. Looking at the battlefield, Ash thought he was about to make his next move. Standing next to Celendian, the monster said that he would then cut a path through their walls. Smiling, the leader responded approvingly, then gave the command. Alpha bowed and replied that he would do as he commanded. Frowning, the hero shouted that they were coming, and to do everything possible to stop them. The archers began firing their weapons. Beta parried their blows, wondering if these pathetic creatures really hoped to resist them. Taking a step forward, she added that if they were going to shoot, at least they should use the special arrows their sniper had. Suddenly, the girl leaped into the air. She flew over the fortress walls. The knights opened their eyes in fear, and the thought occurred to them that at that moment, when the monsters, having drawn level with the people, fixed their gaze on them, emotions that they had not yet experienced were reflected in the people's eyes. Beta soared before them, amidst a mixture of bewilderment, primal terror, and a sense of impending death. Smiling, she thought that if she had the chance, she'd have a field day mocking them. Tears streamed from their eyes, and the girl added that the pleasure they derive from humans isn't just from drinking their blood and brains, but also from the sweet taste of the tears they shed as they begged for mercy, trembling with fear. The stitches on her throat showed, and it was said that, unfortunately, Beta had long since lost the ability to speak. She gripped her weapon tightly, thinking that the war had only just begun, and she had plenty of time. The man's eyes lit up, and the hero thought it was to revel in the torment of the humans. The vampire swung her weapon, and he added that for now she was simply doing her job. Suddenly, Beta struck the wall. The man frowned and shouted that the enemy was attacking, and that they should prepare for battle. Looking at the walls, Alpha said, Excellent work. Monster body parts flew into the air, and he added that it was his turn. Suddenly, a huge block of ice appeared. A bridge of ice appeared in front of the vampire. He took a step forward. Looking at it, the knight asked why he had created a bridge out of corpses. The soldiers stood before him. Alpha smiled and said, Let them make way. Celendian stood still, as if making way for the Lord. Grinning, he said, Excellent, well, time to ascend to the top. The fortress gates suddenly opened. The boy looked away in confusion. The hero slowly walked forward. Alpha turned his head and thought he had opened the main gates, right then, in the midst of a siege. The protagonist looked away and shouted for them to set the table, to which they responded approvingly. A bottle sat on the table. The knight pushed back his chair. The gates suddenly closed. Ash stood by the table. Holding onto the chair, he motioned for him to sit down. Smiling, the hero added that they'd have a drink and chat. Celendian's eyes widened in surprise. People were seated at tables, and the protagonist thought that during the last meeting he'd given his soldiers clear instructions. Battle tactics were revealed, and it was heard that he prepared a special method to isolate and bind Celendian. Frowning, the protagonist said that they and the regular soldiers must destroy a legion of vampires during this time, and then thought that the secret weapon capable of isolating and binding Celendian was none other than. They sat facing each other, and the thought occurred to him that a special command, available only in boss stages, called Commander's Conversation, was available. The protagonist frowned and thought that, fortunately, it had worked. He sat at the table, the thought occurring that it was 100% likely to be used in the game. But when he looked at him like he was an idiot, he admittedly felt embarrassed. The characters looked at each other, and it was stated that when the Commander's Conversation command is activated, the commanders of both teams cannot engage in combat for 10 turns. They sit opposite each other and negotiate for all 10 turns. The monster said something, and the thought occurred to him that the ability description said that during this conversation, one can learn the world's lore secrets, or even change the course of the battle itself. A character image appeared, and the protagonist reflected that in the standard game, Lucas is the commander, so this command is practically never used, since he can't eliminate the SSR-class knight on the front lines. Holding the bottle in his hands, the protagonist mused that, for now, he is the commander. Since he isn't the key fighter, he can afford to delay Celendian for 10 turns, and that's a big advantage. As wine poured into a glass, he added that 1 turn in the game was roughly equivalent to 3 minutes in real life. Looking at the chapter, Ash thought he could remove the vampire lord from the battlefield for 30 minutes this way. Looking at the glass, Celendian asked if they should clink glasses. Pouring the drink, the hero replied that they weren't that close, to which the lord replied that he was being rude, even though he'd invited him. The vampires advanced. Turning his head, the legion leader said that he didn't mind. Watching life wither like a flower while sipping wine was quite poetic. Closing his eyes, the protagonist agreed. There was nothing better than drinking and watching monsters like them die. Smiling, the boy asked why he believed in them, and his soldiers, so much, to which Ash replied that he absolutely did. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting here with him, right? Looking at him, the hero said he should wait a bit. His men would easily deal with his monsters without him. Frowning, Lucas shouted for them to retreat. The soldiers began to run away, shouting for retreat. The character lay on the ground, the thought dawning on him that in a battle against vampires, the number of people doesn't matter. Quite the opposite. Falling victim to a vampire would only give him an opportunity to replenish his vitality. The hero looked at the knight. It was said that it was therefore better to withdraw the regular soldiers from the battlefield and leave only the elite squad. Ash gave this order, and Lucas agreed. Evangeline frowned. Hearing that they were acting according to plan, the hero squad forward, to which the protagonist assumed Lucas had relayed the order to the regular soldiers to retreat, while he himself prepared to lead the main squad into battle. Taking a step forward, the monster said, "How many?" Stretching his arms out to his sides, he added that it was a veritable feast, and the hero considered the possibility that before the regular soldiers could retreat, the vampires had already reached the walls. Smiling, the boy remarked that the humans from the kingdom beneath the lake were like corpses, disgusting in taste, to which they replied that they would drink their fill of fresh blood. The humans looked at him with fear, and it was heard that they were already here, running. The knight glared and considered that they couldn't allow them to attack the regular soldiers, but at the same time, they couldn't protect everyone. The creatures stood still, and the thought arose that their key troops would have to make sacrifices. The humans fought. It was said that they had been training, prioritizing the killing of Alpha and Beta. There was no point in reconsidering their strategy now. After all, they were just 5 regular vampires. Lucas took a step forward. Dion's eyes widened and he shouted that he should leave it to them. Frowning, he added that stalling and distracting the regular vampires had originally been their job. They could handle it. They trained diligently. Looking at him, the knight considered that this was true, but the situation was unplanned. The monster stood still, and he added that they would have to not only fight 5 vampires but also protect the retreating soldiers, increasing the difficulty of the task several times over. The young man glared ahead, wondering if it was a good idea to entrust this task to Dion's mercenaries, who were still inexperienced. A heroic image appeared, and Lucas wondered what he would do if he were in his place. Clenching his fist, he added that he couldn't rely on other people's decisions forever, like a child. Standing before the fighters, the knight shouted that, as temporary commander, he ordered them to act according to His Highness's strategy. The weapons dragged along the ground. Beta slowly advanced. Frowning, Lucas said he'd take charge of the maid. Alpha smiled, and Evangeline could be heard calling the blood mage. Smiling, the girl replied that he should trust her. Looking straight ahead, the elves heard that they would cover the 2 of them. The squad stood at attention, listening to the announcement that Jupiter Jr., Damien, Old Gull, and Scal were on the front lines, to choose the most suitable target based on the situation and attack. The men watched and listened attentively as Dion's veterans and mercenaries were told to block the common vampires. The monsters smiled, and it was heard that they should proceed with caution. The situation was different from what they had discussed. The knight looked fearfully, and Lucas said that their primary objective was to kill the soldiers who were still retreating, so they should protect the common soldiers so they could escape. Dion's eyes widened, hearing that they should remember that their lives were more important. The boy grinned broadly, suggesting that the vampires were extremely cunning and cruel. If they saw an opportunity, they would try to kill them first. Frowning, Lucas said they should hold them off as long as possible and act accordingly. Grabbing his weapon, he added, "Excellent attack!" Suddenly, the vampires rushed forward. Holding his sword, the knight shouted that if they stopped them, victory would be theirs. Setting his glass on the table, the legion leader said, "In that case." Looking at him, the hero heard him say they might make a bet, to which he asked what kind of bet. Smiling, Celendian replied that they were obviously betting on who would be on top of those walls when the bottle was empty. The protagonist glared at him and asked what the reward was. Looking straight ahead, the boy replied that if he won, he would let him live and give him the chance to watch humanity perish until the very end. Ash looked at him silently. The leader stood over the fortress, a thought dawning on him that he was trying to say something. Even if all his warriors perished, he would still be able to destroy the world. Holding a glass in his hands, the hero asked what would happen if he won, to which Celendian replied that there was no rush. They would discuss it later. There was still plenty of time. Setting the glass down, he added that there was no rush. The monster smirked, hearing that they would see how long he could remain calm. Frowning, the protagonist said that his men were strong enough to overwhelm his pawns and rip his head off. Looking away, the boy said that they were weak. The young man's eyes widened. Suddenly, his head was torn off. The man began to fall. The corpse fell to the ground. Holding the head in his hands, the vampire added that they weren't tasty either. The stone flew forward rapidly. The girl's eyes widened and she screamed. People looked at him with fear, the thought dawning that an N-ranker had to prove their worth, and only had one chance. A man slid across the ground. It was said that high-ranking characters receive new opportunities after failures. Evangeline's eyes widened, the thought dawning that an N-ranker wasn't afforded such luxury. The man clenched his fist. It was said that when you find yourself on the battlefield, you must make the most of this first and last chance. The man held an object in his hands. He grabbed a weapon. The warrior drew his weapon, and the hero thought, to prove his worth, his usefulness, the meaning of his existence. The soldier placed his hand on his chest, and the boy thought, he needed to show the whole world that he was not a nobody. The boy looked at the knights, and the thought flashed through his mind, to break out of the shadows and step into the light. The soldiers walked forward. It was said that everyone wants to be the center of attention, because everyone dreams of becoming the main character. The young man's eyes widened. He began to grow up. Dion frowned and thought that's what dreams are for. A view of the fortress walls opened up, 30 minutes earlier. Rushing forward, Lucas shouted that if they stopped them, victory would be theirs. The boy looked away and said that no matter what happened, they should hold their formation. If they split up, they would all die. The response was approving, and it occurred to him that Dion and his mercenaries understood perfectly well, that they knew they were insignificant individually. Dion ran forward, shouting that the soldiers' retreat was a priority, forward, and the protagonist mused that, united, they could act much more effectively than if each of them acted separately. The monsters ran toward them, and the hero thought that they were so powerful that they could stand up to even a powerful vampire. The young man looked in surprise, and the thought occurred to him that, however, it was as Lucas said, the creatures attacked. It was said that the vampires were cunning and cruel. For them, the defensive line of Dion and his mercenaries was a trivial obstacle, one they didn't even take seriously. The creature's mouth opened wide. It bit the man on the neck. The mercenary's face suddenly turned pale. Standing behind him, the monster said that, alas, this was not enough. The man froze, hearing the words. So, who's next? Let them come. He clenched his teeth and exclaimed. The knight began to draw his weapon and shouted that he would try to buy time. Raising his sword, he added that they should retreat quickly. The man stood on the wall, and the protagonist thought he was the captain of the Twilight Legion, a veteran of the troops, commanding the common soldiers since the second wave was repelled. He ran swiftly toward the vampire, the thought dawning that the old soldier's days were numbered. The monster struck him. It was said that it was a senseless and merciless loss. He fell to the ground, and the protagonist thought he hadn't managed to gain even a second. He had died in vain. The soldier, his eyes wide, shouted for him. Frowning, the boy replied that they shouldn't dare. They had to retreat. The man glared and shouted that they should attack. Dion looked at them in surprise and muttered. Damn it, he said, retreat. The vampires began attacking the soldiers, and the protagonist thought. Of course, the old veterans knew. They drank blood, and Ash thought that against vampires, they had no chance. The soldier grabbed the monster's leg. He clenched his teeth, thinking. But what if the captain, who had been with him his whole life, dies before his eyes? The monster lowered his gaze. It was said that when those with whom he shared bread and shelter just yesterday perish. Suddenly, a blow landed on the man, and the protagonist thought that old age spares no one. Corpses lay on the ground. The hour of reckoning had come. The boy clenched his teeth, and the protagonist thought that fleeing death and seeking salvation was becoming impossible. The composure of Dion's mercenaries also wavered. Rushing forward, he shouted insults at the vampire, to which they replied that no, he couldn't go alone. Dion's eyes widened and he yelled at him to hold his ground, to remain calm. Damn it. The young man clenched his teeth in rage, and the protagonist thought perhaps he'd been overconfident. The boy struck, and it was said that he hoped that even if his opponent was a vampire, he would be able to land at least one blow. Suddenly, he froze in amazement. His hand fell to the ground. The vampire's eyes lit up. The boy turned and begged for forgiveness. Dion's eyes widened and he turned to him. Suddenly, the boy's head was severed. The boy froze in amazement, wondering what he'd been dreaming about. The boy smiled, saying something, and it occurred to him he'd been talking about this only yesterday, but he couldn't remember. His head fell to the ground. He'd said he was raising money to open his own store. I think that's what it was. The girl, with tears in her eyes, turned to him, to which Dion replied that he should calm down, keep his cool, and stay in line. Licking the blood, the vampire said that his comrade's blood was too rich for his taste. He preferred something lighter. A drop of blood fell to the ground, and it sounded like they were all just gossiping. The man clenched his teeth. The girl rushed forward and screamed that she would destroy them, to which they told her to stop. Dion looked at her in fear and shouted that no more solo attacks. They were all coming together. The people rushed forward, shouting that they'd been waiting for him to say that, and that they would pay for his death. The sword was thrust into the vampire's body, and he said that it must be very difficult for humans. Looking at him, Dion heard him react so strongly to the death of his comrades. The boy froze in confusion. Grabbing the girl by the hair, the monster said that they were so desperate, it seemed he wanted to save at least her. Piercing her body with his hand, he added, "Then here, let him take it." The girl screamed loudly in pain. The boy looked furiously and shouted her name. Looking at him, she replied that he should forgive her. She shouldn't have let him forgive her for going on the attack. Dion looked at the girl, and he heard her say, "Here, forgive me, for offering to become mercenaries." That she was sorry that this happened, it was her fault. The girl's body began to fall. She fell to the ground. The young man froze in fear. He lowered his head. Holding the weapon in his hands, Dion said that no, it wasn't her fault, they had done nothing wrong. People looked at him, and the hero thought that perhaps it was too bold a dream. To earn money to arrange a wedding, to send to his parents, to raise his younger brother, all for this. Gritting his teeth, the boy wondered if this small, modest dream was really so greedy. No, that couldn't be true. The protagonist stood near the squad, and the thought occurred to him that he had long ago given up on becoming the main character. The young man looked ahead. It was said that he simply wanted to remain on stage, even as a nameless supporting character. That wasn't greed. Lowering his head, Dion said that after all, he was born a man. Wasn't he allowed to dream a little? The boy looked at the knights, and a fleeting thought flashed through his mind. As a child, living in the filth of the slums, he often gazed at the stars and was captivated by their beauty. But they were too high and far away, so he abandoned the starlight. The soldiers advanced, and the thought occurred to him that he had then turned his gaze to a lower, closer light, to a fire close enough to touch. An insect appeared, and it was said that, ultimately, his fate was simply to burn in that fire. The vampire's eyes glowed red. The boy glared at them and said that they weren't moths, they were people, and that dreaming wasn't a mistake. Taking him by the shoulder, the woman replied that yes, that was true, there was nothing wrong with dreaming. Looking straight at him, she added that he should face reality. His comrade hadn't been killed by a dream, but by a monster. The corpses lay on the ground, and it seemed as if all this was due to a tactical error. But the battle wasn't over yet, and his comrades had not died in vain. The boy looked at him in surprise and asked, "Really?" The weapon was thrust into the vampires' bodies, and it was heard that yes, 3 were wounded by silver blades, only 2 remained, and then it was up to the magician. Frowning, she asked if he could finish what he started. Looking away, Dion replied that he would try. Taking up his weapon, he heard the command to show them. The young man rose, listening to the words about how he would not allow the glorious title of Dion's mercenaries to be lost. Standing at attention, the boy heard the command to remain only as a tombstone for young men who had died in vain. The men held shields in their hands, and a voice said, "Let him kill his enemies and leave his mark." The man's hand lit up, and he said that mercenaries are not proud of their tombstones. Standing behind the soldiers, the mage added, "But of the trophies from slain enemies." The vampires suddenly rushed forward. The woman placed her hands on the ground. The attack rushed toward the monster. Grinning, the boy said there was a mage ahead. Suddenly, he waved his hand. The monster's eyes lit up. He had used a special skill. The mage's eyes widened and thought no. Beams of light flew around the man. It was said that the blood magic of 2 vampires was too strong for a human mage. Blood sprayed to the side. The monsters attacked the people, and it seemed that the veterans had not managed to avoid it. The boy quickly ran through the battle. The creature clenched its teeth. It was said that thanks to their sacrifice, Dion bought a little time. The young man swung his weapon sharply. The blade flew forward. It hit the vampire's throat precisely. Dion glared at him. Suddenly, he swung the weapon. The monster looked away. The boy's head spun, and he thought he had definitely hit it. Suddenly, his body began to fall. Dion collapsed to the ground. A weapon was thrust into the vampire's throat, and he said they were weak. Holding the boy's head in his hands, he added that they weren't tasty either. The monster tossed the head aside. The head fell to the ground. Standing still, the boy suggested they finish off the rest quickly and then go kill the people inside the fortress. They responded that sounded good, a rare opportunity to fill their bellies. The people moved forward. The mage smiled broadly and laughed. The monster lowered his gaze. Looking straight ahead, he asked what made her so happy. She wasn't afraid of death. Lying on the ground, the woman replied that of course she was, but so were they. Lightning appeared in the sky, and it seemed they should be afraid of thunderstorms too. The boy looked up. The man took a step forward. The vampires looked away. Holding a cigar in her teeth, Jupiter said that this is why it's so hard to be a mage. No matter how many allies die, you can't engage in battle until a certain point. Lightning appeared around the sphere, and it seemed a mage was much more valuable than the soldiers who support the front with their lives. How shameful. Looking away, the mage said she'd help, to which Jupiter replied, "At full power, and for him to stay behind." Lily frowned, hearing him say, "Turn on the magic amplifier, the target is her." To which she responded approvingly. A glow appeared from the device. The mage closed her eyes. Stretching her hand forward, she addressed herself. Suddenly, lightning struck the wall, and it sounded like they were about to test it. The lightning struck directly at the vampires. Grinning broadly, the monster shouted that he shouldn't make fun of her with such magic. The lightning bolts connected. Blue bolts struck them. The ground beneath them shook. The vampires began to fly off to the side. They plummeted. The monsters lay on the ground, and it was said that their motionless cores had materialized. Frowning, Damien said, "Now." Suddenly, shots flew at the cores. The creature clenched its teeth. It jumped back with a cry. The monster rushed forward, declaring that it should distract them. Aiming his weapon, the elf declared he wouldn't allow it. Eyes wide, the creature screamed that these vile creatures would soon be their master. Shots suddenly flew at them, and it was announced that Damien had lent the elves 2 of his guns, a woodpecker and a Cerberus. The elves held the weapons in their hands, suggesting they were low-grade and small, so even Skull and Old Hole could easily use them. Looking down, the boy announced 5 vampires, the core's destruction confirmed. Turning his head, he added that allied losses were now imminent. Suddenly, the woman closed his eyes and told him not to look. Standing behind him, Jupiter said he still had much work to do. The deaths of his allies weren't his responsibility, so he should rest and join the next front. The young man gritted his teeth and responded approvingly. The corpses lay on the ground, and Jupiter considered whether it was right to clean up the allies' bodies and deal with their guilt. That wasn't their job, that was for old women like her. Raising her hand, the girl suggested she come here, that she would help her with magic. It occurred to her that with Jupiter's magic, the younger woman could clearly see her grandmother's condition. A view of the sky opened up, and she heard a voice say she should come too, along with Damien, to which the mage replied, "No, not her condition." Frowning, Jupiter said that the real monsters were there, and the battle was just beginning. She was more needed there. Looking at her, the girl heard a voice say she should hurry up, to which she replied, "Okay, see you later." The mage and Damien walked away. The woman stepped forward. Looking at the mage, she said her name. Lying on the ground, the woman replied that he shouldn't look at her like that. They knew what they were getting into when they joined. The men raised their hands to their chests, and it was said that all 4 veteran mercenaries harbored a hatred for vampires, which was why they had responded to Jupiter's call. Looking up, she added that it was nice to finally fight back against these leeches. Corpses lay on the ground, and it was a shame their young allies had perished. It was all thanks to Dion's mercenaries. The boy's head was torn off, and the protagonist thought it had almost been for nothing, but in the end, sacrificing their lives, they had succeeded. The credit for destroying the vampires belonged to them. Cigar in hand, Jupiter replied that what good were credits if they were dead, and dreams and ambitions were no longer important. Looking directly at them, she asked, "So what good are credits?" The thought dawned on Jupiter that the deaths of Dion's mercenaries weren't just their own personal affair. The image of her granddaughter appeared, and it was said that the deaths of these young men and the impending death of her granddaughter were one and the same for her. Looking at her, the mage replied that it was wrong to say that, for they were mercenaries. That was the price of victory, that was what mattered. The insect flew toward the light, and it seemed that such was life. They, like moths, swarmed to the light, and upon reaching it, pray for it to have meaning. Looking down, Jupiter said that their deaths would be useful. Sitting before the mage, she added that both the deaths of the young men and their deaths as seasoned warriors would be useful. Grinning, the mercenary said that their era was coming to an end, and now it was the turn of the young, a new era. Plants appeared, and it seemed that a bright future lay ahead. Lying on the ground, the woman murmured, "Let them bloom like buds." Jupiter looked at her, and the thought crossed her mind that she was dead. The mage didn't agree with everything she said, but she understood one thing for certain: the veteran's time was truly running out. Images of people appeared, and the woman thought that the battlefield awaited only the young. Life and death, victory and defeat, glory and shame, all this would belong to the young. Looking down, the woman reflected on the limited time they could bear this heavy burden together. She took a step forward. Standing behind her, the people heard the order to treat the wounded, to return to the battle once they were patched up. Looking away, Jupiter said that the real battle with the monsters was still ahead, and then thought of the fierce battle raging on the other side of the fortress. 2 vampire generals battling elite heroes. Frowning, she asked what good were old men if they became a burden. The people began to move forward. The bodies lay on the ground, and the protagonist thought Dion's mercenaries were destroyed. The vampire held his head in his hands, thinking they couldn't withstand the brutality of the battlefield, couldn't overcome the pressure of real combat. The young man rushed forward. It was said they had lost their formation, failed to adhere to tactics. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, and the protagonist thought that they had paid for what in the end. Dion struck, and the thought occurred to him that Dion's mercenaries had managed to plunge their silver blades into the vampires' bodies, and thanks to that, the bloodsuckers were dead. The squad placed a hand to their chests, and the protagonist thought they had been given a chance, they had proven their worth, but still perished. The young man's head lay on the ground. His headband was covered. His eyes were blindfolded, and Ash thought they wouldn't get a second chance. Standing still, the hero reflected on how he would never forget their names, although what good was it that he remembered them? A notification about an additional detachment appeared, and he added that there were none at all. Grinning, the Legion leader asked what he was thinking about. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. He looked silently at Celendian. Closing his eyes, the vampire asked him if he was counting the dead soldiers and told him to forget about it. Looking straight at him, he added that the truly important people would soon start dying. Evangeline stood before Alpha. Lucas looked at Beta. Alpha, with a serious expression, declared this unacceptable. Evangeline stood opposite the vampire, who asked if they thought a single knight could stop him. Her face was impassive. The young man examined the enemy and asked if their fighting strength was so poor, considering he was facing such a young and inexperienced warrior. Extending her spear, the girl asked him to try using the rest of his body, as he was only interested in talking. She, looking pleased, said that they should warm up. She would roll him out for His Highness's wonderful toasts. Alpha, closing his eyes, replied that he saw Evangeline's talent. Magical flowers began to bloom. He said that she still hadn't learned how to properly assess her enemy. He extended his hand. Magical attacks were aimed at the girl. Evangeline rushed into battle. She dodged the explosions. The girl jumped from the ground. She flew at the monster, shouting that he was the same. Slamming the ground, Evangeline informed him that the boy hadn't seen much, and that she would surprise him. The vampire jumped back. He frowned and sighed. Looking at the armor, the girl noted that it was durable, but it hindered his spear swings. Then she thought that golem armor was a piece of equipment that offered excellent defense but penalized attack and movement speed. We were shown the girl's stats and told that while Evangeline possessed the unstoppable stat, it allowed her to ignore movement speed penalties. She only suffered a penalty to attack speed. Alpha watched her closely. He saw the green aura that enveloped Evangeline, and the plot reported that the vampire had no trouble understanding this. This night girl, despite her appearance, was far too agile. Magic circles began to form in the area. The monster raised his hand while we were told the best course of action was to reduce the power of the blood magic to increase the number of shots. A huge number of volleys were aimed at the girl. She watched the attacks closely. The knight rushed forward. She shielded herself from the attacks. Alpha was surprised by this. Smiling, Evangeline emphasized the fact that she would simply block the shots that weren't powerful enough. She imbued her spear with magic. The girl cried out with satisfaction that he had attacked the wrong person. A powerful blow rang out. Lucas stood opposite Beta while we were told that they remained motionless, carefully studying each other, but saw no openings. The knight studied her intently, and the plot revealed that they saw no openings. They both knew that the first one to attack would lose, and so they remained motionless. Veins stood out on the girl's face. She looked into Lucas's eyes and thought that this insignificant man dared to stand before her like an equal warrior. She wanted to crush that sweet face. The vampire was furious. Her body was tense. She rushed into battle. Beta flew at the boy. She delivered a crushing blow to the ground. Her weapon sank into the earth. The knight stood behind her. The vampire turned. Looking at the warrior, Beta thought she was sure she had hit him. The boy's eyes began to glow, and the girl thought he had an arrogant look, as if he were looking at an insect. The enraged vampire asked him not to make fun of her. She rushed into battle again, thinking that of the two of them, he was the insect. Swinging her axe, the monster declared that she would rip out his bright blue eyes and crush them. Lucas was behind her again. She intercepted the axe in her hands and turned around. Dodging the attack, the knight reported that his opponent was slow, much slower than his lord. Holding the blade in his hands, he noted that at this rate, victory was impossible. He struck her with the willful strike skill. The girl jumped aside. A white aura emanated from Lucas as he considered the number of monsters he had struck with this skill to be well over 100. Studying his opponent's face, the warrior added that this skill strengthened with each monster killed, and she would be no exception. Lucas charged at her, thinking that this willful strike already had 100 charges. The boy, with a serious expression, asked her to prepare for death. A powerful blow rang out. Evangeline was suddenly taken aback. She was bound by threads. Standing in a red fog, Alpha declared that battle was, above all, the correct choice of tactics. The boy stood behind her and asked if she really thought he was throwing away mana without a second thought. The vampire extended his hand, emphasizing his distaste for sucking children's blood. He opened it wide, declaring he would feast on it. The monster began to bite into her neck. The boy's hands began to tremble. The blade protruded from Beta's hand. A notification appeared with the stats of a deadly silver sword, after which we were told it was created with the help of devilish mistletoe, which reduces regeneration by a whopping 75%. The vampire's wounds began to heal. Lucas's sword was lodged in her hand. Smiling, the monster declared that he wouldn't leave. Her eyes began to glow brightly. An attack was aimed at the knight. We were shown the monster biting its victim and were told that vampires use the life essence they steal from others as fuel. A glow emanated from the vampire's legs, while we were told that these monsters inevitably possess one fatal flaw. If a vampire cannot replenish its blood supply on the battlefield, its strength will sooner or later run out. The monster bit the man in the neck. The demons feasted on the blood, while the plot told us it could be exploited. Powerful energy emanated from the vampire. Blood dripped onto the ground. The girl plunged her spear into Alpha's mouth and said her tactic was quite sound. We were shown volleys flying at Evangeline and told how Alpha's attack pattern fires blood projectiles, spraying out gouts of blood. The girl was bound with them, after which the plot revealed that the blood projectiles alone are enough to destroy most opponents, and those who survive the blast will still be bound by the blood clots left behind by the projectile's explosion. Armor appeared on the girl's neck, after which we were told that the monster then calmly absorbs the blood of the enemy it bound. Evangeline was shackled, and we were told that her unstoppable ability made her completely immune to any stopping effects. The blood clots binding her hadn't worked from the start, she'd simply been faking it. Adjusting her hair, she asked who was attracted to the 16-year-old girl's neck. Only those she liked could touch her. A stunned Alpha asked how she knew his fighting methods, adding that hundreds of years had passed since their army invaded the human world. The monster recalled shackling the army and thought that even when the Legion had fought in the old days, the enemies had never expected such a turn of events. Frowning, the vampire silently asked how she could have known about him and prepared in advance. The girl conjured up an image of Ash and informed him that their commander was truly gifted, very attentive and caring, and an incredible cook. Evangeline smiled and emphasized that he would do anything to help his people. The vampire jumped back, clutching his face. Alpha silently wondered if it was because of the weapon's composition, noting that the cursed jaw's regeneration was slow, then declared her a worthless human. Evangeline, looking pleased, replied that it was ridiculous. They called humans pathetic and insignificant, then clarified how insignificant they were, that he lived only by their blood. The monster was enraged. He began screaming at her to shut her mouth. He created magic circles above himself, and the plot informed us that, although his pride was wounded, Alpha was a veteran of 1,000 battles. He released streams of energy, while we were told that he could accurately assess an opponent's capabilities after an exchange of blows. The vortexes advanced on Evangeline, and the plot noted that the vampire already had a clear idea of the girl's defensive capabilities. The boy smirked, thinking that such an attack would definitely be enough. No matter how well she was protected, it would be the end for her. The warrior rushed into battle, and the protagonist told us that Alpha had missed one important thing: the development of human technology in recent years. Evangeline advanced on the mana streams, while the plot emphasized that although humans had lost ancient magic, they had developed technology. The armor began to transform on her body. It began to cover her body. The girl pounced on it. Smiling, she noted that the light armor was still more comfortable. The monster began to fire projectiles at her. Evangeline dodged all the attacks. Swinging her spear, she cried out that she was proud of her age. The girl pierced his body completely. He began coughing up blood. The warrior, with a satisfied expression, remarked that modern children are tough nuts. The monster evaporated. Red mana flew at Lucas. Blue energy enveloped him. Beta was taken aback by what she saw. The knight used his ghostly form to jump back. Placing his hand on his chest, the boy admitted he'd practiced a lot, but this was the first time he'd used it in a real fight. Frowning, he concluded he couldn't rely solely on his equipment. He needed to develop his own powers. The vampire frowned and listened as Lucas explained that the first time he'd faced their master, he'd been helpless, after which his comrades had begun using their talents to find and develop ways to combat him. Lowering his sword, the boy added that he was the only one completely out of ideas, meaning if he faced him again, he wouldn't have a chance to protect his master. Beta lunged at him as he continued to explain that he'd been thinking about it over and over again, unable to sleep, training and pondering what he could do and how he could change to protect him. The girl approached him. The axe hovered over the boy's head as he reasoned, trying everything he could think of until he finally found a way. Lucas parried her attack. He held it back effortlessly. The warrior, his eyes glowing, remarked that he must renounce his humanity. The vampire was shocked by what he heard. A powerful blow rang out. Beta plunged her axe into the ground. Frowning, she thought it impossible for a mere mortal to possess power equal to hers. Her hand began to tremble. She was suddenly taken aback. A demon appeared behind the boy. Lucas was surrounded by an aura, while we were told that his growth tree contained a hidden feature inaccessible to any other characters. The knight grew fangs. He assumed a fighting stance, activating his beast form. Raising the axe, the vampire thought something was wrong. She gritted her teeth and noted that something was wrong with this knight. Energy radiated from the boy, while we were told that to protect those dear to him, he sacrificed something special. Veins stood out on the knight's face as he begged the vampire to use all his strength. Enraged, Lucas declared he would test her to see if he could stand up to their lord. Alpha's corpse lay on the floor. Shifting her gaze, Evangeline asked how he was doing, as she had finished there. The warrior stood over Beta's corpse. The aura continued to emanate from him. Surprised, the girl asked if everything was alright, as he looked SOSO. The boy lay on the floor. His eyes began to glow. The monster rose to his feet. Beta had also revived. Red mana emanated from the vampire, and we were informed that even if the vampire general's core were destroyed, he would be reborn as a fallen blood, partially losing his mind, but his physical abilities would actually be enhanced. The ground beneath the monster was destroyed. Godhunt and Bodyback heard them say they needed to prepare. Jupiter Jr. and Damien frowned. Looking at the monster, Evangeline said she didn't know how there was a second phase if it wasn't even a boss monster. Smiling, she noted that if they'd made it this far, victory was almost in the bag. Smiling, Celendian asked if Ash often had nightmares, causing MC to notice him smiling calmly even as his comrades died. Frowning, the boy realized he didn't like it. Sitting across from him, he noted that his job was to stall for time while his subordinates were killed, and he decided to pretend to listen attentively to his ramblings. Glancing at the bottle, the protagonist asked if there were people who didn't have nightmares. A smile appeared on the boy's face. The embittered prince thought him a fool. Recalling their first encounter, he noted that when they first met, he seemed dispassionate and innocent, but the longer the battle went on, the more relaxed he became. Ash frowned, noting that war and death seemed pleasant to a vampire, adding that it seemed to reflect the true nature of these monsters, which made him a little uneasy. Taking the glass, Celendian said that nightmares reveal a person's deepest fears, revealing what they fear most, making it tangible. Smiling, the boy asked him to imagine that the nightmare was not limited to dreams but became reality. The vampire imagined demonic eyes and added that it was as if it were a real creature, breathing and alive, emerging straight from the world of the dead. A mouth appeared on the monster. The boy imagined Ash standing before the creature and asked how he would feel if it stood before him and looked him in the eye. Frowning, the protagonist listened as he explained that the nightmare wasn't just a dream, but had deeper roots. Sipping his wine, the vampire emphasized that if the Lord truly wanted to exterminate them and save the world, he should consider it. Setting down his glass, Celendian emphasized that he would ask again. He asked, with a crazed expression, if he often had nightmares and what he feared most. The main character, with a serious expression, asked what he feared most. Shifting his gaze, the boy said he hoped it wasn't something too terrible, because whatever it was, if you looked too deeply into it, it would become reality. Explosions echoed from the wall. Alpha was furious. He unleashed powerful volleys across the battlefield. A stunned Evangeline asked the elves if they were ready yet. Godhunt, holding out his hands, replied that they were almost done. An attack was aimed at her. The girl noticed it. She managed to shield herself from the magical attack. The volley of explosions repeated. Beta began screaming in rage. Lucas jumped from the attack. He landed on the ground. The knight, looking angry, began to approach. The vampire dodged the attack. She swung her leg. The boy flew to the side. The warrior held his sword in front of him. The monster leaped at him again. She swung her axe. Lucas jumped aside. The girl continued to gain the advantage. The boy was stunned by what he saw. The vampire struck him in the stomach. The knight's armor shattered. He flew to the side. He fell next to Evangeline. Alpha was preparing to unleash an attack. The boys were surrounded by monsters. A net appeared on the ground. The stunned warrior cried out that they needed to act now. The elves launched the net at the vampires. A smirk appeared on Evangeline's face. Looking at the chained vampires, she noted that it had been difficult to lure them. He raised her hands and loudly asked why the boys had taken so long to act, considering they had almost died. Holding his hand on the stone, Godhunt declared that turning so much ore into a silver net in the middle of battle was no easy task. Frowning, the boy thought that if they had made such a large net in advance, the vampires would have discovered it immediately. He recalled how the vampires had revived and emphasized that it was a trap that could only be used after Alpha and Beta had transformed into fallen blood. The vampire tried to tear the net apart. Arrows flew at her. The monsters' necks were shot through. The younger one's face was serious. She struck the demons with a stream of flame. A black aura rose in the air. Sighing, Evangeline wondered if this would allow them to change forms. She imagined the monsters fusing and mused that Alpha and Beta initially had 3 phases. If, during the fallen blood phase, their health was reduced by more than half, they would merge and become a monster, attacking with the physical might of Beta and the magic of Alpha. But following Prince Ash's instructions, they bound them in silver and killed them, thereby avoiding the third phase. The vampire corpses lay on the floor. Confused, Evangeline silently wondered how he knew so many details about the behavior and tactics of all these monsters. The protagonist sat at the table. Armor shards fell to the ground. Lucas solemnly noted that although everyone was tired, the final battle was still to come. The boys gathered together. The boy sat at the table. MC crossed his arms, while Evangeline thought it was incredible. This scene of Ash so calmly drinking and conversing with the vampire lord, the most powerful creature she had ever seen. She calmly noted that with just a wave of his hand, this monster could destroy their leader. Perhaps he had some kind of plan for such an eventuality, but even so, his courage was beyond the comprehension of a normal person. Memories of the lord appeared in her mind, and she added that, if she thought about it, the prince had always been like this. It was as if he didn't experience the natural fear for his life that all people have. Lucas removed his armor. He noted with a serious expression that the final battle was still to come. They stood on the battlefield. The leaders looked at each other. Smiling, Celendian said it was good for the humans, since his subordinates had fallen. Waving his hand, he asked if it was time for the real battle. Ash's neck was cuffed. The vampire said it was time for them to go on stage, then asked if the lamb would mind escorting him onto the stage. The protagonist was lifted off the ground while he wondered if this was what his opponent called an escort. He suddenly began to move. The boys took flight. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered how the boy did it. Lucas ran to his aid. The vampire threw him aside. Ash flew away from him. He was falling to the ground. Damien and Bodybag caught him. They jumped aside. Touching down, the protagonist commented that the vampire lord's manners were far worse than they appeared. He smugly emphasized that their negotiations were not yet over. Upon landing, Celendian asked what good there was in dialogue between humans and monsters, as it was simply a pointless argument. He asked with a crazed expression. "Isn't that so?" The prince agreed. Ash frowned and remained silent. Darkness filled the vampire's eyes, as he explained that he had endured for so long, and could now finally feed. His claws grew, and he added that he was so hungry he couldn't bear it any longer. A powerful energy enveloped Dracula, after which the system announced the fifth stage, where the boss, the immortal Nosferatu king, Dracula, the vampire lord Celendian, entered the fray. Looking at the boy said that while watching their fight, he had been wondering which of them was the most dangerous opponent. They all possessed potential. Looking at Ash, he noticed he was the most dangerous, having not only brought the battle to this point but also maintained his sanity during their one-on-one conversation. The protagonist recalled being protected by a barrier and mused that it was self-evident that if an ordinary person were exposed to the boss monster's negative influence for too long, they would go mad. Only thanks to the unyielding commander did he remain sane. The monster advanced on him, telling him he was like the great men he had fought long ago. The ground beneath him shook as the vampire lord acknowledged MC's danger to his king. Smiling, he declared that he would take his life first. The energy emanating from the monster began to spread. He charged into battle. Evangeline began to run after him. The demon extended his hand. The girl blocked his attack with her shield. Celendian turned her attention to her. Touching the shield, the vampire said she had grown a little. He began to press against her, and cried out that she was capable of reacting to his movements. The girl didn't allow herself to move. With blazing eyes, she replied that she was more than just reacting. Evangeline swung her leg. Sand hit the monster's eyes. The spear flew at him. Dracula managed to pull his head back. A bright light emanated from the girl's weapon. An explosion occurred. The girl jumped back. Smoke rose from the monster's head. The vampire extended his hand and asked why she thought she could stop him with that one move. He fired a laser at her. Lucas frowned at what he saw. He caught the girl. The boys flew aside. Ash introduced the skill tree and explained that the Supreme Lord Vampire is a monster who excels in both the physical and magical branches of the vampire skill tree. Damien and his comrades began shooting at him. The vampire lord charged at him, catching every arrow, and the protagonist noted that unless they took measures against both magic and physics, it would be virtually impossible to stop him, so it was important to block both. MC, frowning, declared that it was too early to do so. Raising his hand, he shouted for everyone to join the fight. He summoned creatures and emphasized the fact that it was a chimera summoning spell, acquired during his last exploration of the Colosseum. The monster pounced on the vampire, while the protagonist reasoned that this boss monster would help them buy themselves time. Raising his hand, dripping with blood, Celendian declared that this battlefield was for him and the humans alone, pure and undefiled. With a wave of his hand, he ordered everyone not to interfere. Blood splashed onto the chimera's face. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. The boss suddenly shattered into pieces. A stunned Ash wondered if he had killed the chimera so easily. Dracula vanished from sight. He approached the protagonist. The boy was taken aback by what he saw. The vampire smirked and declared that this was the end. He opened his mouth wide. The elf ran to help. She extended her hand. A frightened MC turned his attention to Old Gull. Her face was puzzled. The girl waved at him with a smile. The monster began to drink her blood. His lips were stained with blood. Old Gull fell to the ground. The boy was shocked by what he saw. He rushed into battle, shouting that his opponent was him. Stunned, Ash declared that rock couldn't do this, as archers had no place in close combat. The vampire swung his hand. He severed the elf's arms. The lord was shocked by what he saw. Drops of blood flew everywhere. Dracula began to devour it. Licking his lips, the boy noted that elves were not a bad first snack. His eyes blazing, he suggested that to satisfy this hunger, he needed to consume Ash. The monster's body was suddenly pierced. The boy was surprised by what had happened. Blue energy emanated from the night. He cut the vampire in half. The demon's body fell to the ground. A puzzled Celendian looked at him and asked what form this was. Examining Lucas, he added that he seemed not human, but also from their world. He even felt a kinship with him. Ash, surprised, wondered if the warrior was using his beast form, noting that he needed to be stopped if he used that ability. Lying on the ground, Dracula added that that was why he couldn't even sense him. His body began to regenerate. His limbs fused together at an incredible rate. Smiling, the vampire lord announced that Lucas had taken one of his lives. That was impressive. He added with a satisfied expression that he hadn't been to the afterlife in a long time. Imagining the monster's heart, Ash considered that its remaining lives were 153. Standing opposite him, the protagonist mentally noted that while the monster was carelessly reviving and recuperating, they hadn't wasted any time. Glancing at the human corpses, he added that the bodies of their fallen allies were scattered everywhere. Noticing the slain elves, MC noted that there were about 150 corpses. Clenching his fist, the prince declared that he couldn't lose for the sake of those who had given their lives for him. He seriously inquired why the vampire lord didn't resurrect his subjects, since he was perfectly capable of doing so with the number of lives he had. Clutching his head, Dracula replied that he could bring them back, but it was simply not worth it. 153 of his subjects versus 153 of his lives was not worth the effort. The monster imagined burning the kingdom and declared that he'd rather do it himself, surviving alone and destroying the world, than bringing them back to life. Having created magical blades, the protagonist declared that this decision would be his undoing. Smiling, Celendian asked if he was so sure he could kill him 153 times. Ash, looking satisfied, replied that it was true. Standing opposite, he emphasized that before they fought again, he wanted to tell them something. The puzzled monster heard him liar. The protagonist calmly noted that the demon had repeatedly said he wanted to die, but this was a blatant lie. He simply enjoyed the thrill of approaching death, yet deep down, he always knew he was completely safe. The vampire was angered by the question, wondering if he was really a coward who feared death more than anyone else. After all, with hundreds of lives behind him, it was easy to play the game of death. It was like a cheat code. Ash frowned and declared that the monster was just walking around telling everyone how bored he was, playing a game he couldn't lose. He imagined a vampire sucking human blood and noted that someone who prolongs their own life by taking it from others can't truly desire death. Vampires are, at their core, the embodiment of selfishness. Smiling, the protagonist said that they were too dependent on life. That was the true nature of vampires. The monster's eyes began to glow. Dracula surrounded himself with energy and replied that a person could say whatever they wanted, asking what a mortal could possibly know who couldn't understand even a fraction of the suffering that immortality brings. Holding his wand in hand, Ash said he didn't know, and he didn't care, but he knew one thing for sure. He tapped his comrades with his wand. The boys took a fighting stance. Extending his hand, the protagonist declared that today the monster would die and should prepare to meet its desired end. Celendian leaped into action. He ran at the boys while MC shouted that he didn't know when his birthday was, but that he was ready to hand out gifts today. The monster lowered his hand. Standing before the lord, he said the boy had talked too much. Licking the blood left on his hand, the vampire lord declared that if the prince still had any trump cards, it was time to use them, as he no longer had allies to protect him. Smiling, the protagonist asked for 3 more seconds, as his trump card was still falling from the sky. Raising his hand, the monster replied that he was getting tired of this bluff. He advanced on Ash, declaring that he would gladly absorb his life and make him his servant. A huge stake fell from the sky. He pierced Celendian's body while the protagonist reasoned that vampires always seek to drain the blood of their opponents, a fact that could be exploited. Frowning, Godhan shouted his apologies for the delay, after which MC emphasized that they had collected all the silver threads of the network and all the silver weapons from the battlefield within reach. The elf created a stake, and the prince announced that he had crafted a huge silver stake from it. Bodyback lifted it into the air and threw it at the right moment. They say it's best not to touch even a dog while it's eating. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist emphasized that he had finally managed to impale and bind him. Grinning, Ash declared that the classic method of fighting vampires was to drive a stake through the heart. Dracula, looking pleased, admitted that it was a good idea, but for him, it was nothing. The lord rose to his feet and walked toward the monster. Pointing a finger, the protagonist explained that the stake was needed to give him time to land the real blow. He enthusiastically called for Jupiter Jr., who was preparing a powerful spell. MC, frowning, exclaimed that they had bought themselves enough time. Raising her hand above her head, the sorceress replied that she was almost ready, only needed 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, they would be able to finish off this monster. The surprised boy asked if this was his spell. He remembered the younger girl feeling mana in her hand. Smiling, the girl said that after experiencing it firsthand, she had spent all her energy studying it thoroughly until she perfected it. She hadn't yet registered it with the Continental Magic Association, but would do so soon. The monster's eyes began to glow. Angrily, he loudly asked how she dared appropriate their secret magical arts. Standing opposite, the sorceress pointed out that this wasn't imitation, but pure plagiarism. She, with a satisfied expression, asked how he liked her magic. Light shone through the window, and the hero officially stated that 12 hours ago had been the night before the start of the 5th wave. Prince Ash, looking at the hand in shock, exclaimed that it was the very same object. Young Jupiter, looking at the protagonist in bewilderment, asked him with a puzzled expression if he understood what it was. A system notification appeared, explaining that the foxhole was a fallback option, providing the opponent with false skill information to have at least some trump card up its sleeve. The girl frankly explained that last time she had told him she had demonstrated all her abilities, but that it was a lie. Young Jupiter, turning seriously to the protagonist, solemnly admitted that she had in fact been hiding another level, but would no longer do so. Young Jupiter, clasping her hand, proudly declared that she had just completed it, adding meaningfully that this was the skill that would help them defeat the vampire lord. She confessed that she had dedicated her heart, absolutely everything, to it, and inspiredly suggested that now, if they combined their forces, they could succeed. Ash, looking confidently ahead at his interlocutor, firmly concluded that no matter how strong the vampire army was, they would be able to kill them all. Light illuminated the windows, and Prince Ash anxiously asked if Jupiter Jr. was all right. He cautiously began by saying that if she used this skill, the consequences would be severe. The girl firmly replied that she could handle it, as she had already made her decision, and the protagonist noted that her grandmother would suffer because of it. Jupiter Jr., turning her head coldly, indifferently asked if she hadn't said this before. Jupiter, looking distantly at the protagonist, indifferently stated that she never considered her grandmother. The mage cast a spell, and the protagonist officially announced that the final battle was underway at the fortress walls, adding that Jupiter Jr. as stats after unlocking the hidden skill, Foxhole, were incredible. A system notification displaying the girl's power stats appeared, and the prince delightedly noted that she was level 50. The girl stood in the middle of the street, and the hero mused nostalgically that, in fact, when she joined their front, she was already over 40, and she had achieved all this by independently studying magic, and her talent proved far more extensive than he had imagined. An image of the girl's stats appeared, and the hero added sequentially that during her last free exploration of the dungeon, she had reached level 50, and through her third final transformation, she had awakened her ultimate skill. A system notification appeared, and the protagonist expertly described elemental disruption as Jupiter Jr.'s exclusive ultimate skill. It interferes with the magical elements around the target, forcibly severing their connections. The target loses control of the magical elements, and their magical power drops to 0 or lower, with a maximum reduction of -99. The protagonist, impressed, noted that it was an insane magical debuff that reduced the target's magical stats to negative values. Prince Ash stared into the distance, analytically mulling over how the original plan to capture Celendian had been far more complex and required far more effort, but when Jupiter Jr. presented them with this skill, the task had become significantly simpler. A system notification appeared, indicating that the expiring time limit meant a short time left to live, 1 year or less, and that the strain on the body shortened the remaining time. The protagonist sadly added that the last thing she had ever hidden was the expiring time limit. The narrator, looking fatalistically into the distance, ruthlessly concluded that Jupiter Jr. would die within a year, less than a year, and every time she overexerts herself, her remaining days slip away. The girl raised her hand, and the hero resolutely continued that the battle nevertheless continues. Jupiter Jr., heroically raising her hand, boldly declared that she was ready to unleash her awakened final technique. Jupiter, turning contemptuously to the enemy, mockingly asked if he hadn't said he wanted to die, since he was immortal and tired of living. The enemy, his eyes blazing, clenched his teeth in anger, and the girl furiously growled that he shouldn't make her laugh with such tales. Jupiter Jr., passionately raising her weapon at the antagonist, emotionally exclaimed that she wanted to live and remain in this world for at least one more day, adding that she would change if she simply lay in bed, awaiting her approaching death. A magical explosion was heard, and the girl firmly declared that she had therefore decided that since her life was so short, she would burn until the last second. Jupiter Jr., smiling heroically with a blood-stained mouth, inspiredly added that even if she had to spill her blood, every last drop, she would leave her mark. Jupiter Jr., proudly raising her hand, solemnly proclaimed that she would prove that there was a magician in this world. Jupiter Jr., furrowing her fair brows emotionally, passionately added that she had lived a short but colorful life. The girl cast a spell with her hand and categorically concluded that this would be her proof. A Star of David lit up on her hand, and the hero expertly explained that reaching level 50, known as awakening, manifests as a unique mark on the body, and this mark is the source of the ultimate skill. Celendian, looking dismissively at his opponent, arrogantly exclaimed that they understood nothing, as Celendian's primary ability is to neutralize an opponent's magic, and a simple glance is enough to suppress it. An image of a magical shield appeared, and the hero knowingly countered that Jupiter Jr.'s elemental destruction utilizes the inverse technique to its extreme, and Celendian's technique cannot affect this skill. Celendian, indignantly glaring ahead with blazing eyes, furiously shouted that he would not allow the magic he himself created to defeat him. Prince Ash, looking ahead at the enemy with a puzzled expression, shouted commandingly that they must protect her and protect Jupiter Jr. at any cost. A terrible blow rang out. The girl bared her teeth furiously. The boy screamed desperately at the enemy. The heroes were thrown back. Celendian, baring his fangs menacingly, growled ominously that there was more to come. Magic rings appeared in front of the protagonist. The boy, looking worriedly at the protagonist, exclaimed in alarm that this was dangerous. The boy struck the protagonist. The wheels abruptly slowed. The warriors stood with their shields. Lily, looking resolutely ahead, shouted professionally that the anti-volley barrier artifact must be activated. Evangeline, blessing, clasped her hands together, solemnly declaring that the blessed light be with them. Dark aura forces moved toward the warriors. Rocks scattered from the terrible explosion. The warriors fell, confused. The girl fell backwards, unconscious. A burning silhouette stood in the distance. The heroine, with a scar on her face, stretched her burning hands forward. Lily, desperately looking up at the sky, cried out in anguish that this was the end. The girl fell to the ground. Jupiter Jr., looking helplessly ahead, tensely thought that there were 10 seconds left until the end. Celendian, threateningly extending his hand toward the heroine, growled angrily that she was finished. Green fire flared. The boy rolled his eyes. A menacing man, attacking the hero, triumphantly displaying his anti-vampire weapon, triumphantly exclaimed that he recognized it. Mu silver, purifying fire, and ancient magical runes. The hero lit a magical torch and decisively proclaimed that all of this was created to kill Celendian, and that these were ancient anti-vampire methods that veterans, who hated vampires, had prepared from the very beginning. The man with the scar over his eye, glaring menacingly at his enemy, growled categorically that Celendian would not be able to stop this magic. The antagonist clenched his teeth in anger. The man's body was cut to pieces. Celendian, desperately raising his hand at the enemy, stubbornly protested that he could. The fair-haired girl cast a spell with her hand. The boy, glaring imperiously at the enemy, shouted commandingly that she should submit. The hero attacked the enemy with magic. The girl desperately clenched her teeth. Her locks of hair fluttered in the wind. The hero stepped forward and vividly noted that the gold emitted an alluring glow. The hero rushed toward his opponent. The girl cast a spell with her hand, and the protagonist added energetically that Jupiter had rushed forward because the most important thing in the world shone there, ahead. The hero clenched his teeth in anger. Jupiter, grimacing with joy, exclaimed that it was her gold. The hero rushed forward. A magical explosion occurred, and the protagonist furiously screamed that Celendian should get his filthy paws off her. The narrator, looking sadly at the girl, asked tragically if she had forgotten her name and described how the girl with burns on the left side of her body did not remember her name. A thunderstorm erupted in the sky, and the hero logically added that it was probably due to the severe shock she had experienced that day, sadly noting that she couldn't remember not only her name but even her past. The boy, practically grabbing a piece of paper, sensibly remarked that a name was necessary after all and kindly asked what she should name the girl. The girl pointed at the man. Jupiter, proudly pointing at herself, solemnly replied that her name was Jupiter and generously asked if the girl would like the same name. The boy laughed and joyfully exclaimed that it was good and wonderful, and that her name would be passed down from generation to generation, and that it couldn't be better. Jupiter, solemnly stroking her adopted daughter's head, formally announced that from that day on the girl would be called Jupiter Jr., and the hero, puzzled, asked why the girl wanted to bear her name. The girl looked away in embarrassment, and the protagonist understandingly noted that the girl was embarrassed to say she wanted to be like her heroine. The narrator, admiringly describing the girl's ideal, added enthusiastically that she was a great and incomparable mage. The heroes laughed, and the boy sincerely continued that most of all, she wanted to be a responsible adult, the kind of adult who doesn't run from her mistakes and bears her cross without regret. The one-eyed man looked ahead, and the protagonist, Ash, enthusiastically concluded that he continues to live steadfastly, despite everything. The blonde girl looked up, and the protagonist sadly noted that the girl hadn't said so. The girl picked up her hat. The heroine adjusted it, and the boy added emotionally that, simply having inherited the name, she quietly followed her heroine. Magical attacks flew around him, and the hero tensely noted that the lightning Jupiter unleashed with all her might had destroyed most of the bloody bullets. But not all. The girl spread her arms wide, and Ash added with inspiration that Jupiter hadn't retreated. The girl's eyes widened in fear, and the hero touchingly explained that right behind her stood the child who had inherited her name. The boy screamed loudly. Lightning pierced Jupiter's body. The girl watched in horror. Jupiter, looking at her daughter with inspiration, shouted commandingly that the girl should destroy the enemy. The heroine cast spells at the enemies. A magical vortex swirled. The vortex split. The boy looked up, and the protagonist epically stated that the ultimate skill, elemental destruction, had been activated. The girl pointed her hand at the enemy. Celendian, looking at the enemies in shock, screamed that this was impossible, simply unthinkable. The antagonist clenched his fist tightly. The boy grinned menacingly. The glass shattered. The hero's eyes widened and thought that this couldn't be happening, as he had been defeated by his own creation. The ring glowed with a magical aura. The antagonist couldn't move, and magic and skills were unavailable while the elemental resolution was active. The weapon protruded from the hero's body, and the boy said that a silver stake was still piercing his body. Horses' hooves pounded the cobblestones, and the protagonist declared that a vampire, deprived of blood magic and physical enhancements, was useless. The protagonist looked at the fallen enemy, and the protagonist thought that the vampire had now become easy prey for a human. The hero drew his sword from its sheath and ordered everyone to draw their weapons. The boy raised his spear, and Ash shouted that this bastard needed to be killed. The boy knocked an arrow into his crossbow, and the hero added that he would have to do it another 150 times. The protagonist drew his weapon and declared it was time to repay the life he had borrowed. The prince glared at his opponent and ordered the lives of his people to be returned. The vampire coughed angrily. The heroes stood over their fallen comrade. The girl was casting a spell with her hands, and the heroine asked her to stop. Margaret looked wearily at the wounded hero. Jupiter lay on the ground, telling the girl that she was fine. She knew this wound was fatal and she would soon die, so she had to say something important. The girl bowed her head sadly, at a loss for words. She didn't even know how to address this man. An image of the girl appeared, and she thought she had never considered Jupiter her grandmother. The village was ablaze, and the heroine thought she had destroyed her entire village. The heroine covered the scars on her body and thought that she had left scars on her body that would last a lifetime, that she had destroyed her dream. Young Jupiter glared at her daughter and asked her to promise not to study magic. She had prevented her from becoming a mage. The doctor turned to her mother and said she didn't have long to live. The girl lay languidly on the bed. Jupiter sadly placed her hand to her head. The woman sadly held her forehead, and the girl thought that she had raised her. The heroine pressed her finger to little Margaret's face, applying ointment to the burns. The heroes cooked together, and the girl remembered that they had cooked dinner together. The heroes sat facing the ocean, and the heroine thought that she had read her fairy tales as she fell asleep. The woman stood in the middle of the yard, and the girl remembered how her mother had fallen through a burning village and saved her, crying and hugging her. The woman lay on the ground. Jupiter Jr. had never considered Jupiter her grandmother. Tears streamed down the heroine's cheeks. She hated and despised Jupiter, but she also loved her and wanted to be like her. Jupiter was her mother. Jupiter Jr., looking desperately at the woman, passionately exclaimed that she was her mother. Jupiter, looking at the girl in shock, exclaimed in amazement. "What did she say?" The girl resolutely replied that she had said, "Mother," and repeated it again. Jupiter Jr., sincerely embracing the dying woman, frankly admitted that she had always wanted to call Jupiter "Mother," and modestly asked if the woman would mind if she were her mother. The woman objected, saying that she had done nothing for her except take things away. Jupiter Jr., embracing her, hotly retorted that, on the contrary, she had done nothing for Jupiter, only taken from her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and the woman tenderly assured her that no, she was wrong, and that even if all the joys in her life were added up, they would not compare to the happiness she had found thanks to Jupiter Jr. The girl's eyes widened, and Jupiter lovingly added that she was talking about all of them. Sunset was approaching, and she wisely remarked that after all they had been through, it was almost comical. The girl looked at her mother, and the hero gracefully remarked that they gazed at each other for a while in silence. Because sometimes words are unnecessary, the eyes speak for themselves, and for them this was precisely such a moment. Jupiter, looking wearily at her daughter, weakly asked the girl to help her up, proudly adding that she wanted to face the end like a magician. The girl looked tenderly at her mother and said she would help her, adding solicitously that Jupiter should do whatever she wanted. Jupiter Jr., standing politely before the protagonist, respectfully asked if she could strike first. Prince Ash, looking solemnly at the heroine, nobly agreed. Lightning struck the sky. Jupiter, looking at her daughter with a friendly expression, familiarly asked Jupiter for a cigarette, and she affectionately remarked that Jupiter Jr. would remain a smoker until her last breath. The woman lit a cigarette, and the hero epically stated that Jupiter Jr. was enjoying the last cigarette of her life. Jupiter, defiantly approaching the enemy, belligerently shouted that the vampire king should consider this an honor. Lightning roared in the sky, and she majestically declared that this was the last thunderbolt of her life. The lightning pierced the vampire's body. The crystal shattered, and the hero triumphantly concluded that the core of Celendian's soul had shattered, and he finally confirmed that Jupiter's lightning had undoubtedly killed Celendian. Jupiter, smiling faintly in her final moments, fadingly whispered that he knew. Jupiter, blissfully leaning to her side, added peacefully that it was so nice. Jupiter, looking tenderly at her daughter, tenderly said that she wanted Jupiter Jr. to live happily ever after, and that it was her only wish. Jupiter Jr., leaning sincerely toward her mother, responded with inspiration that she wanted to live like Jupiter, and that it was her dream, and the woman thoughtfully retorted that Jupiter Jr. didn't dare live like her. Jupiter, gazing philosophically at the heavens, thoughtfully added that perhaps having such a wonderful daughter wasn't so bad. The woman gazed into the distance. Clouds drifted across the sky, and the hero beautifully noted that the sky was blue, adding touchingly that it was exactly the same as that day when they had looked out to sea together. Jupiter turned her head, and the hero continued that a wind blew from somewhere, bringing the faint scent of sea waves. The children smiled, and the hero realistically added that children's voices were heard. The woman lowered her gaze, and the hero quietly noted that Jupiter slowly closed her eyes and faintly whispered that she was a little sleepy. Jupiter Jr., leaning tenderly over the woman, lovingly wished Jupiter a peaceful sleep. Jupiter Jr., bending her tear-stained face, tenderly added that tonight Jupiter would have good dreams, not nightmares, and the protagonist peacefully concluded that Jupiter had died, as if she had fallen peacefully asleep. Medals glittered on the heroine's chest, and the young man accurately added that she had been a soldier for 30 years and a mercenary for 10. The holes in the heroine's body bled, and the hero poetically concluded that a loud, adventurous life had ended quietly and peacefully. The heroine, slumping heavily from exhaustion, sighed with relief and said what a relief. Prince Ash, looking back respectfully, gratefully remarked that Jupiter had done well, she was a veteran. An image of a vampire appeared, and the hero firmly declared that the only way to repay her for her loyalty was to end Celendian forever. The hero swung his weapon. The blades pierced the antagonist's body, and the hero dismissively called him a simple-minded bastard. An image of numerous heroes appeared, and the protagonist strategically explained that if Celendian hadn't been greedy from the start and had resurrected his fallen warriors to fight together, they would have had the option of losing. Ash, glaring mercilessly at the enemy, mercilessly continued that although Celendian was called the Lord of the Legion, he was no leader, contemptuously concluding that Celendian was nothing more than a reckless child playing king. The boy's eyes widened in shock and he roared furiously, claiming that Ash didn't dare act as if he knew him. The blades pierced the antagonist. The prince, turning to the heroes with a commanding expression, shouted an authoritarian shout to his men, categorically ordering them to finish off Celendian. Lucas cut the hero down. The girl attacked the enemy. The boy attacked the enemy, and the protagonist solemnly stated that the squad members had used all their strength to rip out the enemy's life core and shatter it into pieces. The girl conjured fire, and the hero added dramatically that Lily had thrown a fireball. The girl fired a cannon, and the hero continued that she then brought 3 magical cannons and fired point blank. Lily glared menacingly, and the prince added practically that they had even used a fire artifact, and then exclaimed in confusion that he didn't understand how many more times they were going to kill Celendian. The enemy's body was damaged, and the protagonist mystically stated that Celendian's body was shattered into pieces, then assembled again and again. The soldier, looking respectfully at the commander, politely asked if they could also participate, Your Highness, and the protagonist impressively added that the soldiers of the Twilight Legion, who were watching this, were also present. The soldiers looked ahead, and the hero imagined that other common soldiers, having lost their comrades, were also climbing the fortress wall one by one. Celendian, looking arrogantly at the warriors, roared contemptuously that they dare not treat him like this, a worthless creature. Blood sprayed from the hero. Blood spurted from his neck. The soldiers glared at their enemy with fury. They pierced his body with blades. Blood spurted onto the soldiers' faces. An aura appeared in the sky, and the hero surreally noted that Celendian continued to die in various ways over and over again. Prince Ash, looking up at the sky, analytically noted that the time for reverie was coming to an end and anxiously added that Jupiter Jr. was running low on mana. To this, his comrade panicked and exclaimed that they hadn't finished Celendian off yet, stating that the vampire had about 50 lives remaining. Celendian, grinning maliciously at his temporary victory, haughtily declared that the fun was over, humans, praising them for their hard work and smugly adding that not many people could have cornered him. Prince Ash, glaring aggressively at the enemy, rudely asked what Celendian was muttering, the bastard, and matter-of-factly added that he had only said the spell was ending and asked if the vampire remembered him saying he had no other way to suppress it. The vampire, looking at the boy in bewilderment, exclaimed in bewilderment that he didn't understand what they were talking about. The hero stood before the monster, and the system automatically announced that the commander's eye had been activated, and the propagandist smugly remarked that one fun day was ending and another was beginning. Prince Ash, his eyes blazing with authority, growled commandingly that Celendian was his dog and should kneel. Celendian, looking on in shock, exclaimed in amazement. The blade pierced the enemy. The hero's body lay on the ground. Celendian, indignantly raising his head, furiously protested that he was Celendian, the vampire lord, and would not submit to the mind control of some mere human. Prince Ash, looking down rudely, shouted authoritatively that Celendian should lower his muzzle to the ground. The monster lowered its head to the ground. Ash, slyly extending his hand forward, strategically explained that before Jupiter Jr. completed the destruction of the elements, he would show Celendian his new skill. A system screen appeared detailing that, be mine, could be used on a monster under the commanders I control to turn it into an ally. The duration of control depends on loyalty. At low loyalty, the monster can go out of control. Absolute command can be used once, and this skill can only be used once per wave. Prince Ash, resolutely casting a magical compulsion with his hand, categorically commanded that Celendian be his. Magic wrapped around the antagonist's neck. Celendian, clenching his teeth painfully from the mental influence, groaned painfully. The game system, joyfully confirming the operation's success, officially announced that Celendian had been successfully annexed. Vampire Lord Celendian, SSR, loyalty 0 out of 100, absolute command 1 time, and the protagonist smugly remarked that it was awesome and had worked immediately. Celendian, looking at his collar in bewilderment, asked in confusion what the hell that was, and arrogantly protested that Prince Ash didn't dare make him his dog. Prince Ash, calmly looking at the enemy, coldly replied that no, he would die, and rationally added that the benefit of a living Celendian was nothing compared to the drop in morale his presence would cause the troops. Ash, solemnly raising his hand, officially proclaimed that he, the commander of the Empire's southern front, sentenced Celendian, the vampire lord, who had bowed like a dog and humiliatingly surrendered, to death. Celendian, desperately looking forward, indignantly protested that he had not surrendered, and the protagonist categorically shouted at him to shut up. Prince Ash, glaring menacingly at the boy, pronounced Celendian to death. The crowd of soldiers, unanimously raising their hands, chanted in unison for the death penalty. The heroes stepped forward. The prince, glaring cruelly at the enemy, mercilessly ordered that Celendian kill himself, ending every last life. Celendian, looking at his collar in panic, desperately pleaded that it hurt, that he begged for it to stop, that he should kill himself. The monster had wounded himself. The vampire, looking forward in humiliation, plaintively asked that he should be shot with a crossbow with a silver bullet, or use a nightmare killer. Lucas watched the execution menacingly, and the antagonist hysterically listed how any holy weapon would do. He could cut off his head or hack his body to pieces, as long as the humans killed him themselves. The girl watched the massacre, and the monster meekly added, "Or at least a silver weapon, anything, as long as they killed him themselves." The warriors watched the execution, and the vampire continued to scream. Celendian, looking humiliatingly at the warriors, pitifully pleaded that he wanted to die with honor. Blood gushed from his body, and the hero weakly whispered his request. Celendian, desperately raising his head to his rival, implored that Prince Ash must allow him to die with honor. Prince Ash, looking contemptuously at his enemy, mercilessly replied that honor was out of the question, as Celendian was a bloodsucker and would die as a monster, a pest, and began mechanically reciting the numbers, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The vampire lowered his head, and the protagonist shrewdly noted that as his life count dwindled, the panic gradually faded from Celendian's face. Celendian, his eyes wide with melancholy, sadly confessed that every morning in his estate deep within the kingdom beneath the lake, he attempted suicide. An image of the hanged hero appeared, and the vampire frankly added that he now understood it was just a game. He did it knowing he wouldn't die, and it was simply entertainment, a way to feel alive. The protagonist looked at his enemy, who wisely agreed that perhaps Prince Ash was right, that he was simply tired of a long life, and had become indifferent to everything, so he sought thrills. Celendian, raising his bloodied hand, frankly shared that now, in the face of real death, he felt fear. Blood spurted from his chest, and the vampire explained with inspiration that this fear was a new, unknown feeling, true death looming over him, and he finally understood that he was living right now, in this moment. Celendian, gratefully offering his heart to the protagonist, sincerely thanked him for being grateful to Prince Ash for killing him. Prince Ash, cynically looking away, contemptuously asked if he was already delirious, and mercilessly growled that Celendian should go to hell, the monster. Celendian clutched his heart. Celendian, raising his head in relief from the end of his torment, peacefully whispered that it was finally over. The vampire, gratefully turning to the protagonist, magnanimously began to offer Prince Ash one piece of advice as a token of his gratitude for the murder. An image of a shadow appeared, and the hero sternly warned that the Nightmare King knew everything, that he was a being of a higher order, and that fighting him was pointless. The vampire buried his face in the ground, and the hero thought with disappointment that he had many questions, but Celendian no longer moved. The antagonist's body was burning, and the hero stated with a flourish that the vampire lord, the commander of the Legion of Monsters, the boss monster of the fifth wave, Celendian, the most dangerous opponent they had ever faced, had died. Clouds covered the sky. The hero turned to the soldiers. The warriors' bodies lay on the ground, and the hero practically ordered that the bodies be collected and a list of the fallen compiled. The cannons lay in blood, and the hero added in an orderly manner that they needed to assess the damage to the walls and defensive structures, retrieve the magic stones from the enemy bodies, and gather the trophies. Prince Ash, glaring menacingly ahead, solemnly declared that the battle was over, and casually stated that the usual fuss over the corpses had begun. The hero leaned over the warrior. The fallen warriors lay on the ground. The hero took a step toward the girl and her dead mother. An image appeared of Jupiter welcoming Prince Ash to the Crossroad Mercenary Guild. The wounded hero smiled cheerfully, blissfully imagining that admiring the city view from a luxury hotel room with a whiskey and a cigar in hand was all a mercenary could dream of. The girl sobbed over the body. The soldier, looking curiously at the commander, asked curiously if the third prince was truly a good man, and the hero confirmed with satisfaction that he seemed to be. An elf, happily changing clothes, excitedly shouted that a late-night snack was ready and optimistically exclaimed that it would always be like this. The girl waved to the protagonist. The elves bowed over the corpse. The soldier, looking forward with enthusiasm, exclaimed energetically that they should be sent to the front lines to prove their worth. The soldier, looking belligerently at the hero, resolutely declared that if he had wanted a quiet and peaceful life, he would never have become a mercenary. The bodies were bandaged. The soldier, looking at the hero, asked reasonably why they should continue to hold the line if monsters were no longer flying from the south. The warriors covered their heads with their manly robes. The hero walked past the corpses, and a voice shouted with inspiration that Prince Ash had arrived, and he was the best commander in the south, my lord, a man born to slay monsters, and steadfastly declared that he could not lose heart. The hero clenched his fist and thought that he was a commander, and that death was inevitable. The hero reached the entrance, and thought that he should remain calm. A young man entered the room and asked how the dead were doing. The protagonist looked over the list. The candle burned, and Lucas apologized. The boy, looking sadly away, mournfully whispered that they were alone. The prince looked frankly at his friends, and the hero honestly told them they didn't have to pretend. The hero collapsed to the ground. Prince Ash, painfully bending to his knees, self-critically admitted that he could have saved them, and that it had happened because of him, if he had been more careful. Ash, desperately gritting his teeth, painfully added that if he had tried harder, everything could have been different. Lucas, leaning over consolingly, sympathetically assured him that Prince Ash had done everything possible. Lucas, looking down confidently, convincingly added that everyone knew it. The hero cried, and the boy gently advised that Prince Ash shouldn't blame himself too much, and the protagonist uncontrollably admitted that he had cried bitterly, not embarrassed by his tears and snot. The boy sobbed. The girl cried. Lucas turned away, and the hero emotionally acknowledged that his teammates were crying with him. The sheet lay on the floor, and the hero officially stated that there were 146 heroes, sadly adding that the same number was recorded on the death toll that day. The game's system, solemnly declaring victory, officially announced that the fifth wave had been cleared, and the reward for completing it had been received, which should be checked in the inventory. The game system, honoring the best fighters, officially revealed that the MVPs were Jupiter Jr., SSR and Ash EX. The game system, systematically demonstrating the team's progress, technically indicated that the characters' levels had increased. The game system, tragically displaying the casualty status, mercilessly demonstrated the character's status. Ash stands before the crowd. 3 days later, the funeral took place. The boy raised his head and said that the monsters they fought this time were thirsty for blood, adding that they were vampires. An image of Celendian appeared, and the protagonist explained that they fed on the blood and flesh of humans, taking the lives of others to gain immortality, adding that their warriors stood valiantly against these bloodthirsty monsters. The knights raised their weapons, and the protagonist said that the warriors were not afraid to be torn apart, did not retreat in the face of death. The prince stood on the stage and concluded that, ultimately, they managed to protect the city. Some clapped their hands. People smiled. The soldiers looked at the civilians. The warriors, hearing the thanks addressed to them, widened their eyes. The protagonist raised his head and said that, unlike these monsters, they, humans, cannot live forever, adding that their lifespan is short, they bloom and wither like flowers. Jupiter stood by the grave, and the young man added that he found this sad and, although sad, he did not envy immortality. The hero bowed his head and said that a man who sheds blood in the battle for his life is far more beautiful than a monster who steals the blood of others just to avoid death. The sun illuminates a girl, and the protagonist continued that, guided by this faith, all the warriors who died in this battle fought to the end. The grave stands, and the player said that they did not turn away from their lives and bravely face the enemy, for they had fulfilled their duty. The people raised their heads, and the prince told them to fight too, to fight for their lives and fight fiercely, to live so that they would not be ashamed before those who had gone before them. The child looked up, and the hero said that they should travel the world, find their purpose, and surely achieve it, for this is the desire of those who gave their lives to protect them. The prince bowed his head and asked that the people observe a moment of silence for those who went into battle and died for them all. The soldiers looked down, and Ash added that he also wanted to say a word to all the warriors who fought on the front lines and didn't blame themselves for surviving. The man began to cry, and the young man said that their comrades wouldn't want them to think that way. People were crying, and the hero remembered that this was the most common form of post-traumatic stress disorder among those who survived the battle, as even he hadn't been able to sleep for the last few nights. The prince bowed his head and said that they should continue their work because they had survived, because it had been a difficult battle, and then he thanked them for being alive. The soldiers raised their guns. Clouds drifted across the sky, and the hero said he was grateful to them all. The sun illuminated the tombstones. The elves turned and said that His Majesty had arrived, and the protagonist replied that he was very sorry about the deaths of Old Gull and Scal. The grave stood, and the hero noticed that instead of names, code names were engraved on their graves and added that it was sad, but at the same time, ordinary for a member of the Shadow Squad. The elf bowed his head and explained that members of the Special Forces aren't usually even buried, and after death, their bodies are destroyed, leaving no trace in this world. The man turned and said that, thanks to his grace, they were lucky to be buried in such a decent grave. The squad stood, and the young man remembered how these guys had been completely dispassionate at their comrades' funerals, as if there had been no grief for the past 3 days. It would have been better if they had simply grieved, as their unnatural, suppressed sadness made him slightly uneasy. The prince raised his head and announced that there would be a gathering at the estate that evening, adding that they would have a meeting to discuss the future course of the defense. The sun illuminated the tombstones. Evangeline was crying. Ash turned and said that Evangeline was having a very difficult time, to which Lucas added that she had led Dion's squad to clear the dungeon and must have become very attached to them. An image of the squad appeared, and the protagonist recalled that she had been their guide when he sent Dion's squad on a free exploration of the dungeon. The girl lay on the floor, and the player added that she had initially been sulking, that they had defeated her in the ring, but apparently, over time, she had become attached to them. The knight bowed his head and said he would come to the evening meeting, adding that he would try to calm Evangeline and bring her along, to which the young man also asked to bring Lily. The grave stood, and the prince remembered that he had bowed one last time before Dion's squad's grave, uttering their names once more, and then departed. The hero stood before the saints. Margaret turned and asked if she was invited, to which Ash replied that she was obliged to come, thinking that once she joined his team, she would be unable to leave. Damien looked away and suggested that perhaps he should invite the other 3 as well, but the hero told them to let them rest. Old men looked at the graves, 3 tanks of veterans, surviving thanks to their resilience, but no longer able to fight. Ash looked up and thought that he would take care of them at his own expense even after they retired, but in any case, they could no longer participate in the battle. Jupiter's grave stood, and the young man remembered Jupiter Jr. The sun illuminated the buildings, and the hero thought he knew where to find her. Crossroad, the mercenary guild. Someone opened the door. A girl stood in the middle of the empty room and said that there was nothing to even put away. The girl held clothes. Jupiter didn't have many personal belongings, a few old imperial uniforms and a cloak. The clothing items were in a drawer. 2 pairs of boots, 2 pairs of gloves, 4 flasks, 5 packs of cigarettes, that was all. Jupiter looked at the briefcase and said that even for a traveling mercenary, the belongings were too few. The girl turned around. The envelopes fell out of her bag, and the girl realized they were the letters she'd been sending her. The magician looked at the letter. Jupiter was sitting on the bed with the letter and realized that most of it was about the lack of money and mounting debts due to her children's treatment, and that the money she was sending wasn't enough. An image of the girl appeared, and the girl remembered that at the end of the letters, she always wrote that she missed her and asked when she would come. The magician clutched her head, because in the last few letters, these words had become less frequent, until eventually there were only requests for money. The girl was crying and trying to understand why she hadn't said this sooner. The granddaughter hugged her grandmother, and wondered why she hadn't told her how she really felt. The girl closed her eyes and thought that maybe something would have changed, that she would have been more open. Jupiter covered her face with her hand. The case lay on top of the letters. Light falls on a piece of paper that says it's 100-year-old ginseng, which Jupiter found underground. It's said to be good for one's health. A hand holds a box containing the plant. The grandmother looks at the plant. Jupiter bought this ginseng during her free exploration of Zone 2. The woman smiled. She wanted to give it to her granddaughter, but she never got around to writing her a letter, and she never got around to delivering it in person. The girl holds a handkerchief with ginseng and explains that it's a plant that the elderly use as a nutritious tonic. The sender has disappeared, leaving only this unsent letter. Jupiter bows her head, realizing she was saving it to give to her. The sun illuminates the girl's head, realizing the woman was truly an old woman. The hero knocked on the door and asked if Jupiter Jr. was there. Ash stands in the doorway, saying he thinks he's interrupting, to which the girl replies that he's actually just in time. Jupiter smiled and said her mother wouldn't approve if she cried again. The boy bowed his head and said there would be a meeting that evening and that she should come to his mansion, to which the mage assumed it was a defense meeting. The hero looked at her comrade and said she would be especially interested there, as something exciting was happening today. The prince smiled and added that it would be so interesting and dynamic that it would dispel the gloom reigning in their team. The girl opened her eyes and repeated the hero's words. The door shook after the general meeting was announced. The Lord's estate, Ada's room. Ash raised his head and shouted that he couldn't take it anymore, and that this was beyond all reason. A system window appeared, announcing the 6th wave. The interface showed 7 days and 8 hours left until the start. Ada adjusted his glasses and said this was definitely not normal, as there had to be at least 3 weeks between the boss stage and the next one, and the hero realized these damn dark events were always throwing him a curveball. A system window appeared, informing him that the time remaining before the offensive had drastically decreased. The sun illuminated the destroyed wall, and the hero realized they wouldn't be able to repair the damage to the front line in a week, meaning he couldn't continue the game in this situation. The prince bit his assistant's head and shouted that he just finished the boss fight, and then the air monsters came again. He added that it was simply impossible to complete this, and asked the developer what kind of nonsense he'd created. The prince raised his hands and shouted that he hated his game, and that he was quitting. Ader clutched his head and replied that the lord he knew wouldn't back down under any circumstances. The young man looks at the player, and says he's rejected standard solutions and always found another way to win, and the hero realizes he's right and can't simply give up, meaning he must find another way to keep his men alive. The player raises his hand and says the solution is simple. They just need reinforcements from the capital, but he thinks they can only cope if the Empire provides elite troops. The rider sits on his horse, and Ash remembers that even ordinary soldiers in the Imperial Army are very powerful, and officers, knights, are top-tier heroes, meaning using them for defense will buy him time to patch up his troops, but the Imperial capital continues to ignore his requests for help. When the hero says the only thing left to do is force them to send reinforcements, Ader gapes and asks how they'll do that, to which the hero replies, "Do you remember what you said last time?" The prince bit his lip and said he'd tarnish his reputation so badly that he wouldn't be able to clean it up for a year. The boy quoted the hero's words and said he'd written them verbatim in the letter. Ash looked up and said he'd cause such a ruckus that the Imperial court would immediately send troops, specifically their best squad, to any point in this godforsaken land. The player looked up and thought he'd been a good and obedient commander for too long, and it was time to return to being a scumbag. The sun illuminated the city, and the player said they'd cause such a ruckus that the Imperial capital would immediately send elite troops to this godforsaken place. The protagonist stood before the group, declaring they'd revolt. Evangeline looked up and asked what the milord had just said. The girls spat out their food upon hearing Ash's suggestion of rebellion. The remains of the food flew at the boys. The elves looked away, and the protagonist declared that he was planning a rebellion, meaning the city of Crossroad, the Empire's southern frontier, would leave the Empire from that day forward. The woman looked away, and the young man added that he was declaring the creation of an independent state, the Crossroad Empire. The prince crossed his arms and declared that, naturally, he would be emperor. Lucas opened his mouth to speak, but Ash declared that objections were not allowed. Light illuminated the door, and the player added that they had a choice, stay with him or leave, and whether they were willing to die for him was the only question. The prince stood before the team, and silence fell over the living room after the announcement of the rebellion and the self-proclamation of emperor. Someone took a step. Ash turned and said he was giving them an hour to consider, adding that it was up to them to decide whether to stay or go. The door opened, and the protagonist announced that they would meet back here in an hour. The main party was seated at the table, and the hero noticed that the team members had scattered throughout the estate, deep in thought, and added that someone was continuing to discuss his words. The elves were standing outside, some were silently wandering the garden, pondering the consequences. The boy looked out the window and realized that some had left the estate altogether. He glanced at the door and told them to come in. Lucas appeared in the doorway and said he wanted to ask the milord something. The man stood there, assuming this rebellion was a way to request reinforcements from the Imperial capital, adding that he understood the plan, but it was very risky. Evangeline nudged the knight and told him that Lucas was right, because His Majesty the Emperor would not forgive treason, and Ash should know this better than anyone. She added that even if it was his own son, it would end in execution. The people applauded, and the girl continued that he would execute everyone involved in the rebellion and their families. The prince stood on the stage, and Evangeline concluded that all the people of Crossroad would be hanged. The flag lay on the ground, and the girl said that the war with the neighboring Bringer Duchy was an example. Because of a minor disagreement, the Empire immediately went to war with a kingdom that had served it for hundreds of years. Evangeline raised her head and declared that she would simply wipe out a small, backwater town like theirs, adding that there had to be another way out, but not rebellion. Damien appeared in the doorway and said he was just a sniper and had nowhere else to go, meaning he would stay with him until the end, but there was a catch. The young man scratched his head and said that rebellion was still dangerous. Jupiter entered the room and said they would all die, asking if the hero understood that. Ash smiled. The protagonist stands before the group, declaring that he has heard them, adding that all their arguments are reasonable and quite logical, but he didn't declare a mutiny simply to call for reinforcements. The player turns and replies that he will reveal all his cards later to those who support him, so they should cool their heads, weigh everything, and come back later. The prince stands before the elves in the garden. The man bows and says that they have already been sentenced to death in the capital, and His Majesty has accepted them, giving them new names, meaning their lives are now his. The soldiers bow their heads, and the commander adds that they will follow him anywhere, even if it means mutiny. The prince raises his head and says he is convinced of their loyalty, adding that they will meet in 30 minutes. Lily looks ahead, and the hero remembers that there are still 2 members of the squad who left the estate. An image of Margaret appeared, and the player noticed she had returned 10 minutes before the meeting began. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked where she had gone, to which Margaret replied she had gone to the temple to pray to the goddess. The statue stood, and the woman explained that she had asked it which path to take, and Ash wanted to know if she had received an answer. The prince looked up and asked her decision. The saint paused and replied that ever since she arrived in this town, her decision had been immutable, as her destiny was tied to Crossroad. The hero turned and suggested that she was joining the rebellion, to which the saint replied that if that was the path Crossroad took, then yes. Clouds drifted across the sky, and the prince told her to go to the living room and that he would bring Lily as soon as she arrived. The hero bowed his head and asked what was going on, noting that Lily only appeared 10 minutes after the appointed time. A girl sits in a carriage and screams that these are her things, which she intends to take when leaving this city. The sorceress surrounds herself in flames and adds that even when she lost the ability to attend service, she never complained. A monster attacks the girl. Lily lies on the ground and explains that she was close to death several times, but overcame that too. The sorceress clutches her head and adds that rebellion is too much and the prince is going too far, and she was ready to give her life for this front, but not for the charge of rebellion. The hero's squad smiles. The priests raise their hands. The elves look away. Lily is crying. The girl clutches her head and asks herself to pull herself together and think rationally. The woman turned and said that she came to say goodbye only out of respect for their friendship, adding that she was going to leave and wished him luck with the rebellion. The young man grabbed Lily by the hair and said she was not going anywhere. The girl spins the wheels and screams for them to let her go, adding that it's treason and that she's completely innocent, to which the hero asks him to listen. The sun illuminates the estate. The prince looks up and declares it was a lie. Lucas looks surprised, and Ash adds that he didn't mean to cause a ruckus and that it was simply a provocation. The boy turns and says that if they revolted, the Empire would be forced to send troops, but they noticed. Shells fall on the city, and the player explains that even if they managed to use them to fight the monsters, after victory they would still be razed to the ground. He concludes that he would be arrested and executed, and Crossroads would disappear from the face of the earth. Ash thinks that staging a real rebellion was a ridiculous idea from the start, and that he hadn't even seriously considered it. The elves look at the hero, who wants to explain why he made this ridiculous statement about a rebellion. The prince bowed his head and said there was a spy in their city. The protagonist crossed his arms and explained that the Empire's spy, who reported all their activities to the capital, had taken the bait, a charade staged to catch him. Lucas looked up and demanded to know where the spy was. The young man turned and replied that he was right here, in this very living room, sitting with an impassive expression. Ash bowed his head and asked if they had any idea who it was. The moon illuminated the manor, the Lord's Manor, the night before the fifth wave. The developer approached the player and said they should take a look. The system window showed an elf, and the protagonist noted that it was Godhunt, and Ader added that, using the remaining system resources, he continued to monitor the Shadow Squad. The young man pointed to the image and replied that it had been taken today. An image of the Shadow Squad appeared. Ike's special squad is made up entirely of elves, sent from the capital, a sort of suicide squad. Lucas is sitting behind the door. Ash leans toward Lily, and the protagonist begins by telling them he ordered Ider to keep an eye on them, as the other squad members were alarmed by their arrival. The elf draws his bow, and the protagonist adds that they remained loyal and fought to the death, earning everyone's trust. The man extends his hand, and the protagonist summarizes that they soon joined the ranks of the monsters' front lines. The group stands, and the protagonist notes that they are no longer Ike's special squad, but a shadow squad under his command. The prince holds a basket of food, and Ash remembers that he, too, soon grew to trust them and even forgot, ordering Ider to keep an eye on them, but this is what was captured. Godhunt looked into the darkness and said the stranger shouldn't have come here, as it could expose their connection. The stranger took a step forward and added that the fortress's people had other things to think about, as they were busy preparing for tomorrow's defense, and they certainly had no time for him. Margaret looked up and asked what to do next. The girl looked ahead and said that her mission from the capital was simply to observe the city, and now she would be forced to personally go to the front lines. However, reconnaissance on the front lines was the mission of their unit, Ikis. These words clarified everything. The protagonist turned his head and realized that Godhunt and Margaret were both spies for the Empire. The elf took a step back and suggested that His Highness had asked the saint to participate in the battle, to which the girl affirmed, adding that he had asked her to participate as reinforcements from the rear, and that she had come here to treat the sick, not to fight monsters, and that she must contact the center directly, as this was no longer possible. Someone took a few steps, and Godhunt said he would protect her. Bodyback looked at the man, who was saying he would do everything in his power, and said his name. The elf turned and asked what she was doing there, and why she wasn't resting, to which the girl replied that she needed some air, and asked who he had just spoken to. Ader bowed his head and said it was all an act, adding that the hero had been right to order them to be watched. The young man scratched his head and said the Shadow Squad had been so loyal that he had momentarily forgotten himself, and Ash asked him to forget about the squad and showed the recordings of Margaret after their conversation. The girl sat on the floor, and the assistant said that after their conversation ended, he continued to watch her, but she had simply prayed in the temple and nothing more. Damien looked at the saint, who said she simply wanted to fulfill her mission. The girl leaned over and said she didn't know what to do and asked him to tell her. The player looked at the window and noticed she was kneeling before a statue of a goddess, doing nothing else. He then noted that she said she would contact the center, but instead was only praying. The papers were on the table, and the protagonist asked if Ada would be able to monitor Margaret. He was told that due to system resource limitations, he could only monitor one person at a time. Ash replied that from now on, he would only monitor Margaret. The boy stood, and the protagonist said that he would soon spread false information. The prince turned his head and added that this information would force Margaret to immediately contact her client, and this news would cause a stir among their ranks, and then everything would become clear, namely, how she was contacting the center and who that center was. Moonlight illuminated the estate. Present time. Margaret and Godhunt were sitting on the floor. The prince stood up and said that, come to think of it, the two had been acting suspicious from the start, and he remembered that the man's arms hadn't been amputated back then. The elf's hands were bound, and Ash guessed he'd lost them before he came here, namely, when he'd been given the name Godhunt. The man held the orb, and the young man explained that the arm he'd lost that day had supposedly been amputated. An image of Godhunt appeared, and the protagonist added that it wasn't real, as it had been a prosthetic from the start. The saint looked away, and the player realized Margaret had only pretended he'd made a great sacrifice to make them lower their guard. Lily's eyes widened at what she'd heard. The girl rode up in a carriage and asked if it was all true, since he'd risked his life to save her back then. The man raised his head and replied that the gargoyle had indeed wounded him that day, forcing him to have part of his forearm amputated, but most of what the prince had said was true, and he had merely embellished the severity of the injury. The girl stared blankly ahead when she heard that he had done all this to gain the commander's trust. The elf turned and shouted to Lily that everything he had said that night was true. The girl left the room. The man lowered his head. The chair lay on the floor, and Ash said he didn't care if any of them were spies for the Empire, as it would be strange if there weren't any spies here. He added that if they were loyal to him and fighting for them on the front lines, then he didn't care what they reported or to whom. The protagonist lowered his head and said that this shouldn't have come to light, and now that it had, who in this place would trust them? Lucas looked down, and the prince asked who would consider them allies against monsters rather than spies with hidden agendas. The elf leaned over and admitted he'd been sent here on a secret mission. The girl sat in the corner, and Godhunt added that his subordinates knew nothing of this. The man raised his head and shouted that he'd already decided to dedicate his life to this front line, his loyalty unwavering, and asked Ash to trust him. The protagonist bowed his head and shouted that they would speak with him later. The saint looked up, and the prince said it was time to hear what she had to say. An image of Margaret leaving appeared, and the hero explained that as soon as he announced his rebellion and gave them time, the saint immediately ran to the temple, unaware that his man was watching her. The prince bowed his head and explained that he was curious about how she intended to contact her superiors, and what he learned about their method of communication greatly shocked him. The sun illuminated the statue of the goddess. The girl was kneeling and saying that His Highness Prince Ash was plotting a mutiny, repeating this several times. The statue stood. The light illuminated the statue, which sharply asked the girl to repeat what she had said, and the girl replied that His Highness Prince Ash had declared a mutiny. The saint sat on the floor, and a voice said that this was a matter of utmost importance, and there should be no misinformation, to which the girl added that she had heard it with her own ears. The statue looked down, and the unknown man clarified that Prince Ash had ordered them to reconvene in an hour. The woman looked up, and the unknown man ordered her to continue observing him and to say that she was on his side. She also needed to find out whether he was indeed planning a mutiny, and if so, how, and then to return and report back. The saint folded her arms and declared that this was no longer her mission, as she was simply a healer. The centaur responded by telling her to stop complaining, as she worked for the goddess and His Majesty the Emperor. The prince looked at the recording, where the voice said it was awaiting the next report, and asked to be contacted before midnight. The prince looked down and said he couldn't believe a magical device capable of maintaining communication over such long distances existed, especially in the form of a goddess statue. An image of the statue appeared, and the hero explained that no one would notice the difference between a simple prayer and transmitting information upward. The girl bowed her head, and the prince said he didn't doubt the saint's faith and her sincere attitude toward her patients, as a noble service to the people of this godforsaken place. Ash stepped forward and said that this didn't change the fact that she was a spy for the Empire, and that she had hidden it from him, the Emperor's son, commander of the Southern Front, and lord of this city. The young man sat before the saint and said there would be a price to pay. The girl lowered her head, thinking he wanted to kill her. The prince looked ahead and explained that deceiving a member of the imperial family could cost him his life. The saint's eyes widened at Ash's refusal to kill her, and the hero added that he wanted her to continue treating the wounded on the front lines, as she had always done, with complete dedication. Light illuminated the window, and the prince said he would ask her for a small favor, for the sake of this city, for the sake of the temple, and ultimately for the sake of all humanity. The young man leaned over and asked for her help with something. Margaret raised her head and asked what she needed done. Light filtered into the room. The girl sat before the statue and said the mutiny was a provocation. The sun illuminated the goddess, and the saint explained that it was a trap set by His Highness, Prince Ash, to catch spies. Margaret lowered her head, and the voice suggested Ash had revealed her identity, to which she affirmed. The young man stepped forward and said it was exactly as he had said. The prince placed his hand on the saint's shoulder and remarked that who would have thought they would force saints to do such things, adding that their methods were highly questionable. The statue stood, and the protagonist said he knew he could be heard and asked if he was ignoring the prince. The player bowed his head and asked for the leader, and when the stranger remained silent, he added that he would try to guess who their leader was. The priest stood, and the young man guessed it was someone close enough to the goddess's cult to be able to use priests. The strangers looked away, and the hero added that their leader could also be using other spies throughout the empire, and that this person must also have connections to the underground. The stranger looked ahead, and Ash added that there must be someone who could organize such a magical network and sustainably support it financially, and that only their Minister of Internal Affairs and his second brother, Fernandez Everblack, were capable of such a feat. The hero raised his head and said that on behalf of the third prince, Ash Everblack, he demanded that his brother be brought here. The protagonist stood before the statue. The hero looked ahead, and a voice asked if he could be heard. Light illuminated the goddess, and the stranger said that the center was calling south, the connection was stable, and awaiting a response. A melodic voice rang out through the noise and crackle of the poor connection. An image of a figure appeared, and the protagonist realized that although he had never heard it before, his intuition told him it was second Prince Fernandez. The hero bowed his head, thinking that he would finally be able to speak directly with him. The young man's mouth fell open. The protagonist greeted his brother, thinking he never met him before, but he pretended they were close friends. Ash raised his hand and said he hadn't heard his voice in a while, even feeling a little relieved. He asked if he was glad to hear it, and the voice replied that magical communications could be monitored and that he should use code names. The protagonist looked up and asked who in their right mind would monitor communications through a goddess statue. Fernandez was sitting at the table, and the voice said that these code names were probably just for protocol, so he should relax and speak frankly. Mr. Center. The second prince opened his mouth. Fernandez looked up and said they hadn't seen each other in a while, adding that he'd been able to pinpoint the channel and that it was the first time someone had so clearly exposed it, explaining that, as head of intelligence, he was a little embarrassed. The speaker sat on the table, and a voice said he was just glad he could finally talk to his brother, and that they should talk more often. The protagonist looked away and asked if he was eating normally and if his brother's ugly face still glowed. A character image appeared, and the protagonist remembered that Fernandez was a character about whom only basic information was known, adding that he'd never seen his face. But he tried to look as much like the Ash he was used to. The boy looked at the statue, and the voice explained that magical communication was very expensive and not for idle chatter, and the protagonist replied that he knew for sure he wasn't the one paying for it, which is why he loved incoming calls. The second prince tilted his head and asked what incoming calls were, and the protagonist mentally replied that they were calls, and realized he'd gotten carried away with earthly terms. When Fernandez said Ash had little time, the prince leaned over and explained that he'd planted spies for him, and didn't even want to apologize. The brother replied that he had no need to apologize, as he was simply doing his duty for the well-being of the empire and the imperial family. The sun illuminated the goddess's statue, and the voice added that in such a position, a person usually becomes accustomed to being shameless, and concluded that it was not for him to judge, so the hero decided to get straight to the point. The protagonist raised his head and demanded that he send him reinforcements within a week, otherwise the southern front would collapse, and all those monsters would march deeper into their empire. Fernandez smiled, realizing he threatened a mutiny just to get reinforcements, calling Ash the most reckless commander he'd ever seen. The player gritted his teeth and said that it was the fault of the one who refused to send him reinforcements until the very end, because, frankly, the situation here was incredibly difficult, and if only the Empire had sent even a few troops, it would have been a disaster. The statue stands, and the brother replies that sending reinforcements will be difficult, as the war with the Bringer Duchy is not yet over. Ash replies that they have already burned the entire duchy and even captured the capital, asking why that isn't enough. An image of the duchy appears, and the second prince explains that only when the dragon blood that flows in the veins of Bringer's heir is completely eradicated will the Empire find peace, as such is His Majesty's will. The protagonist looks down silently, and Fernandez explains that the Empire's main threat lies in the west, and he hopes Ash understands this. The young man sits in front of the communication devices, and a voice over the speaker declares that other means will have to be used. If the great Everblack Empire, which has swallowed half the world, cannot provide troops, then he has no other choice. The player looks up and adds that he will have to turn to another side. The second prince rose from his seat at this, and the hero declared that he would gather the remnants of the armies of the countries the Empire had destroyed and send them to the southern front. The protagonist stood before a statue and noted that the Duchy of Bringer was just 3 days' journey from the southern front. A speaker sat on the table, and a voice from it explained that those who had lost their country but were desperately resisting could easily be spurred to great achievements by the offer of money, military resources, and a convenient base. The young man bowed his head. A dark aura enveloped the second prince, and the hero thought he wouldn't rebel. An image of stones appeared, and the protagonist added that instead, he would undermine the royal family's carefully constructed turret, the operation to destroy the Duchy of Bringer. The stones fell, and the protagonist explained that this would cause far greater damage than suppressing the rebellion he had started. Fernandez looked away and called the hero's name. The protagonist looked up, saying he had nothing to lose, and asked if he understood, as he was concerned about the escaped queen. Fernandez looked down silently. An image of the city appeared, and Ash explained that he knew all along that the dragon lady had escaped the fallen capital, and that they were currently combing the duchy for any trace of her. The queen's silhouette stood, and the protagonist explained that the current queen of Bringer, the last heir to the fire dragon, the dragon-born duchess, the dragon lady, had safely escaped the capital along with her personal knights. The protagonist tilted his head, and a voice asked how he knew all this. The system window showed a storyline choice, and the player explained that this was the first important choice in the game, to ally with the queen or not. The sign glows, and the protagonist realizes that if they don't send reinforcements, their options are limited. If their interests align, then mutual assistance is the best option. People are coming, and the protagonist explains that the enemies of the empire, deprived of its land, are refugees and defeated soldiers, the royal family, and their knights. The knights bow, and the young man continues that there are plenty of others like them all over the continent. The nobleman looks away, and Ash concludes that he will shelter them all on the southern front, while he himself is thinking of raising an army of outcast exiles. The people look at the prince, and the protagonist explains that he will then lead it as the outcast junior prince. The statue of the goddess stands, and Fernandez declares that this is essentially a rebellion. The player looks up and replies that this is something entirely different. An image of monsters appeared, and the protagonist thought that while technically true, it wasn't a rebellion. He then declared that monsters were an officially recognized disaster. The second prince bowed his head, and a voice over the speaker explained that if the imperial family didn't provide reinforcements upon request, they were effectively abandoning control of the region, meaning they would unite with anyone they could find just to survive this disaster. Fernandez shouted that this was absurd. The protagonist raised his head and replied that if he understood things better, he wouldn't have to push the situation to the point of absurdity, adding that the state demands loyalty, and therefore it must honor its obligations. The subordinates stood around the table, and a voice over the speaker declared that the state refuses to protect its subjects, and when they try to survive, they are immediately labeled rebels. Fernandez lowered his head, and the hero told his brother to decide for himself whether to give Bringer's queen a retreat route to the south or send some reinforcements to the southern front. The protagonist looked away and concluded that he could lose control in both the west and south, so he should choose wisely. The statue stood, and a voice asked how many soldiers he needed. Ash looked up and realized his gamble had paid off. An image of monsters appeared, and the protagonist explained that they had about 700 wyverns approaching, so they needed enough forces to deal with them. Fernandez asked how long he needed the reinforcements for, to which the hero replied, for the next 5 defensive battles. The player smiled when Fernandez agreed to send reinforcements, and thought he'd been tough, but frankly, he'd been quite nervous. The second prince covered his face with his hands and asked if Ash was satisfied, to which the voice over the speaker replied that it would have been better if he had agreed right away, but since he was sending reinforcements, yes, he was satisfied. The protagonist remarked that this was more blackmail than a fair deal, but at least he could breathe a sigh of relief for a while. Fernandez raised his head and declared that the prince would answer for his insolence, even if it was for reinforcements, since he had said too many things a prince shouldn't say. The protagonist looked up. The statue stood, and the voice announced that they would soon meet face to face. The hero glanced away, thinking that this was clearly not a video call. The voice over the speaker announced that the reception was over and wished Yug luck. The prince picked up his wand and said that the data limit had been reached. Ash looked up and told the center to go away. Swords flew at the goddess's statue. The saint clutched her head. The protagonist turned and asked Lucas if he believed in the goddess, to which he replied that he considered himself quite devout. An unknown device lay near a fragment of a statue, and Ash asked if he ordered him to search every statue of the goddess and every religious symbol in this temple, adding that he could destroy them if necessary, and whether he would hate him. The man raised his head and replied that nothing was more important to him than his lord's orders. The young man turned and said he had 3 days and ordered him to search the entire temple to find out if they were hiding anything else, to which Lucas replied that he would do so. The girl looked blankly, and the hero asked if she would help them. The saint lowered her head and replied that the order would be carried out. The protagonist looked at the fragments, and said that the goddess would undoubtedly be more pleased with sincere prayers to the heavens than with a conspiracy unfolding around her symbols. He realized that he didn't understand the religions of this world, but something told him he was right. The protagonist looked away and realized it was time to deal with the next spy. The elves were sitting on the ground. The young man pointed his wand at the elf. Magic swords rushed forward. The bonds on the prisoner's arms were cut. The elves knelt silently before the hero. He lowered his head, declaring that he would not judge them for their origins or secrets, but by the actions they had taken thus far. Ash reasoned that the Shadow Squad had risked their lives, unquestioningly following his orders. Scout placed her hand between the hero and the Vampire King. The elves wept over the body of their own. The young man reflected on the fact that there had been no lie in these actions. The boys looked up after he announced that they were continuing their collaboration. The elves rose to one knee, crying out to His Majesty. The young man explained that only in this way would they be his people until the very end. The young man looked at Godhunt, suggesting that he begin with a confession, asking what the secret order he had received from above was. Windows were shown as Ash explained that the secret order Godhunt had received contained nothing unusual. The characters looked around, as the young man spoke of infiltrating the southern front. The hooded elf looked away, keeping an eye on the situation at the front and reporting any changes. Margaret closed her eyes when he spoke of spying in close cooperation with the priest. The man lowered his head, mentioning he had another order. Ash asked what it was, and he replied that there was an order, which he didn't quite understand, to spy on his assistant, Ida. The hero tilted his head, wondering if this wasn't just him, but Ada as well. The young man adjusted his glasses as he speculated about someone knowing Ada was connected to this world system. He crossed his arms, asking who gave the order, and the other man replied, His Highness, Second Prince Fernandez. A silhouette of a man appeared as the hero mused that he had thought so, and it seemed, as he had said, they needed to meet in person and talk. Godhunt bowed his head, apologizing for not being able to tell him this sooner. He was very sorry. Ash remarked that if he truly regretted it, he should prove it with his actions. The hero looked intently at the elf, telling him that from now on, he would be a double agent. Godhunt gasped in surprise when he heard that he was to use his channels to contact the center and tell them that his identity had not yet been revealed. The castle was depicted as he spoke of how he should report to him afterwards on everything they entrusted. The young man looked forward, saying that he should convey to the center everything he ordered, asking if he could handle it. The elf bowed, replying that he would certainly do so, swearing on the honor of his people, considering that it wouldn't be so simple. Along with the man, a crowd of hooded figures was shown as the hero reflected on how their enemy was a direct secret agency of the imperial family, headed by the Minister of the Interior. Now that Margaret had been exposed, it was only natural that Godhunt's credibility as a spy would also be called into question. In the future, the elf would be constantly interrogated, both by the imperial family and by himself, in attempts to determine whether he was a traitor. The young man looked at the boys, arguing that, at least, he had managed to obtain a wealth of information about the Iki's Special Forces intelligence system and the center. The elf is shown in profile, pondering the fact that Godhunt, as if trying to show he was completely on his side, had told the boy all the information he knew, including things he hadn't even been asked about. A lamp illuminated the room as the young man spoke of a task for them. The boys listened attentively as he explained that only the three of them could complete it, but they would have to risk their lives for it. The office. The characters approached Ash's desk when he began to explain that he understood that today had been full of surprises and that their heads were spinning. The hero looked ahead, stating that they needed to get straight to the point. He explained that the center had decided to send reinforcements, and that he would leave Margaret and Godhunt in our ranks. Lily's gaze fell as she heard that, although they had deceived them, they were still only following the Emperor's will. Margaret was shown in profile and Godhunt from behind, as the boy explained he wouldn't ask them to trust him again. On the contrary, they should watch them closely, and they themselves must prove themselves capable of being their allies. Lucas turned his attention to Evangeline when Ash expressed his understanding that they were all depressed, but suggested they remember their responsibilities. A notification about the sixth wave popped up, and the boy reflected on the fact that another defensive battle would begin in just a week. The hero imagined his brother's face as he considered his doubts that Fernandez, after listening to his threats, would risk delaying reinforcements. The hero looked up, realizing it was better to be on the safe side and be as prepared as possible for battle. Ash crossed his arms, declaring that he'd let him tell him what equipment was needed first, and he'd prepare everything. The boys looked at the young man in surprise as he explained that after the fifth wave, they had suffered heavy losses, but also gained a fair amount. The door to the main camp was shown. Kelly Bay extended his hand, exclaiming that he thought they'd lost, having received no word. The boy apologized, saying he'd been so busy and exhausted he couldn't come sooner. The blacksmith squeezed his eyes shut, screaming that the son of a bitch hadn't thought of those who were worried about him when he asked, and it was hard to say he was okay. Ash turned away, saying he understood and would let them know right away next time, remembering he'd brought a gift. The man asked again what he'd brought that was so significant that he was acting so brazenly. The blacksmith stared ahead, wide-eyed, at the coffin. The young man smiled, saying he'd kept his promise. The man looked up, asking again if the thing was definitely dead. He was opening the lid when Ash explained that it couldn't be deader. Kelly Bay's eyes widened at the sight of the king before him, and he cursed, saying that this damn vampire was finally in a coffin, and it was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. The man closed the lid, picked it up, and carried it aside. The boy asked the blacksmith what he intended to do with it, to which he replied that he wasn't some kind of necrophiliac, and it didn't look like the vampire's body contained any valuable materials. Kelly Bay placed it by the furnace, saying he would simply burn it. He began sprinkling something unknown with his hand. Glowing particles fell onto the coffin. The blacksmith began pushing it into the furnace, meekly watching as everything burned. The man was calm, speaking so that the brothers could see. The coffin was engulfed in flames as Kelly spoke, saying that the vampire lord who had consumed their lives was finally dead. Black smoke began to emerge from the furnace. The blacksmith stood before the flames, watching the sparks as they spoke of how they could now be freed from his curse and fly away peacefully, far, far away. The man stared into the fire. The blacksmith put his hand to his face when the young man asked him if he was crying, and was told it was sweat, as the fire was so strong. Kelly turned to the hero, asking him to stop teasing the old man and to show him the trophies he had brought and to lay them out quickly. The young man dismissed the thought that he had just been about to ask for equipment to be crafted. Red orbs lay on the table when the man spoke of the cursed monsters, asking what else one could expect from hundreds of years of life, such powerful magical energy. He looked at the orb in his hands, wondering if it was the core of Celendian and that with it he could craft a nightmare killer. The hero pondered the nightmare killer. The wounded vampire screamed, begging to be shot with a nightmare slayer, like Orlop, with a silver bullet. The young man recalled Celendian saying something similar. Ash looked at the man, asking what kind of nightmare slayer it was. The blacksmith asked what the weapon used to kill a dragon, or the person who killed the dragon, was usually called. A huge monster stood before the character with a sword, and the young man guessed it was a dragon slayer, right? Kelly raised a thumbs up, indicating that was correct, and if he replaced the dragon with nightmares, the hero replied that he would get a nightmare slayer. 4 artifacts were displayed, and the blacksmith answered that they were correct, and that such weapons possessed power incomparable to ordinary ones. Ash mused that in the game, they were simply advanced equipment made from boss materials. But now they were so different that they deserved such a grandiose name. The young man raised a finger to his mouth, musing that it would be fantastic if he could obtain equipment equal to the Black Queen's. Kelly eyes widened, suggesting that of course, he also harbored a darkness commensurate with his power. Ash asked what kind of darkness. The hero stood at the table when the man asked if his sniper friend had really shot without knowing such a thing. The prince clarified. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise, hearing that the more enemies the nightmare killer killed, the more powerful the nightmare's mastery over the weapon. The boy asked what would happen once it had fully mastered it. The man stared ahead, replying that it depended on the nightmare itself. It could easily lend its power, or it could. Damien was cleaning the weapon when the blacksmith declared he could absorb the user. A notification popped up about the Black Queen's magical gun. The message said to open it by killing an enemy with it. The hero pondered these additional options, now understanding what the question marks implied. Battles were depicted, where he realized he'd nearly killed Damien with his ignorance. It was too dangerous to use any further. He could use it a few more times and then stop. The blacksmith looked at the young man, asking if they would forge. Ash listened attentively to the Celendian core, and when asked if he wanted equipment made from it, the boy considered that wouldn't do either. He asked to have it made. A gun was shown, where it was said that the Black Queen was such a powerful weapon that it could change the course of a battle. A weapon of this caliber should be created first, and then considered, and even if used only until the options were unlocked, it would still be beneficial. The blacksmith held onto the core, saying he made the right decision. He couldn't let the weapon control him. He must control the weapon himself. Kelly held the orb in his hand, explaining that if the boy didn't have the strength to do so, then wielding the nightmare killer was pointless. Ash looked at the core in his hand and listened as he explained that if the hero managed to use the nightmare killer by nourishing it with enough blood, then even if a nightmare awakened, he would still be able to defeat it. Various weapons were depicted, and when the blacksmith explained that they were created to take lives, questioning whether they could be safe, the protagonist replied that nightmare killers were simply a little more cunning because they were stronger, like a sword with an extra blade. The man looked at him, asking him to stop chatting, asking again about his decision on what weapon the young man wanted to obtain from the magical core. Jupiter Jr. was shown, explaining that this had been predetermined from the very beginning. Just as the Black Queen was destined for Damien, so too the weapon forged from Celendian's core must belong to the one who killed him. The hero stared ahead, declaring he needed mage equipment. Light shone through the window. Ash looked at the boxes, wondering if it was time to check the chests containing the Stage 5 rewards. These chests were like mementos left behind by fallen comrades, and until now he hadn't dared open them. He placed his hand on his belt, thinking that if these were truly mementos left behind, he simply had to open them and see what was inside. Numerous slain characters were shown, explaining that they had paid with their lives for these rewards. A bright purple light shone through the window. Messages about the high-class standard core and the secret dawn armor appeared above the hero's head. The young man looked at the new artifacts, unsure what they were. He picked up the cloth, saying he needed to remain calm and check first, wondering if this was truly the secret dawn set. He wondered where the top-tier assassin gear came from. 4 pieces were shown, and a notification stated that wearing all pieces of this set would make the player invisible to enemies for 10 seconds after a kill. He speculated that it wasn't just one, but all pieces of the set, wondering how that was even possible. 3 artifacts were depicted, as the young man considered the Pavitsi set, wondering if the system might be specifically helping him collect sets. Ash silently stared at the gauntlet, wondering how too many had dropped at once, which was suspicious, but good things should be celebrated. He examined what lay ahead. He looked at the golden item called the starting artifact, wondering if he could get a whole artifact from the chest, as the chance of such an event was extremely low. The crossroad fortress was shown with warriors, explaining that this artifact had an effect befitting its name. The southern field was depicted, where enemies reflected in this golden plate would be destroyed once per battle. The base camp was shown, stating that it would forcibly teleport them to the starting point of the wave. The Black Lake was shown, stating that if they were all teleported all the way to the Black Lake, it would be simply magnificent. The artifact glowed golden when it was stated that the plate was small, so it wouldn't be possible to kick them all away, but it was still an extremely powerful artifact. The young man crossed his arms, arguing that its gain cost wasn't entirely justified, so he was incredibly grateful to have received it for free, as it would be very useful. The boxes glowed golden as the guy talked about 3 SSR-class chests, the main course of today's unboxing. Ash opened the box, saying that the SSR chest should be treated with due respect. He yanked the lid open, shouting out whether they would give anything valuable. The boy stared ahead, wondering. The hero was holding a piece of cloth when a notification popped up about a fragment of the Great Commander's banner. He looked at the cloth, thinking that it was his personal equipment, broken into 5 pieces, wondering why he had only received one of them. The message announced a quest to create exclusive Ash equipment. The young man stared at the system window, thinking that personal equipment was certainly a good thing, wondering if he was really being asked to rely on luck to loot the remaining 4 from chests. One of the 5 pieces had been collected. Evangeline stood by the monument when it was mentioned that most exclusive equipment is tied to a character's storyline, so these fragments are usually found in specific locations. A character was depicted while explaining how that idiot Kim Ash was destined to even obtain personal equipment. The young man stared silently at the rag, arguing that he'd put off unnecessary thoughts for later. He opened the next chest, wondering if he'd have any luck. A notification popped up about receiving a level 1 invisibility cloak just as he mentioned what it was. He held the cloak in his hands, trying to push away the thought that he'd never seen such an item before, and that it seemed to be for stealth missions or something, and that such high-risk items were best inspected firsthand. Ash realized that he was down to his last SSR-class chest. He closed his eyes as he opened the lid, contemplating what he was conjuring by all the gods. A bright light enveloped everything around him as he cried out in surprise. The boy held a large sword, exclaiming about what had fallen, thinking it couldn't be, wondering if it was a Karma Eater. A notification about a level 45 Karma Eater appeared, explaining that it was used in the game more often than as a weapon, rather as a corrector for unnecessary character stats. 2 characters were depicted shrouded in mana, explaining that, for example, for paladins who gained excess darkness points, or for necromancers who accidentally received a blessing of light. The sword glowed brightly as it explained that such unfortunate characters often arose in the game, and in such cases, he always used the Karma Devourer to adjust unnecessary stats. The guy looked at the system window, explaining that here was an example, stats related to earthly or divine humanity. An enraged monster was shown, explaining that, for example, a character tends to cast aside humanity and follow the path of the beast, or, conversely, to cling excessively to the archetype and ascend. The man glowed yellow, explaining that in both cases, it was a transgression of humanity, in which case this item would be useful for adjusting stats. The monster gritted his teeth as he spoke. The item had dropped just in time. The villain held a weapon in his hand as the hero continued explaining how, with the help of the Karma Eater, they could cleanse Lucas's soul of earthly things, so that he would no longer suffer from his beast form. Ash silently stared at the sword, musing that he didn't know how the situation at the front would develop, but this item would definitely come in handy. They showed a cemetery, and talked about how their lives had not been wasted. A young man stood by the fortress when they discussed his decision to postpone autonomous reconnaissance until the next defense. Damien bandaged a girl's arm when the boy explained that the wounds from the previous battle had not yet healed. A pile of stones lay on the ground, and Ash mentioned that damaged equipment also required attention. The stones lay behind the fence when they explained that the prince had decided it was too risky to waste their remaining time on autonomous reconnaissance. The boy stood behind Ader when he discussed letting the team rest while he repaired their equipment. A young man fell asleep at the table while discussing new orders, repairs to walls and artifacts. 3 days had flown by in this chaos. Crossroads Temple. Lucas greeted the Lord, and upon meeting him, the hero inquired about the situation. The debris lay on the ground when he began explaining how he'd thoroughly searched the temple, but other than the goddess statue, he'd found no other spy devices. Ash inquired about Margaret. Lucas hid behind a pillar, as he explained that she'd locked herself in her room since that day. He'd been keeping a close eye on her, but she'd done nothing suspicious. The man raised a finger to his face, saying, "Well, maybe." Lucas looked at the prince, explaining that the girl hadn't stopped drinking alcohol. Ash asked again, to which he'd replied that he'd been repeating the phrase, "I've had it too bad." And so on. Margaret sat on the sofa, smoking a cigar. She hiccuped, looking up. The young man handed the warrior a sword, telling him he'd done an excellent job investigating and that it was a gift. Lucas replied that he would give him another fine sword, right after the holy sword, saying he would use it carefully. The prince looked at his companion, saying that this sword would help tame his bestial instincts. He didn't know why he'd resorted to such power, but it would be better not to use it again. Ash looked at him, noting that Lucas was already very strong. The man lowered his head, denying what he'd said, saying he must become stronger to protect them, he must become much stronger. The hero struck him in the chest, reminding him that there were many ways to become stronger. The young man looked at the warrior intently, telling him he wanted him to follow the righteous path, even if it took time. It was better for him to move gradually, step by step. Lucas watched, listening intently, as the hero appreciated his efforts, as he explained that he shouldn't lose himself for him. He should remember that. The warrior bowed, declaring he would remember. Damien approached them, announcing the prince's arrival. Lucas hugged the boy, explaining how he'd helped him for the past 3 days. Thanks to Damien, the search had been easier. The boy declared he wanted to clear the temple's name as soon as possible, as it was such a bright place. His eyes widened, expressing his sincere regret that the saint had resorted to such actions, but the other priests had sincerely tried to heal the wounded soldiers. The boy added that he hoped the prince knew that. Ash picked up the bag, saying, "Good, he understood everything," and explaining that he had prepared a gift for him as well, equipment that would allow him to escape after each victory over the enemy. He should use it. Damien pulled a piece of cloth from the bag, curious that he could actually use such a cool thing. The young man thought about how, as a character with cheating abilities, he should be the one with the best equipment. A gun, cloaked in magic, was shown, as the prince explained that he had further revealed facts about the Black Queen and said he could fire 3 more shots and then stop using it. The boy closed his eyes, replying that he'd remember 3 shots. He reasoned that if he'd known Damien would be so happy about it, he would have equipped him with armor sooner, but oh well. Ash looked ahead, thinking that now he needed to go and have a heart-to-heart talk with the saint. The saint's room, where empty bottles were. Margaret lay, saying that she simply sincerely wanted to heal the wounded. The girl wiped away tears as she explained that she believed this was why the goddess had granted her the power of healing. The nun gaped, looking at the priest as Margaret explained how the main temple had arbitrarily promoted her to senior priest and then sent her here to Crossroad. The girl looked at the sculpture as it explained that although she had come to heal people, she had suddenly been pressured into espionage. The saint screamed on the battlefield, telling how the Zaman had been placed on the fortress walls and forced to fight monsters. Sweat broke out on Ash's face as he addressed the girl. Margaret sobbed, saying that everyone now thought she was a spy and pointed fingers. The protagonist closed his eyes, listening to her tell him so many times that she couldn't do such things, but those bastards from the center. The boy asked the saint to calm down. Margaret spread her legs and arms, screaming that she was no longer a saint, and to hell with this and everything else, asking to be fired. The young man lifted her by the hand. He knelt down and asked her to calm down and listen to him, because, ultimately, they all had the same goal. The girl placed her hand on the prince's shoulder, wondering if he was sending her back to the fortress wall, or if she was scared to death of monsters. Ash had told her to forget about monsters for now and think about this. Margaret prayed to the statue as the prince explained that she had been exposed as a spy and, what's more, that her communications had been destroyed, and he could bet that both the main temple and the intelligence agency were in a panic. The map depicted crosses, and the young man was explaining his thoughts. Their entire spy network across the continent was undergoing a thorough check, and they might even be completely overhauling their entire espionage system. The girl's mouth dropped open as he explained that all of this was because he'd identified and captured her. The hero looked her in the eye, asking if he thought she'd be held responsible. Margaret asked what would happen to her then. She clutched her head, hearing that in the worst case, she'd simply be quietly killed, clarifying that she and the boy were now in the same boat. The saint fell to the floor, listening to Ash's proposal to completely switch sides. The hero looked at her calmly, telling her to abandon the main center and join the forces of the third prince, Ash. He would ensure her safety. He said he might not be many, but he wouldn't let his people be harmed. Margaret burst into tears, and after asking what she would say to that, she replied that she had no other choice. The young man smiled, explaining that she had always been his primary healer in the game, and despite the difficulties, he suggested they work hard together. It was said that internal disagreements had thus come to an end, and everyone continued preparing for the defense. Time flew by. 4 days later, the heroes stood on the roof of the fortress as it was announced that the morning had arrived for another defense. Ash looked away silently. Lucas and Evangeline were ready for battle. It was explained that they had prepared diligently over the past week, but time was short, and the heroes still had minor wounds. Patched walls were shown, explaining that the ordered equipment was not ready, and the wall repairs were incomplete. The man peered through binoculars. Numerous dragons flew swiftly after each other as it was said that monsters didn't care about people's problems. They were simply advancing. The boy shouted to the sides that they were coming, that the wyverns were approaching. The young man bowed his head, asking Lucas what was going on with the reinforcements from the capital. He replied that there was still no news. The warrior rode his horse across the steppe, thinking that whether the reinforcements were large or small, if they were coming by land, his scouts in the north should have spotted them by now. He wondered how there had been no news yet. He gritted his teeth, thinking about his brother and his center, wondering if he'd lied about the reinforcements, and decided to mock him. A dragon was shown, and it was said that wyverns are monsters often called flying dragons, though they are a degenerate branch of dragons. As direct descendants of these creatures, they possess high magic resistance and belch fireballs. The enraged monster opened its jaws when it was mentioned that they fly, have a ranged attack, and have high resistance. The plot revealed that this creature is a plus in all the annoying areas. At the forefront of the enemy squad, the dragons flew one after another, and the story told of 30 fire wyverns. A wyvern was depicted, and it was explained that they acted as tanks, absorbing gunfire and explosive attacks twice as fast as usual. The boy explained that he led this army of lizards. The notification mentioned the 6th wave. A terrifying monster was shown, called the three-headed dragon of Trishura. It was said that this three-headed wyvern was the most powerful of its kind. Cannons were positioned on the roof of the fortress, and the story explained that after the 5th wave, half the air defense system was inoperable, and although repairs were in full swing, everything could not be restored. Ash watched the dragons approach the city, thinking how truly infuriating this was. He gritted his teeth, wondering what to do. They could only do the best they could. The cannons pointed upward, and after the command to ready their weapons, the ferocious creature opened its mouth. A multitude of wyverns were heading towards the attack. The hero raised his fist in the air, staring at the enemy and shouting, "Call all units!" The young man raised his hand, shouting for them to open fire. Ash looked up questioningly, unsure what was happening. An unknown ship loomed in the air above him. Its cannons began firing continuously. Cannonballs were aimed at the monsters, landing powerful blows on the wyverns. The stricken creatures fell to the ground one after another. The protagonist exclaimed, asking what it was, when Lucas glanced to the side, mentioning that it was an airship. The warrior looked up, commenting that the vessel, built using ancient magic, was capable of flight, and he had heard that there were only a few such ships left on the entire continent. The young man spotted the ship in the middle. The enormous airship was above the fortress, called the Imperial flagship Alcatraz. The ramp of the airship lowered. A human leg emerged from it. The commander of the Imperial Special Forces aboard the Alcatraz could be heard speaking. Jupiter Jr.'s eyes widened. A uniformed woman stood on the steps and introduced herself as Reyna Winwell, commander of the Magic Legion, an independent unit subordinate to the Emperor. Ash was stunned to hear that she had arrived at his orders to support the Southern Front in the fight against monsters, and that from now on, for the duration of 5 subsequent defensive operations, command of all troops would be transferred to Prince Ash. The woman held a loudspeaker, awaiting orders from His Highness. The dragons approached, and Ash wondered what orders he could possibly give in such an obvious situation. Ash shouted at them to destroy those damned monsters. The woman lowered her head, replying that she would do so. The ship was shown, and she began to say that the commander was preparing to fire, and that Anchor 1 and Anchor 2 were to move out of range. The engine started when the acknowledgement came. 2 aircraft began moving. People in white robes walked forward. Magic appeared in his palm. Unknown people channeled energy into Reyna as she extended her hand in front of her. A ball of energy formed in her hand. The energy grew above the creatures. A vortex of magic directed toward the monsters. The magic shattered the dragons. Jupiter Jr.'s eyes widened, questioning whether this was a combined magical attack from 5 wind mages and how such a thing was possible. The young man watched, arguing that high magical defenses were irrelevant now. This was simply incredible power. 2 currents swirled together. They began to dissipate. The dragon's eyes glowed red. Trishura appeared in this current. The woman looked ahead, declaring that only large monsters remained, truly dragon-like, to have survived even such a blow. The ships shifted, receiving orders to return to battle stations. 3 ships' engines started up after the command to destroy the remaining monsters, and the main flagship accelerated full speed ahead. Cannons burst into flames as they began firing, delivering precise strikes on the enemy. Large explosions erupted in the direction of the monsters. The protagonist raised his head, explaining that he'd requested reinforcements, but they'd sent him an army capable of sweeping everything away. He reasoned that, of course, he hadn't seen the main body of the Imperial army. The airships continued firing as the young man remarked that these 3 flying ships carrying mages seemed to be true monsters, bred and honed for combat. Lucas watched the proceedings, and when asked if he knew this woman, Reyna, he replied that of course he did. The woman held green magic, and the warrior explained that she was Reyna Winwell, better known as the Ice Wind, representing the Empire's Mage Corps. Symbols were displayed as Lucas explained that the Mage Corps had retreated from the front lines after being transferred from the Vanguard Legion to the direct command of the Imperial family. The young man looked up, wondering if this could really be considered the power of a mage who had left the front lines. Did she really have to be up to something in the shadows all this time? These subordinates of the Emperor always have some shady dealings behind his back. Ash turned to the girl, asking if she seemed strange, if something had happened. Jupiter Jr. assured him nothing. She adjusted her hat, beginning to explain that there were simply old acquaintances you'd never see again. A large airship struck, and when the young man asked if they knew each other, The girl replied that she knew them only a little. Jupiter Jr. frowned, adding that only a little. The dragon lay torn to pieces on the ground. A notification appeared that the sixth wave had been repelled, while a pile of creatures lay on the ground. The aircraft landed. People were exiting the ship. The ramps slowly opened. People filed in one by one. The boys stood opposite the newly arrived military. Reina looked at the hero, asking to greet him again. She explained that it was a great honor to meet Prince Ash in person. The young man reciprocated. The hero looked ahead, noticing that the reinforcements were much larger than he expected. The men listened attentively to the prince when he added that the imperial family had been more generous than he thought. The woman replied that they weren't reinforcements. The robed men stood in a row as Reina explained that the official reinforcements sent by the imperial family consisted of 5 officers, including herself, and 50 soldiers. The hero grinned, asking who the others were. The commander smiled wryly, asking if he hadn't guessed. The young man bowed his head, silently listening as she conveyed the imperial decree for his immediate return to the capital, New Terra. A military formation was shown as the woman explained that these people were an escort sent to accompany His Highness. An aircraft was shown as she mentioned that the imperial warship Alcatraz had also been dispatched for this purpose. The young man looked ahead, wondering if His Majesty had any special reason for wanting to see his son. Reina closed her eyes, wondering if a special reason was necessary if His Majesty wanted to see him. The red carpet led to the doors. Ash questioned whether his father was secluded in the palace, and whether he had actually summoned him. The young man wondered if someone else from the palace might be using his name to summon him. The woman looked down, replying that she was a simple soldier and didn't know the details, as her task was merely to convey the imperial decree. She gestured to the side, asking him to board the ship, and spoke of how she would guarantee a comfortable journey to Alcatraz. The hero looked at her silently. The woman frowned at him. The young man began to walk forward. He approached Reina, who expressed hope he wouldn't refuse His Majesty's summons, questioning the boy. The boys watched in anticipation. Someone grabbed a sword. The unknown man picked up a pistol. Someone twirled an object in his hand. The girl and the knight rushed to the attack, their hands reaching forward. Heroes lined up on either side of Ash and Reina. Warriors watched from the tower, standing by the cannons. The woman smirked, expressing her belief that His Majesty would be sad. The protagonist listened attentively to the story about his beloved youngest son showing disobedience. The soldiers took aim with their guns. The warriors stood silently by the cannons. A crowd of people stood between the ship and the fortress. A blade was pointed at the commander's neck as she spoke of the need for hostility, addressing the prince. She placed a hand on her chest, explaining that they were merely soldiers sent to escort them to the imperial capital and had no intention of harming them. Reina frowned, suggesting that if they truly intended to harm them, she suggested. A ship was depicted destroying everything in its path, and the woman added that they could have simply burned the place to the ground while they were still aboard. Ash watched intently, hearing how his fortress and the people would have long since been charred ruins. The woman kept her gaze fixed on him, explaining that she and the prince were on the same side, that they were all subjects of the ever-black empire and served the same emperor. Lucas was angry to hear the boy order his men to put away their weapons and follow orders, accompanying them to the capital. The young man listened silently to the question of whether the imperial family's problems shouldn't be resolved within the family. The boy exhaled. He turned to Lucas, asking him to lower his weapons. He tried to object. Evangeline watched, listening to her insist that they too, and that everyone needed to retreat. Young Jupiter turned away. The commander opened her mouth, shouting for them to put away their weapons, as it was disrespectful to His Highness. The girl sheathed her sword, and the knight placed his hands behind his back. The soldiers lowered their rifles. Ash closed his eyes, declaring that the woman was right. If his father wished to see his beloved youngest son, he had no reason to refuse. The commander replied that it was a wise decision. They showed the fortress wall when the young man declared that he was heading to the capital, but to give him one day. He was the commander of the southern front. If he disappeared, it could negatively impact the defense line. Reina listened silently as he explained that he wanted to give at least minimal instructions and organize everything he needed to before leaving. The young man looked ahead, expressing his thoughts on his father's magnanimity. The commander bowed, declaring they could wait one day and would depart tomorrow at noon. The hero thanked her in return. A building was depicted. The ceiling of the room was shown, as the boy explained that his older brother had mentioned they would meet soon, never imagining that, in the worst-case scenario, he would be tied up and transported to the imperial capital. The young man smiled broadly, saying that, fortunately, things weren't so bad. He stood before the boys, scratching the back of his head, and remarked that it was very kind of him to send him a private jet and offer him a ride, wondering if it was truly royal service, wasn't it? Ash smiled, telling them not to worry, because, as Reina had said, if they had wanted to kill him, they would have done it already. He understood that he, too, had many questions for Fernandez. The young man reflected on how he'd planned to visit the capital one day anyway, and now he had the chance to fly in comfort. Lucas approached the boy, asking if he was sure he'd be okay, offering to take a guard. The hero replied, "Why would he need a guard if he was flying to the capital on his own airship? Ash understood that, once he was in the capital, one guard wouldn't make a difference. The hero was depicted on a large palm, indicating that if it was the Emperor's will, he would survive. If not, he would die. The young man considered strengthening his combat capabilities for now. A view of the doors was shown as the prince got down to business, announcing that he would give each of them instructions for his absence. The warrior listened attentively when the hero told him that while he was gone, he would act as commander-in-chief, as Ash was well versed in his methods and could rely on him. Lucas was pictured as it was explained that he was, after all, the game's protagonist, intended to be the commander in this place from the start, and he was confident he could handle it without him, and no one but Lucas could fulfill that role. The soldiers stared ahead as he announced that 5 officers, including Reyna, had arrived as reinforcements. The warriors stood in formation when the young man reminded them of the 50 soldiers. He added that they weren't many, but they were elite. Ash looked at Lucas, explaining that if they were used correctly, they could easily hold the line, telling the warrior he could handle it. Evangeline looked at Lucas as he replied that he would do everything possible to ensure their peace of mind. He saw those puppy eyes again. Next came Evangeline, smiling, her eyes wide. Ash realized she seemed older than him. The protagonist asked her to help Lucas because she was the heir to the crossroad, and the crossroad would be her land, so let her learn the ropes as second-in-command. The girl pushed Lucas away, declaring that he could rely on her. She would look after the warrior. A symbol appeared in her eyes as she asked for just one moment. There were cookies on the table when the girl mentioned that since they were going to the imperial capital, there was a small pastry shop near the Imperial Academy dormitory. She asked him to bring them a selection of sweets from there. Evangeline's mouth watered as she exclaimed that she constantly thought about them and dreamed of eating. The plot implied that it was impudent to send the prince for dessert. The boy turned to Damien. The hero smiled, noting that he had excellent eyesight. He should keep an eye on their reinforcements, and if he noticed anything suspicious, report it to Lucas. The young man smiled, accepting the order. The young Jupiter listened attentively as he explained that he should keep an eye on Reyna. If she were to defect, only she could stop her. The girl explained that she had already planned to keep a close eye on her. Ash replied that he was counting on her. The young man turned to Lily, telling her to join the main squad while he was gone and assist Jupiter Jr. The girl bowed her head, declaring that she would do so. The young man commented on Lily's despondent appearance since the spies were discovered. The hero watched silently, thinking that he didn't have time to take care of this now. A notification about the main squad popped up just as he realized the main squad had been dealt with. The young man looked at the elves, ordering them to carry out the task he had given them in advance, asking if they would be up to the task. The hero reasoned that they had been entrusted with a difficult mission. He recalled their conversation earlier, when he mentioned he had a job for them, one only the 3 of them could complete, but he'd have to risk his life. Ash reflected on how it wasn't an easy task, but it was necessary now, to lay the foundation for the future. Godhunt bowed, exclaiming that they would not spare even their lives for the mission's success. The boy glanced away, musing on the latter. The boys turned to Margaret, sitting on the floor. She reluctantly raised her head, hearing that she was to lead the reserve squad during the defense, but that she should remain in the rear and tend only to the wounded. Was that clear? The saint replied that she accepted the order. The boy thought she was agreeing, but she looked unwell, and hoped her mental state would soon recover. A light was burning in the window at night. When the hero spoke, perhaps, it was obvious, his mere presence had a strong influence on the front. A pile of papers lay on the desk, and he reflected on how time had flown by while he was assigning responsibilities and writing down instructions. The hero stared at the document, sitting in his chair. Ash looked away, thinking about the secret order Fernandez had given Godhunt, instructing him to keep a close eye on his assistant, Ader, and wondering how much Fernandez knew about Ader. The man had his back turned, as Ash considered who this Ader even was. He'd called himself something like the designer of this world, wondering what exactly that meant. Ash narrowed his eyes, remembering how he'd asked him to bring the world to its true ending, but hadn't explained what it was or how to achieve it. He'd simply watched him play out. The young man clutched his head, shouting insults, realizing he had no time to think about the true ending. He was simply giving it his all, barely surviving every battle. The prince watched Ader's back, wondering what his true goal was, assuming that meeting Fernandez would clarify at least something. A window was depicted when the hero called the boy. He looked at him in surprise, questioning whether he was on his side. Ader turned, answering the gentleman that, of course, he was, clarifying that he was completely on his side and giving himself entirely to him, so it was more accurate to say so. The developer smiled, explaining that they weren't simply on the same side, but connected by a single goal and a single bond. The protagonist leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms, and clarified that they were connected. The prince thought, apologizing to Ader, that he didn't particularly care about the so-called true ending. The fortress wall stood in the night when Ash made it clear that all he wanted was to protect the people who fought beside him. That was all he cared about. The young man yawned as he walked down the hallway, and Lucas, standing behind him, remarked that he'd worked hard today. Ash stopped, calling out to the warrior and saying he had a question. The warrior made it clear he could ask anything. The boy turned, asking if he knew, and Lucas asked again, not understanding what he was talking about. The protagonist watched him intently, implying that he knew he wasn't Ash, but someone else. The warrior stared at the boy, not saying a word. The prince asked if Lucas had known this all along. The boy held a sword in his hands, and it was revealed that Lucas had been Prince Ash's personal knight since early childhood. The image of the hero emerged, and the thought arose that he had suddenly taken over Ash's body. It was likely not only his behavior and tone of voice that had changed, but even his most minute gestures. The knight stood beside the protagonist, and the thought arose that Lucas, however, hadn't asked questions and remained close. He, too, didn't feel the need to explain anything, as he saw his absolute devotion. The protagonist glanced away and thought they had silently resigned themselves to the situation. The young man looked forward, as if to avoid ruining their existing relationship. The protagonist stood still, reflecting on the fact that now he was traveling to the imperial capital. He knew neither Ash's family nor what Ash was really like. The protagonist stood before the boy, as if to say that he had therefore decided to speak frankly with Lucas, to learn about the real Ash's character and his connections in the capital. But despite this, he was still unsure. Looking straight ahead, the knight said no, he was undoubtedly the prince he'd served his entire life, to which the protagonist thought this boy had decided to stick to his role to the end. Ash looked at him in surprise and wondered why he needed this. He thought they'd gotten close enough to understand each other. Standing before him, Lucas said he'd warned him in advance that day, to which the protagonist asked what day it was, what he told him. A view of the buildings opened up, and it was heard that when they were surrounded by black spiders on the outer walls, on the night of the second day, he'd summoned him and spoken. The mug sat on the table, and the protagonist said that starting tomorrow, he'd begin to behave differently. Sitting at the table, he added that even if that happened, no matter how much his behavior changed, he'd remain himself, the same Ash he'd served his entire life. Looking straight ahead, the prince said he shouldn't doubt it and that he'd continue serving him as before, asking him. Standing before the hero, the knight said that he had said so, though he hadn't immediately understood what he meant, but from that day on, his demeanor had truly changed, as if he'd become a different person. The protagonist sat before the knight, and it seemed as if he'd warned him beforehand, but since he'd warned him beforehand, his loyalty remained unwavering. The hero's eyes widened in amazement, and he wondered, "What's wrong with Ash?" The prince stood before the hero, and the thought crossed his mind that he'd known he'd inhabit his body. How could he have known that? How had he even so calmly given up his body? Looking at him, Lucas addressed him, to which he responded. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist considered that if he were to tell him now that he was a gamer from another world playing this game, he wouldn't understand anything, and would be better off playing along with Ash. It was dark outside, and he could hear that yes, it was exactly as he'd said. From that moment on, he'd lost all his memories, simply adapting to the circumstances, playing the role of a prince. Putting his hand to his face, the knight muttered that that was why he sometimes didn't know even the most basic things. He suspected it was somehow connected, but then why had he suddenly become knowledgeable about monsters and dungeons? Ash smiled and replied that in place of his previous memories, he'd gained knowledge of monster fighting strategies. It seemed he'd undergone some kind of ritual before losing his memories. Clenching his fists, the boy asked, "What's that?" The hero thought he didn't even believe what he was saying, wondering how devoted this boy was to him. The chandelier illuminated the room, and he could hear that, in any case, he needed his help, needed to learn about his connections in the capital and his old habits. Putting his hands on his hips, Lucas replied that he understood and would tell him everything right now. There wasn't much time left before his departure, so they should hurry. As they sat at the table, the thought occurred to them that, fortunately or unfortunately, Ash was known for being an extremely quarrelsome person. Depending on his mood, he could be different every day. The hero looked down. It had been said that sometimes he was kind and gentle, like a saint. He smiled broadly, and it seemed that at other times he was as angry as a dog on the loose, so no matter his personality, it was unlikely anyone would suspect him of being fake. Putting his hand to his face, the knight asked if he could lift his chin slightly, to which the protagonist responded, "Why not?" Ash smiled, hearing that it was precisely from that angle. In the past, he often looked down on everyone, and he should remember to look like that, as if he disdained the person he was talking to, no matter who they were. Holding the mirror in his hands, the hero thought he really did look at everyone like that. It looked ridiculous. Looking at it, Lucas said that he didn't think he could explain everything in the time remaining, but would rather talk about his relationships with the most important people in the capital. The prince kicked a flower pot, and the thought occurred to him that Ash was essentially a problem child from the imperial family, considered the dregs of society. Officials didn't particularly care about him, or rather, they turned their noses up at him. Looking directly at him, the boy said that the emperor sometimes met with him alone. He couldn't be present, so he didn't know exactly what their relationship was, but... The hero put his hand to his face, hearing that he was always afraid, both before and after meeting the emperor. So even someone like Ash was afraid of the emperor. He wondered just how scary he was. The young man shuddered and said, "That's it, wait, there's one more very important person." A room appeared, and the protagonist asked who it was, to which the boy replied that he wouldn't tell him about this person. Even if he knew, it wouldn't change anything. Looking down, Lucas said that when they met, he'd understand why he said that. Sometimes disasters happen that you simply can't prepare for, and this person was exactly that. Ash's eyes widened, and he asked if she was really that scary, and if he could at least say something. Clenching his fist, Lucas replied, "Fine, he'll just say one thing, in the capital." The hero looked in amazement when he heard he had a fiancée, to which he repeated. A view of the palace opened up, and he shouted it loudly. People followed the protagonist out. He walked slowly forward. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when he heard him wish him a safe return. The people placed their hands on their chests. The soldiers stood at attention, silently staring ahead. Ash smiled and replied, well, then thought about these guys trying to curry favor with so many unnecessary gestures. Looking at him, Reyna asked if he was ready to leave, to which she replied that she thought so. Looking away, the hero said that Sir Lucas would be serving as commander of the Southern Front in his absence, and expected her full cooperation. Closing her eyes, the woman replied that of course, she was doing her duty faithfully, to which the protagonist replied that he was counting on her, and more. Looking at her, he added that if he tried to cause trouble, she was finished, so no more self-indulgence, let him focus solely on monsters. Reyna stared at him silently. Raising her eyebrows, the hero asked what he should say. Extending her hand, she said as he wished, let him get in, she would ensure his safe passage to the imperial capital. The protagonist began to rise. He turned, looking at the squad. Smiling, Ash shouted that he'd bring them some treats, to cheer them up. The people looked at him happily. Looking away, the hero said it was time to go. The hatch began to slowly close. The transport began to slowly take off. Its landing gear retracted. The ships flew through the air. The squad watched them. Lily silently stared ahead. Evangeline raised her head. Damien smirked slightly. Lucas gazed upward. They stood before the fortress walls. The ships flew forward, and the hero reflected on how this was the first time he was leaving Crossroads, the city where he had been for so long, ever since he arrived in this world. His hand trembled, and he added that, frankly, he was a little nervous. A view of the city opened up, and the thought of a trip to the capital entered his mind. A corridor appeared, and the protagonist wondered about a meeting with the Emperor. An image of a young man appeared, and he added a face-to-face conversation with his brother, and upcoming conversations with key figures. Putting his hand to his face, Ash wondered about his fiancée. The hero looked out the window. The transport flew forward, and he thought of the airship, meanwhile, cutting through the skies and heading north at high speed. Game notifications appeared. The ship sailed across the water, passing a vast city. Looking at the hero, the girl remarked that he was pretending to forget again. Their family's demands had been crystal clear from the start. Crossing her arms, she added that they were the Winter Silvers, a mere despised merchant family with nothing but money, asking only for a small favor from the imperial family. The hero questioned this. Taking his hand, the girl explained what she asked for. Extending her hand forward, she added that she wanted to grant her his imperial seed. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and he asked again. The ship sailed forward, and he thought it was imperial seed. Airships flew through the air, and it was said that 3 days had passed since they left Crossroads and were flying toward the capital, New Terra. Lowering his head, the young man said that they would soon arrive at their destination. Ash glanced to the side and responded approvingly, then thought that spending 3 whole days without getting up from his seat would be pure torture. The ship flew forward, and the pilot announced that they were entering New Terran airspace and beginning their descent. The ships began to descend. The hero's eyes widened and he exclaimed. Flying toward the city, he thought that the center of this world and the continent's largest city, New Terra, had finally come into view. Frowning, the protagonist considered something he couldn't say for sure, but it looked hundreds of times larger than Crossroad. City buildings came into view, and he added that with a name like Everblack, he expected to see a gloomy capital, black and sullen. Buildings appeared, and the thought occurred to him that this one, on the contrary, looked blindingly bright. Looking to the side, the hero thought, except for one place. The ships were flying toward the palace. Looking down, the protagonist reflected on the fact that they had finally arrived at the Palace of Thorns. The ship began to descend. It landed on the landing point. Stepping forward, Ash remarked on how warm it was here. Plants appeared, and he mused that summer was already approaching. No wonder it had gotten so warm. Standing before him, a man said welcome. They had been waiting for him. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what was up, to which they replied that he was Alberto, the chief chamberlain of the imperial palace, and was glad to see him again. The man stood still, and the thought occurred to him that Alberto was one of the men Lucas had told him about, the stern old man who oversaw all palace affairs. Apparently he had worked here long before he was born. Well, I should say hello in princely style. Stretching his hand forward, the hero shouted how many years, how many winters, and how he hadn't fallen apart after all these years, should spare his joints and retire. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The servants put their hands to their faces. The man froze in amazement. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought he'd gone too far, but hadn't he been acting like a complete and utter bastard? Maybe he should be a little more polite. The man trembled with fear. Taking the hero's hand, Alberto said how much he'd matured while he was in distant lands. It was a great honor to be granted such a restrained greeting from him. Wiping away tears, the man added that he'd grown so much, he simply couldn't hold back his tears, to which Ash thought how completely insane this psycho was. The prince's eyes lit up, and the thought occurred to him that the gap in talent between the prince, a born scumbag, and himself, a pathetic imitator, was truly unbridgeable. Extending his hand, Alberto said he wanted to come here. He hadn't been home in so long, and he wanted to let him personally escort him. A view of the building opened up, and the hero thought Alberto had led him to an annex located on the outskirts of the imperial palace. It had been quite a long walk to reach it. The doors opened slightly, revealing a room. Looking away, the protagonist shouted that this was his home, to which the man apologized. Lowering his head, he added that they had tried their best, but perhaps they hadn't quite met his high aesthetic standards. Ash thought, "Well, it's very luxurious here, he's absolutely delighted." A huge chandelier appeared, and he added that if this palace alone were sold, the proceeds could easily feed the Crossroad army for 6 months. Closing his eyes, Alberto said, "Well, he'll have dinner served, let him rest." Standing in front of the door, the hero thought he'd inspected every room of the small palace. Opening the doors, he added that he'd be living here for a while, after all, so it would be a good idea to figure out how everything was set up. Looking around the room, the protagonist reflected on how he'd been afraid of being imprisoned upon arrival, but that hadn't happened. Ash stood before Reina, and the thought occurred to him that even though he'd been dragged here practically by force, they were still treating him properly. Well, he was a prince, after all. Looking down, the hero exclaimed. Looking at the table, he wondered what kind of frame that was, why it was lying face down. Picking up the photograph, the protagonist thought how similar they were. Perhaps it was his mother. The boy sat before him, and the thought occurred to him that Lucas had already mentioned that she was already dead. The knight lowered his gaze. He'd said that, but he didn't want to go into details, perhaps for good reason, something unspoken. A photo of the prince with his mother appeared. Looking at it, Ash felt a strange feeling. Even though she wasn't his biological mother, looking at it made his chest tighten. The frame lay on the table. A view opened onto the dining room. People were bringing food to the protagonist's mouth, causing him to wonder if the imperial family always ate like this, or if he was just spoiled. Taking his fork, the protagonist shouted that it was enough, he'd do it himself. Wiping away tears, the man replied that he had matured so much and was glad he'd lived to see this day, to which Ash thought the food was delicious. Empty plates appeared, and he added that his chef in Crossroads had decent skills, but he couldn't compare to the palace chef. The food was delicious. The man stood next to the protagonist, and it was said that while he was eating dessert, he and Alberto had exchanged a few words, including some unexpected news. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked if it was a victory celebration, to which he was told yes, a celebration commemorating the end of the war with the Principality of Bringer. Ash, fork in hand, heard the question. "Isn't that why His Highness returned?" He thought no, he had no idea. They forced him to go, and was the war really over? The soldiers shouted furiously, and the thought flashed through his mind that the Duchess hadn't been captured yet, and that the guerrillas were continuing their small raids. The flag fluttered in the wind, and the protagonist mused that if they were holding a victory celebration under such circumstances, then there must be reason to officially declare the war over. A symbol appeared, and it was said that perhaps it was meant to calm public unrest. Not everyone was quite so keen on the protracted conflict with a long-standing ally. The hero stood before the statue, pondering whether this was the purpose of the celebration and the universal praise for the victors. So, his announcement of support for the Principality of Bringer, should anything happen, was pure trolling. The boy stared straight ahead, and the thought occurred to him that it had caught Second Prince Fernandez, the Minister of the Interior, off guard, and that he had decided to stop it at all costs. That's why he'd sent reinforcements and brought him here, preventing him from causing trouble before the festivities were over. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought he seemed to be beginning to understand. A view of the room opened up, and a voice announced when the celebration would take place. Looking away, Alberto replied that it would be in a week, specifically timed to coincide with the First Prince's return. The man stood at attention. He was identified as First Prince Lark, commander of the Imperial Army, commander of the Western Front, and an invincible knight who had led the operation to destroy the Bringer Principality. The hero stared ahead, wondering if he'd even see the First Prince. Suddenly, all the members of the Imperial family would gather, maybe even hold a meeting, and he had no idea about court manners. He wouldn't screw up at all. The palace opened up. Axes suddenly clashed. Standing before the door, the guards informed him that, by His Highness's order, he was forbidden from leaving the annex, to which the protagonist asked again. Turning his head, he thought. Well, he'd almost believed he was welcome here. Well, in that case, he'd have to return to his room and wait obediently. Ash grinned, wondering if he could feign invisibility by donning the cloak. He took a step forward. Looking at the guards, the hero thought. Excellent, this is working as it should. Raising his hand, he added that, well, it was high time to take a stroll around the capital. Now that he'd reached the imperial capital, there were a few things to take care of. A view of an alley opened up. The shadow of feet appeared. Standing on the street, the protagonist wondered what he could take off here. He pulled down his hood. Looking to the side, Ash thought he'd like to breathe in some of the fresh capital air. He walked slowly forward. The hero paused, looking at the people. Girls were smiling. People were walking through the market. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought this city was much larger than it appeared from above. Holding the map in his hands, he added, oh well, sightseeing could wait, and then asked where to start. Taking a step forward, Ash considered that he needed to visit 3 places in total: the Architect, the Merchant Guild, and the Mercenary Guild, to whom he had sent letters in advance. He then said, this is where. The Chief Architect's office opened up. Kicking the door, the hero greeted him. The man looked at him fearfully and asked who was there, to which the protagonist replied, who is it? The most important client? Grabbing his head, Ash asked. He's not going to say he forgot about his letter, is he? The architect, his eyes wide, asked. What's the letter? He means that hotel project in Crossroads. He really is Prince Ash. Smiling, the hero replied that he was the one, and then reflected on how he'd long been hatching a plan to turn Crossroad into a tourist town. Magic crystals appeared, and he added that investing in tourism in the early stages was extremely unprofitable. But this time, thanks to the rewards from his training period, he had plenty of money. The protagonist extended his hand, and it was explained that after much deliberation, he decided to build a luxurious hotel with a casino. He'd chosen this build to attract high-ranking heroes to the city, which is why he'd sent letters in advance to the Architect and the Merchant Guild in the capital. Kneeling, the man shouted for forgiveness, to which Ash thought he tried to persuade him, but the Architect had stubbornly refused. Looking at him, the hero asked what he was saying, that he wouldn't take it on at all, even for a lot of money. He reminded him that he was a prince, and he didn't understand the consequences of refusing. The Architect began to cry, saying he should spare him, but that a certain important person had ordered him not to take on any projects in Crossroads under any circumstances. The protagonist looked at him in confusion and asked what this important person was, and who it was. Standing before the door, he heard something he couldn't say. He was truly sorry. The door slammed shut. People knelt before him, and the thought occurred to him that all the other merchant guilds had been the same. Everyone fell in fear, begging for mercy, and almost tearfully refused his orders. Biting his lip, Ash wondered if it could really be that serious. What kind of important person this could be. An image of a young man appeared, and he asked about Fernandez. The man stood still, and the protagonist wondered if it was the Emperor himself. It seemed too petty for such figures to interfere in his affairs personally. Taking a step forward, he added that they could have harmed him in far more effective ways, so who would? Suddenly, the protagonist looked surprised. Standing in front of the building, he said that this was the last place. Closing his eyes, Ash thought, okay, they'll solve problems as they arise, but for now, let him just knock out an overpowered hero. People were walking the streets, and the thought occurred to him that, of course, he understood everything. This was the capital of the Empire. There were no mercenaries desperate for battle here. The building stood in the middle of the street. It was said that this office was simply a stronghold, managing guilds across the continent and handling paperwork. It was unlikely that they would be able to hire mercenaries right away, but finding out where good fighters lived was quite possible. The doors suddenly opened, and he heard the sound of an SSR character appearing. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the girl, he heard that he was already here. Lifting her dress, the girl said she'd heard rumors he'd managed to converse with architects and merchant guilds, so she'd stayed here until he'd heard about it. Closing her eyes, she added that her master wished to meet him. Looking straight ahead, the maid told him to follow her, and the thought occurred to him that her master was the bigwig. Strings were drawn from her fingers, and the protagonist thought of someone who could easily pull the strings of merchants in the capital and be influential enough to summon a member of the imperial family. Grinning, the protagonist thought of a dangerous man. Looking straight ahead, he asked who her master was to order him around, an unheard of audacity toward a member of the imperial family. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and asked why he refused to go, to which Ash replied, and if so, maybe. The coffin hit the floor, and it sounded like she had no other choice. Standing next to the coffin, the maid said she'd have to escort him by force. Frowning, the hero said, what then? Stretching his arms out to his sides, he added, fine, let her lead the way. The girl's eyes widened and she asked if he was serious. Smiling, the protagonist replied absolutely. He couldn't wait to see her master himself. Then he thought that even though she'd acted brazenly, he had no reason to refuse the invitation. He should see what kind of guy he was and talk to him privately. Putting her hand to her face, the maid said he wasn't trying to escape. It seemed he changed a little since then. Looking at her, Ash wondered what she was talking about, like they knew each other. She added that he should follow her, she'd escort him, to which the hero responded approvingly. The view of the city opened up. The protagonist, grasping the doorknob, heard them arrive. He looked at it in confusion, and wondered if it was the same. Looking at the building, Ash wondered if it was the largest trading company in the empire. The company flag appeared, stating that Winter Silver was a family that controlled a vast trading company, whose influence stretched to the farthest corners of the empire. Lucas stood before the man, and it occurred to him that it was possible to establish contact with them in the game, but for some unknown reason, they had never made a deal with Crossroad, as if they were a flawed part of the game. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that Winter Silver was trying to stop him, but why? A view of the building opened up. Knocking on the door, the girl said she had brought His Highness. They stood before the doors on the top floor of the building. The man's eyes lit up, and he said for them to enter. The protagonist and the maid entered the room. He looked at her in surprise and asked again. The girl was sitting at the table. Looking at them, she told the maid she could go, to which she responded approvingly. The doors suddenly slammed shut. Standing before her, Ash thought, why keep quiet? She'd called him here herself. The girl stared at him silently. She was writing something on a piece of paper. Closing his eyes, the hero wondered what this tense atmosphere was about. Damn that bastard Ash. Did he really owe the Winter Silvers? The prince raised his hands, and he added that it was entirely possible, given his penchant for gambling and casinos. If such a huge merchant guild was summoning him, it must be serious. His eyes widened. The protagonist thought, damn, he should have guessed how much he owed. Oh well, he wasn't the one who spent that money. He wouldn't pay. The girl sighed heavily. Looking straight at him, she said that they hadn't seen each other for so long. Didn't he have anything to say, dear husband? Ash froze in confusion and asked again. Looking down, the girl asked if he found this address unpleasant. Even if he found her repulsive, they couldn't deny it. Sitting at the table, she added that they were engaged, after all, with the consent of both families. A plaque stood on the table, it was said, and only then did he notice the plaque with her name, Serenade, head of the largest trading guild on the continent, and also Ash's fiancée. Serenade closed her eyes. Holding the clothes in her hands, she said they would go. Walking forward, the girl remarked that this wasn't the most appropriate atmosphere for a reunion celebration. The ship sailed forward. It passed the city. The man held a glass in his hands. They stood still. The hero closed his eyes and thought. The bride. Lucas smirked, realizing he knew about the bride, but that bastard Lucas hadn't really explained it. Looking away, the protagonist reflected on how he'd managed to meet her on the very first day after arriving in the capital. He might be a veteran of fighting monsters, but he was completely incompetent when it came to women. Looking straight at him, Serenade said that he'd left the dangerous place and returned to the capital, but didn't say a word to her. Standing still, she added that it was exactly the same when he left. He didn't even say goodbye. She'd grown accustomed to endless rejection, but still. Looking at the hero, she asked if that wasn't too cruel, to which Ash responded that she didn't care. A view of the sky opened up, and she could hear a voice that said, "Of course." She was afraid her dear husband would break his promise. The hero looked at her silently. Turning his head, he asked why she had gotten in his way. Serenade asked what he was talking about, and the protagonist added that he shouldn't pretend. After all, she was the one who had made the architects and merchants refuse to cooperate with him, wasn't she? The girl's gaze froze. Lowering her head, she replied that of course it was necessary. A crest appeared, and it seemed they'd agreed that only the Winter Silver Merchant Guild would provide him with commercial services. Small fry had no place in his plans. Placing her hand on her chest, Serenade announced that she would personally select his architects. She didn't know what kind of business he planned to develop in Crossroad, but her guild would handle it exclusively. Looking at her, the protagonist thought she was saying she simply didn't want him to sign contracts with other merchant guilds, so she'd taken care of his competitors in advance. The glass stood on the table, and he heard her say, "Let her handle this, she'll arrange everything, just give the order, and if he needs money, he can speak up. No matter whether he spends it on gambling or anything else, she'll lend him as much as he needs." Looking at the hero, Serenade said that, like all their goods, be it wine, jewelry, or rare curiosities, she could get anything, to which the hero wondered why she was so accommodating. Looking away, he asked what she wanted in return. Standing before him, the girl replied that he was again pretending to forget. Their family's demands had been crystal clear from the start. Crossing her arms, she added that they were Winter Silver, a mere despised merchant family with nothing but money, asking only for a small favor from the imperial family. The hero repeated this. Taking his hand, the girl stated what she asked for. Extending her hand forward, she added that she wanted to grant her his imperial seed. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and he asked again. The ship sailed forward, and he thought it was imperial seed. Ash abruptly pulled his hand away and wondered what she was saying. Girls and boys couldn't even sit next to him after 7 years. How could someone make such a reckless statement? Covering his face with his hands, the hero thought it was so shameful, he couldn't even look her in the eye. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that he was back to his old ways, a lecher who had an affair with a new aristocrat every day, and for some reason, he didn't even want to touch her. Clenching his fist, Serenade muttered, "What's more, touching?" He refused to even look her in the eye, to which Ash replied, "No, he just..." The thought occurred to him that he was a complete novice. The girl began to cry and asked if he really found her so repulsive. Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened in amazement, hearing that it was because she was from a family of ordinary merchants. He raised his hand, hearing that she'd bought his bride's place with money, and that he wouldn't touch her because he was afraid of smelling like a commoner. The protagonist replied that no, that wasn't true, and then wondered what he should do in situations like this. The glasses stood nearby, and he could hear that even if it was just an agreement, even if it was the parents who decided, they had promised to become husband and wife. She was ready to give everything she had, so why him? Looking directly at him, Serenade asked why she didn't even want to look at her, and Ash thought he wanted to console her somehow, but his words got stuck in his throat. The hero looked at the girl, and the thought occurred to him that the relationship between the prince and Serenade was their personal past, not his. He was just a substitute player. Did he have the right to interfere? Covering her face with her hand, the girl said that she should forgive him, that she had completely lost it, that she had caused the scene, and he probably felt even more disgusted by her. Standing behind her, the protagonist replied no, and she added that she was simply so happy to see him again that she'd given in to inappropriate emotion, and that he should forgive her. The ship sailed forward, and it became clear it was getting quite late. Turning her head, Serenade said that while the capital was peaceful, as a member of the imperial family, he shouldn't be wandering the streets alone. She'd order a carriage to take him home. The carriage stopped. Standing before the hero, the girl told him to forgive her insolence earlier that day, to forget everything she'd said, and to come to her whenever he needed money, as always. The protagonist looked at her silently. Grinning, Serenade said, well, goodbye. She was very glad to see him again. The view of the city opened up. The carriage passed through the streets, and the thought occurred to him that, one way or another, he had secured the means and craftsmen to carry out his plan. The tower came into view, and Ash mused that since Winter Silver was the largest guild in the Empire, they could be trusted. A building in magic stones appeared, and he added that his plan to turn Crossroad into a tourist destination shouldn't be a problem now, nor should the supply of magic stones. However, another unexpected problem arose. Sitting in the carriage, the hero thought that, as always, it was the people who caused the problems. A view of the fortress opened up, and he added that he hadn't even considered such a thing in Crossroad. He had started from scratch there. The protagonist stood before people, and it was said that this is why he built all his relationships, connections, and reputation himself. They were his connections, not the prince's. Images of people appeared, and the thought arose that in the capital of New Terra, everything boils down to Ash's past. The emperor, the princes, the chamberlain, and the servants, even the bride he met today, all of it was a network of relationships built by the real Ash. Does he have the right to change anything? The girl began to cry and asked why he wouldn't even look at her. Looking straight at her, the hero realized it wasn't just about Serenade. He was now in the capital and would constantly have to deal with the consequences of communications, which meant he had to clearly define his position. The protagonist clenched his fist and added that he either didn't interfere at all or accepted everything connected to Ash as part of himself. Until now, he had considered Ash someone else, a third-party character whose existence he temporarily substituted for. The carriage moved forward, and the thought occurred to him that he could truly accept this life as his own, whether he had the resolve to do so. Suddenly, the carriage braked. Ash looked at her in amazement, and asked what the hell was going on. The carriage had broken down. Suddenly, a man reached forward. Someone grabbed the hero by the clothes. The servant lifted the protagonist up, to which he shouted, "What the hell?" She tossed him aside. Ash frowned, shouting what the hell she wanted. The man's eyes lit up. Looking down, the maid said he was a pathetic nobody. Sitting on the ground, the hero asked again, then wondered what this was all about. The coffin fell beside her, and the girl said that she had only tolerated him out of respect for Miss Serenade, who was in love with him, but she wouldn't anymore. Because of him, their guild suffered nothing but losses, and worst of all, he was hurting her mistress to repay the late head of the merchant guild for everything he had done for her. The protagonist shuddered, hearing the words. For the sake of her mistress's happy future. Wide-eyed, the maid said he must die here and now. Ash looked at her in amazement, and thought she wasn't joking. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that he was going to kill a member of the imperial family. She was completely out of her mind, and this was even being decided. The hero entered the room, immediately realizing Elizabeth was an SSR character. He didn't know how strong she was, but she was clearly powerful. Holding his weapon, the protagonist considered fighting back. Memories flashed back, revealing he'd fought a ton of monsters, completed a dungeon under a lake, and survived a veritable slaughter. In theory, a hero who'd lived a carefree life in the capital shouldn't pose a problem. Chains flew around the girl, and she said, "The first coffin activation." A glow suddenly appeared from the coffin. The protagonist looked in surprise and thought, "Wow." The girl stood still, and it occurred to him that this was Elizabeth, the Undertaker swordsman, one of the most powerful melee characters in Empire defense, a true monster. A character appeared, and it was said that Elizabeth, the Undertaker swordsman, was a swordsman. Because her in-game icon was wearing a hat, he didn't recognize her at all. Serenade stared straight ahead, and Ash thought, "Lucas, that bastard, how could he have missed such a detail?" The real disaster wasn't the bride, but her bodyguard. A weapon began to appear in the maid's hands. Closing her eyes, she promised he wouldn't feel pain. Extending her sword forward, Elizabeth said this was the last thing she could do out of respect for her mistress's betrothed. Frowning, the hero wondered where this painless death would be. Glowing particles appeared in the air. The weapons rushed forward. The girl ran swiftly toward the hero. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought she was strong. Blue beams rushed toward her. Elizabeth swung her weapon sharply, and the thought occurred to him that this woman was incredibly strong. Looking straight ahead, she said that after returning from the monster front, he had grown stronger. Extending her hand to the side, Elizabeth added that it was time for her to show all she could do. The protagonist's eyes widened and he shouted that no, he had enough already, maybe they should stop there. Looking straight ahead, the girl said, "First coffin, extraction, sword number 3. Suddenly, the coffin opened. Elizabeth rushed forward, swinging her weapon. Dodging a blow, Ash screamed. Turning, he told her to wait. If she killed him, heads would roll, and her mistress would be first. At least she understood that. Standing still, the girl replied, "Elise." To which he asked again, and the maid added, "Not Elizabeth, but Eliza." He shouldn't call her that, the hero thought. What the hell difference does it make? It's both her full name and an abbreviation. Standing before the hero, the girl explained that when she was accepted into the Winter Silver Guild, she renounced the name of a bloodthirsty killer, instead taking up the name her mistress had given her. The hero frowned, hearing that she would die by her name. Looking straight at him, Elizabeth said that after killing him, she would commit suicide right there, to which he asked again. Standing still, the maid said that the official version was that they would die at the hands of bandits on the way in the carriage. He shouldn't worry, she had already skillfully planted evidence, to which the protagonist thought he was preoccupied with something else entirely. Stepping forward, she added that no matter how you look at it, only his disappearance would change her mistress's life, so. Rushing forward, Elizabeth said that they would die together for her. Frowning, Ash shouted that she really thought the imperial family was so stupid. Dodging her blows, he added that his disappearance today would not go unnoticed, and the entire guild would be held accountable for what happened. Suddenly, the hero stumbled. The girl's eyes widened. The blades rushed forward. The protagonist clenched his teeth. The blades shattered the blue beams. They landed right next to the hero. Cracks appeared in the wall. Jumping up, Elizabeth said, "First coffin, extraction, sword number 8, sword number 11. A glow appeared from the coffin. The girl swung her weapon. Ash glared at her and said, "Damn her," but then thought about how she was attacking nonstop, not giving him a second to rest. Stretching his hand forward, he asked what to do. Smiling, the hero thought he'd love to recruit one, but first he needed to somehow neutralize her. The character stood still, and it was said that his only advantage was a thorough knowledge of her skills and attack patterns. A glow appeared from the coffin. The girl's eyes lit up, and she said, "Sword number 1, that's the end." The protagonist clenched his teeth. Holding the weapon in his hands, he thought his magical blades were destroyed. Reaching into his inventory, Ash said. Then, the hero raised his fist and shouted that there was only one way out, then considered the possibility that the randomized weapons were his last weapon, dealing random damage. The girl's gaze froze, and it was stated that Elizabeth had a special skill, identification, which allowed her to instantly determine the properties of objects. The girl glanced at the gloves, and the protagonist thought she would immediately understand that his gloves were a high-quality weapon, so she would definitely do it. Elizabeth dodged the blow, and he added that he would try to dodge. Ash smirked and thought that she couldn't possibly know what kind of weapon it was or what properties it contained, so he was sure she would dodge. The hero punched the wall, thinking that this was a feint, and that he would hit here. The wall of the abandoned building cracked from her attacks. A jackpot counter appeared. Suddenly, the wall collapsed. Elizabeth's eyes widened in fear. She began to run away from the falling stones. Looking to the side, the protagonist shouted to hold still, just for a second. Suddenly, the girl froze. Debris fell. Ash stood before her. Closing her eyes, Elizabeth told him to kill her. The weapon lay on the ground, and he heard her plead for mercy on her poor mistress. She had planned this attack herself, asking for mercy on Lady Serenade. Frowning, the hero asked if she truly thought she could earn forgiveness with words alone. The maid looked surprised to hear that her actions, driven by emotion, could have cost not only her life but the entire Winter Silver Guild, along with its leader. She had been so confident in her own strength that she hadn't considered the consequences of defeat. Lowering her head, she replied that the late guild leader had been right. A view of the sky opened up, and he could hear what he always said: she was stupid, hot-tempered, and that one day this would inevitably lead to trouble. He said that since she had crossed over to the light side, she should control herself and live peacefully. Closing her eyes, Elizabeth said that in the end, she had only ruined everything, and he should forgive her. She was very sorry. They looked away in surprise, hearing what he had found. Here, people were rapidly moving forward. They stopped near the rubble. The man took a step forward and addressed him. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought about that calm, gentle voice. Standing before him, The boy said that he seemed quite understandable in asking them to sit quietly in his palace, that he had forgotten himself in the city in the middle of the night, and that he had run off his feet here looking for him. Ash's eyes widened and he turned to his brother. Fernandez smiled and said that to him, he was an older brother, and that he should remember to add B to his name. Looking away, he said, "By the way." They looked at the boy, wondering what was going on. Debris lay on the ground, and it sounded like they'd engaged in a duel to the death. Elizabeth closed her eyes, hearing that this girl seemed to be the assistant to the head of the Winter Silver Merchant Guild. Looking down, Fernandez asked her why she dared raise a sword against a member of the imperial family. The Winter Silvers would answer for this, perhaps even a rebellion. Frowning, the hero considered saying something, coming up with a suitable excuse to get out of this. Placing a hand on the girl's shoulder, he retorted that it wasn't like that. Smiling, the protagonist added that it was just a couple of slaps from a beauty to whom he made an indecent proposal. Gritting her teeth, the girl cried out. Looking at her, Ash said that if he didn't want to see Serenade's head on a silver platter, she should play along. Fernandez lowered his gaze, hearing her tell him to listen. He couldn't be sad at all. Looking straight at her, Ash said that lovers quarrel only to make up, and they'd sort things out with her themselves. He, with his frightening expression, only ruined the atmosphere. Smiling, he added that he should just say it. She wasn't upset anymore. His brother was so wonderful. Wide-eyed, the hero whispered, "Smile or die." The girl forced a smile. Looking at them, the boy paused thoughtfully. The protagonist stuck out his tongue, wondering if it was because Ash was a notorious womanizer. He easily played the villain harassing his fiancées, made without a shred of remorse. His weapon lay on the ground, and he added that while Fernandez considered threatening a member of the imperial family with a sword a serious offense, he wouldn't openly interfere with his brother's amorous pursuits. The young man crossed his arms and muttered, "Well, how could he resist the younger one's charm? Fine, if he said so, he wouldn't interfere. He was already in it." Looking straight at her, he added, "But let him do it quietly next time." The protagonist stared at him silently. As they left, his brother told him to get himself together and come to him, wait in the carriage, and take him to the palace. Ash looked away, hearing the question. Why? After all, she tried to kill him, to which he replied, "Yes, he knew." Looking at him, Elizabeth asked why he was helping her then, since she might take the chance to try to kill him again, to which the protagonist replied that he knew. Smiling, he added that he would say so, as an investment in future trust. The girl asked again, and the protagonist replied, "No matter how vile he'd behaved in the past." The maid froze in bewilderment, hearing that he sincerely didn't want to continue hurting her mistress. Ash grinned slightly and said he wasn't sure how best to act without bringing her to tears. Standing next to the girl, he added that he knew her death would definitely provoke them. They would consider today's assassination attempt a falsehood. The carriage pulled up to the building. Looking at the documents, the brother told him to have no further contact with the Winter Silver Merchant Guild and to avoid meeting with his sister-in-law or her maid. They would break off their engagement in a few days, and further contact was unacceptable. Sitting before him, the hero asked again, to which Fernandez replied that he was so surprised. Had he forgotten? They had discussed everything long ago. The protagonist frowned, hearing that they needed the resources of this merchant guild to develop the country's road infrastructure. A view of the map opened up, and it sounded like these guys were seriously using their extensive trade network to build roads across the country. He thought that was it. They'd taken on the entire project's organization and covered half the costs. Closing his eyes, the guy muttered that they were so happy to be related to the emperor. Pathetic idiots. Sitting on the sofa, his brother added that he hadn't really thought he'd be married to a commoner merchant's daughter. Even though he was the black sheep of the family, his father would never marry him off to a low-class girl. Looking at him, Ash heard the family who had bought their noble title with money. As the carriage moved forward, he heard that they'd merely used his name to establish the empire's transportation network. But now that the project was almost complete, the engagement was no longer meaningful. The hero watched his brother closely, hearing how they'd accomplished their task, and now the imperial family would slowly absorb them. The girl cried, and the protagonist thought, so that's how it was. The emperor had planned to use the Winter Silver family all along, and then discard them, which was why Serenade had become so emotional. A carriage appeared, and he heard a murmur of amusement from the merchants. Even if he'd bought a title and achieved recognition from the imperial family, it wouldn't erase his shameful lineage. They'd give up everything for a drop of ever-black blood in their lineage. Fernandez closed his eyes and asked what good a drop would do. Looking straight ahead, he added that he should forgive him. Perhaps he didn't like hearing all this. Sitting before the hero, his brother said that after all, his mother was also a commoner. He thought he was embarrassed, but it wasn't intentional. He should forgive him. Ash held the photograph in his hands, and the thought occurred to him that the prince's mother had been a commoner. The view of the city streets opened up, and he heard a murmur of approval. Enough of this idle chatter, they'd discussed their plans. He'd already heard that a gala reception in honor of the victory would be held in a week, so until then, he should try to remain quiet and not make a scene. Taking off his monocle, the young man said that as soon as Lark returned from the Western Front, they would awaken his father. Smiling, he added that the four of them would finally hold a council of the guardians. The hero looked at him in bewilderment, wondering what they were waking him up to. Was he in hibernation? Was he, the council of guardians? What was he even saying? A carriage appeared, and Fernandez said he understood he had grievances. He commanded the southern front and had to defend against monsters. It was a heavy burden. He could understand his displeasure, but the guardians had never been easy. Sitting before the hero, the young man added that he should be patient a little longer, and that he would tell his father everything personally during the council. If he approved, he would allocate additional troops from the center and send them south. Fernandez smiled and said that all this was for the sake of protecting the empire from a terrible fate. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, thinking he'd heard those words somewhere before. Then his brother said that in order to resist this fate, he needed to. Looking at him, Ash heard that they had sworn to protect the empire by any means necessary, even if it meant sacrificing something. The four of them had sworn that oath that day. The hero froze, pondering this terrible fate, how they were resisting it, what the hell this all meant, what the hell the imperial family was up to. The carriage approached the arch, and he added, "What are they doing, standing in the very center of this world?" A view of the imperial palace opened up, and someone asked what he was looking for. The protagonist looked away and turned to Alberto. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said that he wanted him to answer his questions honestly until sunrise. Looking at him, the man replied that he could ask him anything, and Ash thought that when the skill wore off, he would surely realize he'd lost his memories. Frowning, he added that he had no choice but to ask directly about the prince's past. A view of the buildings opened up. The protagonist sat before the man and thought that, firstly, Alberto knew nothing about the Emperor's hibernation or the Guardian Council, perhaps because such matters were beyond his competence. Images of people appeared, and the protagonist added that perhaps also because the Emperor and the princes kept everything a strict secret, even from him. The woman clutched her head, and the thought occurred to the protagonist that Alberto knew the answers to other questions that troubled him, about Ash's mother, the second empress. An image of a man appeared, and the protagonist thought about the Winter Silver family as well. People held pinkies, and the thought of a promise between Ash and Serenade surfaced. The protagonist stood in the middle of the room. Looking at his reflection, he pondered how, even after listening to his own answers, he still didn't understand what kind of person he was, what kind of life he wanted to live, or what his choice was in this whole situation. The player character appeared, and Ash reflected that he'd studied the character's stats, listened to the opinions of others, but still didn't really understand anything. Stretching his hands forward, the protagonist thought he had 3 years to complete the game, and he didn't know what would happen to this body after the end. The protagonist's appearances appeared, and he added the question of whether the real Ash, who had lent him his, would return, or whether this body would simply die, losing its soul. The protagonist sighed and thought that he'd decided to keep things simple. Looking straight ahead, he added that he'd simply do what he wanted. A glow appeared before his hand, and the thought occurred to him that he wanted to protect people, to save everyone he could. Looking at his reflection, the protagonist thought that he would save him too. He looked at the prince, and thought that he would take over the life of the boy he had never been able to save in all 742 playthroughs of the game. Placing his hand against the mirror, the protagonist mused that as the commander of the monster front, and as the third prince of the empire, he would diligently survive in his skin and continue his fight. Frowning, he added that no matter the outcome, he would have nothing to complain about, since it was he who had lent him this body. Ash smirked slightly. The Merchant Guild building came into view. Sitting at the table, the girl asked what brought him to her. Looking at her, the hero heard that if he was referring to yesterday's events, it was already underway. She was selecting the best architects and forming a team from their guild to send to Crossroads, so he shouldn't worry. Elizabeth looked away. The protagonist grinned, looking at her. The bowls stood on the table, and Ash turned to the girl, to which she replied that she was listening. Smiling, the hero mentioned that a victory reception would be held at the palace in a week. He knew it sounded strange, but he couldn't dance. Serenade's eyes widened when he heard her ask if she could teach him. Holding the paper in her hand, she asked if he wanted her to hire a ballroom dancing instructor. Fine, she would immediately find the best specialist in the capital. Taking a step forward, the protagonist replied no, placing his hand on the table. Standing before the girl, Ash said he wanted her to teach him herself, to which she repeated. The maid looked at them, listening to him explain that he wanted her to teach her, and it would be great if she could also tell him how to behave at such receptions. Grinning, the hero asked if perhaps she was busy and he was asking too much. Serenade's gaze froze. The chair suddenly fell to the floor, and the girl shouted that she was not. She stood before the hero. Placing her hand on her chest, Serenade said that she wasn't that busy after all, she had plenty of free time. A view of the cemetery opened up. Reyna stared ahead silently. Looking at the tombstone, she said she never would have thought she would die in such a dump. Standing in the middle of the cemetery, the woman added that at least in the south, just as she wanted, there was no pool or luxury resort. The woman stood before the people, the thought dawning that her senseless death had been worth her efforts. Looking down, she considered the fact that she still couldn't understand her. The man took a step forward. Reina turned, hearing footsteps. Looking at the girl, she asked if she was Jupiter's granddaughter. Jupiter Jr. raised an eyebrow and replied that no, she was her daughter. The girl sat down by the grave, listening to him explain that yes, that meant the girl she had taken in back then, a survivor of the kingdom, remembered her. Reina extended her hand forward. Jupiter Jr. looked at her in confusion. Flowers lay near the grave. She heard a voice say whether she remembered or not, what did it matter? Looking at the woman, the mage said that she had already forgiven her mother, and had no feelings left for her former boss. Reina narrowed her eyes and replied that she was a mage, and a very capable one, but she was dying. Standing behind the girl, she added that if she didn't stop using magic right now, she would fade away in the blink of an eye, to which Jupiter Jr. replied that it was none of her business. Stamping her foot, the woman said that was true, absolutely none of her business. As she left, she asked if her mother would be sad if she died, right? The mage replied that that didn't concern her either. Smiling, the commander said that of course, it was just a shame. It seemed she really had some talent. Suddenly, she stopped. The woman turned and addressed the mage. Looking straight at her, she asked how she died. Jupiter Jr. looked at her silently. Memories surfaced in her mind, and the girl replied that she did, as a mage should. Reina narrowed her eyes and replied that I understand, then good. She began to leave silently. A view of the alchemist's workshop opened up, and they heard her say she knew Mistress Lily was there. Standing by the window, the elf asked if she could at least listen to him once. He was leaving Crossroads, on a mission for His Highness Prince Ash. Looking down, he added that it was quite dangerous and he might not be able to return. He wasn't asking her to trust him again, nor was he asking for forgiveness. Lily froze, hearing that he simply wanted to say he was sorry. Looking at him, the elves heard him leave on a mission with his squad. Even if he didn't return, he wanted her to at least hear his apology. A window appeared in the room. Godhun raised his eyebrows and said, "All right, he'll go." The gates slowly opened. The elves were leaving the fortress. Lily glanced away. The landlord's mansion opened up. Evangeline sighed, her eyes wide. Looking at the documents, Lucas asked her why she was so sleepy. She'd immediately relaxed since Milord left. Lying on the sofa, the girl replied that he should leave her alone. She wasn't in the mood. Turning her head, she added that after Milord's departure, all the squad members had scattered to their own affairs, each in their own direction. The ordinary soldiers were walking around as if they'd lost their nerve. The Legion flag appeared, and it was heard that the Twilight Legion had officially been disbanded. Evangeline clenched her teeth, and she mentioned that even those haughty assistants from the capital, it was sickening, considered their town some kind of backwater and acted as if they should bow at their feet for their help. Lucas smirked and asked if she'd fled that backwater to the capital herself, hadn't she? Frowning, the girl shouted that it was a bad thing, but it wasn't for him to criticize her. Crossing her arms, she added that she meant that only the villagers had the right to criticize it, to which the boy replied that was logical. He lowered his gaze, listening to Evangeline's chatter with a smile, but his thoughts were elsewhere. They looked at each other, and the thought occurred to him that conflicts were already brewing between the Crossroad garrison and the reinforcements sent from the capital. A heroic image appeared, and Lucas mused that with the commander gone, no one could resolve the matter. The woman smirked, and the boy added that Reina was sniffing around, while the rest of her squad was annoying the locals, and the tension between the two sides showed no sign of abating. The girl sighed and remarked that without Milord Crossroad, it was as if he was frozen. Looking down, she asked, "I bet he'll return." Lucas silently stared at the documents. The view of the palace opened up, and a voice said, "Of course he'll be back." What kind of question was that? The temple's backyard appeared. Lowering her head, the girl wondered how she'd gotten to this point. Holding a cigar, she added that she'd woken up one day with alcohol in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Her memories appeared, and Margaret reflected on how, even when things were hard, she'd held on. She and the elf were kneeling, and the thought crossed her mind that now her espionage had been discovered, as if she'd wanted to do it. The hero glared at her, and the girl thought the prince had her pinned to the wall. The people's eyes widened, and she added that the locals were now glaring at her. A cross appeared, and the thought crossed her mind that surely someone from the central temple would arrive to give her a dressing down. Looking straight ahead, Margaret reflected on how she was simply a citizen of the Empire, wanting only to help with minor ailments with magic and hear words of gratitude. Holding the box in her hands, she muttered that everything was going wrong. The saint sighed heavily and asked where her life was heading. Holding out a cigar, the man asked if it was a difficult time, and then offered to light it, to which Margaret thanked her and asked who she was. Reina smirked, looking at her. Looking down, the woman said she was from the center. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that she guessed why she had come. Holding out her hand, Reina said they would finish this quickly and quietly. The saint's gaze froze. Suddenly, she broke into a run. Watching her, the woman said she didn't like such assignments, but for some reason, she was always the one assigned to them. Suddenly, Reina fired. The beam flew toward the girl. A projectile erupted from the pistol. The saint's eyes widened in fear. The woman cried out in confusion. Smoke was billowing from the pistol. Aiming the weapon, Damien said. Here. Raising her hand, Reina asked where she was going. Suddenly, projectiles rushed forward. Damien began firing at them. Bullets pierced them. Wide-eyed, the woman asked where such sniper skills came from. She'd spent her entire life on the battlefield, but this was the first time she'd seen anything like this. The young man frowned, hearing that he'd shot the magical core of the spell, causing it to dissipate. That was beyond human capabilities. The boy's eyes lit up, and the woman asked what he was seeing with those eyes. Stretching her arms out to the sides, Reina shouted, "Well, let's see if he can handle this spell, too." She looked away, hearing the scream, and then muttered that she'd taken too long. The particles in the air began to fade. Lucas looked at her. Frowning, the knight shouted at her for what she was doing. Raising her hands, the commander replied that it was nothing, just a minor skirmish. Gritting her teeth, the boy said that she was there as the commander of the city's defense reinforcements, and should not dare to overstep her authority. Closing her eyes, Reina replied that she would do as she said, promising to be more quiet next time. Looking away, she said goodbye to them. Looking at her, Damien heard her tell him to take cover if he wanted to live. Jupiter Jr. looked at the woman, her gaze filled with anger. The woman locked eyes with her. Looking at her, Lucas muttered, "What a pain in the ass." As Reina left, he began to think that he'd suspected, but never imagined, that she would act so openly. He wondered if that was all she wanted, or if Reina had other things to do. Falling to the ground, the boy said it was heavy. Clutching her head, Margaret screamed that she didn't want to die. Lucas put his hand to his face and sighed. A view of the sky opened up, and he thought, "I wish my lord would come back soon." The Winter Silver Merchant Guild building opened up. The doors to the building opened. Grinning, the girl asked why she hadn't kept him waiting. The hero's eyes widened in amazement. Standing before her, the protagonist replied that not at all, but he really didn't know how to dance at all, to which Serenade asked if he was serious. Looking down, Ash said he understood that he'd lost some of his skills in the war, and since he'd have to dance at an official reception, he'd like to brush up on everything, starting from the basics. Touching his hand, Serenade said she understood, then he should offer it to her first. Smiling, she added, "Well, that's it then, let's get started." To which the hero responded approvingly. The protagonist stepped on her foot, and the thought occurred to him that the atmosphere wasn't destined to be romantic. He was the only one left, and romance was the only one. He'd stepped on her foot for the 4th time. The girl closed her eyes in pain and asked if he was doing it on purpose, if he was mocking her because he didn't like her, to which the protagonist replied that he absolutely didn't, that he had no such perverted hobbies. Taking her hand, he added that he was truly sorry, that he seemed like a complete block of wood, to which Serenade replied that it reminded her of their engagement day. It had been 10 years since then, and he hadn't danced well even then. Ash then asked if he'd stepped on her feet even then. Putting her hand to her face, the girl muttered that if only he could stand on his feet. He tripped over the hem of her dress, and they collapsed to the floor together. It was painful and terribly embarrassing, but then Serenade looked at the hero with a smile, and a phrase flashed by about it being the happiest moment of her life. Holding the hero's hand, she said, well, the pain was gone, they could continue. This time she would teach him properly from the very beginning, and tell him to place his right hand on her waist. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, hearing that they would now learn the steps. She would guide him until he got the hang of it. Standing before him, Serenade told him to relax, not to be nervous, and slowly step forward, left foot forward, to the right, so good. A bright light shone through the window, and he could hear the sound of his right leg back, his left leg out, and his foot together. He was doing well. The thought occurred to the protagonist that after their morning practice, they had changed into dry clothes and returned to their lessons. The girl set the rhythm of the dance, and the protagonist wondered if the tension had eased or if his body had warmed up, but he never stepped on Serenade's foot again. Serenade smiled and said he was catching on quickly. With a little practice, he would shine at the official reception. Looking at her, the protagonist turned to her, to which she responded in kind. The girl's leg trembled when she heard that her family would soon be exterminated. Serenade's eyes widened, and she asked again. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he had said exactly what he had said. Her family would soon be wiped off the face of the earth, so she should keep dancing. They were being watched. The man watched from the balcony. Stepping forward, Ash explained that the dance lesson had been just a pretext. In fact, he had come to tell her this. The thought occurred to him that he had told Serenade everything he had learned from Alberto. Their family were merchants who had bought their title with money. An image of a man appeared, and the hero thought that the emperor planned to use them and then dispose of them. The emperor extended his hand, and the protagonist reflected on the fact that immediately after the road reconstruction project was completed, the engagement with Serenade would be dissolved, and the merchant guild would be absorbed by the imperial family, and that moment was already near. Looking at the girl, Ash asked why she hadn't sensed the impending disaster. Looking down, the bride replied that she'd considered the possibility of their engagement being broken, but only to destroy their entire lineage. The guild flag blazed, suggesting that the emperor was planning to completely absorb the Winter Silver Merchant Guild, leaving no one alive in the process. The destruction of their lineage was only a matter of time. Standing before the girl, the hero explained that he was here to save her, her family, and their guild. Lucas stood before the character, and the protagonist reflected that in the game, this guild had no dealings with Crossroad, most likely because they had already been absorbed by then and were involved in other imperial affairs. But he wouldn't let that happen. Holding the girl's hand, Ash thought that he must preserve their family and make it a reliable ally of Crossroad. If successful, it would be a great advantage in his strategy. The hero looked at his reflection, reflecting on the fact that, most importantly, he had decided to live like Ash, and that meant saving Serenade, Ash's fiancée, was his duty. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that in a few days he would meet with his father and brothers for a council. Images of people appeared, and the thought entered the hero's mind. At the Council of Guardians, he could speak with the Emperor and the princes and finally understand what they were really hiding. If he learned their true intentions, he could develop a plan to save Winter Silver. Dancing with the girl, Ash said that for this, he needed to prepare. He wanted her to tell him what exactly her guild was selling. The scroll lay on the table, and he asked if there was any information among other goods. It was the most expensive and dangerous commodity, and it could become their weapon. Looking down, Serenade replied that she'd forgive him, but their trading guild had always traded only material goods, to which the hero remarked that it was high time they added a new valuable commodity to the list. Standing before her, the protagonist added that he would be coming to her for dance lessons until the reception day, and that she should spend the following week reorganizing the trading guild structure so that it could trade information as a commodity. A map opened up, and Ash pondered how, while it sounded like a colossal undertaking, it was much simpler. Simply establishing a fast and secure transmission of information would be a simple matter. For Winter Silver, who were involved in road construction throughout the country and had an extensive trading network, this wouldn't be difficult. Bowing, the girl said she'd had a wonderful time, to which the hero reciprocated, then thought that this was the end of today's dance lesson. A bright light shone through the window, and a voice said, "Well, that's all for today, it's time for him to go." Serenade raised her eyebrows and said that, frankly, she thought he disliked her and their merchant guild. She was certainly happy he did so much for them, but there must be a reason he changed his mind. Grinning, the hero asked if there really needed to be a reason. They were engaged, right? Looking down, Serenade replied that she was just a girl from a simple merchant family. He didn't despise her. The girl's eyes widened when he heard her say that he never, not even once. The protagonist sat before the man, and the thought occurred to him that, from Crossroad's perspective, she would always be a desirable partner. Alberto had also said that Serenade was the prince's first love. There was no room for such saccharine moments in his life, so he had no idea how he should feel. The girl lowered her gaze, and Ash mused that he had no reason to hate her. He simply hoped they would become good partners, both in trade and in ballroom dancing. A view of the building opened up, and a voice said, "See you tomorrow, let him apply foot ointment and rest." The hero and the girl danced, and the thought occurred to him that from that day on, he had come to Serenade every day to learn ballroom dancing and the rules of etiquette. The protagonist glanced away, thinking about how he felt someone was watching him. Looking out the window, he added that Fernandez hadn't interfered since that conversation. The capital's western gates opened. Knights advanced, and someone shouted that His Highness First Prince Lark, Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army, was returning victorious. Looking down, Ash reflected on the fact that the entire military might of the Empire, the invincible Knight Lark, was concentrated in the hands of this man commanding the Western Front. The first prince turned his head. Watching him, the hero asked what was wrong with his older brother, what troubles he was having, why he looked so gloomy, to which Alberto replied that he was always like this, rarely had a different expression. Lark frowned. The protagonist flinched and thought he'd been looking right at him. Suddenly, the knight jumped from his horse. The people watched him in amazement. The first prince landed in front of the hero. He glared angrily and turned around, to which Ash shouted, "Why is he acting like this? Is he coming here or something? Has he somehow offended him?" Closing his eyes, the servant replied that it was just that. The hero stared at the prince in amazement. Wide-eyed, the protagonist thought he didn't know what was wrong, but it seemed he owed him an apology. Suddenly, he rose up. Lark lifted him up with his hands. Smiling, he asked how he was doing. Looking at the hero, Alberto remarked that the emperor was always busy with business, so His Highness Lark had looked after him since childhood and was very attached to him. The protagonist thought that after their previous conversation, Alberto had learned to discreetly slip him the right information. Lifting the hero up, the prince said he was still as sweet as ever and how much he'd missed him, to which Ash thought, "People are looking, it's shameful." Putting the hero down, the knight said he'd heard the news that things were tough on the southern front and that he was sorry he couldn't come to his aid. The hero cried out in pain, and the prince said, "Well, at least let him hug you." Looking at them, Alberto remarked that they were expected at the palace. Lark nodded, hearing that His Majesty the Emperor was summoning them both. Frowning, the protagonist thought it was finally time for the Council of Guardians. The doors to the Emperor's office appeared. The road to the main palace opened up. Looking straight ahead, Ash listened to reports on the southern front. He'd heard the monsters were quite rampant there. Smiling, the prince asked if he needed anything, maybe money or something, to which the hero wondered what kind of scene this was, an uncle with his little nephew. Looking away, Fernandez said he'd returned and must be tired after such a long journey. Stretching his arms out to his sides, Lark told him to come here. He hugged his brother tightly, and said it was so nice to have the whole family together. Stepping forward, the prince asked how his father was, to which they replied that he'd only just woken up from sleep, and the knight added that he was probably in a bad mood. He hadn't been in a good mood lately. Looking at his brother, the prince asked why he had arbitrarily declared victory. He knew the situation on the Western Front, and they hadn't captured the Duchess yet. Looking at him, Fernandez replied that there was a good reason. The allied countries on the Northern Front were becoming uneasy. The hero looked away with interest, hearing that they had attacked the Duchy of Bringer, their longtime ally, and were worried they might be attacked too. According to intelligence reports, some countries were considering breaking the alliance and attacking them. The imperial flag appeared, and it sounded like he had to declare victory a bit prematurely, to avoid giving the allies any excuse for foolishness and to show they had no intention of attacking them. Looking at his brothers, the protagonist heard that all representatives of the allied nations had been invited to this victory celebration, to which he thought, "Okay, so that's what this celebratory reception is really about." Markers appeared on the map, and it was heard that although the Western Front was still unstable, the siege ring around the Duchy of Bringer had already closed. All that remained was to capture the Duchess, and the war would be over. Moving forward, Lark said that, in general, yes, but Fernandez interrupted him, saying that he should simply show up at the reception and put in a good word. After all, he was a symbol of their country's military might and authority, and his absence would be perceived too controversially. Taking the chain in his hand, he added that, especially since the Guardians were assembled again for the first time in a long time, he was sure. Holding the key in his hand, the young man said that it was time to hold the council of the Guardians. He inserted the key into the lock. A bright glow appeared before them. People were walking toward the light. The hero's eyes widened and he wondered what was going on. The Emperor sat before them. Draco placed his hand to his face and announced that they had arrived. The princes bowed and wished him good health. Bowing, the protagonist wished him good health. A chessboard appeared, and the Emperor said that if the situation on the northern front of the other gods, which he commanded, left much to be desired. Looking at his sons, he added that they should tell him how things were going on their three fronts, to which Lark responded approvingly. Closing his eyes, the knight said that the Western Dragonblood front was almost settled. They were about to destroy the Bringer Duchy and seize their Dragonblood. Lowering his head, the prince said that the Central Shadow front was waging a fierce struggle, but they were close to uncovering the true nature of the hostile forces and would soon dispose of their leader. The hero frowned, hearing that this was good, and finally, what about the Southern Monster front? Looking down, the protagonist mumbled. Stretching his hands forward, he asked what they were even talking about. Lark looked at him in surprise. Fernandez looked away, and the protagonist thought he'd been trying to restrain himself, but couldn't hold back any longer. It was time to speak frankly. Raising his hand, Ash explained that he'd suffered a serious head injury during a battle on the southern front and had lost the lion's share of his memories, so he couldn't even understand what they were talking about. A bright light shone through the window, and he heard a voice ask if he'd be so kind as to briefly explain to his poor youngest son what was going on, what these guardians were, and what they were doing here. The protagonist wondered if it meant the front of other gods. Looking straight ahead, the Emperor asked about the memory loss. The protagonist froze in bewilderment. Sitting before him, Draco said that it was okay, his memory would return in time. He was their guardian of the southern front, and it wouldn't be hard for him to explain the gist of it, to which Ash thought, "Well, that's okay." Frozen branches appeared, and he heard a voice ask if he remembered what color this tree had originally been. Looking straight ahead, the Emperor said it was black, their national emblem, and also the guardian tree of the ever-black empire, the eternally black thorn tree. Standing before it, the hero thought the name of this country derives from this tree. Touching a branch of the tree, the man said that the first emperor had brought it from the spirit world and planted it here as a magical beacon illuminating the empire's path. But 7 years ago, the tree had suddenly frozen over. They were horrified and immediately began to search for the cause. The emperor sat on his throne, and Draco said that although the tree was frozen, it still performed its functions. The man's gaze froze, and it seemed as if he had peered into the future, using it as a magical beacon, and had seen it. The emperor looked at the burning city, and a phrase flashed by, saying that this tree had only 10 years left to live, and with its destruction, the empire would fall. Looking at the emperor, the protagonist asked what he meant, to which Draco replied that yes, 7 years had passed since then, meaning the empire would fall in 3. Ash frowned, thinking that the number 3 was painfully familiar. The tree's branches appeared, and the emperor said that to prevent this fate, he had gathered all the remaining guardians in the empire. The tree told him that 4 catastrophes would ruin the empire's fate. The monster's eyes lit up, and it was heard that the first would come from the west. Their ally, the Bringer Duchy, possessing dragon blood, would launch a surprise attack on the empire and bring about its downfall. Lark closed his eyes, hearing that they had therefore decided to strike first, before they attacked, and that this front was called the Western Dragon Blood Front, where he had assigned the first prince. The people stood before the towers, and the emperor said that the second disaster would originate in the center. A secret enemy was at work in the very heart of the capital, destroying the empire from within. Fernandez lowered his gaze, hearing that this front was also called the Central Shadow Front. He had been fighting tirelessly for years to track down this hidden enemy. The third disaster would come from the north. The creature's eyes lit up, and it seemed that other gods, whom they had opposed in the past, had descended to earth from the spirit world to free their descendants. For their sake, they would destroy the empire. Raising his hand, Draco declared that this was the other gods' northern front. He personally fought against them, using this tree as a portal to the spirit world every day, suppressing them with sword and magic. A view of the kingdom opened up, and he added that a fourth threat was approaching from the south. From the ruins of an ancient kingdom beneath the lake, long since vanished, monsters from nightmares would rise and destroy the world. The prince held the flag in his hands, and Draco spoke of the monster's southern front. His youngest son, the youngest and most naive, had gone with the remnants of his troops this year, when the full-scale monster invasion began, to hold them back. The hero frowned, hearing that, admittedly, he had done surprisingly well so far, to which he replied that he was the Guardians. Sitting on the throne, Draco explained that he was talking about those who had the right to access this tree, those who peered into the future through the magical beacon and guarded the empire, the heirs of the ever-black imperial line. The boys looked at him, hearing that only 4 of them remained. As Draco sat on the throne, the thought occurred to him that this meant the emperor was playing an action RPG alone in the spirit world. Lark held his weapon in his hands, and the hero thought the elder was stuck in a real-time strategy simulator on the western front. Fernandez stood still, and the protagonist pondered the fact that the other was deeply immersed in a political quest, solving puzzles in the center of the capital. Ash extended his hand, wondering if the younger one had been sent to a classic defensive action game in the south. The game disc appeared, and the protagonist thought that a universal game called Empire Defense had 4 subgenres. Brilliant. Looking at the protagonist, the emperor asked, "Well, now he's starting to understand what's going on." To which the protagonist replied that he had a question. Frowning, Ash asked why he treated the southern monster front as the least important. Yes, the other 3 fronts were certainly important, but the fate of only one empire was at stake, and a breakthrough on the southern front threatened the entire world, didn't it? The man laughed and replied, "Well, wow, he seemed to have lost his memory, but he was still saying the same thing. He'd asked the same thing 7 years ago." Looking at the prince, the hero heard why the southern front, despite fighting for a higher goal, was ranked last in priority. He thought the real Ash had asked the same question. Looking down, the emperor said the answer was simple. They were the guardians of the empire. The protagonist looked up, hearing him say that, as he had said, the monster invasion was a great threat, but it wouldn't lead to the immediate collapse of the empire, so it could be postponed. He thought he was crazy. The monster's eyes lit up, and the emperor explained that the monsters weren't targeting the empire directly. They wanted to destroy the entire world. Draco then added that the other 3 threats were aimed specifically at them, 3 swords aimed directly at the Everblack's throats. He wasn't a guardian of the world, he was a guardian of the empire. Looking down, the man asked if it wasn't obvious that he should first eliminate the blades closest to his neck. A battle diagram appeared, and the hero reflected that the emperor's logic was crystal clear. Even if he died and the southern front collapsed, they were prepared to use other countries and peoples as a shield to hold out. This would give them time to eliminate the 3 remaining threats directly threatening the empire, and then, having gathered all their forces, crush the monsters completely. Such was the logic of the so-called guardians. The protagonist froze and thought how rational it was. Corpses lay on the ground, and the idea arose that they should protect the empire and use everyone else as expendable material. Even if the entire world fell, the empire must survive. A symbol appeared, and Ash thought that the system itself, the very concept called empire, was above all else. Everything was simple and clear, right? Pursing his lips, the hero pondered this. But how could he accept this, the rationality and principles of the empire? A cemetery appeared, and he added that he was the youngest prince, the commander of the southern front. He was the one who made the decision to protect the people. How could he accept it? Standing next to the boys, the protagonist heard him say they shouldn't despair. He'd already spoken with Fernandez. Ash's eyes widened in surprise when he heard him update him on the situation, so he shouldn't worry. He'd send reinforcements south. Looking at the hero, the emperor said he'd hoped he'd finally matured after enduring the hardships of the brutal battle, and he'd done it. He'd held off the monsters so far, which was commendable. Smiling, Draco added that it was a shame he'd lost his memories, but in truth, he'd become a much more useful guardian than before, so he was happy. The hero looked up, hearing that reinforcements would be sent in abundance, but in exchange, he was obliged to obey him and his brothers. Leaning back in his throne, the man said he was exhausted today and believed they were each handling their respective fronts, meaning he was returning to the spirit world. Ice formed around his hand, and he asked what they'd said, that a victory celebration would soon take place, and that he would rest until it began. They'd see each other soon. Closing their eyes, the boys wished them peaceful dreams. Smiling, the emperor said that although these dreams contained only darkness and nightmares, they were not alone. The doors to the room began to close. People stood in the hallway. Holding an envelope in his hands, Fernandez announced that his future bride had been chosen. Handing over the paper, he added that this time the girl was of the most noble birth, a princess of the Kingdom of Arian. As he knew, the Kingdom of Arian was the largest of the allied northern states. The kingdom's coat of arms appeared, and the hero thought that this marriage was part of a plan to strengthen the alliance on the northern front between the Kingdom of Arian and the Everblack Empire. Considering that his current engagement was unnecessary, he was considered a suitable candidate for a new one, and negotiations began. Holding the paper in his hand, the protagonist asked what if he didn't want it, what if he rejected this marriage and stated that he wished to maintain his engagement to the Winter Silvers. The horses trotted forward, and a voice said that, of course, that was out of the question. The kingdom's princess was already on her way to the capital. The girl sat in the carriage, and the boy said that in order to attend the victory reception, he remembered what his father had said: he must obey. The hero looked at his brother, hearing that he should stop rebelling if he truly felt responsible as the prince of the Everblack Empire, and as a guardian. Looking directly at him, Fernandez said that he should stop hesitating over some marriage of convenience. The protagonist frowned, hearing that if he agreed, he would receive a detachment of the finest soldiers to protect Crossroad. Embracing them, Lark shouted for them to come here and embrace as a sign of unity. Ash closed his eyes and said, "Okay, fine, I'll break off my engagement with Winter Silver and meet the princess of the Aryan Kingdom." The palace opened up, and the protagonist thought it was a story from his younger days, the annex where the Empress and the third prince lived. The children were sitting outside, and the protagonist added that Countess Winter Silver and her daughter had paid another visit. Sitting on the ground, Serenade heard something wrong. Something had happened. Looking at her, the prince said she looked sad, and the thought occurred to him that no matter how much his sister begged him not to call her that, it was useless. His eyes widened. He added that she should tell him, he would help, to which Serenade replied that she had simply been called lowborn again. The countess and her daughter walked down the street. The girl looked down, hearing that these foolish merchants were always hanging out at the palace. The second empress was also a commoner. After all, they were perfectly suited to each other. The girl stood still, and the hero reflected on how Serenade had no friends at all. None of the children of aristocrats wanted to associate with the daughter of a merchant family, whose title was merely a name, and she had no friends among the commoners either. She looked down, and the thought occurred to him that even though the title had been bought with money, it was still a count's title. Commoners her age simply didn't dare associate with his daughter, so Serenade was stuck somewhere in the middle, between nobility and commoners. The prince stood still, and it was said that Ash had become her first true friend. Sitting on the ground, the girl said that the only one who would befriend her was Prince Ash, to which the boy replied that he was the same. She was also his first friend. People watched them, and the hero thought the third prince's situation was similar. In the vast imperial palace, everyone turned their noses up at her. After all, she was a former captive slave, even though she was the empress, and the treatment of her son was no better. An image of a woman appeared, and the thought arose that by birthright and the power of the family, it was obvious that the next emperor would be the son of the first empress. The first empress openly despised the second. In such a situation, no one wanted to get close to either the second empress or her son, no one except the Winter Silver family. The girl smiled. It was said that Countess Winter Silver was the only friend of the second empress, who vegetated in her annex in complete solitude. Frowning, the prince said he shouldn't be upset by the chatter of these fools. Only those with nothing else to be proud of cling to lineage or origin instead of considering ability. Extending his little finger, he added that he promised her he would create a world where she would never have to hear such words again. Serenade's eyes widened and she asked again, to which Ash replied that yes, a world where birth and origin didn't matter, a world for outcast children like them. Grinning, the boy said that where his mother wouldn't cry and no one would hurt her, he would definitely change everything. The girl looked at him in amazement, and the thought occurred to her that in that moment, Serenade felt with all her heart that she would love this boy forever. They clasped their little fingers. The children sat on the ground, and the hero pondered whether he would keep his promise or not. The bright spark that shone within him at that moment was enough to hold on to him for the rest of her life. Looking at his bright smile, she silently made a promise. The girl's gaze froze in place. Serenade lay in bed. Entering the room, the maid asked if she was awake, to which the girl wished her good morning. Serenade put on her slippers, and upon hearing the word, "Good morning," she brought her water to wash, to which she thanked her. The girl washed her face with water. Looking at her, Elizabeth asked if she was tired. She was already exhausted from all her work, and now she had to teach the prince to dance every day. Today, she had slept only 3 hours again, and she was worried about her health. Serenade smiled slightly. Looking away, she asked if she looked tired, to which the maid replied that no, on the contrary, she looked happy. Smiling, the girl said she didn't feel tired, on the contrary, she felt as if she could fly, and then wondered what difference it made how many hours she slept. The hero looked at her, and the thought occurred to him that Ash had come to her first and asked her to teach him how to dance. That insufferable prince who danced better than some of the regulars at the capital's receptions. The protagonist stepped on her foot, and she was told she didn't know why he was pretending he couldn't dance. But whatever the reason, she was fine with it. Serenade put her hand to her face and thought that she hadn't felt this happy in years. The Emperor extended his hand, and Ash mused that if he was right, the Winter Silver line was on the brink of extinction. Serenade followed his instructions and began to brace herself for the possible blow. Brushing her hair, she thought that now was not the time for carefree joy. Putting on her hairpin, she added that, frankly, for the chance to get closer to Ash, she was willing to pay any price. Grinning, Serenade thought that if she could just hold his hand and dance today, that would be enough. The doors to the room suddenly opened. As the maid entered, she turned to him, to which the girl asked what had happened, what was the matter. Her eyes widened in surprise hearing that the Count was having another fit. The view opened onto the Merchant Guild building. Entering the room, Serenade turned to her father. The man extended his hand upward. Taking his hand, she asked how he was. The girl's eyes widened upon hearing that she had received the imperial seed, that Prince Ash had bestowed his favor upon her. She pursed her lips, and her father asked why she wasn't answering. The girl lowered her gaze, hearing how much money had been invested in this union. The man glared and said she mustn't forget all the humiliations they'd endured as barons, humiliated for the title they'd bought, and even when they became counts, they were treated like commoners. His gaze froze and he added that no matter how many millions they earned, the stigma of their blood could never be erased. Looking down, Serenade heard him say there was only one way to rid herself of it, by mixing their blood with the noblest blood on the continent. Coins rained down, and the thought arose that both her grandfather and father, both obsessed with noble birth, were willing to do anything to rise above the rest. Money had become their chosen goal, the trading house flourished, and the family received the coveted title, but the contempt remained. The girl watched the prince, and the hero thought that even after securing an engagement with an imperial descendant, despite Prince Ash being of age, the wedding never took place. She sensed trouble. Sitting at the table, the man shouted that even if the marriage didn't take place, she needed to get at least a piece of their blood, just one drop. He glared angrily and added that she should beg the prince, at least his seed. The image of the hero appeared, and Serenade thought, but what was the point? The seed of the third prince, a scoundrel who would never be emperor anyway, given the broken engagement, what was the point at all? The man screamed furiously, and she added that the obsession with bloodline, passed down through generations, had long since crossed the line of reason. Imperial blood this, that, her father brought it up every day, and in the end, she had to go to Ash. The protagonist looked at the girl, and the thought occurred to him that he should demand payment for everything their family had done for him, to grant her his seed. Serenade bit her lip, and considered begging a man who wouldn't even look at her. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to disappear into thin air, and Ash's only response was a cold, disdainful look. Looking away, the hero muttered that in the end she, too, had turned out to be just like everyone else. The girl stood near the fence, and it was said that he had made a promise after all. When she, choking back tears, returned home, her mother, despite her husband's entreaties, was about to leave the mansion. Turning her head, the countess said that to force their daughter to submit to such humiliation, he was mad, really, wasn't his birth, but his heart, that truly despicable. The thought occurred to her that by throwing her daughter a word of apology, her mother had abandoned them forever. The man lay on the bed, and the girl reflected on how, after her mother's departure, her father had fallen ill, and the Winter Silver trading house had come under her control, but Prince Ash had never kept his promise. Her father's hands trembled, and he said that her mother simply didn't understand. Clutching his head, the man said that she was born into a noble aristocratic family, and that she couldn't understand the pain of those with the rotten blood of commoners. But she did understand. Serenade pursed her lips, hearing that she, with such base blood, should understand. To which the girl replied that she was leaving, let her rest. Standing outside the door, she heard that they must mix their blood with the Emperor's. Only then would they be freed from the curse. Serenade put her hand to her face. Lowering her head, she exclaimed. The hero was waiting for her in the training room. He smirked, and said she was early. People held hands with their little fingers. Looking at the protagonist, the girl thought that yes, she loved him, not because he was a prince, and not because his blood was noble. The children sat on the ground, and she added that it was because he shared her pain and because he accepted her scars. Serenade's eyes widened, wondering why she hadn't said this then. They stood before each other, and the thought occurred to her that she didn't need his blood or his seed, just a little space in his heart. Wiping away her tears, she said no, nothing, everything was fine. Extending her hand forward, the girl asked if they could dance. The sun shone through the window, and Serenade methodically recited the numbers. Looking approvingly at her husband, she remarked contentedly that he truly was a good dancer now, my dear husband. The protagonist silently gazed at his beloved. An image of the screaming hero appeared, and Prince Ash decisively declared that he would break off his engagement to Winter Silver and meet the princess of the kingdom of Arian, and the protagonist frankly thought he said this to avoid a direct confrontation. An image of the silhouettes of two girls appeared, and the protagonist mused that, rationally speaking, this was the right decision. After all, the heiress of a trading guild, about to be taken away, versus the princess of a powerful northern kingdom, It was somehow absurd to even compare. The flag fluttered in the wind, and the protagonist analytically added that this was especially true since Arian was the most combat-ready state in the north. He continued that by entering into a political marriage with them, it would be possible to attract their army to the monster front and gain support from the capital. Ash stared at his screen, cautiously pondering something, but something nagged at him. His gamer's instincts, honed by 742 playthroughs, told him something was off about this plot twist. Prince Ash, looking at the girl, asked how Serenade was progressing with the task he'd assigned her, and she began, interested, to tell him what she'd been about to tell him. The scrolls lay on the shelf, and the hero expertly stated that Serenade's reorganization of the trade guild to improve information exchange had been perfectly executed. The papers lay in stacks, and the hero impressively added that the information network stretched across the entire country, and data encryption methods had been developed. An image of a bird appeared, and the protagonist explained that messenger hawks were stationed at each location. The prince glanced ahead at the girl and, impressed, noted that this trading guild was far more prestigious than he'd imagined. He said, "Excellent. And then she should spend the next 3 days gathering the information he'd specified." He began, earnestly, stating that he needed the following first. The sun illuminated the house. Serenade, looking cautiously into the protagonist's eyes, anxiously asked if it was dangerous, as such information could be dangerous. The protagonist firmly replied that it was necessary for the survival of her family, to which the girl obediently agreed. Serenade, politely distancing herself from the protagonist, politely said that she'd enjoyed spending time with them, and Ash replied that he had too, thinking that everything now pointed to the end of the Winter Silvers, but his intuition told him to stay close to Serenade. An image of a blue-haired girl appeared, and the protagonist optimistically thought that he hoped she wasn't mistaken. Prince Ash looked ahead and thoughtfully encouraged her to try her best. Serenade. The sun illuminated the city, and the hero officially stated that the events took place on the eve of the victory celebration, in the capital of the new Terra Empire. The protagonist made finger signs and added wryly that, despite Alberto's tearful pleas that he stay in the small palace at least today and remain quiet, Prince Ash had acted differently. The man drank tea, and the hero remarked that he had shamelessly used the invisibility cloak without a second thought, regretfully thinking that too much depended on him to sit idly by. Prince Ash, observing the festive bustle, understandingly remarked that it was the eve of the celebration, so it was no wonder there was such a commotion. People were eating, and the protagonist nostalgically thought it would be great to bring the members of his squad here. Prince Ash, looking down with concern, warmly wondered how they were, and Eliza insistently said, "That's where he is." Prince Ash, looking at the unexpected guest in surprise, asked, puzzled, if it really was Eliza. The girl stared straight ahead, and the protagonist bluntly asked what was wrong with her face. Why shouldn't she smile, since it was a celebration, after all? He sensibly added that she should at least get rid of that coffin on her back, and then asked in bewilderment who was carrying a coffin at a celebration, seeing as how people shy away. Eliza, turning away from the protagonist, replied that it was her mistress's order. She was certain Prince Ash would be wandering the city alone again, and had ordered her to guard him. The prince, curious, asked if she had been expecting him. Eliza looked at the protagonist and frankly explained that she had been on duty near the palace when she suddenly sensed something unusual, followed him, and discovered it was him. Prince Ash, looking at the girl with a puzzled expression, noted with impress that she had tracked the invisibility cloak using her sense of smell, though even third-level detection magic couldn't quite catch it. It was a sense of smell worthy of SSR rank, an incredible sense. Eliza, walking beside the hero, matter-of-factly asked where he was headed, and she replied practically that he was going to her mistress. Where else could he go? He asked if she minded. The protagonist glanced at his friend, and she frankly admitted that, frankly, she didn't like it, but that milady would be glad to see him, as she had asked him to bring him to her if possible. She added that Serenade lacked directness. The sun shone on the stall, and the hero anxiously asked if everything was all right with the guild, whether they were feeling pressure from the imperial family or the appearance of spies. Eliza, looking at the hero with bewilderment, calmly replied that no, everything was fine. Eliza, turning her head anxiously to look at Ash, asked worriedly if something like that was really coming, and the hero wisely replied that who knows? In this world, nothing is certain. The palace windows were brightly lit, and the protagonist said that the imperial court had not yet touched Winter Silver. There had been no official letter of dissolution of the engagement, nor any attempt to seize the merchant guild. Prince Ash, crossing his arms optimistically, remarked that this meant there was still a chance, and if tomorrow's ball went smoothly, all was not lost for Winter Silver. He calculated that even if he broke off his engagement to Serenade and contacted the princess of the Aryan kingdom, he could still succeed. The girl's eyes widened. Eliza, instinctively sniffing the air, began to cautiously detect scents. The hero mockingly asked what she had smelled, a hound, and the heroine anxiously replied that she smelled something burning. Black smoke drifted across the sky, and the hero rationally assumed it was probably just meat being grilled on a counter somewhere. But Eliza anxiously protested that no, that wasn't it. Eliza, looking panicked into the distance, exclaimed that she smelled fire. The protagonist looked ahead, dumbfounded. Ash, desperately rushing forward, cried out in alarm that Madame Serenade was in danger. The fire was raging. The protagonist stood before the burning estate, and a firefighter shouted commandingly, "Hurry, we need more water!" The servant, desperately looking ahead, panicked, exclaimed, "No, madam." Eliza, looking at the man, worriedly asked where Lady Serenade was, and the man helplessly replied that he didn't know, no one had seen her. There was a thud on the ground. The girl snatched up the bucket. The heroine doused herself with water. Prince Ash, decisively stopping the girl's reckless behavior, categorically shouted at Eliza to stop and ask what she was doing. She bravely replied that it was obvious she was going to save her, and the protagonist countered that she was crazy, as she would burn alive if she went in there. Eliza, selflessly looking forward, devotedly declared that if the lady was still inside and couldn't escape, she was ready to burn with her. Eliza, heroically turning her eyes to the hero, solemnly added that even if it was the last thing she could do for the lady, she would do it without hesitation. Serenade, calmly emerging from the smoke, said with relief that there was no need, as she had escaped before the building burned completely. The girl looked at the heroes, and they joyfully exclaimed that it was Serenade. Prince Ash, relieved to see his wife, happily declared that it was his mistress. Serenade, approaching the heroes, sensibly suggested that they leave first. The building's nook was poorly lit. Prince Ash, leaning over the girl with concern, anxiously asked if Serenade was all right, and she replied with relief that she was, but there was one problem. Serenade, sadly pulling a book from under her cloak, sadly reported that the information he had ordered her to gather had all burned because she had been delayed saving people. An image of people lying on the ground appeared, and she repentantly confessed that she would forgive her dear husband, because her people had lost consciousness from smoke inhalation, and she couldn't leave them there. Prince Ash, looking at his wife understandingly, nobly assured her that it was all right, Serenade, she had done the right thing, as nothing was more important than human life. The girl looked at him hopefully. Standing matter-of-factly by the wall, Ash objectively stated that, instead of the burned papers, Serenade had given him everything she could remember. The already fragmentary information had become even more blurred, and the fragile connections between them had crumbled to dust. Prince Ash, looking optimistically at his beloved, practically remarked that this was sufficient, as precise information wasn't necessary, just enough to prepare. Serenade, lowering her head hesitantly, modestly asked if she'd been able to help him in the slightest, and the protagonist replied contentedly that, of course, Serenade had done a more than excellent job. The prince, handing over an important document, formally handed it over and told her to take it, and the girl curiously asked what it was. Serenade stared at the envelope in shock, and the protagonist explained it was an invitation to a victory ball, and puzzledly asked what it was. The building stood in darkness, and the heroine emotionally admitted that this was simply the first time he'd invited her to an important court event, and apologized. Serenade, regretfully turning away, sadly replied that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to go, and the protagonist, puzzled, asked why. The girl began to remove her hood. Serenade, bashfully showing her burnt hair, sheepishly retorted that she couldn't possibly show up to the ball like that. It was a world-class event, attended by the continent's most influential figures, and if the Winter Silver leader showed up like that, she'd only be making a fool of herself. Serenade, turning away indignantly, dejectedly added that, worse yet, she wouldn't dare appear before him like that. It would be better not to go at all. Prince Ash, placing a firm hand on her shoulder, categorically declared that he would only say one thing: he needed her tomorrow, and the heroine exclaimed, puzzled. The prince, looking seriously at his beloved, added that it was necessary to save her family and to determine the future course of the Southern Front, and firmly concluded that she absolutely must attend tomorrow's ball. The house was ablaze, and the hero logically explained that the fire had made everything clear, that the imperial court had already decided to destroy Winter Silver, whether because she had unearthed forbidden information or because the time had come to settle scores, and that to survive, Serenade needed to appear at tomorrow's ball, as the path to salvation always lay through death. The girl looked at the hero silently. Serenade, looking resolutely ahead, firmly promised that she would definitely come then, adding that even if she looked even worse, she would come, no matter what. The heroes stood in a small alley, and the protagonist consistently stated that after this, they had discussed at length what exactly needed to be done at tomorrow's ball. The heroes looked at the burned-out building. An arrow lay on the ground, and the hero said that the culprit was never caught, only a fragment of a fiery arrow served as evidence, and without a doubt, it was the work of an underground organization. Prince Ash turned his gaze to his beloved and gravely remarked that Serenade would have a hard time even reaching this ball. The prince, rushing to his bodyguard, formally asked if Eliza could protect her mistress. Eliza, looking at the hero categorically, firmly replied that she could, even at the cost of her life, and the protagonist wisely advised her to spare her life and use force. Serenade, turning to the protagonist, matter-of-factly noted that it was time for him to return to the small palace, adding orderly that she had already ordered the carriages to be prepared. The girl, looking ahead cautiously, prudently added that it was dangerous to remain here, so she would remain with Eliza at sea that night and prepare for the next day's ball. Prince Ash, looking trustingly at the heroine, seriously said that he was counting on her, and the girl cautiously replied that he shouldn't get his hopes up too high. The palace shone in the sun, and the hero announced that the next day, the morning of the victory celebration, had finally arrived. The sun shone into the palace, and the hero solemnly stated that the events had taken place in the Imperial Palace, in Ash's annex. The protagonist dressed and noted that, since dawn, under Alberto's watchful eye, he had been dressed up like a doll. Alberto, wiping away tears, joyfully exclaimed that His Highness had deigned to don a formal suit, in accordance with all standards, and that his unworthy servant Alberto could now die in peace. The prince dryly snapped at Alberto to stop being dramatic, as they had plenty to do. Prince Ash, looking dreamily ahead, thought he could take a selfie to show off to the boys, and wisely remarked that a well-groomed man could turn any scum into a gem. Prince Ash, turning his head busily, called over to Alberto, who asked if he was feeling any tightness. The prince, looking seriously at the hero, solemnly declared that he had something he wanted to ask, something he could only entrust to him, and that Alberto wouldn't refuse, really. The courtier looked at the hero. The hall was illuminated by the sun, and the hero ceremoniously announced that the events were now taking place in the Imperial Palace, in the state room, and stated that although the celebration began at 6 o'clock in the evening, it was already packed. The assembled guests looked into the distance, and the herald formally called out a greeting for His Highness Prince Ash, the Emperor's third son, Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Front. The musicians began to play. Prince Ash, leisurely looking at the crowd, wryly wondered if it was a thematic soundtrack for his entrance, just like those of wrestlers or baseball players. The aristocrat, looking disdainfully at the prince, whispered dismissively that the imperial family's greatest slacker had resurfaced, and that he'd lost several thousand soldiers in the very first battle on the Southern Front. He added condescendingly that he'd said blood decides, and that the prince was a mediocre man, even if he were half as talented as his older brother. The protagonist turned his gaze toward the speakers. The noblewoman, gazing admiringly at the celebrity, excitedly exclaimed that Prince Ash should just take a look at this place, and the young man analytically noted that the atmosphere here was one of utter volatility. The protagonist stared ahead, and the guest persistently asked if it was true that there were hordes of monsters out there, if he'd killed them himself, Your Highness, how things were going on the Southern Front, and whether there were rumors that he'd spent the night with the Queen of Monsters and that he was an insatiable beast. The monster smirked, and the protagonist indignantly wondered what kind of nonsense these lunatics were spouting. If they were talking about the Spider Queen, then technically they fought day and night, true enough, but to twist it all like that. The girls smiled, and the hero thought matter-of-factly that they were aristocrats, surely with the connections and wealth to get into such a reception, which meant they were potential sponsors of the Southern Front, and he needed to make an impression. Prince Ash, raising his hand earnestly, declared that there had been no hot night with the Monster Queen, and that yes, he had indeed finished off a couple of the Monster Legion commanders. The girls looked forward passionately, and the hero eagerly asked if he wanted to tell them how hard life was on the Southern Front, and they begged him to. An image of the protagonist's memories appeared, and Ash ruefully reflected that stories of those who sacrificed their lives to protect the common people were perceived here in the capital as mere anecdotes. But that was just the way the world worked. The suffering of others, no matter how severe, ultimately became nothing more than a marketing ploy. Prince Ash, clearing his throat to attract their attention, matter-of-factly remarked that all he could do now was convey the hardships of the people on the Southern Front and secure as much funding as possible. Ash, looking resolutely at the guests, formally announced that he would begin with his first battle, and thought to himself that the show for the capital's aristocrats was about to begin. The sun shone through the window, and the hero remarked that this was how the funeral of their soldiers ended. The girls covered their mouths in shock, and the boy remarked that these were stories about heroes defending the Southern Front, and if they reflected on their unfortunate fate, he would be pleased. The hero looked ahead, and the girl shouted out that she wanted to make a donation. The nobleman, looking at the hero with enthusiasm, generously exclaimed that their family also wanted to help the warriors of the South, and that perhaps a separate fund should be created for this purpose. The narrator, smiling approvingly, admiringly noted his master's tireless work. The protagonist sat on the balcony. Prince Ash, sighing wearily from the prolonged conversation, wearily remarked how tired he was, but it seemed the few hours of chatter had been worth it. A stack of papers lay on the table, and the hero thought with satisfaction that he had managed to secure not only money but also a contract for the supply of ore, fabric, and food, something he hadn't even expected to receive when he came here, and that it was a stroke of luck. The girl, looking sarcastically at the prince, remarked sarcastically that here he was, the Empire's renowned womanizer, and that he was truly eloquent, and that it was fascinating to listen to his stories. The hero turned to her, and the girl added skeptically that she was merely curious how much truth there was in these stories and how much was just empty talk. Prince Ash, looking at his interlocutor in bewilderment, asked, puzzled, who she was. The stranger, looking at the protagonist with an enigmatic expression, replied mysteriously that who knows, perhaps she was one of the women he'd romped with in bed, and the hero shrewdly realized she was clearly displeased with something, judging by her tone, and that they had some connection. The hero's eyes widened in shock. Prince Ash, bowing politely said he would forgive her for not immediately recognizing her, my lady, and introduced himself as Ash, third prince of the empire, at her service, and asked if he might know her full name. Princess Yun, looking meekly at the hero, formally replied that her name was Yunaria, and the hero thought contentedly that he had thought so. Prince Ash, gallantly kissing her hand, nobly said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess Yun." The girl bared her teeth in disgust, and the hero wondered what kind of look that was, and whether he was simply observing the rules of etiquette, as if he were delighted by it. An image of the girl appeared, and the hero described Yun as 19 years old, intelligent, wise, and, they say, as brave as a bear, and therefore beloved by the people. She was the second princess of the kingdom of Arian, or so it said in her profile. The girl crossed her arms in displeasure, and the hero thought with surprise that she looked more like a swan than a bear. The heroine explained upset that she had come as part of a delegation and, upon arrival, learned that they had already been betrothed. Princess Yun, standing opposite the hero, sadly added that she understood that such was the fate of those born into the ruling family, and that, nevertheless, marrying the prince with the most scandalous reputation in the empire did not appeal to her. The protagonist self-critically noted that this same prince was now standing before her. The princess, looking directly at the hero, sharply asked if he would deny the rumors about his reputation, and the boy philosophically replied that rumors don't always reflect a person's true nature and asked if she disliked him. Princess Yun, looking at the hero with disapproval, critically replied that there was no reason for sympathy, since he was a womanizer and a slacker. Ash optimistically suggested that perhaps it was just gossip, to which she firmly retorted that there's no smoke without fire. Prince Ash, looking confidently at the heroine, sensibly remarked that if he were as much of a womanizer as they said, a crowd of deceived girls would have flocked to him by now. Princess Yun, approaching the hero, furiously accused him of genuinely thinking she knew nothing, and that he was known for approaching women, draining them of everything he could, and then mercilessly abandoning them. The heroine approached the boy and declared that they said dozens of girls had given him their feelings, money, and souls, only to be shamelessly discarded, and that he planned to discard her and her country too after he'd used them up. The narrator, staring ahead in shock, thought in shock that this meant that the asshole Ash wasn't just a womanizer who had sex with girls. An image of a crowd of women appeared, and the hero thought he was a real scumbag, squeezing every last drop out of them and then mercilessly abandoning them. He also realized that the Winter Silver family's daughter wasn't the only one. There were other girls from noble families. The sun shone through the window, and the heroine officially declared that she supported strengthening the alliance between their countries, and that who in this world would dare object to an alliance with the ever-black empire. The girl turned away and said that if it was a political marriage, it was so old-fashioned. Princess Yun, pragmatically curious about alternatives, asked if there were other ways to strengthen their alliance without resorting to marriage. The prince frankly agreed that it was old-fashioned and asked if she knew of any other ways to become closer. The prince looked ahead, and the heroine skeptically asked if they even needed to get closer. Princess Yun, turning to the hero, explained matter-of-factly that they could simply clearly spell out responsibilities and boundaries in a proper contract, and that was all. She rationally added that instead of sending children to each other, it was better to sign a transparent and clear contract and strictly adhere to it. The hero stared ahead, dumbfounded, and the girl gracefully remarked that it would be like a light hail in summer, fresh, cool, without any excess dirt. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The boy, puzzled, asked what hail in the middle of summer meant, thinking that this girl really didn't seem to want to marry him. The hero entered the hall, and the herald formally called out to greet His Highness, the Emperor's second son and Minister of the Interior, Fernandez, and Ash sarcastically thought, "Well, here comes his brother." The hero entered the hall, and the crowd of courtiers enthusiastically exclaimed that it was Prince Fernandez. A man with medals on his chest entered the room, and the herald even more solemnly announced to greet His Highness, the Emperor's first son and Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army, Prince Lark. The hero's hand rested on his sword, and the young man informatively stated that, according to regulations, weapons longer than 50 centimeters were forbidden from being brought into the Imperial Palace, but Lark, as Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army and the master of all military power, was allowed. The guests surrounded the hero with admiration, joyfully shouting congratulations to Prince Lark on his victory, and asking him to look over here. The protagonist jealously remarked that his brother's popularity was nowhere near his own. Princess Yun, scratching her chin, curiously asked if it was true that Prince Lark was already married, and the young man answered with certainty that it was true. They said he already had 3 children. Yun, regretfully biting her fingers, disappointedly remarked that it was a shame, since he was exactly her type. The protagonist, astonished, asked again about her attraction to married men and how she was walking a tightrope. Princess Yun, indignantly turning to the hero, irritably retorted that he was talking nonsense, and that she didn't mean that. It was just that of the 3 princes, he most closely matched her preferences. An image of the protagonist's brother appeared, and he matter-of-factly asked how she felt about Fernandez, since he was unmarried, handsome, and taller than him. The girl firmly replied that she didn't like scheming men, and that Fernandez was the type to scheme, to which the boy mockingly replied that, compared to him, he wasn't much of a schemer. Princess Yun, looking thoughtfully to the side, analytically remarked that she should consider him a slippery schemer or a bad guy. The protagonist playfully asked what kind of man she liked and by what criteria she chose, and the girl dismissively remarked that again. Why were southern men so slow-witted? The princess, energetically showing off her biceps, enthusiastically exclaimed that, of course, she liked big muscles. An image of a bearded man appeared, and Yun passionately continued that she admired perfect, defined muscles, broad shoulders, a powerful torso, a man capable of moving mountains with his strength and upending the world with his will, a true hero whose might shakes the heavens. Princess Yun, raising her hand, proudly added that this standard, by the way, also applied to the women of their kingdom, and Ash slyly noted that in that case, Princess Yun didn't seem very popular. Princess Yun, looking boldly at the protagonist, defiantly replied that if she undressed, he would see that she was in excellent shape, and coquettishly added that, alas, she couldn't show it, to which the prince awkwardly retorted that she should be more careful with such expressions. A bell rang. Prince Ash, looking away in shock, exclaimed in amazement. Is that so? The guests bowed, and the herald solemnly called for them to bow before His Majesty, the sole ruler of the great Everblack Empire. The guests bowed to the floor. The guests bowed to the hero, and the herald, praising the monarch with great pomp, added that he was the highest, the noblest, chosen by the goddess, who had built paradise on this earth. The crowd of courtiers unanimously greeted the emperor and chanted in unison, "Long live the emperor!" The door opened, and the herald enthusiastically called for everyone to greet His Majesty. His cloak fluttered in the wind, and the hero marveled that if the gods had sculpted men not from clay, but from gold, they would look exactly like this. He was shocked to think that while his father sat on the throne, he hadn't noticed his dazzling appearance. King Draco looked into the camera, and the boy added, mesmerized, that he hadn't even noticed the golden glint hidden in his eyes, concluding that he was as if born to rule. The emperor, looking around, asked imperiously where Ash was. The protagonist raised his head. The guests turned to the hero. Prince Ash, looking at his father in bewilderment, wondered in confusion what was going on and why his father was looking for him. Light shone through the windows, and Prince Ash, repeating his questions in confusion, asked again, puzzled, what was going on and why his father was looking for him. The parents of the girl Yun followed the king, and the hero realized they were the allies of the Northern Front, led by the royal couple, the Aryans. The emperor, looking imperiously at his youngest son, authoritatively ordered Ash to come forward, and what luck! Princess Aryan was also there, and he would ask her to come too. The girl glared ahead. The children bowed their heads, and the head of state formally added that Fernandez and Lark must also participate, and they meekly replied that they would obey. The emperor ascended the stairs. Standing solemnly before the crowd, the emperor shouted majestically for his loyal subjects to pay attention, for this was the empire at stake. Draco, looking dramatically ahead, anxiously continued that the Everblack Empire was on the brink of an unprecedented crisis. Threats besieged them from all sides, and the enemy lurked even within. The emperor, looking confidently at the crowd, honestly admitted that, to find a way out of this situation, he had not left the palace for a long time, and enthusiastically proclaimed that during this time, his firstborn, Lark, had eliminated the threat from the west. The boy bowed his head, and the emperor warmly declared himself proud of his son, respectfully replying that it was all thanks to his grace. The emperor, turning to the crowd of guests, solemnly announced that they had gathered here today to celebrate Lark's services, and sternly warned that other threats had not disappeared. They were still out there. The guests looked up at the head of state, and he wisely continued that to overcome them, they must first and foremost improve the country's internal affairs and, of course, maintain strong ties with their neighbors and allies. The emperor, resolutely raising his gaze, authoritatively proclaimed that he therefore here and now announced the engagement of his third son, Ash, to the second daughter of the kingdom of Aryan, Princess Yun. The girl glared angrily ahead. The boy lowered his gaze, and the emperor added with inspiration that from now on, Everblack and the brave warriors of the north were not just allies, they were bound by blood. The aristocrats began to applaud him, and the hero graciously ordered his loyal subjects to give their guests a warm welcome, for from now on they were no longer just guests, but part of the extended Everblack family. Princess Yun, looking ahead, thought with resignation that she had suspected this engagement was inevitable, but hadn't expected it to be announced so quickly, and the protagonist agreed with surprise that they had pulled it all off quite quickly. Princess Yun, extending her hand to the protagonist, sighed humbly that being born with a silver spoon in your mouth comes with a price, and sarcastically added that she was counting on him, calling him groom. Prince Ash, extending his hand for a dance, resolutely agreed. Princess Yun grabbed the protagonist's hand. Yun, looking defiantly at the protagonist, cheekily remarked that she'd see how well the Empire's celebrated rake danced. The girl, looking optimistically at the hero, suggested that since everything had already been decided, why not have some real fun? The hero, puzzled, asked what she meant. The girl, looking slyly at the hero, explained that since the engagement had been officially announced, why not seize the initiative, and let it not be a celebration of Prince Lark's victory, but a celebration of their engagement. Ash, looking approvingly at the heroine, eagerly agreed that he liked this already. The sun illuminated the windows. Serenade, sadly examining her reflection, ruefully reflected that she'd worn her hair long almost her entire life. The girl, looking bitterly into the mirror, added sadly that a fire had burned it all down the previous night, leaving only a few strands intact, and she'd had to cut it all quite short. Her leg was injured, and the heroine continued dejectedly that she had a slight burn on her leg, and her face was still burning, and that this hastily sewn dress, it was simply awful. Serenade, standing desperately before the mirror, hopelessly stated that this was a nightmare and that she simply wanted to lock herself in her room and not go anywhere. The hero placed his hand on her shoulder, and the heroine steadfastly remarked that it was impossible, since Ash had said he needed her. The carriage headed for the palace, and the sad Serenade nevertheless boarded the carriage to join the reception taking place in the imperial palace. Eliza, looking cautiously at the heroine, noted with alarm that the lady probably understood herself that those who had started the fire yesterday could attack again, and that under such circumstances, going to the palace was too dangerous. She suggested that she strongly recommended heading to a safe place. Serenade, looking resolutely at the servant, firmly replied that no, she absolutely had to get to the palace, and not just because Prince Ash had asked. The carriage drew closer, and the girl added with conviction that the path to the Wintersilver family's salvation also lay there, in the palace, and sincerely asked Eliza to take her there. The driver held the reins, and Eliza fearlessly promised that she understood. Eliza, looking resolutely ahead, heroically assured him that, no matter what, she would destroy all who stood in their way and deliver her to the imperial palace, and the heroine gratefully thanked him. The wheels spun quickly. Eliza deemed the direct route from the pier to the palace too dangerous, so she steered the carriage around. The carriage approached the castle. It could have been the right choice, or it could have been a waste of time. The palace was just a stone's throw away, and there was still no attack. The girl looked at the magical aura and sensibly noted that, however, today was a holiday, and who would dare attack openly? The carriage exploded. The carriage began to twist and turn. The carriage overturned. Eliza, looking at the carriage in fear, cried out in alarm that her mistress was in danger. Strange figures loomed over the heroine. Warriors landed on the ground, their opponents an elite squad in service to the Empire, Black Ops, the shadowy Iki squad, the fourth team, specializing in assassination. Red lines pierced the screen. The hero looked up from under his cloak in surprise. Something had cut the antagonist. The girl cut through the enemies. Eliza looked menacingly ahead and added technically that these were professionals carrying out secret missions in the capital. Eliza, looking at the crowd of enemies, calmly decided that she needed to act carefully and decisively finish them off, otherwise she would be finished. The girl, frowning menacingly, announced that she was drawing sword number 3. There was an explosion. The enemies scattered. Eliza, anxiously helping the girl, anxiously asked if she was safe. Serenade, lowering her head, replied with relief that yes, she was safe, and asked how Eliza was doing, to which she replied worriedly that she was fine. The girl's tights were torn, and she replied that she was fine, but the carriage was wrecked, and the horses had run away. A horse stood near the carriage, and the heroine sadly replied that she was alone. The crowd of enemies was approaching the heroes. Warriors crowded around. Eliza, frustrated, assessed the situation and cursed sadly. Eliza, turning to the heroine, warned them that they were targeting her, but with such a hand, she wouldn't be able to protect her and fight at the same time. Eliza, looking selflessly at Serenade, heroically declared that she would hold them off, and the girl asked, confused, what to do then. Eliza, turning her head, advised that the palace was very close and she could slip through, but enemies were sure to be waiting in the alley opposite, so she needed to use the equipment she had to use to get through. The heroine, looking confidently at her friend, resolutely promised that she would deal with those bastards and hide somewhere safe, and she, the mistress, would reach the palace and attend the reception, and then act. Serenade, looking ahead in bewilderment, asked, perplexed, what then, what after, and what she should do at all. Eliza, looking philosophically at the protagonist, advised her to take what was hers, as she was the richest woman in the land, and simply take whatever she wanted. Serenade, looking thoughtfully ahead, cryptically whispered, whatever she wanted. And Eliza shrewdly added that it wasn't about what Wintersilver or that worthless prince wanted, but that she wanted her mistress to take what she truly desired. The girl turned to her friend and understood what Eliza had wished for her. The heroine lowered her gaze and lovingly concluded that Eliza wanted this unfortunate girl to become more selfish and live her own life, not as others would decide for her, and stated that she knew she wasn't one to retreat. Eliza, looking at the enemies, firmly ordered her to go and that she would deal with them. The girl turned to her friend and spoke her name. Serenade, looking at the heroine seriously, solemnly remarked that Eliza should remember that her debt to Wintersilver was still outstanding and that she would definitely return and pay it in full. Eliza, looking firmly at her friend, confidently replied, of course. The girl clicked her heels. Serenade ran. Standing before a crowd of enemies, the girl courageously declared that she had no intention of dying in such a place and would destroy all these bastards. The girl clutched the weapon in her hand and added with inspiration that she would definitely survive to see her mistress's face again. The arrow flew fast. The girl dodged the arrow and exclaimed in shock that it was happening again, because she hadn't even felt the shot, and yet the arrow was already flying towards her. The enemy looked at the heroine, and she expertly noted that they seemed to have a sniper with special skills among them. Eliza, grinning angrily, confidently concluded that indeed, they now looked like elite Iki's agents. The enemies leaped from their positions. The girl rushed toward their opponents. The heroes leaped into battle. The narrator, confirming important information, reiterated that they now looked like elite Iki's agents. A chandelier hung from the ceiling. The heroes were dancing, and Ash enthusiastically noted that, thanks to the lively dancing of the newlywed couple, the prince and princess, the atmosphere at the ball was hotter than ever. Prince Ash slumped wearily from dancing, sighed wearily, saying that he was very tired. Prince Fernandez, looking approvingly at his younger brother, remarked contentedly that Ash was a fine fellow, that he was finally fulfilling his duty properly, and that this greatly pleased his father, himself, and his brother. The prince wisely replied that it was time for him to grow up. Prince Fernandez, closing his eyes cheerfully, happily agreed and added that this was true. Prince Ash, looking directly at his brother, asked decisively if he had started the fire at Winter Silver House. Prince Fernandez, looking frankly at the protagonist, calmly replied that he had, adding that they had agreed to announce his engagement today, and that they didn't need any unnecessary scandal at the celebration. The protagonist frowned menacingly. An image of a girl appeared, and the protagonist calculatedly continued that he had planned to get rid of Winter Silver House anyway, and that the sooner the better. The man screamed in fear, and the hero continued that the house's power was currently concentrated in the hands of Lady Serenade, the Count's daughter, and that if this girl were eliminated, everything else would collapse like a house of cards, since the Count had been insane for several years. The house was burning down, and the hero irritably remarked that, they said, Lady Serenade hadn't died in the fire, and that he wanted to finish the job by pretending it was an accident. Prince Fernandez, looking away, complained discontentedly that his men had been working very poorly lately, and Ash asked matter-of-factly if he planned to see the job through. The prince twirled his glass in his hands and firmly replied that yes, although it was a shame it had come to this, it seemed she was planning to attend the ball. He tactfully added that it wouldn't be a good idea for his ex to show up at the ball on the day of his new engagement announcement, and that it would be awkward in front of the ambassadors from the north, so he had to stop her. Prince Fernandez, with a confident glance, smugly assured him that he had sent true professionals and that they would eliminate her quickly, silently, and without a trace. The protagonist looked at the hero, who slyly asked if he was worried about her, and that hadn't he spent hours whining about how much he hated her. Prince Ash, leaning forward in his chair, categorically replied that he had not, and that he had done everything correctly, and formally began the conversation about their guardian council. The hero looked ahead, and Ash curiously asked if it was true that anyone with guardian status could convene the council, to which the brother matter-of-factly replied that of course, if the occasion was truly important. Prince Ash, standing firmly before his brother, authoritatively declared that then he would convene the guardian council right then and there. The brother, confused, asked what he had said, and the protagonist categorically stated that he had said convene the guardian council. Prince Ash, looking insistently at the hero, added decisively that he needed to do it right now because he had a very important conversation to discuss, wisely concluding that it was high time he grew up and got serious. Alberto was watering the flowers. Alberto, looking joyfully at the new arrival, warmly announced that she had arrived, Lady Serenade. The girl removed her invisibility cloak. The girl looked at the man and uttered his name. Alberto, looking nostalgically at the heroine, tenderly added that he was glad to see her again and that she had grown so much, and she gratefully replied that she, too, was glad to see him, Alberto. The narrator, looking dynamically at the military, anxiously noted that the soldiers were approaching. Alberto, busily motioning her way with his hand, formally reported that His Highness Prince Ash had warned him of the situation and that he would escort her to the main ballroom. The girl anxiously noted that if word got out that he was helping her, it could end badly for him. Alberto, looking wisely at the heroine, philosophically replied that he had worked in this palace for almost 50 years and did not object to retirement. The girl looked at the servants, and he tenderly added that if before his retirement he could somehow help the countess, who was like a granddaughter to him, he would only be glad. The moon illuminated the palace. The heroes approached the palace. Alberto, looking solemnly at the girl, said that she had come a long way, and that His Highness Prince Ash was waiting for her. The girl stepped forward. Serenade, bashfully assessing her appearance, sheepishly noted that if she showed up at the ball like this, everyone would laugh at her. Alberto, looking wisely at the heroine, philosophically asked again what difference it made, even if they did, and asked for whose sake she had come, for the ignoramuses who mocked her appearance, or for His Highness Prince Ash, who was waiting for her. An image of the protagonist appeared. Serenade, turning away uncertainly, sadly assumed he would be ashamed of her too. The moon shone in the sky, and Alberto assured her that His Highness the Prince would never be ashamed of her, asking her to trust him. The boy looked ahead, and the man accurately conveyed what the prince had told him. The hero looked ahead and said that the protagonist had demanded that Lady Serenade be escorted to the ball by any means necessary, and that he desperately needed her today. Alberto, confidently turning to the girl, firmly added that he was certain the prince needed her for more than just her appearance. The girl looked ahead, dumbfounded. The boy placed his hand on her shoulder, and she silently agreed that it was true, and that she was here because Ash had said how much he needed her. Serenade, clutching her dress in her hand, thought that even if he was ashamed because of her, she would survive the shame. Serenata, looking gratefully at the hero, sincerely thanked Alberto. The girl headed into the palace. The soldiers marched forward. The aristocrat, haughtily criticizing the warrior's appearance, scornfully remarked that they had shown up to the celebration in dirty army boots, a complete lack of manners. Alberto, glaring menacingly at the heroes, imperiously threatened to teach them a lesson in good manners. The doors opened. The girl entered the hall. The crowd of nobles glared at her angrily, whispering contemptuously that, as expected of a pathetic commoner, they would only look at her, and that she had seen herself in a mirror. The girl strode forward, and the noblewoman added dismissively that in her place, she wouldn't dare cross the threshold out of shame. The heroine stared at the floor, dumbfounded, as the woman shouted that Prince Ash had already announced his engagement to Princess Yun, and yet she was showing up as if nothing had happened, leaving the girl shocked to think Ash was engaged to someone else. Serenade, once again realizing the terrible truth, stunned, repeated that Ash was engaged to someone else. The nobleman, looking ahead suspiciously, angrily assumed she had come to ruin the wedding, no doubt. Another nobleman, laughing scornfully at her, added dismissively that she had bragged for 10 years about marrying into the imperial family and that she wouldn't miss out, and that she was a typical merchant woman. The girl was surrounded by monsters, and the nobleman shouted, "This is why commoners shouldn't come here." The doors opened. The protagonist walked quickly. Yun turned to face him. The heroes joyfully raised their hands. Serenade, carefully examining the heroes, concluded that it was she. The protagonist knelt before the girl, and the heroine sincerely added that she was a beautiful lady, Ash's true bride, and wisely noted that the prince and princess were perfectly suited for each other. Sadly, Serenade lowered her head, sadly thinking that no matter how hard she tried, nobility would come. The hero walked up the stairs. The girl looked at him. Serenade, looking at the hero in bewilderment, wondered why Ash had even called her, even if it was all over and the engagement was broken. Yun stood in the shadows, and the heroine sadly reflected that Ash had become engaged to that woman. The hero walked forward, and the girl firmly thought that this was her last chance to see him. Serenade, clenching her fist, steadfastly decided that yes, she would endure anything, even if all he could offer her was separation. The hero strode forward, and the girl selflessly concluded that even if all that lay ahead was a road strewn with humiliation, pain, and dishonor, so be it, if it was him. Serenade, looking ahead, steadfastly resolved that she was ready to accept anything. Prince Ash, solemnly addressing the newcomer, formally pronounced her name, and Serenade respectfully replied that she greeted him as Your Highness. Prince Ash, looking warmly at the girl, affectionately suggested that she call him her dear husband, as she always did. Serenade, looking at the hero with confusion, sheepishly retorted that he now had a new bride, a princess. The girl's feet were covered in mud, and the boy remarked admiringly on how much she had endured to get here. Prince Ash took off his shoes. The protagonist bowed before the heroine. The boy removed her shoes. Serenade, looking at the hero in shock, exclaimed in amazement at what he was doing. Prince Ash, looking at the heroine with concern, tenderly explained that it would hurt less if he stepped on her foot again. The boy clapped his hands. The musician played the violin. Prince Ash, holding the girl by the waist, obviously asked if dancing was not customary at a ball. The prince, looking at the heroine nostalgically, added enthusiastically that they had rehearsed so much, and it was time to demonstrate it on the main stage. Ash, looking romantically at the lady, offered to dance, calling her Cinderella. The girl looked at the hero, puzzled. The couple was dancing in the middle of the hall. The hero stood in the room, and the boy stated with certainty that this had happened 30 minutes before Serenade's arrival, and clarified that the events had unfolded in the back of the main hall, where a council of guardians, urgently convened by Ash, was being held. The heroes looked at the boy, and he decisively declared that, from this moment on, the Southern Front would refuse any support from the Empire, and the heroes, shocked, asked what he was talking about. Prince Ash, looking formally at his family members, solemnly declared that here and now he officially declared that, from this moment on, the Monster Front would act independently, and no longer submit to the Empire. Ash raised his head and declared that, from this moment on, the Southern Front would separate from the Empire, and go its own way. An image of representatives from the four fronts appeared, and the protagonist considered providing assistance to the Empire's four main fronts. The girl stood, and the hero added that the royal family's support was linked to a political engagement with Princess Yun. The soldiers advanced, and the hero added that he also rejected the imperial court's promise to send reinforcements to the Southern Front. The family looked at the protagonist silently. The emperor bowed his head and asked the Southern Front commander to explain the reason for his decision. A symbolic image appeared, and the hero considered three main reasons: the first of which was the negative impact of Imperial reinforcements on the southern front. Ash looked at his assistant, and the hero remembered how he had requested reinforcements in the first stage. A system warning window appeared, and the player thought about Adar's words. Requesting reinforcements from the capital would trigger a critical event mid-game, something the hero had already known about. The interface appeared and stated that the command could not be executed, and the hero began by explaining that this was the transfer of control of the southern front to the Imperial Court. Because reinforcements were continuing to arrive, they were gradually beginning to take control of the situation. The boy raised his hands and tried to understand why they had all been called up and sent to the palace. The hero recalled that in the past, they had taken away the player's authority and controlled the southern front in accordance with the Imperial Court's decisions. He added that as a rookie, he had constantly asked for reinforcements, for which he had paid dearly. He added that there was a second reason. The prince raised his head and replied that he was trying to protect not the empire, but its people. By holding the front, he had only one goal: to kill monsters and save people, because monsters don't care about rank. An image of monsters appeared, and Ash explained that they were killing everyone, not killing Imperial citizens first and not discriminating between races. Multiple images of war appeared, and Ash added that ideologies had no place on the front lines, and that nation and race were irrelevant. The only goal was to save and protect the people on the other side of the wall. The man bowed his head and said that the front shouldn't be divided by ideology, nationality, or race, and that there shouldn't be internecine warfare, concluding that this was precisely why the front should be independent. The man looked ahead. Light filtered into the room, and someone commented that he appreciated Ash's grandiose intentions, but wondered if it was really necessary to wage war with the Empire over such nominal reasons. The Emperor laughed and repeated that humanity was above the Empire, adding that it was wonderful, but hearing such a thing from a prince was certainly a bit much, but he liked the idea. Draco looked ahead and asked if he really wanted to give up the advantages the Empire could provide for these reasons alone, noting that it seemed like a hasty decision. The prince bowed, and his father reminded him he had another reason, to which the young man replied that, as he had said earlier, he was fighting to protect the people, and he thought of a third reason why he wanted to make the southern front independent. The boy looked away and said that in order to protect the Empire, they, his brothers and his father, were killing people. The girl stood, and the hero silently remarked that the information conveyed nearly cost Serenade her life, and therefore it should be used for the benefit of the southern front. The prisoners continued, and Ash continued that he had heard that the prisoners captured at the front were of dragon blood, and the villagers were kidnapped from the central front. The eldest son's eyes widened at what he heard. The emperor looked ahead silently. The second prince looked away, and the protagonist guessed that every single one had been used for sacrifice. An image of the creatures appeared, and the player continued that they use human sacrifices to maintain the northern spiritual front, and that activating Everblack requires peering into the future and accessing the spirit realm through the tree, which requires an unimaginably vast amount of magic, impossible to obtain with magic stones from the market. The man stares ahead silently, and the protagonist explains that they captured slaves of various races across the continent, and used them for sacrifices, using their souls as fuel to connect with the spirit realm. Flames engulf the man, and the protagonist notes the disgusting irony. The gods invade to protect their children, the other races, but the emperor uses the other races as raw material to stop the gods. The boy raised his head and said that, since the number of available slaves had dwindled over time, they had to find another solution, and so they launched an invasion of the Bringer Principality, which they planned to attack sooner or later anyway. The eldest son looked down, and the protagonist added that prisoners of war, particularly those from the principality imbued with a small amount of dragon blood, were excellent fuel, meaning that if they captured the duke and extracted some dragon blood along the way, there would be even more fuel. The chair stood in the torture chamber, and the hero added that citizens of the capital were also arrested and tortured, under the pretext of revealing hidden enemy forces. The second prince stood, and Ash continued that those of them who had character were also sacrificed shortly after the torture. Fernandez turned and said that no matter the means or methods, they would protect the empire, even if it meant sacrificing something else. That day, the four of them swore an oath, and the player realized it wasn't just empty words. Charred bodies lay on the ground. They truly had gone to any lengths and sacrifices to protect the empire. The prince raised his hand and remarked that this was truly an impressive cycle, astonishing how the three fronts managed to work together so harmoniously. He asked who else they planned to burn. Light illuminated his hand, and the young man concluded that to maintain the mass of flesh called the empire, they, his brothers and father, killed ordinary people. Ash bowed his head and said that by sacrificing innocents to protect the empire, they themselves had become monsters, but his goal, killing monsters and protecting people, and that stance would remain unchanged. The silhouettes of the royal family stood, and the player said he couldn't join those who had become monsters for the sake of one nation. That was the whole reason. The emperor laughed. Ash looked up. The man looked at the prince and suggested that he, his son, was planning to go to the southern front to keep them, the villains, away, adding that he wanted to wither and die in splendid isolation because of his loyalty. The emperor's eyes widened and he shouted that this path was pure hell. The young man stood, and the man asked how he determined who was worthy of protection, given that there were people, representatives of other races, monsters capable of expressing themselves in human language. Where exactly did he draw the line? The dark silhouette stood, and the emperor inquired about what to do with traitors, conspirators, thieves, robbers, and swindlers. After all, they were people too, and therefore they too must be protected, no matter what. Draco stepped forward and declared that the more he pursued eternal good, the more he would suffer, for his decision would lead him straight to hell. The father stood before his son, telling him that no matter how pure white his flag, once carried across the battlefield, it would one way or another be covered in blood and ash. Draco leaned over and shouted at his son, asking why he couldn't understand. Blood spread across the ground, and the young man replied that he had already sacrificed much, and remembered his 741st attempt. An image of the game's characters appeared, and the player recalled that in similar games, he always sent his characters to their deaths. Ash bowed his head and declared that perhaps he would find himself in hopeless situations, and perhaps the moment would come when he would have to compromise his beliefs, and perhaps by the end of this journey, he would become partly a monster again, but he would do everything in his power. The tombstone stands, and the protagonist believes that his memory of this priceless treasure will be eternal. The man, holding a stick, concluded that if even one white spot remained on his flag, Ash would do it. Then, changing his mind, he said even if all that remained of the flag was a single pole. The protagonist stands with the banner and declares that he will continue to move forward, holding it in his hands. The hero raised his head and repeated that the front will pursue an independent path, and he will protect the people, not the empire. The people look at the youth silently. The man closed his eyes and said that Ash's will is clear to him, as he wants to go beyond a piece and become a full-fledged player. The protagonist raised his head and asked what that meant, to which he replied, "In the most literal sense, the emperor holds the piece and says that on the chessboard that is their world, he refuses to be a piece in someone else's hands, desiring to create his own destiny, as well as to discuss predestined events, use other people's lives as pawns, and fight for control of the world in order to become a being of the highest order." The man raised his head and said that, simply put, Ash wants to be someone who plays chess. That's what a player is, or, to put it even more simply, a king. An image of the antagonist appeared, and the hero understood what they meant when they called him a player. The pieces were on the board, and the man said that he, the youngest, stupidest, and weakest of the brothers, had managed to grow to unprecedented heights on his own, and as a father, he was happy. The boy bowed his head, and the man added that, as emperor, he couldn't forgive him so easily, since all parents should support a child's independence. But right now they were in the palace, and he was performing the duties of an emperor. The symbol was depicted on the map, and Draco said that the consequence of recognizing the independence of the southern front would be that a huge chunk of territory would be separated from the empire's jurisdiction. The man raised his head and said that his eyes were still with him, and Ash thought he would allow this to happen. The player turned and replied that, without a doubt, the southern front, the empire's lands, and the territory belonging to the ruler himself, but for the next 3 years, the front had gained independence, and he also wanted them to put their doubts aside and hand over the reins of governance to him. The emperor looked at Ash and asked why he would do such a thing and what benefit it would bring to the empire and the throne, and the hero understood that, ultimately, people are driven not by reason, but by practicality. The protagonist turned and replied that he would send the stones mined on the front lines to the imperial family, to which the emperor suggested that they were magic stones from the crossroads, to which the young man replied in the affirmative. An image of jewels appeared, and the hero remembered that right now, the crossroads warehouses held a multitude of unsold magic stones. He hadn't sold some of them to adjust his profit margin, but most remained in the warehouses because demand wasn't keeping up with supply. He added that he would hand these stones over to the imperial throne completely free of charge. The young man tilted his head, wondering if it would be better to convey only half. An image of a tree appeared, and the protagonist explained that with such an abundance of magic stones, they wouldn't need to sacrifice people to activate the ever-black tree, meaning they wouldn't have to sacrifice innocent lives. Finally, he concluded that neither the bringers' captives nor the outskirts civilians would be used as raw materials. The man stepped forward and said the proposal was amusing, but the crossroads were too far from the capital, the roads weren't fully paved, and there were safety concerns. So how was Ash planning to deliver the magic stones? The protagonist replied that it was as he had said. An image of a road appeared, and the player explained that although the National Road project was nearing completion, the road to the southern front was still partially unpaved, as it was a remote area not originally included in the project. The prince raised his head and added that he had spoken with the Winter Silver Company's CEO a little earlier, and they would take responsibility for building the road to the southern front and the initiative to transport the magic stones. An image of the transport routes appeared, and the young man explained that they were already responsible for matters related to national roads, so they would be able to build a good route even to the distant south. They were also experts in distribution, ensuring that the magic stones would be safely delivered to the capital without any problem. The emperor began to smile. The eldest son stood in shock, and the hero continued that, moreover, The Winter Silver Company had promised to supply the Western Front with resources at cost, meaning they were no longer needed for the destruction of the Principality and the theft of civilians. The scroll lay on the table, and Ash explained that the Winter Silver Company was very good at gathering information and that their network of informants was spread throughout the country, as Winter Silver was the source of the information he had just shared. Fernandez looked ahead, and the young man added that the Aegis Special Corps had numerous gaps due to its sudden expansion. An image of cloaked figures appeared, and the protagonist reflected on how the Corps had rapidly tripled in size to support the Central Front. Why had the name, Special Corps, quickly lost its former meaning? Fernandez, commander of the Shadow Front, should know this better than anyone. The player turned and explained that if the Winter Silver Company helped gather information, they would be able to fill these gaps, meaning that instead of recklessly arresting and torturing innocent people, they could confidently weed out suspicious spies. The man raised his head and clarified that preserving the Winter Silver family's lives would not only help the forefronts, but also spare them the need to sacrifice innocent people, to which the player responded affirmatively. The boy stands, and a male voice says he's proposing they abandon the company takeover and protect his ex-fiancée, to which the boy affirms. The Emperor laughs, and Ash explains that the Countess and the Winter Silver Company will be extremely useful to both the Front and the Empire, and he thinks he, too, will be useful to them all. The protagonist stands before the wall and realizes that no one is better equipped to control the Southern Front than him, just as no one is more capable of killing monsters and collecting magic stones. The boy raises his head and asks for the Winter Silver Company to be preserved and the Southern Front's independence to be recognized, while silently asking his father to acknowledge his usefulness, as well as serenades. The man looks ahead, and the player adds that his empire needs them both. The Emperor raises his head and says he'll make a final decision after speaking with Lady Winter Silver and asking where she is now. Fernandez turned and replied that a special unit had been sent for her, meaning she wouldn't return alive. The prince looked at his brother and said they should wait, and then they'd see. The doors opened. The family walked down the hallway. The girl looked at the protagonist. Ash knelt before the princess. The protagonist looked away. Serenade stood in the crowd, and the hero noticed her arrival. The prince raised his head and said that he apologized to Princess Yun, saying that although it was brief, he had enjoyed his time in her company. However, he feared their relationship would not progress further. The young man took the princess's hand, and she said that the emperor had barely announced their engagement when he was already rushing to abandon her. The hero replied that she shouldn't worry, as the alliance between the kingdom of Arian and their empire still stood. The man's hand held the woman's, and Ash said that, although not through an outdated political contract, it was through a pure, mutually beneficial agreement. The guy smiled and asked that they continue to maintain a fresh and transparent relationship. Yun tilted his head and remarked that he really was a damn womanizer. The hero was dancing with his ex-daughter-in-law. Ash bowed his head and said that this was all they had discussed at the meeting, verbatim, everything the guards had discussed at the council. The boy looked at the girl and said that this was her final test and asked if he was ready to stand before the most powerful man in the empire. Serenade looked ahead. The girl was sitting before the man, in the farthest room of the grand banquet hall. Serenade bowed and said that her humble servant greeted his majesty. The man looked down and noted that this was his first meeting with Countess Winter Silver. Light reflected off the glass, and the emperor said he had heard that their trading company had agreed to support the imperial family and asked if this was true. The girl sat on the floor and began to say that it was so, as was their company, but the man, interrupting her, replied that Ash had explained everything and there was no need to go into details again. They could sort everything out as they went along. Serenade raised her head, and Draco said he was concerned about what she hoped to gain in return, as she was a merchant and her goods should have a price. The man looked down and asked what she hoped to gain in exchange for her loyalty to the empire and the ruling family. The girl looked up. An image of the countess's father appeared, and the emperor explained that her father had always been precise in his calculations and had received exactly what he gave, no more, no less, which was why he liked him, as he was a trading partner he could always rely on. The man bowed his head and said that during his last deal, greed had overcome him and he had miscalculated. Ash stood beside his daughter-in-law. In their last deal, the arrogant Winter Silver family had demanded a marriage to the imperial family, and the emperor had made it clear they were making a mistake and overstepping their bounds. Draco looked ahead and said he hoped she wouldn't repeat her father's mistake and would ask for a fair price. Light fell on the girl's face, and the man asked what she desired in exchange for aid from the empire and the imperial family. The stranger's mouth dropped open. Serenade knew that her father's greed had been the cause of their family's destruction, and she also knew exactly what she should say now. The girl sat before the emperor. She shouldn't ask for anything. Instead, she should promise to give the empire all the benefits of the trading company, to become the emperor's obedient lapdog and unquestioningly obey his every command, and to refrain from harboring vain ambitions. Serenade lowered her head, begging for at least her life. She knew this was the right answer, the one she must speak, the one she must speak. The servant looked forward and said that Melody had achieved what she desired, and the girl tried to understand what she desired. An image of little Ash appeared, saying his promise. The girl looked down. She knew it was greed, she had miscalculated, and she would pay for it with her life, but the prince stood, wondering if she couldn't achieve the one thing she truly desired her entire life. Wouldn't it be better to die? The countess leaned over and replied that he asked only one thing. Serena raised her head and asked for her engagement to Prince Ash to be kept, as she would make him happy for the rest of her life. The man watched silently. A dim light filled the room, and the emperor asked the countess if she knew there were low-born people in her family, to which the girl replied yes. He then added if she knew her grandfather had been a slave of another race, to which Serenata also replied in the affirmative. The girl sat, and Draco added that she should remember this every time she looked in the mirror. Serenata inherited her hair color from her father and grandfather. An image of a mermaid appeared from a race that inhabited the eastern seas. Mermaid blood flows through her veins. Although her mermaid hair is beautiful to look at, it is a clear sign of slavery. The emperor raised his head and explained that the empire was shocked that a low-born half-breed had been awarded the title of countess, and now she had her sights set on marrying into the ruling family. The girl lowered her head, and a male voice remarked that both father and daughter were inordinately arrogant fools and asked why her engagement to Ash was so important to her. The man tilted his head and suggested that she wanted to fulfill a long-held family dream with her and clear her lowly status, to which the girl denied. Serenade raised her head, and the emperor suggested that she sought to revive her family's and trading company by joining the imperial bloodline, but he also denied it. Divan stood, and Draco asked the girl's motives and told her not to lie to him. The emperor's eyes widened when he heard her say she loved him. The girl raised her head and added that she had loved him her entire life. The emperor laughed and said that because of such childish emotions, she was willing to risk her life and the lives of her entire family, adding that this was very foolish. Serenade turned and replied that it was precisely because of these childish emotions that Prince Ash was born, out of love. The emperor stood beside the woman. Although he had backed himself into a political corner, he still made Dastia his second empress because he truly loved her, even though she was a war slave. The man looked down. The emperor himself had once been a fool, consumed by love, and out of that love, Ash was born. The girl raised her head and said that she was a merchant. She made calculations, assessed profits and losses, and concluded contracts. An image of the girl's life appeared, and she explained that she also knew that the world was driven by more than just cold calculation, for behind all the calculations and contracts, countless other things flourish, and these things are truly beautiful, for she knows this better than anyone. Serenade looked ahead and said that the Winter Silver Company would do everything possible to support the imperial family, so His Majesty should not break off their engagement. The man looked at the girl, who said she could no longer ask for more. The chandelier weighed down, and the emperor declared that youth was reckless, impudent, and foolish. Draco bowed his head and said that she reminded him of Dustia, adding that she was a beautiful person. A girl's silhouette appeared, and the man declared that she was more beautiful than anyone in this world. Serenade's eyes widened when she heard the emperor approve of the continued existence of the Winter Silver Company, and the reins of government would remain in the hands of their family, along with a commitment to fulfilling their promise by providing every possible support to the empire and the imperial family. The girl bowed and said she was very grateful to His Majesty. The countess looked down, and Draco declared that he could not guarantee an engagement with Ash. The man closed his eyes and said that they, young people, would decide between themselves, because lovers who insist they can't live a day without each other usually break up the next day. The hero raised his hands, and the emperor added that Ash was the greatest womanizer in the empire, having abandoned even Princess Yun, thereby disgracing his own father immediately after announcing their engagement. The man scratched his forehead and remarked that his son wanted to follow his own path. While he thought he had grown up, yet he still continued to do whatever he wanted. He added that if she truly loved this useless brat, she would have a lot to live through. Draco raised his head and told her to take this little rascal, to hug him tightly, but to be prepared for rejection. Light reflected off the floor in the large banquet hall. Someone grabbed someone. Yuna raised her head. The girl threw the prince over herself. The princess dusted her hands and explained that there are no cheaters in the north, because regardless of gender or status, this is what awaits those who cheat. Ash lies on the floor, saying he's sorry, but thinking it's a very impudent country. Fernandez approached the girl and suggested that this helped clear her head and added that it was a huge oversight to marry such a beautiful lady to his brother, to which the eldest son explained that an engagement to Ash would be a real disgrace for Arian. People looked at the scene and said that Prince Ash had caused trouble again, as expected from the Empire's greatest scoundrel. Serenade looked at the hero. The protagonist dusted himself off and asked how the meeting with his father had gone, and the girl inquired about what had happened, to which Ash replied that he had to take on some responsibility. The countess blushed and explained that he would allow their trading company to continue its operations. The prince looked down and said she was a good girl and had done well, to which the girl replied that it was all thanks to him, calling him her love, adding that they had done it together. The girl clasped her hands and said that the emperor had given them permission. The protagonist approached the girl and said they should break up. She raised her head. The prince looked down and said he wanted to call off their engagement. Two silhouettes stood on the balcony. The girl looked ahead, trying to understand why he wanted to leave her again. The protagonist stood silently, and the girl added that she had absolutely no idea what he was thinking. Serenade stood before the boy and said that for the first time in so many years, he had begun to treat her kindly, and now he wanted to return to the way things were by calling off their engagement. If he had originally planned to renounce her, then what was the joy of the last few days? The Countess began to cry and said that he had felt this warmth once, and she could not refuse it. The young man turned and replied that their relationship had been wrong from the start. An image of families appeared, the imperial family, in need of money, and a family of merchants, in need of a rise in status. The wooden bricks stacked one on top of the other, the relationship between Ash and Serenade resembled a precarious Jenga tower, ready to collapse at any moment. They had mended their wounds and survived a real crisis, but from that moment on, building a different relationship was impossible, so he decided to rebuild the tower from scratch. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that in the end, he had decided to live like Ash, and for that very reason. The prince raised his head and told Serenade to start over. The protagonist looked away and told her to forget about the status and desires of her and the imperial families, adding that they should start their relationship from scratch, without involving anyone outside. The wind lifted the leaves, and the young man declared that he would begin as the commander of the Southern Front and partner with the head of their trading company, saying they would make good business partners. The prince stood before the Countess and said that on an equal footing, looking at each other as equals, they would build their relationship anew. The girl placed her hands on her chest and asked if he would remain as her dance partner. The protagonist leaned in and said yes. Light fell on the flower, and the young man said a poem suddenly came to mind, about the day when gusts of wind gently plucked the petals. The prince stood before the Countess and continued that when spring gave way to summer, they changed with it, for some relationships require separation to mature anew. Ash turned and said that they needed to part, to start anew, and continued with the lines of their poem, which spoke of the transition from immature young spring to mature summer. The girl looked at the hero. The Countess bowed and said it had been a wonderful time, to which the protagonist added that he had also enjoyed it to the full. Light filtered into the room, and Serenade asked His Highness for a favor. The girl smiled and asked if he could hug her. The young man bowed his head. Ash hugged the Countess. The girl began to cry and told him to hug her tighter. The woman's hand held his jacket, and Serenade asked him to hug her so tightly that she couldn't breathe, as if she were about to break. The protagonist hugged the Countess, and the hero remembered that Serenade continued to sob uncontrollably in his arms, thus breaking off their engagement. A petal fell onto the water, and the player added that they had parted ways. The sun illuminated the palace, the annex where Ash was staying. The boy stood opposite the girl, and the hero explained that he had to visit Princess Yun, as she had finished preparations for her journey north and had decided to see him one last time. The princess looked up and said that thanks to Ash, she would never have to marry again, and the protagonist noted that she seemed surprisingly cheerful, suggesting that the union had been consummated without any problems. The girl waved and added that she would tell her people that she had abandoned the prince herself and said goodbye to the hero, who told her to do as she pleased. The princess turned around. Her hand grabbed her clothes. Yun showed off her abs. The girl smiled and said that it was quite nice. The prince clutched his head and thought that no one there did anything without warning and tried to understand why he had even had to show off his torso before leaving. Someone opened the door. The young man turned and noticed that she was still alive. The maid folded her arms and said that she had lived in the backwaters for a long time, which meant she was, one might say, an expert in survival. The boy stood by the table, and Eliza had heard that the protagonist was returning to the crossroads and planned to do so by land. The coffin was slung over the girl's back, who explained that this was precisely why her mistress had sent her to accompany him on his journey. The hero inquired about Serenade's guard, to which the maid explained that the Winter Silver Company was full of reliable escorts. The girl turned her head and replied that the young lady would be fine. The young man looked away and asked how the Countess was doing. Eliza dropped the coffin and said that someone was in need of a good spanking, and the hero asked her to calm down, and the protagonist recalled her telling him that Serenade had spent 3 days in tears but had returned to work that morning. The maid looked up and asked when he planned to return. The young man turned and replied that they were leaving at lunchtime and asked her not to be late. People were standing in front of the entrance to the audience hall. The eldest son crossed his arms and explained that His Majesty had just fallen asleep, having been awake for quite some time and believing the situation on the spiritual front to be precarious. The protagonist asked if he had anything unusual to convey, to which he was told the Emperor had asked him to give his all. Light fell on the door, and a male voice announced that from this day forward, the Southern Front would no longer receive support from the imperial family, nor from the Empire as a whole. Although it would only last for 3 years, it would be difficult, and Ash had chosen a difficult path. The protagonist looked away, and the eldest son thanked the protagonist. An image of a bloody sign appeared, and the prince explained that thanks to it, they would no longer have to sacrifice prisoners of war. Although he was a guardian, he was still a knight, and had no desire to kill civilians from other nations. The man placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, and said that thanks to his efforts, they would be able to avoid unnecessary deaths, and he was sincerely grateful. Fernandez looked at his brothers, and the elder added that if business was finished, it was time for him to return to the front lines. He was glad they had managed to gather together, but it was time to split up and ask the brothers to come to him. The man grabbed the boys tightly and said it was a brotherly hug. The knight turned and said they would see each other again. The young men watched their brother leave. Fernandez turned and asked the hero that he had come all this way to the capital just to have the Southern Front recognized as independent, and the hero remembered that it was Fernandez's initiative that he had come here. The prince stood before his family and thought Fernandez was right, since he had always complained about the lack of troops, and from an outside perspective, it probably didn't look like the best decision, but there was a nuance. The protagonist turned and replied that he had gained even more than he had originally planned. The paper lay on the table, and the hero remembered that the remaining clergy had agreed to finance him. The Winter Silver Company logo appeared, and the hero noted that they had entered into a partnership with the Empire's largest trading company. An image of Ash's family appeared, and the player learned of the skeletons in the closet of the Emperor and Princes. An image of a character appeared, and the young man announced that he had been able to borrow an SSR rank swordsman. The hero clenched his fist and thought he had finally made a decision. Looking at his fist, the young man understood who and how he wanted to live this life, and concluded that all of this more than made up for his visit to the capital. Fernandez closed his eyes and said that he never understood what was going on in his head, because at first he listened to advice, said smart things, and then, having lost everything, he began to act like a complete scumbag, and he didn't change, whereas as a child he was such a sweet child. The protagonist looked up, and the prince wished him a safe journey, adding that he authorized the use of the borrowed troops for the agreed-upon period. The hero thought this was a welcome change, as, frankly, losing them would have been a huge headache. Fernandez began to leave, saying he would remain in the capital and continue to defend the country with all his might, as he always had. Ash added that the job suited him and he would gladly use the troops, asking that he ease up on border patrols from now on. The young man waved and said he couldn't promise anything. Fernandez turned and announced that his assistant on the southern front was Ader. The prince stood up and warned him not to trust this immortal being too much, as he was a fraud. Ash turned and asked what he was talking about. The boy looks at the empty corridor and asks what he should make of this, and the protagonist wonders why he always disappears right after throwing something like that in. The prince stands before the elf and remembers that Gadhan mentioned he had secret orders to keep an eye on Ader. An image of an assistant appeared, and the hero recalled the words about him being immortal and a fraud and tried to understand why the imperial family was keeping such a close eye on Ader. The sun illuminated the new building acquired by the Winter Silver Trading Company. Someone knocked on the door and apologized. The girl looked at Albert. The man folded his arms and said he had planned to resign, but he had a letter of recommendation from Prince Ash, and since she would be dealing with the imperial family, he thought she could use the help of the former court chamberlain. The girl approached the man and said she looked forward to working with him. Serenade holds up the papers and says she can handle this herself for a while, but first, she wants to explain their business with the imperial family. The man replies that business is fine, but some things in life only happen once. The old man bows his head and explains that she hasn't seen His Highness since the ball and feels she should be elsewhere. Ash stands, and the old man explains that the prince will soon depart south and asks if the countess is sure she has nothing to say. The girl bows her head and replies that His Highness has annulled their engagement. Light floods the room, and a female voice explains that they are neither engaged nor in love, and therefore she has no right to do so. The old man looks at the girl and says that she, the leader of the Empire's greatest trading company, wishes to surrender without a fight. The children held each other's little fingers, and the man added that she had worked so hard to achieve what she wanted, but was willing to give it up so easily. The girl lay on top of the boy. The boy smiled. Serenade's eyes widened. The old man smiled and said that life was short. The girl ran, and a voice told her to run to where she truly wanted to be. The caravan stopped in front of the southern gate. Ash turned and said that it was time to say goodbye to this city and return to his duties as a strategist. He thought it would be fun to finally get away from the front lines, but he must not forget his true goal. Serenade ran toward the boy. The prince looked at the countess and assumed she had come to say goodbye. The girl raised her head and told him not to think she would give up on him so easily. The protagonist looks ahead, and the girl tells him that no matter how many times he pushes her away, she will continue to reach out to him and become so captivating that he will have no choice but to look in her direction. The countess placed her hand on his chest and added that even if he goes to the ends of the earth, she will follow him with a heart full of cruel desires. The countess lowered her head and said she simply wanted to tell him that. Ash began to smile. The man's hand touched the woman's. Ash kissed Serenade's hand and said he would wait for her at the very end of the world. The young man holds the girl's hand and promises that they will see each other again. The countess watches the carriage depart, and the protagonist realizes it is inevitable, as he has too much business to settle with the Winter Silver Company. The maid sits on her horse and says they have parted ways, to which the protagonist replies that they have simply started over. The woman turned and said it was a classic line from a womanizer dumping yet another girl, and the hero replied that he was serious. The countess looked ahead, and the protagonist explained that he simply wanted Lady Serenade to be happy. The countess looked at the departing caravan, and the young man explained that he sincerely wished her happiness, which is why he was setting off again to defend the world. The wagons kicked up a cloud of dust, and Ash explained that several days had passed since his departure from Stola, and the journey to the crossroads by land takes about 3 weeks. The squad looked at the aircraft, and the hero explained that another 10 days had passed since he left the front, and in a situation like this, an extra 3 weeks meant he would be absent from the front lines for a whole month. A system window appeared, reporting information about the enemies of Stage 7, and the protagonists realized that they would have to defend the front alone. The player lowered his head, thinking they could handle it. The monster opened its mouth. 10 days later, monsters are attacking the wall, the southern front, the crossroads. Fireballs are flying at the soldiers. The woman cast a spell, reinforcements from the Imperial capital, a group of 5 officers from the Magic Corps. The magic destroyed the projectiles. Zanishna turned and asked how long they could block their attacks, as their mana reserves weren't bottomless. Lucas looked away. The lizards were launching projectiles, and the knight realized that the giant salamanders had an incredibly long attack range and were launching a one-sided barrage of fireballs at the walls, staying out of the range of their cannons. Damien looked ahead, and the knight realized there were only 3 ways to harm them, the first being the boy's fire. The dead creatures lay on the ground, and the man noted that he had already fired 2 shots from the Black Queen, killing 2 giant salamanders, but their resilience was far greater than they had expected, as ordinary rifles couldn't penetrate their hide. An image of a wineskin appeared, and Lucas explained that before leaving for the capital, Prince Ash had given strict orders not to use the Black King more than 3 times, as they would no longer be able to rely on it. The sorceress looked ahead, and the knight realized that the second option was Jupiter the Younger, as her elements are lightning, wind, and water. The magic struck the monster, and the knight explained that she had used water, which counteracts fire, allowing her to fell 3 more giant salamanders. Blood streamed down the girl's face, and Lucas realized that launching magic at a distance even cannons couldn't cover was placing abnormally high strain on her body. Jupiter looked at the woman. The mage deflected the projectiles, and the commander realized that the third and final option was Reyna. However, they were in a deep defensive position, and Reyna was one of the few capable of blocking enemy projectiles. The knight looked away and said they'd have to go out and take care of the remaining salamanders themselves, shouting the girl's name. Evangeline turned and said that was exactly what she'd been waiting for. Reyna looked away and said they were out of their minds to go there alone. Lucas bowed his head and said if she had a better idea, he'd be happy to hear it, adding that since projectiles couldn't take them, they'd have to block their advance with their bodies. The mage looked ahead, wondering if even then they'd have to go together. The woman looked down and noticed that the battlefield had turned into a sea of flames. Lucas turned and ordered Damien to cover them. The girl raised her head, and the knight ordered her to use all possible artifacts on them. The saint folded her arms, and the commander ordered her to use a shield spell. The man looked at Jupiter. The girl spat out blood, and the knight ordered her to rest. The gates opened. Evangeline sits on her horse and says she'd certainly like to secure a couple more reliable allied knights, to which Lucas replies that 3 more would be nice. An image of the fallen units appeared, and the commander wondered if only a few more had survived. The man bowed his head, thinking he should focus on the battle. A girl gallops on horseback, shouting that the lizard hunt has begun. The monsters charge. The mage extended her hand and asked where they were going. The shells killed 2 salamanders. The knight raised his head and said she didn't like her personality, but her skills deserved respect. Evangeline turned and added that if she weren't strong enough, they would have kicked her out long ago. A monster flies at the girl. Her hand raised her shield. The girl blocked the lizard's attack. Lucas cuts down the monsters. The commander looks at the large monster and says he'll take care of its paws, but Evangeline says that in that case, all she can do is slam its head into the ground. A fiery projectile flies. The heroes jump back from the impact site. Lucas raised his sword and said he would begin. The knight used the willpower skill. The girl jumped from the saddle and shouted that she was behind him. Evangeline flies at the monster and tells it to stop spitting fire. The girl used the damage return skill. The commander looked up and realized that one was down. Someone cut off the lizard's head. The people stand before the defeated monster, and Lucas said there were 4 more to go, and they couldn't relax. Clouds float across the sky. The monster fell to the ground, and someone shouted that the 3rd was coming. A hand holds the rope, and the girl says they need to finish the remaining 2 quickly. The horse breathes heavily, and Evangeline tries to figure out what's wrong with it. The girl's eyes widened. The knight lowered her head and realized it was her armor. A system window appeared with the item stats. Golem armor provided immense protection, but also carried enormous weight. The interface displayed the character's active traits. Thanks to her trait, Evangeline didn't suffer a movement speed penalty, which couldn't be said for her horse. An image of the girl's attack appeared, depicting wearing such armor and performing acrobatic feats in the saddle. No matter how strong a steed, everything has its limits. The girl touched the horse and said she hadn't thought about it at all and realized she could continue like this. A projectile flew toward the knight, who was about to tell her they would have to return to the fortress. But at the last moment he shouted for the girl to duck. The projectile landed where the heroes had been. Lucas stood up and asked if Evangeline was hurt. The girl sat in front of the dead horse. The girl cried and begged the horse for forgiveness. The monster's paw slammed into the ground, and the man shouted that they had no time to mourn. The enormous salamander looked at the humans, and the girl tried to figure out when they had gotten so close and what to do next. The commander raised his head and thought that coming here together had been a mistake. The battles so far had given Lucas confidence in his own abilities. An image of knights appeared. Instead of endangering the soldiers and causing unnecessary casualties, he thought the elite knights would be up to the task. That had been a foolhardy plan. Prince Ash stood, and Lucas wondered what order he would give if the hero were here. He remembered that the protagonist trusted Lucas and placed his protection on his shoulders, and that no one but Lucas could handle the role of commander. The veins bulged on the man's face. A blue aura enveloped the knight's body, and he realized that this was why he had to protect this place at all costs. Someone had used water magic. The spell attacked the monster. Lucas turned. The girl extended her hand and said she couldn't strike again, even if he asked. Lucas raised his head and told the girl to attack now. The humans had killed the monster. The girl turned her head and noted that there was only one left, and the man replied that if they killed it, it would be enough. The creatures looked at the humans, and the commander tried to figure out how to do it. A system window appeared and reported that there was one giant salamander and 56 regular ones left. Damien stood with a rifle. Damien held his right index finger on the trigger of his rifle and thought that His Highness had said he could only fire it 3 times. The boy held the rifle with both hands. He'd handled the weapon perfectly up until that point, so he didn't understand the sudden limitations. However, he was obliged to follow Ash's orders, so he fired only twice, keeping the third bullet in reserve. The enormous lizard and its minions stood before Lucas and Evangeline, but the 2 knights who had gone into the field had lost their mounts and found themselves surrounded in a sea of flames. He couldn't sit idle any longer. The shooter raised the rifle to his face, thinking he'd use his last bullet to establish a firing line to hit as many monsters as possible with a single shot. A bullet with a purple trail erupted from the gun's muzzle. The projectile pierced the bodies of several monsters. The girl glanced at Damien and noted that it was an excellent shot, thinking that they had finally gained the upper hand. These 2 would take care of the rest of the monsters. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. A mist of an unknown aura formed before him. He looked down and wondered what that was. An information window appeared, stating that the 7th stage had been cleared. A game scoreboard appeared, listing the most valuable player for the session. A screen appeared, displaying the number of levels each character had earned. A window appeared, stating that there were no wounded or killed characters on the team. 3 weeks after leaving the capital, in a clearing deep in the forest, a campfire burned. A camper held a world map and said that tomorrow their journey would end. Ash noted that finally, only 1 day remained until the crossroads. The protagonist sat near his comrade and asked him if, since they had come all this way, they should stay on the southern front. The man replied that he had to refuse because his wife and children were in the capital. The young man thought it couldn't be helped, and that they had grown very close over the past 3 weeks, having been through thick and thin together. The protagonist's head and part of his body were sticking out of the mouth of a huge frog. The boy noted that if he were to write down what was happening, the story would never see its end, so he would refrain. But the journey had truly been difficult and eventful. 3 men were spying on a girl and a boy behind a tree in the forest. The girl in a maid costume drew her sword, shooing away the peeping men. The protagonist added that if he had decided to save it as text, it would have been a full-length book. He shot a smirk at his brother-in-arms and said that, in any case, they had done well, and when they reached the crossroads, let them have a good rest before leaving, and he would be a generous host. The armored man grinned broadly at Ash and said it was funny to hear him say that, and Ash replied that they would see what village hospitality really looked like. 3 soldiers walked with their arms full of provisions and said that no enemies had been spotted, and that there was a clean, refreshing pond nearby with pleasant-tasting water. Ash replied that was excellent, they would have plenty to drink and wash today. Eliza knelt before a fire with a cauldron above it. The boy asked what she would be doing and that she, too, was planning to return to the capital. The girl closed her eyes and replied that she was obliged to be by her mistress's side, so of course she would return. Ash replied that he understood, and what a pity that was. The servant deftly swung the blade in her left hand. Ash reflected that Eliza had rescued him from the brink of death many times over the past 3 weeks. He had also saved her a couple of times, so they had become somewhat closer. He wanted to persuade her to leave him to fight by his side on the southern front, but it would be difficult, as she was too loyal to her mistress. Ash sat on a rock behind Eliza, wondering how terrifying dinner would be tonight. A green liquid was bubbling in the cauldron. He noted that she was incredibly skilled in all aspects of combat, but catastrophically poor in all aspects of everyday life. Eliza sipped some freshly made soup from the bowl. The protagonist added that he would never understand why she insisted on wearing a maid's uniform and didn't don the funeral director's outfit she wore in the game, emphasizing his position. The girl's eyes widened in shock. She spat the rest of the food out of her mouth. He asked why it was so bad, and that at least it wouldn't explode, but she replied that wasn't the case. A leather flask full of water lay on the rock. Eliza noted that the water was strange, containing a paralytic poison. The soldier, suddenly collapsing from the poison's effects, declared it impossible, saying they had confirmed there was no poison in it. Several other people also fell to the ground, and Ash asked what was going on, and if they were okay. Soon, the protagonist himself also fainted to the ground. Eliza noticed him and asked if he was okay, and he replied that he wasn't, but that he could still speak. He silently thought that he assumed she was the only one left standing. The right side of the guy's head was on the ground. He silently added that it was mass paralysis, and that compared to the past 3 weeks, it was actually kind of cute, and asked what the paralytic poison was doing in the nearby pond. A crowd of people were moving toward Ash's camp. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, and he silently cursed the situation. Eliza was kneeling before the protagonist, and he noted that they were mountain bandits. Evangeline looked off into the distance, and said that the wilderness north of the crossroads was infested with bandits, and that they'd long been a thorn in their side. Ash noted that he remembered his recent conversation with Evangeline. Several men in dark robes with hoods were kneeling with their hands bound. He recalled that when they recruited Gadhand and the Shadow Squad, there had been a skirmish. At that point, the bandits had looked like a disorganized gang of thieves. 2 men were holding weapons, and Ash noted that these guys looked quite trained now, and that the first thing they needed to do was find the leader. He looked at the group of bandits, and asked why they'd come from the Green Forest, that they wanted food from them, and that they were just planning dinner. The girl turned to the boiling cauldron, and Ash added that Eliza's cooking wasn't exactly a masterpiece, but... The red-haired man's mouth opened wide and he laughed, saying it had been a while since anyone had invited him to dinner. He walked among his subordinates, and added that he thanked them for their kindness, but he had to refuse. They would take care of the dinner themselves, and all they needed was for them to obediently follow them. Eliza stood before Ash, and the bandit leader said that since they were all already paralyzed by the poison, their options were limited. The red-haired man stood before Ash, who silently noted that it was the bandit king, Kalan, and wondered what he was doing here. A pixelated image of Kalan appeared, the leader of all the bandits in the southern continent, the renowned boss Kalan, also known as the Bandit King. Snow covered the mountain peaks. He moved randomly across the southern continent, and he was a wandering NPC, quite a challenge to find. An image of a pixelated Kalan appeared against a background of monsters. He's a high-ranking fighter, which already makes him a formidable opponent, but his charges are also well-trained. The bandit leader looked at Ash, and said it looked like they'd caught a big fish in their net, and that they were very lucky. The boy replied that it was a matter of personal preference. A girl blocked the bandit leader's path, and he said that this guy, if his eyes and senses weren't deceiving him, was the new lord of the crossroads. The boy lifted his pelvis off the ground and replied that he was indeed the lord of the crossroads, and the third son of his majesty the emperor. Kalan added that he was indeed a valuable catch. The boy looked at the leader and asked if he understood that by opposing him, he was setting himself up for big trouble, and that if he retreated now, he would pretend nothing had happened. The red-haired boy looked at him and replied that it was the biggest fish they'd caught in a while, and that if they took them hostage, they could get a hefty ransom, so they shouldn't expect them to let them go. Chains hung from the metal coffin, and the boy added that they shouldn't worry, they would take care of its safety no matter what. Ash noted that finally, someone had appeared who recognized his value at first sight. Eliza turned to him, and he told her not to do that and to get away from there as quickly as possible. Bandits were stationed around the camp, and the protagonist thought that no matter how strong Eliza was, she was facing the bandit king and his loyal guards. She wouldn't be able to prevail while she had to protect her paralyzed allies, and in such a situation. Eliza looked at the protagonist. He told her that the crossroads was just a day away, and that she should head there and request rescue. She replied that she understood. He silently noted that, thanks to their weeks of traveling together, Eliza had grown much more trusting of his commands. The girl walked away, saying that she would organize a rescue party as quickly as possible, and adding that he should take care of himself. Ash replied that she should do the same. Eliza spun around. She instantly leaped into action, attacking the nearby enemies. She deftly used her foot to slash at their faces. She grabbed the chain with her hand. Kalan watched Eliza flee and said that was fine, and that someone had to go ask for the ransom anyway, and that there was no need to stop her. He raised his palms to his face and added that if she didn't want anything to happen to this guy, then she should bring as much gold as possible, and if the price wasn't right, they wouldn't give it up, so they should be smart about it. The bandit leader grabbed Ash's clothes. He hoisted him over his shoulder and said they were going to have some fun. The guy, hanging off Quillen's shoulder, asked what kind of fun he was talking about. He thought they'd play board games or something. The man raised his hands, holding the meat above himself. The hideout of the bandit King Kalan. A crowd of bandits stood in the middle of the camp. A boar hung on a spit over a fire. Ash noted that these guys were having a blast, shouting, "Feast," like some kind of pirates, and were busy having a good time, while they sat tied up off to the side. A piece of meat lay on the ground, and the boy added that they had left each of them a piece. Ash's soldiers ate the meat from the bandits, and declared it delicious, much better than Eliza's cooking. Ash replied that it was a level. The boy methodically chewed the meat and thought that, in any case, they had settled in quite well in the harsh mountains. A man with a bandage on his head held mugs of beer. The boy added that among the 100 or so villagers, Only the 30 who had captured them looked capable of fighting. A mother stroked her son's head, and the protagonist noted that the rest looked like simple poor people, and that they didn't look like bandits, but like ordinary refugees. Kalan placed his flask on the floor. He sat down in front of Ash and asked if there was anything inconvenient, and the boy replied that he was grateful for sharing the meat. The red-haired boy rolled his eyes and said it wasn't worth it, saying they'd already taken everything they had and were still going to get a ransom on top, so they might as well gorge themselves on the meat. Ash continued chewing, and the leader said he was quite calm for his position, and that he had plenty of courage, and that he believed all the rumors he'd heard about the third prince were simply lies. The stars twinkled dimly in the night sky, and Ash replied that you shouldn't judge a person until you meet them in person, which the boy said was a good point. Ash sat tied to a tree trunk and said he didn't think he'd turn out like that either until he saw it with his own eyes. The boy asked why he'd ever told him his name. The boy looked at him and said he was the Lord of the Crossroads. The red-haired boy looked at him, and the boy added that how could he not know the king of all southern bandits. The protagonist looked at the bandit leader and said that his exploits had been well known in the northern part of the continent for a good 10 years, mostly involving robberies and raids. 2 cloaked men held spoons. Ash noted that he was extremely selective, however, attacking only residents of the Empire. When it came to refugees from other countries, he tried his best to help them. From the Empire's perspective, he was a common bandit who needed to be punished, but to the refugees in the settlement, he was akin to Robin Hood. The red-haired man looked at the protagonist intently, and he said that was all he knew. Moonlight filtered through the treetops. Kalan asked why he looked so strange and explained that all he did was occasionally rest in camp until he found his next target to rob. He rested his hand on his knee and added that, one way or another, he had high hopes for the ransom and would release him as soon as negotiations began and he received the required sum. The bandit king walked away from Ash and told him to be patient until then, and he would do everything possible to ensure such a noble person would not be inconvenienced. The boy sat idly and said he hoped he wouldn't ask too high a price. The moon shone dimly behind the clouds. Kalan thought to himself that he, of course, expected to catch a big fish, but who knew it would be the prince himself? He wondered if he'd bitten off more than he could chew. The boy walked silently to the camp and thought that no, luck had always favored him, and this time would be no exception. In the middle of the forest, in a clearing, stood the bandit camp. Ash turned his head at a strange sound near him. Evangeline was holding a bandit in her hand. Tears began to flow from her eyes. She suddenly threw herself into the protagonist's arms, and he asked if she was seriously crying. He looked at her and asked why she was so worried about him, and said he missed her too. The girl looked into the boy's eyes and told him to help her, and he asked if she hadn't come to help him. A bead of sweat trickled down the boy's face, and Evangeline said that Lucas, Annie, and Damien had all gone crazy, and that after he left, they felt like they weren't themselves, and as if that wasn't enough. The girl hung on Ash's neck and added that they had simply gone crazy by the end, and said he would understand everything when he saw it. The ropes holding Ash suddenly fell, and the girl noted that they had all come to save him. Young Jupiter calmly walked toward Ash and Evangeline. She looked at him and said that they hadn't seen each other in a while, and he replied that it had indeed been a while. Spinach leaves were sticking out of her mouth. The guy asked what she meant, and the girl replied that she'd started spitting up even more blood, which forced her to find a solution. She held up a vial of red liquid and said that if she was losing so much blood, she simply needed to produce more, so she decided to consume foods that help with anemia 24 hours a day. A bunch of red tomatoes hung around her neck. She added that this way she could produce as much blood as she spat out, thus maintaining homeostasis, and remarked on how clever she was. Evangeline looked at her and said that her ramblings were rather cute, and Ash asked what she considered cute. A bandit appeared from behind the bushes, and the girl replied that the other two were in even worse shape, adding, noticing the stranger, that they needed to take his horn. The guy grabbed the horn with both hands. The arrow shattered the guy's horn. Ash's mouth dropped open in shock and he thought he knocked him out, even though he'd been aiming for the horn, and he only knew one person capable of such a thing. Damien held a crossbow in his left hand and said that those eyes could see through the darkness, and the guy noted that it was him, his trigger. He covered his face with an outstretched hand and said he was glad to see His Highness, but asked him not to come any closer, because right now a nightmare slumbered in his right hand, dark and evil, capable of consuming the entire world. The boy clutched his right hand. He looked at it, and shouted for Orlop to calm down, and he understood that he wanted to run wild, but they were right in front of the prince now. Ash wondered what had suddenly gotten into his 8th grade rut. Evangeline frowned at him, and said he had become like that after their last battle. They thought the mana gun was the cause, so they immediately tried to take it away. Damien had a gun slung across his back, and the girl added that he was absolutely reluctant to part with it. The protagonist suggested that the Dark Queen might be to blame. The boy stood before the dwarf, who told him that the more he fed the nightmare killer with death, the more the nightmare hidden within the weapon would awaken. The protagonist remembered Calibay warning him about something like this. An information window appeared, describing Damien's gun. A second window appeared, describing the phenomenon that had happened to Damien. The boy noted that, as he thought, His kill counter had filled, leading to him acquiring the Nightmare Army General trait. The boy grabbed his shoulders and told her not to open her eyes, his alternate personality. Ash added that this was what Damien's inner darkness looked like, and that right now, he was fighting against the nightmare, and that it would be dangerous to leave him as is. The black-haired boy stood up and ordered the gunslinger to hand over his gun. Damien extended his left hand. He held his right hand over his left shoulder and told him to trust him, that he needed the weapon's abilities, and that he could overcome this darkness and turn its power into his own. Ash looked at him calmly and replied that fine, he trusted him. The man clutched his forehead and repeated his words. Ash silently thought that he hoped this laughter wouldn't stay with him forever, and that he would keep an eye on him for now, and if things got worse, he would simply take the gun away. Evangeline held her hand up, and the boy said that their situation was unenviable, but she replied that compared to the last shot, it was nothing. Enveloped in a blue aura, Lucas was strangling a bandit with his left hand. Evangeline said that here he was, and to be careful. The boy clenched his teeth in anger, and Ash called out to him. Calm clouds floated across the sky. The girl said they were heading to the abduction site, but it was pitch black night, making tracking him difficult. Lucas said they might be late at this rate and entered wolf mode. His comrades stood behind him. Ash noted that he'd resorted to beast mode and tracked him, relying on his animal senses, and as a result, the beast mode had overextended itself, making him look more like a wolf. An image of a figure with glowing blue eyes appeared. Beast mode is divided into 3 main stages. In the first stage, beast power begins to form within the human body. This is generally an acceptable stage, allowing one to use the beast mode to one's advantage. A dark silhouette emitted a blue aura from its eyes. In the second stage, the beast begins to take over the host's mind, and they, in turn, lose the ability to speak and behave like wild animals. The human personality still exists, but the dividing line becomes significantly thinner. The dark, humanoid figure opened its mouth. The third form, a full-fledged beast, the host loses the ability to think and abandons their human nature, transforming into a monster that sows destruction. Ash's foot touched the ground. He told Lucas that it was he, Ash, and asked if he recognized him. The boy silently noted that he thought he had just passed the first stage, and if he progressed to the third, there would be no turning back. The boy extended his hand to Lucas and told him that his lord had returned safe and sound, silently adding that, however, with the second stage, there was still a chance to bring him back. A boy with blonde hair stood before the protagonist. The others prepared to attack, and Ash silently asked Lucas to recognize him. The boy gave Ash a sharp smile. He began petting his head and said he was still a beast, but now he was more like a lap dog. Evangeline's eyes widened at him, and he said he really was acting like an obedient dog. Ash told her not to talk like that about someone who was sick, and he told Lucas to take the Karma Eater now. The boy picked up his sword. He raised it and activated the sword's aura. The Karma Eater is a weapon that generates aura from the sword by consuming the wielder's traits. Fortunately, beastly power can also be used as fuel. Ash looked at him and told him he was holding up well and to keep releasing it. Moonlight filtered through the treetops. A stunned Lucas, his mouth and eyes wide, asked if his lord was okay. He said he should have thought about himself, damn dog, and burned through his energy for about 10 minutes before returning to normal. The boy lowered his head in shame. Ash added that he was a brat, and that he had asked him not to use his beast power so thoughtlessly and to listen when spoken to. Ash replied that he was asking for forgiveness. When he learned he'd been kidnapped, he'd lost all rationality. Lucas looked at his lord with relief, and said he was so glad he was okay. Ash told him not to do it again, and the boy added that he'd keep it in mind. All 3 stood in the middle of the forest, distraught. The protagonist thought he didn't think they'd all go crazy in just a month of his absence, and told Evangeline he was surprised he'd managed to maintain his sanity under such circumstances. She pointed at herself with the thumb of her right hand and replied that whoever he thought she was Evangeline Cross herself, heir to the title of First Countess, and of course, she would never lose her sanity. Young Jupiter looked at her and said that, in fact, Lady Evangeline was the one who was the most insane. She turned sharply and declared that they should end this conversation, that they should leave, and that they were in enemy territory. Who knew when the next enemy would appear? Koan fell from the sky and told Ash that she was right. He tucked his leg under himself for a strike. Lucas abruptly stepped in his way and said, "How dare you?" The bandit leader's foot caught Lucas's blade. He pushed away sharply. The red-haired boy skidded across the ground for several meters. He straightened his shoulders and said he never would have thought pursuers would arrive at night, asking if it was because he was the prince of the empire or if he was just being careless. Ash looked at him and said that these guys were the squad under his direct command, and he'd worked very hard to assemble this dream team, and of course they would rush over as soon as they learned he was in danger. Koan looked away and asked about the dream team. Lucas stood in front of the rest of the team. The guy asked if they looked too rotten to be called that. A vein swelled in Ash's cheek with anger, and he told him to watch his mouth, and that his guys weren't idiots. The Bandit King replied that he hadn't said that. Warriors stood behind him, and he said that in any case, he, too, carefully selected his friends, Even when they were being pursued by elite Imperial Knights, these guys held their own against them. Ash's team stood in combat stances, 5-on-5, true team PvP. Kalan clenched his fist and said he apologized, but he couldn't let him go. He really needed the ransom money, so he'd have to stay kidnapped for a while longer. Lucas bared his teeth and asked if he could kill him, but Ash replied, "Of course not." Ash's mouth watered, and he said they had to kidnap them. He thought to himself, "This is the SR-ranked Bandit King, after all, and he's sure the others are at least rare, and he has to take them to the crossroads." Kalan stood surrounded by his warriors, and Ash noted that, as in any team game, differences in combinations carry a lot of weight. Ash stood behind his squad and added that right now, the biggest difference was between their two teams. Air bubbles escaped from the metal tube. A stream of water rushed toward Ash's enemies, and he noted that, of course, the presence of a mage. Kalan turned to his team and said they were attacking, so they needed to scatter. All his soldiers were swept away by the wave. He jumped onto a tree branch. He stood on the branch and said it was odd to use a mage. The guy asked him again about honesty, and whether he even knew how much money he'd shelled out to hire her. The girl stuffed spinach in her mouth. Ash looked at the red-haired guy and thought that the well-timed use of a strategic weapon, if need be, was also a useful skill. He pointed a finger at him and told them to catch him, and to remember that he needed him alive. Damien looked at him and said that the wheel of fate was calling to him. He aimed his rifle. The projectile was flying straight at the bandit leader's chest. The bullet hit a branch. It veered toward Kalan, who was falling. The shooter looked at him and declared checkmate. The boy folded his arms, a passive skill. In one motion, he deflected Damien's projectile, scattering foliage. The projectile flew in the opposite direction. The protagonist looked at this calmly and thought, this is his passive, a crazy skill that allows him not only to reduce an attack's damage to 0, but also to instantly launch a counterattack. The frustrated boy, holding a rifle in his hands, asked what this meant. He fired his rifle again. He looked at the weapon and told Orlop to relax. Evangeline rushed to attack the Bandit King and said it was her turn now, and that it would hurt a little, so Mr. Bandit should be patient. Kalan also rushed to attack the girl and replied that he could say the same. Qialan's fist hit Evangeline's shield, and he added that the most important thing was that he really felt lucky today. His first skill, Crush Leaves, was a smashing leaf. The blonde girl looked at him and asked what was going on, and what she could block in a jiffy. The girl's armor crumbled. A pixelated image of Qialan's skill appeared. Qialan's first skill, Crush Leaves, uses magic to deal direct damage to an enemy, bypassing armor when his fist connects. The bandit leader's fist flew at Evangeline's shield, glowing red. He said he'd do it again. The girl caught the red-haired boy's attack with her shield. She looked at him and said, "So that's it, blocking is pointless." Qialan struck again. Evangeline flew into the air. The boy's fist smoked from the impact, and he asked who was next. The boy turned around, confused. He raised his right leg to protect himself. The boy's foot stopped Lucas's sword from flying toward him. The blade bounced off Qialan's leg. The blonde boy struck again with his sword. The Bandit King's gauntlets shattered under Lucas's blow, and he said that this man no longer resembled a knight, but a true Western berserker. The boy looked at him and told him to shut his mouth, and for daring to kidnap His Highness, he deserved 100 deaths. The red-haired boy's foot flew at Lucas, and he said that if he was so dear to them, they should have guarded him better. The blonde boy blocked the blow with his sword, adding that if he hadn't been left unguarded in the middle of the forest, such a villain would have kidnapped him. Qialan's leg was enveloped in a red aura. Qialan's second skill, Foliage Envelopment, is a buff skill. After activation, his movements become faster, and he deals additional damage. The bandit leader looked at the knight, and said maybe they could play. He deftly dodged Lucas's sword attack. His foot flew at the boy's face. The boy blocked all of Qialan's numerous blows. The knight's sword slipped off the red-haired boy's foot. His foot hit Lucas's face. His cheek was bruised from the blow. Ash stood calmly, thinking that even though they weren't in the best condition, the fight was much more even. The strategy for defeating Kalan was surprisingly simple, and whether he should make a move. Evangeline ran at the enemy, shield in hand, and told Lucas not to attack him, just grab him. The boy abruptly dropped his sword. He grabbed Kalan by the torso, and he asked what was going on. The girl's mouth and eyes widened. She hit the red-haired boy over the head with her shield. Blood poured from his nose, and he said it was strange since he'd been lucky today. The boy collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The girl looked at him and asked what he'd done in one hit, saying he was so weak. Ash stood behind them, pleased, thinking they finally understood. Many were intimidated by his appearance, but in reality, Qialan relied on speed. The boy lay exhausted on the grass. He was fast and capable of dealing massive damage, but giving him the ability to take a hit would be too much. His stamina was through the roof. An image of a pixelated Qialan appeared. His agility made him truly difficult to hit, but often a single hit was enough to knock him out. His massive mass of muscle proved to be a veritable glass cannon. Even in the defense of the Empire, he was one of the few extreme characters. Ash's soldiers were tying up the prisoners with rope. The boy told them to tie them carefully and not harm them, silently noting that if they were harmed, it would be harder for him to use them in the future. The protagonist turned to Eliza. She held a rope tied to a dozen prisoners and said that she had shown up at the rest of the bandits in the camp. The boy thought that these were truly useful. Clouds drifted across the sky, and the boy added that after they had captured all the bandits and refugees from the camp, the sun began to rise. He looked into the distance and said that they should return. A crowd of prisoners followed the soldiers, and Ash added that they were heading to the fortress city of dreams and hopes. The sun illuminated the fortress walls. The protagonist sat astride his horse and said that here was the crossroads, noting to himself that after a long journey, he had returned. Other horses with riders stood behind him, and he remarked that who would have thought that one day he would be glad to see this brutal front. A little over a month had passed, but it felt much longer. An image of Ash's memories appeared, and he added that perhaps it was because of how busy these past few days had been, and that, one way or another, there was surely an unimaginable amount of work piling up here. The city stood in pitch darkness, and the protagonist added that they needed to explore the dungeon. Tools lay on the workbench, and the guy added that he also needed to check the equipment he'd ordered. Birds flew over the fortress walls. A bar sign hung above its entrance, and the protagonist noted that they needed to build a forward outpost and revise the city management plan. An image of Ash's pixelated squad appeared, and he considered how to level up the characters. He had much work to do. He let out a calm sigh of relief, a smile on his face. It was time to return to the defense genre. Ash and his team entered the city on horseback, and the residents announced that the Lord had returned. A crowd of people looked at someone with disdain, and the guy thought he was remembering his first arrival at the crossroads. The atmosphere had been significantly different then. The boy extended his hand in greeting. A crowd of villagers rejoiced at his return, saying they'd feared they'd never see him again. He replied, "No problem, this is his home," and silently remarked how nice it was to be a lord. The boy looked ahead on horseback, humming a song. Ash spread his arms in front of the palace and said they'd finally arrived, home sweet home, and thought, this is it, his only home in the whole wide world. A man with glasses ran toward Ash. Ash stood before him, adding that it was good he was okay. He prepared a hot bath and a warm dinner, and he should hurry before everything got cold. The protagonist gestured to the soldiers and said fine, but first he should give their guests rooms, as they'd accompanied him since their departure. He added that they would wash separately and sit down to dinner together. Ada replied that this was his legitimate wish. The boy stretched and said he was going to rest for a bit, and if anything happened, he was in his room. His eyes widened in surprise and he wondered if he was hallucinating from exhaustion. He jumped in shock, clutching his head, and asked what had happened to his team, that he hadn't meant it when he called home sweet, and who had encroached on that sacred place. Evangeline rolled her eyes. She pouted, and Ash asked if she'd care to explain. Lucas poked her cheek and said they'd warned him that Evangeline was the most insane of them all. The girl bit her finger, and the boy noted that she didn't show it outwardly, but inside she was consumed with anxiety. It was entirely possible she thought he wouldn't return at all. A teddy bear lay on the bed. Ash added that she was already the heir to the title of First Countess, which is why she hadn't missed the opportunity to decorate everything to her taste. Ash looked at her and said that it was fine for now, just his room, and told him not to tell her that the same thing was happening in the other rooms. Evangeline put a finger to her temple and said that at least not in all of them, only in the guest room, the cafeteria, the meeting room, and 2 outer rooms, just a couple of rooms. The sun illuminated the palace. Ash replied that this was half the entire estate, and that she should think about her tenants. The dungeons of the crossroads. Moonlight illuminated the fortress walls. Kalan broke the manacles and made unflattering remarks about the Imperial Knights. He rubbed his forearm and added that he could tear the bear in half with his bare hands, and such a trinket wouldn't hold it. The red-haired boy pressed his fist to his mouth. His brother, Kureha, lay in the cell next to Kuilin's. He asked if everything was all right. Red braids hung from his shoulders, and he replied that he had managed to break his shackles. Kuilin's older brother, Kureha. The leader began tugging at the bars and told him to wait a bit, and he would free him and all his subordinates, and they would all flee together. His brother looked at him and said there was no need, and let him go alone, and that even he couldn't take care of everyone. 2 red-haired boys stood behind the bars. Kureha added that he had already done much to take care of him and the other poor, and that it was time to live for himself and quit banditry. Kuilin looked at his brother and told him not to joke like that, and that they could all get out of here together. He pulled back the bars of his cell and added that he was a lucky Kalan, a Kalan of miracles, always able to find a way out of even the most difficult situations. Quillin's exhausted brother looked ahead, and Kalan added that this time, too, was no forcing, so he should trust him. Lucas and Ash entered the prison, and Ash said it was touching, and that who would have thought the dreaded bandit king would turn out to be such a loving brother, but they'd better not dream of escaping. The knight grabbed his sword, and Ash added that if he caused a stir in his city, the consequences would be dire. Lucas held the blade out in front of Kalan. It was pressing against his throat. Ash stood in front of the cell and said he probably had no idea why he decided to show up in the middle of the night, and that the reason was prosaic. The people looked at him, and he said he'd figured out how to punish them, saying they, the bandits, had inflicted enormous financial losses on the people of the empire, while the refugees meekly watched. Ash looked at them and added that, moreover, they had dared to kidnap him, a member of the imperial family, and that the time had come to answer for their actions. A crowd of uniformed men entered. A stunned Kalan looked at them, thinking they were going to execute him on the spot. Ash's servants knelt before the bars. They handed bowls of hot food to the prisoners, and Ash told them to eat while they listened. The protagonists looked at them and said their punishment would be forced conscription. The bandits knelt and ate from the bowl, and the young man added that the bandits would be conscripted into a punitive battalion on this front. The large man held a flag, a penal detachment, a unit made up of prisoners serving for their crimes. A brightly burning lamp hung on the wall. Ash continued that the sentence was 3 years, and the first 6 months would be a probationary period. He widened his eyes and said that during this period, their pay would be 70% of a common soldier's. The bandits rolled their eyes at the man, thinking they were being paid. He smiled slyly and said that no objections were allowed, pay was weekly, food and housing would be provided, and that none of them would escape fighting monsters on the front lines. Ash pointed at someone and said that now the refugees were signing up for penal labor, and that he wanted to open a new business but was short of labor. The people looked at him in shock, and he added that the probationary period and pay would be the same, 70% of a common worker's salary for 6 months. Kalan looked at the protagonist, who explained that he, his ailing brother, would now be forcibly sent to the temple for intensive treatment under the supervision of all the priests in one room. Kureha looked at Ash stunned. He gave the bandit leader a sly smile and said that if he was concerned about his precious life, then let him keep his subordinates in line and obey his orders, and that would be his punishment. The boy's eyes widened and he said he was simply hiring them. He looked at Ash and asked if this was some kind of joke, explaining that they were a bunch of bandits and exiled refugees, who, moreover, had dared to harm him, and that he wanted them under his command. But why? Ash looked at him calmly and replied that there were many reasons, but he would name only 2. Standards hung on the fortress walls. The boy said the first was that the crossroads needed people. Every soldier and ordinary citizen was valuable. An image of a pixelated Kalan appeared against a backdrop of bandits. There had always been a problem with manpower shortages here, but right now, Kalan and his crew weren't something to be sneezed at. Ash stood before the red-haired man and added that the second reason was that their crimes weren't serious. Kalan was famous for his raids on civilians, but he was the type to only take hostages. The man fled from Kalan. He took property, not lives, and released captives as soon as he received ransom, no matter the reason, but he always acted within his own rules. He had potential for growth and learning. Ash stood before the entrance to the city, and the third, unspecified reason, the crossroads had finally separated from the imperial throne. 3 dark silhouettes stood facing each other. Ash noted that, in other words, as long as he didn't receive resources from the empire, he could rule on the front lines without worrying about being watched by the throne. The crowd stood. People stood behind Ash, and he noted that they included imperial exiles, refugees, defeated soldiers, knights of fallen kingdoms, and even other races. He could now take anyone under his wing. Quillen's red braid hung from the back of his head. The protagonist said he knew of his and his brother's origins. Unlike Lily's hair, his was a fiery, bright red. Life must be difficult for the humanoid races of this world, given that their hair color reveals their ancestry. An image appeared, showing an example of the 4 races of the continent. The continent is home to 4 races distinct from humans: elves, dwarves, werewolves, and mermaids. Kalan stood with his arms lowered. Of the 4, Kalan is a werewolf, having inherited beastman blood. The boy looked at him and thought that if he could obtain him, he would have fewer problems recruiting members of other races in the future. The protagonist leaned his hand on his hip and said he told himself he was lucky more than once, and he was damn right. Meeting him was a stroke of luck. Let him serve him for the next 3 years, and he'd provide him with the bare necessities. Sweat broke out on Quillen's face. Ash pulled an envelope from his pocket and asked him about his mention of needing a mountain of cash. He held it out and said that instead of scraping by on the occasional income from robberies, he could make much more with a steady paycheck. The guy stared at the envelope's contents in shock. Ash added that this was just his net salary, which could change depending on how hard he worked. He stood opposite the red-haired man and added that, of course, during his 6-month probationary period, he was obligated to work honestly and with exceptional diligence, and asked him what he thought. Jupiter leaned her hand on the table, smoking a cigar. Ash thought he remembered how he'd hired Jupiter. Then or now, in the real world or this one, there was only one way to guarantee a character: to fight to the bitter end, no matter what. Kalan held the envelope in his hands and remained silent. He glanced at Ash and said the deal was done, and this time he'd trust him. Ash smiled and thought, of course, a capital rain dance almost always works. An information board appeared, listing Quillen's squad stats. He added that this was how Kalan and his subordinates had come under his control. Clouds drifted serenely across the sky. Rain stood before Ash. Ash thought that the next day, he'd tasked Rain with organizing the bandits, and that she'd return to the capital after 3 defensive battles. Until then, he should make the most of her presence. The woman looked at him and said that of course, she was always happy with new toys. Ash silently told her to take it easy, otherwise they would run away on the first day. Ash's party stood before him, and he asked if they were ready. He looked at them and said they were going on a free exploration of the Lake Kingdom, that they hadn't been there in a while, and that they wanted to see its condition. The boy waved a finger and beckoned to Ader. He stood before him, and Ash said he had a couple of tasks for him. First, train the Berenians in the bare essentials to become a full-fledged workforce. But more importantly, restore the estate to its original state before he returned from the dungeon. The boy looked up at the protagonist and replied that this would upset Lady Evangeline. The girl scratched her head and said, "Go ahead, meet adventures," which the boy silently thought was exactly what he wanted. Ash's party stepped through the portal. The portal stones fell to the ground. A window appeared stating that the teleportation process was in progress. An information board appeared with a hint written on it.